He alone has drawn the resonance of 3 mechas. 2 of them are divine mechas, one is the greedy wolf, master of slaughter, and the other is the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, suppressor of all demons. Everyone believed he would soar to great heights and become the most dazzling genius of Great Xia. Yet amid the world's gaze, he made a cataclysmic decision before the global live broadcast. He chose the weakest blank slate mech. The entire venue erupted in uproar, the instructor berated him as trash, and the media accused him of ruining his future. They all thought he was insane, but they didn't know that within that dim black light, there lies a secret that could make gods tremble. My name is Zhao Wushuang, the top-ranked prodigy in both mixed martial arts and physical fitness at Tianshui No. 3 High School. During the awakening ceremony, golden light flickered, the greedy wolf mecha. The crowd erupted in astonishment, marveling at my awakening of a divine mecha, the greedy wolf mecha, first star of the Big Dipper. No one at Tianshui No. 3 High School had awakened a divine mecha in years, leaving Principal Wang Qiufeng and my advisor Lin Jinxiong utterly exhilarated. Believing I would undoubtedly secure the top spot in the college entrance examination not only in Tianshui district but across the entire Jiangdu region. However, in my mind, besides the greedy wolf mecha, there are 2 other mechas. I wasn't recognized by just one, but by 3 mechas simultaneously. The second mecha, colossal in size, exuded an overwhelming aura of power, holding a 7-colored exquisite pagoda in its hand. Countless shadowy figures of celestial soldiers and generals hovered behind him. As a massive golden light erupted, the phantom of the tower-bearing mecha Li Jing materialized in midair. Awakened one, I am Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king. Choose me, and become the divine general who subdues countless demons and monsters. The crowd erupted in thunderous astonishment once more. Pagoda mech, Li Jing, yet another divine mech. Wang Qiufeng waved his fists excitedly, convinced that Tianshui No. 3 High School was destined to rise. Lin Jinxiong was even moved to tears, fantasizing about being recruited by prestigious schools. I turned my gaze toward the last mech. Compared to the previous 2 divine mechas, it appeared extremely shabby, shrouded in black light, with a commonplace appearance and dull luster. Dilapidated and worn out. Yet this seemingly ordinary mecha left me frozen in place. Detected the most malleable blank slate mecha. Host, do you choose the blank slate mecha? Awakening the infinite evolution system. Wang Qiufeng looked at the third mecha and shook his head in disappointment. Just an ordinary blank slate mecha, a useless blank slate at best, nothing more than cannon fodder to make up the numbers. The crowd speculated, all convinced that I would choose the most formidable tower-holding mecha, Heavenly King Li Jing. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a surge of black mist billowed on the awakening platform. As the black mist dissipated, the majestic greed wolf mecha and the imposing tower-holding mecha lay shattered into pieces. Only that utterly ordinary blank mecha remained in place. It transformed into a dim streak of light and surged into the center of my forehead. The entire venue erupted in uproar. Had Zhao Wushuang gone mad? Instead of choosing the mighty divine Tuota, he'd picked a worthless blank mecha? Wang Qiufeng flew into a rage. Zhao Wushuang, what are you doing? Do you realize your choice will ruin you? You'll cost our great Xia one divine mecha. Lin Jinxiong howled with even more venom. Why? Zhao Wushuang, you useless fool. Why didn't you choose the powerful divine mecha, and instead picked a worthless blank slate mecha? Major media outlets were outraged, accusing me of tarnishing the honor of Tianshui district, and they all started live broadcasts, swiftly spreading my mistaken choice across the entire internet. The guild representatives left in disappointment. Watching the crowd who had praised me one moment and turned against me the next, I found it amusing. Shaking my head, I ran off without looking back. They believe I made the wrong choice, couldn't handle the consequences, and fled in disgrace. Back at my place, I shut the door and couldn't wait to speak. System, open the beginner's gift pack for me. I am not of this world, I transmigrated here 3 months ago. In this world, 50,000 years ago, gods and Buddhas perished, demons and monsters ran rampant, and humanity gained a lifeline by awakening Mecha. Just as I was about to choose the Tota Mecha, a cold mechanical voice echoed in my mind, my system that was 3 months late. As a transmigrator, I understand that the system represents a chance to defy fate and change my destiny. Under the system's guidance, I abandoned the divine mecha and opted for what seemed like the most worthless blank slate mecha. Novice gift pack is opening. Congratulations, host, you have received 500 energy points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the extraordinary ability Netherflame. Detecting extraordinary level ability Netherflame, initiating fusion and evolution for the host. Chapter 3, Fusion, Evolution. As the mechanical voice of the system faded away, the white plate autonomous fusion within Zhao Wushuang's body activated, attaching itself to his form. Simultaneously, black mist enveloped him as scorching energy surged through his veins. A deep blue inferno erupted from within, engulfing the once ordinary white armor. Enveloped in the dark mist as the ghostly flames spread and engulfed him, the once ordinary white armor underwent rapid transformation. Soon, the black mist dissipated. He walked to the mirror. Zhao Wushuang gazed at his reflection and nodded with satisfaction. The appearance of the blank armor he had awakened had undergone a dramatic transformation. Its color had shifted from the original stark white to a deep purple black, especially across the chest and limbs, now enveloped in a ghostly blue inferno. Most notably, his pupils now glowed with a bone-chilling, ghostly blue flame. Congratulations, host! The extraordinary ability Underworld Flames has been successfully fused. The blank slate mecha has evolved into Flaming Mecha. The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed. Simultaneously, an attribute panel floated into view before Zhao Wushuang. Name, Zhao Wushuang. Mecha, Blazing Armor. Grade lower tier 1. Ability Nether Blaze superior grade. Martial Arts Dragon Sweeping Blade Technique Intermediate Plus, Swift Wind Step Intermediate Plus. Energy points 500. The attribute panel was detailed, much like a character interface in a game. This was everything Zhao Wushuang had mastered. Intermediate Sword Technique? After practicing the Dragon Wandering Sword Technique for over a decade, my level is the same as someone who's only practiced basic fist techniques for 7 or 8 years? Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It was important to know that martial arts skill proficiency had 6 distinct levels: beginner, basic, intermediate, advanced, mastery, and the legendary transcendent level. His 7 or 8 years of practicing the swift wind step reaching the 3rd tier, intermediate, was perfectly reasonable. But a sword technique practiced for over a decade, especially with his exceptional talent, was something Zhao Wushuang found hard to believe. He recalled past memories in his mind. Soon, Zhao Wushuang understood. While martial arts skills had distinct tiers, proficiency within the same tier also varied. His mastery of the dragon roaming sword technique, honed over a decade, undoubtedly surpassed that of the swift wind step. The challenge lay in overcoming the bottleneck between intermediate and advanced tiers. He was likely stuck at one such bottleneck right now. Why overthink it? Now that I have an attribute panel, I just need to focus on improving. As long as I acquire enough energy points in the future, who cares about bottlenecks? Zhao Wushuang chuckled and shook his head, deciding to convert these 500 energy points into raw power first. On the attribute panel, neither his level nor his mecha showed any plus signs due to the scarcity of energy points. Only the martial arts entries Dragon Sweeping Blade Technique and Swift Wind Step displayed upgradable statuses. Between the two, Zhao Wushuang naturally favored the more proficient Dragon Sword Technique. Without hesitation, Zhao Wushuang selected to enhance the Dragon Roaming Sword Technique. Attribute panel. Give me points. A roar erupted within him. As Zhao Wushuang mentally clicked the plus sign on the attribute panel, he felt his vitality surge dramatically. On the attribute panel, the intermediate Dragon Roaming Sword Technique had advanced to the advanced tier, consuming 50 points of energy. However, once the Dragon Sword Technique reached the advanced level, the plus sign behind it vanished. Clearly, further advancement would require more than 400 energy points. Unable to advance the advanced Dragon Roaming Sword Technique, Zhao Wushuang channeled his remaining energy points into enhancing his footwork instead, aiming to maximize his strength before the national exam. Soon, as 300 energy points were consumed, a surge of qi and blood coursed through Zhao Wushuang's legs, accompanied by a palpable sensation of profound power. Accompanying this surge, the attribute panel showed the Swift Wind Steps level had risen from intermediate to advanced. Upgrade complete. Feeling the growth of vital energy within his flesh and the colossal power emanating from his legs, Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. If he could keep advancing like this, as long as he had enough energy points, he could dominate the world with his physical body alone, even without the flaming armor. Energy points. Energy points. According to system feedback, slaying demons yields energy points. The more I slay, the more energy points I gain, and the stronger I become. Through endless slaughter, wouldn't I attain boundless power and realms? Couldn't my armor also evolve into something transcending the gods? Zhao Wushuang's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. No rush, no rush. Can't be too hasty. These next few days, I'll focus on getting familiar with the blazing armor. I'll show what I'm made of during the national exam a week from now. After all, he'd waited 3 months already. What difference would a few more days make? When it came to important matters, he either didn't do them at all or only pursued what he was certain he could accomplish. His immediate priority was to master every aspect of this blazing armor as quickly as possible, boosting his combat effectiveness. Otherwise, when real combat arrived, he risked being counterattacked and killed by demons if his strength proved insufficient. Calming his mind, Zhao Wushuang focused his intent. A surge of purple-black energy spread through his body, instantly dissolving the once imposing flaming armor. According to what he had learned from the book, activating the armor consumed his physical stamina. If his stamina depleted completely, he would be unable to activate the armor's attributes and skills. This principle was akin to the blue stamina bar in his past life's games, a concept he understood well. Therefore, in this world, those who awaken mechs rarely summon them outside of combat situations. As for whether one would be vulnerable to ambushes or assassination without a mech's protection, the pioneers had already provided the answer to this question. The instant a mecha's master faces danger, the mecha will automatically attach itself and activate defense mode. Precisely because of this, and to conserve energy for emergencies, people feel confident moving about in their normal human forms. With his mecha retracted within his body, Zhao Wushuang gazed at the faintly lit sky outside. All traces of sleepiness vanished, replaced by overwhelming excitement. He wasted no time, quickly tidying his room before strapping a long sword to his back and stepping out the door. Young Zhao, up so early? The early bird catches the worm. You're up early too, aren't you? Ha ha ha, that's just habit for me. You seem much more energetic than yesterday, must be adapting to the mecha you awakened yesterday, right? Exactly. Thanks to you, I'm still getting used to the mecha I awakened yesterday. Now that I've made further progress, I'm heading to the martial arts hall to test my newfound abilities. That's great news. The internet's buzzing with mockery about how foolish you are, but I see things differently. As the saying goes, 9 sons of the dragon, each unique. Mecha are gifts from the heavens. There's no such thing as the strongest mecha, only the strongest mecha summoners. Xiao Xiao, your blade skills have always been exceptional, and your grades have consistently been top-notch. Even with the most basic whiteboard mecha, I still believe in you. Thanks a bunch. Next door, Old Li was practicing his boxing routine at the doorway. Spotting Zhao Wushuang emerge, he greeted him with a warm smile. Zhao Wushuang responded politely. Over these past 3 months, Old Li next door had been genuinely kind to him, often bringing over some meat every few days. After bidding farewell to Old Manly, Zhao Wushuang shouldered his long sword and wound his way out of the secluded alley. Emerging from the alley and crossing a bustling street, he finally came to a halt before a towering skyscraper diagonally across from Tianshui High School. Chapter 4, Kunshin Martial Arts Academy. Kunshin Martial Arts Hall. The sun had risen, and under the early morning light, the 4 characters' Kunshin Martial Arts Hall gleamed brightly. Before undergoing awakening, humans typically focused on maximizing their physical strength and mental power. Training at martial arts academies to strengthen both body and mind significantly increased the chances of awakening a mecha and improved its quality. Similarly, after awakening their mecha, awakened individuals could further enhance their personal strength and mastery over their mecha through martial arts training. This Kunshin Martial Arts Academy was founded by Dean Wang Qiufeng of Tianshui No. 3 High School. Given Dean Wang's position at Tianshui No. 3 High School, Kunshin Martial Arts Academy offers substantial preferential policies for Tianshui High School students. Moreover, before the national exams, students demonstrating exceptional physical and mental prowess could receive complimentary training slots at Kunshin Martial Arts Academy. Zhao Wushuang was one such recipient, even granted his own private training room. Spanning 9 floors, each covering tens of thousands of square meters, Kunshin Martial Arts Hall housed hundreds of training rooms of varying sizes. At the center of each floor stood a combat arena spanning hundreds of square meters. Zhao Wushuang's complimentary membership only granted him access to the first floor. Upon entering Kunshin Martial Arts Hall, he easily found a sizable private training room. This was a training room specially approved for him by Wang Qiufeng, intended to better cultivate this promising talent from Tianshui No. 3 Middle School. Of course. It was also thanks to Wang Qiufeng not being a snobbish or narrow-minded person. Even after Zhao Wushuang chose the whiteboard mech that no one else favored, Wang Qiufeng didn't revoke this unique privilege. For this, Zhao Wushuang remained deeply grateful. First, I'll test the advanced dragon-slaying sword technique without the mecha's enhancements. Let's see how much my current strength has improved compared to before. As the long sword slid from its scabbard, Zhao Wushuang silently mused, gazing at the icy glint dancing along its blade. Forged entirely from D-grade alloy, this blade resembled an ancient tang sword. Its hilt measured about 30 centimeters, the blade itself stretched 1 meter 30, and the total length reached 1 meter 60. A blade forged from D-grade alloy could effortlessly pierce the defenses of many beasts. Such a blade would command a market price of no less than 1 million Federation coins. Zhao Wushuang certainly couldn't afford it. He possessed it only because, during his sophomore year, his outstanding physical fitness scores had earned him a reward from Tianshui No. 3 High School. Gripping the blade, Zhao Wushuang felt the qi and blood surge through his palm. With a slight flick of his wrist, 18 sword flowers instantly blossomed in the air. Not bad. Before, I could only manage 8 blade patterns at most. Now, I've more than doubled that. Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. He swiftly wielded the blade within the training room, the weapon transforming into a sinister black dragon that soared and darted through the air. This was merely a warm-up. As Zhao Wushuang pushed his state to its peak, his qi and blood surged violently. His blade, like a falling meteor, slammed into the training room's human-shaped target, which recorded both strength and speed. Boom! A thunderous impact echoed as the human-shaped target bent slightly before springing back. Simultaneously, a number appeared on the intelligence screen on the wall. 640 kilograms. 640 kilograms? Impressive. Compared to before, my physical strength has increased by over 300 kilograms. I never imagined that mastering the dragon sword technique and awakening the blazing armor would grant me such a massive boost in physical strength. Zhao Wushuang's face lit up with excitement. And this was merely his raw physical strength. If he activated the blazing armor, who knew how much greater his power would become? Shall I test it? His eyes fixed on the thick, humanoid target, Zhao Wushuang felt a surge of determination. Without hesitation, he channeled his chi and blood. Waves of deep blue flames spread from his body. In an instant, the imposing purple-black armor, its chest adorned with swirling azure flames, enveloped Zhao Wushuang. With the armor fused to his body, Zhao Wushuang's strength surged explosively. Terrifying streaks of dark blue flames erupted from his long blade as he thrust it violently toward the humanoid target. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Terrifying shockwaves swept through the training room. It took several seconds for the terrifying shockwaves to finally dissipate. The humanoid target now bore a slight dent, bouncing repeatedly in place, its impact reverberating throughout the training room with a series of thuds. Zhao Wushuang paid no heed to this, instead fixing his gaze on the smart screen mounted on the wall. 5,960 kilograms. With the flaming armor equipped, my strength has reached 5,960 kilograms. Zhao Wushuang was filled with astonishment and delight. He hadn't expected to possess such formidable offensive power. After all, the attack power of an ordinary low-tier first-grade mecha typically hovered around 2,000 kilograms. And this 5,960 kilograms of force would be considered top-tier even among mid-tier first-rank mechs. Impressive. Truly worthy of the name Blazing Armor. To achieve such terrifying attack power at merely a low-tier first-rank level. With this, I'll have even greater confidence for the national exam in a week. If I can gather enough awakening points to upgrade and evolve the Blazing Armor further, even at my current low-tier first-rank level, I might be able to stand against those high-tier first ranks or even the perfect ones. Zhao Wushuang silently calculated in his mind, a hopeful smile curling his lips. These mechs also had distinct tiers, ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 9, with an additional transcendent-tier. Each tier is further subdivided into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and perfect grade. That his current Blazing Armor, fused and upgraded to a first-tier inferior grade, possessed such formidable power, how could he not be satisfied? Test the might of this nether blaze. Zhao Wushuang focused his attention on the special ability unlocked from the beginner's gift pack. As chi and blood surged through his body, waves of ghostly blue flames flickered and danced across the surface of his mecha armor. Enveloped in these waves of ghostly blue flames, he seemed to transform into a god of slaughter emerging from the infernal fires of the netherworld. Break! Zhao Wushuang spread his fingers, unleashing the nether flames that instantly engulfed the sandbag in the solo training room. Crackling! Accompanied by a piercing explosion of flames, the once tough sandbag instantly imploded. Countless iron pellets melted into a pool of pitch-black molten iron in that instant. Impressive! Truly worthy of the extraordinary nether flames. At that moment, Zhao Wushuang felt the destructive power of the nether flames in his hands. Had that strike landed on a human body, it would have instantly shattered them into dust, ascending directly into the heavens. Powerful. Too powerful. Zhao Wushuang rubbed his fingers together. With a flicker of his thoughts, streaks of ghostly blue flames coiled around his fingertips, dancing wildly upon them. He stretched his limbs, then swiftly began wielding his long sword through the training room, propelled by the flaming armor. As a solo training chamber within Kunshan Martial Arts Academy, its structural integrity was naturally unassailable. Zhao Wushuang had no worries about causing damage. Seizing this opportunity, he was determined to adapt better and master every aspect of this armor. Bang! Boom! Boom! Deafening explosions echoed continuously. Amidst the immense noise, the other students who had arrived early at Kunshan Martial Arts Academy for training were quickly drawn to the commotion. Chapter 5: The Encounter. Impressive! Senior brother Chanwen truly lives up to his reputation. He's awakened the Wind Mantis Mecha. Indeed. Senior brother Chanwen was already formidable, and now with the Wind Mantis Mecha awakened, who in the entire Tianshui No. 3 high school would dare challenge him? With this Wind Mantis Mecha, senior brother Chanwen is bound to excel in the national exams a week from now. Meanwhile, at the elevator entrance, a group of people surrounded a sturdy, dashing youth in white robes, showering him with flattery. Amidst the flattery, Li Changwen's face brimmed with smug satisfaction. He waved his hand modestly, smiling broadly as he said, "Pure luck, pure luck. If my uncle hadn't procured a 4th-tier Wind Mantis Demon Beast Core for me, I never could have awakened the Wind Mantis Mecha on the awakening platform." Senior brother Changwen's uncle is the vice president of the Green Bamboo Guild. Who else could possibly have such power and connections? Exactly. Take Zhao Wushuang, for instance. He was so arrogant during the mixed martial arts assessment. What happened to him? Does he have senior brother Changwen's connections? He didn't even prepare properly. Instead of choosing a decent divine armor, he picked some junk. Serves him right. That arrogant fool Zhao Wushuang probably won't break through the 2nd tier for the rest of his life. If Zhao Wushuang dares take the national exam, senior brother Chanwen will teach him a lesson, show him that fireflies can't compete with the moon's brilliance. Seeing Li Changwen feigning modesty, the crowd launched into another round of praise, using Zhao Wushuang, formerly the school's top mixed martial artist, as their foil. There was no escaping it, this was the harsh reality. In their eyes, Zhao Wushuang had ruined his own future by choosing the Blazing Armor, a path that would forever seal him at the 2nd tier. His life was as good as over. Using Zhao Wushuang, once the undisputed top fighter in the school, to elevate Li Chanwen couldn't be more fitting. Moreover, during the mixed martial arts assessment, Zhao Wushuang had actually defeated Li Chanwen. Wasn't dragging him down now an even surer way to win Li Changwen's favor? If they played their cards right, perhaps they could even leverage Li Changwen's connections to join the Green Bamboo Guild and secure some perks. In other words, had Li Changwen not awakened such a formidable wind mantis mech, and had Zhao Wushuang not destroyed his own future on the awakening platform, the targets of their mutual backstabbing would naturally have switched places. Such is the survival strategy of these minor figures languishing in the lower middle ranks. Zhao Wushuang? Oomph. At the mention of Zhao Wushuang's name, Li Changwen snorted coldly. Nothing but a worthless piece of trash. What good was his once formidable physique? Now he's awakened to a worthless, garbage-tier blank armor? On the battlefield, he's nothing more than cannon fodder. If I encounter him during the assessment. Boom! As Li Chanwen spoke, a violent explosion erupted, causing even the floor beneath their feet to tremble faintly. What terrifying blast waves! Whoever caused that must have broken through to 5,000 kilograms of force, right? Li Changwen raised an eyebrow slightly. His awakened wind mantis mech possessed exceptionally keen hearing and tactile senses, allowing him to quickly gauge the force behind the blast wave. It must be a seasoned first-tier mid-grade mecha master training here, right? An attendant nodded slightly. That shouldn't be possible. I recall that since the national exams are approaching, this entire floor has been allocated to our Tianshui No. 3 high school students. Other mecha pilots can only access the second floor and above. Since we only just awakened yesterday, how could any of our class possibly have a mid-tier first-rank mecha pilot? Another attendant, sporting a rooster comb hairstyle, frowned slightly, his voice tinged with confusion. Though his family wasn't particularly wealthy, his father worked in Tianshui High's logistics department, giving him access to certain information. Could it be that some high-tier mecha masters are training here? Li Changwen's heart skipped a beat. His expression turned distinctly uneasy as he said, "Let's go check it out. I want to see just who this godly being is." Having just awakened the wind mantis mecha, he felt a touch of pride. He was determined to see who could make such a tremendous noise. If they had awakened an extremely rare and exceptional mecha, he would definitely want to befriend them. Who knows? They might prove useful to him in the future. Led by Li Changwen, the group swiftly made their way to a single-person training room. The moment they entered, they saw Zhao Wushuang emerge from the training room, a jet-black long sword slung across his back. Spotting Zhao Wushuang amidst the crowd, Li Changwen frowned slightly, his tone brimming with surprise and skepticism. "Was that noise you made just now?" Hearing the accusatory tone in Li Changwen's voice, Zhao Wushuang paused, then nodded coldly. "This is the private training room specially allocated to me by the school. What do you think?" According to the memories in his mind, his relationship with the Li Changwen before him was not good, bordering on hostile. The root cause stemmed from their sophomore year final assessments, when Li Changwen had offered 50,000 Federation credits to bribe Zhao Wushuang into deliberately losing to him. The previous incarnation had ruthlessly refused Li Changwen and then, during the round of 32, had knocked him off the stage with an overwhelmingly dominant performance. Under such circumstances, the two naturally developed a deep-seated rivalry, even clashing several times. "Ha! You caused this? Impossible. You chose nothing but a piece of junk mech. How could you possibly create such a massive disturbance?" Before Li Changwen could speak, a yellow-haired sidekick beside him sneered coldly. Zhao Wushuang shot the yellow-haired man a cold glance, narrowing his eyes as he replied, "Ignorant fool. Besides, whether you believe it or not is none of my damn business." Zhao Wushuang had no desire to waste words on such a person. Ignoring them was far better than engaging in pointless arguments. With that, he pushed through the crowd, heading straight for the Martial Arts Academy's entrance. "Hold it. Think you're still that unrivaled prodigy from Third High? Now you're stuck in a junk mech with zero potential for growth. Where'd you get the nerve to talk to me like that?" The yellow-haired youth, perhaps enraged by Zhao Wushuang's indifference or eager to impress Li Changwen, grabbed him by the collar without pausing to consider Zhao's true strength. "Get off me!" Qi surged through Zhao Wushuang's body. The long sword on his back slid free, landing in his grasp. He spun the blade, lashing out to send the blonde-haired youth flying. In this world, order was incomplete. The only things people believed in were brute force and mechs. With sufficient strength, one became the sole embodiment of order. It was precisely this conviction that allowed Zhao Wushuang to act so brazenly, striking the yellow-haired youth in plain sight. Zhao Wushuang. Chapter 6, The National Exam. As the saying goes, one must consider the master when striking a dog. Seeing his henchman sent flying by Zhao Wushuang's blade, Li Changwen gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage. What might young Master Li wish to discuss? Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow, his gaze unwavering as he met Li Changwen's. His predecessor had already antagonized Li Changwen, even clashing with him several times. Under the current circumstances, he saw no reason to offer him any courtesy. "Nothing. Just wanted to remind you to rest well once you get home." Recalling the overwhelming sense of dominance Zhao Wushuang had consistently imposed upon him, and the deafening roar from the immense force he just unleashed likely exceeding 5,000 kilograms, Li Changwen forced his rage back down. His uncle had taught him never to act foolishly, never to provoke enemies whose strength remained unknown. He still couldn't fully gauge Zhao Wushuang's capabilities, so there was no point in rashly provoking him over a mere lackey. After all, while Zhao Wushuang had rejected a perfectly good divine mecha to choose a trashy flame mecha instead. Early combat prowess primarily depended on individual physical conditioning. As the former top mixed martial artist at Tianshui No. 3 Middle School, Zhao Wushuang's true current strength was difficult to gauge. If he rashly clashed with him and was defeated, it would be a loss rather than a gain. Well, thanks a lot then. Zhao Wushuang grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly whites, then turned and walked away, his long sword strapped to his back. Watching Zhao Wushuang's retreating figure, the yellow-haired youth curled up on the ground before rising, his expression filled with venom. Senior brother Chanwen, this kid's awakening holds no limitless potential for breakthrough. Why give him any face? Face? Hoof. Li Chanwen gave a cold chuckle, then slapped the blonde-haired youth hard across the face, leaving half his cheek swollen. Are you telling me how to do my job? Li Changwen's voice was icy and menacing as he fixed his gaze on the yellow-haired youth. Not at all, not at all. Having taken Li Changwen's blow without flinching, the yellow-haired youth dared not utter a word of protest, merely bowing his head. Oomph. Li Changwen snorted coldly before addressing the others. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Follow me inside to investigate. I want to see what kind of strength Zhao Wushuang possesses to unleash such power. With that, Li Changwen led the group into the training room Zhao Wushuang had been using. The moment they entered the training room, clues quickly emerged. A girl with twin ponytails kept sniffing the air around them. She had awakened the black dog mecha, granting her a unique talent in scent detection. After a moment, the twin ponytailed girl spoke up, there's a strong burnt smell. It must be a fire attribute ability. Fire attribute ability? The group exchanged puzzled glances. Suddenly, the young man with the rooster crest hairstyle slapped his forehead in realization. That makes sense. Zhao Wushuang had such exceptional physical conditioning from mixed martial arts training. Plus, 2 divine mechs chose him simultaneously. After selecting a blank mech, it's not impossible for him to suddenly awaken an ability. That kind of bull luck? Awaken a worthless sewer-level junk mecha and still come equipped with a fire-type ability? The yellow-haired youth looked astonished and incredulous. It's not impossible. Li Changwen nodded thoughtfully. His talent has always been terrifying, but so what? He awakened the most worthless, trash-tier blank armor. Its ceiling is fixed right there, so he can only be arrogant for now. I, on the other hand, awakened the Wind Mantis mech. Its potential is limitless, and its wind attribute abilities are equally formidable. If that's truly the case, once I master the Wind Mantis mecha in the coming days, Zhao Wushuang won't stand a chance against me. Speaking of which, to be safe, he instructed the others, investigate Zhao Wushuang's recent activities thoroughly. If our suspicions prove true, come the national exams, I won't let him off the hook. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The graduation awakening assessment arrived quietly. Throughout that week, Zhao Wushuang devoted countless hours to mastering the flaming armor. After a week of training, he had mastered the formidable power of the blazing armor and the nether blaze summoned from his beginner's gift pack. With the advanced dragon-slaying sword technique, his combat prowess grew daily. As his vitality increased, the flame armor could sustain its state for longer periods. The national exam was held simultaneously across the entire nation. However, due to its vast scope, each region had its own separate examination site. The examination site for the Tianshui district was situated west of the city, near the mountain range. There, a secret realm had been carved out by generations of powerful cultivators. After years of slaughter and exploration, the highest-tier demonic beasts within these secret realms were no more than top-tier first-rank creatures. Even then, they were confined to the core areas and were extremely rare. Such a secret realm had long since lost its value for exploration. Through the coordination of various academies in Tianshui district, this secret realm became the designated testing site for all participants in the national examination from Tianshui district. Given the paramount importance of the national examination, it determined the strength of the Great Xia Empire's future forces. On the day of the national examination, traffic restrictions were enforced in the western part of the city, prohibiting all private vehicles. Under these circumstances, Zhao Wushuang arrived at the examination site early via a dedicated bus transporting participants to the national exam. Among those arriving with him were many familiar faces. For instance, Li Changwen, with whom he had previously clashed, and several other classmates he knew well. Everyone greeted each other warmly, with most crowding around Li Changwen to chat, hoping to make a good impression. As for Zhao Wushuang, only a handful of people with whom he had decent relations exchanged brief greetings, but there was little further interaction. Reality was this cruel. The Zhao Wushuang of the past had been the center of attention, wherever he went, surrounded by people seeking his guidance and advice. But now, things were different. After Zhao Wushuang ruined his own future by choosing the most useless, whiteboard-grade junk mecha, his once enthusiastic classmates turned cold, treating him like a stranger. As bus after bus sped into the parking lot, students from other major high schools in Tianshui district began arriving in waves, joining those from Tianshui High. Yang Yifeng. It's Yang Yifeng. I heard he awakened the divine mecha, the holy child red boy. Good heavens. That's a divine mech. His future achievements will be boundless. In this awakening assessment, forget Tianshui district. I doubt anyone in the entire Jiangdu region can match Yang Yifeng. What else could it be? He's already been recruited as a core trainee by the Jiangnan Alliance base. His future achievements will definitely surpass the 6th tier. As a youth clad in fiery red robes approached the bus, the crowd erupted into waves of cheers. Zhao Wushuang turned to look. He recognized the figure, the undisputed prodigy of Tianshui No. 1 High School. Tianshui No. 1 High School stood as the most prestigious institution in the entire Tianshui district, renowned for its rich heritage and unparalleled academic excellence. In virtually every national exam held in Tianshui district, the top 3 spots were consistently claimed by students from Tianshui No. 1 High School. As Tianshui No. 1 High School's top prodigy, Yang Yifeng's formidable strength was evident, not to mention he had awakened one of the divine mecha, the holy infant mecha, Red Boy. Such an awakened divine mecha user had been touted as a top contender for the top spot in the national exams long before they even began, not just for Jiangdu but for the entire Jiangnan headquarters. Indeed, our Tianshui district has produced a true prodigy this year. Once the national exam results are released, we'll attend the conference at the Jiangnan Alliance headquarters. It'll be a source of great pride. High above, formidable mechas stood towering amidst the clouds. They watched as Yang Yifeng stepped off the bus into the ranks below, each nodding approvingly. After all, this was a divine armor. With proper cultivation in the future, its achievements would undoubtedly far surpass their own. Chapter 7, Entering the Secret Realm. It's a pity about Zhao Wushuang. Had he chosen the pagoda-bearing mecha, the heavenly king Li Jing, his future achievements would have far surpassed those of the holy infant mecha, the Red Boy. Just as everyone was observing Yang Yifeng with approving eyes, a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with an exceptionally scholarly and refined appearance, suddenly sighed softly. The moment these words were spoken, a brief silence fell over the scene. Unconsciously, all eyes turned toward Wang Qiufeng, the principal of Tianshui No. 3 Middle School. Feeling their gazes, Wang Qiufeng snorted coldly, his face flushing with embarrassment. His frustration with Zhao Wushuang deepened, as if he were scolding an uncooperative child. Yet, to uphold the prestige of Tianshui No. 3 High School, he stubbornly retorted, "Why look at me? Every candidate has their own choice. Who says a blank panel mecha is necessarily useless? At this early stage of awakening, beyond relying on the mecha, what matters most is individual combat skill." Oh? So Dean Wang is implying that even if your Tianshui No. 3 High School prodigy chose a blank slate mecha, he'd still be stronger than Yang Yifeng from Tianshui No. 1 High School? Knowing Wang Qiufeng was stubbornly clinging to his pride, Du Changhong, the principal of Tianshui No. 1 High School, couldn't resist teasing him. Let's not speculate about the future. But at this stage, it's hard to say. Wang Qiufeng snorted coldly. Though he felt frustrated with Zhao Wushuang's potential, at this stage, given Zhao's past mastery of sword techniques and the fact that no one had fully mastered mecha operation yet, he might still have a shot at achieving good results. Hard to say indeed. Then let's make a bet, see if my Tianshui No. 1 High School ranks higher than your Tianshui No. 3 High School. Du Changhong roared with laughter, his eyes fixed intently on Wang Qiufeng, hoping to extract some advantage from him. No bet. Wang Qiufeng flatly refused. He might be stubborn, but he wasn't stupid. In every Tianshui district assessment throughout history, hadn't Tianshui No. 1 High School always ranked at the top? To rashly make a bet out of spite now would be nothing short of handing Du Changhong a treasure on a silver platter. Then what the hell are you talking about? Du Changhong rolled his eyes in exasperation. Soon, as time passed, buses rolled into the assessment area. Under the guidance of staff, they lined up neatly according to school and class. As the appointed hour approached, a dragon's roar echoed from the heavens, accompanied by a burst of azure light. Under everyone's gaze, a massive, dragon-scaled mecha descended slowly. Its head bore 2 massive horns, and thunderous green light blazed from its arms. The azure dragon mecha, one of the 4 divine beasts. At this sight, everyone's pupils contracted sharply. In that instant, the murmurs within the examination area fell into complete silence. I am Lu Ping, the chief commander overseeing the entire Tianshui district for this national examination. Before entering the secret realm assessment, I will once again reiterate the key points for the national examination. The examination will commence precisely at 8:30 a.m. and conclude at 6:30 p.m., with a total duration of 10 hours. The examination site is the secret realm behind me. As with previous national examinations, before entering the realm, everyone will receive a tactical watch to record their points. Points will be earned through the strength demonstrated in slaying demonic beasts. This is a trial of blood and war. Death may come at any moment within. Therefore, once you enter the secret realm, remain in a state of constant readiness. The secret realm will also transport you to different zones. Rest assured, however, that this realm was conquered by our nation years ago. The demon beasts within are categorized into 3 tiers. These tiers are the outer zone, the middle zone, and the core zone. Choose your hunting area based on your strength and the power of your awakened mecha. As long as you don't court death, the elements in the outer regions shouldn't pose a significant threat to you. Alright, tactical watches will now be distributed. Stand by for entry into the secret realm assessment. From the elevated platform, Lu Ping waved his hand. One by one, squads of fully equipped soldiers clad in mecha armor approached, each carrying large boxes. Under the soldiers' distribution, all candidates soon received a tactical watch. Zhao Wushuang swiftly strapped on his tactical watch, his heart brimming with excitement and eagerness. After a week of rigorous training, he had mastered the flaming armor and refined his sword techniques. Now, the national exam had finally arrived. This time, it would be a true baptism of battle and blood. With the system in place, he could gain energy points by relentlessly hunting demonic beasts. The more he slew, the stronger he would become. It could be said that the secret realm of this national exam was tailor-made for him. As the distribution of tactical watches concluded, Lu Ping glanced at the time and announced loudly, "It is now 8:20. You have 10 minutes to prepare. Those forming teams, please complete your preparations swiftly." With that, Lu Ping instantly transformed into a soaring azure dragon, ascending high above the clouds. With Lu Ping's departure, the overwhelming sense of pressure vanished instantly. Students from various schools preparing for the assessment instantly relaxed. Anyone need a teammate? I awakened the chameleon mecha, ideal for assassination and reconnaissance. I awakened the white 8 mecha tanky and high DPS. Currently seeking a support healer type mecha. Interested parties, join my team. I specialize in archery. My awakened mecha is the flying eagle, with exceptional aerial maneuverability and kiting capabilities. Currently seeking 2 tank type mechas. The testing area immediately echoed with the voices of candidates eager to form teams. After all, losing your life during the assessment meant true death. To ensure greater safety, many chose to form teams. Of course, while this offered greater safety, it significantly reduced the efficiency of earning points. After all, whenever the entire team hunted a demon beast, all points were divided equally based on contribution. In the remaining time, a large number of candidates with lower to mid-tier abilities quickly formed their own teams. Some groups swelled to over 10 members. As for Zhao Wushuang, several individuals did approach him, drawn primarily by his masterful sword skills. But sharing the fun is no match for enjoying it alone. This group's strength was too much of a liability, so Zhao Wushuang naturally chose to decline. Besides, with his system, he grew stronger with every kill, so he had no need to fear the dangers lurking within the secret realm. Time swiftly passed, reaching 8:30. A massive circular void suddenly materialized directly before the crowd. Lu Ping stood high above and announced loudly, "Tianshui District, the 9527th Gaokao officially begins. All examinees, activate your mechs and enter the examination grounds." As Lu Ping's words echoed, over 6,000 examinees across Tianshui District surged forward like a tidal wave. Kill! 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 Slay the beasts, protect humanity. Silent until the moment to strike. Filled with fervor and excitement, the examinees activated their mechs one after another, rushing headlong into the secret realm. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, Zhao Wushuang offered a faint smile. Gripping his long blade, his purple-black mecha enveloped him, and in the next instant, he too entered the secret realm. Once all candidates had entered, the originally crowded Daiko district instantly emptied, leaving only the instructors from each class behind. Simultaneously, military drones equipped with cameras followed the candidates into the secret realm. Chapter 8, First Kill, Mecha Upgrade. Space twisted, accompanied by a dizzying sensation of spinning. When Zhao Wushuang opened his eyes, he found himself standing amidst a blood-red, dimly lit ruin. Roar! The roars of demonic beasts echoed relentlessly from all directions. An ordinary person might have been terrified into paralysis by this scene, but to Zhao Wushuang, the continuous roars of the surrounding demonic beasts sounded strangely familiar and gentle. Because they were all energy points. After stretching his limbs, Zhao Wushuang swiftly activated the tactical watch on his wrist. "Candidates, please bind your identity to the tactical watch." The mechanical voice echoed from the watch the moment it activated. Without hesitation, Zhao Wushuang placed the tactical watch over his left eye. Conducting iris scan. Pupil scan successful. Candidate identified as Zhao Wushuang, Senior 3, Class 8, Tianshui No. 3 High School. With the identity confirmed, Zhao Wushuang immediately opened the map function on his tactical watch and located his current position. Plotting a route from his current location to the core area, Zhao Wushuang gripped his long sword and set off along the plan path. By his estimation, he was currently at the outermost perimeter. Reaching the core area would take at least 3 to 4 hours. During those 3 or 4 hours of travel, he was bound to encounter numerous demon beasts. At that point, he could enhance his strength by hunting down large numbers of demon beasts. By the time he reached the core area, armed with his awakened mecha's formidable power and his newly enhanced strength, he would be able to hunt without restraint. He sprinted swiftly along the route mapped out by his tactical watch, the roars of beasts growing ever clearer around him. Before he had covered a kilometer, a black rat the size of a wild boar blocked Zhao Wushuang's path. Its thick black fur formed a protective shield covering its entire body. Two sharp fangs protruded from its snout, while the claws on its limbs reflected a cold gleam that sent a chill down one's spine. A low-grade, first-tier demon beast, the iron-haired black rat? Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow, quickly recognizing the beast's identity. It was one of the most common demon beasts among all demons and monsters, possessing average strength. With careful handling, even an ordinary awakened mecha pilot could slay it. Excellent. You shall be my first prey. A faint smile touched Zhao Wushuang's lips. Before the iron-haired black rat could react, azure flames erupted from his body, surging into the long blade in his hand. Executing the swift windstep, Zhao Wushuang moved swiftly, swinging his blade with tremendous force as he charged forward. Thud! Before the iron-furred black rat could even register what was happening, its basketball-sized head was pierced clean through by Zhao Wushuang's blade. Boom! The blade spun, and under the immense force, the iron-furred black rat's head exploded, scattering into fragments. Too weak. No, it's that my strength far surpasses that of the iron-furred black rat. Zhao Wushuang shook the blood from his blade, reassessing his own prowess. Armed with the advanced dragon-slaying sword technique and the flame armor, he now stood on par with some ordinary mid-tier first-rank awakened. Facing this low-tier first-rank iron-haired black rat was naturally a piece of cake. Yet killing a demon beast for the first time brought him no discomfort. Instead, his heart burned with a bloodlust, craving to hunt more demon beasts. This must be psychological, he murmured to himself. It stems from my craving for energy points. After all, I'm no bloodthirsty monster. Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself. He focused his mind and glanced at the attribute panel in his mind. He saw that his energy points had increased by 10. Simultaneously, his tactical watch displayed an additional point. 10 energy points from a low-tier iron-haired black rat and 1 point from the national exam filled Zhao Wushuang with motivation. Keep going. Head for the core area. Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself, activating the swift wind step and swiftly heading toward the planned route. Time ticked by second. Within this secret realm, bloody battles between life and death erupted at every moment. Though the national exam was merely a test, it also served as a true screening process for the strongest who emerged from the brutal battlefield. Only those who remained fearless in the face of danger and slew countless demonic beasts earned the right to be recruited by major factions and prestigious academies. As for those who cowered in fear or met tragic ends during the trials, they were inevitably consigned to the past. Outside the secret realm, instructors and deans from Tianshui District's major academies all stared intently at the ranking board suspended above the secret realm, their faces etched with tension. Amidst the relentless tide of bloody combat and slaughter, the rankings on the scoreboard shifted constantly. Yet one position remained steadfastly unshaken. 255 points. In just 1 hour, Yang Yifeng has reached 255 points, leaving the second-place competitor nearly 100 points behind. Truly worthy of being one of the sacred mechs, the holy infant mech, Red Boy. His power is terrifying indeed. Dean Du, Tianshui First High has truly produced a promising talent. At this rate, Yang Yifeng could very well break into the top 3 in Jiangdu City. Even the top spot isn't out of the question. The heads of various colleges gazed at the name that remained steadfastly at the top of the leaderboard, casting envious glances toward Du Changhong. Hearing the murmurs of admiration and praise, Du Changhong couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, his face beaming with pride. Even Lu Ping, the Qinglong Mecha Awakener and overall supervisor for Tianshui District, cast him an approving glance. Wait, how is Zhao Wushuang ranked 20th? And his points keep climbing? Suddenly, an instructor from Tianshui No. 3 High School exclaimed in surprise. He knew Zhao Wushuang well, the guy was a big name at Tianshui No. 3 High School. Instead of choosing a divine mecha, he deliberately picked a whiteboard junk. Yet here he was, somehow climbing into the top 20, his points steadily rising. That exclamation instantly drew everyone's attention. They were equally curious, why was Zhao Wushuang's score climbing so rapidly despite not choosing a divine mech? On the leaderboard, Zhao Wushuang had leaped 3 more spots, landing directly at 17th place. His accumulated points now stood at 103. Everyone stared at the over 100 points in Zhao Wushuang's current ranking, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. How is this possible? How could a bare-bones mecha possibly outperform all the prodigies from the major academies? Could Zhao Wushuang's swordsmanship be that extraordinary? How could he hunt down so many demon beasts with just a base-tier mecha? It shouldn't be possible. Even with exceptional swordsmanship, his awakened mecha is still a base model. The boost in power it provides are ultimately limited. Could it be he didn't actually choose a base-level mech? As Zhao Wushuang's ranking on the massive scoreboard jumped to 15th place, everyone was utterly perplexed. The national exam within the secret realm was a bloodbath of fierce combat. Every single point was earned through relentless combat, leaving no room for fraud or exaggeration. Yet precisely because of this, the crowd grew even more curious about how Zhao Wushuang could have hunted down so many demon beasts. It was like a man starved for decades, seeing a provocative streamer teasingly flaunting herself, his desire burning unbearably. Chapter 9, Attention from all sides. Where are the drones? Weren't multiple military drones deployed? Why aren't we getting any live footage? The crowd was impatient, desperate to know Zhao Wushuang's current combat prowess. They wanted to know how Zhao Wushuang had managed to hunt down so many demon beasts within the secret realm. Hearing the commotion below, Lu Ping raised an eyebrow slightly. Clearly, he too had heard of Zhao Wushuang's reputation. This candidate, who had rejected divine-grade mechs to choose a plain, trash-tier mech instead, piqued his curiosity. He was determined to see what skills Zhao Wushuang possessed that allowed him to squeeze into the top 15 with a basic mech. Waving his hand, Lu Ping instructed the technician beside him, dispatch 3 military drones to track and locate Zhao Wushuang. Record footage and transmit his combat footage as soon as possible. To better uncover talent. Multiple military drones were deployed in each exam hall to record footage. Outstanding performers, even if their scores fell short, held significant chances of being specially admitted by various factions and prestigious universities. Unfortunately, due to intense magnetic interference disrupting network connectivity, only real-time recording was possible, no live streaming. Understood. Zhao Wushuang's location is quite distant, and the target is constantly moving. To avoid detection by the demonic beasts while capturing footage and successfully transmitting it, it will take approximately 2 to 3 hours. The technician nodded and swiftly manipulated the controls on the console. Soon, within the secret realm, 3 military drones stealthily approached Zhao Wushuang's location from separate directions. Central region of the secret realm. Within a dense forest, 2 dark figures collided repeatedly, erupting in thunderous clashes. Thud. Blood spattered. A cold gleam flashed as Zhao Wushuang executed his whirlwind step. His body leapt upward, and empowered by the underworld flames, the long blade in his hand pierced through the other massive dark figure with brutal force. As scalding blood gushed forth, the massive shadow collapsed lifelessly, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. 200 energy points, 20 ranking points. Notifications popped up simultaneously on the system panel and tactical watch. No wonder it's a mid-tier first-rank demon beast, the Ironhide Bear. Killing it actually yielded 200 energy points. Hearing the notifications from the system panel and tactical watch, Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. This Ironhide Bear has thick, tough hide and immense strength. Even among mid-tier first-rank demon beasts, it's considered a formidable opponent. But unfortunately, it met me. Zhao Wushuang shook his head. There was no helping it. Though the Ironhide Bear possessed thick hide, immense strength, and formidable defense, its speed was notably slower compared to other beasts of the same tier. With the enhancement of his advanced swift step and dragon sword technique, coupled with the underworld flames, Zhao Wushuang could effortlessly evade the Iron Skin Bear's attacks and pierce through its vaunted defenses. 15th place. My points have reached 123, and my energy points have also hit 1230. Zhao Wushuang exhaled deeply, then summoned his attribute panel with a mental command. Name, Zhao Wushuang. Mecha, Blazing Armor. Rank lower tier 1+. Ability Nether Blaze superior grade. Martial Arts, Dragon Sweeping Blade Technique Advanced, Swift Wind Step Advanced. Energy points 1230 points. Upon reaching 1230 energy points, a plus sign plus appeared next to the tier 1 lower grade designation in the attribute panel. Finally, the plus sign. With my current strength, it's not enough to claim the top spot on the leaderboard within these 10 hours. I need to grow stronger. Let me see how much stronger I'll be after breaking through to the mid-tier of the first rank. System, allocate points for me. Zhao Wushuang took a deep breath, hesitated not a moment, and immediately expended 1000 energy points to select the level upgrade. As the 1000 energy points were consumed, a massive surge of vital energy erupted from Zhao Wushuang's body. Simultaneously, the deep purple-black hue of the blazing armor grew even more intense. The entire suit appeared more solid and advanced. Break! With the level increase and the surging vital energy coursing through his body, Zhao Wushuang swung his long sword. The razor-sharp blade tip, like a black dragon charging headlong, plunged viciously toward the Iron Bear's hardest target, its skull. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. Under the immense force, the Iron Skin Bear's head, already reduced to a corpse, exploded instantly, brain matter splattering everywhere. Impressive! With my current strength, even a mid-tier first-rank demon beast would struggle to withstand 3 of my strikes. I might even be able to hold my own against a high-tier first-rank demon beast. Zhao Wushuang's eyes lit up. With his previous strength, he could only dodge the Iron Skin Bear's hardened skull during combat. Now, however, with just a single strike without even the aid of the netherworld flames, he could effortlessly pierce and shatter the ironclad bear's skull. Such a surge in power was incomparably greater than before. This instantly filled Zhao Wushuang with overwhelming confidence. Keep going. Kill, kill, kill. The more you slay, the stronger you become. Zhao Wushuang's face flushed with excitement as he swiftly opened his tactical watch. Scanning the map, he charged toward the core area. Based on the route, I can push straight through the center of the middle zone and charge directly into the core area. And based on my revised route, this path will be teeming with demonic beasts, significantly accelerating my accumulation of energy points and scores. Calculating silently, Zhao Wushuang unconsciously quickened his pace. At that very moment, two beasts lurking in the shadows darted out, aiming to ambush Zhao Wushuang as he raced forward. But Zhao Wushuang merely glanced their way before flickering his long blade. A series of blade shadows blossomed. Thud. Put. In an instant, Zhao Wushuang withdrew his blade and vanished from the spot. Behind him, two formidable black shadow panthers of the lower tier first rank lay motionless on the ground. Roar. After a grueling hour and a half of relentless pursuit, Zhao Wushuang had finally reached the borderline between the core region and the central zone. The air here was thick with the roars and snarls of demonic beasts. Zhao Wushuang halted his advance here, refusing to recklessly enter the core zone. The core region earned its name primarily due to the presence of high-tier first-rank demon beasts. However, in terms of sheer numbers, the border between the core and central zones held the greatest concentration of demonic beasts. For rapidly accumulating points and energy, the rate here far surpassed that of the very heart of the core zone. Therefore, Zhao Wushuang revised his earlier plan and designated this location as his monster farming spot. Remaining within this zone, he felt the thick, pervasive aura of bloodshed and savagery permeating the air. Zhao Wushuang turned his gaze to the system panel. Name, Zhao Wushuang. Mech, Blazing Armor. Level Mid-Tier, Tier 1. Ability Netherflame's Superior Grade. Martial Arts, Dragon Sweeping Blade Technique Advanced, Swift Wind Step Advanced. Energy Points 1750 points. Almost there. According to the system prompt, advancing the Dragon Roaming Sword technique from advanced to perfection requires 2000 energy points. Only 250 points remain. Seeing that his energy points had accumulated to 1750 through the battles along the way, Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. But hunting like before is too slow. I need to speed things up. He muttered to himself. Boom! Zhao Wushuang pulled a large sack from his backpack and slammed it onto the ground. Instantly, crimson liquid splattered everywhere, and a thick, pungent stench of blood quickly filled the air. Chapter 10, The Perfect Blade Technique, Frenzied Slaughter. It was a bag of blood. This bag of blood had been extracted by Zhao Wushuang from a mid-tier first-rank demon beast during his journey. His purpose, naturally, was to use the potent stench to lure all nearby demon beasts into a trap, then eliminate them all at once. Given his current combat experience and strength, Zhao Wushuang remained confident that as long as no high-grade first-tier demon beasts intervened, he could easily handle even a large-scale ambush. Moreover, he was now only 250 points away from advancing his dragon-slaying sword technique. Once mastered, the perfected dragon roaming sword technique would undoubtedly elevate his strength further, allowing him to handle even high-grade first-tier demon beasts with ease. As the thick scent of blood wafted through the air, the surrounding demon beasts' roars and howls grew louder. Before long, accompanied by a series of furious roars, massive iron-furred black rats burst forth from the ground. This pack numbered over 30 rats, swiftly forming a circle to encircle Zhao Wushuang. The most striking among them stood atop a massive boulder. Unlike the others, it was more than twice as large, its fur resembling sharp steel needles. Most striking were its razor-sharp claws, each stretching half a meter long like gleaming scimitars, radiating a bitterly cold glint. A mid-tier first-rank demon beast? No. It's nearly breaking through to upper-tier first rank. Zhao Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. This iron-furred black rat was clearly the leader of the pack. Judging by its size and the aura it emitted, it was on the verge of breaking through to upper-tier 1. Yet, facing the encirclement of over 30 iron-furred black rats, Zhao Wushuang showed not a trace of fear. Instead, his eyes burned with surging battle intent and a thirst for blood. Slaughtering this entire pack would elevate his dragon-slaying sword technique to perfection. Simultaneously, he would accumulate another substantial amount of energy points. Roar! The lead iron-furred black rat let out a furious roar. At its command, over 30 low-tier iron-furred black rats charged toward Zhao Wushuang like speeding cars. Their razor-sharp claws and fangs whipped through the air, leaving countless afterimages in their wake. Whoosh! The wind howled. Zhao Wushuang activated his swift wind step, leaping violently off the boulder. Simultaneously, his long blade whirled with blinding speed as immense power erupted from the mecha. Put! Empowered by this immense force, a flurry of blade shadows erupted. Several iron-furred black rats charging at the forefront had their heads severed cleanly, hot blood spurting forth. After swiftly dispatching several iron-furred black rats, Zhao Wushuang showed no sign of stopping. His body darted through the swarm, the long blade in his hand swinging relentlessly. With each flash of the blade, another iron-furred black rat's head fell to the ground. The energy points he accumulated surged rapidly. Within mere breaths, his energy points surged past 2,000. System, allocate points to the Dragon Sweeping Blade Technique. Without hesitation, Zhao Wushuang selected the Dragon Sword Technique for enhancement. In an instant, waves of profound techniques related to the Dragon Sword style surged into his mind like a tidal flood. In that instant, Zhao Wushuang felt as though he had traversed an era of profound change, as if he had devoted decades to secluded practice, immersing himself solely in the study of sword techniques. In the very next instant, as the dragon sword technique reached its pinnacle, the long sword in Zhao Wushuang's hands swiftly traced over 30 sword shadows through the air. These blade shadows formed a crushing assault. With full force unleashed, within a single breath, the remaining dozen iron-furred black rats all collapsed to the ground, kicking up a vast cloud of dust. Now it's your turn. Having swiftly disposed of the remaining iron-furred black rats, Zhao Wushuang pointed his blade at the last one standing atop the boulder, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Zhao Wushuang's slaughter was too swift. The leader had intended to use his minions to wear Zhao down before launching a surprise attack himself. But before it could act, Zhao Wushuang had already eliminated all its subordinates. The crimson pupils of the leader's eyes fixed on Zhao Wushuang, who stood before him like a god of slaughter. The leader's mouth twitched, his eyes filled with rage. Roar! A furious roar. Just as Zhao Wushuang prepared to swing his blade in response, the iron-furred black rat leader suddenly bolted into the distance without a second glance. Zhao Wushuang froze in surprise at the sight of the fleeing iron-furred black rat. Then, with a cold smile, his body shot forward. He unleashed the advanced swift wind step, leaping off a boulder with a powerful stride. Thud! Roar! The sound of blood splattering erupted simultaneously with the iron-furred black rat's agonized screams. However, Zhao Wushuang's strike hadn't killed the lead iron-furred black rat. Instead, it severed the thick tail protruding from its back clean off at the root. The agony of its severed tail sent the fleeing iron-furred black rat into a complete frenzy. Feeling Zhao Wushuang's terrifying speed, it knew that if it kept running, it would likely end up decapitated. Only by fighting back did it stand a chance. Without a moment's hesitation, it rolled violently, spun on its heels, and charged toward Zhao Wushuang with a furious roar. Not far away, a jade-green mantis mecha, its arms like two massive scythes, led several uniquely shaped mechas as they hurried forward. As expected of senior brother Changwon. With the wind attribute ability enhancing your blade work, it's as swift as the wind itself. After honing your skills in combat, even a mid-tier first-rank demon beast isn't your match anymore. A turtle mech, shield in hand and a massive tortoise shell strapped to its back, fawned over the mantis mech. Exactly. With the way they've been slaughtering everything in their path, gods and Buddhas alike, their points have skyrocketed to a terrifying 236. Another mech, entirely jet black with a dog's head, gave a thumbs up. Haha, it's all thanks to everyone's teamwork. Without you all, soloing a mid-tier demon beast wouldn't have been so easy. Li Changwon roared with laughter, promising the group, your strength speaks for itself. Once this assessment concludes, I'll report everything truthfully to my uncle and recruit all of you into the Green Bamboo Guild. His ability to surge past 236 points in just 2 or 3 hours was largely thanks to the support of his entourage. Moreover, he had personally secured nearly all the final kills. Thus, even while teaming up, 80% of the points had accrued to him. Otherwise, with his skill alone, he could never have earned such a massive score. With senior brother Changwon's assurance, we can rest easy. Satisfied smiles spread across their faces. Hadn't they worked so tirelessly to help Li Changwon gain points, sacrificing their own performance, precisely for this promise? After all, with their abilities, standing out in this national exam was incredibly difficult. Thus, currying favor with Li Changwon, the nephew of the Qingju Guild's vice president, was indeed a shrewd shortcut. Ha! Isn't that Zhao Wushuang? Suddenly, the black dog mech's gaze flickered, catching the massive commotion erupting hundreds of meters to its left front. Chapter 11, Using Others as Tools. Hearing this, everyone turned to look in the direction of the commotion. Several hundred meters ahead on the left, Zhao Wushuang was being surrounded and attacked by several mid-tier first-rank demon beasts. Amidst the assault of these mid-tier first-rank demon beasts, his speed was astonishing. He continuously dodged their lethal attacks. His long sword danced like a dragon, weaving swiftly through the fray and inflicting damage upon each of the first-tier mid-grade demon beasts. Thud! Splatter! Blood spattered everywhere. Facing multiple first-tier mid-grade demon beasts alone, Zhao Wushuang not only remained unscathed but handled the situation with ease, overwhelming the swarm. What blinding speed! What a razor-sharp blade! Li Changwon, who had been smug moments before, suddenly felt his pupils contract in shock at the scene before him. His blade is faster than mine. Li Changwon swallowed hard, glancing at the black dog mecha beside him. Check the leaderboard. Where is Zhao Wushuang now? The black dog mech nodded urgently, opening its tactical watch to check swiftly. Having witnessed Zhao Wushuang's fierce swordplay, they didn't scroll back through the rankings but swiftly jumped to the top. There, in second place on the leaderboard, Zhao Wushuang's name immediately caught their eyes. Second place, 435 points. Black Dog Mech exclaimed in shock. What? How could a mere whiteboard mech possibly? Li Changwon's eyes widened in disbelief as he hurriedly flipped open his tactical watch to verify. But facts speak louder than words. Zhao Wushuang's name stood out in second place, trailing the first-place finisher, Yang Yifeng, by less than 20 points. Damn it! How could Zhao Wushuang be this strong? After all the trouble I caused him earlier, once this national exam is over, won't I be? The turtle-themed mech beside him also turned deathly pale. He was the blonde-haired guy from Kunshin Martial Arts Academy. Back then, in his eagerness to curry favor with Li Changwen, he had practically alienated Zhao Wushuang completely. Now, witnessing Zhao Wushuang's true strength, how could he not be terrified? Worse still, to avenge Zhao Wushuang beating him at Kunshan Martial Arts Academy, he'd spent the past week spreading every negative rumor about Zhao Wushuang. No! He couldn't let him live. Otherwise, he'd be the one suffering the consequences. A flash of madness flickered in the blonde-haired man's eyes as he lowered his head and suggested to Li Changwen beside him, "Senior brother Changwen, Zhao Wushuang's strength is beyond our imagination. Given his relationship with us, once this national exam is over, I fear we won't have a moment's peace. What can we do? We're no match for him. We'll just have to avoid him whenever we see him." Li Changwen knew full well what lay ahead, shaking his head with a sigh. But he was fortunate with an uncle in the Green Bamboo Guild backing him. If he couldn't take on Zhao Wushuang, couldn't he at least avoid him? Li Changwen's response clearly wasn't what Yellow Hair wanted to hear. Gritting his teeth, he whispered aside, "Avoid him? That's only the last resort. Actually, we have a better option." "Ha? Spit it out." Li Changwen raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at the blonde-haired youth with surprise. He was eager to see what superior solution this yellow-haired youth proposed. "It's called using someone else's knife to kill." A murderous gleam flashed in Yellow Hair's eyes as he pulled a bright red fruit, about the size of an apple, from his backpack. "This is a beast chi fruit. I stumbled upon it in the secret realm before meeting up with senior brother Changwen." Holding the fruit, the blonde-haired youth spoke with a sharp gaze. "It only needs a strong impact to trigger an explosive surge of energy. This energy has no effect on humans, but any beast that smells it will see its combat power skyrocket." "Oh? So you mean using this frenzy chi fruit against Zhao Wushuang? But what's in it for them?" Though Li Changwen felt a flicker of interest, he was clearly reluctant to undertake something that offered little reward. Moreover, if this plan failed, it would only serve to completely alienate Zhao Wushuang, a formidable enemy. "Of course there's benefit." The yellow-haired youth quickly interjected, "From what I understand, any demon beast that inhales the fury fruit's airflow will see its combat power surge temporarily. But once the effect wears off, it enters a state of extreme weakness, losing nearly all its strength." "Are you certain?" Li Changwen's interest was piqued. Killing Zhao Wushuang alone wasn't worth the risk, but if he could gain a large number of points, after this assessment concluded, he would surely obtain more resources and a higher standing within the Green Bamboo Guild. That was the most irresistible temptation of all. Absolutely certain. Then those 5 mid-tier first-rank demon beasts would all be yours for the taking, wouldn't they, senior brother Changwen? Simply slay all 5 of those mid-tier first-rank demon beasts, and your ranking will surely climb into the top 10, perhaps even the top 5. Huang Mao pressed his advantage, his face glowing with fervor as he spoke. "Alright, we'll keep our distance. Leave everything to you. If you succeed, I'll definitely persuade my uncle to make you an internal member of my Green Bamboo Guild." Li Changwen patted Huang Mao on the shoulder before leading Doghead Mecha and the others to quickly retreat. Huang Mao didn't hesitate for a moment. The suggestion was his own, leaving him no room for retreat. His body surged forward with explosive acceleration, his arms unleashing tremendous force as he charged ahead. He hurled the beast chi fruit directly at the feet of the 5 mid-tier first-rank demon beasts. A crimson-red energy surge erupted, swiftly enveloping Zhao Wushuang and the 5 mid-tier first-rank demon beasts. Roar! Influenced by the crimson energy, the 5 mid-tier first-rank beasts were overcome by savagery, their overall combat power surging dramatically. Not far away, Zhao Wushuang, who was locked in combat with a multi-headed mid-tier first-rank demon beast, had long since spotted Li Changwen and the others. He harbored no goodwill toward this group. His original plan was to eliminate these 5 mid-tier first-stage demon beasts first, then drive this group out of the hunting grounds he had established. But he hadn't expected them to be so treacherous, attempting to use these first-tier mid-grade demon beasts against him to reap the benefits. Facing the 5 first-tier mid-grade demon beasts now in a frenzied state, Zhao Wushuang darted about with lightning speed. His already extraordinary agility surged once more, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in his wake. Roar! The mid-tier first-rank beasts roared furiously once more, unleashing astonishing power as they lunged swiftly toward the evasive Zhao Wushuang. The 5 beasts formed an encircling attack, effectively sealing off all of Zhao Wushuang's evasion space. Facing this sudden crisis, Zhao Wushuang showed no sign of panic. A deep blue nether blaze erupted from his body. His feet shifted as the long blade in his hand, fueled by the spreading nether flames, transformed into a cold arc of light. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. Splatter! Scorching blood spattered. Zhao Wushuang slid forward, his blade slicing open the belly of one of the mid-tier first-rank demon beasts. Swiftly dispatching this mid-tier first-rank demon beast and breaking its encircling formation, Zhao Wushuang swiftly executed the whirlwind step. Through previous battles, Zhao Wushuang had grown increasingly adept at the whirlwind step. Combined with his dragon-slaying sword technique, it often unleashed tremendous power. Wind fueled the flames. As he moved swiftly, the ghostly flames on his blade burned ever brighter. Die! A furious roar erupted. Thud! 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 Chapter 12, Admit your mistakes, stand at attention when punished. Blossoms of netherflames burst forth in the air. Blade shadows intertwined with the ghostly flames erupting around the bodies of the demonic beasts. A net of blades, blazing with ghostly blue flames, rapidly intertwined mid-air. Boom! A terrifying explosion swept through. In the blink of an eye, as dust swirled through the sky, the heads of the once ferocious demon beasts fell to the ground, their scalding blood staining the earth crimson. Killed a mid-tier first-rank demon beast, Ironclaw Cat. Energy points plus 150. Defeated a mid-tier first-rank demon beast, the blue-headed wolf. Energy points plus 180. Defeated a mid-tier first-rank demon beast, Phantom Leopard. Energy points plus 220. Killed. With each death of a mid-tier first-stage demon beast, the sound of energy points being credited echoed in Zhao Wushuang's ears. In the blink of an eye, he had amassed nearly 1,000 energy points. Satisfied, he flicked the blood from his blade's edge. With a swift leap, Zhao Wushuang landed before Li Changwan and the others, who stood nearby looking utterly panicked. Earlier, you repeatedly provoked me, and I dismissed it as immature childish squabbling. But now, you dare use beasts against me? You deserve to die. Zhao Wushuang's voice was icy as he addressed Li Changwan and the others. He had been careless before. He had underestimated the darkness within human nature. He never imagined that Li Changwan, driven by past grievances, would now seek to trap him in a deadly scheme. Had he not strengthened himself perfecting the dragon roaming sword technique and upgrading his mecha to mid-tier first grade, he would likely be facing certain doom. Zhao Wushuang, we didn't mean to. We genuinely didn't recognize that person was you earlier. Li Changwan hurriedly interjected, taking a step back as he pointed at the blonde-haired man. It was him. He came up with the plan. And it was his family's mad beast chi fruit that was thrown. This has nothing to do with us. Without your orders, would he have dared? Zhao Wushuang's expression was icy cold as he spoke without emotion. This yellow-haired guy is your subordinate, right? If he's at fault, he should own up to it. When punishment comes, he should stand at attention. How dare you claim you're not involved in what your men do? Zhao Wushuang, don't get too cocky. This is the secret realm, the site of our Tianshui district's national exam. I don't believe you dare lay a finger on us here. Besides, do you know who senior brother Changwan is? He's the nephew of the vice president of the Qingzhou Guild in Tianshui district. If you cross him, you won't be able to walk straight in Tianshui district from now on. Before Li Changwan could respond, the turtle mech bearing the heavy shell couldn't hold back any longer. He couldn't let Li Changwan continue speaking, otherwise, all this misfortune would ultimately fall on him. His only option now was to drag his teammates into this mess and unite against Zhao Wushuang. Moreover, he had spotted the tiny military drones lurking in the hazy sky. Under official supervision, he didn't believe Zhao Wushuang would dare single-handedly kill 5 people, especially when one of them was the nephew of the Qingzhou Guild's vice president. Yes, Zhao Wushuang, we were in the wrong first. But you're still a blank slate mecha pilot. Even with your newly awakened fire attribute ability, your future achievements will remain limited. It's better to settle this quietly. After the major exam, you might even secure a good position within the Green Bamboo Guild. The opportunity is right before you. With military drones monitoring above, you can't do anything to us. This is your best option. The Sunflower Mecha, skilled in healing, and the Blue-Silver Grass Mecha, adept at control, chimed in from the side. They gazed up at the camera of the military drone overhead, their hearts filled with a sense of security. However, the Black Dog Mecha, with its exceptionally keen sense of smell, remained silent. It even quietly retreated behind the others. For she had detected an extremely dangerous aura emanating from Zhao Wushuang. A gut feeling warned her, never provoke Zhao Wushuang, or she'd die a gruesome death. Oh? Zhao Wushuang gave a cold laugh, his gaze devoid of emotion as he surveyed the group before him. The arrogant and provocative gaze emanating from the turtle mech repelled him the most. Though the figure was cloaked in the turtle mech, he recognized it as the same yellow-haired brat who had taunted him at Kunshin Martial Arts Academy. He twisted the long blade in his hand, his body blurring into a trail of afterimages. In the next instant, he materialized directly behind the yellow-haired youth. Boom! Without the slightest mercy, immense force erupted from the flaming armor, channeling through the blade as it came crashing down. A thunderous collision echoed. The yellow-haired man was sent flying, his thick turtle shell armor shattering behind him as he crashed into a boulder, barely clinging to life. Even worse, the armor enveloping his body disintegrated, revealing his true human form dead as a doornail. Zhao Wushuang, this is murder. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Li Changwan erupted in fury. Murder? Don't be ridiculous, my dearly. This is a battlefield. A death or two is like a drop or two in the ocean. What ripple could it possibly make? Zhao Wushuang sneered coldly. A tremendous force erupted from his wrist, propelling the long sword in his hand like an arrow released from its string, soaring directly into the sky. Boom! In the next instant, the military drone circling overhead shattered into pieces, exploding mid-air. So, what now? Zhao Wushuang caught the returning blade, advancing step by step toward Li Changwan and the others. I'm a deeply insecure person who detests threats. Though I don't know if you orchestrated this, the look in your eyes makes it clear you're absolutely involved. Having been given a second chance at life, Zhao Wushuang refused to die again. Not even the slightest threat could be tolerated. Li Changwen and his men had threatened him repeatedly, and now they sought to use demon beasts against him, attempting to seize his monster farming territory. How could Zhao Wushuang possibly tolerate this? Moreover, according to the original host's memories, he and Li Changwen had long been sworn enemies, their feud deep and unyielding. With this new incident unfolding in the unregulated testing realm, Zhao Wushuang naturally intended to resort to the most extreme measures. As he spoke, Zhao Wushuang advanced step by step toward Li Changwen and his group. Zhao Wushuang, you dare! Facing Zhao Wushuang, whose aura radiated murderous intent, Li Changwen's hair stood on end, his nerves stretched to breaking point. Why wouldn't I? Zhao Wushuang sneered coldly, his speed erupting as he swung his long blade, unleashing a fierce, blinding flash of steel. Chapter 13, Must a Squad Not Stand United? All together now, kill him. Facing Zhao Wushuang's onslaught, Li Changwen hesitated not a moment. His scythe-armed mecha unleashed a gale force blast. In the face of mortal peril, it was an instinctive reflex. Li Changwen's twin blades slashed viciously toward Zhao Wushuang as every ounce of his strength surged to its absolute limit. Splash! Blades flashed. Blood gushed like a fountain. A head rolled to the ground. Yet even unleashing his most devastating killing move, Li Changwen couldn't withstand a single exchange against Zhao Wushuang. With a single stroke, Zhao Wushuang severed both Li Changwen's head and the wind mantis armor he prided himself on. Aya! The remaining three screamed shrilly. They stared in horror at the scene before them. After all, they were just students who had barely stepped into the world. Witnessing this scene, they were now frozen in place, utterly petrified. Zhao Wushuang showed no mercy whatsoever. Sparing their lives would only allow them to escape and spread the news, bringing endless trouble upon him. Since the killing had begun, they would all die. After all, they were all part of the same squad. On the road to the underworld, they should walk together in perfect order. Amidst the terrified screams of the crowd, Zhao Wushuang swung his long sword, his figure darting through the air. 3 sharp flashes of blade light streaked through the air. Thud! 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 Under the faint sunlight, 3 heads rolled cleanly off their necks. Scorching blood spurted forth in a frenzy, appearing eerily vivid and beautiful. Thud! 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 3 heads hit the ground, each landing with a dull thud. Zhao Wushuang looked down at the 5 corpses on the ground, shook his head slightly, and sighed, "What a pity. You brought this upon yourselves." Killing for the first time in 5 people at once, Zhao Wushuang felt no discomfort whatsoever. For all he desired was to live peacefully in this world. In this cruel world, to achieve peace and a comfortable existence, killing was unavoidable. Moreover, when they attempted to use the demon beast's hand against him, they had already chosen their own path to death. Shaking the bloodstains from his blade, Zhao Wushuang sheathed his sword. A ghostly inferno spread from his chest, surging into his arms. A surge of ghostly blue flames erupted, swiftly engulfing the 5 corpses on the ground. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, and in an instant, the corpses of Li Changwen and his men turned to ash and smoke, dissipating into the heavens and earth. Not bad. Truly worthy of a transcendent-level ability. Killing and erasing evidence a must-have for home and travel. Zhao Wushuang smiled faintly, leaping onto the massive boulder where he had sat before, waiting silently for the next wave of prey to arrive. Outside the secret realm, waiting area. Commander Lu, the military drone that first tracked Zhao Wushuang's trail, has been destroyed. The combat footage of Zhao Wushuang wasn't retrieved. Rapidly manipulating the military drones responsible for recording footage within the secret realm, the technician grew anxious upon sensing one had lost contact. Destroyed? Could it be the work of a flying demon beast? Lu Ping furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment's thought, he addressed the technician again. What about the remaining 2? They're still operational, maintaining contact. They're approximately 10 kilometers away from Zhao Wushuang's location. The technician quickly replied. That's good. Operate with caution and make sure to retrieve Zhao Wushuang's combat footage. I have a feeling this kid who chose the blank slate mecha over the divine one might just give me a huge surprise. Lu Ping clenched his fist, his eyes brimming with anticipation. His intense focus on Zhao Wushuang stemmed from 2 reasons. First, the stark contrast of Zhao rejecting the divine armor in favor of the blank slate model. On the other hand, the ranking board had flashed again. Zhao Wushuang had surged to the top, leaving the previous leader, Yang Yifeng, nearly 100 points behind. How could he resist paying special attention to such a prodigy who could hold his own against divine mechs using a basic mech? Outside, Zhao Wushuang's ascent to the top and his nearly 100-point lead over Yang Yifeng instantly ignited a roar of excitement among the crowd. Ha ha ha, old ghost do. I told you my eye for talent never fails. Even without choosing a divine mech, Zhao Wushuang still effortlessly claimed the top spot. High above, Wang Qiufeng, the principal of Tianshui No. 3 High School, grinned from ear to ear, though a pang of regret stung his heart. Why hadn't he bet something against Du Changhong back then? After all, children don't cry every day, and gamblers don't lose every day. But that fleeting regret quickly dissipated, replaced by boundless joy. After all, looking back through history, Tianshui No. 3 High School had been founded over 1,000 years ago. This seemed to be the first time in nearly a century that they had surpassed the prodigies of Tianshui No. 1 High School to claim the top spot on the points leaderboard. Though temporary, this achievement did nothing to dampen Wang Qiufeng's excitement. This achievement would become a significant highlight on his resume. What's so funny? The battle's still raging. Only 4 or 5 hours have passed, more than half the time remains. I hope you're still laughing when it's over. Besides, Zhao Wushuang only awakened a worthless whiteboard trash mecha. How can he possibly compare to Yang Yifeng, who awakened a divine mecha? Du Changhong sneered coldly. Though he was somewhat surprised by Zhao Wushuang's sudden rise to the top, overtaking Yang Yifeng on the leaderboard, he remained utterly confident. After all, his prized disciple had awakened the divine infant mecha, the red child, a master of area of effect attacks among the divine mechas. Its accompanying fire attribute ability, the 3 flavors true fire, was exceptionally formidable. Even with his current lack of mastery within this secret realm, as long as he avoided encountering high-tier first-rank demon beasts, he could slaughter enemies indiscriminately. It was only a matter of time before his points climbed back to the top. Oomph. Actions speak louder than words. I hope you still feel that way when the assessment ends. Stung to the core, Wang Qiufeng's face darkened instantly. He turned away, refusing to acknowledge Du Changhong any further. Within the assessment's secret realm, the slaughter continued unabated. As time ticked away, some awakened individuals who had accumulated sufficient points retreated directly to the outermost perimeter, preparing to wait out the assessment. Meanwhile, those striving for higher rankings, having slain enough demonic beasts, began charging toward the central core zone. As the central zone became increasingly crowded, the demon beasts were distributed more evenly. Sensing fewer and fewer beasts converging on his location, Zhao Wushuang, having amassed a staggering 9,000 points, also charged toward the secret realm's deepest core. At this point, he had perfected the swift wind step, growing increasingly confident in his ability to handle high-tier first-rank demon beasts. Moreover, after perfecting the swift wind step, he still had 4,000 energy points remaining. Zhao Wushuang calculated that if he could make a significant discovery in the core area within the remaining time, his mecha's grade would surely break through again after the assessment concluded. With luck, his mecha might even undergo another evolution. Chapter 14, Yang Yifeng's Fear. Ha! Zhao Wushuang's points have actually surpassed mine? In the central region of the secret realm, Yang Yifeng pierced a mid-tier first-rank demon beast with a single shot. Glancing at the rankings on the scoreboard, he couldn't help but frown deeply. Barely half an hour had passed, yet when he checked the rankings again, he found himself already slipping to second place. Zhao Wushuang, now in first place, had gained nearly 100 points on him. This left Yang Yifeng utterly astonished. He'd heard of Zhao Wushuang's reputation nothing but a fool. Instead of choosing a proper divine mecha, he'd picked a worthless, blank slate piece of junk. Yet this very fool had now surpassed him in the rankings, and by nearly 100 points. Yang Yifeng could scarcely believe it. However, no data within the national exam could be falsified. Clearly, everything before his eyes was real. How could Zhao Wushuang possess such overwhelming strength? Was it sheer luck? Or had he awakened some formidable special ability? Yang Yifeng raised an eyebrow slightly. Rather than attributing it to luck, he was more convinced that Zhao Wushuang had awakened a formidable attribute ability after selecting the blank slate mecha. Take him, for instance. After selecting the holy infant mecha, he too had awakened the 3 flame true fire. That must be it, but so what? You have abilities, and so do I. It's still early. There are 2 or 3 hours left before the assessment ends. Think you can snatch the top spot in the Tianshui District National Exam from me? Not so fast. Yang Yifeng took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the direction of the secret realm's core area. Gritting his teeth, he raised the crimson-plumed spear in his hand and swiftly moved toward the secret realm's core area. Although he had already been accepted as a core member by the Jiangnan headquarters, Yang Yifeng still harbored his own pride. As the sole divine mecha in Tianshui District this time, if he failed to claim the top spot on the leaderboard, wouldn't that be laughable? That was one reason. Beyond that, he also sought to accumulate more points to attract the attention of major factions across Huaxia. This way, he wouldn't be confined to the Jiangnan headquarters alone, he could have more options. Deep within the secret realm's core zone, Zhao Wushuang was now under siege by 9 first-tier mid-grade demon beasts and 1 first-tier high-grade demon beast. Amidst the relentless assault, Zhao Wushuang's strength and speed reached their absolute peak. His long sword danced like a dragon through the air, unleashing streaks of icy light. Infused with the fiery essence of the netherworld, his attacks gained devastating power. Under this relentless barrage of strikes, the first-tier mid-grade demon beasts erupted in furious, agonized roars. Scorching blood spurted forth in a relentless spray. Essentially, every 2 or 3 breaths saw another mid-tier first-rank demon beast collapse dead to the ground. Facing the fierce assaults of the remaining beasts, Zhao Wushuang executed flawless evasions using his mastery of the perfect grade swift wind step. It was better to sever 1 finger than to wound 10. Facing the swarm of beasts, Zhao Wushuang never focused his attacks on the strongest high-grade first-tier beast from the start. Instead, he relentlessly targeted the other first-tier mid-grade beasts. Soon, with his consummate swift windstep, the ground was stained crimson beneath the relentless assault as all 9 first-tier mid-grade beasts fell dead. Only you remain. Zhao Wushuang exhaled a long breath, shaking out his slightly aching arms. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he locked gazes with the low growling, roaring high-tier first-stage demon beast. Silver Moon Wolf. This high-grade first-tier demon beast was a Silver Moon Wolf. Both its speed and attack power surpassed other top-tier first-ranked demon beasts by a significant margin. Awu! The Silver Moon Wolf erupted in a furious roar. In the next instant, it transformed into a silver-white bolt of lightning, lunging toward Zhao Wushuang. Facing a top-tier first-stage demon beast for the first time, Zhao Wushuang dared not be the slightest bit careless. Utilizing the speed granted by the swift wind step, his figure flickered rapidly. Simultaneously, the nether flames within his mecha swiftly spread to the long blade in his hand. Wind fueled the flames. Propelled by the speed granted by the swift wind step, Zhao Wushuang's blade became a blur, unleashing a murderous intent that cut fiercely toward the Silver Moon Wolf's midsection. As the saying goes, iron head, iron tail, but a soft underbelly. This was the defining trait of wolf-like demonic beasts. Facing this Silver Moon Wolf, a high-grade first-tier beast one rank above himself, Zhao Wushuang struck directly at its weakness from the outset. Roar! Another furious roar erupted. The sound was deafening. Amidst the roaring sound waves, the Silver Moon Wolf's speed surged violently, its tail transforming into a whirlwind. Clang! A metallic clash erupted. Just as Zhao Wushuang was about to cleave the Silver Moon Wolf in two with a single stroke, its tail blocked the blow with pinpoint accuracy. The violent collision sent a wave of numbness through Zhao Wushuang's arms, forcing him to stumble backward several steps under the immense force. The Silver Moon Wolf fared no better. With no foothold midair, it was sent flying backward, crashing violently into a massive tree trunk over 2 meters wide and shattering it clean through. Kill! Watching the Silver Moon Wolf tumble across the ground, Zhao Wushuang seized the opportunity and charged forward swiftly. Roar! The Silver Moon Wolf roared fiercely once more, scrambling to its feet with lightning speed. Its sharp claws tore a massive gash in the earth beneath it. Propelled by the momentum, the Silver Moon Wolf leapt into the air, claws raised, its massive body charging toward Zhao Wushuang like a heavy tank. Boom! 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 The long sword and claws collided violently. The thunderous clashes echoed relentlessly through the dense forest, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Man and wolf became two blurred shadows, colliding relentlessly in their fierce duel. In this fierce battle, Zhao Wushuang held the advantage with his mecha superiority, mastery of the perfect Dragonblade technique, and the swiftness of the Gale step. In just over a dozen breaths, with his extreme speed and blade technique, Zhao Wushuang had completely pinned down the Silver Moon Wolf. Its demise was merely a matter of time. Is that Zhao Wushuang? Hundreds of meters away, Yang Yifeng stood atop a giant tree, staring in disbelief at the two blurs locked in fierce combat not far off. Indeed. Zhao Wushuang has truly awakened formidable supernatural abilities. And they complement him perfectly, allowing him to integrate flawlessly with his mecha. Gazing at the deep purple-black mecha, Yang Yifeng found himself mesmerized. He had imagined Zhao Wushuang to be formidable, but never to this extent. He had single-handedly suppressed a high-tier first-rank demon beast. Most astonishingly, he had seamlessly integrated such formidable supernatural abilities into his mecha. This was something Yang Yifeng found hard to accept. His own awakened three-flame true fire had only been mastered in the most superficial way. He couldn't integrate it into his mecha at all. At best, he could unleash a powerful killing move using that sliver of ability when facing enemies. This youth is utterly unbeatable. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Zhao Wushuang's combat prowess, Yang Yifeng had lost all desire to compete. He understood clearly that, given Zhao Wushuang's terrifying combat prowess, even if he used every trick in his arsenal, he stood no chance against him at this stage. Therefore, Yang Yifeng would not linger here to vie with Zhao Wushuang for hunting territory. Such a move would only place himself in grave danger. Better to use that time to hunt more demon beasts in other territories, earn higher points, and climb the national rankings. A higher ranking meant more resources. Why should he waste his energy locked in a fierce battle with Zhao Wushuang over whether to be number 1 in Tianshui district? The thought cleared his mind instantly, leaving him feeling light as a feather. He gave a slight shake of his head and a faint smile before his figure flickered, heading toward another direction within the core area. Chapter 15, Blade Chi. Transcendent Level Sword Technique. Die. A blade's shadow flashed past, and ghostly flames bloomed like lotus petals. Having relentlessly suppressed his opponent, Zhao Wushuang seized the Silver Moon Wolf's weakness, driving his blade deep into its midsection. Put! With a wet thud, scalding blood spurted forth. The Silver Moon Wolf plummeted mid-air, its body severed cleanly in two, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Defeated a high-grade first-tier demon beast, Silver Moon Wolf. Energy points plus 1,200. As the Silver Moon Wolf died, the sound of energy points being credited echoed in Zhao Wushuang's ears. Hearing the system's notification, Zhao Wushuang let out a relaxed smile. Not bad, actually gaining 1,200 energy points. Though the battle had appeared effortless. In reality, Zhao Wushuang had pushed his abilities to the absolute limit, suffering immense exhaustion. If he were to face another high-grade first-tier demon beast now, even one weaker than the Silver Moonwolf, victory would likely not come so easily. Fortunately, through the hunts along the way, plus the 9 mid-tier first-rank demon beasts and the Silver Moonwolf, Zhao Wushuang had accumulated a staggering 10,960 energy points. System, open my attribute panel. Exhausted, Zhao Wushuang sat down on a boulder and opened the attribute panel in his mind. Name, Zhao Wushuang. Mecha, Blazing Armor Plus. Level, First Tier Mid-Grade Plus. Ability Nether Blaze Superior Grade. Martial Arts, Dragon Wandering Sword Technique Mastery Plus, Swift Wind Step Mastery Plus. Energy Points 10, 960 points. Finally, a plus sign appeared next to the mecha quality. Seeing the string of plus signs on his attribute panel, Zhao Wushuang's face broke into a radiant smile. He had sensed it before. As long as he hunted enough demonic beasts and accumulated enough energy points, his mecha's quality would inevitably improve. Now, facing the plus sign behind the blazing armor, Zhao Wushuang hesitated not a moment before clicking it. He was quite eager to see what changes the evolved blazing armor would bring. But what followed left Zhao Wushuang utterly dumbfounded. Not only did he himself show no signs of change, but not a single energy point from his reserves had been consumed. Just as confusion clouded his mind, the system's prompt suddenly rang in his ears. Detected host lacks essential upgrade components. Flame Mech temporarily unable to evolve. Simultaneously, a flood of information about mech evolution surged into Zhao Wushuang's mind. According to the system's data, Zhao Wushuang realized that evolving the armor required not only sufficient energy points but also the infusion of external objects. For instance, the otherworldly ability he had obtained from his beginner's gift pack, the Netherworld Flames. Through perfect fusion and with the system's assistance, it had evolved into the blazing armor. As for the required external objects, the options were far more diverse: demon beast crystal cores, demon beast limbs, natural elements, supernatural abilities, or even stones, flowers, plants, and trees. By fusing these external objects, evolution could be achieved, granting corresponding abilities. Of course, each evolution is invaluable. The more precious the fusion material, the stronger the corresponding ability, and the more perfect the resulting mecha. In that case, there's no need to rush. I should wait until after the assessment concludes to thoroughly research based on my own attribute characteristics. After absorbing the system's provided information on evolution mechs, Zhao Wushuang nodded slightly, his mind already set on a plan. However, being in the midst of the assessment now, the stronger his own strength, the faster he could hunt down demonic beasts. Consequently, the points and energy points he could gain in the remaining time would naturally be greater. Therefore, upon learning that the evolution mecha required additional materials, Zhao Wushuang resolved to first exhaust his over 10,000 energy points, further bolstering his combat prowess. He wasn't in a rush to raise the mech's level. This was an assessment, and it hadn't been long since he'd awakened the mech. Raising the level too quickly would only invite suspicion from others. Of course, once he stepped into the outside world, Zhao Wushuang would have far fewer reservations. After all, the outside world was vast and full of all kinds of opportunities. It was not uncommon for fortunate individuals to stumble upon rare treasures and rise to prominence overnight. But this was one of the national exam secret realms that had been explored countless times. Naturally, he couldn't use such an opportunity as an excuse. Therefore, Zhao Wushuang could only focus his attention on the dragon sweeping sword technique and the swift wind step. He was quite eager to see what kind of transformation transcendent level martial arts could bring. He studied the two martial arts. Zhao Wushuang pondered briefly before deciding to enhance the dragon sweeping sword technique, which offered the greatest boost to his offensive power. System, allocate points. A roar echoed in his mind. 10,000 energy points were instantly consumed. Simultaneously, countless insights and training experiences regarding the dragon roaming sword technique rapidly flooded into Zhao Wushuang's mind. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Wushuang felt as though he had traversed an ocean of change, his aura undergoing a profound transformation. It was as if, in that very moment, he had become a swordsman utterly devoted to the blade, having comprehended the dragon roaming sword technique with his entire being for decades, perhaps even centuries. Finally, through relentless comprehension, he forged a brand new path from the perfected dragon roaming sword technique. Boom! With the completion of his breakthrough, a colossal wave of energy surged forth from Zhao Wushuang's body. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze flashing with a sharp, piercing blade-like light. Is this the transcendent level of the dragon roaming sword technique? His eyes gently caressed the long blade in his grasp as Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself. In the next instant, the blade swept out in a horizontal slash. Boom! A torrent of blade energy tore through the air. Though the blade measured only 1.6 meters in total length, under the force of this formidable blade energy, a large tree nearly 10 meters ahead was cleaved cleanly in two. Injuring someone from a distance? Interesting. Observing the smooth, clean cut, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but curve his lips slightly. Such techniques were typically only wielded by exceptionally powerful awakened individuals. Yet he, relying solely on his extraordinary dragon roaming sword technique, could unleash blade energy and strike targets from a distance. His combat prowess had surged beyond comparison to his previous self.
Ha 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 ha. With this, isn't this entire area mine to dominate?
With a loud laugh, Zhao Wushuang swiftly ripped open the silver moon wolf's belly. Typically, any demon beast reaching the upper tier of the first rank would have a demon beast crystal nucleus formed within its body. In moments, he extracted a demon beast crystal core as pure and luminous as the moon. Swiftly stowing the crystal core into his backpack, Zhao Wushuang flickered away, heading toward the deepest part of the core zone.
Chapter 16, Battle footage shocks the crowd. Around 5:30 p.m.
As time passed, the battles erupting in every corner of this secret realm grew increasingly fierce and bloody. For now, only 1 hour remained until the conclusion of the national exam. In this final hour, awakened individuals striving for higher rankings grew increasingly frantic as they watched their points and standings. Refusing to fall behind, they fought for better results, a matter of their future prospects and the resources they would gain after the national exam. Amidst the escalating ferocity and bloodshed, casualties began mounting among all participants in this assessment.
Deep within the core zone.
Within a dimly lit cavern, two shadowy figures clashed fiercely.
Whoosh! A ghostly blue flame flared, instantly illuminating the dim cavern.
The ground was littered with the scattered corpses of demonic beasts. Amidst the light, Zhao Wu stood dual-wielding his long blades, his form flickering as a fierce blade aura spread outward. In the next instant, scalding blood dripped rapidly from the blade's edge. The other shadow, locked in fierce combat with him, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A massive head flew high into the air, blood gushing like a fountain from the severed neck.
The last one.
Zhao Wushuang flicked the blood from his blade's tip, swiftly extracting the demon beast crystal core from this high-grade first-tier beast before shaking his head slightly. Armed with his extraordinary dragon roaming sword technique, he swiftly hunted deep within the core region. After this period of hunting, every single high-grade first-tier demon beast in the deepest part of the core area had fallen to his blade. At this moment, Zhao Wushuang's points had reached a staggering 2,835, leaving the second-place contender, Yang Yifeng, nearly 1,000 points behind. Simultaneously, amidst this frenzied slaughter, his accumulated energy points once again surpassed 10,000. However, this time, Zhao Wushuang did not choose to upgrade his swift windstep or mecha level again. For now, every single high-grade first-tier demon beast within the entire secret realm had fallen by his hand. The remaining mid-grade first-tier demon beasts posed absolutely no threat to him. Even a high-grade first-tier demon beast would be utterly powerless against him now. Under these circumstances, Zhao Wushuang saw no need for rash upgrades. He would temporarily store his accumulated energy points, reserving them for strategic advancement after the national examinations concluded. After securing his spoils, Zhao Wushuang slowly emerged from the cave. Outside the cave, drawn by the thick scent of blood, nearly 60 demon beasts now surrounded him in a tight circle. Among them were no fewer than 20 mid-tier first-rank demon beasts. Surveying the horde before him, Zhao Wushuang shook his head slightly, a dismissive smile playing on his lips. With his current strength, facing this group of beasts would be nothing short of bullying them. The two sides were simply not on the same level. But this did not mean Zhao Wushuang would let them off. After all, these creatures were walking points of energy and experience. Let the slaughter begin. Licking his lips with bloodlust, Zhao Wushuang activated the swift wind step beneath his feet. His form shot forward, landing heavily amidst the demon beast horde. The underworld flames spread within his mecha as Zhao Wushuang swung his long blade. Blades flashed across the sky, scalding blood spattered everywhere, and a frenzied slaughter commenced. Look! Zhao Wushuang's points are surging again. Outside the secret realm, in the waiting area, instructors from various schools gathered together, staring in disbelief at the floating scoreboard in the sky. By now, they were numb. Ever since Zhao Wushuang's points surpassed Yang Yifeng 3 or 4 hours ago, wave after wave of shock had washed over them. Others started strong but faded in the later stages. But Zhao Wushuang? He only grew fiercer with each battle. In a mere 3 or 4 hours, his points had skyrocketed to a terrifying total of nearly 3,000. Such staggering points had already shattered the record held by Tianshui District for nearly a millennium. Judging by the upward momentum, it seemed likely that after the national exams concluded, his score would climb even higher, perhaps even surpassing the 4,000-point mark and shattering the record for the entire Jiangnan region, 3,985 points. Amidst the gasps of astonishment from the group of instructors, Lu Zhenxiong, the homeroom teacher of Class 8, Senior 3 at Tianshui No. 3 High School, stood with lips turned pale and blood drained from his face. Earlier, when Zhao Wushuang had deliberately chosen a worthless blank mecha instead of a powerful divine one, Lu had publicly lambasted him during media interviews to save his own job, tearing Zhao down to nothing. Now, Zhao Wushuang's sudden, formidable rise had dealt him a brutal blow to his pride, leaving him utterly humiliated. Of course, that didn't matter. For Lu Zhenxiong, face was dispensable. What mattered was profit. Precisely because of this, ever since he publicly denounced Zhao Wushuang, even going so far as to speak out about expelling him from his class, every achievement and honor Zhao Wushuang has earned now bears no connection to him whatsoever. And that was precisely what gnawed at Lu Zhenxiong the most. Meanwhile, as Lu Zhenxiong seethed with hatred, high above, the deans of Tianshui district's major academies gathered around Commander Lu Ping. Their eyes widened as they watched with rapt attention the combat footage captured by military drones from the secret realm. Yang Yifeng truly lives up to being Tianshui district's soul awakened with a divine mecha. His combat experience and lethal tactics promise boundless potential in the future. A burly man watched Yang Yifeng's combat footage, nodding repeatedly in admiration. Indeed. Yang Yifeng's points have already surpassed 1800. With the bonus from the divine armor and his seasoned combat tactics, forces from other regions beyond just the Jiangnan headquarters will likely extend offers. The principal of Tianshui No. 8 High School nodded in agreement. Although Yang Yifeng wasn't their academy student, he hailed from Tianshui district. Seeing him achieve such remarkable results filled him with genuine delight. However, Du Changhong showed no sign of joy at the praise. Only the grim expression on his face softened slightly. For long before this, Zhao Wushuang's terrifying point tally had already surpassed Yang Yifeng's by over 1,000. Compared to Zhao Wushuang's staggering tally, Yang Yifeng's modest achievements seemed utterly insignificant. Hey! Look! It's Zhao Wushuang! A gasp rippled through the crowd. Everyone immediately looked up, and Zhao Wushuang's figure had already appeared on the floating virtual screen. On the virtual screen, Zhao Wushuang wielded a long sword, his form flickering rapidly as he darted in and out among the demonic beasts. Each strike was crisp and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. With each strike landing, a demon beast was instantly gutted and disemboweled. Such flawless sword technique caused everyone present to stare in awe. What blinding speed! That's the dragon's sweeping blade technique. Such mastery must be at the pinnacle level. The burly man drew in a sharp breath, scarcely believing that Zhao Wushuang could possess such profound mastery of the blade at his age. Wait, didn't Zhao Wushuang awaken a blank slate mecha? Why is a ghostly blue flame spreading through his body? The principal of Tianshui No. 8 High School voiced his confusion. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in realization. Right. I almost forgot. Zhao Wushuang's points increased so rapidly, and his strength is so formidable, he must have awakened a special ability. It must be the changes his awakened ability brought to his mecha. Exactly. This kid is something special. Lu Ping, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, a satisfied smile curling his lips. He didn't awaken just any ordinary ability, it's at least extraordinary level. And from what I've observed, Zhao Wushuang has seamlessly integrated this extraordinary ability into his mecha. Supernatural grade abilities. Perfect integration? The others exclaimed in astonishment. Their strength and cultivation levels couldn't match Lu Ping's, so they couldn't possibly discern such details in such a short time. Yes, perfect integration. Lu Ping nodded emphatically, his eyes gleaming as he stared intently at the virtual screen displaying Zhao Wushuang's combat footage. Such profound mastery of sword techniques, even some third-tier awakened individuals wielding blades might not possess the same level of expertise as Zhao Wushuang before them. Hearing this, Wang Qiufeng spoke with a hint of excitement in his voice. The reason why a blank mecha is useless is because it has no attributes whatsoever. As it levels up, it will struggle to comprehend exclusive skills in the future. But Zhao Wushuang is completely different now. With the perfect fusion of that fiery attribute ability, the quality of his awakened mecha has greatly improved. It's no longer that whiteboard mecha. Zhao Wushuang abandoning the divine armor for a blank slate had long been a thorn in Wang Qiufeng's side. But now, it was alright. Zhao Wushuang's flawless integration of extraordinary level abilities had dramatically raised his future potential. Having achieved a historic high in points for Tianshui district, his prospects were boundless. With such a gifted disciple, when he attended the regular meetings at the Jiangnan headquarters in the future, he could finally hold his head high and receive the respectful praise of others. Yes, exactly. Lu Ping licked his lips excitedly as he added, and you must understand Zhao Wushuang is only 18 years old. To have cultivated a perfected level sword technique at 18 shows just how formidable his talent truly is. With such terrifying talent, perfectly fused with his special abilities, I can envision Zhao Wushuang's future achievements absolutely rivaling those of some divine mecha. In fact, with such terrifying sword talent, Zhao Wushuang's current appeal to major factions and academies nationwide far surpasses that of Yang Yifeng. As he spoke, even Lu Ping grew visibly excited. He had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood on his journey, witnessing far too much. Divine mecha possess immense potential, that much is undeniable. Yet, they may not prove the most formidable in the end. For a prodigy who fails to grow remains forever unfulfilled. Countless divine armor awakened ones, overcome by arrogance, neglected their cultivation and combat prowess, focusing solely on leveling up. When such individuals entered the battlefield, their mechs could barely unleash half their true potential. Ultimately, they met their demise in vain, squandering the cultivation investments of their factions. Zhao Wushuang, however, stands apart from these individuals. He is both a prodigy and a relentless worker. At just 18 years old, he had already cultivated a perfect grade sword technique. With such terrifying talent and diligence, if he were to enter the battlefield, the power he unleashed would far surpass that of his mecha alone. He would undoubtedly be among the fiercest killers. How could Lu Ping not be thrilled to have unearthed such a prodigy? Hearing Lu Ping's enthusiastic words, Wang Qiufeng's expression shifted. He quickly interjected, "Commander Lu, please make a copy of Zhao Wushuang's combat footage for me later." "Certainly." Lu Ping understood Wang Qiufeng's intent. A faint smile touched his lips as he addressed the others. "Not just you, everyone here gets a copy. Feel free to hand them over to the factions backing you. Let them compete with all the resources and benefits they can muster to secure this future prodigy." Chapter 17, the assessment concludes. Within the secret realm. Beasts roared, slaughter erupted. In this final sprint, the rankings on the scoreboard fluctuated constantly. Spurred on by Zhao Wushuang's challenge, Yang Yifeng, currently in second place, refused to be left behind. He hunted beasts with frenzied intensity, pushing his points above 2,000. He no longer cared about competing with Zhao Wushuang. His sole focus was to avoid falling too far behind and secure a better national ranking. Amidst this slaughter, especially with the monstrous presence of Zhao Wushuang, the number of surviving demonic beasts within the secret realm dwindled rapidly. At the edge of a cliff, Zhao Wushuang found himself surrounded by a swarm of over 100 demon beasts. Drawing such a massive horde had demanded immense effort from Zhao Wushuang. His long blade flashed relentlessly as he darted through the horde. With every swing and stride, several beasts fell. Through relentless slaughter, Zhao Wushuang not only amassed vast points in energy but also deepened his mastery of sword techniques, his combat prowess growing ever more formidable. He became utterly absorbed in this slaughter. He even wished for more beasts to surround him. Only Zhao Wushuang dared to do such a thing. For anyone else, let alone 100 beasts, even dozens would tear them to shreds in mere moments. "Bring it on!" "Excellent!" Another mid-tier first-rank beast. Hunting down one demon beast after another, Zhao Wushuang laughed excitedly, reveling in this frenzied slaughter. Beep! 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 As time passed, the tactical watch suddenly emitted a piercing beep 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 sound. A beam of light burst forth from it. Final 30 seconds remaining. All examinees, prepare for immediate teleportation out of the secret realm. Simultaneously, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the heavens, filling the entire secret realm. Hearing the deep voice, Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh? Is it ending already? Very well. Since that's the case, there's no need to hold back on consuming the mecha's energy anymore." Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wushuang's mecha surged with energy as a raging inferno of nether flames erupted from within. Die! A furious roar echoed. As the flame mech's energy depleted, the erupting nether flames instantly engulfed the remaining 50+ demon beasts. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. In the blink of an eye, the 50-odd demonic beasts were reduced to ash and smoke, vanishing into the heavens and earth. Truly worthy of an extraordinary level burst ability. Such power would be difficult even for a second-tier powerhouse to withstand. Seeing the devastating power of the Netherflame's burst technique, Zhao Wushuang's eyes lit up. He shook his head slightly, sighing softly, "Too bad, the cost is just too high. When unleashed at full power, my mecha can barely sustain itself for a minute." Though he sighed outwardly, Zhao Wushuang felt secretly delighted inside. After all, while the Netherblaze's burst agent consumed immense resources, unleashing it at full power in critical moments could yield unexpected results. At the very least, it could be considered a trump card to be saved for the worst possible moment. As the fiery armor disintegrated from Zhao Wushuang's body, the assessment concluded moments later. A white light swiftly enveloped him, and Zhao Wushuang vanished from the spot. Exit of the secret realm, waiting area. As the assessment concluded, flashes of white light flickered throughout the waiting area, transporting a large number of candidates out one by one. Virtually every candidate who materialized bore copious bloodstains upon their bodies. This blood might be their own, or it might be from hunting demonic beasts. Of course, there were also candidates who were severely injured, some even barely clinging to life, being transported out directly. White flashes flickered rapidly. Among the stream of candidates being transported out, Zhao Wushuang swiftly materialized in the waiting area. "Look! It's Zhao Wushuang!" The moment Zhao Wushuang materialized, sharp-eyed onlookers erupted in shouts. Hearing the shouts, the entire waiting area fell silent. All eyes turned involuntarily toward the commotion. Before the crowd could react, a phantom of a green dragon suddenly materialized. 4,351 points. Zhao Wushuang, congratulations on breaking the national exam record that has stood for 1,000 years across the 4 provinces of Jiangnan. Lu Ping materialized before Zhao Wushuang like a phantom, his face adorned with a warm, benevolent smile. Following Lu Ping's arrival, the deans of other major academies in Tianshui district also gathered around Zhao Wushuang, offering their warmest greetings. In an instant, the entire examination hall was filled with looks of envy and admiration. 4,351 points. That was more than double the score of the second-place finisher, Yang Yifeng. Moreover, it shattered the terrifying record that had stood unbroken for nearly 1,000 years across the 4 provinces of Jiangnan. Faced with such a prodigy, their earlier disdain and mockery vanished, replaced by eyes brimming with awe.
Damn it! That really makes me sick with envy.
Not far away, a flash of white light appeared. Yang Yifeng, the runner-up with over 2,100 points, also appeared in the waiting area.
Watching Zhao Wushuang, the center of everyone's attention, Yang Yifeng couldn't help but rub his nose with a hint of envy. Yet he felt no resentment.
On the contrary, he was quite satisfied with his own score of over 2,100 points.
With such results, even without a special recruitment spot from the Jiangnan headquarters, factions from other provinces would undoubtedly extend offers.
Meanwhile, as soon as he stepped out, Zhao Wushuang found himself greeted by deans from major academies and Commander Lu Ping.
He couldn't help but chuckle. Look at that, the true nature of humanity. Earlier, when he hadn't chosen the divine mecha, he'd been mocked by everyone.
Now that he'd made a name for himself, these people had instantly changed their tune, showering him with warmth. Seeing through their duplicity but choosing not to call them out, Zhao Wushuang let a faint smile touch his lips.
Greetings, deans and Commander Lu.
This was merely a stroke of luck.
But I wonder, is there any reward for breaking the historical record of the 4 Jiangnan provinces? Flattery is empty.
Only tangible benefits were real. Zhao Wushuang wasn't the type to lose his bearings at the slightest achievement, swept away by others' empty praise. Hearing Zhao Wushuang's words, Lu Ping paused in surprise before bursting into laughter.
Of course there is.
With your results, you're a surefire top scholar for the 4 provinces of Jiangnan.
You'll likely rank within the top 5 nationwide. Few have scored higher than you.
With that, Lu Ping patted Zhao Wushuang's shoulder with a smile.
Kid, I've watched your battle footage. I've got high hopes for you.
In the coming days, you'll likely be courted by major factions nationwide. The resources and perks they offer now, those are the real rewards.
Chapter 18, The Thunder God Sex Recruitment. Well, I can hardly wait.
Zhao Wushuang smiled faintly, a hint of anticipation stirring within him. Through the slaughter during the remaining time, his energy points had now accumulated to over 20,000.
However, he didn't plan to use them now.
He would wait until the resources and rewards from the national exam rankings were distributed before making any decisions. Sometimes, those 20,000 plus energy points, when combined with the resources and rewards distributed by the higher-ups, would undoubtedly bring about earth-shattering changes to his own strength.
Yeah, forget you, I can't wait to see what kind of generous rewards they'll give to a prodigy like you. Lu Ping's face also lit up with anticipation.
He looked at Zhao Wushuang and shook his head with a hint of regret.
It's a pity I'm with the military.
I don't belong to any major faction, so I can't offer you much in terms of benefits or resources.
Otherwise, I'd have recruited you right then and there.
After reviewing Zhao Wushuang's combat footage and interacting with him directly, Lu Ping found himself increasingly impressed by the young man before him. Unfortunately, the military strictly enforced discipline, with every resource tightly controlled.
They couldn't single out one prodigy for special cultivation.
Within the military, securing substantial resources depended solely on earning military merit through combat on the battlefield. That was precisely why he hadn't extended an olive branch to Zhao Wushuang. He didn't want to hold him back. After all, prodigies like Zhao Wushuang required substantial resources for cultivation in their early stages. Only when fully matured could they truly fulfill their potential. Of course, the military also maintained close cooperation with other major factions, with most factions sending talent to the military annually. It was precisely because of this existing framework that he had no concern about Zhao Wushuang defecting. After all, once their strength matured, they would inevitably be deployed to the battlefield.
I understand that perfectly well.
Zhao Wushuang nodded. He understood the system of this world and knew that all major factions maintained close cooperation with the military. Otherwise, with the system's support, even without abundant resources for cultivation, he would have chosen to join the military and enter the battlefield immediately. But that was far too dangerous. On the battlefield, Tier 1 and Tier 2 mechs were essentially cannon fodder, easily crushed into dust by powerful demon beasts if they weren't careful. Therefore, it was wiser to first join a faction, hunt demon beasts in smaller strongholds to strengthen himself, and then make longer-term plans. After pondering this, Zhao Wushuang looked at Lu Ping, who had just extended goodwill toward him, and said, "I'm still young and inexperienced.
When other factions come recruiting me in the future, would Commander Lu be willing to offer some guidance? That's no trouble at all, I'd be delighted to help." Faced with Zhao Wushuang's request, Lu Ping laughed heartily and readily agreed. He too wished to cultivate a favorable relationship with Zhao Wushuang. Who knew? Once Zhao Wushuang fully matured, he might even prove useful to Lu Ping in the future. As he spoke, a greenish-blue light flickered in Lu Ping's palm, revealing a military-grade phone. Handing it to Zhao Wushuang, Lu Ping said, "This is for you. My number is stored inside. Feel free to contact me anytime." "Thank you, Commander Lu." Zhao Wushuang's eyes lit up at the sight of the military phone, realizing he'd secured a valuable connection with Lu Ping. Ha ha ha. Train hard. I look forward to seeing what you can do in the future. With a hearty laugh, Lu Ping's form transformed into a green dragon. He led the military personnel and vanished into the sky, marking the end of the assessment. You've hit the jackpot, kid. After Lu Ping departed, Wang Qiufeng, who had been waiting nearby, remarked with a touch of envy, "Looks like Commander Lu holds you in high regard. He even entrusted you with a military phone." Oh? Could this military phone have other uses? Zhao Wushuang had originally intended to use the opportunity presented by other major factions recruiting talent to establish a connection with Lu Ping and build a personal relationship. But judging by Wang Qiufeng's tone, it seemed this military phone held other, far greater significance. Of course it does, and it's incredibly significant. Wang Qiufeng spoke with envy. Commander Lu is a 7th-tier mecha master. The military phones issued to him carry status symbols. With this phone, you can leverage Commander Lu's identity to access numerous restricted areas and secret realms. That was the source of Wang Qiufeng's envy. Across the entire Huaxia region, numerous high-end auctions and resource-rich secret realms imposed strict identity restrictions. Those without outstanding contributions or sufficient status are generally barred from entry. Now, with just a few simple words, Zhao Wushuang had secured access to most high-end auctions and resource-rich secret realms. How could Wang Qiufeng not be envious? After all, even he, constrained by his strength and status, could only access smaller-scale auction houses and resource-rich secret realms. This is quite an unexpected delight. Zhao Wushuang was overjoyed as well, carefully stowing away the military-grade phone. Zhao Wushuang. Suddenly, shortly after Lu Ping departed, a voice echoed down from the sky. Zhao Wushuang looked up to see a flying eagle mecha approaching rapidly. It radiated a powerful aura and bore 2 massive mechanical wings on its back. "Come with me. Our elders wish to see you at the guest house nearby." Upon reaching Zhao Wushuang, the flying eagle mech displayed a friendly smile and extended the invitation. "Your elders?" Zhao Wushuang glanced at Wang Qiufeng beside him with confusion. Wang Qiufeng promptly nudged him and whispered, "What are you waiting for? This is the opportunity one secured for you." At those words, Zhao Wushuang suddenly understood. Without hesitation, he nodded and followed the flying eagle mech away. Guest house. Zhao Wushuang followed the flying eagle mecha inside. The moment he pushed open the door, he saw a white-haired youth sitting cross-legged on the floor. Terrifying thunder surged through his body, carrying an aura capable of shattering everything in its path. "You're here." As the door swung open, the white-haired youth slowly opened his eyes, revealing a friendly smile. "My name is Lei Hao, one of the inner sect elders of the Thunder God sect." "Greetings, Elder Lei." Feeling the immense pressure radiating from Lei Hao, Zhao Wushuang swallowed hard, daring not to show the slightest disrespect. The overwhelming sense of pressure Lei Hao projected was several times more terrifying than what he had felt from Lu Ping earlier. His mecha grade was easily above the 8th tier. "No need to be so formal. Sit." Lei Hao smiled, gesturing toward a nearby cushion. Zhao Wushuang nodded and sat down stiffly beside it. "May I ask what important matter has brought me here today, Elder Lei?" "You should know." Lei Hao smiled faintly. "Your performance in the national examination was exceptional. The moment you surpassed 3,000 points, I rushed here to meet you personally and recruit you into our Thunder God sect. Just as expected." Zhao Wushuang thought to himself. How could a minor figure like him possibly receive special attention from a Thunder God sect elder? So this was the purpose of the meeting. Our Thunder God sect ranks among the 10 great powers of Huaxia. Should you join us, you shall receive a reward of 100 million Federation credits and a Demon Beast Crystal Core of your choice, up to 6th tier. Before Zhao Wushuang could speak, Lei Hao continued with a warm smile. "Our Thunder God sect offers sincere terms. We hold great promise in your current talent. Upon joining us, you'll receive comprehensive guidance. With your innate gifts and the abundant resources dedicated to cultivating disciples within our sect, you will undoubtedly unlock additional lightning attribute abilities in the future." Chapter 19, Lei Hao's Confidence. Upon arriving here, Wang Qiufeng had provided him with Zhao Wushuang's combat footage. He held great admiration for the young man before him. Therefore, the terms offered were quite favorable. "Thank you for your generosity, Elder Lei. However, this decision isn't one I can make alone. Could you please give me a few more days to consider?" Zhao Wushuang rose slightly, his expression earnest. Lei Hao's offer was quite tempting, yet he did not immediately accept it. Lu Ping had told him that, based on his performance, many major factions would come seeking him out. Moreover, he knew little about the Thunder God sect. Naturally, he needed to prepare thoroughly and compare offers before making his final decision. "According to my investigation, you seem to be alone now, right? What's there to consider?" Lei Hao fixed Zhao Wushuang with a piercing stare. He had no intention of letting this sure thing slip away. He pressed further. "If you agree now, besides the 100 million Federation coins and the Demon Beast cores below 6th tier, I'll personally gift you a Class B battle blade worth tens of millions. I promised Commander Lu that I'd consult him before making any decisions, so I'm afraid." Zhao Wushuang replied apologetically. This was merely a pretext he used as an excuse. His primary reason was to wait a while longer, biding his time for other factions to make their offers. Interesting. Lei Hao stared at Zhao Wushuang, unable to suppress a light chuckle.
He had initially assumed Zhao Wushuang was trying to drive up the price, but now it seemed the man's ambition far exceeded his expectations. Clearly, he intended to shop around, stall for time, and await offers from other major factions. But unfortunately, Lei Hao shook his head slightly, saying no more. He simply offered his phone number tomorrow morning. By tomorrow morning, I expect your answer. You may choose to refuse, or you may choose to continue waiting for offers from other factions. But regardless, if you do not agree to join my Thunder God sect, I will depart immediately. Yes, Elder Lei. Zhao Wushuang nodded, took the number, clasped his fists in salute toward Lei Hao, then turned and left immediately. Though one night was a short time, it was sufficient for him to gather many details. After Zhao Wushuang departed, the flying eagle mecha disintegrated, revealing its true form. It was a burly man with a scarred face. Watching Zhao Wushuang's retreating figure, his expression darkened as he spoke. Elder, Zhao Wushuang is showing us no respect at all. You personally came to recruit him, that should be an honor for him. Yet he has the audacity to tell us to wait? It's utterly unacceptable. Lei Hao sighed. It's normal. Geniuses have their pride. They won't join our Thunder God sect just because of a few words from me. But Elder Lei, are you just going to let him walk away? What if another faction offers him a higher price? Then this trip would have been for nothing. The scarred giant grew visibly anxious at Lei Hao's words. Lei Hao shook his head and smiled faintly. Rest assured, that won't happen. Barring any surprises, Zhao Wushuang will likely come running over before dawn tomorrow. Though Lei Hao appeared youthful, he had actually lived for hundreds of years. Long life brought vast experience. He knew the nature of the other 9 major factions all too well. The 10 great powers of Huaxia maintained exceptionally stringent criteria for recruiting new members. Although Zhao Wushuang's performance far exceeded these exacting standards, it was highly unlikely they would spend a large sum to recruit him. After all, in the eyes of the 10 great factions, the mere privilege of being accepted as a disciple was considered a lifetime blessing for prodigies. Extraordinary rewards were rarely offered. Moreover, Zhao Wushuang had never awakened a divine mecha. His achievements and points were attained solely through his monstrously gifted talent. This world teems with exceptional individuals. Prodigies abound like fish crossing the river, commonplace everywhere. Zhao Wushuang was merely one of the more outstanding among them, and even then, only one among the annual crop. Convincing the other 9 major factions to pay exorbitant costs to recruit Zhao Wushuang was essentially impossible. As for the other factions, faced with a prodigy like Zhao Wushuang, they might offer a higher price than our Thunder God sect. But are their factions as large as ours? Could their future development truly match that of our own faction? This was precisely one reason Lei Hao felt confident letting Zhao Wushuang depart. Of course, the primary reason the Thunder God sect was willing to offer such generous resources stemmed from its recent talent shortage. The promising young geniuses recruited in previous years had all underperformed significantly. For years now, the younger generation of the Dao had been consistently overshadowed by the other 9 major factions. Were it not for this reason, he would not have personally come to meet Zhao Wushuang, seeking to recruit him into his ranks. After leaving the guesthouse, he returned to the examination waiting area. By now, most candidates had departed, leaving only the deans of the other major academies behind. Upon seeing Zhao Wushuang return, Wang Qiufeng hurried forward and inquired, "How did it go? What offer did the Thunder God sect make?" As soon as he spoke, the deans from the other major institutions also gathered around. In that moment, they forgot their competitive rivalries, focusing their attention entirely on Zhao Wushuang, the pride of Tianshui district. After all, their rivalries were internal affairs. Once Zhao Wushuang stepped beyond Tianshui district, he became the honor of the entire region. 100 million Federation credits, plus a B-grade Battleblade worth tens of millions, and any demon beast crystal core below 6th tier. Facing Dean Wang, who had always treated him well, Zhao Wushuang held nothing back and answered truthfully. He had his own calculations. Knowing the deans of other academies were privately reaching out to other factions. By revealing the Thunder God sect's offer, he hoped any factions seeking to recruit him would adjust their original terms. At the very least, they wouldn't offer less than the Thunder God sect. Such an exorbitant sum. Wang Qiufeng exclaimed in surprise. Knowing the inside story, he hurriedly asked, "You must have made your choice, right?" Zhao Wushuang shook his head. "Not yet. I want to wait for other factions' offers first. There won't be any factions offering better terms than the Thunder God sect." Wang Qiufeng nodded, but then shifted his tone, "But their influence absolutely can't match the Thunder God sect. The quality of cultivation you'll receive won't be as good either. So my advice is to choose the Thunder God sect directly." "But what about the other 9 major factions?" Zhao Wushuang looked at Wang Qiufeng with some confusion. Wang Qiufeng shook his head slightly and replied earnestly, "The other 9 major factions absolutely cannot match the Thunder God sect's terms. Such large factions aren't short on prodigies every year. Countless outstanding talents voluntarily join them. While your performance is outstanding, at best they might add a little to your existing benefits." "I see. No wonder." Zhao Wushuang suddenly understood.
That explained why Lei Hao had been so confident and had given him until tomorrow morning to decide it was all because of this advantage. But Zhao Wushuang wasn't in a hurry. Even if the offers from the other 9 major factions might not surpass the Thunder God sects, he still wanted to hear their proposals. After all, what truly mattered to him were the tangible benefits he could actually secure. As for future cultivation, with the system by his side, his achievements would surely be boundless. Besides, he still had an entire night to wait for the other factions' offers. If all else failed, joining the Thunder God sect wasn't out of the question. Let's wait a bit longer. Rest assured, Dean, I will make the most prudent decision. Meeting Wang Xiufeng's expectant gaze, Zhao Wushuang offered a faint smile. He took his leave from the other deans and promptly turned to depart. After his departure, the deans of the other academies exchanged knowing glances, their minds already made up, and swiftly departed as well. Chapter 20, The Fire Departure Sect, Zhang Huang. Traveling by train. After leaving the examination area, Zhao Wushuang made no stops along the way, heading swiftly toward his residence. As the train pulled into the station, he walked a short distance and soon reached the staircase leading to his room. Just as he was about to return to his room to freshen up and call Lu Ping for advice, a voice suddenly rang out beside him. Zhao Wushuang. The voice was rough and loud. Hearing the call, Zhao Wushuang turned his head. Behind him stood a middle-aged man with fiery red hair, clad in a gray robe. An intense heat radiated from his body. Who are you? Zhao Wushuang asked cautiously. In truth, he already suspected this man was the leader of some faction, likely here to recruit him. He just didn't know which one. My name is Zhang Huang, one of the elders of the Lihua sect, one of the 10 great sects. I have come to invite you to join our Lihua sect. Zhang Huang's gaze swept over Zhao Wushuang from head to toe. With a satisfied nod, he remarked, impressive. Your vital energy is remarkably robust. It seems my journey across thousands of miles has not been in vain. Hearing Zhang Huang's blunt words, Zhao Wushuang nodded slightly and bowed his hands toward Zhang Huang. Greetings, Elder Jiang. I too wish to join the Lihua sect, but I have already accepted. I know. Before Zhao Wushuang could finish, Zhang Huang cut him off. You mean the Divine Thunder sect has also invited you, offering 100 million Federation coins, a Class B battle blade worth 10 million, and a 6th-tier Demon Beast crystal core, correct? Yes, which is why I'm torn. Zhao Wushuang nodded, not stating his case too bluntly but hinting that Zhang Huang's offer surpassed the Thunder God sects. His relentless combat in the secret realm had shattered the 1,000-year-old record across the 4 provinces of Jiangnan. Having achieved such results, Zhao Wushuang naturally wouldn't casually choose a faction to join. Instead, he intended to play hardball and secure greater benefits. You're greedy, kid. The higher-ups originally opposed continuing to invite you because we simply couldn't afford to give you that much in resources. It's not that we can't afford it, these resources are but a drop in the bucket for the entire Lihua sect. In fact, I personally could easily match the resources offered by the Divine Thunder sect. But the prerequisite is that you possess the strength. The strength that compels me to make an exception solely for you. Otherwise, you'll struggle to win over the others. The prodigies who joined our Lihua sect earlier would surely harbor resentment. Zhang Huang fixed Zhao Wushuang with a piercing stare. Zhang Huang spoke the truth. After receiving the offer from the Divine Thunder sect, the upper echelons of the Li Fire sect had already lost interest in Zhao Wushuang. However, Zhang Huang had made the special trip precisely because Zhao Wushuang's combat prowess had captivated him. If Zhao Wushuang's actual combat prowess surpassed what was seen in the battle recordings, then he possessed the authority to make an exception for Zhao Wushuang. I understand. Zhao Wushuang nodded. It seems Elder Zhang wants to test my strength. If I pass, you can offer benefits exceeding those of the Divine Thunder sect. If I fail, you'll simply turn and leave. Smart. Zhang Huang's face lit up with an approving smile. Flames spread across his palm, and a bottle of milky white liquid appeared in his hand. Tossing it to Zhao Wushuang, Zhang Huang said, "This is an energy replenishment potion. Drink it. With your mecha level, you'll instantly recover to peak condition." Zhao Wushuang nodded. Without hesitation, he swiftly downed the entire bottle. To command a high price, one must possess genuine talent and ability. And now was the moment to prove it. As the energy supplement liquid flooded his mouth, the weariness within Zhao Wushuang's body vanished instantly. Elder Jiang, beware. Restored to peak condition, Zhao Wushuang roared fiercely as his entire body was enveloped in a deep blue flame. In the next instant, Zhao Wushuang transformed into the fiery armor entirely purple-black, with blazing blue flames burning fiercely across his chest. A long blade gripped in his hand, the ghostly flames spread rapidly across his form. Slash! A single strike. The blade sliced through the air, unleashing a vast surge of ghostly flames. Amidst this blazing inferno, a piercing blade aura burst forth from the flames, shooting toward Zhang Huang with a bitterly cold glint. Sword energy? Seeing this piercing blade energy, Zhang Huang's pupils contracted slightly before his expression brightened with delight. His palm transformed into a mechanical claw, its 5 fingers snapping viciously toward the air. Boom! A dull thud echoed. With just his single mecha arm, Zhang Huowang crushed Zhao Wushuang's formidable blade energy barehanded. Come again! Zhang Huowang roared fiercely. Zhao Wushuang narrowed his eyes, unleashing the swift wind step. His long sword became a blur of afterimages, accompanied by bursts of fiery flames. Like a raging storm, he hacked furiously at Zhang Huowang. In the span of a single breath, Zhao Wushuang had already unleashed nearly 100 strikes. Each strike was ruthlessly fierce, unleashing power comparable to that of a top-tier first-rank mecha. Yet before Zhang Huowang, such fierce attacks felt like mere tickles. With a flick of his palm, an even more terrifying inferno spread from his hand, solidifying into a barrier that effortlessly repelled every one of Zhao Wushuang's strikes. How about that? After exhausting his full strength, Zhao Wushuang refrained from further reckless attacks, sheathing his blade and standing guard. Beyond the explosive power of the Netherflames, he had already displayed his most formidable strength. Success or failure, the resources and treatment Zhang Huowang offered all depended on Zhang Huowang's satisfaction. You're truly a prodigy. I thought you'd mastered the dragon roaming sword technique to perfection, but it seems I underestimated you. I never imagined you'd cultivated it to transcendent levels. Zhang Huowang stared at Zhao Wushuang, his expression a mix of astonishment and delight. He never imagined Zhao Wushuang could master the dragon roaming sword technique to such extraordinary heights at such a young age, let alone comprehend the essence of sword energy. Such talent left him utterly astonished. It seems Elder Jiang is quite satisfied. Zhao Wushuang felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed his strength was indeed worthy of recognition. This meant he could secure more resources. Naturally satisfied, Zhang Huowang roared with laughter, pounding his chest in assurance. Rest assured, I might have hesitated before, but after witnessing your extraordinary dragon-slaying sword technique, I guarantee the treatment Liuhua sect offers will far exceed your wildest expectations. As he spoke, a fiery red lotus blossomed beneath his feet. He beckoned to Zhao Wushuang, follow me. At your level of prodigious talent, certain matters are beyond my capacity to handle. Chapter 21, Joining the Liuhua sect. Where to? Zhao Wushuang glanced at Zhang Huowang. The Liuhua sect's Jiangdu branch. Zhang Huowang replied. Upon hearing the answer, Zhao Wushuang didn't hesitate. He leapt directly onto the fiery red lotus beneath Zhang Huowang's feet. Boom! A surge of flames erupted. In the next instant, the blazing lotus soared high into the sky, swiftly heading toward the heart of Jiangdu city. High above, Zhao Wushuang and Zhang Huowang stood side by side atop the blazing lotus. He drew a phone from his waistband, a broad smile playing on his lips, and sent the video he had just recorded. Before long, Zhang Huowang's phone rang. Hello, Elder Wang. Zhang Huowang greeted respectfully. Though he too was an elder of the Liuhua sect, there were clear ranks among the elders. Clearly, the caller held a significantly higher rank than Zhang Huowang. I've seen the video. He's a promising talent. Have you brought him? A hoarse voice came through the phone. He's on his way. He'll be here in minutes. Zhang Huowang replied promptly. A light came from the other end before the call abruptly ended. As the blazing lotus sped through the sky, it soon pierced the clouds and arrived over the urban district of Jiangdu City. Below, traffic flowed like a river. Zhang Huowang guided Zhao Wushuang through a low-altitude flight, swiftly landing in an exceptionally vast area. At the forefront of this vast expanse stood a towering skyscraper. At the very pinnacle of this skyscraper stood 5 characters written in a flowing, dragon-like script, Liuhua sect branch. This is the Liuhua sect branch. Zhang Huowang retracted the blazing lotus, smiling as he said, Come on, let's hurry inside. Elder Wang is waiting for us. Zhao Wushuang nodded and hurriedly followed Zhang Huowang into the Liuhua sect branch. After navigating a series of intricate access points, they took an elevator and soon arrived on the 68th floor. The vast expanse of the 68th floor bustled with awakened individuals radiating formidable auras, busy at work in every corner. At the farthest edge, a balcony overflowing with flowers and plants held an elderly man with thinning hair, reclining comfortably in a chair. Spotting the elevator doors open, he waved at Zhang Huowang. Come on over. I'm right here. Come on, follow me. Zhang Huowang lowered his head, swiftly grabbing Zhao Wushuang's hand and hurrying toward the flower-filled balcony. The air on the balcony was fresh, carrying the soothing fragrance of blooms that calmed both body and mind. Zhao Wushuang, I watched your combat footage earlier. Impressive. To master such extraordinary blade techniques at such a young age. The elderly man with thinning hair scrutinized Zhao Wushuang's physique with a critical gaze. Greetings, Elder Wang. Zhao Wushuang greeted respectfully. Elder Wang gave a slight nod before addressing Zhao Wushuang. However, I wish to witness your extraordinary dragon roaming sword technique in person, especially that sword chi. With a flick of his palm, a wooden dummy materialized before Zhao Wushuang. Draw your blade, unleash your blade energy, and show me your full strength. Elder Wang's gaze fixed on Zhao Wushuang as he spoke. Zhao Wushuang nodded slightly, drew a deep breath, and the flaming armor materialized around his body as his long sword slid out of its sheath. Clang!
A piercing cold light flashed as blade energy shot forth, exploding upon contact with the wooden dummy. Boom! A massive explosion echoed as the wooden figure swayed slightly, swiftly enveloping the remaining shockwaves of the attack. Excellent! Very excellent! As he stowed away the wooden dummy, a satisfied smile spread across Elder Wang's usually stern face. He pursed his lips slightly, pausing as if deep in thought. After a long moment, he spoke, "Join my Lihua sect, and you will receive 200 million Federation credits as startup funds, plus your choice of any Demon Beast Crystal Core below 6th grade. Beyond that, you'll receive a monthly stipend of 5 million Federation credits, and I personally will gift you a spatial bracelet worth 10 million. If you agree, just sign your name above." As the words fell, Elder Wang's face broke into a confident smile. With a flick of his wrist, a pre-prepared contract and a pen appeared on the table. Hearing such tempting terms, Zhao Wushuang was genuinely tempted. However, he did not make a rash decision. Instead, he cautiously inquired, "Elder Wang, would you permit me to make a phone call? To the Thunderclap sect?" Elder Wang's smile remained, though his gaze grew slightly icy. "No. To Commander Lu Ping of the Tianshui district." Zhao Wushuang shook his head and explained, "He has high hopes for me, so I'd like to consult his opinion." "Oh, no problem. I'm sure that Kid Lu Ping will give you the answer you're looking for." Hearing this, Elder Wang's expression instantly softened. He raised his hand, gesturing for Zhao Wushuang to proceed. "Thank you, Elder Wang." Zhao Wushuang thanked him, snapped a photo of the contract with his phone, turned, and walked out. He sent the photo to Lu Ping via text message. Before long, Lu Ping's call came through. "Zhao Kid, the Lihua sect actually gave you such a high startup fund?" Lu Ping's voice was filled with disbelief over the phone. Zhao Wushuang nodded and replied softly, "Yes. I possess extraordinary level sword techniques, so the Lihua sect values my talent highly." "Superior grade sword technique?" Lu Ping gasped over the phone before realizing, "No wonder. I was wondering why the Lihua sect would make an exception just for you and offer such a high starting fund. So how should I decide? Only the Divine Thunder sect and the Lihua sect have reached out to me so far." Zhao Wushuang asked. Lu Ping had more experience in this matter, and since the military was a neutral force, seeking his advice would be extremely beneficial. "It depends on your priorities, but the Lihua sect's offer is already exceptionally generous. Other sects are unlikely to surpass them. Moreover, the Lihua sect excels at cultivating combat experience for their disciples. They possess multiple developed secret realms and conduct monthly live combat training for new recruits, which would be immensely beneficial for you." On the other end of the line, Lu Ping paused briefly before replying, "Other sects do have secret realms they've opened, but certainly not as many as the Lihua sect. Moreover, they focus more on enhancing mecha and psychic abilities, with relatively little emphasis on practical combat training." "I understand. Thank you, Commander Lu." Hearing Lu Ping's final words, Zhao Wushuang nodded. He now understood which path to choose. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Wushuang took a deep breath and turned toward the balcony garden. After carefully reviewing the contract, he hesitated not a moment. He grabbed a pen and signed his name directly on the document. "Zhao Wushuang, congratulations on joining my Lihua sect." Chapter 22, Return, Media Shock. Elder Wang spoke with a warm smile. He looked at Zhao Wushuang and said, "From today onward, you are one of the inner disciples of our Lihua sect. Go home and prepare well. Tomorrow, you will relocate to our Jiangdu branch." "Yes, Elder Wang." Zhao Wushuang nodded respectfully. Elder Wang slowly rose to his feet. A flash of light appeared in his palm, revealing a storage bracelet. He handed it to Zhao Wushuang, saying, "This is a personal gift from me. Inside is a bank card loaded with 200 million Federation credits. Simply activate it. As for the 6th tier Demon Beast Crystal Core and the Class B weapon worth 10 million, you may select them directly from our Jiangdu branch's internal website. All expenses will be covered by our Jiangdong headquarters." "Thank you, Elder Wang." Taking the storage bracelet, Zhao Wushuang immediately slipped it onto his wrist. Feeling the 200 to 300 square meters of space within, his heart swelled with excitement. With such a storage bracelet, he would never again have to worry about wasting demon beast carcasses when hunting in the wild. After all, with his current strength and hunting speed, the demon beast carcasses he gathered could definitely fetch a hefty sum. "You've earned this. I mainly recognized your talent. Otherwise, your current qualifications wouldn't have been enough for me to make an exception for you." Elder Wang patted Wushuang on the shoulder. "But don't get too cocky. Pride comes before a fall. Your talent and comprehension are indeed impressive, and you have the potential to become a 7th or 8th tier mecha master in the future. Of course, it's merely potential. Your ultimate achievements will depend entirely on your own efforts. So I hope you won't disappoint me too much." Given Zhao Wushuang's demonstrated talent and comprehension, becoming a 5th tier mecha master or higher was practically a certainty. But beyond the 5th tier, beyond talent and comprehension, what matters most is effort and opportunity. Both are indispensable. Wushuang will dedicate himself wholeheartedly to cultivation and will never betray Elder Wang's trust. Zhao Wushuang nodded vigorously in affirmation. With the system in place, as long as he hunted demonic beasts, he could gain energy points. Then, forget about 7th or 8th tier, even transcendent level mechs would be within reach. He felt utterly confident about this.
Very well, you may go now. Have Huowang escort you back to the Tianshui district. Pack your belongings and relocate here.
Elder Wang nodded, reclining in his chair and closing his eyes to rest, saying no more.
Zhao Wushuang nodded and followed the silent Zhang Huowang out. Phew! Finally out.
That place was suffocating. Stepping out of the Jiangdu branch of the Lihua sect, Zhang Huowang let out a long sigh, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders. Elder Jiang, I just noticed you kept your head down the whole time, afraid to speak.
Is Elder Wang really that intimidating?
Zhao Wushuang had already obtained it, glancing at Zhang Huowang beside him, who looked utterly relieved.
It's not about being scary or not.
Zhang Huowang shook his head, recalling the time he'd been trained by Elder Wang. His face was filled with lingering fear. Normally, Elder Wang might seem approachable and kind, but when it comes to evaluations, he's notoriously strict. I was recruited by him before, but after one particularly dismal performance, he subjected me to hellish training.
The torment was unbearable.
I still carry psychological scars from it. As he spoke, Zhang Huowang couldn't help but shiver. But then he laughed heartily. Of course, that kind of rigorous training has its benefits. If it weren't for Elder Wang's hellish training back then, I wouldn't have been able to break through to a 7th tier mecha pilot. Indeed, great teachers produce great students. Zhao Wushuang nodded in agreement.
Come on, I'll take you back, then bring you here again.
You can stay here directly and wait for the final rankings of the national exam and the rewards issued by the state.
Zhang Huowang patted Zhao Wushuang on the shoulder.
Beneath his feet, a fiery red lotus blossomed, lifting him up and carrying Zhao Wushuang back to Tianshui district. Late at night, when Zhao Wushuang and Zhang Huowang returned to Tianshui district, Zhao Wushuang's doorstep was already packed with a dense crowd. Among them were journalists assigned to cover the story, as well as representatives from other factions seeking to recruit Zhao Wushuang.
What are you all standing around for?
Surveying the dense crowd, Zhang Huowang slung his arm around Zhao Wushuang's shoulder and laughed heartily. Let me tell you straight, Zhao Wushuang has signed a contract with my Lihua sect. Starting today, he's one of our inner disciples.
You've all lost your chance. Go back where you came from.
What?
The crowd fell silent in shock.
They never imagined Zhao Wushuang would make his decision so early, directly joining the Lihua sect. After all, according to earlier rumors, the Thunder God sect had already made Zhao Wushuang an offer a staggering 100 million Federation credits, plus a 6th-tier Demon Beast Crystal Core and a B-grade battle machine worth tens of millions. Now, barely an hour or two later, Zhao Wushuang had discarded the Thunder God sect's offer and chosen to join the Lihua sect instead. Could it be that the Lihua sect's offer far exceeded that of the Thunder God sect?
The crowd was both stunned and perplexed. Oh, I forgot to mention.
In Zhao Wushuang's contract, our Lihua sect offered the most generous terms.
Of course, this is tied to his strength because Zhao Wushuang doesn't merely wield a perfected level sword technique. His is extraordinary.
Amidst the sea of media cameras, Zhang Huowang let out a hearty laugh, his face beaming with pride.
Revealing Zhao Wushuang's prodigious talent as a central point was part of his carefully laid plan.
After all, the offer Lihua sect had made was exceptionally high compared to any candidate in the history of the competition. Therefore, he had to immediately broadcast Zhao Wushuang's extraordinary talent through the media. Only then would other prodigies joining the Lihua sect not feel unfairly treated. Similarly, the Lihua sect could leverage Zhao Wushuang's extraordinary talent to attract massive attention, thereby securing more official resources and sponsorships.
As for whether revealing Zhao Wushuang's terrifying talent on the spot would trigger a scramble from other sects,
this was not Zhang Huowang's concern. After all, Zhao Wushuang had already signed a contract with the Lihua sect.
Other sects simply couldn't pry him away.
Even if they tried to forcibly buy him out, the penalty clause would be so steep that Zhao Wushuang wouldn't be worth the price. Superior grade sword technique. Hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock. They stared at Zhao Wushuang as if he were a freak. Consider that Zhao Wushuang was merely 18 years old. To master transcendent level sword techniques at such a young age. While the dragon soaring sword technique might be considered a lower tier art, with the Li Fire sect's advanced cultivation methods, he would surely master even higher level martial arts to transcendent levels in the future. With such extraordinary aptitude, there was no need to worry about his future advancement in mecha ranks.
Chapter 23, New Residence.
This, Elder Jiang, is this true? A 6th rank powerhouse from another faction, who was quite familiar with Zhang Huowang. He swallowed hard in shock, his voice trembling with disbelief as he asked.
Absolutely true. Zhang Huowang laughed heartily. After all, for me to secure 200 million Federation credits as startup funding from the Fire Departure sect, plus matching terms from the Divine Thunder sect, along with a monthly stipend of 5 million Federation credits, doesn't Zhao Wushuang have to be the real deal to pull that off? 200 million Federation credits in startup funding. This revelation sent shockwaves through the entire hall. After all, this was no small sum.
For an ordinary 3rd or 4th tier powerhouse, even a lifetime of toil might barely amass such wealth. Beyond that, there were additional supplies valued at nearly 100 million Federation credits in total. Such lavish treatment was simply beyond what their sect could afford for a prodigy whose future achievements remained uncertain. Indeed. Facing the media cameras, Zhao Wushuang's face was beaming with a broad smile as he declared in a resonant voice, "This isn't special treatment for Zhao Wushuang alone. His innate talent and future potential are worth every penny. Naturally, should another prodigy emerge, one whose potential even surpasses Zhao Wushuang's, our Lihua sect would offer an equally generous, if not higher, compensation package." Clearing his throat, Zhao Wushuang leaned right up to the camera, effectively running a recruitment ad for his own Lihua sect. Alright. Everyone, head back now. I need to get Zhao Wushuang ready and return to our Lihua sect's Jiangdu branch. Zhao Wushuang waved his hand dismissively and led Zhao Wushuang straight into the room. The room wasn't large. Zhao Wushuang packed only the most essential items, and under the glare of countless media cameras, she and Zhao Wushuang soared into the sky. Observing Zhao Wushuang's dazzlingly styled blazing lotus moving at an astonishing speed, a hint of envy flickered in Zhao Wushuang's eyes. Running his fingers along the fiery barrier surrounding them, he tentatively inquired, "Elder Jiang, is this blazing lotus a divine ability, or did you acquire it elsewhere?" Relying solely on one leg was too cumbersome. As for those commuter vehicles, traversing the ground was equally time-consuming and laborious. With 200 million Federation coins already set aside as startup capital, Zhao Wushuang had his eye on acquiring one of these flying vehicles. There are commercially available options like flying shuttles or flying swords, but none are as dazzling as my blazing lotus. Seeing Zhao Wushuang's envious gaze, Zhao Wushuang laughed heartily. This blazing lotus cost a whopping 10 billion Federation credits in forging materials alone. Then I fused my life-bound divine power into the mecha. Most people couldn't afford such extravagance. Zhao Wushuang was immensely proud of his flame lotus mecha. After all, it was the culmination of immense investment and arduous cultivation of his life-bound divine power, fused seamlessly with his mecha. With the enhancement of his life-bound divine power, the blazing lotus was far more than just a flying vehicle. It possessed formidable defensive capabilities, making it difficult for ordinary 7th or 8th tier powerhouses to breach in the short term. Years ago, when besieged by 3 8th tier demonic beasts, Zhao Wushuang had relied on this fiery barrier to hold out until reinforcements arrived. I see. Zhao Wushuang nodded in realization. After pondering for a moment, he addressed Zhao Wushuang again, "I'm interested in purchasing a flying device for everyday travel. Could you give me an approximate price range?" "That depends on many factors." Zhao Wushuang pondered for a moment before replying, "For basic travel with additional protective or acceleration features, you're looking at around 7 to 8 million credits. However, if you add defensive capabilities or functions like positioning and cruising, the price ranges from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. Ultimately, the final cost depends on the flying vehicle's grade." "That doesn't sound too expensive." Zhao Wushuang nodded thoughtfully. He was definitely going to buy a flying vehicle, but which type he ultimately chose would depend on how much Federation currency he had left after covering his other expenses. If he had plenty left over, he'd buy a flight device with positioning, cruise, and acceleration capabilities. That way, hunting beasts, traveling long distances, and pursuing fleeing enemies would be much more convenient. When you're ready to buy, I'll give you some guidance. I'll recommend the best value option within your budget. Zhao Wushuang chuckled. Sounds great. Zhao Wushuang chuckled in return. The two chatted casually, exchanging random remarks as they soared through the sky. Soon, as the blazing lotus sped through the air, they descended once more into Jiangdu City, landing at the Lihua sect's branch headquarters. Guiding Zhao Wushuang into the Lihua sect branch, Zhao Wushuang assisted him in obtaining a pass before leading him to a vast residential area within the sect's compound. The Lihua Residential Complex. Gazing at the sprawling residential complex nestled deep within, anticipation flashed in Zhao Wushuang's eyes. Given Zhao Wushuang's talent level and the resources allocated to him, Zhao Wushuang thoughtfully arranged a duplex villa for him, positioned closest to the center. "Zhao kid, this duplex villa will be your new home." After retrieving the keys from the management office, Zhao Wushuang swung open the door and gestured toward the immaculately decorated, spotless interior. Zhao Wushuang stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over his future residence. The entire villa was divided into 3 floors. Its footprint was exceptionally vast, with each floor spanning nearly 500 square meters. Moreover, beneath the villa's foundation lay a basement level. What delighted Zhao Wushuang most was the 200 square meter high-end training room installed on the top floor balcony. The facilities installed, along with the training room's functions and equipment, were in no way inferior to those on the top floor of the Kunshin Martial Arts Hall. Consider this, training on the top floor of Kunshin Martial Arts Hall costs 1 million Federation coins per month. Well, satisfied? Zhao Wushuang laughed heartily as he led Zhao Wushuang on a tour of the house. Satisfied? More than satisfied, absolutely thrilled. Zhao Wushuang nodded with a broad smile. Glad you like it. Zhao Wushuang slapped Zhao Wushuang on the shoulder.
Pointing to one of the largest villas within the inner core from the open-air balcony, he said, "This villa is number 99. The lavishly decorated villa ahead is number 108, that's where I live. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come find me." "Got it." Zhao Wushuang nodded. "It's late. Get some rest, kid. Tomorrow I'll introduce you to a few veteran members. They're all at least 4th tier. Once you've strengthened your abilities, you can team up with them to hunt beasts in the wild and earn points." Zhang Huawang exchanged phone numbers with Zhao Wushuang before leaping into the air. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the scene. Chapter 24, Blood River Sword Technique. Huff. Zhao Wushuang watched Zhang Huawang's retreating figure and exhaled softly. He pulled his phone from his pocket, completed identity verification, and logged into the official website of the Lihua sect. Now that everything was settled. With 200 million yuan in startup capital at his disposal, he naturally intended to put this fund to good use by purchasing items that would bolster his strength. Opening the Lihua sect's website, Zhao Wushuang immediately began browsing the options for 6th tier Demon Beast cores. 6th tier Fire Attribute, Tricolor Rooster Demon Beast Crystal Core. 6th tier Water Attribute, Xianming Black Turtle Demon Beast Crystal Core. 6th tier Wind Attribute, Shadow Phantom Panther Demon Beast Crystal Core. The Lihua sect's inventory was well stocked. Regarding 6th tier Demon Beast cores, every conceivable elemental type was represented. Quickly scanning the 6th tier Demon Beast cores displayed before him, Zhao Wushuang reclined in his chair, stroking his chin in thought. According to the system's prompt, the mecha required external assistance to undergo further evolution. These Demon Beast cores of various attributes presented an exceptionally favorable option. Using 6th tier Demon Beast cores for fusion evolution would undoubtedly grant him a massive boost in power. He currently possessed the extraordinary great ability, Ghostly Inferno. Fire Attribute Demon Beast cores could be disregarded for now. As for Water Attribute and Earth Attribute Demon Beast cores, they offered minimal enhancement to his current strength. After a moment's thought, Zhao Wushuang ultimately set his sights on the 6th tier Purple Sky Thunder Eagle with its Lightning Attribute. Absorbing and fusing the crystal core of this Lightning Attribute Purple Sky Thunder Eagle into his evolution mecha would likely grant him Lightning Attribute offensive capabilities and dramatically increase his mecha's speed. After all, beyond its formidable lightning-based destructive power, the Grade 6 Purple Sky Thunder Eagle possessed speed that ranked among the absolute fastest of all Grade 6 demon beasts. In fact, even some 7th tier beasts might not match the speed of the 6th tier Purple Sky Lightning Eagle. It's decided. Setting aside the potential awakening of lightning attribute attacks, the mere speed boost from the Purple Sky Thunder Eagle's Demon Beast Crystal Core would greatly enhance my own combat prowess. In martial arts, speed is the ultimate breaker. Already possessing the extraordinary Dragon Roaming Sword technique, Zhao Wushuang's offensive capabilities were formidable. If he could further elevate his speed, the combat power unleashed by the Dragon Roaming Sword technique would undoubtedly surge dramatically. The decision was made. Without hesitation, Zhao Wushuang selected the Demon Beast Crystal Core of the 6th tier Purple Sky Thunder Eagle directly on the website. As soon as the order was placed, a delivery notification popped up on his phone. Wow, that was fast. Seeing the estimated delivery time of just half an hour, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but marvel at the speed of the Lihua sect. After selecting the 6th tier Demon Beast Crystal Core, Zhao Wushuang began previewing weapon types. He specialized in wielding blades. Without hesitation, he swiftly selected a B-grade battle blade on the website The Blood Moon. Its entire body was blood red, and it possessed armor-piercing attributes. This B-grade battle blade, Blood Moon, carried a total value of 28 million credits. Among B-grade weapons, it ranked among the most expensive. It was important to note that B-grade weapons typically ranged in price from 15 to 30 million credits. A Blood Moon worth 28 million? If it suited him, Zhao Wushuang would be making a huge profit, not losing a single penny. As for other weapons priced even higher, they simply weren't suitable for his use. Even if purchased, they'd be nothing more than scrap metal. Thanks to the privileges granted by the Lihua sect, when Zhao Wushuang placed his order, the 28 million yuan Battleblade Blood Moon was charged directly to the Lihua sect branch account, incurring no expense for Zhao Wushuang. Securing the materials for his mecha's evolution upgrade and a weapon without spending a single penny left Zhao Wushuang feeling thoroughly satisfied. He happily swiped through his phone, mentally calculating how to spend the remaining 200 million in startup funds. After a moment's thought, Zhao Wushuang ultimately decided to focus on cultivation techniques. This was the most direct path to enhancing his own strength. Moreover, the endless energy points he would gain from hunting demonic beasts in the future would allow him to rapidly upgrade these purchased cultivation techniques. The Dragon Roaming Sword technique has already reached the supernatural tier. According to the cultivation technique's upper limit, supernatural is the absolute peak. It simply cannot be improved further. Even if it could, the energy points required would be astronomical, making it utterly unprofitable. Therefore, I must select a new sword technique manual. As for that Dragon Roaming Sword technique worth mere tens of thousands, compared to those techniques priced in the tens of millions on the Lihua sect's official website, it's utterly trash.
Take this falling leaves sword technique, priced at 58 million. According to its description, the power unleashed at its peak mastery alone rivals my transcendent-tier dragon roaming sword technique. High-grade manuals command their price for a reason. The further you cultivate, the greater the boost to your vital energy, physical attributes, and overall capabilities. Chin resting on his hand, Zhao Wushuang stared at the long list of cultivation manuals and their descriptions on the page, his eyes glowing green with desire to purchase them all. But his funds were limited. With only 200 million in startup capital, he had to be extremely careful with his spending. Within the most reasonable price range, he needed to choose the most suitable sword technique manual for himself. Quickly previewing the sword technique manuals within his budget, Zhao Wushuang set his sights on the Blood River sword technique, valued at 189 million. According to the description in the introduction, this Blood River sword technique was said to be a sword art passed down from the ancient martial era. Created tens of thousands of years ago, before the gods had fallen, it was forged by a peerlessly powerful and arrogant sect leader among the human race. Though fragmented over millennia of transmission, the technique retained staggering overall potency. What captivated Zhao Wushuang most was its unique combat mechanism. During battle, the technique would refine a portion of the slain target's blood. This process temporarily enhanced the practitioner's strength and vital energy, acting as a potent supplement. This was undoubtedly tailor-made for Zhao Wushuang. If he cultivated this technique, he could rapidly enhance his strength through relentless demon beast hunts without expending energy points. But that wasn't even the most crucial aspect. The most vital benefit was its ability to replenish one's own vital energy. This would dramatically increase the energy reserves for his awakened mecha. If he continued killing relentlessly, the Blood River sword technique's replenishment would essentially turn him into a perpetual motion machine, eliminating any fear of energy depletion. Chapter 25 Evolution. Thunderflame Mecha. This is the one. Buy it now. After reading the Blood River sword technique's description, Zhao Wushuang hesitated no longer. He immediately spent 189 million Federation credits and placed his order. Not the most expensive, but the most suitable. As for the Blood River sword technique's flaw of being somewhat incomplete, Zhao Wushuang couldn't care less. He possessed the system. As long as he possessed sufficient energy points and cultivated the Blood River sword technique to the foundational realm, he could rapidly elevate it to perfection or even transcendence using those points. As soon as the order for the Blood River sword technique was placed, a delivery notification instantly popped up on his phone. However, due to the distant storage location of the Blood River sword technique, the notification indicated delivery would arrive before 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Having secured his primary weapon, Zhao Wushuang proceeded to purchase daily supplies to replenish his body's chi, blood, and energy reserves. After these expenditures, his original 200 million yuan startup capital dwindled to less than 5 million. Only 5 million left, and I still haven't bought a flying vehicle. This money won't be nearly enough. Staring at the dwindling balance, Zhao Wushuang shook his head. Never mind. I'll wait until the national exam rankings are released. With the points I've earned, I'm sure to receive a reward from the state. I'll use that reward money to buy a flying vehicle that suits me. Though he was short on funds now, Zhao Wushuang still had the national exam ranking rewards to look forward to, so he wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, once he boosted his strength, venturing alone into the wilderness to explore secret realms and hunt demonic beasts would surely yield substantial wealth. After previewing the news updates on the Lihua sect's official website, Zhao Wushuang didn't wait long before stepping onto the balcony. He watched as a figure soared swiftly through the sky, heading straight for his villa. Distinguished guest Zhao Wushuang, this is the Grade 6 Demon Beast Core. You selected the Purple Sky Lightning Eagle's Demon Beast Crystal. Simply unlock it with your fingerprint. Descending swiftly above Zhao Wushuang's balcony, the delivery agent was cloaked in pitch-black armor, emanating an utterly terrifying aura. Thank you. Zhao Wushuang politely accepted the circular, alloy metal box handed to him. His finger lightly pressed the fingerprint verification pad. Beep. A crisp sound echoed. The metal alloy circular box unfolded layer by layer like a blooming lotus, revealing the 6th-tier Purple Sky Lightning Eagle Demon Beast Crystal Core suspended at its very center. This lightning attribute beast crystal, roughly the size of an egg, radiated terrifying thunderous destructive power and an intense aura of energy. Distinguished guest Zhao Wushuang, this is the Demon Beast Crystal Core of the 6th-tier Purple Sky Thunder Eagle. If you confirm it's correct, please click Received on the official website and remember to give us a 5-star review. The deliveryman, whose aura was formidable, spoke with utmost respect. Though Zhao Wushuang appeared unremarkable before him, possessing only mid-tier first-rank cultivation, but residing in a duplex villa within the most exclusive area of the Lihua sect's Jiangdu branch, his status and future potential were undoubtedly boundless. And the customer is always king. Though his strength far surpassed Zhao Wushuang's current level, he dared not show the slightest disrespect. Rest assured, 5-star review. Zhao Wushuang nodded with a smile. He immediately clicked to confirm receipt and gave the deliveryman a 5-star rating. It was a simple gesture. He wouldn't deliberately cause trouble just to annoy someone more powerful than himself. Thank you. The deliveryman nodded gratefully. Upon receiving the confirmation, his figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing without a trace aboard his flying device.
A 6th-tier demon beast crystal core.
Though gifted by the Lihua sect, purchasing it at full price would easily start at 1 or 200 million credits. I wonder what kind of changes my mecha will undergo after evolving with such an expensive 6th-tier demon beast crystal core as fusion material. Holding the round alloy box, Zhao Wu's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he hurried into the training room.
The commotion caused by mecha evolution would be immense. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, he naturally chose the training room with its exceptional soundproofing.
He hurried to the training room. Zhao Wushuang activated the defense and soundproofing functions, then plopped down cross-legged at the very center of the room. Purple-black mist swirled around his body.
In the next instant, Zhao Wushuang had transformed into the fiercely imposing, majestic flame mech.
System. He summoned the blazing armor and silently called out in his mind.
Name, Zhao Wushuang. Mech, Blazing Armor Plus.
Grade Mid-Tier, Tier 1 Plus.
Ability Netherflame Superior Grade.
Martial Arts Dragon Wandering Sword Technique Superior, Swift Wind Step Mastery Plus.
Energy points 27,680 points.
Gazing at the over 27,000 energy points displayed on his attribute panel, Zhao Wushuang hesitated not a moment. He clasped the thunder-attributed 6th-tier demon beast crystal core in his palm.
System, evolve my Inferno Armor.
Holding the evolution material, Zhao Wushuang impatiently activated the flaming armor with his thoughts. 10,000 energy points were instantly consumed. As the evolution commenced,
boom!
A violent shockwave erupted from Zhao Wushuang's body. In the next instant, he was enveloped in a purple-black mist, while the nether flames on his armor rapidly pulsed and spread. Simultaneously, as the black mist spread and enveloped him, countless purple-blue lightning arcs began to flicker and dance across the surface of Zhao Wushuang's mecha, resembling a swarm of blue sprites.
As the terrifying purple-blue lightning arcs multiplied, the nether flames began rapidly devouring and fusing them.
As time passed,
boom!
A violent inferno, carrying endless bolts of lightning, erupted and exploded outward from Zhao Wushuang's position, instantly engulfing the entire training room. Amidst the terrifying explosion, the training room flashed with light as a circular shield materialized, directly absorbing the devastating blast's attack. Fortunately, Zhao Wushuang had the foresight to activate the defense and soundproofing functions in advance. Otherwise, the sheer noise would have illuminated the entire residential district's night sky, and even this high-end training room would have been left in shambles.
Congratulations, host, on successfully evolving the blazing armor into Thunderflame armor. The system's mechanical voice echoed. Amidst thunder and flames, Zhao Wushuang shifted slightly, stepping out of the purple-black mist. His gaze fell upon the 360-degree mirror covering the wall, carefully examining the new form of his armor. In the mirror, the armor retained its deep purple-black hue, but intricate patterns of intertwined flames and thunder now adorned its surface. Moreover, upon the arms, where these patterns of intertwined flames and thunder resided, lightning arcs danced, emanating an utterly terrifying aura. Chapter 26, The Terrifying Thunderflame Mecha. Thunderflame Armor.
Gazing at the dazzling design of the Thunderflame mech, especially the twin pupils where thunder and flame intertwined and spread, Zhao Wushuang's eyes lit up.
What a Thunderflame mech!
He attempted to channel the chi and blood within his body, manipulating the Thunderflame armor that had undergone yet another evolution. Soon, a colossal surge of blazing flames and thunder erupted from his armor.
Enveloped by this immense conflagration and thunder, Zhao Wushuang transformed into a fiery orb densely packed with lightning.
Break! Zhao Wushuang spread his fingers wide, unleashing a torrent of flames and thunder that instantly enveloped one of the training room's exceptionally sturdy punching bags.
Crackling!
Amidst a piercing crackle of electric arcs and the roar of flames, the once unbreakable sandbag instantly exploded. Countless grains of sand scattered across the room, solidifying into molten iron mid-air.
Impressive!
I never imagined that after evolving my mecha with a 6th-tier lightning attribute demon beast crystal core, I would gain lightning-based attack capabilities. Moreover, this devastating lightning has fused with the netherworld flames, greatly amplifying its destructive power. At this moment, Zhao Wushuang felt his entire body brimming with power, his overall strength having increased exponentially compared to before. Had that strike landed on a high-grade 1st-tier demon beast, it would have been instantly pulverized into dust, perhaps not even dust, but vaporized into nothingness. Powerful. Too powerful. Zhao Wushuang rubbed his fingers together. With a flicker of his thoughts, crimson-black thunderflames coiled around his fingertips, dancing wildly upon them. Indeed, pairing with the right evolutionary materials yields corresponding attributes. It seems my choice was correct. Zhao Wushuang stared at the purple-black thunder flames at his fingertips, his mind racing with thoughts. With this major breakthrough and discovery, the next time he evolved, he would definitely prioritize selecting attribute abilities suited to him, or perhaps demon beast limbs that could significantly enhance his strength.
Test its speed.
Zhao Wushuang silently resolved.
His form flickered as thunder and flames erupted in the air.
In the next instant, he had traveled from the very center of the training room to its entrance.
What terrifying speed!
Zhao Wushuang was secretly startled. He calculated in his mind that, at his current speed, he had improved by at least 5 or 6 times compared to before. And all this improvement stemmed from a single evolution. Once his cultivation base grew stronger, his speed would undoubtedly become even faster. System. With the evolution complete, Zhao Wushuang let out a soft exclamation. In an instant, the attribute panel popped up. Name, Zhao Wushuang. Mecha, Thunderflame Mecha. Level, Tier 1, Mid-Grade Plus. Ability Netherworld Thunderflame Superior Grade. Martial Arts Dragon Wandering Sword Technique Superior Grade, Swift Wind Step Mastery Plus. Energy points 17, 680 points. Indeed, there's more than one surprise. With the fusion of Thunder attribute abilities, the Netherworld Blaze has evolved into Netherworld Thunderflame. Watching the Nether Blaze and his abilities transform into Nether Thunderflame, Zhao Wushuang felt a surge of delight. However, he did not recklessly expend the remaining 17,000 plus energy points. After all, his newly purchased Blood River Sword technique would arrive first thing tomorrow morning. Good steel deserved to be forged into a fine blade. He decided to hold off on upgrading the Swift Wind Step for now. The majority of those 17,000 plus energy points would be channeled into enhancing the Blood River Sword technique. With the successful evolution of his mecha, Zhao Wushuang felt an extraordinary surge of excitement, all traces of sleepiness vanishing. Gripping his long blade, he swiftly executed the dragon-flowing sword technique throughout the training room, adapting to the sudden surge in strength and speed. Time flew by. Through Zhao Wushuang's relentless, joyful training, he gradually mastered this sudden surge of power and speed. His control over the evolved Thunderflame Mecha grew increasingly fluid and natural. His rapid mastery of the newly evolved Thunderflame Mecha was not only due to the system's assistance but also inseparable from Zhao Wushuang's own formidable innate talent. Knock knock knock. Just as Zhao Wushuang was happily and tirelessly unleashing his full range of attacks, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Time flies before I knew it, it was already 6 o'clock. Glancing at the faintly lightening sky outside the window and checking the time, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but sigh. The Blood River Sword technique has arrived. The persistent, urgent knocking echoed. Zhao Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. He swiftly opened the training room door and ran downstairs. Opening the main door, a delivery man with a formidable aura came into Zhao Wushuang's view. Distinguished guest Zhao Wushuang, here are the manual and battle blade you purchased. Simply unlock them with your fingerprint. The delivery man smiled broadly at Zhao Wushuang as he handed over a square box with both hands. Zhao Wushuang nodded, accepting the alloy box. With a light press of his thumb, the box split open, revealing a USB drive inside. What's this? Zhao Wushuang was puzzled. The Blood River Sword technique. The delivery person explained with a smile, because the Blood River Sword technique is so precious, to prevent it from being stolen during transport, it's stored on a USB drive. Only by entering a special verification code can you access the contents inside. The delivery person added, once you complete the signature confirmation, the special verification code will be sent to your phone. Even now, as demonic forces invaded and relentlessly squeezed humanity's living space, selfish individuals still abounded among the human race. They thrive on internal strife, obsessed solely with bolstering their own power and amassing personal gains. Such people often resort to any means necessary to gain advantages. Particularly those with formidable power, seeking the quickest and most convenient path to profit, frequently target delivery personnel responsible for transporting supplies. They brutally murder them to seize the supplies under the courier's protection. Some corrupt couriers even collude with these attackers, deliberately causing accidents to claim substantial resources and profits. Under these circumstances, this new method of theft prevention and information protection has emerged. Understood. Listening to the delivery person, Zhao Wushuang nodded in understanding, immediately signed for the package, and gave a 5-star rating. Shortly after the delivery person departed, a verification message appeared in the background of his phone. After unlocking with facial recognition, Zhao Wushuang retrieved the verification code to access the USB drive's contents. The Blood River Sword technique finally mine. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he obtained the verification code. He hurriedly closed the door and rushed into his study, equipped with the highest privacy protection. He swiftly booted up his computer and inserted the USB drive. As he entered the complex verification code, a prompt popped up. Esteemed VIP Zhao Wushuang, thank you for purchasing the Blood River Sword technique. Per the Federation's treaty, once acquired, this manual must not be disseminated. Any violation will result in pursuit by powerful forces nationwide. Chapter 27, Blood Moon Battle Blade, Cultivating the Blood River Sword technique. After carefully reading the warning, Zhao Wushuang nodded. He had no intention of leaking it anyway, so this minor caution was hardly a concern. Closing the prompt, Zhao Wushuang swiftly began previewing the Blood River Sword technique. Ruthless. As he studied the content and cultivation methods of the Blood River Sword technique, Zhao Wushuang was secretly shocked. Only one word could describe it: brutal. The Blood River Sword technique was both venomous and ruthless. When mastered to its peak, a single strike unleashed a torrent of blood across the heavens, releasing countless vengeful spirits.
Should an enemy be struck, blood would gush uncontrollably. Even without a fatal blow, a single strike could cause death by blood loss. Beyond that, the Blood River Sword technique contained exceptionally diabolical strikes. Those struck not only endured the terror of gushing blood but also suffered their veins bursting inch by inch within their bodies. This inflicted agony worse than death, slowly draining life away through extreme torment. Reading the details of the Blood River Sword technique, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but swallow hard. He could vividly imagine the ancient demonic sect leader who created this technique, how utterly evil, how terrifying that being must have been. Yet he felt no aversion. There are no inherently evil techniques in this world, only evil practitioners. In fact, his eyes gleamed with intense fascination at the brutal details within the Blood River Sword technique. In his view, he could easily avoid using the Blood River Blade technique or its vicious, poisonous strikes during routine sparring. But when confronting enemies, he could unleash it to its fullest. How ruthless! How venomous! That's exactly how he would strike. After all, in this cruel world, showing mercy to one's enemies is cruelty to oneself. Once he encountered an adversary, Zhao Wushuang's nature demanded he give his all, showing no mercy whatsoever. Therefore, no matter how brutal or vicious the Blood River Sword technique might seem, it could not shake his resolve to master it. During his reading, the B-grade battle blade he had purchased, Blood Moon, was delivered to the villa. Time to give this a try. After the arrival of the new weapon and committing the complete Blood River Sword technique to memory, Zhao Wushuang shut down his computer and stowed the USB drive into his storage bracelet. He turned and entered the training room, drawing the Blood Moon, a battle blade entirely crimson in hue. The Blood Moon's hilt measured 40 centimeters, allowing for a perfectly comfortable two-handed grip. As for the blade itself, it measured approximately 1.3 meters in length, not significantly different from his previous battle blade. However, its weight was considerably heavier than his previous blade, tipping the scales at over 300 kilograms. However, with Zhao Wushuang's current strength, wielding it was effortless. Moreover, as his power grew, the Blood Moon's weight would increase accordingly, preventing it from ever feeling too light or flimsy. Clang! A crimson cold light flashed. The Blood Moon blade drew from its scabbard. Zhao Wushuang closed his eyes slightly, recalling the key points of the Blood River Blade technique in his mind. In the next instant, the Blood Moon blade whirled through the air. Following the techniques and principles described in the Blood River Blade art, Zhao Wushuang shifted his stance, swinging the Blood Moon battle blade in a series of relentless strikes. The reason the Blood River Blade technique was so ruthless and deadly. The primary reason lies in its core principles in blade techniques. In daily practice, the Blood River Blade technique appeared unremarkable, yet it concealed deadly intent within. Combined with Zhao Wushuang's lightning-fast blade speed, beneath the swirling storm of blade shadows, any enemy of lesser cultivation caught within would likely be shredded to pieces in an instant. Of course, as for those most vicious techniques, Zhao Wushuang had not yet fully mastered the Blood River Blade art and thus could not execute them. Typically, one must reach the minor achievement or major achievement realm before fully mastering the Blood River Blade technique's most vicious and deadly techniques. But Zhao Wushuang felt no urgency. With his energy points in the system, once he reached the foundational level of the Blood River Sword technique, he could directly use energy points to advance. Through the system's simulation, he could instantly gain decades, even centuries of cultivation experience accumulated by others. He rapidly cultivated the Blood River Sword technique. The entry level of the Blood River Sword technique proved exceptionally challenging. Fortunately, Zhao Wushuang possessed remarkable talent. After a full morning of cultivation, he gained new insights and made progress. This is too difficult. When I cultivated the Dragon Roaming Sword technique before, I mastered it and broke through to the foundational realm in just a single day. But with this Blood River Sword technique, at my current pace, it'll take at least 2 or 3 months. That means I won't be able to use energy points to enhance the Blood River Sword technique for at least 2 or 3 months. Zhao Wushuang shook his head. If anyone else heard him say that, they'd be furious enough to spit blood. 2 to 3 months was already an incredibly fast pace, indicative of astonishing comprehension. For an ordinary person, it might take 3 to 5 years just to reach the beginner's level. Since it requires such a long time, I needn't be overly fixated on storing energy points. In that case, system. Zhao Wushuang had made up his mind. He summoned the system, glanced at the over 17,000 energy points displayed on his attribute panel, and immediately chose to upgrade Swift Step. As for his cultivation base, there was no rush for now. He only needed 5,000 energy points to reach the upper tier of the first stage. Once he reached the wilderness, he could focus entirely on cultivation. He could easily attribute this rapid advancement to the opportunities found in the wild. As 10,000 energy points were consumed, Zhao Wushuang froze rigid in place. A torrent of insights and experience regarding the swift wind step cultivation flooded his mind. His entire body began to flicker and shift rapidly, leaving trails of phantom images streaking across the training room. Congratulations, host, on advancing the swift wind step to the supernatural tier. The system's mechanical voice rang out. Zhao Wushuang halted his movement, and the phantom trails in the air shattered and dissipated. He lingered, savoring the lingering sensation.
Originally, after the evolution of his mecha, his speed had already increased by nearly 5 or 6 times. Now, with swift step reaching the transcendent-tier, his speed received another surge. Compared to his time in the secret realm, his speed was now at least 10 times faster. With such terrifying speed combined with his devastating attacks, Zhao Wushuang estimated that he now possessed sufficient means to handle even his second-tier powerhouse. He could confidently say he was capable of fighting opponents several tiers above his own, effectively skipping past the upper tier of the first rank and the peak tier of the second rank. As for what level of second-tier powerhouse he could handle, Zhao Wushuang wasn't entirely sure. After all, he had never clashed with a second-tier powerhouse. Only through actual combat, in a life or death struggle, could he truly gauge his own strength. Phew! That'll do for now. He rubbed his rumbling stomach. Zhao Wushuang retrieved a large packet of energy potions for replenishing qi and blood from his storage ring. These had been purchased from the official website of the Lihua sect and delivered the previous night. The continuous upgrades and training had taken a tremendous toll on Zhao Wushuang. He rapidly absorbed one large packet of energy potions, yet still felt unsatisfied. He reached for another large packet. Only after swallowing both entire packs did he finally feel a slight sense of fullness. Thump! 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 Just then, a dull knocking sounded at the door. "Xiao kid, it's me. Open up." Zhang Huowan's voice echoed from outside. Chapter 28, Making a Name for Myself. "Coming." Zhao Wushuang called back. He stowed the Blood Moon War blade into his storage bracelet and hurried downstairs. "Come on, let me introduce you to a few awakened warriors worth getting to know." Feeling Zhao Wushuang's aura grow significantly stronger overnight, Zhang Huowan's eyes lit up. He slung an arm around his shoulder and said enthusiastically. He hadn't misjudged this man after all. Zhao Wushuang's talent surpassed even his wildest expectations. Given access to resources, his cultivation aura had surged dramatically overnight. With more resources in the future, his potential was truly boundless. "Yes, Elder Jiang." Zhao Wushuang nodded with a smile, accepting Zhang Huowan's invitation without hesitation. Befriending several powerful awakened individuals would greatly benefit his future development within the Lihua sect. Led by Zhang Huowan, Zhao Wushuang left the residential area and arrived at the office building of the Lihua sect's Jiangdu branch. Zhao Wushuang had already visited this location once yesterday. After passing through identity verification, he and Zhang Huowan ascended to the 27th floor. The 27th floor housed an elegantly decorated lounge area with over 40 private rooms. Each private room required an access card, and entry was only possible after pre-booking and activating the card with one's identity. Zhang Huowan led Zhao Wushuang to private room number 36. After identity verification, they pushed open the door. Inside, 3 men and 2 women were seated on chairs, chatting and laughing animatedly. Their aura was significantly weaker than Zhang Huowan's, yet each possessed cultivation at least at the 4th tier. The one who made the deepest impression on Zhao Wushuang was a bald, scarred giant. His physique was burly and imposing, his scalp gleaming. The forced grin that stretched across his face, framed by a menacing scar, sent a chill down one's spine. "Everyone, this is Zhao Wushuang, our newly recruited inner disciple of the Lihua sect. At this year's national examination, he shattered the 1,000-year-old points record for the entire Jiangnan province." Zhang Huowan enthusiastically slung his arm around Zhao Wushuang's shoulder as he introduced him to the others. Upon hearing Zhang Huowan's words, the most imposing figure among them, the scarred giant, rose first. A chilling smile stretched across his face as he extended his palm warmly toward Zhao Wushuang. "Greetings, young Zhao. My name is Chunning Jun, a name that fits me perfectly, for I am exceptionally handsome. I possess a 5th-tier upper cultivation level. Should we have the fortune to team up in the wilderness zone, I'll have your back. Hello, I'm Zhao Wushuang." Zhao Wushuang shook hands with Chunning Jun politely. Though the man before him looked utterly unsettling and hardly seemed trustworthy, Zhao Wushuang felt no aversion or discomfort. After all, appearances could be deceiving. Some with angelic faces might harbor devilish hearts beneath the surface. "I'm Shen Mengyao, just call me sister. I'm a 5th-tier lower-grade cultivator. If we ever team up, you can count on me to have your back." The most delicate-looking woman among them stood up and greeted Zhao Wushuang warmly. "Greetings, Sister Shin." Zhao Wushuang nodded with a smile. Titles mattered little, what truly counted was forging a favorable connection here. The others introduced themselves one by one, greeting Zhao Wushuang in turn. Through Zhang Huowan's warm demeanor, they could tell he held Zhao Wushuang in high regard, so they all exchanged phone numbers with her. There was no other way. If Zhao Wushuang relied solely on his cultivation level, even with his prodigious talent, this group wouldn't be overly enthusiastic. After all, this world ultimately revered strength. No one could predict the fate of a prodigy who hadn't yet matured. But when someone vastly stronger than themselves showed such favor, their attitude shifted completely. Even if Zhao Wushuang turned out to be trash or a complete failure in the future, as long as Zhang Huowan's attitude toward him remained unchanged, they would persist in maintaining an extremely friendly and enthusiastic demeanor. This was the deterrent power and respect commanded by Zhang Huowan's formidable strength.
though the brief conversation with the few was warm, largely due to Zhang Huowang's standing. However, due to the vast disparity in cultivation levels, Zhao Wushuang found it difficult to integrate into their circle. After a few casual exchanges, and despite Zhang Huowang's attempts to keep him, Zhao Wushuang silently withdrew from the room. He understood his place perfectly well. Today was merely about becoming familiar faces and cultivating goodwill, laying the groundwork for mutual support during future wilderness missions hunting demonic beasts. As for truly integrating into their conversations and becoming one of the group, his current low cultivation level was far from sufficient. Besides, simply becoming a familiar face was sufficient. He knew little about these people's backgrounds. Rather than waste time here, he'd be better off returning to the villa to train diligently, striving to master the Blood River Sword technique to the foundational level and use energy points to enhance his cultivation. As Zhao Wushuang exited the private room, he heard laughter echoing from within. Shaking his head, he swiftly returned to his own villa. Seize the day while young. Before the national exam results were released, this was the perfect time for him to focus intently on mastering the Blood River Sword technique. Once the exams began, he wouldn't have the luxury of dedicated practice. Instead, he'd be constantly rushing to the wilderness to hunt demonic beasts. On one hand, he needed to complete the monthly tasks assigned by the Lihua sect, accumulating enough points to elevate his status within the sect and gain access to more resources for cultivation. On the other hand, he needed to gather more energy points to rapidly enhance his strength. Residential District, Villa 99. Inside the training room. Boom! A fierce blade aura slashed out, striking the training dummy with brutal force. Amidst the synergy of thunder and blazing flames, a terrifying explosion erupted. Though Zhao Wushuang hadn't employed the transcendent-level dragon roaming sword technique, the blade energy he'd gained could be unleashed at any moment even when using the Blood River Sword technique. Crackle! His long blade whirled rapidly, thunder and flames spreading and blooming through the air, erupting in a series of violent claps like thunder from a clear blue sky. Again! Again! Using the blade energy enhancement alongside the extraordinary ability of Netherworld Thunderflames to cultivate the Blood River Sword technique, my progress is at least 2 or 3 times faster than before. Excellent! Though the energy drain is greater, at this rate, I should be able to fully master the Blood River Sword technique and reach the foundational realm within a month at most. Feeling the proficiency of the Blood River Sword technique deepen, Zhao Wushuang's eyes lit up slightly, his expression filled with delight. He replenished his depleted energy reserves while rapidly immersing himself in cultivation. Time slipped by unnoticed. Leveraging his prior profound mastery of sword techniques, Zhao Wushuang's grasp of the Blood River Sword technique grew increasingly profound. Chapter 29, Blood River Blade Technique Upgraded, Minor Achievement Reached. Time slipped away unnoticed. It had now been a month since Zhao Wushuang joined the Lihua sect. During this period, while awaiting the results of the national examinations, Zhao Wushuang remained on leave, not participating in any of the Lihua sect's combat training or missions. During this leisurely period, Zhao Wushuang seized the opportunity to diligently study and cultivate the Blood River Sword technique. Through daily practice filled with joy and no fatigue, his progress was remarkably evident. His mastery of the Blood River Sword technique had advanced beyond measure compared to before. Boom! Within the training chamber, Zhao Wushuang's chi and blood surged violently as he swung his blade with brutal force. A fierce blade aura swept out, cleaving a long gash directly into the training room wall. As surrounding energy swirled, the deep gash rapidly began to mend. I've mastered the basics. Zhao Wushuang sheathed his blade and stood alone in the training room, his eyes brimming with astonishment. After a month of relentless effort, he had finally mastered the Blood River Sword technique to its foundational level. Come on! Let me see just how much this ancient Blood River Sword technique, now enhanced, will aid me. Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself. System, allocate points. Enhance the Blood River Sword technique. A fierce command echoed in his mind. As 5,000 energy points were consumed, a colossal surge of vital energy surged relentlessly through Zhao Wushuang's body. Memories of relentless, grueling training in the Blood River Sword technique flooded his mind, like a sudden enlightenment. In the next instant, Zhao Wushuang drew his blade and swung it. A ferocious blade aura surged forth. The originally milky white blade energy had now turned blood red. With a single strike, a massive crack appeared on the wall once more, at least several times wider than before. Simultaneously, with this strike, the air thickened with the pungent scent of blood, as if a brutal battle had just raged here. Phew! The Blood River Blade technique has reached the minor accomplishment stage. Zhao Wushuang exhaled a long breath. The mist took on a faint reddish hue, streaking toward the distance like a sharp blade. He glanced at his mecha suit. The patterns on its surface now bore a hint of pale red, transforming it into a formidable, war god-like presence. Truly worthy of its reputation as an ancient technique passed down through the ages. Merely reaching the minor achievement realm has granted me such immense enhancement. Feeling the surge in his strength and vitality, Zhao Wushuang's expression grew increasingly delighted. With this renewed surge in power, Zhao Wushuang now brimmed with confidence in his abilities. He had previously estimated he could hold his own against a second-tier, lower-grade awakened. Now it seemed even ordinary second-tier lower grade awakened might not be his match. This was the confidence born of rapid power growth. Alright, today is already the 5th of August. According to the official website's notice, the results of the national exam should be released today. Sheathing his long sword, Zhao Wushuang took a deep breath. His heart brimmed with anticipation. He wondered what national ranking he could achieve with his over 4,000 points in this exam. If Lu Ping's earlier prediction held true, he should be locked into a top 10 or even top 5 spot nationwide. Just as Zhao Wushuang was lost in anticipation, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Zhao Wushuang, come down to collect your mail. A booming voice echoed through the hallway. Coming. Zhao Wushuang called out and immediately ran downstairs to open the door. A delivery person stood smiling at the doorway. He held a large, square alloy box in his hands, his eyes gleaming with envy. He was the exclusive delivery agent for the national exam results. For most candidates, their exam rankings were sent directly via email. Those who received a dedicated courier for delivery were guaranteed to be ranked within the top 500 nationwide, and their rewards corresponded directly to their placement. The more valuable the reward, the higher the security level of the assigned box. Based on his years of experience, this alloy square box before him must contain a substantial amount of material. And the person standing before him, Zhao Wushuang, ranked no lower than 10th nationwide. I am Zhao Wushuang. Zhao Wushuang took the box and smiled lightly. Please unlock it with your fingerprint first and sign for it. Only after confirming everything is correct can I leave with peace of mind. The deliverer man spoke with an envious look on his face. At the same time, he was filled with curiosity just how high up in the national top 10 did Zhao Wushuang rank? Alright. Zhao Wushuang nodded. He gently pressed his thumb against the sensor. As the fingerprint verification succeeded, the square box swiftly opened, and a virtual screen instantly projected out, displaying Zhao Wushuang's ranking. 3rd place. The 3 large, clearly visible characters floated in midair, catching the eyes of both Zhao Wushuang and the deliverer man. 3rd place. Seeing such a ranking, a hint of shock flashed in the deliverer man's eyes. He had assumed Zhao Wushuang would be somewhere beyond the top 5, yet here was the very person he was delivering to, ranked 3rd nationwide. Such a prodigy was bound to soar to greater heights in the future, achieving at least 6th rank or higher. Don't forget to give me a 5-star rating. After a moment of shock, the delivery agent flashed a polite smile before transforming into a streak of light and soaring skyward. Time to count my rewards. Clutching the square box, Zhao Wushuang dashed into his room, anticipation lighting up his face. Placing the box on the table, he pulled out the topmost certificate of honor. Beneath it lay a jet black bank card, 3 tokens radiating an eerie aura, and an envelope. After gathering everything, Zhao Wushuang opened the envelope. The letter contained only a few words, simply congratulating Zhao Wushuang on achieving 3rd place nationally and describing the functions of the 3 tokens along with the bank card's balance. According to the description, the 3 tokens were single-use consumables, each containing terrifying offensive power equivalent to a 6th-tier peak level attack. In other words, with these 3 tokens, Zhao Wushuang could unleash 3 attacks equivalent to those of a fully advanced 6th-tier awakened warrior. Excellent! With such a life-saving trump card, I can venture into the wilderness zone with greater peace of mind. Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction, then checked the bank card balance on the envelope. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 10 million. As he counted the final digits, Zhao Wushuang's pupils widened in astonishment. The opening digit was 6. This meant that, in addition to the 3 extremely precious one-time use consumable tokens, his ranking in the national exam had also earned him a reward of 60 million Federation coins. This is fantastic. Zhao Wushuang clapped excitedly, immediately linking the bank card and swiftly logging into the official website of the Lihua sect. Earlier, he had already contacted Jiang Huowan, asking him to help select the most cost-effective flying vehicle best suited for him. Chapter 30, Exam Rankings and Task Claiming. His previous expenditures had been substantial, leaving his funds depleted. Now, with an additional 60 million Federation coins, he could finally purchase the flying vehicle he'd been longing for. If I'm buying the best. Keep only 10 million as reserve funds, allocate 50 million to this purchase. Zhao Wushuang selected the price filter. He swiftly previewed various flying vehicles priced between 40 and 50 million credits. He selected his top 3 favorites: Fire Attribute, Lightning Attribute, and Wind Attribute flying vehicles. The vehicles in this price range not only featured acceleration capabilities but also included cruise control and protective shields. After taking screenshots of his top choices, Zhao Wushuang didn't hesitate to make a decision. Instead, he sent them to Jiang Huowan. After waiting about 10 minutes, Zhao Wushuang's phone rang. It was Jiang Huowan calling. Hello, Elder Jiang. Zhao Wushuang greeted him warmly. Zhao kid, I'm out on a mission right now, otherwise I'd have come to help you pick out the gear myself. I've looked over the items you selected. Since you've already fused a 6th-tier Demon Beast Crystal Core with lightning attributes, I naturally recommend choosing a lightning-attributed flying vehicle. Aside from wind attributes, lightning offers the fastest acceleration and the strongest shields. It even comes with some aerial attack capabilities. Zhang Huawang's rough voice boomed through the phone, offering Zhao Wushuang sound advice. Understood, thank you, Elder Jiang. Zhao Wushuang nodded, exchanged a few more casual words with Zhang Huawang, then hung up. With Zhang Huawang's guidance, Zhao Wushuang made his choice without hesitation, selecting the lightning attribute flying tool. It was a long, broad flying sword, approximately 5 to 6 meters in length and 2 to 3 meters in width, large enough to stand 3 or 4 people. Its price tag was set at 48 million. After spending 48 million, a delivery notification popped up on the rear window, indicating it would arrive in about an hour. Excellent. Zhao Wushuang nodded, gathered his essential items, and turned to leave the room. His Blood River sword technique had reached the minor achievement realm, leaving him with only a little over 2,000 energy points remaining. With the national exam rankings and rewards now finalized, it was time for him to accept quests and venture into the wilderness to hunt demonic beasts. He seized this hour to rush to the office building, where he would browse the mission hall for suitable assignments. Zhao Wushuang moved swiftly. After passing identity verification, he reached the 18th floor mission hall in just 4 minutes. The place was teeming with people. Numerous disciples from the Jiangdu branch of the Lihua sect stood in orderly queues, some submitting completed quests, others accepting new ones, and still others selling loot obtained from quest maps through the sect's quest hall. After all, the Lihua sect was a faction centered around combat. Here, advancement in rank and access to greater resources required accumulating points through completing numerous quests and hunting demonic beasts. Lihua sect points could be exchanged for any item, Federation currency, cultivation resources, demon beast cores, and even non-core positions. Zhao Wushuang stood at the back of the long queue. After waiting over half an hour, he finally pushed his way to the front of the mission hall. It's you, Zhao Wushuang. The man's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhao Wushuang, greeting him warmly. Greetings, senior brother Lu. Zhao Wushuang returned the greeting politely. He recognized this man Lu Haolong, introduced to him by Zhang Huawang. He held the position of squad leader in the mission hall, responsible for assigning tasks and tracking completion counts. No need for formalities. If you were coming, just give me a heads up. A quick call would have sufficed. Given our connection, I could have handpicked some prime missions and sent them straight to your phone. Lu Haolong spoke with excessive enthusiasm. He had once been Zhang Huawang's disciple, joining the Lihua sect through Zhang Huawang's recommendation. Having learned through Zhang's introduction that Zhang held Zhao Wushuang in high regard, Lu Haolong naturally treated him with utmost warmth. This is my first time accepting a mission, so I didn't want to trouble senior brother Lu. Next time, I definitely will. Zhao Wushuang nodded with a smile and inquired, my current overall strength is roughly at the peak of the first tier. I wonder if there are any tasks suitable for me? I'd like several, preferably within a large area. With his current strength, he had a decent chance of slaying even a second tier, lower grade demon beast. However, to play it safe, Zhao Wushuang decided to start with a few first tier peak missions. He wanted to familiarize himself with the dangers of the wilderness zone first. Once he had accumulated enough energy points, he would take on more challenging tasks. We have some. Lu Haolong gave a mysterious smile, pulling out a thick stack of documents from beneath the counter and flipping through them quickly. Soon, he pulled out 3 information sheets. Each sheet represented a distinct mission. Junior brother Zhao, these are the most suitable missions for your current strength. They carry low risk, the routes are safe, and the demon beasts you'll encounter along the way are practically practice for you. Handing over the 3 assignments, Lu Haolong added quietly, I've secretly saved these for myself. I don't usually give them to others, only to people I know well, like you, brother Zhao. If it were anyone else, they'd struggle to get even 1 assignment, let alone 3 in a row. He was telling the truth. As a squad leader in the task hall, he handled an overwhelming number of assignments daily. During the review and sorting process, he routinely set aside the simplest, most easily completed tasks for himself or those close to him. Alternatively, he would accept bribes to distribute them to others. The Lihua sect had long grown accustomed to this practice, usually turning a blind eye. After all, the members of the task hall were extremely busy every day, handling tedious and monotonous tasks. They rarely ventured out to hunt demonic beasts, so securing additional resources inevitably involved extracting certain benefits from the system. This arrangement has become an unspoken perk granted by the Lihua sect to its members in the task hall. Otherwise, who would take such a dry, uninspiring job with mediocre pay? Understood. Zhao Wushuang had naturally heard about this arrangement. He smiled at Lu Haolong and said, this time, I owe it all to senior brother Lu. Once I complete the mission and return, I'll definitely treat you to a proper feast. If the hall is good, I'll even bring back some local specialties for you. Ah, no problem at all. Lu Haolong laughed heartily, satisfied his goal had been achieved. He pledged earnestly, senior brother John truly didn't misjudge me. Just knowing you'd take the initiative to message me personally is enough. Rest assured, we'll stay in touch via phone from now on. Any promising assignments will be yours first. Such is human nature. Such are the ways of human relationships. Otherwise, even with existing connections, who would genuinely go out of their way for you without any benefit? Thank you. Zhao Wushuang nodded and didn't linger, not wanting to disrupt others' task-claiming process. After exchanging a farewell with Lu Haolong, he turned and left the office building. Chapter 31, Departure, Mission Execution. After mapping out the route for this mission, before long, the delivery courier successfully delivered the flying vehicle, the Thunderbolt Flying Sword. What a sword! After signing for it, Zhao Wushuang immediately unlocked it with his fingerprint. Gazing at the massive flying sword hovering in midair, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. The massive flying sword radiated terrifying thunderous energy, its blade adorned with intricate purple patterns. With a slight shift of his intent, the thunder surging around the blade instantly coalesced into a shield of lightning. This dazzlingly cool Thunderbolt flying sword perfectly matched Zhao Wushuang's aesthetic sensibilities. Off I go. Zhao Wushuang let out a hearty laugh, leaping onto the flying sword. His entire form transformed into a streak of light and lightning, vanishing into the distance. This time, the mission he had accepted was a solo quest, with no companions accompanying him. The primary reason for this was the existence of the system. Once he reached the wilderness zone, he could hunt demonic beasts freely, relentlessly honing his strength and leveling up. When he returned, the sudden surge in his strength and cultivation would naturally be attributed to the wild zone's unfathomable great opportunities and miracles. In less than half an hour, Zhao Wushuang was already soaring through the skies, far removed from the urban sprawl of Jiangdu City. The sun was setting in the west. The crimson glow of the setting sun illuminated the mist and wilderness below. Looking down, Zhao Wushuang saw dense forests towering overhead, while below lay ruined cities and highways. On the ground, hordes of beasts roamed in packs. Wrecked vehicles littered the landscape, and darkened bloodstains stained the earth in many places. Roar! 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 The deeper he ventured into the wilderness zone, the more deafening the roars of the beasts below became. Fortunately, the route Zhao Wushuang had planned for the mission was relatively safe, with the highest tier beasts encountered below being no more than second or third tier. For Zhao Wushuang soaring high above, these ground-level threats posed little danger. Chirp! Just then, a sharp bird cry pierced the air, followed by a sudden gust of wind. Zhao Wushuang maneuvered the Thunderbolt flying sword, his body flickering slightly to evade the aerial threat. He turned his head to see a white-feathered eagle, its body radiating a fierce gale, rapidly closing in on him from the rear. First-tier perfection? Through the feedback from his mecha, Zhao Wushuang instantly assessed the white-feathered eagle's cultivation level. You beast! How dare you provoke me at a mere first tier, full realm? Upon confirming the eagle's cultivation level, Zhao Wushuang's fear vanished, replaced by a surge of fury. His flying sword traced a perfect arc through the air. His body erupted like a thunderclap as he rode the Thunderbolt flying sword toward the white-feathered eagle. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. At the 10-meter mark, just as the white-feathered eagle prepared to strike, a blood-red longsword suddenly appeared in Zhao Wushuang's hand. This blade was named Blood Moon. AB grade weapon. The Blood Moon blade shot from its sheath, a crimson blade light flashing through the air. Immediately after, a crimson streak streaked across the sky, a fierce blade aura. Blood River blade technique. When he struck, he gave it his all. Facing this first-tier peak white-feathered flying eagle, Zhao Wushuang unleashed the Blood River blade technique directly. The crimson blade energy struck viciously between its skull. Splatter! Scorching blood spattered. As the crimson blade energy sliced through, the once ferocious first-tier peak white-feathered flying eagle was cleaved clean in two. Its rapidly falling corpse was swiftly snatched by Zhao Wushuang and stowed away into his storage bracelet. Though this peak-tier white-feathered flying eagle wasn't a particularly formidable demon beast, the demon beast crystal core within its corpse was still worth its weight in gold. Even a mosquito was meat. Until he hunted more powerful beasts, he wouldn't waste the vast space of his storage bracelet. Congratulations, host, on slaying a first-tier perfect white-feathered flying eagle. Energy points plus 2,300. Just then, the system's notification sounded in Zhao Wushuang's ears. 2,300 points? Not bad. Another big haul. Just a little more accumulation, and I can break through to a high-grade first-tier mecha. Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. Having swiftly dealt with the white-feathered flying eagle as a minor detour, he accelerated once more, following the safe route indicated on the map as he sped toward the mission location. The mission site lay beyond Jiangdu City, in a rice field within the wilderness zone. There, several demon beast strongholds existed. Zhao Wushuang's mission objective this time was to completely wipe out all these demon beast strongholds. The mission level was not high, even relatively easy. According to the mission prompt, the strongest demon beast gathered at these strongholds was merely a stage 1 perfection tier creature. Even if unexpected complications arose, the strongest threat would be a demon beast attempting to break through to the second tier, a challenge he could easily handle with his current strength. As time passed, 2 hours later, Zhao Wushuang swiftly descended from the sky, landing in a field of overgrown weeds and desolate rice paddies, the stalks towering over a meter high. The moment he touched down, the motionless scarecrows surrounding him suddenly sprang to life. Spinning like whirling tops, they rapidly closed in from all directions, encircling Zhao Wushuang. Mutant beasts?
Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow slightly. He unleashed his transcendent-level swift wind step, flames and lightning bursting from his body as multiple phantoms instantly materialized across the desolate rice field. Slash! The Blood Moon Warblade erupted from Zhao Wushuang's grasp. Bathed in the moonlight of that night, the long, curved blade emitted a chilling, blood-red glow that pierced the soul. A fierce slash erupted. Crimson blade energy shot out in all directions. Thud! 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 A series of thuds echoed. This crimson blade energy swept through with devastating force. With a single stroke, the dense swarm of straw surrounding him was severed cleanly at the waist, collapsing to the ground and dissolving into a cloud of gray mist. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 58 energy points. The system notification sounded. Such a meager amount of energy left Zhao Wushuang utterly unimpressed. Still, he understood these straw dummies weren't even first-tier demon beasts, merely puppets imbued with demonic essence. Gaining any energy points at all was already a blessing. Roar! As Zhao Wushuang's blade sliced through the vast expanse of scarecrows before him, a furious roar suddenly echoed from the distance. Rumble! The ground trembled violently. Zhao Wushuang's gaze swept toward the distance. In his line of sight, a dark tide surged rapidly toward them from the desolate rice fields to his left front. Chapter 32, Battle. Second-tier Demon Beast. A rat tide. A flicker of delight crossed Zhao Wushuang's eyes. These were precisely one of his targets, the iron-furred black rats. Judging by the scale, so many iron-furred black rats, it seemed the entire nest had been stirred up. If he could eliminate this entire swarm, one of the mission objectives would be accomplished. Moreover, with such a massive number of iron-furred black rats, he was bound to earn a huge haul of energy points. Wouldn't upgrading to a first-tier high-grade mecha, or even a first-tier perfect mecha, be a breeze then? Come on! My energy points! Zhao Wu, wielding his Blood Moon Warblade in both hands, fixed his gaze intently on the surging tide of rats approaching before him, his expression brimming with excitement. Roar! 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 The iron-furred black rats let out deafening roars, their eyes blazing with intense killing intent as they charged toward Zhao Wushuang. Kill! As the two sides closed in on each other, a fierce battle erupted. Endless waves of iron-furred black rats charged forward at breakneck speed. Most were low-tier first-rank creatures, with only a handful being mid-tier or high-tier first rank. Though lacking in strength, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming. Even facing them, Zhao Wushuang remained cautious. Zhao Wushuang darted and dodged, his Blood Moon Warblade swinging relentlessly. Thunderous flames surged across his body, while crimson blade energy sliced through the ruined rice fields, reaping the lives of iron-furred black rats one after another. Puff! 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 Blood spurted wildly. Under the moonlight, it appeared eerily vivid and sinister. One after another. The once vast and formidable rat horde dwindled steadily under Zhao Wushuang's relentless slaughter. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the air. Zhao Wushuang whipped his head around to see a massive black shadow charging toward him like a tank from within the demon beast horde. Damn, that's fast! Zhao Wushuang was startled. He planted his feet firmly and swiftly executed the swift wind step, dodging the massive black shadow's attack with lightning speed. Simultaneously, using the corpses on the ground as leverage, he propelled himself upward. Swiftly summoning the thunderbolt flying sword, he hovered midair. Second-tier iron-haired black rat. Standing atop the thunderbolt flying sword, Zhao Wushuang finally exhaled slightly. His gaze fell upon the massive black shadow below. It was a colossal iron-furred black rat, its glossy black fur as sharp as steel needles. Its long tail, in particular, resembled a deadly iron spike, radiating a chilling, icy glint. Perfect. Time to test the might of a second-tier demon beast. Zhao Wushuang was eager to test his skills. However, he did not act recklessly. Instead, he used the agility of his thunderbolt flying sword to draw the iron-furred black rat's attention, luring it to a secluded spot outside the encircling perimeter. After all, this was his first encounter with a second-tier demon beast. Even the lowest-grade second-tier beast demanded his utmost vigilance. Only by doing so could he ensure victory and slay it. Otherwise, a single lapse in concentration while fighting a second-tier demon beast amidst the encircling horde could easily lead to distraction or even injury. He swiftly lured this second-tier inferior iron-haired black rat away. Once he had completely broken free from the encirclement of the other iron-haired black rats, Zhao Wushuang swiftly let down from the thunderbolt flying sword. Gripping the Blood Moon Warblade in both hands, he harnessed the momentum of his leap. A brilliant, flickering crimson blade aura erupted from the blade's tip. You vile beast, die! A fierce shout. Zhao Wushuang's aura surged violently. Empowered by this formidable energy, the Blood Moon Warblade, enveloped in crimson blade energy, delivered a fierce strike. Splash! The crimson blade energy sliced through the hide of the second-tier iron-furred black rat. The Blood Moon Warblade accelerated along the arc of the crimson blade energy, blazing with a fierce light. A tremendous explosion echoed. Fiery flames and thunderous energy erupted simultaneously. Immediately after, scalding blood gushed forth as Zhao Wushuang's single strike severed half of the iron-furred black rat's massive head.
Roar! The iron-furred black rat roared madly, its body shaking violently. Its long tail, shattering the air, lashed out fiercely toward Zhao Wushuang. The attack was lightning fast, like a thunderbolt. Holy! Zhao Wushuang scrambled to dodge, rolling awkwardly across the ground in a hasty evasion, narrowly escaping the deadly strike. He had underestimated it. He never imagined a second-tier demon beast could possess such formidable vitality. He had sliced off half its skull with a single blow, yet it still hadn't collapsed dead. Worse, it possessed such formidable strength to counterattack. This was something Zhao Wushuang hadn't anticipated. But that was all. After suffering a minor setback, his expression turned utterly solemn. His form shifted rapidly, leaving trails of phantom images across the open ground. Roar! The iron-furred black rat, now utterly maddened, charged forward recklessly. Its long tail whipped furiously behind it, lashing out at everything in its path. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed relentlessly. Under the frenzied lashing of this utterly mad iron-furred black rat, massive craters appeared on the ground. Zhao Wushuang merely dodged relentlessly, refraining from rash attacks as he studied the beast. Through his constant evasive maneuvers, Zhao Wushuang clearly noticed that the more frenzied the iron-furred black rat became, the more blood gushed from the wound on its head, and its speed even slowed considerably. Perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment, Zhao Wushuang leapt to evade the iron-furred black rat's attack, reappearing behind it in the next instant. Kill! With cool precision, he drew his blade. The Blood Moon War blade slid from its sheath, its crimson blade aura blazing. Zhao Wushuang unleashed tremendous power, driving the blade viciously into the iron-furred black rat's neck. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, swift, fierce, and brimming with colossal, overwhelming power. Even the iron-furred black rat, now in a frenzied state, sensed the imminent threat of death. It snapped back to its senses, rolling swiftly to dodge. But it was too late. Zhao Wushuang's blade was too swift. Just as the iron-furred black rat attempted to roll away, a sharp gush erupted, scorching blood spurting forth. Boom! Immediately afterward, a heavy object crashed to the ground. It was the massive head, severed from its body. This strike had targeted the iron-furred black rat's most vulnerable point, its neck. With a single, full-force strike, he severed the entire head from the iron-furred black rat. As the head hit the ground, the iron-furred black rat didn't even manage a scream. It collapsed instantly, its body twitching slightly before falling utterly still. The blood pooling on the ground spread rapidly outward, nourishing the growth of surrounding weeds and straw. Chapter 33, Second-Tier High-Grade Tiger Demon. Congratulations, host, on defeating the second-tier low-grade demon beast, Iron-Haired Black Rat. Energy points plus 5,300. With the iron-haired black rat's demise, the system's melodious voice rang in Zhao Wushuang's ears. Another 5,300 energy points, not bad at all. Zhao Wushuang nodded in satisfaction. His gaze fell upon the surging horde of rats charging toward him. Without hesitation, he chose to advance his cultivation. Congratulations, host, for consuming 5,000 energy points. Your cultivation has advanced to the upper tier of the first stage. 5,000 energy points equivalent to a second-tier lower-grade iron-haired black rat had instantly propelled Zhao Wushuang to the upper tier of the first stage. His attribute panel still displayed nearly 10,000 remaining energy points. However, this nearly 10,000 points of energy could not sustain another cultivation advancement, nor could it even enhance the Blood River Sword technique. This did not surprise Zhao Wushuang. The higher one's cultivation, the more energy points consumed. The Blood River Sword technique itself was also of a high tier, so advancing it naturally required far more energy points than other techniques. Of course, everything had its relativity. While greater power demanded ever-increasing energy point expenditure, the strength gained also enabled the hunting of more formidable demonic beasts and fiends, yielding ever greater energy point rewards. Roar! Just as Zhao Wushuang savored the exhilaration of his cultivation's ascent, a massive horde of iron-furred black rats surged toward him. Kill! Zhao Wushuang's brows furrowed slightly as the Blood Moon War blade slid from its scabbard. Crimson blade energy blossomed across the night sky like a blood-red moon. Boom! Fiery flames and thunderous explosions erupted violently. Zhao Wushuang transformed into a bolt of lightning, his blade striking relentlessly amidst the ceaseless explosions, reaping the lives of one iron-furred black rat after another. Soon, the remaining hundreds of iron-furred black rats were reduced to piles of mangled flesh under Zhao Wushuang's merciless slaughter, dead beyond any hope of revival. Perfect. Job done. After harvesting nearly 8,000 energy points, Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. His accumulated energy points had now reached a staggering 18,000. Though the system hadn't yet displayed the plus sign indicating an upgrade, Zhao Wushuang knew in his heart that, based on his calculations, the next advancement couldn't be too far off. Sheathing his long blade, Zhao Wushuang mounted the thunderbolt flying sword and soared away. Swiftly weaving through the desolate rice fields, he soon arrived at the location of his next mission. This time, facing the demon beast stronghold proved effortless for Zhao Wushuang. In less than an hour, he had exterminated every last one.
Through this frenzied slaughter, without relying on the system's enhancements, Zhao Wushuang's grasp of the Blood River sword technique deepened significantly.
He gained profound insights into the essence of swordplay. The way of the blade is to charge forward without fear. Split manhwa with might, shatter all techniques. Facing foes, a true swordsman must maximize the impact of every strike. Not necessarily the strongest, but always the most effective. Throughout this mission, Zhao Wushuang relentlessly hunted and slaughtered hordes of demonic beasts, continuously absorbing insights into the Blood River sword technique from his killing spree. Through relentless slaughter, even without system enhancements to the Blood River sword technique, Zhao Wushuang's blade had grown at least double as fierce as before. His ferocious offensive, in particular, pushed his entire body's strength and vital energy to the absolute limit, each strike landing with perfect precision. Time flew by. 7 days later. At dusk, the setting sun dyed the land crimson. Zhao Wushuang gripped his long blade, his eyes blazing with intense battle intent as he fixed his gaze on the second-tier, high-grade demon beast not far ahead. Over these 7 days, through relentless demon beast hunts, he had successfully elevated his cultivation to the peak of the first tier. With the remaining energy points, he needed less than 3,000 points to advance once more. As for the mission, Zhao Wushuang had completed them 3 days prior. However, he did not rush back. Instead, he roamed this area, devoid of high-level demon beasts, hunting them to accumulate vast amounts of energy points. His eyes blazed with intense fighting spirit as he stared at the high-grade second-tier demon beast before him. Zhao Wushuang took a deep breath, daring not to make a single rash move. Upper tier 2 that was roughly the strength Zhao Wushuang possessed himself. Facing this beast, he felt reasonably confident, though victory might prove troublesome. Otherwise, if he hadn't been confident, Zhao Wushuang would have long since fled on his Thunderbolt flying sword. Take yesterday, for instance. While riding the Thunderbolt flying sword, he had accidentally encountered a third-tier demon beast high in the sky. At that moment, Zhao Wushuang had no desire to fight. He knew his own cultivation level. The gap between their cultivation realms was vast. He was merely at the peak of the first tier. How could he possibly have the courage to confront a third-tier demon beast head-on? Thus, upon merely catching a distant glimpse of it, Zhao Wushuang was so terrified that he immediately fled at full speed on the Thunderbolt flying sword. Fortunately, the Thunderbolt flying sword possessed extraordinary speed and an acceleration function. Otherwise, Zhao Wushuang would have suffered severe injuries, at the very least losing limbs. Roar! A tiger's roar echoed through the air. That second-tier upper-grade tiger demon fixed its gaze on Zhao Wushuang, roaring furiously as it charged straight toward him. Its eyes blazed with a frenzied, bloodthirsty glint, as if it saw Zhao Wushuang before it as nothing more than a delicious meal. As the tiger demon closed in, lunging forward, a triumphant smile spread across Zhao Wushuang's lips. Whoosh! His speed surged violently. His figure flickered rapidly, shifting to the tiger demon's left flank as it lunged. Slash! Seizing the demon tiger's opening, Zhao Wushuang swung his blade with all his might. A crimson blade aura bloomed like a blood moon. Roar! Another furious roar erupted, sending waves of terrifying shockwaves crashing outward. Simultaneously, the tiger demon's long tail lashed out like an iron whip, striking the most vulnerable spot, its waist. Boom! A violent collision echoed, followed by a wave of explosive force. Zhao Wu's palms trembled slightly, the blood moon warblade in his hands quivering uncontrollably. Again! A fierce shout rang out. Zhao Wushuang's body flickered again, leaving 1 or 2 afterimages behind as he swung the Blood Moon Warblade with blinding speed. Like a ghostly apparition, he wielded the Blood Moon blade with precise control, unleashing his full power to the extreme. Thunderous flames erupted from his blade. Under Zhao Wushuang's relentless assault, fueled by his overwhelming speed advantage, the once impenetrable defenses of the second-tier upper-grade tiger demon finally cracked. Now! Zhao Wushuang's chi and blood erupted violently, propelling him forward at an even greater speed. His footsteps shifted, a series of illusory shadows flickering as he evaded the tiger demon's strike with pinpoint accuracy. Instantly, the blood moon blade in his hand swung down with brutal force. Chapter 34, Zhang Wenjie. Splatter! Blood spattered. The blood moon blade sank 3 feet deep into the flesh. Under the blood river blade technique, what should have been a mere trickle of blood became a torrent. As if struck at its vital artery by the blade's immense suction, the tiger demon's blood gushed forth like a fountain. Roar! The tiger demon roared in agony, its body convulsing violently. Its body shook violently. With a blood-curdling scream, it opened its gaping maw and lunged fiercely toward Zhao Wushuang. Zhao Wushuang dodged relentlessly, evading each successive attack with nimble footwork. Its attacks proved fruitless, each one effortlessly parried by Zhao Wushuang. Already gravely wounded, blood gushing from its wounds, the tiger demon grew increasingly frenzied. Yet the more frenzied it became, the more cautious Zhao Wushuang grew, focusing solely on evasion without launching any rash attacks. He understood the full power of the Blood River Blade technique. At this critical moment, he knew he absolutely could not engage in close combat with a tiger demon that had completely lost its mind and was on the brink of death. Otherwise, given the tiger demon's death-defying fury, engaging in close combat risked injury. Wounded yet refusing to retreat, still raging like this? Is this how you intend to kill me?
Zhao Wushuang sneered with disdain. He watched as the tiger demon's speed gradually slowed, making it easier for him to respond. He even had the energy to observe the tiger demon's condition. Once its speed slowed completely and it exposed an opening, he would unleash his final, decisive strike. Zhao Wushuang kept the tiger demon dangling, kite-flying it relentlessly until its once blinding speed was forcibly slowed. As the gravely wounded tiger demon slowed further, its vulnerabilities became increasingly exposed. Die! Seizing the largest, most vulnerable opening, Zhao Wushuang roared. Whoosh!
Zhao Wushuang's figure darted like lightning, swiftly closing in on the exposed weakness. Clang! The Blood Moon Warblade drew from its sheath. A crimson blade aura flashed as he delivered a fierce, sweeping strike. With a piercing whistling sound, the blade struck the tiger demon's neck on the opposite side. Splatter! The Blood Moon Warblade sank deep into flesh, hot blood spurting forth. This time the wound was deeper, blood gushing 3 feet high like a fountain. Bathed in the setting sun's glow, the cascading crimson blood appeared eerily beautiful and sinister. Roar! The tiger demon roared in defiance before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Dust swirled around it as its body twitched twice on the earth before going still. Splash! Another strike. Riding the blade's blood river aura, Zhao Wushuang severed the tiger demon's head clean off. Facing the motionless tiger demon, Zhao Wushuang remained vigilant. Some demon beasts were cunning enough to feign death to lure their prey. That was precisely why Zhao Wushuang had severed its head from a safe distance using the blood river blade chi. Only after observing the tiger demon's head rolling on the ground did Zhao Wushuang breathe a sigh of relief. He strode forward, extracted the beast's crystal core, and then stored the entire corpse within his storage bracelet without wasting any part. After all, this was a high-grade second-tier tiger demon. On the market, it would fetch at least tens of thousands of Federation coins. For those who hadn't awakened their mecha by 18 and came from modest backgrounds, it was a true windfall. Congratulations, host, on slaying a high-grade second-tier tiger demon. Energy points plus 7,500. The system notification sounded in Zhao Wushuang's ears. Enough! Seeing his energy points had reached the required threshold, Zhao Wushuang felt a surge of excitement. Just as he prepared to push forward and elevate his cultivation to a low-tier second-stage demon. Suddenly, a crisp round of applause erupted nearby. Clap! 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 High above, a figure stood atop a flying vessel, surveying Zhao Wushuang with a satisfied gaze and offering approving applause. Who are you? Zhao Wushuang stood with his Blood Moon Warblade held horizontally, his gaze wary as he faced this uninvited guest. The human race was far from united. In fact, numerous hostile factions secretly targeted one another. Therefore, deep within the wilderness zone, Zhao Wushuang dared not take any unfamiliar face lightly. Zhang Wenjie, from the Yangzhou branch of the Lihua sect. A friendly smile spread across the man's face as he appraised Zhao Wushuang with satisfaction. You must be the prodigy my Lihua sect recruited this time, Zhao Wushuang, who mastered an extraordinary sword technique at such a young age? You know me? Zhao Wushuang's gaze fixed on Zhang Wenjie, who floated suspended midair. However, upon hearing the name Yangzhou branch of the Lihua sect, his guard lowered slightly. Ha ha ha! Zhang Wenjie roared with laughter. How could I not recognize you? Wearing the Lihua sect robes, possessing such profound sword skills at such a young age besides you, Zhao Wushuang, who shattered the 1,000-year national exam record across the 4 provinces of Jiangnan, I can't think of anyone else. Though he had never met Zhao Wushuang personally, he was familiar with him through the official announcements posted on the Lihua sect's website. Now, witnessing Zhao Wushuang's ferocious display slicing through a high-grade second-tier demon beast with his formidable blade technique, it was impossible not to recognize him. For aside from Zhao Wushuang, whom the Lihua sect had specifically recruited this year by breaking precedent and incurring great expense, he could not conceive of any other prodigy within the sect capable of reaching such heights. I see. That makes sense. A smile spread across Zhao Wushuang's face. He remained confident in his own abilities. After all, having graduated only a month or two ago, even if one didn't consider the entire nation, within the 4 provinces of Jiangnan alone, it seemed no one else could possibly match his current level. His gaze shifted to Zhang Wenjie as he tentatively inquired, should I address you as senior brother or elder? Elder? I'm nowhere near that rank yet, still a long way off. A long way off. Zhang Wenjie waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, just call me senior brother Zhang. Zhang Wenjie possessed a 5th-tier upper cultivation level, falling short of the 6th tier. Thus, even with sufficient contribution points, he would have to wait until breaking through to the 6th tier before qualifying as an inner sect elder. As for outer sect elders, their status was merely a title. Their standing was even comparable to inner sect disciples like Zhao Wushuang. Thus, even an outer sect elder must address an inner sect disciple as senior or junior brother upon meeting. Greetings, brother Zhang. Zhao Wushuang politely clasped his fists in greeting. Since he was from the Fire Departure sect, they were essentially family. Maintaining courtesy and leaving a favorable impression on each other was naturally important. Not at all. Not at all. Zhang Wenjie laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with Zhao Wushuang's respectful demeanor.
He'd initially assumed this peerless prodigy would be arrogant, but now it seemed Zhao Wushuang was quite to his liking. By the way, there's a 5th-tier demon beast up ahead.
I plan to hunt it down. Want to lend a hand? I'll share the spoils with you. Chapter 35, The Silent Wilderness Zone. Zhang Wenjie extended his invitation to Zhao Wushuang with genuine warmth.
Given Zhao Wushuang's exceptional talent and remarkable insight, coupled with his humble and courteous demeanor, Zhang Wenjie intended to mentor him, hoping to cultivate a future favor. Had it been anyone else, he likely wouldn't have even mentioned it. After all, this was the wilderness zone. Danger lurked everywhere, and he wouldn't go out of his way to worry about someone else's safety for no reason. But Zhao Wushuang was different. With his talent and future potential, he was well worth the extra consideration. Thanks, senior brother Zhang, but I'll pass on joining the commotion.
I've been out for a while now. After slaying that 2nd-tier demon beast, I've been exploring the surrounding area. It's about time I returned to base to submit my quest and properly restock. Facing Zhang Wenjie's invitation, Zhao Wushuang shook his head and politely declined. This was the wilderness zone. Human nature was unpredictable, and he wouldn't blindly follow a new acquaintance to hunt a demon beast beyond his capabilities. Besides, even if Zhang Wenjie meant well, tagging along to hunt a 5th-tier demon beast wouldn't bring him much benefit. After all, a 5th-tier demon beast wasn't something he could easily take advantage of. With his current attack power alone, it was uncertain whether he could even break through its defenses. Rather than joining a venture that offered him little personal gain, he'd be better off diligently sweeping the surrounding area and focusing on tasks within his capabilities. Alright then. They exchanged contact info, so they could meet up when they had time. Faced with Zhao Wushuang's refusal, Zhang Wenjie merely nodded and didn't press further. Sounds great. When I return to base, I'll definitely make time to catch up with senior brother Zhang. Zhao Wushuang smiled and nodded, exchanging contact information with Zhang Wenjie. After exchanging contacts, Zhang Wenjie didn't linger. He immediately piloted his flying vehicle, speeding off toward the distant horizon. Meanwhile, Zhao Wushuang tidied up the battlefield, disassembling the most valuable parts of the demon beast and storing them in his storage bracelet. He then turned and headed toward another demon beast stronghold nearby. Keep going. Once I've hunted down all the beasts in these lowest level safe zones and accumulated enough energy points, I'll return to the Lihua Sex branch in Jiangdu to submit my mission. Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself, feeling the robust vitality coursing through his body. A faint smile touched his lips as he quickened his pace. Another 10 days passed. Wilderness Zone, low-level rice paddy area. A 5-member squad from the Green Bamboo Guild sped into this vast rice field area aboard a pickup truck. 2 members of this squad were high-ranking 2nd-tier members of the Green Bamboo Guild, while the other 3 were new recruits brought in after this year's national exams. Compared to other areas of the Wilderness Zone, this rice paddy region was relatively safer, making it ideal for smaller factions to bring new recruits for hands-on combat training. Observing the scenery outside the vehicle and the thick, lingering scent of blood in the air, one of the new recruits couldn't help but ask, "Brother Wang, what's going on?" While this rice field area is fairly safe, it shouldn't be so empty that we've only encountered a handful of demon beasts along the way. They had arrived near the rice fields in this wilderness area early this morning, and upon reaching their destination, they sensed something was amiss. The entire rice field area was eerily quiet. Along the way, they hadn't even encountered a handful of proper demon beasts. It could be said that throughout the entire day, they hadn't even had the chance to engage in combat training, let alone participate in any battles. Something definitely feels off. Wang Gu, a 2nd-tier upper-grade cultivator, couldn't help but frown, his expression grave. Logically speaking, this rice field area should be teeming with low-level demon beasts. There are even several demon beast strongholds here. It's hard to believe we wouldn't see a single one. Could it be that this thick, pungent smell of blood means a brutal slaughter happened here not long ago? Sniffing the thick scent of blood in the air, another 2nd-tier middle-grade awakened individual frowned and spoke up. It's possible, but according to the data, there are at least 6 dens packed with low-level beasts here. Even if there was a massacre, it shouldn't have left only a handful of stragglers, right? Wang Gu tapped the steering wheel impatiently, causing the massive pickup truck to emit a shrill beep. He had led another group of new recruits here just 2 months prior. Back then, the area teemed with beasts, providing excellent practical training for his recruits. And after a massive slaughter, they'd even hauled away a good number of beast corpses, returning with a bountiful haul. Now, bringing new recruits for another training session, he naturally thought of this spot again. He had expected another bountiful haul, hoping to earn commendations from his superiors upon returning. Little did he know that in just 2 short months, the place had changed so drastically, and his luck had turned so sour. Keep pushing forward for a while longer. If we haven't encountered a large number of beasts before sunset, we're moving to another location. Bro Wang slammed the steering wheel again in frustration, like he had road rage. He kept accelerating and honking the horn like a madman. After all, he'd been to this place many times before. He knew it inside out, every contour of the terrain etched into his memory.
He knew where the powerful demon beasts lurked and where the weaker ones roamed. Now, with the area being ruthlessly slaughtered by humans, even the beasts were hard to find. His frustration reached its peak. This also meant that if he didn't find anything else soon, he'd have to move on to unfamiliar territory. This would significantly increase both the danger and the unknown. He sped along the road, honking his horn incessantly, venting his pent-up rage. Of course, he was also attempting to create a massive racket with this method, hoping to attract any potential beasts lurking nearby. Roar! About 10 minutes later, a series of furious roars erupted as a small wave of black beasts charged toward them from the distance. Most of these beasts were low to mid-tier 1, not particularly powerful. However, the leaders among them possessed full tier 1 strength, and some even reached mid-tier 2. They're here! They're here! Beasts! So many beasts! The 3 new recruits sitting in the back of the pickup truck watched the massive wave of beasts approach, their hearts filled with both excitement and unease. After waiting so long, once Brother Wang up front cleared out those high-level beasts, they could finally get out and start their combat training. Damn it! It's a beast tide! Damn it, there are even 3 mid-tier second stage demon beasts. Shut the hell up, all of you! Brother Wang whipped his head around. The sight of the massive beast tide and the 3 mid-tier second stage beasts leading it made his expression darken instantly. He unleashed a torrent of curses at the 3 chattering voices in the back seat. Chapter 36, Zhao Wushuang. You're Zhao Wushuang? With his cultivation, dealing with these 3 mid-tier second stage demon beasts alone wouldn't be difficult. It would only take a little time to handle them. But these weren't isolated second-tier mid-grade beasts. Surrounding them were over a dozen first-tier peak-grade beasts, backed by a vast horde of first-tier low to mid-grade beasts. Facing this overwhelming tide of beasts, his own strength was simply insufficient to handle it. Surviving himself would be a miracle, let alone protecting the 3 freshmen sitting in the back row. What are you standing there for? Run! The second-tier low-grade awakener seated beside him was also furious, his expression urgent as he shouted. With his strength, facing this massive wave of beasts would mean certain death. Therefore, upon seeing the approaching tide of beasts, his first instinct was to flee. Boom! Just then, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. Everyone froze, their gazes instinctively turning toward the source. Behind the surging tide of beasts, Zhao Wushuang flickered like a phantom, terrifying lightning and blazing flames erupting simultaneously. Broad, blood-red blades of energy sliced through the horde like flowing blood, reaping the lives of one demon beast after another, like a demonic god of slaughter. Amidst Zhao Wushuang's merciless slaughter, the beasts at the forefront grew even more panicked, frantically accelerating their escape. They even completely ignored the massive pickup truck looming ahead and to their left. Without so much as a glance, they frantically charged forward, terrified that even a moment's delay would allow the god of slaughter behind them to catch up. Put! A crimson moon surged forward, blade energy streaking through the air. A piercing sonic boom erupted in the sky, thunder and flames erupting simultaneously. Under this terrifying force, the ground trembled violently. The slightly slower second-tier mid-grade demon beast was instantly reduced to splinters by a single slash. Its flesh exploded, sending fragments flying in all directions. Holy cow! That scared the hell out of me. Brother Wang shuddered violently, his normally dark face turning deathly pale with fright. He trembled uncontrollably, unable even to press the accelerator or turn the steering wheel. It was terrifying. Especially since this terrifying attack had occurred a mere 20 or 30 meters from where he stood. When the second-tier demon beast's corpse exploded and shattered, a piece of flesh and blood had even splattered onto his mouth. At the same time, he felt a quiet sense of relief. Had that second-tier demon beast charged toward him, it wouldn't have been just the beast exploding on the spot, it would have been the entire crew of his pickup truck. Brother Wang, looks like we don't need to run anymore. A new recruit swallowed hard, his trembling finger pointing forward, fear etched on his face. And I think I finally understand why we've encountered so few beasts along the way. That's obvious. Brother Wang roared furiously, trying to mask his panic as he clenched his fists tightly. This isn't a beast tide at all. It's clearly a powerful being here, slaughtering everything in sight. At the same time, Brother Wang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though they might not reap any rewards this time, at least their lives were spared, and they hadn't made any major mistakes. Then, maybe we should just leave. There's no chance for us to pick up any scraps here anyway. One of the newcomers in the back row suggested timidly. Leave? Leave where to? Brother Wang snapped angrily, his expression sour. That powerful guy is hunting a demon beast. Who knows what kind of temper he has? Even though the beast was chasing him, by all logic, he saved our lives. If we leave now and piss off those 8 powerful guys, what then? Wait. Trust my years of experience. The other second-tier awakened sitting in the passenger seat chimed in, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. He's likely proving his strength. Those first-tier corpses probably aren't worth his attention. Once the battle's over, we'll get out and express our gratitude. Maybe we can even haul these demon beast carcasses back with us. Exactly. You're young and inexperienced in social situations. When you meet this powerful figure, keep your mouths shut.
Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Brother Wang warned again.
Yes, yes, yes. The three freshmen in the back row nodded hastily. Outside the pickup truck, Zhao Wushuang slaughtered with reckless abandon. He reaped the lives of one demon beast after another. Thunder and flames spread across the blood moon blade, each strike carrying terrifying explosive power of thunder and fire. This was the result of 10 days of further mastery over the elements of flame and thunder. Simultaneously, through this 10-day spree of hunting, nearly all the demonic beasts in this entire ricefield wilderness area had been hunted down.
It could be said Zhao Wushuang was killing with utter satisfaction, directly gaining over 50,000 energy points.
Armed with such energy points, Zhao Wushuang had already advanced his Blood River Sword technique from the minor achievement realm to the great achievement realm by early morning today. The mastered Blood River Sword technique greatly enhanced Zhao Wushuang's power, allowing him to slaughter these demonic beasts with ease, as effortless as slicing through melons and vegetables.
Not long ago,
he had even stormed into a demon beast stronghold, unleashing a massacre within the cave and terrifying hundreds of creatures into a frenzied retreat. Thus, the scene that just unfolded occurred. Congratulations, host, for defeating the mid-tier second stage demon beast, the Shadow Cat. Energy points plus 6,000. As the final second-tier mid-grade Shadow Cat fell, the system notification echoed in Zhao Wushuang's ears. He shook the blood from his blood moon blade, the thunder and flames covering his mecha retreating into his body. Turning his head slightly, his gaze fell upon the pickup truck not far away. Over here. Zhao Wushuang beckoned toward the pickup truck. Earlier, while hunting the beasts, he had noticed the people in the pickup truck. Upon confirming that the highest cultivation level among them was merely second-tier high-grade, he finally relaxed. He had slain second-tier upper-grade demon beasts before. Now that his Blood River Sword technique had reached perfection, dealing with second-tier upper-grade demon beasts and human cultivators should be more than manageable. Me? Seeing Zhao Wushuang beckoning them over, Brother Wang froze for a moment before quickly dismounting. He led the other 4 men, jogging over to Zhao Wushuang's side. Second-tier low-grade? When he saw Zhao Wushuang's cultivation level, Brother Wang froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. He couldn't process it for a moment. He simply couldn't fathom why, as fellow human cultivators, the gap between them could be so immense. Zhao Wushuang before him was merely a low-tier second-stage cultivator. How could he possess such formidable strength? Even he, a second-tier high-grade cultivator, was far inferior to him. This left Brother Wang filled with astonishment, yet also a sense of utter defeat. Zhao Wushuang. It's you, Zhao Wushuang. Suddenly, a new recruit recognized the familiar face beneath Zhao Wushuang's mecha mask and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Chapter 37, Free Labor. Zhao Wushuang? The Zhao Wushuang who shattered the millennia-old national exam record across the 4 provinces of Jiangnan? The prodigy Zhao Wushuang whom the Lihua sect specially recruited for 200 million Federation credits? Hearing the words, the others were equally stunned, staring at Zhao Wushuang before them with disbelief. When they first saw his youthful face, they had assumed he must be the prodigy of some major power. Yet they never imagined it would be Zhao Wushuang, the very same who had joined the Lihua sect barely a month prior. This revelation truly baffled everyone present. After all, the national grand examination had concluded barely a month and 20 days prior. At that time, Zhao Wushuang's cultivation had only reached the mid-tier of the first stage. Yet after just a month apart, the Zhao Wushuang before them had undergone a transformative change, his cultivation surging to the lower second tier. Ah, it's young Master Zhao of the Lihua sect. Your reputation precedes you, sir. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. Brother Wang hurriedly bowed his hands toward Zhao Wushuang, his face brimming with respect as he spoke. Yet his heart was filled with bitterness. After all, he was already 31 years old. He too had awakened his mecha at 18. But comparing oneself to others was truly disheartening. Compared to the prodigy before him, Zhao Wushuang, it had taken him a full 13 years to reach the upper tier of the second stage. Who I am doesn't matter. Cut the nonsense. Facing Brother Wang's flattery, Zhao Wushuang waved his hand impatiently. I suppose I saved your lives? As the saying goes, a kindness remembered for 1,000 years. I don't need any repayment from you. Now, clean up this battlefield for me. Bring every valuable part from the demon beast corpses to me. Zhao Wushuang gestured toward the demon beast carcasses strewn haphazardly across hundreds of meters. Cleaning up the battlefield was exhausting and time-consuming. With free labor at hand, he wasn't about to pass up the opportunity. Yes, young Master Zhao. Brother Wang bowed respectfully. Outmatched in strength and power, what right did he have to object? The only course left was to submit meekly, appearing utterly docile, the only way to preserve his life. Zhao Wushuang nodded. However, there may be some things I deem worthless. Those will be your compensation for your efforts this time. After speaking, Zhao Wushuang added, of course, you may only take what I give you. If you dare to embezzle anything I haven't granted, I won't hesitate to add another soul to the count under my blade. With that, Zhao Wushuang swung his blade with brutal force. A crimson blade aura, like a blood moon, ripped through the sky. Boom! Thunderous flames spread, leaving a long gash in the ground 30 meters ahead.
Do you understand what I said? Or do you not?
Slowly sheathing the blood moon blade, Zhao Wushuang's cold gaze swept over the crowd.
Understand. Understand. Understand.
The crowd nodded frantically, staring at the terrifying gash in the ground and swallowing hard.
Then go. Don't even think about running.
Zhao Wushuang waves dismissively, leaping onto the pickup truck and plopping down onto the seat. Among these 5, one face was familiar, a classmate from the same high school, even the same class.
They'd gotten along pretty well back then. Unfortunately, ever since ED rejected the divine armor, they'd become strangers.
It wasn't until after the national exams concluded, when he shattered the 1,000-year-old record held across the 4 provinces of Jiangnan, that this person tried to mend their relationship. But it was too late. Zhao Wushuang had ignored him before.
Now, upon meeting again, they might as well be strangers. Soon.
Many hands make light work.
In just over 10 minutes, several valuable demon beast body parts and demon beast crystal cores were presented before Zhao Wushuang.
Young Master Zhao, these are all meticulously selected by us. Not a single one of us would dare to pocket anything for ourselves. Brother Wang piled everything before Zhao Wushuang, bowing respectfully with a respectful expression.
Very good.
Zhao Wushuang nodded in satisfaction. Glancing at the mountain of beast limbs piled on the ground, he selected a large portion of high-grade first-tier beast limbs and crystal cores. He filled his storage bracelet to capacity.
As for the rest, they held little value and wouldn't fit anyway.
So Zhao Wushuang waved his hand generously. I'll take these items. Consider the rest as compensation for your hard work. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Before the others could react, the thunderbolt flying sword shot out from his storage bracelet. Zhao Wushuang stepped onto the sword, transforming into a streak of lightning as he soared skyward.
Little 5, how did you recognize Zhao Wushuang? After Zhao Wushuang departed, Brother Wang turned to the new recruit from the Green Bamboo Guild with curiosity. Hearing Wang Ji's question, Xiaowu gave a wry smile and shook his head.
Zhao Wushuang and I were in the same class before.
We got along pretty well. It's just a shame.
I was blind back then, swayed by outside opinions.
Now, we're practically strangers. Wang Ge nodded in sudden understanding.
The Green Bamboo Guild was based in Tianshui district, so he had naturally heard about Zhao Wushuang's choice during his awakening ceremony. When he first saw the news reports about it, he too had thought Zhao Wushuang was laughable, utterly foolish. He had a powerful divine mech at his disposal but chose not to take it, opting instead for a worthless, useless piece of junk. Now he realized how ignorant his mockery had been. In the face of true talent, even without choosing a powerful mecha, nothing could halt the rise of someone destined for greatness. He shook his head and sighed. Brother Wang patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder and said, "It's normal, human nature. There are plenty of people who add flowers to brocade, but how many truly offer aid in times of need? Besides, who could have imagined that Zhao Wushuang, after giving up the divine mecha, could rise so swiftly?
Honestly, I kinda regret it now. If only I'd encouraged Zhao Wushuang back then."
Xiao Wu sighed, shaking his head with a hint of regret. There's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Since we've made our choices, we can only own up to our mistakes. When change isn't possible, looking forward is the only truth. Brother Wang patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, his words carrying weighty advice. His eyes gleamed as he spoke, then he strode swiftly toward the mountain of demon beast limbs. Big haul, big haul. These were worthless to Zhao Wushuang, but for them, it was a substantial haul. With this haul, they could splurge for quite some time, greatly reducing the dangers of venturing into the wilderness to hunt beasts.
Damn it! Wait for me, Brother Wang. What's found is shared.
Xiao Wu slapped his thigh hard. Faced with such immediate gain, his earlier regret vanished instantly as he began frantically hauling the demon beast limbs.
Chapter 38, Return to Base.
The demon beasts here are growing increasingly scarce.
The remaining strongholds have all been eradicated by me. There's no longer any reason to stay.
It's time to pack up and return to the Lihua sect's Jiangdu branch.
High above the earth,
Zhao Wushuang piloted his thunderbolt flying sword, surveying the sparse demon beasts below the rice fields. He shook his head, feeling a sense of boredom. After more than 20 days of relentless hunting, he had purged nearly all the demon beast strongholds in this area. After this frenzied slaughter, over 80% of the demon beasts in this wild rice field had fallen by his blade, transforming into vast quantities of energy points. Using these energy points, Zhao Wushuang had steadily elevated his cultivation to the lower tier of the second stage. Beyond that, his Blood River sword technique had also reached the level of mastery. With these multifaceted improvements, Zhao Wushuang's combat prowess now rivaled that of a second-tier, full-stage cultivator, surpassing most second-tier, high-grade practitioners.
Such gains left Zhao Wushuang utterly satisfied.
In a mere 20-odd days, he had achieved what would take others years, even over a decade, to accomplish. Naturally, Zhao Wushuang harbored no intention of concealing his strength or cultivation level. In this world where might ruled supreme, where demonic invasions threatened the human sanctuary at any moment, only a prodigiously gifted genius could secure greater resources and more attentive cultivation.
As for potential dangers and other suspicions, Zhao Wushuang couldn't be bothered with such concerns.
Where there were gains, there were naturally risks. He would simply meet force with force and water with earth.
As for the notion of feigning weakness to catch the strong,
Zhao Wushuang had no interest whatsoever in such tactics. Sometimes, pretending too long might just turn you into the pig you're pretending to be.
September 1st, 6 a.m.
The dawn sun pierced the morning mist, casting streaks of golden light across the land. A purple lightning bolt streaked swiftly through the sky. Through the golden rays, the violet lightning bolt swiftly descended upon the entrance of the Jiangdu branch of the Lihua sect.
Just like any other day.
At the entrance of the Lihua sect branch, numerous outer and inner disciples came and went.
Some wore smiles, radiating triumph and striding with a confident swagger.
Clearly, they had acquired substantial resources or seized some fortuitous opportunities during their recent missions. Of course, others walked with heads bowed, faces heavy, their bodies still reeking of blood. These individuals had undoubtedly suffered heavy losses, perhaps even the fall of comrades. Such was the harsh reality. Without true mastery over everything, you never know whether tomorrow or misfortune will come first.
Zhao Wushuang?
The moment he landed, a warm voice rang out beside Zhao Wushuang. Zhao Wushuang turned his head, glancing behind him. There, a familiar face came into view.
3rd tier mid-grade cultivation and Damao.
This man, only 2 years older than Zhao Wushuang, had ranked among the top 20 prodigies in the national exams 2 years prior.
He too had been recruited by Zhang Huawang.
Over a month ago, through Zhang Huawang's introduction, the two had exchanged contact information. Compared to others of higher cultivation, Zhao Wushuang interacted more frequently with Ndamo, often seeking his guidance on martial arts and cultivation insights.
Impressive. You've only been out for over 20 days, and your cultivation has already reached the 2nd tier lower level. Seems you've made good gains. Approaching closer, Ndamo appraised Zhao Wushuang's cultivation level, surprise flickering in his eyes. However, he didn't let his astonishment show too much. After all, this world was teeming with countless opportunities and exceptionally gifted prodigies. Take Qin Changfeng, the prodigy who ranked first in their national exam cohort in just 2 short years. He had already reached the 5th tier, upper rank. Moreover, some fortunate souls had even received divine blessings during their time in the wilderness zones, experiencing sudden enlightenment that transformed them into formidable powerhouses capable of dominating entire regions. I stumbled upon some opportunities and gained insights from hunting countless demonic beasts. Not long ago, I broke through to the 2nd tier lower cultivation level. Zhao Wushuang chuckled, leaning in with feigned mystery to whisper, "What's more, my chi and blood surge within me, and my comprehension has greatly improved. I'm certain that in time, breaking through to the 2nd tier mid-grade realm won't be a problem." And Damal was someone he got along with, and the guy was particularly fond of gossip. Sharing this news with him meant that before long, the entire Jiangdu branch of the Lihua sect would know. Then he wouldn't have to explain himself to everyone individually. Moreover, his subsequent rapid cultivation progress would provide a perfect explanation. Holy crap! It's an opportunity to boost potential and comprehension? Holy moly, you're something else, kid. Envy flickered in Damal's eyes. He had received opportunities before. But they only boosted physical constitution. Opportunities like Cosmic Peerless, which enhanced potential and martial merit, were incomparable. Still, it was decent enough. At his current cultivation level mid-tier 3rd rank, his defenses alone were formidable enough that even low-tier 4th rank demon beasts might struggle to breach them. His survival skills were undeniably top-notch. I know you've cultivated the Blood River Sword technique, making you naturally adept at combat. Combined with the boost from that opportunity, I bet you've hunted down quite a few demon beasts this time, huh? And Damo looked at Zhao Wushuang with keen interest, wondering what kind of results this rookie had achieved on his first mission. Curious? If you are, follow me. Zhao Wushuang laughed heartily, grabbing Damo's hand and pulling him toward the elevator lobby of the office building. After passing through identity verification, the two quickly arrived on the 18th floor. Junior brother Zhao, over here. As soon as they entered the 18th floor, Lu Haolong enthusiastically greeted Zhao Wushuang. A long queue stretched through the mission hall. To save time, Lu Haolong walked straight up to Zhao Wushuang and led him into a small private room. As a squad leader within the task hall, he possessed such authority. Looks like you've completed your mission, Zhao. Lu Haolong said with a broad smile. Zhao Wushuang nodded. Naturally. I was delayed by some matters along the way, otherwise, I would have returned much sooner. Yeah, you wouldn't believe the opportunity brother Zhao stumbled upon. His cultivation has jumped 2 lower tier levels. And Damo chimed in from the side. He and Lu Haolong were also close friends, so there were fewer formalities among acquaintances. No wonder. I've been wondering these past few days why brother Zhao hadn't returned yet. So it was because of some opportunity. Lu Haolong scrutinized Zhao Wushuang's cultivation level. Seeing he had reached the lower tier of the 2nd stage, he sucked in a sharp breath and exclaimed in realization. Chapter 39, Sale. Ha ha ha, pure luck. Zhao Wushuang laughed heartily, pulling out the mission credential. Senior brother Lu, take a look. This is proof I completed the task. I trust junior brother Zhao's integrity implicitly. Besides, with your current cultivation level, completing that kind of task should be a piece of cake, right? Lu Haolong gave it a cursory glance. After confirming it was in order, he stowed it away in his storage bracelet and registered the task for Zhao Wushuang. As soon as the task was registered, 3 million Federation coins and 50 points instantly appeared in Zhao Wushuang's bank account. By the way, junior brother Zhao, your aura is incredibly potent. I imagine besides this mission credential, you must have made some significant gains out in the wild? Lu Haolong glanced at Zhao Wushuang tentatively and said, if you have any finds, you might consider me your senior brother. I handle the acquisition of demon beast carcasses, various demon beast crystal cores, and materials. This was his side business. Using his position as a squad leader in the quest hall, he regularly purchased large quantities of demon beast materials from disciples returning from missions. His prices were extremely fair, matching market rates almost exactly. With his own channels, he usually made a small profit margin through this side business. Of course. Zhao Wushuang nodded. He intended to secure more valuable missions from Lu Haolong in the future, so he naturally planned to reward him for his assistance. Nodding, Zhao Wushuang opened his storage bracelet and emptied out all the demon beast limbs and materials inside. Soon, mountains of beast limbs and materials piled up, filling the entire room to the brim. Gazing at the mountainous pile of demon beast limbs and materials, Lu Haolong's eyes lit up with delight, his expression brimming with excitement. He rose with a sigh of admiration, swiftly retrieving a detection device from his storage bracelet to assess the grade of each beast limb and material. Before long, after Lu Haolong had inspected every single item, he swallowed hard and looked at Zhao Wushuang with a face full of longing. Junior brother Zhao, are you selling all of this to me? If so, I'll add a little extra to the price. Of course. Senior brother Lu has always looked out for me. Selling to outsiders isn't as good as selling to my own people. Zhao Wushuang smiled and nodded. Just remember to think of me whenever you have good missions in the future. Having brought everything out, he had no intention of taking it back. Instead, he planned to sell it all to Lu Haolong and collect a favor in the process. That's absolutely fantastic. Lu Haolong clapped his hands excitedly, carefully appraising the supplies. After a moment, he spoke up. The normal market price for these items is 7,750,000 Federation credits. I'll round it up for you. How about 8 million Federation credits total? This was the standard market rate. If he bought all these demon beast limbs and materials, then sold them through his own channels, he could easily make a profit of nearly 1 million. Zhao Wushuang was well aware of this. Zhan Huang had explained it to him earlier. But he had no objection to this price, as it was the standard market rate. As for how much Lu Haolong could sell them for and how much profit he'd make, that was his skill and his due. After all, purchasing such items carried inherent risks. Market prices fluctuated wildly, and a stroke of bad luck could easily leave one stuck holding the bag. Absolutely no problem. Just transfer the funds directly to me. Zhao Wushuang stowed away his storage bracelet, leaving the scattered demon beast limbs and materials scattered on the ground. Alright, next time I have a good mission, I'll save it just for you. Lu Haolong clapped excitedly, swiftly stowing the mountain of beast limbs and materials into his storage space. He didn't delay with Zhao Wushuang either, transferring the 8 million Federation coins immediately. Old Lu, you're not being fair. After the transaction concluded, the impatient Indamo spoke up, feigning indignation. When there's something in it for you, you only think about old Zhao. You completely ignored me, your cousin who's known you longer. Ah, no way, no way. Of course not. Lu Haolong was delighted to have closed the deal. He laughed heartily. I wouldn't forget you, kid. Otherwise, Elder Jiang would skin me alive. Lu Haolong knew Indamo well. Despite his sharp tongue, he was actually easygoing and always joking around. You heard me. We've both seen old Zhao's capabilities. Next time, save us some high-profit, medium-risk missions around Tier 3 difficulty. Old Zhao and I will take them together. Hearing this, Indamo immediately grinned. After witnessing Zhao Wushuang produce so many high-grade demon beast carcasses, his understanding of Zhao Wushuang's strength deepened. Combined with the fact that Zhao Wushuang practiced the Blood River Sword technique, a style renowned for its lethality, Indamo now seriously considered teaming up with him for future missions. After all, without sharing life and death experiences, how could their bond deepen so quickly? Moreover, Zhao Wushuang's strength would be beneficial to him, and he trusted Zhao Wushuang implicitly. Working together on missions would undoubtedly smooth out obstacles far better than venturing into the wilds with someone less familiar. That's not something I can decide. Lu Haolong didn't immediately agree, instead turning his gaze to Zhao Wushuang and saying, you'll have to ask junior brother Zhao about that. I certainly have no objections either. Zhao Wushuang nodded with a smile. After this mission, he understood that while venturing into the wilderness alone offered freedom, it also brought greater danger. If they encountered powerful demon beasts, having others to assist wouldn't leave him looking so helpless. And the big cat before him was famously tough as nails, with mediocre attack skills, and would never compete with him for kills. Under these circumstances, he was an excellent choice.
So when Indamao brought it up, he already had the idea of working together in mind.
At least for now.
If his strength grew significantly stronger in the future, far surpassing Indamao, this so-called partnership would certainly not continue. After all, only when their strengths were relatively balanced could the two maintain equilibrium. Should the gap widen excessively, it would become profoundly unfair for both parties, particularly when dividing the spoils after completing a mission.
Zhao Wushuang believed Indamao would think the same. Had he not demonstrated formidable strength, Indamao would never have proposed this partnership? Then there's no problem at all. Lu Halong smiled and nodded, promising the pair rest for a while.
Rest assured, should any suitable high-profit missions arise, I'll notify you immediately.
That's excellent. Zhao Wushuang and Indamao both nodded with smiles. After a brief exchange with Lu Halong, they didn't delay his business any further.
They rose to take their leave and departed the mission hall.
Chapter 40, The Gathering Treasure Pavilion Exhibition. Stepping out of the mission hall, Indamao turned to Zhao Wushuang with an invitation. Come on. You just finished your mission. Want me to take you for a massage to relax?
Next door at Heaven on Earth, they've got several new batches of fresh tea, each one a real looker.
As he spoke, recalling his recent extravagant spending, Indamao licked his lips with a look of lingering satisfaction. I'll pass. Not really into that sort of thing.
Better to spend that time honing my sword skills. Zhao Wushuang shook his head, utterly uninterested. He'd played that game to death in his past life and had long since lost interest. What truly captivated him now was the gradual ascent of his cultivation, the steady growth of his strength. Only the thrill of growing stronger could excite him and bring him satisfaction. After all, this world was nothing like his previous life. Here, demonic beasts roamed freely, and the human race teetered on the brink of collapse. Only the strong could endure forever. He had no time for romantic distractions.
Very well. Upon hearing Zhao Wushuang's refusal, Indamao did not press further.
After all, people had different aspirations. His interests lay in feasting, revelry, and pleasure. When body and mind were joyful, his cultivation naturally advanced swiftly. Since Zhao Wushuang showed no interest in such pursuits, he wouldn't force the issue. It would be a waste to squander another's innate talent.
Then go ahead and get busy. I'm off to relax a bit. Indamao waved at Zhao Wushuang, licking his lips.
His flying shuttle materialized beneath his feet, transforming into a streak of light as he shot toward a towering skyscraper not far ahead.
There, light shone brightly amidst the bustling nightlife.
Even at this early hour, people came and went, with numerous awakened ones entering and exiting.
That's only human nature. Zhao Wushuang understood perfectly. After all, in this world, awakened ones fought on the front lines. Accidents and tomorrow were uncertain. Who knew which would come first?
Under such circumstances, there's little room for restraint. One should eat and drink while they can. Otherwise, when the unexpected struck, they might be left with nothing but regret and frustration. This was also a form of release for those awakened who had escaped the brink of death. Watching Indamao's retreating figure, Zhao Wushuang shook his head slightly before turning back toward his villa. The moment he entered, he collapsed onto the large bed, his face etched with exhaustion. His mind replayed the relentless slaughter of the past 20-odd days. Every frame, every scene, played back endlessly in his mind. Zhao Wushuang closed his eyes slightly, absorbing the shortcomings in his sword techniques and combat skills.
Time flew by, and before he knew it, the next morning arrived.
Bright sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bed. Zhao Wushuang slowly opened his eyes and stretched lazily. After returning home yesterday, he had replayed the battle scenes in his mind, working to correct his mistakes. Unbeknownst to him, as his mind raced and combined with the lack of proper sleep during his days in the wilderness, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. This sleep lasted nearly 20 hours.
Ah, that feels good. What a refreshing start to the day.
Yawning, Zhao Wushuang pulled back the curtains, feeling incredibly refreshed. He gave his face a quick wash. Zhao Wushuang wasted no time, immediately heading to the training room with his blood moon blade in hand. The blood moon blade danced in his hands, like tendrils of crimson light unfurling, graceful as a startled swan, fluid as a gliding dragon. Through days of relentless combat, Zhao Wushuang's blood river sword technique had grown increasingly masterful. Each strike now carried a sharper, more ruthless intent, flashing with a bone-chilling glint that pierced the soul.
Blade after blade swung.
Zhao Wushuang closed his eyes tightly, his mind replaying recent battles, absorbing lessons and identifying weaknesses.
Time flew by. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Ring ring. At 10 o'clock, Zhao Wushuang's phone rang. The caller ID displayed Indamao. Finished up? Zhao Wushuang answered the call and joked. Finished ages ago. Indamao chuckled. We may be awakened, but we're not made of iron. If we hadn't finished after over a day, we'd be useless.
I thought you'd just finished.
Zhao Wushuang chuckled before turning serious. What's up? Something happen?
Normally, if not on a mission and with nothing to do, Indamao would be fast asleep at this hour. Calling her out of the blue meant something was up.
You really do know me. Indamao chuckled, shedding his usual carefree demeanor as his voice turned serious. I'm waiting for you at the main gate. Come down. Something's up. Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow slightly. But he didn't hesitate. Nodding, he replied, "Wait for me." His feet touched the thunderbolt flying sword. Zhao Wushuang transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing outside the main gate in less than half a minute. At that moment, Ndamo was leaning lazily against an extended-length mechanical armored vehicle. Spotting Zhao Wushuang's arrival, Ndamo tapped the vehicle door and called out, "Come on, hop in. I'll take you somewhere awesome." Zhao Wushuang nodded. He understood Ndamo's character. He wouldn't act this serious unless it was something important. Low-altitude flights were restricted within Jiangdu City, and driving was often more convenient in many areas. Getting into the car, Zhao Wushuang sat in the passenger seat. Watching Ndamo drive with one hand while holding a cigarette in his mouth, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's going on? Why are you dressed so formally? Your tone sounds a bit unusual." "Good news." Ndamo chuckled. The National Guild exhibition of the Treasure Pavilion has arrived in Jiangdu. It officially opens in an hour. There are quite a few treasures for sale inside, items unavailable on our Liwa Sec's official website. Only those with verified credentials can enter, and the prices are extremely favorable. He'd just received the news himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten up so early, rushed to arrange an armored vehicle, and made a special trip to fetch Zhao Wushuang. That's fantastic. This is indeed a great opportunity. Who knows, maybe we'll find exactly what we need inside. Zhao Wushuang nodded, a look of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Although his initial startup funds had been nearly depleted after this mission, he now possessed over 10 million Federation credits. With this capital, he might just find some hidden gems inside, treasures that matched his current cultivation level and strength. Of course, if he encountered something he truly desired, he wouldn't hesitate to shamelessly ask Zhang Huowang or the nearby Ndamo for a little seed money to snatch it up right away. Of course not. If it weren't a good deal, why would I call you? Ndamo chuckled heartily, stomping hard on the gas pedal. Within just over 10 minutes, the two arrived at the entrance of a luxurious exhibition hall. Chapter 41, Lightning Forging Technique. The exhibition hall here was exceptionally vast. It covered over 10,000 square meters. At a glance, countless display counters filled the space, each showcasing dazzling treasures. Beyond the main area, multiple VIP suites stood apart. At the entrance of each suite, a seductively dressed JK girl stood guard, curvy figures adorned with cat ears and fox tails tied at their backs. At the entrance, rows of fully armed Mech stood guard, radiating a powerful aura. Zhao Wushuang estimated that the Mecha awakened warriors guarding the entrance were at least 5th-tier cultivators. The leader, in particular, radiated an aura nearly matching Zhang Huowang's. "Mr. N, please come in." As Ndamo led Zhao Wushuang inside, a female manager dressed in a qipao immediately stepped forward to greet them, her face radiant with a warm smile. Ndamo gave a faint nod and followed the Cheongsam-clad manager into one of the VIP rooms at the front. The moment they entered the room, two JK girls wearing cat ears and foxtails tied to their backs instantly sat beside Ndamo. With a woman on each arm, Ndamo looked every inch the playboy, thoroughly enjoying himself. The female manager turned to Zhao Wushuang, her intent clear. Zhao Wushuang hastily waved his hands. "I don't need any. Just take good care of my buddy." "Very well, enjoy yourselves." The female manager nodded with a smile, slowly exiting the private room and closing the door behind her. After the manager left, Zhao Wushuang turned his gaze to Ndamo and teased, "Not bad. They're already calling you young master and arranging a VIP private room for you. Looks like you're no ordinary guy." Previously, when interacting with Ndamo, Zhao Wushuang hadn't specifically inquired about his family background. But today, it was clear Ndamo's family was far from ordinary. After all, Ndamo's cultivation alone was nowhere near enough to warrant such a lavish VIP room from the Treasure Pavilion. "Ha, nothing special." Ndamo roared with laughter. "Well, my mom has some connections. She's the legitimate daughter of the Wang family, one of Jiangdu's 4 great clans. As for my dad? He's just a freeloader, though he does have slightly stronger cultivation." "Oh? Slightly stronger? How much stronger?" Zhao Wushuang asked with curiosity. He had heard of Jiangdu's 4 great families, each of which had extraordinary level powerhouses at their pinnacle. That Ndamo's father could win the hand of the legitimate daughter from one of the top 4 families and not even as a son-in-law spoke volumes about his abilities. Just a high-tier 9th rank cultivation. Nothing to write home about. Ndamo waved his hand modestly. Yet the pride on his face was impossible to conceal. "Damn it! Keep pretending, kid." Zhao Wushuang rolled his eyes in exasperation. He regretted asking in the first place. "Ha, compared to my great-grandfather, my dad's cultivation is nothing special." Ndamo chuckled, pulled a tablet from the table, sat beside Zhao Wushuang, and began swiping through it. The tablet displayed all the items available for purchase at this exhibition. While ordinary attendees had to wander from counter to counter, VIP suites enjoyed the privilege of placing orders directly through their tablets. "Take a look. See if there's anything you like." Swiping through the tablet's dazzling array of items, Ndamo casually placed orders for several pieces before turning to ask Zhao Wushuang beside him. "Let me see."
Zhao Wushuang took the tablet and began swiping through the listings, searching for items that could enhance his cultivation and combat prowess.
Ancient Divine Art Swift Thunder Body Tempering Technique.
In the cultivation techniques section, Zhao Wushuang immediately spotted this ancient divine technique Swift Thunder Body Forging Method.
This technique focused on strengthening the physical body and enhancing vital energy. Mastering it to perfection would revolutionize one's speed while granting formidable lightning-based abilities. Zhao Wushuang already possessed formidable lightning attribute attacks. Acquiring this technique would not only boost his speed but also significantly amplify his lightning-based offensive capabilities. Thus, Zhao Wushuang was deeply tempted. However, the price tag presented a genuine dilemma.
The Swift Thunder Body Forging technique comprises 9 levels, with a total price tag of 800 billion Federation credits.
A staggering 800 billion Federation credits. Zhao Wushuang took a deep breath, his mind going blank. How long would it take him to save up such a staggering sum? Moreover, even if he wanted to borrow the funds from others, few could possibly afford such an exorbitant sum.
What?
Spotted something you like? And Damao turned his gaze to Zhao Wushuang, sensing his shock.
With a smile, he said, "No worries.
If you see something you like, just tell me. I can lend it to you in advance. Worst case, you can pay me back a little extra when we complete the mission. I'm afraid you can't lend me that."
Zhao Wushuang gave a wry smile and shook his head.
Ha! What kind of joke is that?
My mom is the legitimate daughter of the Wang family, my dad is a 9th rank powerhouse, and I get 100 million Federation credits in pocket money every month.
You really underestimate me, don't you? And Damao sneered dismissively. Clearly, he was supremely confident in his family's wealth. Can you actually come up with 80 billion Federation credits right now?
Zhao Wushuang flipped his tablet over, pointing to the Thunderforge body tempering technique valued at 80 billion.
This. And Damao was momentarily speechless, then gave a dry chuckle. Alright, I overestimated myself.
While he couldn't personally cover such an exorbitant sum, if he personally pleaded with his mother, gritting his teeth, he could indeed secure 80 billion Federation credits from her. However, despite his close relationship with Zhao Wushuang, it wasn't close enough for him to lend her 80 billion Federation credits. After all, this was no small sum. Who knew what heights Zhao Wushuang might reach in the future?
If he turned out to be mediocre, he might never earn 800 billion Federation credits in his lifetime. Wouldn't that money be down the drain? So you see, I guess it was meant to be, but not meant to be mine.
Zhao Wushuang shook his head, sighing slightly. He truly coveted the lightning forging technique, but its price was simply too steep. With only a little over 10 million Federation credits to his name, how could he possibly afford the staggering 800 billion required? Not necessarily. Seeing Zhao Wushuang sigh, and Damao suddenly thought of something, his eyes lighting up.
Oh? What is it? Do you have a solution?
Zhao Wushuang froze, his eyes narrowing with anticipation as he turned to look at Damao.
After all, Damao came from a prominent family. Perhaps he truly did have a solution. Damao smiled and explained, "Today I used my Wang family status. As one of Jiangdu's 4 great families, the Wang clan holds certain privileges.
This Thunderforge body tempering technique has 9 tiers that can be purchased separately.
For instance, you could buy the first 3 tiers first. The subsequent tiers will be reserved for you, your records will be kept. When you have the funds later, you can purchase them then. It's not like buying only the first 3 tiers means you'll lose access to the rest after this event ends." Chapter 42, Success. New mission. Oh, that works. Zhao Wuyan's eyes lit up.
This meant he truly had a chance to obtain the lightning forging technique. He pressed the call button immediately. Zhao Wushuang summoned the female manager responsible for hosting Damao.
"Mr. Zhao, is there anything I can assist you with?" The female manager greeted them with a warm smile.
Typically, after being seated in a VIP suite, any call signaled a business discussion. "Well, I'm interested in this lightning forging technique manual. Unfortunately, the price of 800 billion Federation credits is far beyond my current means. I'd like to purchase it in installments starting with the first 3 tiers.
Could you tell me the cost for those?"
Zhao Wushuang spoke up immediately upon seeing the female manager enter. Upon hearing this, the female manager nodded, activated her wristband, and a virtual screen popped up. She swiftly swiped through the interface. After a moment, she smiled and said, "Young Master Zhao, as members of the Wang family, you do indeed have this privilege. The Thunderforge body tempering technique is divided into 9 tiers, with each subsequent tier becoming increasingly expensive.
The price for the first 3 tiers is 10 billion. 10 billion for just the first 3 tiers?
Zhao Wushuang sucked in a sharp breath.
He couldn't possibly afford that kind of price. He cautiously glanced at the female manager and inquired, "What about purchasing the first tier in advance?"
"That is possible."
The female manager nodded with a smile. "The first tier is more affordable. It only costs 1 billion Federation credits." This was the true price of the lightning forging technique. Each tier had a different price. The later tiers become increasingly expensive, because the content involved becomes increasingly powerful for cultivation. That's not too much.
Zhao Wushuang nodded, glancing at Indamo as he rubbed his fingers together.
Brotherin, lend me some cash.
Originally, if Zhao Wushuang had run short on funds, he planned to shamelessly ask Zhang Huang for a portion. But after learning of Indamo's formidable family background, he naturally saw no need to look elsewhere. After all, 100 million Federation credits was nearly Indamo's monthly allowance.
How much? Indamo asked bluntly.
He got along well with Zhao Wushuang, and the young man had a steady temperament and promising talent, endless potential for the future. Such a minor request was hardly something he'd refuse.
100 million. Zhao Wushuang chuckled. Ha? Indamo looked utterly bewildered. How much? 100 million Federation credits. Zhao Wushuang confirmed again. Holy crap, so you didn't bring a single penny. Indamo rolled his eyes in exasperation. But his hands didn't stop moving.
He pulled out a black gold card from his storage bracelet. He handed it to the female manager and said, "Swipe this. Purchase the first tier of the Swift Thunder body forging technique first."
Certainly, young masterin. The female manager nodded with a smile and hurriedly stepped back. Thanks.
Zhao Wushuang chuckled. I need the rest of the money for other purposes.
I have to prepare for my next mission. Once I complete a few more tasks, I'll repay you immediately. No rush. This is just my monthly allowance. Take it if you need it, I'm in no hurry. Indamo waved dismissively.
While 800 billion Federation credits were beyond his reach, a mere 100 million was easily within his means.
This sum was perfectly suited as a favor. Besides, he wasn't worried Zhao Wushuang wouldn't repay him.
With Zhao Wushuang's talent and potential, he wouldn't stoop to such unscrupulous actions.
Alright then, I'll remember this favor, brother. Zhao Wushuang nodded solemnly. Before long, the female manager returned. She respectfully handed the black gold card to Indamo before retrieving a USB drive.
Young Master Zhao, this contains the first tier of the Swift Thunder body forging technique.
Subsequent tiers are also stored here, but unlocking them requires payment in corresponding Federation currency. Handing the USB drive to Zhao Wushuang, the female manager instructed him with a warm smile. Understood.
Zhao Wushuang nodded, picked up the wine from the table, and clinked glasses with Indamo. Afterward, the two selected several more items. The total cost wasn't excessive. Zhao Wushuang spent roughly 10 million credits on items beneficial for enhancing cultivation and combat prowess. After finishing their shopping, neither lingered long at the location. Instead, they each returned to their respective residences. Back at the villa, Zhao Wushuang lay back on the bed with a look of pure contentment. He picked up the tablet on the nightstand and inserted a USB drive. Thunder forging body technique. Zhao Wushuang was already feeling a bit impatient. His eyes fixed intently on the tablet, he committed the first level of the lightning forging technique deeply into his memory.
After about an hour or two,
the first tier of the Swift Thunder body forging technique, spanning 2,000 to 3,000 characters, was now thoroughly memorized by Zhao Wushuang. Muttering the instructions silently, he crossed his legs in meditation, inhaling and exhaling natural qi while circulating the qi and blood within his body, entering a state of cultivation.
Time flew by. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The lightning forging body technique proved far more challenging than the blood river sword technique.
Even with Zhao Wushuang's exceptional talent, a full month yielded only a superficial grasp of its fundamentals. To reach even the foundational level of mastery would require at least half a year. But Zhao Wushuang felt no urgency. After all, his funds were limited. Once he reached the foundational level, he could use energy points to advance. By then, he could swiftly perfect the first tier of the lightning forging body technique, purchase the second tier, and continue advancing rapidly.
Just as Zhao Wushuang was in the midst of his cultivation practice,
the ringing of a phone interrupted the silence.
Lu Haolong's call came through. Junior brother Zhao, hurry to the mission hall. Good news. Lu Haolong said cheerfully, I've already notified brotherin. He's on his way over too. Got it.
Zhao Wushuang nodded readily. A surge of anticipation filled his heart.
He knew a new mission was on its way.
After quickly gathering some supplies for the wilderness zone, Zhao Wushuang immediately took the elevator to the 18th floor of the office building. Stepping out of the elevator, he spotted Indamo and Lu Haolong standing by a private room entrance.
Junior brother Zhao, over here.
Lu Haolong greeted him warmly. Zhao Wushuang smiled as he approached, following the two men into the private room.
As soon as they entered and sat down, Lu Haolong got straight to the point, pulling 2 mission orders from his storage bracelet.
He placed them on the table, pushed them over, and said, I carefully selected these 2 missions based on your requirements.
See if they meet your expectations. Chapter 43, Preparing to Depart. Zhao Wushuang and Indamo nodded slightly. Expectation flickered in their eyes as they took the slips and studied them carefully.
Both missions were rated for third-tier awakened individuals.
One mission was located at an abandoned chemical plant 1,000 kilometers outside Jiandu City.
A mid-tier third-stage biodemon lurked there, using its special abilities to emit vast amounts of toxic gas. It had infected numerous human mecha awakened individuals and seized control of a mineral vein resource site 50 li away. The mission objective was to eliminate this mid-tier third-stage biodemon and successfully reclaim the mineral vein resources within 50 miles of the chemical plant. The mission rewards were exceptionally generous. The reward included the freedom to select any precious high-grade ores from the mineral vein site, plus a staggering 10 million Federation credits. As for the other mission, it involves a military factory 1,500 kilometers outside Jiangdu City that has been overrun by demonic beasts. It housed an enormous demon beast stronghold, led by a tricolor snake king whose cultivation had reached the peak of the third tier. Even for Endamo and Zhao Wushuang, confronting a three-colored snake king at the peak of the third tier would be an extremely difficult challenge. However, the mission objective isn't to kill the three-colored snake king, but to retrieve research documents from a safe inside the demon beast-occupied military factory. This mission offered the highest reward, a whopping 30 million Federation credits upon completion. As he studied the two missions, Zhao Wushuang's heart stirred. His gaze shifted to Endamo as he inquired, "I think they're pretty good. What do you think?" He favored both missions, but the second one, the demon beast-occupied military factory, appealed to him most. The mission description was detailed, revealing it had become a massive demon beast stronghold. Successfully retrieving the research documents from the safe would inevitably alert the beasts, leading to an unavoidable fierce battle. With Endamo as a top-tier meat shield up front, Zhao Wushuang could go all out, slaughtering freely to earn massive amounts of energy points. As for that third tier, full-power tricolored serpent king, Zhao Wushuang wasn't the least bit worried. Endamo was a prodigy in his own right, renowned for his terrifying defensive prowess. With him holding the front line, even if the two of them couldn't defeat the three-colored snake king, they could at least ensure their survival and a successful retreat without any issues whatsoever. This was likely a factor Lu Haolong had considered as well, otherwise he wouldn't have assigned this overpowered mission to the two of them. "If you're fine, then I'm fine too." Endamo chuckled. He had awakened the Xuanwu Mecha, one of the divine mechas, whose turtle shell armor offered terrifying defense. Its only flaw was that it excelled in defense but lacked offensive power. But on the flip side, it also meant this kind of mission posed absolutely no threat to him. And even if something unexpected happened, he still possessed the treasures given to him by his mother and father within his storage bracelet, which could easily turn the tide in a pinch. "Alright then. We'll take both missions." Zhao Wushuang nodded emphatically. "Excellent. Wishing you success on your missions." Lu Haolong swiftly registered Zhao Wushuang and Endamo. He looked up with a smile, half joking yet half serious. "Once you complete this mission, with your combined strength, you're bound to bring back plenty of demon beast limb materials. Don't forget about me then." "You bet." Zhao Wushuang laughed. "No matter how much we get, as long as the price is fair, we'll definitely sell you all the demon beast materials we collect during our field missions. One should never forget those who help them along the way." Lu Haolong had personally hand-picked these missions for them. Since the prices were comparable, he would gladly sell them to Lu Haolong as a favor, ensuring smoother collaboration between them in the future. "Ha, that makes me happy to hear." Lu Haolong let out a hearty laugh, leaving the private room with great satisfaction. After Lu Haolong departed, Endamo turned to Zhao Wushuang and said, "Old Zhao, we've accepted the mission. When do you plan to depart?" A look of eager anticipation flashed across Zhao Wushuang's face as he replied with a smile, "No time to waste. Let's head back, prepare, and depart in an hour. Time is money. The sooner we depart, the sooner we earn energy points." At this moment, Zhao Wushuang was already bursting with impatience. "Agreed." Seeing Zhao Wushuang's swift efficiency, Endamo wasn't one to hesitate either. He nodded immediately, "Then we'll meet at the main gate in an hour." "No problem." After agreeing on the meeting spot, the two parted ways. Zhao Wushuang turned and headed back to the villa in Lihua residential area. He swiftly prepared the essential supplies he'd purchased for venturing into the wilderness zone. Energy bars, energy replenishment drinks, and the like. These were all crucial. After all, human endurance has its limits. Especially when one's cultivation base was not sufficiently formidable. In prolonged combat, insufficient energy reserves meant the body's vital energy and blood simply couldn't sustain the mech's continuous fighting. Energy drinks to replenish vital energy and blood, along with energy bars to stave off hunger, became top priorities. Beyond that, Zhao Wushuang had stockpiled a large quantity of smoke grenades and flashbangs. After over a month of training, Zhao Wushuang's hearing had become exceptionally acute. Even with his eyes closed, he could pinpoint locations by sound alone. Should he encounter formidable foes or large groups of demonic beasts, he could easily use flashbangs and smoke grenades to create chaos. His acute hearing ensured his offensive capabilities remained unaffected. Storing all essential items in his storage bracelet, Zhao Wushuang returned to the safe. Opening the safe, Zhao Wushuang retrieved an exquisitely crafted gift box. Inside lay a simple black metal ring adorned with minimalist patterns. This black gold ring had been purchased by Zhao Wushuang at the recent Treasure Pavilion exhibition. Its price was 80 million. However, due to limited funds and reluctance to ask Indamao for more, Zhao Wushuang had paid a 10 million yuan down payment and arranged for installment payments.
A full 80 million yuan. This was no ordinary ring, but a storage ring.
Its internal space was more than 5 times larger than the storage bracelet previously gifted by Elder Wang. He slipped the storage ring onto his finger. Glancing at the storage bracelet on his wrist, a smile touched Zhao Wushuang's lips. With 2 storage spaces now, I'll never have to worry about wasting the demon beasts I hunt in the wild. This means when I return from this mission laden with spoils, my haul will be at least several times greater than before. Armed with the Blood River Sword technique and the Underworld Thunderflame, both devastatingly lethal attacks, Zhao Wushuang slaughtered demon beasts with the ease of slicing through melons and vegetables. Any demon beast with cultivation lower than his couldn't withstand even 3 of his strikes. As the number of slain beasts grew, the storage space in the bracelet gifted by Elder Wang proved woefully inadequate. Take the last time, for instance. Zhao Wushuang had already discarded numerous materials from the demon beast's limbs. Otherwise, if he had packed everything, the sale price would have easily reached at least 11 million. Chapter 44, The Slaughter Begins. But now things were different. Now he possessed a storage ring with vastly greater capacity. Thus, he no longer had to worry about wasting materials from the demon beast limbs. Excellent. With a few more missions, the materials from beasts stored in this ring should quickly recoup the cost. Zhao Wushuang smiled. After preparing everything, he adjusted his state to peak condition and strode out the door. At the entrance of the Lihua Sexjiangdu branch, Zhao Wushuang didn't wait long before a streak of light flashed through the sky. There came Indamao, riding a dazzling flying vehicle with an incredibly stylish flair. Changed vehicles again? Gazing at the feather fan-like flying device, Zhao Wushuang's eyes flashed with a hint of envy. He had seen this feather fan-like flying device before at the Treasure Pavilion exhibition, priced at a staggering 200 million Federation credits. Its capabilities and speed far surpassed his own Thunderbolt flying sword. As for the flying shuttle Indamao had previously piloted, its price was also around 100 million Federation credits. Such extravagant items, replaced on a whim, truly made Zhao Wushuang envious. And this, he thought, was the joy of being a paying player. Ha ha ha. If I like it, I just swap it out. And Indamao chuckled heartily, thoroughly pleased with his new ride. Then, with a hint of regret, he shook his head. This time, I really overspent. I bought a bunch of stuff on impulse and ended up overdrawing my funds. Hopefully this mission will help me recover some losses, preferably by taking down that tricolor Snake King. Though Indamao came from a wealthy family. But beyond the monthly allowance of 100 million Federation credits, all his other expenses came from hunting beasts in the wild and completing quests. The tricolor Snake King. I wish I could too. Zhao Wushuang's eyes gleamed with longing. If we take down that tricolor Snake King, we could hunt monsters at that military factory without restraint. Maybe before long, I could repay that 100 million Federation coin debt to you. The tricolored Serpent King itself held little allure for Zhao Wushuang. What truly stirred his desire was the vast horde of demon beasts under its command. The problem was that with the tricolored Serpent King entrenched in the military factory, Zhao Wushuang couldn't focus on hunting the demon beasts and exterminate them all. But if he could eliminate the tricolor Snake King, he could slaughter as many demon beasts within the military factory as he pleased, reaping a massive haul of energy points. No problem with me here. And Indamao slapped Zhao Wushuang's shoulder and roared with laughter. If we have the power, we'll take it down. This time, I've thoroughly prepared a lot of treasures. Following me on missions, you'll definitely come out ahead. When it came to survival skills, within the entire Jiangdu region, Indamao ranked among the very best. After all, his family sent him on wilderness missions to hunt beasts, primarily to hone his combat skills, never to expose him to mortal danger. This was one reason why Indamao radiated such confidence. Alright then, let's not delay. We depart immediately. Zhao Wushuang chuckled. He summoned his Thunderbolt flying sword, and the Lightning Flame Mecha automatically integrated. Soaring skyward, it transformed into a streak of lightning, heading straight for the mission location. Damn, he's even flashier than me. Watching Zhao Wushuang's dazzling display as he darted through the sky, Indamao suddenly slapped his forehead. Not to be outdone, his Xuanwu armor automatically assembled. He gripped his feather fan and soared skyward, swiftly overtaking Zhao Wushuang to take the lead. Over an hour later. 1,000 kilometers outside Jiangdu City. A derelict chemical plant. A thick fog shrouded the area, enveloping over 10 miles of land in a green haze. The once lush flora and fauna had all withered away, leaving the ground pitch black. Human-shaped skeletons littered the ground, while discarded cars had rusted into piles of scrap metal. 2 streaks of light flashed across the sky, rapidly descending toward the ground. These 2 were none other than Zhao Wushuang and Indamao. Roar! A deafening roar of demonic beasts erupted. The moment they landed, dozens of first-tier upper-grade demon beasts and above swiftly pounced from the corners. Put! Zhao Wushuang flickered, his blood moon warblade striking like a dragon. Crimson blade chi shot forth, and within just a few breaths, over a dozen demon beasts fell beneath his blade. And Indamao also prepared to strike.
But Zhao Wushuang stopped him. "Leave these to me. I'm cultivating the Blood River Blade technique, which requires ample slaughter. When we encounter formidable beasts, we'll hone our combat experience together." Zhao Wushuang swiftly hunted down the demonic beasts while turning to look at Ndamao, who was poised to act. "All right." Ndamao nodded with a smile. He leaned lazily against a wrecked car. As a third-tier cultivator himself, he held no interest whatsoever in these top-tier first-tier demon beasts. As for practical combat training, pure one-sided slaughter offered no real improvement. This left Zhao Wushuang thoroughly enjoying the slaughter. In just a minute or two, the dozens of fierce upper-tier first-rank demon beasts that had charged in were all reduced to souls beneath Zhao Wushuang's blade. Not bad gaining so many energy points right upon arrival. A satisfied smile spread across Zhao Wushuang's face as he watched his energy points surge significantly. He turned to Ndamao beside him, gesturing toward the scattered demon beast corpses strewn across the ground. With a faint smile, he declared, "I'm taking all of these. We'll split them evenly when we settle the mission rewards." "Come on, you killed all of them. I'm not sharing." Ndamao waved dismissively. "That won't do. We must uphold principles. Since we're partners, any demon beasts hunted by either of us should be split evenly." Zhao Wushuang declared with righteous indignation. On one hand, he didn't want to let Ndamao lose out over such petty gains and damage their relationship. On the other hand, he mainly wanted to lay the groundwork for later, ensuring Ndamao focused on assisting him so they could hunt more demon beasts together. After all, to Zhao Wushuang, the materials from demon beast carcasses were merely items to be sold for money. He didn't care much about them. What truly mattered to him was the thrill of the hunt and the energy points gained from slaying beasts. That was what truly mattered. "Alright then, old Zhao, since you put it that way, I have absolutely no objections." Ndamao chuckled. After agreeing on how to split the resources obtained during the mission, the two fully armed themselves and headed into the abandoned chemical plant. They passed through the main gate and entered the facility. The roars of beasts echoed endlessly, hundreds of pairs of demonic eyes fixed on the two men. The slaughter begins. Seeing such a vast number of beasts, excitement flashed in Zhao Wushuang's eyes. He thrust his feet against the ground, shattering the stone slabs beneath him as his body launched forward like a cannonball. Chapter 45, Disarray. Thud. 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 Blade to flesh, crimson blood spattered. One by one, the demonic beasts fell to Zhao Wushuang's swift slaughter, their heads rolling to the ground. Ndamao wasn't about to be outdone. Empowered by the Xuanwu Mecha, he transformed into a cannonball and launched himself forward. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Ndamao charged recklessly, forcibly carving a path through the demon beast horde. Dozens of beasts exploded on impact, scattering into a sky filled with flesh fragments. The two continued their relentless slaughter. As the demon beasts dwindled, a thick, pungent stench of blood spread through the air. Deep within the abandoned chemical plant, strange sounds began erupting. Boom! 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 Deafening thuds of heavy objects striking the ground echoed. As the sounds spread, a sickly green toxic mist began to permeate the abandoned chemical plant. Watch out! The target for this mission is emerging. Watching the emerald green poison drifting through the air, Ndamao quickly held his breath and retrieved a gas mask from his storage ring. Roger that. Zhao Wushuang swung his blood moon warblade in a sweeping arc. Put! Blood splattered. He swiftly severed the heads of several surrounding beasts, then retrieved a gas mask from his storage bracelet. This had been prepared before their departure. After all, according to the mission briefing, the primary target within this abandoned chemical plant, a third-tier biomonster, was most adept at toxic mist attacks. Naturally, they had prepared defenses against this threat. With the gas masks securely in place, the pair cautiously scanned their surroundings while swiftly dispatching the beasts closing in around them. With each beast that fell, the thudding sounds grew closer and the ground began to tremble and shake. Roar! A sudden, thunderous roar erupted. A foul wind swept toward them. Zhao Wushuang felt a chill run down his spine as a sense of impending danger surged through him. This is bad. Zhao Wushuang's expression darkened. Without a moment to spare, he rolled backward, swinging his blood moon warblade enveloped in ghostly thunder flames in a fierce downward strike. Boom! A violent collision echoed. Sparks flew everywhere. A terrifying shockwave swept outward. The fierce clash sent Zhao Wushuang reeling backward, his forearm throbbing as immense force crushed him, propelling his body backward. Thud! His body couldn't stop its backward momentum, and Zhao Wushuang slammed violently into a wall. Countless cracks spread across the wall as chunks of broken brick rained down, quickly burying Zhao Wushuang beneath them. Old Zhao! The sudden turn of events sent a jolt of alarm through Ndamao's heart. He swung his massive hammer wildly, swiftly dispatching the demon beasts closing in around him. He leapt forward, positioning himself directly in front of the 6-meter-tall, monstrously massive green creature. This was the mission's target, a third-tier mid-grade biodemon. Roar! You're asking for death. Third-tier demons and beasts could already speak human language, their intelligence rivaling that of ordinary humans. Now, this bioengineered demonic beast roared furiously upon seeing a turtle-like mecha blocking its path.
It swung a fist as thick as an iron barrel, the air whistling sharply as it slammed toward Big Cat.
You're the one courting death.
And Dim Mao's gaze grew icy cold. His chi surged within, unleashing a tremendous force as he swung his twin hammers to meet the blow head-on.
Boom! The two collided, unleashing another deafening explosion.
A terrifying shockwave swept outward, shattering surrounding glass and sending weaker demon beasts scattering in terror. Amidst this terrifying collision, and Damao, also a mid-tier third-rank cultivator, stood utterly unmoved.
The once arrogant bioengineered demon beast, however, reeled backward under Ndamo's furious hammer strike.
It stumbled over several demon beasts beneath its feet, crashing to the ground in utter disarray.
Come on!
And Dim Mao roared furiously. He leapt into the air, his twin hammers whirling in a whirlwind that swept away the spreading green poisonous mist.
He charged relentlessly toward the bio-monster. Damn it! Having witnessed in Dim Mao's terrifying power, the bioengineered demon beast roared in fury and fear.
Green poisonous mist spewed from its mouth as emerald green scales began to spread across its body.
But it knew retreat was impossible.
Facing such a formidable foe, any sign of retreat would surely spell its doom. Only by fighting to the death now could it cling to a sliver of hope.
Roar! A furious roar erupted. The bio-monster's fists shrouded in emerald green poison mist, he charged forward with grim determination. Boom! 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 The sound of violent collisions echoed relentlessly. As the two battled relentlessly, the entire abandoned chemical plant began crumbling into ruins. Countless debris rained down, crashing onto the man and the demon, reducing them to dust. Damn it! I got too cocky, didn't dodge. Amidst the relentless battle, Zhao Wushuang crawled out of a nearby pile of rubble, looking rather bedraggled. He spat out saliva mixed with grit, his eyes blazing with ferocity. For the first time in all his years, he'd never been so thoroughly beaten, knocked flying by a single punch. Fortunately, his attack infused with netherworld thunder flames had deflected most of the blow. Aside from looking thoroughly disheveled, he hadn't sustained any significant injuries. Since you can't kill me, I'll kill you. Zhao Wushuang glared savagely at the bio-monster that Ndamo had been relentlessly beating. Blood Moon Warblade in hand, he channeled surges of vital energy from within, unleashing terrifying netherworld thunder that rapidly spread, enveloping his entire form. Boom! Another terrifying strike. Ndamo swung his massive hammer, sending the mid-tier third-stage bio-monster flying with a single blow. The terrifying blow shattered the scales covering the creature's body, sending crimson blood spraying everywhere. Kill! At that moment, Zhao Wushuang, who had been gathering power, sprang into action. Whoosh! Whoosh! A bolt of lightning erupted. Lotus blossoms of thunder and flame intertwined spread across the sky. Zhao Wushuang transformed into a blur and shot forward. In an instant, he arrived beside the bio-monster that had been flung backward. Sword drawn. The crimson blood moon warblade drew from its sheath. Terrifying netherworld thunder flames spread within it, unleashed as a blade aura resembling a river of blood sliced through the air. This strike drew out over half of Zhao Wushuang's energy, unleashing the netherworld thunder flame and blood river blade technique to their absolute limit. Splatter! Scorching blood spattered. Blood gushed from the bioengineered demon like a fountain. In the next instant, its head slammed to the ground. The massive body collapsed straight onto the earth, erupting in a deafening crash. Chapter 46, Beast Tide, Hiding. A mid-tier third-stage bio-monster lies dead. With a furious strike, Zhao Wushuang exploited the mid-tier third-stage bio-monster's weakness and slew it outright, unleashing every technique at his disposal. Of course, the greatest contribution came from Ndamo. Had Ndamo not relentlessly suppressed this mid-tier third-stage biodemon and shattered its defenses with a single hammer blow, Zhao Wushuang's strike would have only severely wounded it at best. Achieving a decisive kill would have been far beyond reach. Clap! 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 A crisp round of applause rang out nearby. And Ndamo leapt over to Zhao Wushuang's side, his gaze sweeping over the thunder and flames spreading across Zhao Wushuang's body. A look of genuine admiration flashed across his face as he praised sincerely, that strike was awesome. Had it been him at Zhao Wushuang's cultivation level, he would never have been able to unleash such a devastating killing move. In fact, even with his monstrous defense, blocking Zhao Wushuang's terrifying strike would be extremely difficult unless his cultivation had reached the third tier. Of course. A smile touched the corners of Zhao Wushuang's lips. His mood was incredibly clear and unburdened at that moment. Because he had secured the final kill. Just then, the system's notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host, on slaying a mid-tier third-grade biodemon. Energy points plus 20,000. A single kill stealing strike netted him 20,000 energy points. How could Zhao Wushuang not be thrilled? He immediately stored the third-tier mid-grade biodemon into his storage ring, then turned to Ndamo beside him and said, "My storage ring is empty. Keep this biodemon's corpse for now. We'll settle everything together after completing the mission. Brothers should keep clear accounts." Some things were better clarified upfront to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Of course. Don't you trust me? And Damo waves dismissively, his gaze sweeping the surroundings.
The remaining 100 or so demon beasts had been completely scattered by the fierce battle, leaving only ruins and a field strewn with their corpses. The two exchanged a glance. Then, without a word, they both began clearing the battlefield. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. They extracted all usable materials from the demon beast corpses, which amounted to roughly 1 or 2 million in value. They swiftly cleared the battlefield. After a brief rest, Zhao Wushuang gulped down energy potions while speaking. I'm almost fully recovered. It's time to head to that mineral vein. If we finish the mission early, we can explore other areas and hunt some higher-level demon beasts. Let's depart immediately. And Damo nodded and summoned the feather fan-shaped flying device. He was at the mid-tier 3rd-rank cultivation level. He hadn't expended much energy fighting that bioengineered demon beast. After a brief adjustment, he was already at peak condition. As for Zhao Wushuang, after downing 2 large bags of energy potions and making some adjustments, he was also nearly fully recovered. After stowing away all the clean demon beast carcass materials, Zhao Wushuang and Damo each piloted their flying devices toward a mineral vein 50 li away. They soared through the high skies. Just as they neared the mineral vein, the ground suddenly shook violently. A massive black mist surged toward them at breakneck speed from several kilometers ahead. Bad news. It's a beast hide. And Damo's expression darkened. Hide. Zhao Wushuang's expression also grew grave. Without a moment's hesitation, both men unleashed their utmost speed, plunging toward the ground and diving into a narrow cave nearby. Simultaneously, Damo retrieved a small vial from his grasp and hurled it forcefully toward the ground. Instantly, a thick, pitch-black mist enveloped them, completely masking their scent. Roar! Soon after, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Peering through the cave's cracks, they gazed skyward. Above where they had been standing moments before, several formidable figures flew frantically through the air. Behind them, a pack of serpent-headed, bird-bodied beasts pursued relentlessly. All 4th-tier demon beasts. Staring at the serpent-headed, bird-bodied creatures and feeling the formidable aura radiating from them, Zhao Wushuang swallowed nervously. If he were to encounter one, he would likely be torn to shreds in an instant. The tree men being pursued possessed formidable cultivation levels as well. The leader among them could even rival Lu Ping, the commander-in-chief Zhao Wushuang had encountered during the National Grand Examination. Holy crap, isn't that Wang Yongqing, the head of the Green Bamboo Guild? Who'd have thought he'd end up looking so pathetic? He's in for it now. Look at the scale of those beasts, at least 10,000 of them. Forget Wang Yongqing, even if that bastard old Zhang showed up, once surrounded by these monsters, he'd be as good as dead. And Damo smacked his lips with obvious amusement, watching the high-speed chase unfolding in the sky. He remained utterly confident in the treasure his father had given him, one that concealed both his aura and form. He wasn't the least bit worried about being spotted by the swarm of beasts above. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the leisure to stand by and make snide remarks. No way. Elder Jiang is a 7th-tier cultivator. How could this pack of 4th-tier demon beasts possibly kill him? Zhao Wushuang was puzzled. He had only truly entered the ranks of awakened beings a mere 2 or 3 months ago, and most of that time had been spent in solitary, intense cultivation. He still didn't fully grasp the intricacies of analyzing combat strength. And Damo explained, it's the numbers. There are over 10,000 of them. When numbers pile up, even ants can bite an elephant to death. What's more, these serpent-headed, bird-bodied beasts called serpent bird monsters are exceptionally formidable in aerial combat and excel at coordinated group assaults. Faced with a serpent bird beast ambush, sheer numbers make it impossible to fight back. Forget that bastard Lao Zhang, even an ordinary 8th-tier mecha awakener would only have a chance if they fled for their lives. How could anyone stand and fight? Human strength is ultimately limited. Even the mightiest mecha would eventually exhaust its energy. Thus, even when facing demon beasts of lower cultivation levels, the danger remains immense. Of course, there was one exception among mecha awakened, those skilled in area of effect attacks, whose single strike could reach 9th-tier strength. Or, like his great-grandfather, those who had ascended directly to the transcendent realm. Such powerhouses operate on an entirely different level. Not only could they handle over 10,000 4th-tier serpent bird beasts, but even over 100,000 6th or 7th-tier ones could be single-handedly repelled or even effortlessly annihilated by a transcendent-tier warrior. Listening to Damo's explanation, Zhao Wushuang nodded thoughtfully. His previous thoughts had been too simplistic, considering only his own circumstances without contemplating the conditions of others. After all, in this world, he alone possessed the system. He could continuously hunt demonic beasts to gain vast amounts of energy points, thereby enhancing his own strength. Only he could grow stronger amidst overwhelming hordes of demon beasts. Others, however, faced with increasingly fierce demon beast assaults, would only see their internal energy rapidly depleted until they were ultimately overwhelmed and swallowed by the hordes. Thankfully, I have this system. After hunting down large numbers of demon beasts, I can enhance my cultivation and strength. I needn't worry about energy depletion at all. Even if I encounter a beast-type attack in the future, as long as their power isn't terrifyingly overwhelming, I'll still have the strength to fight. Zhao Wushuang breathed a slight sigh of relief. At first, seeing big cats so solemn, he'd assumed these swarming hordes possessed some unique trait capable of felling awakened beings 3 or even 4 tiers above them. Turns out it was all about overwhelming numbers and coordinated assaults. For someone like him, such tactics of overwhelming numbers and encirclement wouldn't be particularly effective. The two squeezed into the narrow cave. Through the cracks, they watched the intense spectacle of speed and fury. Soon, as Chen Yongqing fled desperately and the serpent bird beasts pursued relentlessly, they vanished from Zhao Wushuang and in Damo's sight. But the pair did not act rashly. Instead, they waited cautiously in the cramped cave for over an hour before venturing out. Emerging from the cave, and Damo stretched luxuriously. Gazing up at the bright sunlight overhead, he sighed contentedly, "Ah, that feels good. We're finally safe now. Let's go. The target mineral vein from before is only a few thousand meters away. We should hurry over to reclaim it and get out of this godforsaken place as soon as possible. Otherwise, if those serpent birds return, we'll have to hide for another hour or two." Zhao Wushuang chuckled, summoning his thunderbolt flying sword as he sped toward the nearby target vein. Once they eradicated all the demonic beasts within this vein and reinstalled the human race's equipment to restore communications, their mission would be successfully completed. Chapter 47, The Rainbow Crystal, Danger Approaches. The two swiftly reached the entrance of the mineral vein. Inside, it was pitch black. Zhao Wushuang retrieved a light stick from his storage bracelet, pressed the switch, and tossed it inside. Whoosh! Whoosh! The light illuminated over half the cavern. A pitch-black demonic aura permeated the cavern. Zhao Wushuang and Damo exchanged a glance before cautiously stepping inside. In this vein, the majority of the ore had already been mined out. Only a small portion remained deep within. Even so, the quantity of ore remaining within this vast vein was staggering. Zhao Wushuang even spotted several relatively valuable ores among them. Preliminary estimates suggested that if someone were to mine all the ore here, they could. If someone were to mine all the ore here, they could profit at least over 10 billion Federation credits. After entering the vein, Zhao Wushuang and Indamao remained constantly vigilant, sensing the thick demonic energy surrounding them. Yet they wasted no time, swiftly retrieving their mining tools and setting to work on the precious ores deep within. The precious ores in this vein were exceptionally hard, requiring specialized tools and immense force to extract. Fortunately, having known the mission details beforehand, both Zhao Wushuang and Indamao came prepared. Combined with their formidable physical strength, even the exceptionally hard precious ores did not slow their mining pace. In just over 20 minutes, Zhao Wushuang alone had mined over 10 pieces of 4th-grade ore, with a total value approaching 2 to 3 million. Of course, they refrained from excessive mining. According to the mission description, they were only permitted to take some high-grade ore and were not allowed to mine too much. Let's inspect this area one more time. Each of us will mine 20 more ore pieces, aiming to collect as many high-grade ores as possible. And Dama struggled to extract a 5th-grade ore he'd found, then turned to Zhao Wushuang with a smile. "Sure thing." Zhao Wushuang nodded and began scanning the walls for higher-grade ores. However, after searching for nearly half a day, they found only 8 5th-grade ore pieces. "Let's search for another half hour. If we don't find anything higher grade, we'll just collect some 4th-tier ore." Glancing at the remaining 13 mining rights, Zhao Wushuang muttered to himself before continuing deeper into the mines. And Damo followed closely behind. The place was eerily quiet, and the thick demonic energy permeating the surroundings made it impossible for them to let their guard down. It was better for the two to stay close together. If something unexpected happened, they'd have time to react better than being taken down one by one. They pressed deeper into the cavern. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Wushuang mined another 4 or 5 5th-grade ores and 1 6th-grade ore. This delighted Zhao Wushuang immensely. 5th-grade ore commanded a high price, and that single 6th-grade ore alone was worth nearly 10 million equivalent to all their previous finds combined. Rainbow Crystal. An 8th-tier ore. Just as Zhao Wushuang finished stowing the 6th-tier ore into his storage ring, and Damo suddenly cried out in astonishment beside him. Zhao Wushuang immediately turned his gaze in the direction and Damo pointed. Deep within the wall, he spotted a small, pointed tip emitting a faint, multicolored glow. "Let's go! Check it out!" And Damo urged Zhao Wushuang excitedly. The two were partners. All gains during missions were split evenly. Therefore, even upon discovering a more valuable ore, they would mine it together without distinction. Zhao Wushuang's face lit up with excitement as he strode forward. Holy moly, no mistake about it, it's multicolored crystal, an 8th-grade ore worth over 1 billion credits. And Damo's face glowed with excitement as he reverently stroked the exposed tip of the multicolored crystal. Such a precious item was extremely valuable, even to him. Moreover, such multicolored crystals were notoriously rare on the market. If they ever made it to auction, their price could easily double. What are you standing around for? Start mining it! Hearing that this multicolored crystal was worth over 10 billion, Zhao Wushuang also grew excited. He vigorously swung the excavation tool made of special materials, clearing away all the surrounding debris before carefully digging inward.
And Damao did the same. The two worked together to chip away at the surrounding hard rock. The rock surrounding this multicolored crystal was exceptionally tough. Even with both of them using every trick in their arsenal, it still took a full 2 or 3 hours to finally excavate the crystal. What a huge multicolored crystal! Old Zhao, we've struck it rich. Holding the massive multicolored crystal, and Damo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, I remember a multicolored crystal auction a few years back.
The one sold then was much smaller than this one, yet it fetched a staggering 19 billion Federation credits.
That expensive?
Zhao Wushuang froze for a moment, then exclaimed excitedly, but ours is much larger.
Couldn't we auction it for 20 billion, or even 30 billion or more? It's possible. I'll ask my mother to hype it up, then we'll get at least 25 billion. And Damao nodded emphatically. He smiled at Zhao Wushuang and joked, Old Zhao, you're a real lucky charm. Just tagging along on a mission with you brings such huge rewards. You're set for life now. Not only can you pay back what you owe me, but you can freely purchase the first 3 tiers of the Thunderforge body tempering technique. Just luck. Zhao Wushuang gave a faint smile, suppressing his excitement as he replied, maybe it's your good fortune too. Let's put it away for now. When the time comes, we'll sell all our gains and split the profits evenly. And Damao nodded. He swiftly stowed the multicolored crystal into his storage ring. Having obtained the multicolored crystal, neither dared linger long. After casually mining a few 4th-tier ores, they began setting up the device carriage for their mission. Just as they were setting up the signal transmitter, a thick black mist suddenly engulfed the area, the demonic aura growing increasingly heavy. The thick fog enveloped them completely, obscuring all visibility of their surroundings. Sensing the anomaly, they immediately grew alert. Just as they were puzzling over it, a pungent, fishy wind suddenly swept toward them. Old Zhao, watch out! And Damao activated a defensive artifact, instantly transforming it into a protective shield that enveloped him. Even without Damao's warning, Zhao Wushuang knew danger was imminent. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled the netherworld Thunderflame, enveloping himself in a shield of thunder and blazing fire. Simultaneously, he swiftly moved closer to Damao. However, just as Zhao Wushuang began to move, Damao's body suddenly flew backward violently. Chapter 48, 6th-tier Demon Beast, all cards on the table. Boom! A violent explosion echoed. Waves of shock rippled outward, sending fragments of rock tumbling throughout the entire vein. Amidst the violent collision, Damao's body tumbled awkwardly across the ground several times. Yet the deadly attack was neutralized by a layer of emerald green light. Ha! He's not dead. Observing Damao, who was merely disheveled, a dark figure emerged from beneath the cave floor, uttering a puzzled remark. The upper half of this shadow was humanoid, resembling a mature woman in her 30s. Her fair cheeks held a faint blush, giving her an alluring yet innocent air. Especially those massive weapons, so large they couldn't be seen when looking down at her feet, were utterly captivating, drawing the gaze irresistibly. As for the lower half, reactions varied. Some felt their interest surge, while others were overcome with horror and nausea. For the lower half of that dark figure was a jet-black tail covered in dense, overlapping scales. A serpent's tail. It was a black snake spirit. Female. Seeing the black snake spirit's form, Zhao Wushuang was utterly horrified and immediately took 2 steps back. It wasn't the sight of her jet-black tail covered in dense scales that frightened him, but rather the aura emanating from this black snake spirit. Lower 6th tier. According to the mecha's detection, this black snake spirit possessed a cultivation level of 6th tier lower grade. Damn it! And Damao leapt to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury as he stared at the snake spirit, its upper body pure yet irresistibly alluring. He might be a lecherous fellow. He knew his limits. That black snake demon's brutal attack had nearly cost him half his life. Had it not been for the precious defensive protection his father had bestowed, which had automatically shielded him in that critical moment, whether he could even stand now would be another matter entirely. That's a one-time defensive treasure worth 100 million. It's killing your old man. And Damao roared. His words caught in his throat as he stared at the black snake demon's cultivation level, silently retreating 2 steps like Zhao Wushuang. But why has this young master stopped scolding me? I do enjoy this feeling. Why not come closer and snuggle up with me? The black snake spirit giggled softly, covering her mouth shyly as her eyes glowed with a seductive sheen. Her path to cultivation differed from other demonic beasts. While others devoured humans to enhance their power, she consumed the pure yang essence within male cultivators. Thanks to her unique appearance, over a decade ago, she was merely a fledgling demon just beginning her cultivation. Yet in just over a decade, she had ascended to a low-tier 6th rank cultivation, all thanks to those stinking men and their selfless offerings. At this moment, Damao's body radiated thick vital energy, and he was clad in the Xuanwu divine armor, one of the divine armor suits. Naturally, this aroused the black snake spirit's intense interest. As for Zhao Wushuang standing nearby, he was automatically ignored by the black snake spirit. Although Zhao Wushuang's mecha design was incredibly flashy, his cultivation was nowhere near as formidable as Damao's. Moreover, it wasn't a divine mecha. Naturally, the black snake spirit chose the more cost-effective option in Damao. You.
Feeling the black snake spirit's malevolent gaze, and Damao felt a sudden tightness in his lower body and erupted in furious curses. He knew he was being targeted by the black snake spirit. There was only one way out now: fight. Otherwise, he'd be drained dry for sure. Without further pretense, he drew a pure silver pistol from his storage ring.
Hear my command, Thunder God, aid me.
And Damao gripped the pure silver pistol and hurled it fiercely toward the black snake spirit.
Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning instantly spread.
It surged forward along the pure silver pistol. The sheer power unleashed by this attack far surpassed 6th tier levels. Zhao Wushuang, standing nearby, paled and hurriedly retreated. Amidst the terrifying explosion, the black serpent spirit activated a protective shield on its body. Simultaneously, it lashed out with its tail, unleashing a jet black beam of light.
The two attacks collided midair. Then came a violent explosion. Amidst the terrifying shockwaves, the entire vein of ore trembled precariously.
Freshly mined sections crumbled, sending chunks crashing downward.
Amidst the chaos, Zhao Wushuang was swept away by the shockwave, crashing into a wall and spitting blood. At the epicenter of the blast, the black serpent spirit lay gravely wounded, its skin torn and bleeding.
Its once pure and seductive form had turned pitch black, crimson blood dripping steadily from its massive, monstrous weapon.
Damn it, you dog of a man! You've succeeded in enraging me!
Seeing the horrific injuries inflicted upon herself, the black snake spirit was enraged beyond control. Ignoring Zhao Wushuang beside her, she charged directly at Damao.
Die for me!
Gritting his teeth to suppress the pain in his heart.
And Damao retrieved another token from his storage ring. He crushed it with all his might, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames carrying a terrifying aura from within. Boom! The blazing inferno, suffused with that terrifying aura, swiftly neutralized the black serpent demon's attack. It then engulfed the creature, violently hurling it backward. But the black snake spirit's vitality was too tenacious. Even after enduring every last-ditch attack from Ndamao's parents, it clung to life, charging madly toward Ndamao. To save his own life, Ndamao had no choice but to retrieve another powerful offensive artifact from his storage ring. He was heartbroken. Each of these formidable treasures was worth hundreds of millions. To squander them all in one day meant that even if he sold that multicolored crystal later, he'd still be taking a massive loss. Old Zhao! If you have a trump card, use it now. To minimize his losses, Ndamao shouted at Zhao Wushuang as he pulled out another treasure with devastating attack power. Zhao Wushuang finally snapped out of it. He couldn't let Ndamao fight alone.
He swiftly stepped back 2 paces and rapidly retrieved a token from his storage ring. This token was a national reward for his 3rd place ranking in the nationwide grand examination. It was said to contain the attack power of a 6th tier expert. Hope it works, may it deliver a fatal blow to that black serpent.
Hope flickered in Zhao Wushuang's eyes.
He swiftly activated one of the tokens. A golden beam shot forth, streaking toward the black snake spirit. At the same time, Ndamao activated the formidable treasure in his hand. Terrifying thunderous energy instantly enveloped the black snake spirit.
Boom! 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 Amidst a deafening roar. Amidst the terrifying thunderous aura and Zhao Wushuang's powerful attack, crackling explosions echoed ceaselessly. The black snake spirit fought back fiercely.
She unleashed her most formidable trump card.
But all was in vain. Under the dual onslaught, the black serpent spirit was violently hurled backward. As the terrifying thunderous aura descended, the once arrogant black serpent spirit lay lifeless on the ground. Her half-human, half-snake form dissolved, transforming into an enormous black python. Chapter 49, A Huge Loss. Dead. Watching the black serpent spirit lying on the ground, now a massive black python, Big Cat let out a heavy sigh of relief. He possessed the ability to protect himself. Even if the black snake spirit had been slightly stronger, he would still have been confident in defeating it. The problem lay in the depletion of his own treasures. This battle alone had drained over half his stored treasures, a staggering expenditure worth nearly 20 billion Federation credits. If this black snake spirit hadn't died, his losses would have been even greater. Even selling its corpse would only bring back a pittance. Damn it, what a huge loss.
And Ndamao shook his head in frustration.
That 20 billion Federation credits was equivalent to 2 years' worth of his family's financial support. Damn it, I didn't get the kill.
Besides Ndamao, Zhao Wushuang beside him also wore a look of frustration. He shouldn't have saved those other 2 tokens. If he'd used them earlier and unleashed all their attack power in one go, that black snake spirit's head might have been his. A 6th tier low-grade demon beast, no less. If he had truly snatched the kill and hunted it down, how many energy points would he have gained? Just thinking about it made Zhao Wushuang wince. But with the situation as it was, he could only abandon his dreams of overnight riches. Shaking his head, he walked forward. Zhao Wushuang swiftly dug into the black snake demon's corpse, extracting a demon beast crystal core from its dantian, its abdominal energy center, which emitted a jet black glow. A 6th tier lower grade demon beast crystal core.
This was the Black Snake Demon's most valuable possession.
If sold on the market, it should fetch around 1 or 200 million credits. As for the demon beast's corpse itself, it was also worth a decent sum, likely several tens of millions.
Zhao Wushuang, of course, wouldn't waste it.
He stored it all away in his storage ring.
Old Zhao, hurry up and set up the signal device.
This place is way too creepy, we shouldn't linger here. Seeing Zhao Wushuang immediately retrieve the demon beast crystal core and collect the corpse, and Damo said nothing further. He simply hurriedly produced a new set of signaling devices and urged him on. He had no worries that Zhao Wushuang would keep it for himself, but the far more valuable multicolored crystal was still in his possession. The one who should be truly worried was Zhao Wushuang. After all, compared to the multicolored crystal, the Black Serpent Demon's corpse and its demon beast crystal core were practically worthless.
We'd better hurry with the setup.
If another powerful demon beast shows up, we might both end up staying here today.
Zhao Wushuang nodded and swiftly moved forward to join forces with Ndamo in setting up the signal device. Before long,
without any interference, it took them only a little over 10 minutes to complete all the preparations and signal devices.
With that, this mission is complete.
Pressing the button, Ndamo exhaled a long sigh of relief as the powerful signal radiated out from the depths of the cave.
Let's go. This place isn't safe to linger in.
Zhao Wushuang scanned the surroundings. Finding no other treasures, he hurriedly ran out of the vein.
Ndamo followed closely behind. Emerging from the vein after 2 or 3 hours of digging in pitch darkness and setting up equipment, the blinding sunlight outside the mine shaft hit him squarely.
Zhao Wushuang squinted uncomfortably. He didn't care for sunlight. Ever since awakening his mecha, the relentless slaughter had only deepened his aversion to such intense light. Conversely, the dim, cavernous environment brought him an unexpected sense of comfort.
This might also be a reflection of Zhao Wushuang's psychological state.
The two emerged from the mineral vein without lingering, swiftly piloting their flying apparatus toward the horizon. As evening fell, the sun sank below the horizon. The lingering glow painted half the sky crimson. Mist swirled high above, and as autumn approached, a chill breeze swept through, sending shivers down one's spine. After adjusting their condition to peak performance, Ndamo and Zhao Wushuang flew high through the skies, following the map coordinates to reach the military factory overrun by demonic beasts. By now, darkness had completely enveloped the sky. Under the dim moonlight, the pair descended from the sky and cautiously felt their way forward.
Hide! Zhao Wushuang and Ndamo shouted simultaneously.
Their reflexes were sharp. With a single leap, each darted into the bushes on opposite sides.
Boom!
The ground shook violently.
The roars of the demon beasts echoed endlessly.
Through the gaps in the bushes, Zhao Wushuang saw over 1,000 demon beasts sprinting out of the military factory, racing toward the distance. This military factory has become a stronghold for demon beasts within dozens of miles. With such a massive population, this sudden mass exodus likely means they're heading out to hunt at night.
Watching the overwhelming horde surge forth, Ndamo murmured beside him, "Wonder which unlucky souls are hunting beasts nearby."
If they encounter this many without sufficient strength, they're in for a world of trouble.
Why bother with that? As long as we complete our mission, that's all that matters.
Zhao Wushuang shook his head. At the end of the day, he truly cared only about his own interests.
The lives of others held little concern for Zhao Wushuang.
True.
With so many awakened humans falling every day, who has time to worry about this? Ndamo nodded in agreement as if it were only natural. The two hid in the thicket for over 10 minutes.
Only after the massive demon beasts vanished without a trace did they cautiously emerge. There are more beasts inside, so this time we must be cautious, and then cautious again.
If we encounter a beast ambush, we absolutely must not linger in battle.
Emerging from the thicket, Ndamo solemnly cautioned Zhao Wushuang beside him. After spending time with Zhao Wushuang in the wilderness, he had come to understand her personality quite well. The Zhao Wushuang before him was a complete warmonger. At the mention of hunting demon beasts, his eyes burned with fervor, bordering on impatience. Precisely for this reason, to avoid jeopardizing their plan, he repeated his solemn warnings to Zhao Wushuang.
Understood.
Zhao Wushuang nodded emphatically. Though he yearned to hunt demon beasts and gain more energy points, he wasn't reckless. He knew when to strike and when to lie low. He would never risk endangering himself for a mere handful of energy points.
Alright, let's sneak in cautiously.
Based on my estimates, a large group of demon beasts will head out to hunt in the wild later tonight.
Ndamo nodded, waved to Zhao Wushuang, and whispered, "We'll stick to the edge. The safe's location is to the west, where there aren't too many beasts. Watch for my signal when the time comes." Chapter 50, Chaos.
Got it.
Zhao Wushuang nodded. When it came to wilderness experience, Ndamo far outstripped him. Zhao Wushuang had only ventured out on a single mission.
Closely following Ndamo, Zhao Wushuang remained vigilant, his blood moon warblade drawn and ready for battle at any moment. As the pair advanced cautiously, silently dispatching dozens of demon beasts along the way, they finally reached the westernmost edge. According to the map, the location of the safe deposit box was roughly 2 to 3 kilometers away. Through the dim moonlight, they saw hundreds of demon beasts prowling about 100 meters ahead. Most of these beasts were at least high-tier first stage, with a significant number reaching second stage. Facing this massive horde, the pair did not act rashly. Instead, they concealed themselves within an armored vehicle, constantly monitoring their surroundings and waiting for the right moment. As time passed, the beasts 100 or 200 meters ahead began slowly dispersing. In organized groups, they let out deafening roars as they headed toward the wilderness. "Looks like they're hungry. Prepare." And Damao waved his hand. But before he could finish, a distant rumbling suddenly echoed through the air. Amidst it, the angry curses of human comrades could be heard. Explosions echoed continuously. Then came the roars of demon beasts. With this massive commotion erupting, most of the demon beasts rushed toward the source of the noise, save for a few that remained circling overhead. Zhao Wushuang and Ndamao also peered through the armored vehicle toward the source of the noise. High above, Tier 3 mechs soared through the sky, their weapons blazing with dazzling cold light. Opposing them stood a colossal tricolor serpent king, radiating the aura of a fully realized third-tier cultivation. Both sides clashed fiercely. Numerous second-tier demon beasts joined the fray. A task force has moved in. Looks like their target is this tricolored serpent king. Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. He had originally thought that if he waited until there were fewer demon beasts, he might seize the opportunity to take on that three-colored serpent king. Now it seemed his original plan was going to fall through. Forget about them. Let's seize this chance to act quickly, eliminate the remaining demon beasts, complete the mission sooner, and reclaim the safe. And Damo spoke up quickly. With that, he charged forward first. His turtle shell transformed into a massive sphere as he wielded twin hammers, rolling forward with blinding speed. As Ndamao rolled forward, his twin hammers whirled like a whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen demon beasts circling ahead were smashed into bloody pulp. Damn it, no fighting honor. Zhao Wushuang cursed under his breath. He had no hope of stealing the kill on the tricolor serpent king, but he intended to hunt down as many of these swirling first and second tier demon beasts as possible. Without further hesitation, he charged forward, Blood Moon Warblade in hand. His body erupted into a blistering sprint. With the transcendent level Swift Wind Step activated, Zhao Wushuang reached the battlefield at an astonishing speed. His Blood Moon Warblade sliced through the air. Crimson Blade energy sliced through the air like flowing blood across the battlefield. With each strike, several demon beast heads rolled to the ground. Some were cleaved clean in two, blood spattering as their entrails spilled across the ground. The pair hunted with relentless speed. In just over 10 minutes, the 100 or so demon beasts still circling the area were slaughtered to the last one. Though the commotion they caused was considerable, it paled in comparison to the uproar stirred by those few awakened hunters pursuing the tricolor serpent king. Move! Charge forward! And Damao swung his arm forcefully and strode forward. Zhao Wushuang followed closely behind, sprinting toward the safe's location as indicated on the map. Both moved with remarkable speed. The 2 to 3 kilometer distance was covered in a mere minute or two. Their destination was a towering skyscraper, a full 27 stories high. They darted through the main entrance. Roar! The roar of beasts echoed within. The first floor alone held 2 or 3 dozen beasts. Spotting intruders, they roared furiously and lunged toward Zhao Wushuang and Ndamao, looking for death. But mere 2 or 30 demon beasts, all at the upper tier of the first rank, were nothing to Zhao Wushuang and Ndamao. Especially Zhao Wushuang. He charged headfirst, his Blood Moon Warblade whirling like a whirlwind. The blood-red blade energy, chilling to the bone, darted through the air. He swiftly hunted them down. Before Ndamao could even take down 2 or 3 beasts, the rest fell one after another beneath Zhao Wushuang's Blood Moon Blade. With another batch of energy points secured, a smile flashed across Zhao Wushuang's face as he sprinted toward the stairwell entrance. The vault was located on the 15th floor. Since the military factory had been overrun by demon beasts, the power was completely cut off. The elevator was unusable, leaving only the stairwell as a path upward, a path he would carve through with his blade. In the dimly lit stairwell, numerous demon beasts lurked, eyes fixed on him. Zhao Wushuang wasted no words. He charged ahead at full speed, blade flashing, slaughtering everything in his path as he stormed toward the 15th floor. Behind him, Ndamao could only shake his head helplessly as he followed close on Zhao Wushuang's heels. Over the course of 10 minutes, Zhao Wushuang slaughtered relentlessly, finally making his way from the first floor all the way to the 15th. Along the stairwells, he had hunted down nearly 60 or 70 demon beasts, including 3 or 4 second-tier beasts among them. He reached the 15th floor. It was a vast hall spanning over 400 square meters. Separated off to the sides were several small private rooms. Within the vast hall, the number of demon beasts was surprisingly low, only about a dozen. However, among them were 5 second-tier beasts, including one of the upper tier. Kill! Without hesitation, Zhao Wushuang and Ndamao charged straight in. Aware of his own limitations, Zhao Wushuang knew he couldn't take down the high-tier second-class beast immediately.
Therefore, he deliberately focused his efforts on the first-tier and lower second-tier demon beasts. His Blood Moon Warblade swung with fierce force. After Indamao swiftly disposed of the high-tier second-stage beast, Zhao Wushuang just as decisively killed 2 second-stage beasts and 7 first-stage beasts. 1 beast each. Fixing his gaze on the remaining 2 second-tier mid-grade beasts, Zhao Wushuang declared his share and charged toward one of the second-tier mid-grade shadow cats. Chapter 51, Fierce Battle. Meow. Witnessing its comrades fall one by one, its fur bristled and it let out a furious growl. Knowing escape was impossible, its demonic energy surged as it charged violently toward Zhao Wushuang. The shadow cat's speed was blindingly fast, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Its claws flashed with icy glints. With such terrifying speed, an ordinary second-tier awakened would likely be torn to shreds in an instant if caught off guard. Zhao Wushuang's gaze turned icy. His body flickered rapidly, his speed utterly outclassing the shadow cat's. He was immeasurably faster. 2 afterimages crisscrossed in midair. As they closed in, Zhao Wushuang's speed surged once more. The crimson glow of his Blood Moon Warblade flared as he executed a precise horizontal slash, leaving a scarlet trail of blood in the air. Splatter! Scorching crimson blood spattered. The Blood Moon blade, swift as a phantom, sliced through the shadow cat's neck in an instant, cleanly severing its massive head. Congratulations, host, on slaying the shadow cat. Energy points plus 6,390. With the shadow cat's death, a mechanical system prompt echoed in Zhao Wushuang's ears. Holy crap, Zhao! You took down a mid-tier second-ranked demon beast this easily just with the Blood River Blade technique, without even using your special abilities? Meanwhile, Indamao, who had just smashed another second-tier mid-grade demon beast into mincemeat with a single hammer blow, saw Zhao Wushuang finish his battle even faster than himself. He smacked his lips in astonishment, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It seemed Zhao Wushuang's strength had grown even stronger than before. Through extensive combat, my understanding of the Blood River sword technique has deepened considerably. Zhao Wushuang smiled faintly, recalling his earlier sword strike with satisfaction. He nodded approvingly. Speed is crucial. This time, it was the synergy between my transcendent-level swift wind step and the Blood River sword technique that allowed me to unleash such blinding speed. Had my speed been even slightly slower, by the time that Shadowcat reacted, I doubt I could have achieved a one-hit kill. Zhao Wushuang paused, then added another thought. Through hunting countless demonic beasts and routinely employing his transcendent-tier swift wind step in combat, he had gained a new level of understanding regarding battle experience. Truly elite warriors, beyond formidable cultivation, pushed every component of their body armor to its absolute limit. Only through such seamless integration could they unleash the most devastating killing moves. Moreover, within these formidable techniques, the energy expenditure was significantly lower than when executed under ordinary circumstances. I can see that at your current speed, if you were just a bit faster, you could match me. A faint smile touched Indamao's lips as he remarked with a hint of admiration, remember, you're only at the lower tier of the second stage, while I'm already at the middle tier of the third stage. Though Indamao felt a touch of envy, there was no trace of jealousy. His true strengths lay not in speed, nor even primarily in strength. His pride lay in his formidable defense. When it came to pure defense alone, Zhao Wushuang couldn't hold a candle to him, even 10 times over. Even if they reached the same cultivation level, with the Xuanwu Mecha's reinforcement, Zhao Wushuang would still be utterly outmatched defensively. As for other aspects, well, that was another story. To each their own strengths. Zhao Wushuang chuckled and waved his hand. Let's move quickly. Find the safe location fast. Once the battle outside ends, we'll be in trouble. We'll split up. You search the left side, I'll take the right. And Damao nodded and swiftly headed off to explore the right side. They frantically searched the lobby, but many private rooms were locked. To save time, both resorted to violent means to break them open. This process consumed a significant amount of time. After all, though the doors weren't made of any special materials, they were exceptionally sturdy. Outside, at the heart of the military factory. The military factory now lay in ruins. The intense battle had left the ground in utter disarray, strewn with countless demon beast corpses and debris from collapsed structures. Roar! The tricolor Serpent King roared furiously. It glared with unwillingness at the 5 mecha awakened ones surrounding it, each possessing cultivation around the upper tier of the third stage. Humans, if this fight continues, you won't fare well either. Why not each retreat? I'll leave this stronghold, and the remaining demon beasts are all yours. The tricolor Serpent King spoke in human language. Feeling the wounds within its body, even though it was filled with rage and frustration, it could only compromise for now. Otherwise, if it still possessed sufficient strength, would it really be so humiliated? Ha 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 ha. No good end? The leader of the group roared with laughter. His awakened form was a fire elemental mecha, its entire body radiating blazing flames. From afar, it resembled a human made of fire. Looking down on the tricolored Serpent King with disdain, the man declared, "You're already spent. What right do you have to negotiate with us? Besides, we came here as a team specifically for the demon beast crystal core within you. If we give up now, wouldn't all our preparations have been wasted? Why waste breath on nonsense? Even novels say villains die from talking too much. Just kill it already. Another awakened, covered in scales and sporting a mecha helmet resembling a serpent's head, spoke with growing impatience. He was the one who initiated this mission. He had been stuck at the upper third-tier cultivation stage for a full 4 or 5 years. If he obtained the demon beast crystal core from this 3-colored serpent king before him and refined it with the vast materials he'd collected earlier, he would surely break through to the third-tier peak stage. Reaching the world realm in the future would then be merely a matter of time. Attack together. The moment the words left his mouth, the emerald snake mecha lunged forward with unbridled urgency. Kill. The others wasted no words either. Exchanging glances, they swarmed forward simultaneously, unleashing their ultimate techniques in a bid to swiftly eliminate this 3-colored serpent king. After all, time is money. At this hour, most of the demon beasts from this military factory had gone out hunting. If they dragged this out any longer, the massive wave of demon beasts returning would likely wipe out the advantage they'd painstakingly fought for over half an hour. Roar! Stubborn fools. Since that's how it is, I'll see who dies first, you or me. As a barrage of fierce attacks closed in, the tricolor Snake King roared in fury. A torrent of venom erupted from its fangs. Simultaneously, its body burst into a blaze of tricolor light, coalescing into a shield that enveloped its form. Boom! A violent explosion echoed. This third-tier perfection-level tricolor Snake King fought back like a mad beast, continuously clashing with the 5 third-tier high-grade mechs in midair. Chapter 52, Encountering the Enemy. As the battle here reached a fever pitch. In a distant building, Zhao Wushuang violently smashed open the door to a private room. His expression brightened when he spotted the B-grade alloy safe stored inside. Retreat! We've got what we came for. Unable to open the safe, Zhao Wushuang simply stored the entire thing into his storage ring. He swiftly exited the private room, waving to Ndamo who was still searching on the other side. Phew! Finally over. Ndamo exhaled deeply. He hurried over to Zhao Wushuang and urged, "We've gained enough this time. To avoid complications, we'll leave immediately. Don't linger." Got it. Glancing at the massive energy points displayed on his attribute panel, Zhao Wushuang nodded. Having gained so many energy points from this mission, he was already deeply satisfied and naturally wouldn't linger unnecessarily. Besides, both he and Ndamo were each carrying extremely precious items. Losing those items over a petty gain would be a huge loss. The two walked side by side, swiftly leaving the building behind. Nearby, another 2 or 3 dozen stray demon beasts had gathered. These beasts were all of the first rank. Facing 2 or 3 dozen first-tier demon beasts, Zhao Wushuang and Ndamo handled them with utter ease. However, just as they finished off the last beast, the distant battle ripples abruptly ceased. Swish! 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 Just as the two prepared to summon their flying vehicle and hastily depart, 5 distinct mechas suddenly materialized before them. Halt! A wolf-shaped mecha wielding a spear blocked their path, intercepting Zhao Wushuang and Ndamo. Gentlemen, this military factory was hard won by our squad. We were the ones who took down the ferocious tricolor Snake King. You've gained benefits here. Leaving without so much as a word shows a lack of respect, don't you think? The lead fire elemental mech stepped forward, glaring at Zhao Wushuang and Ndamo with a displeased expression. Simultaneously, the others closed in, each brandishing their weapons. We're here on a mission too. Ndamo forced a smile, suppressing his anger. Besides, we didn't gain anything. We just picked off some stray beasts. Let's be friends, we'll treat you to a meal sometime. With his strength and cultivation, he wasn't afraid of these 5 opponents, but a prolonged fight would be troublesome. Moreover, he had Zhao Wushuang, a second-tier lower-grade cultivator, by his side, along with a multicolored crystal stored in his storage ring. Under these circumstances, it was unwise to make enemies. Friends? Ha! What makes you think you're special? Just because you've awakened a divine armor? We've got 5 of us here. I can't stand people like you who get lucky and get favored by the heavens. Since we've never met before, I'll give you a chance. Leave all your storage rings and bracelets behind, and you can get the hell out of here. Otherwise, if you still think about resisting, I wouldn't recommend getting more blood on your hands today. The fire elemental mecha glared at Ndamo with contempt, its eyes brimming with hostility. He was now in his 30s. Originally, his talent was quite decent, and he had achieved a respectable ranking in the national examinations. But because his mecha's quality wasn't high enough, the generous reward meant for his ranking was directly intercepted by local factions. They forcibly allocated it to another awakened with a lower ranking but a mecha of far superior quality. This incident left him starting far behind others. He could only rely on his own efforts, constantly hunting demon beasts in the wild to gather resources. On several occasions, he nearly met his end at the claws of these beasts. Otherwise, had he possessed startup capital to build a solid foundation in his youth, his cultivation level would likely have soared past the 4th tier by now, fueled by his innate talent. Friend, you'd better watch your words. Hearing the fiery elemental mech's words dripping with hostility, Ndamo's anger flared. His eyes turned icy as he retorted, "You're not from Jiangdu or Jiangnan, are you? Before you act, you'd better find out who you're dealing with." "Ha! Investigate? If I'm already doing this, why would I fear your backgrounds?"
The fire element Mech scoffed dismissively. He belonged to no faction, living the life of a wanderer. He drifted wherever the wind took him, never staying in one place for more than a year. It was precisely this rootless existence that had forged his increasingly wild and untamed nature. When roaming the wilderness zones, he'd often prey on isolated, low-level practitioners, either fleecing them or outright killing for loot. But now, this awakened god-tier Mech clearly belonged to someone wealthy or powerful. If he could strip them of every last resource, it would be a windfall beyond measure.
Looking for death. And Damo's eyes flashed with coldness. But before he could act, Zhao Wushuang behind him abruptly took a step back. Instantly, a token materialized silently in his hand, activated with a sharp flick. Boom! A massive beam of light shot forth, carrying the devastating force of a 6th-tier peak-level attack. A deafening explosion echoed. The colossal beam of light instantly engulfed all 5 mecha awakened beings. Damn it! My precious! Amidst the shockwaves, the furious roar of the fire element mecha echoed. A flash of golden light shattered the colossal beam, sending the fire element mecha and the other 4 merely flying backward. Run! Seeing his sneak attack had failed to deliver a killing blow and sensing the situation was turning against him, Zhao Wushuang hesitated not a moment. He immediately piloted the thunderbolt flying sword, fleeing rapidly into the distance. As for Indamo, though he still held some trump cards, he couldn't tell if these opponents had hidden ones of their own. Without a moment's delay, he hurled a costly mist grenade, summoned his flying mount, and pursued Zhao Wushuang relentlessly. "I'll kill you. I saved up for years to buy this treasure, and you filthy beast just used it like that." Amidst the thick fog, blood trickled from the corner of its mouth as the fiery elemental mech scrambled to its feet, its eyes blazing with fury. Originally, he had reserved this treasure to confront a 4th-tier fire attribute demon beast. Yet now, struck by Zhao Wushuang's attack, it had activated its self-defense mechanism, shattering his entire plan. How could he not be furious? After all, it held the key to his future breakthrough to the 4th tier. Yet now, shrouded in the thick fog, he had completely lost his sense of direction. Unable to track his target, he could only rage helplessly. Chapter 53, Return. Ha 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 ha. That was satisfying. Who'd have thought you'd be such a sneaky bastard, Zhao? Pulling out your secret weapon without a sound. Soaring swiftly through the skies, Indamo burst into laughter as he watched the fire elemental mecha and the others long since vanish from sight. He had expected a fierce battle. He'd even prepared to deploy his final trump card if things turned sour. But who knew that just as he was about to strike, that silent, sneaky bastard Zhao Wushuang would pull out a major trump card right from the start, forcing the fire elemental mecha to reveal its hidden strength. Standard procedure. In a real life or death battle, who has time for all your nonsense? Zhao Wushuang smiled faintly. He wasn't one for idle chatter. When trouble arose and avoidance was impossible, he struck first without hesitation. Had he engaged in the kind of pointless chatter Indamo and that fire elemental mech had just now, he would likely have found himself in grave danger by now. You're right. Indamo nodded in agreement, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. But I was trying to use my background to intimidate them, you know? Who knew they'd be so blind? Those guys are desperate criminals. When it comes down to it, they're only thinking about how to kill their opponent first, not worrying about their background. Zhao Wushuang glanced back at Indamo, his expression serious as he spoke. In truth, Indamo understood this principle far better than he did. In the wilderness zone, all order had collapsed. Only raw strength prevailed. Yet even with such a simple truth, Indamo, relying on his formidable background, had nearly stumbled in the gutter. It just goes to show that even after 2 or 3 years of wilderness training, his partner still viewed human nature far too simplistically. The logic is sound, and I understand it perfectly. I won't make such a rookie mistake again. And Indamo scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. The main reason was that he had squandered too many of his trump cards when dealing with that black snake spirit earlier. Otherwise, with sufficient reserves, he would have felt more confident and likely avoided such unnecessary blunders. Zhao Wushuang shook his head, choosing not to say more. What Indamo did or didn't do wasn't really his concern. His earlier admonishment had been purely out of gratitude for Indamo's generous loan of 100 million Federation credits. As for what Indamo did next, whether he changed course or not, that was none of his business. After all, an occasional word was fine, but too many would only irritate others and invite trouble. Several hours later. Traveling at breakneck speed, Zhao Wushuang and Indamo deliberately took a wide detour to prevent those desperate criminals from tracking them. Only after confirming the danger had completely dissipated did they return unimpeded to the heart of Jiangdu City. They swiftly landed at the entrance of the Lihua sect's Jiangdu branch. It was now dawn, 6:20 a.m. We're back. Seeing the familiar gates of the Lihua sect, a relieved smile spread across Indamo's face. This mission, though seemingly straightforward in nature, had been fraught with unexpected twists and turns. Even he found it somewhat unsettling.
Zhao Wushuang, however, felt somewhat unsatisfied. His heart craved slaughter. Had he not secured ample resources and an extremely valuable treasure, he wouldn't have returned so swiftly. Behind them, a large number of awakened descended from the sky. Each wore a different expression, their bodies reeking of blood, as they hurried toward the office building.
Let's go. Time to submit our mission.
Zhao Wushuang patted Indamao, who was still lost in thought, and walked toward the office building elevator while contacting Lu Haolong on his phone.
And Damo followed closely behind.
The two took the elevator, quickly reaching the mission hall on the 18th floor amidst the throng of awakened.
Ah, my good brothers, welcome back.
The moment they stepped out of the elevator, Lu Haolong greeted them with a hearty laugh, giving Zhao Wushuang and Indamao a hearty bear hug. When Zhao Wushuang had contacted him earlier, he had already gleaned some information about their mission progress. He knew they'd not only completed their mission swiftly but also slaughtered a large number of demon beasts along the way, reaping substantial resources. Per their prior agreement, all demon beast limb materials they obtained would be handed over to him for sale. This was bound to be a substantial fortune. Even if he only made a small profit margin, he was sure to reap considerable gains. No need to get so worked up, what's yours will always be yours.
And Damo rolled his eyes in exasperation. Haha, isn't it just that I'm happy to see my two good brothers? Lu Haolong laughed heartily, thick-skinned as ever. With that, he enthusiastically pulled Zhao Wushuang and Indamao into a nearby private room.
Closing the door and activating the soundproofing, Lu Haolong looked at them expectantly.
So, what do you think of the mission I picked out for you this time? Not great.
If it weren't for our respective trump cards, we'd have nearly died on this mission.
Hearing Lu Haolong's self-congratulatory tone, Zhao Wushuang remained silent, but Indamao shot back with obvious irritation.
This mission, especially the black snake spirit in the mine shaft, hadn't been mentioned at all in the mission brief. Otherwise, with proper preparation, neither he nor Zhao Wushuang would have had to waste so many of their last resort trump cards. The thought of having used nearly 20 billion worth of life-saving treasures made Indamao wince with pain. He'd saved up for 2 or 3 whole years to acquire them, and now most of it was gone in a single day.
Ha! What's going on?
Seeing Indamao's displeased expression, Lu Haolong felt both aggrieved and puzzled. When we were reclaiming that mineral vein, we encountered a 6th-tier black serpent spirit. If not for Brother An's formidable trump cards, we might not have seen today's sun. Zhao Wushuang briefly recounted the incident without embellishment, though he naturally omitted any mention of the multicolored crystal during his explanation. After all, an item of such value was beyond Lu Haolong's reach. Telling him about it would serve no purpose. It was better for him and Indamao to secretly take it and sell it themselves. This way, he and Big Cat could conceal a portion of their wealth, preventing others with ulterior motives from analyzing their true strength.
A 6th-tier half-human, half-demon black snake spirit? Hearing Zhao Wushuang's brief account, Lu Haolong couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, feeling a chill run down his spine. Chapter 54, Trafficking.
He dared not imagine the peril Zhao Wushuang and Indamao had faced back then.
Fortunately, Indamao came from a wealthy family, receiving monthly financial support from his clan.
Otherwise, had it been anyone else, even himself, facing a 6th-tier demon beast, it would have been a near-certain death sentence.
My apologies. This matter was indeed overlooked by our mission hall. However, after registering your completed mission, I will report the details truthfully.
I'm confident the higher-ups will compensate you accordingly.
Lu Haolong looked apologetically at Zhao Wushuang and Indamao. He had specifically selected this mission for Zhao Wushuang and Indamao.
Given the current mishap, he naturally bore some responsibility. However, given Zhao Wushuang and Indamao's potential and standing within the Liuwa sect, he was confident that once the matter was truthfully reported, the elders above would surely offer extremely generous compensation. It was even possible that the mission content and point rewards would be upgraded to a 6th-tier mission.
It's fine, senior brother Lu.
No need to blame yourself. Though this journey was perilous, we gained valuable experience and significant rewards from it.
Zhao Wushuang shook his head. That's right. Old Zhao's spot on. Though I'm a bit annoyed, this really isn't much your fault. And Indamao nodded in agreement.
Since Lu Haolong had already apologized and the matter was settled, there was no need to dwell on it. Lu Haolong had acted with good intentions, working tirelessly to find them a mission.
Bringing it up again and again, or worse, constantly complaining about Lu Haolong, would make Indamao look like the one in the wrong.
Besides, if he pressed the issue too much, getting more time efficient, low effort.
High-level quests from Lu Haolong in the future would become impossible. Senior brother Lu, here are the vouchers for our 2 quests.
Zhao Wushuang retrieved the task vouchers from his storage bracelet. After Lu Haolong verified their authenticity, Zhao Wushuang opened his storage ring and bracelet, revealing the numerous demon beast carcasses inside. And Indamao did the same, hiding all other items in his storage ring and revealing only the demon beast carcasses and materials obtained from this mission. As Lu Haolong surveyed the vast quantities of demon beast limbs and materials within their storage rings, a flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. Especially when he spotted the corpse of the black serpent spirit lying within Zhao Wushuang's storage ring, his body trembled involuntarily. He swallowed hard, his face brimming with anticipation and excitement as he addressed Zhao Wushuang and Indamo. "My good brothers, let's set aside the other items for now. Would you consider selling me this black serpent spirit's corpse?" To prevent any hesitation from Zhao Wushuang and Indamo, Lu Haolong added quickly, "My dear brothers, rest assured. My offer will be fair. In fact, I'll pay more than any other organization out there." After all, this was the corpse of a 6th-tier demon beast. Its value was beyond question. In fact, Lu Haolong was prepared to acquire this black serpent demon's corpse even if it meant breaking even. For besides reselling it to other factions, he could also use it as a favor to trade with awakened individuals who needed it. If he could secure a favor without incurring a loss, that would be the real windfall for Lu Haolong. "Of course, I'll sell it to you." Seeing Lu Haolong's excited expression, Zhao Wushuang and Indamo exchanged a glance and couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right. You two truly are my good brothers." Lu Haolong excitedly shook hands with Zhao Wushuang and Indamo, pounding his chest as he pledged, "I swear right here today from now on, any top-tier missions that pass through my hands, no one else will get their hands on them. I'll archive them all and hand them over to you too." "Then we thank you in advance, senior brother Lu." Zhao Wushuang smiled as he handed over the vast quantities of demon beast limb materials stored in his storage ring and bracelet to Lu Haolong. This included Indamo's share as well. After handing over all the demon beast limb materials gathered in the wild to Lu Haolong, the two finally spoke up. "Could you estimate how much our haul from this expedition is worth in Federation currency?" Yes. I'll calculate it right away." Lu Haolong stared at the mountain of demon beast limb materials transferred into his storage ring. Suppressing his excitement, he began to carefully tally the value. Nearly half an hour later, Lu Haolong finally exhaled a long breath. Wiping the fine beads of sweat from his temples caused by intense concentration, he flashed a bright smile. "My good brothers, excluding the corpse of that 6th-tier black serpent spirit, the total value of the other demon beast limb materials from this trip comes to 35,630,000 Federation coins. I'll round it up for you. How about 36 million Federation coins?" "Excellent, senior brother Lu, that's fair." Zhao Wushuang glanced at Indamo, who nodded in agreement. With that, he readily accepted the offer. In truth, they had already calculated the value of these demon beast limb materials during their journey back. Based on normal market acquisition prices, they were worth around 34 million. Lu Haolong's offer of 36 million Federation coins was indeed very fair, a reasonable price. "Thank you both for your support, brothers." Lu Haolong nodded, cleared his throat, and added, "As for the 6th-grade black snake demon corpse, based on my assessment, considering its demon beast crystal core has been removed and much of the flesh was blown away, the highest price I can offer is 64 million. This represented the absolute maximum Lu Haolong could offer. If sold on the open market, at centers specializing in demon beast carcass procurement, it would likely fetch no more than around 60 million. Alright, so adding up all the demon beast limb materials, that comes to a total of 100 million Federation coins. Zhao Wushuang and Indamo nodded, quite satisfied with the offer. "Yes, if you two good brothers aren't in a rush, I'll transfer the full amount to your accounts once I've sorted all these demon beast limb materials." Lu Haolong nodded. As the squad leader of the mission hall, he held considerable authority and could skim off substantial profits. On top of that, he ran a side business buying demon beast limb materials. After setting aside funds for daily cultivation, his account always maintained a substantial reserve. Transferring 100 million Federation credits at once wasn't too difficult. "Alright, then. 500 million each, transferred to our respective accounts." Zhao Wushuang and Indamo nodded. After giving a final reminder, they took the completed mission receipt and left the private room. Chapter 55, The Treasure Pavilion Branch. Stepping out of the office building, Indamo addressed Zhao Wushuang, "Old Zhao, let's go to the Juba Pavilion branch." As one of China's largest shopping malls, Treasure Pavilion had branches scattered across the country. While these branches didn't carry the vast array of precious items seen at the previous exhibition, any desired goods could be swiftly procured from other locations. Moreover, as one of China's largest shopping malls, the Treasure Pavilion certainly wasn't short on funds. Essentially, 20% of the annual military budget came from taxes paid by the Treasure Pavilion. Given their need to sell precious goods, the Treasure Pavilion with its abundant funds was naturally their top choice. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about attracting unwanted attention, and they could receive payments swiftly. Good. Let's aim to sell all their haul today. Afterward, we can check the Treasure Pavilion branches for cultivation items suitable for us. Zhao Wushuang nodded emphatically, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Summoning their flying apparatus, the pair soared through the skies and soon arrived at the restricted zone of the Treasure Pavilion branch. Flying at high altitudes was prohibited here. Adhering to the rules, they descended from the sky and boarded the dedicated vehicle for entering the Treasure Pavilion branch. Within moments, the special vehicle passed through multiple security checkpoints. Under the watchful eyes of numerous powerful mecha, it arrived at the main entrance of the Treasure Pavilion branch. "Young Master Young Master Zhao. I am Wang Xinxin, the manager of this branch." The moment they stepped out of the vehicle, the branch's lobby manager promptly approached them with eager courtesy. Dressed in a figure-hugging cheongsam, Wang Xinxin radiated the mature allure of a young woman in her prime.
Let's go inside.
And Damao nodded and, guided by Wang Xinxin, strode into one of the luxurious private rooms.
As a VIP client of the Jiangdu branch, he spent lavishly every year.
From the moment he boarded the dedicated vehicle of the Jiangdu branch, his movements were immediately relayed to the lobby manager. Entering the private room,
and Damao and Zhao Wushuang plopped down onto the sofa.
Wang Xinxin gently closed the private room door, raised her eyebrows seductively, and spoke in a soft voice. Young Master Zhao, what kind of treasures might you be interested in purchasing today?
Selling. And Damao declared with unwavering certainty, you're not qualified. Go fetch the manager.
The multicolored crystal was far too precious. This transaction involved over 2 billion yuan, far beyond the authority of this lowly lobby manager.
Yes, Masterin.
Please wait a moment, young Master Zhao. Wang Xinxin nodded, maintaining a polite smile as she stepped back out. She didn't inquire further about what items Damao and Zhao Wushuang intended to sell, because she knew full well.
And Damao came from an extremely wealthy background and was certainly not short on funds.
Over the years, the spending that had passed through her hands alone amounted to at least 700 or 800 million. A treasure significant enough to warrant his attention was clearly beyond her level to handle. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Xinxin swiftly relayed the news upward. Zhao Wushuang and Damao sat in the private room, sipping tea lightly.
Moments later, a white-haired elder strode in. He activated the room's shielding device. The white-haired elder glanced at Damao with a smile and remarked, a treasure that commands such attention from young Masterin must be truly extraordinary.
Oldly, this time I'll let you see something truly remarkable.
And Damao chuckled, this item last appeared at an auction. This time, you'd better give me a good price. If I'm not satisfied, I'll just toss it back onto the auction block.
Oh?
Then hurry up and bring it out for us to see.
Hearing in Damao's exaggerated tone, the white-haired elder's eyes lit up with anticipation.
Hold on, don't rush.
With that, Damao retrieved a pile of 4th and 5th grade ore from his storage ring, among which lay the 8th grade multicolored crystal. This 8th grade multicolored crystal ore emitted an exceptionally dazzling glow on the table, illuminating the entire dim private room.
An 8th grade ore.
The sight of the multicolored crystal elicited a gasp from the white-haired elder, his eyes brimming with excitement. He swallowed hard, trying to steady his nerves. Then, carefully crouching down, he reached forward. From his storage ring, he retrieved a specialized detector and scrutinized the large, vibrant crystal, which radiated powerful energy fluctuations.
Holy moly, this is incredible, absolutely incredible.
After a thorough examination, the white-haired elder couldn't help but exclaim, Young Masterin, you've truly given me a huge surprise this time.
This item is priceless and unobtainable on the market. It's something that would definitely be auctioned off. I never imagined you'd actually acquire it.
8th grade ore was already extremely rare, with each piece commanding a high price. Not only was Damo's specimen exceptionally rare, but it was also significantly larger than most 8th grade ores.
What's more, the multicolored crystal wasn't just any 8th grade ore. Its true value placed it among the absolute pinnacle of 8th grade ores.
Such a precious item would be a real loss if sold separately. Only at an auction could it fetch its true worth.
Moreover, such rare treasures would spark fierce bidding wars at auction, attracting numerous influential figures and powerful individuals willing to compete fiercely. Young Masterin, here's our offer. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion is willing to purchase it for 23 billion Federation credits. After careful examination and deep consideration, the white-haired elder finally presented his offer. Acquiring it at this price would be a surefire win. With proper auction management, the final hammer price should easily exceed 30 billion. Of course, if young Masterin finds this price unsatisfactory, you may entrust this multicolored crystal to our treasure pavilion for auction. We would only charge a modest commission fee. Fearing young Masterin might refuse, the white-haired elder offered another suggestion. What do you think? And Dama turned to look at Zhao Wushuang.
In truth, he was more inclined to consign it to the treasure pavilion for auction.
Although this would add nearly half a year to the process, with proper handling, the final auction price would undoubtedly be several hundred million higher. Half a year of doing nothing and gaining hundreds of millions for free, and Dama naturally favored the auction.
Still, he needed to consult Zhao Wushuang's opinion. If she couldn't wait that long, he would naturally have to discuss it with her.
Chapter 56, The Final Plan.
Under Damao's gaze, Zhao Wushuang pursed her lips slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she didn't respond directly to Damao. Instead, she turned her eyes toward the white-haired elder. Fixing her gaze on the white-haired elder, Zhao Wushuang spoke slowly, 26 billion Federation credits.
What do you think? This deal won't lose you money at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. If you're willing, let's close it now.
He had remained silent throughout, his gaze fixed entirely on the white-haired elder. Judging by the tone of his words and the expression on his face, the true value of this multicolored crystal was undoubtedly far greater than 23 billion Federation credits. However, the difference wasn't likely to be enormous, which was why he'd raised the offer by 300 million Federation credits as a test. Hearing Zhao Wushuang's words, the white-haired elder shook his head helplessly. I wish I could offer 26 billion Federation credits, for this multicolored crystal is absolutely worth it. However, Treasure Pavilion's authorized limit for multicolored crystals is capped at 23 billion Federation credits. Therefore, my proposal remains within our Treasure Pavilion's authority, and we only charge a 3% commission fee. Under normal circumstances, given his usual composure and temperament, he would never have shown the slightest hint of emotion in front of Ndamo and Zhao Wushuang. But Ndamo was different. Both his family and he himself were major clients of the Treasure Pavilion. Thus, whenever they came to sell precious items, the white-haired elder would reveal his most genuine emotions as a sign of respect for Ndamo and his family. Otherwise, if he treated Ndamo like any other customer, leaving him unable to gauge the situation, and the customer later discovered the item's market value far exceeded the price offered, it would inevitably damage the Treasure Pavilion's future business. After all, the Treasure Pavilion faced competitors. To retain major clients, they maintained utmost sincerity, preferring to earn less rather than make customers feel shortchanged. Otherwise, did Zhao Wushuang, a greenhorn just starting out, really think he could see through his true emotions? Hearing the white-haired elder's words, Zhao Wushuang fell into a brief silence. Beside him, Ndamo chimed in my opinion, proceeding with the auction is definitely the most valuable option. After all, my family could leverage some influence behind the scenes. But I'm short on cash lately. Zhao Wushuang shook his head. Unlike Ndamo, he was currently deep in debt. Moreover, having acquired so many energy points, he would undoubtedly need to seclude himself for intensive cultivation in the coming days. During this period, he would consume vast quantities of cultivation resources, placing an enormous strain on his finances. Waiting half a year would be extremely unprofitable for someone with his system, even if it meant gaining hundreds of millions later. Moreover, for Zhao Wushuang, the most crucial matter was that everything else was illusory, only what was in his hands was real. Half a year held too many uncertainties. Even without the system, he refused to wait. How about this? I'll conduct the auction, and between us, we'll treat this multicolored crystal as sold for 26 billion. According to our original agreement, I'll need to give you 13 billion Federation coins. Seeing Zhao Wushuang shake his head, Ndamo pondered for a moment before finally speaking. He truly didn't want to waste those billions. After all, his expenditures had been enormous during the confrontation with the Black Serpent Spirit. He needed to accumulate more wealth to purchase additional life-saving items. Only then could he feel genuinely secure when venturing into the wilderness zone for missions. Alright, no problem. Hearing Ndamo's words, Zhao Wushuang was slightly surprised but nodded nonetheless. I owed you 1 billion earlier. 12 billion will suffice. After speaking, Zhao Wushuang glanced at Ndamo with lingering doubt. Though Ndamo was wealthy, could he really produce 12 billion Federation credits on the spot? Though puzzled, Zhao Wushuang refrained from asking directly, instead watching Ndamo quietly. Under Zhao Wushuang's gaze, Ndamo pulled the white-haired elder aside for a private whisper. Afterward, he walked back over with a smile. He slapped Zhao Wushuang on the shoulder, swiped his phone, and said with a grin, "Old Zhao, after discussing with Oldly, I've temporarily transferred 12 billion Federation credits from the Treasure Pavilion account. This amount will be deducted from the proceeds of the multicolored crystals sale, with interest." With that, he swiftly transferred the 12 billion Federation credits to Zhao Wushuang. The money's yours now, huh? Just don't regret it later if that rainbow crystal sells for even more. Based on Ndamo's past experience, this deal was guaranteed to turn a profit. Even after deducting the 3% auction fee, the final proceeds would still exceed 26 billion Federation credits. As for how much more it would fetch, that depended on his family's behind-the-scenes maneuvering and a bit of luck. How could that be? I'm grateful brother and went out of his way to help me. Whatever price it fetches at auction will be entirely thanks to your skills, brotherin. Watching the 12 billion Federation credits land in his account, Zhao Wushuang smiled, his heart racing with excitement. With this capital, the possibilities were endless. Coupled with the vast energy reserves, his second mecha evolution could finally be scheduled. He could leverage this substantial capital to scour the major marketplaces for items perfectly suited to him, ensuring his evolution reached its fullest potential. As for the final selling price exceeding 26 billion Federation credits, even surpassing it by several hundred million, he wouldn't regret it one bit. After all, with over half a year to bolster his strength, he could accomplish countless things. Ha, deal. Ndamo was also extremely pleased. This way, as long as the multicolored crystal fetched around 30 billion at auction, combined with the other demon beast materials he'd gathered, he could recoup his losses from dealing with the Black Serpent demon. Then he could be his carefree self again, confidently heading into the wilderness zone to take on all sorts of missions. Sell these items too. Zhao Wushuang nodded with a smile, retrieving the 6th-tier demon beast crystal core and the 4th and 5th-tier ores mined from the vein from his storage ring. As per their prior agreement, these items were to be appraised by Ndamo. The white-haired elder nodded, his eyes gleaming as he scrutinized the other materials on the table. After confirming everything and calculating the value, he took a deep breath and said, "These materials are excellent, especially that 6th-tier demon beast crystal core.
How about this? I'll take the entire lot for 230 million Federation credits. Hearing the white-haired elder's offer, and Damao and Zhao Wushuang exchanged glances, smiles curling their lips. The price was fair. It was significantly higher than what they had budgeted. Very well, we'll take it at that price. The two nodded in agreement, accepting the offer outright. Chapter 57, Wind and Thunder Wings. I figured you'd agree immediately. You're long-time customers, and I'm offering the highest price in the entire county. The white-haired elder chuckled, immediately transferring half of the 230 million Federation currency payment into Damao's account and the other half into Zhao Wushuang's. With everything settled, the white-haired elder chuckled, the money's in your accounts now. Make sure to check them. Confirmed. Oldly, you're a smooth operator. And Damao nodded with satisfaction, eyeing the extra 100 million in his account balance. The white-haired elder chuckled and leaned in. Since you see how straightforward I am, and given your substantial gains this time, why not purchase some precious life-saving and cultivation items from me? And Damao shook his head with a smile. I definitely will buy, but the real bulk of my funds is still tied up in the auction. Once that multicolored crystal sells, I'll definitely come back to patronize you. After his recent expenditures, even with his usual wealth, he now had only about 200 or 300 million left. To replenish his stock of life-saving treasures to its former depth, he'd need at least 10 to 20 billion yuan. So the real shopping spree would have to wait until that multicolored crystal sold. True enough. Just don't forget this old man when the time comes. The white-haired elder nodded with a smile, then turned his gaze to Zhao Wushuang. A genuinely kind smile touched his lips as he said, Young Master Zhao, is there anything you require? Rest assured, we're all familiar with each other. If you have any large orders in mind for me in the future, I'll definitely give you an extremely favorable discount this time. Compared to Damao, Zhao Wushuang, who currently held over 10 billion in funds, was the true heavyweight client capable of placing multiple large orders. After all, awakened ones earned money quickly, but they also spent it just as rapidly. A single purchase of precious cultivation items could wipe out years, even decades of earnings in an instant. If Zhao Wushuang needed something precious urgently, he could place an order worth hundreds of millions or even billions today. Listening to the white-haired elder's words, Zhao Wushuang spoke thoughtfully, there are indeed some things I need to purchase. I wonder if you have any particularly valuable items here that could increase speed. Zhao Wushuang's stored energy points were already sufficient, and he was now contemplating preparations for his third evolution. After deep contemplation throughout his journey, combined with his recent insights into sword techniques, Zhao Wushuang decided to fuse treasures that enhanced speed for this evolution. Preferably wind attributed. Thus, wind would aid the flames, combined with the power of thunder, making his blood river sword technique faster and more ruthless, its lethality multiplied. He had experienced this profoundly during that fleeting moment of inspiration earlier. A precious object that enhances speed? The white-haired elder nodded slightly upon hearing this. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a tablet and began swiping through it swiftly. After a considerable time, he finally handed the tablet to Zhao Wushuang. Displayed on the screen were several treasures that enhanced speed. Zhao Wushuang took the tablet and examined it carefully. The first item was a 7th-tier demon beast crystal core of the wind attribute, valued at 950 million Federation coins. The white-haired elder smiled as he explained, this wind attribute 7th-tier demon beast crystal core comes from the Phantom Bird King, a 7th-tier demon beast renowned for its speed. In terms of speed enhancement, it's absolutely the top-tier item among your assets. Very impressive. Zhao Wushuang nodded sincerely. He continued scrolling through the listings. The second item displayed an image of a chip, priced slightly lower at 780 million Federation credits. The white-haired elder promptly explained, this is the result of over 1,000 years of research by our great Jisha Academy. Integrating it into a mecha significantly boosts both speed and the mecha's kinetic energy. Jisha Academy? Zhao Wushuang's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the name. This was the Jisha Academy, a legacy of the ancient Jisha Academy, renowned alongside the nation's premier research facility, the Guanghan Research Center. However, it remained an inanimate object. While it could greatly enhance speed and mecha kinetic energy, its potential ceiling after integration into an evolved mecha was still lower than that of the first item, the Phantom Bird King's Demon Beast Crystal Core. He shook his head slightly and moved on to the next item. The image displayed a pair of wings radiating terrifying thunder and gale force winds. Merely from the image, Zhao Wushuang felt an immense, overwhelming pressure. What is this? Zhao Wushuang's eyes flashed brightly, his heart pounding. The white-haired elder spoke, these are the Wind-Thunder twin wings, possessing both wind and thunder attributes. They were extracted from an 8th-tier demon beast known as the Wind-Thunder Beast. Refined and cultivated with high-grade materials, they even hold the potential for further evolution. As for the selling price, it is the highest among these items, a total of 1.13 billion Federation credits. An exceptional treasure, but the price does give me pause. Zhao Wushuang nodded, continuing to examine the other items the white-haired elders recommended to him. The white-haired elder patiently followed alongside, offering detailed explanations. Soon, Zhao Wushuang had previewed all the treasures below.
Among them, the only treasures that truly captivated him were the Demon Beast Crystal Core of the 7th tier Phantom Bird King and the Wind Thunder Wings of the 8th tier Wind Thunder Beast. He pondered briefly, weighing his own circumstances. Truthfully, the Wind Thunder Wings of the 8th tier Wind Thunder Beast would benefit him the most. Not only would they dramatically increase his speed, but they could also further amplify the thunder power within his body. Perhaps, with his thunder power strengthened once more, he might even gain new abilities. Beyond these benefits, the most crucial aspect was that the Wind Thunder Wings would grant him aerial combat capabilities during battle, with terrifying bursts of speed. This was vastly superior to his current flying tool, the Thunderbolt Flying Sword. After all, the Thunderbolt Flying Sword was ultimately just a means of transportation, hardly suitable for combat. The Wind Thunder Wings, however, not only enabled high-altitude flight but also excelled in combat, allowing complete control according to his will.
Moreover, with these wings, he could unleash his full potential during aerial combat. After deep contemplation,
Zhao Wushuang finally set his sights on the Wind Thunder Wings. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I won't beat around the bush. I want those Wind Thunder Wings. If you agree, we'll settle for 11 billion Federation credits." According to market prices, vital limb parts from an 8th tier demon beast typically ranged between 10 and 13 billion Federation credits. Though the Wind Thunder Beast wasn't among the most elite 8th tier beasts, its wings were exceptionally valuable. Therefore, Zhao Wushuang estimated that the minimum price should be around 11 billion.
Chapter 58, Securing the Deal. 11 billion Federation coins?
The white-haired elder's eyes widened abruptly. He gave a wry smile and shook his head. "Young Master Zhao, I knew you'd haggle, but I never imagined you'd go for the jugular like this, slashing off 30 million Federation credits in one fell swoop.
Such a price isn't within my authority to decide. How about 11 billion 150 million?
Zhao Wushuang remained silent. He pondered briefly, recalling scenes from his past life haggling over vegetables at the market. A smile suddenly touched his lips. Without another word, he pulled Ndamao toward the exit.
"Oh dear, young Master Zhao. 1115 million is already a generous offer."
The white-haired elder hurried after them. Seeing Zhao Wushuang and Ndamao march straight ahead, already halfway through the private room door, he sighed heavily and gritted his teeth. Fine, come back.
11 billion Federation credits it is." Hearing this, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but smile.
On the way here, Ndamao had already briefed him on the branch locations of the Treasure Pavilion across different regions and the competitive rules within major shopping malls. Now, as the year drew to a close, the Treasure Pavilion calculated the sales figures of every branch and the major deals secured by local managers. If performance targets weren't met, that branch and its local manager would see their annual benefits drastically reduced. Of course, outstanding performance would see benefits doubled. It was precisely this incentive that allowed Zhao Wushuang to exploit the white-haired elder's psychology.
"Deal."
Zhao Wushuang smiled as he turned back, retrieving a black card from his storage ring. "Ah, these young folks nowadays, they're getting tougher and tougher at haggling." The white-haired elder shook his head in exasperation as he swiped the card to settle the payment. "Back when I was your age, I'd just swallow my pride and pay whatever price they asked. Saving where you should save, spending where you should spend. By saving this money, I can buy more items to aid my cultivation."
Zhao Wushuang chuckled. "Besides, you're still making a profit.
After all, the price you collected was nowhere near 11 billion Federation coins.
It's just a matter of how much you earn. Not much profit. Just a small commission."
The white-haired elder chuckled. He wouldn't do a losing deal, but this transaction certainly hadn't netted him much profit either. After all, he paid a whopping 950 million to acquire the Wind Thunder Twin Wings. A mere 150 million in profit was exceptionally low in this industry. Typically, for such a large deal exceeding 10 billion, factoring in various risks, maintenance, and restoration, a profit of at least 200 or 300 million was expected. Otherwise, who would risk so much to acquire these precious items?
Moreover, a significant portion of that money would go into the account of the Treasure Pavilion. The actual commission he'd receive was only 10% of the profit.
Ha ha ha. I'll be coming to you more often from now on. I'll make sure to bring you big deals every year, keeping your performance consistently at the top." Zhao Wushuang roared with laughter.
He had every reason to be confident.
As his strength grew, the demon beasts he hunted would become increasingly powerful.
By then, Lu Haolong's little stash wouldn't be enough to cover the spoils he'd reap in the wilderness zone.
"That's wonderful. I'll be sure to patronize you more often." A smile spread across the white-haired elder's face. After completing a series of card transactions and transfers, he addressed Zhao Wushuang. "I've submitted your order. Within 2 to 3 hours at most, the Wind Thunder Twin Wings will be shipped from out of town and delivered directly to your residence."
"All right, much appreciated."
Zhao Wushuang chuckled, purchased a few more cultivation aids, then left the Treasure Pavilion branch with Ndamao. Once outside the store, seated in their private vehicle, Ndamao couldn't help but give Zhao Wushuang a thumbs up. "You sure know how to haggle, kid.
You just saved us a solid 30 million Federation credits. Looks like I'll have to learn a thing or two from you in that department."
No way.
Just got lucky. If it weren't for the year-end performance evaluations, that manager Lee might not have sold it to me at all. Zhao Wushuang chuckled and shook his head. You're right. Next time I need to buy something, I'll wait until you're in too. Maybe I can bundle it with my big order and save at least 100 or 2 million. And Damao nodded thoughtfully. Recalling his past impulsive purchases, he suddenly realized he'd wasted months' worth of family funding. Zhao Wushuang smiled and shook his head, saying nothing more. Treasures like these were all about fate. Once something caught his eye, timing was irrelevant. Of course, he'd seize it early to strengthen himself sooner. Soon, the dedicated vehicle arrived at its destination. After exchanging a few casual words with Ndamao, Zhao Wushuang parted ways. He mounted his thunderbolt flying sword and returned to his residence. Lifu Sec's Jiangdu branch, Lifu Residential Complex. After swiping his card for verification, Zhao Wushuang strode swiftly into his villa. The moment he stepped inside, Zhao Wushuang flopped onto the large bed with a look of pure contentment. He stretched lazily, contemplating his gains from the wilderness zone. System, open my attributes panel. Zhao Wushuang silently commanded in his mind. Name, Zhao Wushuang. Mecha, Thunderflame Mecha Plus. Rank 2nd tier, Inferior Plus. Ability Netherworld Thunderflame Superior Grade. Martial Arts Blood River Sword Technique Mastery Plus, Swift Thunder Body Tempering Method not yet initiated, Wandering Dragon Sword Technique Superior Grade, Whirlwind Step Superior Grade. Energy points 225, 630 points. Gazing at the 22,000 energy points displayed on his attribute panel, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but feel an overwhelming surge of excitement. This time, most of the beasts he had slain were higher tiered, naturally yielding far more energy points than before. Combined with the accumulation from his last mission, his energy points now stood at a staggering 220,000. In his martial arts and cultivation, apart from the unmastered lightning forging technique and the already super reverse tier cultivation methods, nearly all skills displayed a plus sign, indicating they could be upgraded. The third evolution of the mecha should require 100,000 energy points, so I must set aside 100,000 points first. I'll evolve the mecha once the Wind Thunder Wings arrive. Gazing at his over 220,000 energy points, Zhao Wushuang fell into deep thought. After pondering for a moment and glancing at his 2nd tier, lower grade cultivation level, he finally clicked to proceed. The Blood River Sword technique was currently sufficient. What truly hindered him was his cultivation base. Over a month had passed since his last advancement, and with the immense gains from this wilderness expedition, it was time to level up. Chapter 59, Third Evolution. System, allocate points. Zhao Wushuang silently commanded, using his mental energy to click on the 2nd tier lower cultivation level displayed on his attribute panel. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 100,000 energy points, advancing your cultivation to the mid-tier 2nd stage. The system's mechanical prompt sounded. Immediately, a surge of potent vital energy surged through Zhao Wushuang's body. The Thunderflame armor autonomously enveloped him, and a dense energy began rapidly radiating outward from within. Boom! Zhao Wushuang abruptly spread his arms wide. As the surge of energy and the turbulent chi and blood from his advancement surged through him, a massive shockwave erupted from his armor. Mid-tier 2nd stage achieved. Feeling the enhancement and transformation brought by his armor and the energy within his body, a smile spread across Zhao Wushuang's lips. Previously, advancing from 1st tier perfection to 2nd tier low had cost 50,000 energy points. Now, advancing from 2nd tier low to 2nd tier mid had cost him 100,000 energy points. Though somewhat steep, it posed no real issue for Zhao Wushuang. After all, with his cultivation advancing, he felt his current strength was at least several times more formidable than before. With such a surge in power, he was confident that within the wilderness zone, bolstered by his formidable psychic abilities, blood magic, and sword techniques, any demon beast below the 3rd tier would stand no chance against him. Moreover, once his mecha underwent further evolution, he possessed the strength to go toe-to-toe even with 3rd tier lower grade demon beasts. With this substantial increase in power, the speed and efficiency of his demon beast hunts would also skyrocket. Consequently, his future acquisition of energy points would accelerate rapidly. Only 12,000 energy points remain. Aside from mecha evolution, all other enhancement options have vanished. With his cultivation base elevated, Zhao Wushuang stretched his limbs, adjusting to the surging power within his body. His gaze fell upon the attribute panel in his mind as he murmured to himself. The higher the level of cultivation technique, the greater the energy points required for advancement. The Blood River Sword technique had now reached the realm of perfection. Based on his current energy points, advancing it further would require at least 200,000 points. Wait a moment. Once the Wind Thunder Wings arrive, I'll fuse them into the mecha for an upgrade. If the fusion upgrade succeeds and yields the desired results, I should be able to master it completely within 2 or 3 months at most. Moreover, I can use this time to focus solely on cultivating the Swift Thunder Body Tempering technique. By then, with mastery of the upgraded mecha and the lightning forging technique reaching its foundational level, I can venture back into the wilderness zone. There, I'll hunt demon beasts in large numbers and tackle higher level quests. Zhao Wushuang pondered these thoughts.
He drew the Blood Moon Warblade from his waist. Before the Wind Thunder Wings arrived, he swung the blade in his hand while pushing the Swift Wind Step to its absolute limit. In an instant, the entire training chamber filled with blinding blade light and flickering afterimages. Zhao Wushuang flashed rapidly, his Blood Moon blade swinging faster and faster. He carefully savored the inspiration from that fleeting moment, attempting to channel every thread of his chi, blood, and flesh, striving to seamlessly integrate it into his blade work. No. Speed is there, but explosive power is lacking. Again. Still not quite there, still not quite. The burst is there, but I can't maintain the speed. Kill. Calm down, don't be too impatient. Zhao Wushuang relentlessly swung his Blood Moon Warblade, striving to grasp the fleeting inspiration from that decisive moment. Yet inspiration could only be seized when heaven, earth, and man aligned. Even with his extraordinary insight, capturing that fleeting moment now proved elusive. He couldn't replicate the breathtaking strike he'd executed before. Time passed swiftly. Just as Zhao Wushuang practiced relentlessly, swinging his blade in pursuit of that elusive insight, the doorbell outside the villa chimed. Ding dong! The sound was crisp and melodious. The Wind Thunder Wings have arrived. Hearing the sound, Zhao Wushuang's eyes lit up. He quickly sheathed his Blood Moon Warblade and hurried downstairs. Opening the door, he found an unfamiliar delivery person standing at the villa entrance with a cheerful smile. Esteemed VIP Zhao Wushuang, here are the Wind Thunder Twin Wings you purchased from our store. Please verify your fingerprint to sign for delivery. A hint of envy flashed in the deliveryman's eyes as he respectfully presented a rectangular alloy box with both hands. After all, these were the Wind Thunder Twin Wings 8th tier demon beast materials worth over 10 billion credits. A treasure beyond the reach of most awakened beings. Even in a lifetime, even he himself could never muster such staggering funds. Yet Zhao Wushuang, standing before him, was merely at the mid-tier second-rank cultivation level. To wield such a precious demon beast treasure at this stage. How could the deliveryman not feel a pang of envy? Thank you. Zhao Wushuang nodded with a smile. Suppressing his excitement, he immediately pressed his fingerprint to unlock the rectangular alloy box. Inside, the spacious interior was divided into two distinct compartments. The left and right wings of the Wind Thunder Beast lay neatly arranged within these compartments. Truly a precious treasure. Zhao Wushuang licked his lips, drew in a deep breath, and gazed at the pair of Wind Thunder Wings with dreamy eyes as he ran his fingers over them. The left wing emitted a faint green glow. Touching it, he could immediately feel a powerful gust of wind sweep over him. The right wing, meanwhile, radiated a deep purple glow. Even before touching it, merely drawing near, Zhao Wushuang felt a terrifying, violent surge of energy. After a thorough inspection to confirm its authenticity, Zhao Wushuang swallowed hard and swiftly closed the box. He immediately confirmed receipt on his phone. After the delivery person left, he swiftly shut the door and dashed into his cultivation room. Phew! With the Wind Thunder Twin Wings in hand, I can finally upgrade and evolve my mecha again. I wonder what kind of changes the mecha will undergo after fusing the Wind Thunder Wings. I can't wait. Zhao Wushuang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He stood perfectly straight in place, activating the highest level defense system within the training room to prevent any accidents. A layer of extremely hard shield enveloped the training room. Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow slightly, shifting his focus to the attribute panel. System, activate the mecha evolution. At his command, 100,000 energy points rapidly depleted as surging waves of colossal energy pulsed through his body. Simultaneously, the pair of Wind Thunder Wings he held in his hands began to be consumed by this colossal energy. Boom! As the evolution progressed, violent shockwaves continuously swept outwards. Simultaneously, waves of black mist began spreading from within Zhao Wushuang's mecha. Thunder, flames, and gales surged within the black mist, enveloping Zhao Wushuang completely like a tightly wrapped rice dumpling. Chapter 60, Thunder Flame Gale Breaker. Crackle! Crackle! Explosions of thunder, flames, and lightning flashed as fierce winds swept through. The entire training room seemed to transform into a scene of rare natural disaster. Zhao Wushuang stood at the very center of this calamity. Enveloped in black mist, eyes tightly shut, he was utterly absorbed in the transformation brought by the mecha's evolution. As time passed, amidst the howling winds, thunderclaps, blazing flames, and flashes of explosions, roughly the span of a stick of incense passed. The black mist dissipated. Zhao Wushuang stepped forward. In an instant, the training that had felt like a natural disaster became as calm as a still lake, as if nothing had ever happened. Boom! Another violent surge of energy erupted from Zhao Wushuang's body. He abruptly spread his arms wide, feeling an unbearable itch on his back. Amidst the raging shockwave and the unbearable itch, a pair of massive mechanical wings sprouted directly from Zhao Wushuang's back. Congratulations, host, on successfully fusing the Wind and Thunder Wings. The Lightning Flame Mecha has evolved. The system's mechanical voice echoed. The armor successfully upgraded and evolved. However, its name remained unchanged. But it was only the name that remained unchanged. The armor's appearance had undergone a complete and utter transformation. Zhao Wushuang examined his current transformation in the wall mirror. To his eyes, while the dominant color remained dark purple, the lightning patterns across his body grew increasingly pronounced. Simultaneously, numerous wind attribute patterns spread across his legs. These patterns all symbolized the enhancement of speed. What thrilled Zhao Wushuang most was the pair of broad, slender mechanical wings that had sprouted from his back. Upon them, wind and thunder intertwined, radiating an overwhelmingly violent aura. Boom! Zhao Wushuang flapped his wings violently, unleashing a gale that surged forth. Simultaneously, frenzied lightning intertwined within the tempest, coalescing into a fierce assault that slammed directly into the wall designed to test strength. A deafening explosion echoed throughout the room. The entire training room shook violently. A massive crater appeared in the wall, cracks rapidly spreading outward. However, this training room was constructed from advanced materials and cutting-edge technology. As the attack's momentum dissipated, the wall swiftly began to mend itself. Within just over 10 seconds, it had fully restored to its original state. Impressive! Watching the ferocious attack unleashed by the wind thunder wings moments ago, Zhao Wushuang's heart pounded wildly. That terrifying strike was easily on par with his own previous full-power attack. In fact, Zhao Wushuang couldn't shake the feeling that if he'd possessed the wind thunder wings back in that abandoned chemical plant, even without Endamao, he could have taken down that mid-tier third-rank biodemon on his own. This is what power feels like. Clenching his fist, terrifying bolts of lightning, flames, and gales erupted. Feeling the colossal power surging within him and the ceaseless energy flowing through his mecha, Zhao Wushuang could no longer contain himself and burst into a wild, booming laughter. As his ultimate training mode activated, projections of formidable shields appeared throughout the vast training room. Put! Puff! 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 Zhao Wushuang swiftly drew his blood moon warblade. His wind thunder wings flapped behind him, unleashing a cascade of phantom blades in midair. He swung the blood moon blade with blinding speed and savage force, each strike packing devastating power. The projections he unleashed shattered shields and dissolved forms. Leveraging the massive boost from his mecha evolution, Zhao Wushuang seized the moment to grasp the fleeting insight he'd glimpsed earlier. He rationally harnessed every ounce of power and vital energy within his body while simultaneously activating the gravity device, increasing the training room's gravity to 5 times normal. Come! Let me see how much speed I can still muster under this gravitational suppression. How fast my blade can still swing. That fleeting inspiration, I will seize this moment to master it, forging my own ultimate technique. Fierce determination blazed in Zhao Wu's eyes as he swung his blood moon warblade with all his might, unleashing blinding speed. Such relentless training drained his stamina at an alarming rate. After just over an hour, the strain grew heavier with each passing moment. Yet beneath this exhaustion, he also felt a profound new mastery over the chi, blood, and flesh within his body. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Whenever his internal energy neared depletion, he would consume a vial of high-grade energy fluid to replenish his mecha's power reserves. However, while the energy potion replenished his mecha's power reserves, it offered no immediate relief for the searing pain in his muscles. To seize the fleeting opportunity brought by that spark of inspiration, Zhao Wushuang gritted his teeth and pushed through. He drilled the blood river sword technique relentlessly among the trainers until exhaustion left him utterly drained. Day after day passed. Zhao Wushuang expended every ounce of strength within him nearly every single day. As his strength steadily grew, Zhao Wushuang seemed to transform into a cultivation maniac. He shut out all external distractions, sealing off every means of communication, and devoted himself entirely to rigorous training. Beyond honing his sword techniques, whenever exhaustion struck, Zhao Wushuang would harness his formidable willpower to cultivate the swift thunder body tempering method. Amidst this relentless discipline, the lightning forging technique yielded twice the results with half the effort, showing visible progress each day. Amidst this daily advancement, 4 months swiftly passed. Throughout these 4 months, Zhao Wushuang maintained the same intense training regimen without the slightest slackening. The results were equally remarkable. The blood river blade chi he wielded grew thicker and sharper than before, and his mastery of sword techniques deepened significantly. Particularly his command over the mecha. Through 4 months of grueling training and intense seclusion, Zhao Wushuang had already mastered the fusion-evolved mecha to perfection. Break! A fierce shout erupted as Zhao Wushuang wielded his blood moon warblade. Whirlwinds, thunderbolts, and blazing flames surged within him, unleashing a dazzling blade of light. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. Amidst the deafening blast, a deep gash tore through the floor, walls, and ceiling. Around the gash, terrifying auras of lightning, flames, and gale force winds spread out. This gash, which pierced through the entire training room, took a full 3 to 4 minutes to heal, even with the room's powerful self-repair capabilities. Congratulations, host, on mastering the divine technique Thunder Flame Gale Breaker. Chapter 61, Venturing Alone into the Wilderness Zone. I did it! Ha 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 ha! I finally did it! Lightning Flaming Gale Strike. Ha ha ha! I finally grasped that fleeting spark of inspiration and mastered a true divine skill. Hearing the system's mechanical voice, Zhao Wushuang could no longer contain himself and burst into wild laughter. Blood moon warblade in hand, his eyes blazed with intense battle intent. In the next instant, he leapt down from the balcony and sped toward the office building.
Wilderness Zone. Energy points.
After secluding himself for over 4 months and mastering the divine technique Swift Wind Thunder Flame Break, Zhao Wushuang was now itching to get his hands dirty. He yearned to rush into the wilderness zone immediately, slaughtering and hunting down hordes of demonic beasts.
In just a few minutes, Zhao Wushuang took the elevator to the 18th floor mission hall of the office building. Junior brother Zhao? Why didn't you give us a heads up? Spotting Zhao Wushuang approaching, Lu Haolong paused his work and asked with a puzzled look, "What brings you here? To claim a mission? Didn't Brother Ren come with you?"
Zhao Wushuang shook his head slightly. Brother Ren has important matters to attend to recently.
He's busy with the auction house affairs, so I'm handling this mission solo.
On his way to the mission hall, he had already contacted Indamo via phone.
Unfortunately, Indamo was unavailable, and the multicolored crystal was nearing its auction deadline.
Thus, Zhao Wushuang was acting alone this time.
But that was fine. Zhao Wushuang wanted to test himself just how many energy points his rapidly advancing strength could earn in the wilderness zone. Moreover, going solo meant fewer constraints.
Once he acquired a large amount of energy points, he could level up anytime, anywhere. The only minor drawback was the absence of Indamo, the formidable backup armed with numerous life-saving treasures to rely on during dangerous situations. Therefore, when accepting quests, Zhao Wushuang had to be cautious.
Otherwise, he could easily slip up and fail. I see. That makes sense. The annual auction at the Treasure Pavilion is just over 10 days away.
That piece of 8th grade ore, the multicolored crystal, has been generating quite the buzz.
Lu Haolong nodded in realization.
As someone who moonlighted buying various demon beast materials and served as a squad leader in the quest hall, he naturally had his finger on the pulse.
He knew that this rare 8th grade mineral, the multicolored crystal, had been jointly obtained by Zhao Wushuang and Indamo in the wilderness zone.
When he first heard the news, he felt nothing but envy.
He couldn't help but think that even a lifetime of relentless effort wouldn't match the fortune Zhao Wushuang and Indamo had stumbled upon in the wilderness. Let's go. We'll talk in the private room.
Lu Haolong nodded, retrieved several quest slips from a drawer, and led Zhao Wushuang into a nearby private room. Closing the door and activating the soundproofing, Lu Haolong sat down and slid the task orders across the table.
He addressed Zhao Wushuang, "Junior brother Zhao, it's been 4 months since you last came to claim assignments. I've accumulated quite a few for you during this time.
Most are designed for 2 people, but these particular tasks are perfectly suited for you alone."
"Thank you for your trouble, senior brother Lu." Zhao Wushuang nodded, accepting the assignments to review them. Lu Haolong knew his capabilities well and generally avoided assigning tasks too far below his skill level, as they offered little reward or benefit. Of course, to be safe, he also avoided assigning overly difficult missions, as they were too dangerous. Glancing over the assignments, their difficulty levels ranged from upper tier 2 to perfect tier 2.
Such tasks were no challenge at all for Zhao Wushuang. After merely skimming through them to confirm the details, he nodded.
"These are all good assignments. I'll take them all." "As it should be." Lu Haolong smiled and nodded.
As an inner door disciple of the Lihua sect, you must complete at least 12 quests per year. With the quests you've already completed and these new ones you're taking on, you'll have the rest of the year free to choose whether or not to accept any further quests.
Good missions are always worth taking. After all, as your strength grows, even the greatest gains from the wilderness can't match the toll it takes on your own resources. Zhao Wushuang chuckled and promptly signed to confirm all the tasks. That's only natural. We awakened ones have the highest expenses.
If we always sought the absolute best and most optimal choices, even the wealthiest would find it insufficient as our power grows. Otherwise, why would so many 7th and 8th tier powerhouses constantly venture into the wilderness zones for missions, even risking their lives to hunt high-level demon beasts? Lu Haolong nodded in agreement. After gathering the task confirmation slips, he immediately assigned them to Zhao Wushuang's quota via his phone.
No choice. We have to prioritize the best options. After all, in this world, might makes right.
Zhao Wushuang shook his head, stood up, and waved to Lu Haolong.
"Senior brother Lu, I'm off. Safe travels." Lu Haolong smiled and nodded. Dark clouds hung low in the sky, shrouding the heavens in a hazy mist as a steady drizzle fell without cease.
Zhao Wushuang stood atop the thunderbolt flying sword, darting through the sky like a phantom as he sped toward his first mission location. Although he had gained mechanized wind and thunder wings after his upgrade in evolution, using them for high-altitude flight was manageable for short periods. Prolonged use, however, consumed an enormous amount of the mecha's energy. Therefore, opting for the slightly slower Thunderbolt flying sword during the journey proved to be a wise choice. Of course, in combat, pursuit, or escape, the Thunderbolt flying sword naturally couldn't match the wind thunder wings that had grown after Zhao Wushuang's upgrade in evolution. Swiftly darting through the high skies. After 2 or 3 hours, Zhao Wushuang arrived at an abandoned county town. This county town had lain abandoned for nearly a century. Most of its skyscrapers had collapsed, while countless towering trees and green vines grew wildly, even climbing the walls of the remaining buildings and ruins. From afar, it was difficult to discern that this was a county town abandoned for a century, resembling nothing so much as an ancient forest. This is the place. Reaching the heights of this nearly century-old ruined county town, Zhao Wushuang descended rapidly. According to the locations specified in multiple quests, there were 2 targets within this century-old, abandoned county town. One was a second-tier demon beast at peak perfection, a mountain-piercing cat that had made its lair within these ruins. The mission objective was to obtain all the scales and the demon beast crystal core from this mountain-piercing cat. Simply put, the task was to kill this mountain-piercing cat and bring its body back intact to complete the mission.
Chapter 62, Second-tier Perfection Mountain Cat. Roar!
The moment Zhao Wushuang touched down, a series of furious beast roars swept in from all directions. Turning his head, Zhao Wushuang saw Shadow Cat's demon beasts ranging from high-tier first stage to mid-tier second stage cultivation emerging from the steel and concrete ruins of the skyscraper. Their numbers approached 100. Among them, over a dozen were second-tier Shadow Cats. They surged in from all directions, closing in around Zhao Wushuang until he was completely surrounded. What luck! Seeing so many demon beasts, including over 10 second-tier Shadow Cats, Zhao Wushuang's eyes lit up. This was a substantial haul of energy points. If he could hunt them all down, he'd easily gain 70 or 80,000 energy points. With good luck, this battle could even break the 100,000 mark. The slaughter begins. Before the Shadow Cats surrounding him could act, Zhao Wushuang drew his Blood Moon Warblade. His form shot out like a bullet from a barrel, his entire body streaking forward. Thud! 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 Blood splattered, crimson sparks flying.
During his third evolution, Zhao Wushuang's speed and strength had both undergone tremendous enhancement.
Moreover, with his cultivation advancing, his strength had undergone a revolutionary transformation compared to before. The Blood Moon Warblade whirled relentlessly in his grasp, each strike landing with deadly precision on the necks of the Shadow Cats.
Amidst the surging gale and the crimson blood spatter, a steady drizzle fell. Scorching blood flowed like streams, surging outward in all directions.
Simultaneously, the ground echoed with a series of thuds. One by one, the heads of the Shadow Cats fell to the ground. Inside his Zhao Wushuang mecha, not a single drop touched him. He darted swiftly through the chaos, his expressionless face focused solely on slaughter.
His speed was extraordinary.
Even amidst nearly 100 Shadow Cats, Zhao Wushuang remained untouched. Under his terrifying prowess, not only could the top-tier first-rank Shadow Cats not withstand him, but even the mid-tier first-rank ones couldn't endure a single slash from Zhao Wushuang. A single stroke. The Blood Moon Warblade drew from its sheath, each swing inevitably staining itself with blood as it severed the massive head of a Shadow Cat. The brutal slaughter proceeded with relentless speed. Within mere minutes, the streaks of afterimages that had filled the air vanished instantly. Zhao Wushuang flicked the blood from his blade's tip, sheathed it, and stood upright, motionless. Now, the ground around him was littered with nearly 100 Shadow Cat corpses. Each corpse bore the same deathly mark, a clean, precise severance at the neck, head severed and lying scattered, their whereabouts unknown. A light drizzle fell from the sky. Zhao Wushuang moved forward, ignoring the first-tier demon beasts and only collecting materials from the second-tier Shadow Cats.
As he departed, the drizzle intensified into a howling gale, transforming into a torrential downpour.
Under the relentless battering of the storm, only rows of skeletal remains remained on the ground, the crimson blood long since washed away. The heavens had indeed granted their favor. A night of black mist and rain was the perfect time for slaughter. Splatter! Zhao Wushuang strode through the storm, dispatching a mid-tier second-rank demon beast with a casual slash. Clutching his Blood Moon Warblade, dripping with fresh blood, he entered an underground supermarket ahead. According to the mission instructions, his first target, a second-tier peak-tier mountain cat, lay in wait here. The underground supermarket was divided into 7 levels.
Each level boasted immense space, though most relied on elevators for movement, with emergency exits tucked away in remote corners.
Zhao Wushuang approached the elevator doors, thrust his blade into the hinges, and with a slight twist, pried open the rusted, aged doors. He stepped inside. A foul stench filled the air. The power had been cut off years ago, making it impossible to simply take the elevator down to the 7th level. But this posed no challenge to Zhao Wushuang. He stomped his foot down hard. The entire elevator shook violently as bolts of lightning spread from beneath his feet, surging toward the electrical wiring within the elevator shaft. Zzzzzzz. Stimulated by these surges of electricity, the decrepit elevator emitted a hissing sound, and the surrounding indicator lights began to flicker. Unfortunately, despite the electrical stimulation, the elevator still refused to operate normally. Zhao Wushuang shook his head inside. No choice then. I'll have to get a little rough. He stomped his foot down hard once more, unleashing a tremendous surge of power directly from his mecha. Boom! A violent explosion shattered the elevator's base. Zhao Wushuang leapt down, landing directly at the bottom of the shaft. Swinging his Blood Moon Warblade, Zhao Wushuang flapped the Wind Thunder wings on his back and delivered a fierce slash. In the next instant, he burst through the wall, materializing on the 7th and lowest level of the underground supermarket. Holy crap, what a disgusting smell! Stepping boldly through the breach, a thick, foul stench enveloped him, causing Zhao Wushuang to feel dizzy and nauseous. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he activated an air purifier on his mecha before scanning his surroundings carefully and pushing forward into the darkness. Roar! Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Nearby walls shattered violently as a massive mountain cat leapt out from within. Its sharp claws whipped through the air with a piercing screech, flashing with a bitter cold light as it charged swiftly toward Zhao Wushuang. How dare you! Seeing the mountain cat suddenly ambush him from close range, Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow. His wind thunder wings flapped behind him, his feet slid forward abruptly, and he swung his Blood Moon Warblade horizontally. Clang! The Blood Moon blade collided with the claws of the second-tier, peak-level badger, instantly erupting in a piercing metallic clang. Under the immense force of both parties, the piercing sound instantly tore through the air, generating shockwaves visible to the naked eye that swept out in all directions. Even the decades-old ceramic tile shelves nearby shattered under the terrifying shockwaves, sending a vast cloud of dust billowing upward. Not bad. Come again. Blocking the sneak attack of the fully matured second-tier mountain cat, Zhao Wushuang felt the force coursing through his arm and gave a slight nod. This level of power and speed fell within his anticipated range. With his abilities, he could swiftly and effortlessly resolve this battle. Roar! Sensing the contempt from the human before it, the second-tier peak mountain cat roared furiously. Its massive body, stretching several meters long, blurred into streaks of motion as it charged forward like a tank. Especially its claws, they were like shells fired from the tank's turret. All flash and no substance. Zhao Wushuang sneered dismissively, his body flickering with blinding speed far faster than the second-tier peak mountain cat could ever hope to match. His Blood Moon Warblade swung through the air. Splatter! A crimson moon bloomed, scalding blood spattering as a massive head crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 63, Perfection of the Blood River Blade Technique. Congratulations, host, on slaying a second-tier peak mountain cat. Energy points plus 9,500. With a single stroke, the head of the second-tier perfection mountain cat severed, its body crashing heavily to the ground. At that very moment, Zhao Wushuang heard the system's mechanical notification ring in his ears. Done. Call it a day. Shaking the blood from his blade, a faint smile spread across Zhao Wushuang's lips. This strike had only utilized 80% of his strength, and he hadn't even unleashed his divine technique. Yet, he had effortlessly slain this second-tier demon beast, the mountain cat. By his standards, he had likely reached the level of a third-tier awakened. The mission required all materials from the mountain cat, including its demon beast crystal core and scales. Therefore, Zhao Wushuang didn't cut it up. Instead, he stored the entire head and body intact into his storage ring. According to the mission description, simply submitting this mountain cat as proof of completion would yield a mission reward of 20 million Federation coins. It was undeniably an incredibly easy task with exceptionally good returns. Having completed his first task, Zhao Wushuang scanned his surroundings. Finding no other beasts, he leaped up through the elevator shaft he descended earlier, instantly returning to the surface. Roar! A beast roared from the ground below. The sounds of the earlier battle, echoing through the rainy night, had drawn a large number of demon beasts rushing toward this location. Most were second-tier beasts, with some even reaching the upper tier of second class. Perfect timing. Zhao Wushuang's lips curled slightly as he swiftly drew his Blood Moon Warblade. The crimson blade glinted in the rain-drenched night. His form flickered like a phantom, weaving through the chaos as he reaped the lives of one beast after another. Under this relentless slaughter, Zhao Wushuang's energy points surged rapidly, climbing steadily into the tens of thousands. 3 days later. After 3 days of relentless slaughter and bloody combat, Zhao Wushuang had mapped out every inch of this abandoned county town. Moreover, leveraging his divine technique, the swift wind thunderflame / Zhao Wushuang engaged a third-tier lower-grade demon beast head-on over these 3 days. With agile positioning and speed-enhanced movements, he successfully slew the beast. With the fall of that third-tier lower-grade demon beast, Zhao Wushuang's energy points had soared to a staggering 180,000. He relentlessly hunted the surrounding demon beasts. Put! Zhao Wushuang burst out of an abandoned building, his Blood Moon Warblade flashing as he swiftly dispatched 2 second-tier high-grade demon beasts locked in a fierce struggle over a corpse on the ground. With nearly 10,000 energy points added to his tally, combined with those from previous kills, Zhao Wushuang's stored energy points now reach 200,000. Excellent! The Blood River Blade technique upgrade is within reach. Quickly dissecting the 2 high-grade second-tier demon beast corpses, Zhao Wushuang collected materials of some value before turning his gaze to the attribute panel in his mind. Seeing the plus sign now displayed next to the Blood River sword technique, Zhao Wushuang's lips curved upward slightly. He nodded with satisfaction. Without hesitation, he shot forward toward an abandoned building ahead. Boom! The building's ground trembled. In an instant, Zhao Wushuang materialized atop the building's highest floor. Standing there, he could take in the entire view within a radius of nearly 5 li. Alright then, system, give me some points. Amidst the raging storm, Zhao Wushuang spread his arms wide and silently clicked the plus sign above the Blood River sword technique with his mind.
As 200,000 energy points were depleted, Zhao Wushuang's entire body trembled slightly. A colossal surge of vital energy surged through his body, spreading relentlessly through his meridians. Simultaneously, scenes from his previous sword training and combat rapidly flashed through his mind. These images merged with waves of profound insights, refining and correcting them as they flowed ceaselessly into Zhao Wushuang's memory. In that instant, it felt as though Zhao Wushuang had lived through centuries of relentless blade training. Absorbing vast insights, his mastery of sword techniques grew ever deeper. Boom! A shockwave erupted from Zhao Wushuang's body. At that very moment, thunder roared and lightning flashed across the sky. Amidst the raging storm, Zhao Wushuang abruptly opened his eyes, a piercing light blazing within them. Gripping the Blood Moon Warblade, his aura became fierce and sharp, as if capable of crushing all things like withering leaves. Clang! In the next instant, Zhao Wushuang drew his blade from its sheath. A crisp metallic ring echoed as he swung the Blood Moon blade swiftly. One strike sent phantom blades rippling through the air. Another strike followed immediately. His blade speed doubled, merging seamlessly with the earlier phantom trails. Boom! The Blood Moon blade sliced through the sky, unleashing a deafening sonic boom in the air. Yes, yes, yes! That's it! My blade is faster, my power greater. After mastering the Blood River blade technique, the profound insights and experience imprinted in my mind allow me to stack 1, 2, 3, or even multiple strikes simultaneously. This unleashes power several times, even 10 times greater than ordinary. Zhao Wushuang caressed the Blood Moon Warblade, a delighted smile spreading across his face. The perfected Blood River sword technique, with its profound mastery, granted him even greater control over his own body. Essentially, in the blink of an eye, he could now effortlessly unleash 2 or 3 consecutive strikes. Moreover, each strike grew faster than the last. At such extreme speeds, in close combat, these strikes could merge into a single, seamless motion, unleashing power to a terrifying degree. Zhao Wushuang estimated that this terrifying blade technique alone would allow him to wield strength rivaling the very peak of 3rd-tier lower-grade practitioners. If he integrated his cultivation and the underworld blaze ability, the power he unleashed would absolutely rival that of a mid-tier 3rd-rank cultivator. And that was without even factoring in the divine technique he had previously mastered, the Swift Wind Thunder Flamebreaker. What a terrifying improvement! Zhao Wushuang continued swinging his blade, pushing his strength to its absolute limit, each strike building upon the last. Under the explosive speed and cultivation power unleashed, the 3 full-force swings soon overlapped in midair, erupting into a deafening sonic boom. The sheer force of his attack far surpassed that of the low-tier 3rd-stage demon beast he had encountered earlier, even rivaling the might of the mid-tier 3rd-stage biodemon he had faced before. However, when attempting to fuse the 4th strike, the required speed proved unattainable, and the vital energy within his body could not keep pace. My cultivation is still too low. If I were at the peak of the 2nd tier, or even the 3rd tier, I could have stacked more strikes. Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself. The Blood River blade technique was a highly advanced sword art, and the moves it encompassed were naturally profound beyond measure. But equally, to execute these techniques flawlessly required cultivation matching their profoundness. Otherwise, relying solely on his current cultivation base, merely scratching the surface of its potential would already be considered quite impressive. Chapter 64: Enemies Meet. Still, this is good enough. Next, I'll complete the remaining task in this county town, then hunt more demon beasts to accumulate more energy points for cultivation advancement. As long as my cultivation advances, the power I unleash in the future will grow ever stronger, far surpassing other powerful beings. Even if I don't specifically cultivate new techniques later, relying solely on these enhancements, advancing to higher tiers and fighting opponents of superior ranks will still be no problem. Feeling the changes within himself and the enhancement brought by mastering the Blood River sword technique, Zhao Wushuang nodded with great satisfaction. Having successfully advanced the Blood River blade technique, Zhao Wushuang harbored no further hesitation. His wind and thunder wings flapped behind him as he plunged swiftly from the sky. Whoosh! Amidst the torrential downpour, the wind howled as Zhao Wushuang darted through the rain-soaked night, flapping his wind thunder wings to glide low over the ground. A brutal slaughter was about to begin. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During this week, ever since Zhao Wushuang arrived in this abandoned county town, countless demonic beasts within this desolate county town met their doom. They howled and screamed in agony, just as they had once invaded human territory, now turning their fury upon the defenseless human race. And all of this was met with a fierce retribution from Zhao Wushuang, the very embodiment of a killing god. This abandoned county town had now become a veritable hell for the demonic beasts. With each relentless slaughter, Zhao Wushuang's stored energy points accumulated once more. His second target had already fallen to his blade a day prior, unable to withstand even a single strike. Only one last group of stronger beasts remains. Once I eliminate every last one of these 2nd-tier beasts, I can leave this desolate county town. Zhao Wushuang glanced at the fleeing 1st-tier demon beasts in the distance, shaking his head slightly. His eyes held not a trace of interest. As his strength grew, the energy points gained from slaying beasts far weaker than himself gradually diminished.
Otherwise, if there were no reduction at all, he might as well specialize in hunting those demon beasts weaker than himself. After all, quantity brings about qualitative change, and it was both effortless and swift. But the system clearly wouldn't let him exploit that loophole. Still, it wasn't too bad. At his current mid-tier second-rank cultivation level, only demon beasts below high-tier first rank contributed significantly reduced energy points. As for beasts above high-tier first stage, while the energy points they yielded did change, the fluctuations weren't particularly significant. This kind of significant gap probably only occurs between major cultivation tiers. Zhao Wushuang muttered to himself, mentally calculating. This didn't deter his rampage, though. Every little bit helped. Whenever he encountered a demon beast within striking distance, no matter how low its rank, Zhao Wushuang would swiftly dispatch it with a single blow. Swiftly dispatching several beasts blocking his path, Zhao Wushuang flapped his wind thunder wings. With a few leaps, he arrived at the final gathering spot densely populated with second-tier demon beasts. Kill! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Wushuang swung his blood moon warblade, transforming into a hellish demon god of slaughter. In the distance, a 5-member mecha squad entered the abandoned county town. They frowned slightly at the mountains of severed limbs and broken bodies piled on the ground. Strange, murmured a fire elemental mecha, its face twisted in puzzlement. According to the data, this abandoned thread should be teeming with beasts, including numerous second-tier ones. Yet most we've encountered so far are merely high-tier first-tier beasts or lower? A fire element mech, its body engulfed in flames, frowned as it spoke. It must be because our human mecha squadron used this place as a training ground, slaughtering everything in sight. Another snake-headed mech, covered in blue scales, pondered briefly before replying with pursed lips. That must be it. The fire elemental mech nodded and addressed the others. They're heading deeper in. Our target this time is that second-tier peak mountain cat. A third-tier awakened one suffered severe injuries and needs its heart for medicine. If we capture it, we'll definitely get a hefty price. Let's go, let's go. We might even run into some mecha squads leveling up here. If their cultivation is lower than ours, the 5 of us can ambush them, take them down quickly, and seize all their loot. Another wild wolf mech gleamed with excitement in its eyes. They'd pulled stunts like this countless times before. Otherwise, relying solely on methodically hunting beasts wouldn't yield much in terms of cultivation resources or federation currency. Let's go. Be careful not to expose ourselves. The fire element mech nodded, leading the group forward cautiously as they crept ahead. Splatter! Blood splattered as Zhao Wushuang swung his blades, swiftly dispatching the final second-tier demon beast. He swiftly cleared the battlefield, cutting off valuable body parts from the demon beasts. Footsteps. Just as Zhao Wushuang prepared to leave, his ears twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but utter a soft exclamation. Ever since the Thunderflame mecha had undergone its latest evolution, Zhao Wushuang's hearing had become increasingly acute. Judging by the direction and volume of the footsteps, a group of 5 individuals approached from about 2 kilometers ahead. He had been operating within this abandoned county town for 8 or 9 days now, yet he had never once encountered a human mecha squad. The sudden discovery of a human mecha squad was naturally unexpected. However, Zhao Wushuang did not rashly reveal himself. Instead, he suppressed his aura, even transforming into a blur, and headed toward the surrounding high-rise buildings for cover. After all, human hearts proved far more terrifying than any beast. In this wilderness zone, the treacherous nature of humanity was laid bare. Driven by the lure of profit, deadly conflicts could erupt at any moment. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhao Wushuang naturally wished to steer clear of these strangers. He stood atop a building enveloped in green vines, his form concealed by broad leaves. From his elevated vantage point, Zhao Wushuang gazed down below. Suddenly, his expression darkened. For 2 kilometers ahead, he spotted familiar faces scattered across 2 or 3 different corners. Fire element mecha. Green serpent mecha. Wild wolf mechs. These were the enemies he and Big Cat had encountered at that military factory back then. Chapter 65, 1 Kill. It's them. Watching the 5 figures stealthily emerge from concealed corners ahead, Zhao Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. A cold gleam flared within his pupils, radiating an intensely dangerous aura. Times had changed. After 4 or 5 months of cultivation, Zhao Wushuang's strength had undergone a complete transformation. At the very least, he no longer trembled in fear before these 5, instinctively reaching for his life-saving artifact to flee. Moreover, judging by their furtive movements and the direction they were approaching from, it was clear they were heading toward the very spot where he had just hunted down a demon beast. Their intentions were likely the same as before, nothing more than murder and plunder, seizing the fruits of others' labor to reap rewards without effort. Damn them! Zhao Wushuang's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Last time, the same group of 5 had cost him a token imbued with a 6th-tier peak level attack. Now they had set their sights on him again. How could Zhao Wushuang not harbor resentment? However, they did not act rashly. Instead, they lay in wait, concealed within the shadows of this towering building. Their auras were tightly restrained, their presence minimized to the absolute lowest level. Below, the group of 5 including the fire elemental mecha had crept from different corners to the very spot where Zhao Wushuang had just hunted down the demon beast. When they saw the corpses littering the ground and the blood still seeping from the earth, hot and steaming, their brows furrowed slightly. Split up and search. That squad shouldn't have gone far. Judging by the beasts they hunted, their level is definitely weaker than ours. At most, there were 3 of them. Fire elemental mech crouched slightly, tracing his fingers over the scorching blood on the ground and examining the wounds on the demon beast carcasses as he addressed the others. As a seasoned veteran who had roamed the wilderness for years, the fire elemental mech naturally possessed deep expertise in such matters. Judging by the wounds inflicted on these beasts, the hunters were likely a 3-person squad. He had identified distinct elemental traces on the wounds' wind, lightning, and fire attributes. Moreover, all 3 likely wielded blade-type weapons and were skilled in coordinated combat techniques. However, judging by the aura lingering in the air, their cultivation levels weren't particularly high, certainly not reaching the 3rd tier. Of course, the fire elemental mech harbored another possibility that no mech squad was present, but rather a single mech awakener possessing all 3 wind, fire, and lightning elemental abilities. But the probability of that was minuscule. For a mecha awakener to possess all 3 elemental abilities simultaneously, they would undoubtedly be a veteran mecha awakener whose cultivation aura could not possibly be below the 3rd tier. Xiaoqing and I will head east. Everyone, spread out and search. Another wild wolf mecha, hearing the fire element mecha's words, also lit up with excitement. He harbored not a shred of doubt regarding the fire element mecha's analysis. He knew full well that among their group, the fire element mecha had spent the longest time navigating the wilderness zone and possessed the most discerning eye. Before this, nearly every time they had carried out their raids, it was thanks to the fire element mech's unerring analysis that they succeeded with minimal losses. And now, naturally, there was no exception. Understood. We'll split up. I'm heading west. If anyone encounters enemies, sound the alarm immediately to mark the location. The other green snake mech nodded, its coiling body swiftly tracking westward. Soon, the 5 split into 4 directions. The weakest, the wild wolf mech and the green bamboo mech, paired up to form a team exploring the west together. The remaining 3, each possessing formidable strength, set off alone. Zhao Wushuang stood concealed in the shadows of a high rise, silently observing the 5 figures diverge. A faint, savage grin curled the corners of his mouth. It was a classic reversal of offense and defense. Originally, the 5 members of the fire element mecha had intended to ambush him. But unfortunately, they had been detected early. Now he was in the shadows while they were exposed. From this moment on, the tables had turned. They could ambush him, but couldn't he do the same? Whoosh! Watching the 5 figures scatter into the distance, Zhao Wushuang flapped his wind thunder wings with a whoosh, pursuing one of the emerald serpent mechs. At that very moment, the green serpent mech encountered 3 isolated 2nd-tier demon beasts. She swung her green snake sword, energy surging within the mecha as she launched an attack against the 3 isolated 2nd-tier demon beasts. Opportunity! Zhao Wushuang's eyes lit up at the sight. He leapt out of the shadows with blinding speed, his body moving at its absolute limit. Clang! A crisp blade's cry rang out as a series of blood moons appeared. 3 slashes overlapped, their speed and power exploding as they struck with devastating force, slashing fiercely toward the head of the green snake mecha. As the saying goes, preparation beats surprise. In a fair duel, even with his blood and sword techniques perfected, Zhao Wushuang would inevitably be locked in a protracted battle with that azure serpent mecha due to the disparity in cultivation. But alas! Zhao Wushuang had ambushed. At such close range, coupled with Zhao Wushuang's blinding speed, the green snake mech had no time to react. Thud! While the azure serpent mecha was still engaged with the 3 2nd-tier demon beasts, a crimson moon pierced clean through its neck. With a wet thud, blood gushed like a fountain from the neck of the green snake mecha. Its head flew high into the air, exploding mid-flight like a grenade. Even in death, the green snake mech showed no reaction whatsoever, seemingly unaware of why it had suddenly perished. 1 down. 4 to go. From the shadows, Zhao Wushuang struck down the emerald serpent mech with a single slash, a satisfied smile curling his lips. He swiftly retrieved the storage ring from the fallen serpent mech. His wind and thunder wings flapped behind him as he vanished once more into the cover, silently approaching another mech. Even moving stealthily, Zhao Wushuang's speed allowed him to swiftly reach a position not far behind another high-grade 3rd-tier mech. However, this mech proved far more formidable than the green serpent one. It remained perpetually vigilant, periodically scanning its surroundings with wary eyes, scrutinizing every movement. But the prepared always outwit the unprepared. Even the most cautious prey would have moments of carelessness. After Zhao Wushuang had cautiously tracked it for over 10 minutes, finally, as a demon beast suddenly darted past ahead, the attention of that high-grade 3rd-tier mecha was drawn away. Whoosh! Zhao Wushuang's body blurred into a streak of light, bursting out of the shadows with blinding speed. Chapter 66, Kill Again. His blood moon warblade swung through the air. From the very first strike, he unleashed 3 overlapping slashes, pouring every ounce of strength into the attack. Crimson blade energy streaked through the air.
swiftly closing in on the high-grade third-tier mecha.
But just as the Crimson Blade energy was about to sever the head of that high-grade third-tier mecha, a milky white shield flickered into existence, swiftly enveloping the entire machine.
Boom! A violent explosion echoed.
Zhao Wushuang's full power strike was directly blocked by that milky white shield. Under the violent impact, the high-grade third-tier mech fared no better. Its shield shattered, sending its body crashing backward into a dilapidated residential building.
Damn it! It actually has a protective artifact.
Seeing his attack deflected by the third-tier upper-grade mecha's protective artifact, Zhao Wushuang cursed under his breath. Fortunately, this protective artifact wasn't of a particularly high grade.
It shattered under Zhao Wushuang's full-power sneak attack. It's you!
Crawling out from beneath the debris, the high-grade third-tier mecha stared at Zhao Wushuang in stunned recognition.
Although Zhao Wushuang's mecha design had undergone a complete transformation, the high-grade third-tier mecha could still clearly discern his facial features through the mecha mask.
The moment he recognized those features, memories flooded his mind of the second-tier cultivation kid who had dealt them a crushing defeat in the military factory 4 or 5 months prior. What astonished him even more was how vastly Zhao Wushuang's strength had grown in just 4 or 5 months.
Die!
Without a word, Zhao Wushuang seized the moment while the high-grade third-tier mecha hesitated. His speed erupted once more as he swung the Blood Moon battle blade, charging swiftly toward the mecha.
You're asking for death.
Seeing Zhao Wushuang charging toward it, the high-grade third-tier mecha immediately activated its alarm system. A massive blade materialized in its hands as it charged forward in retaliation. Even though Zhao Wushuang had just dealt a fatal blow, the high-grade third-tier mecha believed it was merely a sneak attack, likely enhanced by some special technique. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that Zhao Wushuang, with only mid-tier second-tier cultivation, could unleash such a ferocious attack.
And how much of that special technique could he possibly have left?
The third-tier high-grade mech was utterly confident, certain it could eliminate this arrogant young upstart before its teammates arrived.
Boom! In an instant, the two collided.
The Blood Moon warblade clashed with the thick, pitch-black broadsword.
Sparks flew in an instant.
Terrifying shockwaves radiated outward from the two combatants, sweeping across the surrounding area. What terrifying power! The moment they clashed, the expression of the high-grade third-tier mecha changed drastically. The disdain that had filled its eyes instantly turned to shock.
Again!
Zhao Wushuang roared furiously. He unleashed the Blood Riverblade technique, slashing 3 times in rapid succession, each strike faster than the last. 3 blade shadows overlapped rapidly in the air. The triple attack combined, unleashing an immense burst of power.
Boom! Another violent explosion echoed.
The third-tier superior mecha struggled desperately to withstand this strike. Its arms trembled slightly, and it involuntarily stumbled backward.
Not dead?
Seeing his attack blocked by that high-grade third-tier mecha, which remained unharmed and merely forced back a few steps, Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow slightly.
Try this move over there.
A savage grin spread across his lips.
A whirlwind swept past him.
The wind and thunder wings on Zhao Wushuang's back flapped, and in an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The high-grade third-tier mecha was still retreating, its aura not yet stabilized, when it suddenly felt enveloped by a terrifying killing intent.
Gale Thunder Flamebreaker.
This time, Zhao Wushuang unleashed his most powerful killing move, the divine skill ultimate technique, Gale Lightning Flamebreaker.
The blade's light shattered the air as crimson-hued blade energy, carrying the underworld thunderflame and a fierce gale, shot forward. The blade's speed was too fast. Its destructive force was overwhelming. That third-tier superior mecha had no time to react, let alone defend. His eyes widened in terror as he roared in refusal. No! Amidst his furious roar, a crimson moon sliced through the air.
The upper-tier third-tier mecha was severed in 2, its head crashing heavily to the ground.
3 left. Zhao Wushuang exhaled softly, shook his head, and shifted his gaze elsewhere. His earlier ambush hadn't secured a one-hit kill.
Now, after the fight and the alarm's wail, his position was exposed.
A smooth ambush like before was no longer possible. So be it. Let's fight.
Having slain 2 opponents and with the Swift Wind Thunder Flame Break and the Netherworld Thunder Flame as his trump cards, Zhao Wushuang felt a newfound confidence. He gave his Blood Moon Warblade a light shake, sending droplets of blood scattering from its crimson blade. Zhao Wushuang downed a vial of energy potion in one gulp, leaping onto the trunk of a towering tree. From his vantage point, he surveyed the scene below. In the next instant, the fire elemental mech, 2 wild wolf mechs, and the green bamboo mech raced toward him. Seeing these 3 enemies he had encountered again, Zhao Wushuang smiled faintly. You're certainly quick to arrive, but unfortunately, they're already dead. With his keen hearing, Zhao Wushuang had detected 3 mechs rapidly approaching the moment he used the Swift Wind Thunder Flame strike to slay that high-grade third-tier mech. The fire elemental mech glanced at the headless corpse on the ground, then scanned the surroundings. Realization dawned in its eyes, and a fierce rage flared within its gaze. It snarled, "It's you again, you little brat. So you killed Qingxi too?" Zhao Wushuang smiled faintly and nodded, snapping his fingers. "Congratulations, you guessed right. As a reward, I can send you all to reunite on the road to the underworld."
Arrogant. The fire elemental mech roared furiously. Who do you think you are? Your cultivation is merely mid-tier second rank. Even if your combat prowess is formidable, what difference does it make? Do you really think you can take on 3 of us alone? Zhao Wushuang's lips curved slightly, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. How would I know unless I try? Then, shaking his head with a sigh, he added, You're just too honest, making the same mistake as last time. Why waste words with you? I'm waiting for the energy depletion within me to recover. And what are you waiting for? With that, Zhao Wushuang's body shot downward in a sudden leap. The twin wings of wind and thunder flapped behind him, engulfed in swirling flames and lightning. A fierce gale swept through the air. Chapter 67, Fierce Battle. Clang! The Blood Moon Warblade drew from its sheath. A crimson blade flash erupted as Zhao Wushuang unleashed a full power strike. 3 overlapping slashes tore through the air, crashing viciously toward the fire elemental mech. The fire elemental mech shifted sideways, flames spreading across its arms. It extended a fiery palm, slamming it forcefully against the blade. Between the clashing blades, flames surged, and a terrifying aura swirled ceaselessly. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. Under the force of the strike, the fire elemental mech staggered backward slightly. Zhao Wushuang's Blood Moon Warblade veered off course, slashing viciously into the surrounding earth. As dust erupted skyward, a long fissure appeared on the ground, rapidly spreading outward. His strike had missed, forced back by the fire elemental mech's palm strike. Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes filled with gravity as he spoke. Impressive reflexes. Terrifying force. What kind of palm technique is that? This was a killing move he had mastered when his Blood River Blade technique reached perfection. As an ancient martial art passed down from antiquity, even with his current cultivation only allowing him to unleash a fraction of its true power, the speed and force it generated were already astonishing. With the 3 blades overlapping, both its speed and force had surged exponentially. Yet before him, to Zhao Wushuang's utter astonishment, this fire elemental mecha reacted with astonishing speed. Its twin palms struck directly against his blade, redirecting the devastating blow that had been poised to shatter everything into the ground. Poof! That was the blazing palm. You're wielding an ancient martial blade technique passed down from antiquity, but alas, you're not the only one who masters this divine martial art. The fire elemental mech, visibly shocked by the sheer power unleashed in Zhao Wushuang's strike, spoke casually as if nothing had happened. The palm technique he had just unleashed was called the blazing palm, another ancient martial art passed down from antiquity. He had discovered the blazing palm technique within an ancient ruin. Its power was astonishing, capable of unleashing extraordinary speed and force within an instant. Without the flame palm's aid just now, he likely wouldn't have been able to withstand Zhao Wushuang's strike. However, there was one thing he hadn't mentioned: the blazing palm he had used was not the complete martial art. When he first discovered it in the ruins, the passage of time had eroded it, leaving only 3 incomplete techniques. Yet even these 3 incomplete techniques, honed through years of relentless cultivation, had vastly enhanced the fire elemental mech's prowess, earning it a formidable reputation throughout the wilderness zone. What a fiery palm! Zhao Wushuang nodded in admiration. But I'm eager to see whether my Blood River Sword technique is mightier than your blazing palm. His tone shifted abruptly. Seizing the pause in conversation, Zhao Wushuang flickered into motion. His twin wings of wind and thunder flapped violently behind him, channeling the power of thunderous flames and gale force winds as he swung his blade once more with devastating force. Ha! The fire elemental roared, flames spreading across his palms. A massive ball of fire erupted from his strike, instantly transforming mid-air into 2 majestic lions. Roaring and snarling, they lunged toward Zhao Wushuang's slashing blade. Both attacks were blindingly fast, tearing through the sky and unleashing terrifying shockwaves. Yet just as they were about to collide, the crimson blade energy Zhao Wushuang had unleashed suddenly transformed, splitting into 3 in an instant. Boom! One blade energy collided violently with the 2 fiery lions, erupting in a deafening explosion. The other 2 blade energies whipped past at terrifying speeds, slicing clean through the 2 mechs attempting to rush to their allies' aid. Put! Put! Scorching blood splattered everywhere. The 2 mechs attempting to provide backup were utterly unable to react in time. Their massive heads were cleanly severed by the 2 crimson blade energies. Dishonorable. Shameless. The fire element mech, having just destroyed Zhao Wushuang's attack with ease, hadn't even had time to gloat before realizing its last 2 teammates had fallen dead behind it. Witnessing this, it roared in fury, eyes bloodshot, rage boiling within. The flames engulfing its body burned even brighter. After all, he had roamed the wilderness for years, making a name for himself by hunting down lone humans to strip them of their resources. His reputation had long been notorious. Finding teammates willing to venture into the wilderness zone with him to seize supplies was already extremely difficult. Finding those who knew each other well, were trustworthy, and had survived countless life and death situations together was even more improbable. Now, Zhao Wushuang had slaughtered all 4 of his longtime teammates in one fell swoop. How could that not enrage the fiery elemental mech? You're being naive again. As the saying goes, false within false, true within false. Why did you take my words at face value once more?
Watching the fire elemental mech roar with rage, its eyes glowing crimson, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but chuckle softly. After sensing how formidable this fire element mecha was, he instantly changed his plan, intending to eliminate the other two mechas whose strength and cultivation were slightly weaker. As the saying goes, it's better to sever one finger than to wound 10. Now that the last two teammates of this fire elemental mecha were eliminated, Zhao Wushuang could finally fight without reservation, fully focused on taking down this formidable foe.
I want you dead. Hearing Zhao Wushuang's taunts, the fire element mech's rage boiled over.
Roaring with fury, it swung its palms in charge toward Zhao Wushuang.
The only one who will die is you. Zhao Wushuang chuckled lightly, swinging his blood moon warblade as the underworld thunder flames erupted from his body. Thunderous flames spread across his mech as he charged forward just as swiftly. Boom! 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 The moment they clashed, they exchanged blows in an instant, the explosions ringing out continuously. Leveraging his speed advantage, Zhao Wushuang's wind and thunder wings flapped behind him, unleashing bolts of lightning as he darted around the fire elemental mech, attacking with fluid evasive maneuvers. As the battle intensified, Zhao Wushuang discerned the fiery elemental mech's greatest weakness. It possessed formidable power but lacked speed. When unleashing its full power, the fire elemental mech possessed strength far surpassing his own. Yet compared to his own agility, it was painfully slow. Bolstered by his wind thunder wings, Zhao Wushuang grew bolder with each clash. He relentlessly wore down the fire elemental mech with his blood river blade technique, gradually shattering its defenses. As a seasoned veteran who had roamed the wilderness for years, the fire elemental mech possessed immense combat experience. As the clash continued, Zhao Wushuang gradually gained the upper hand through his speed advantage. The fire elemental mech soon sensed trouble. It knew that if Zhao Wushuang was allowed to unleash his full speed, it would be dragged to its death. Thus, at this critical juncture, the fire elemental mech abruptly shifted tactics to turn the tide. Its attacks grew savage, abandoning defense entirely for an all-out assault. Embracing a life-for-life strategy, it whipped its twin palms like a torrential storm, relentlessly sweeping toward Zhao Wushuang. Chapter 68 Total Annihilation. Under such relentless assault, Zhao Wushuang was forced to retreat, relying on his speed advantage to evade wave after wave of ferocious attacks. His speed was remarkable, yet the fire elemental mech clearly refused to grant him any opportunity to close the distance. However, this did not faze Zhao Wushuang. On the contrary, the fire elemental mech style of combat suited Zhao Wushuang's intentions perfectly. For his advantage lay not merely in speed alone, he still held a truly formidable killing move yet to be unleashed. However, this devastating technique came at an immense cost. Zhao Wushuang had to seize an opening to deliver a fatal blow to the fire elemental mech. He dodged relentlessly, evading the fire element mech's unceasing barrage of attacks. Driven by its relentless assault, the fire elemental mech's momentum surged to its peak, unleashing increasingly devastating attacks. Yet, as the saying goes, there is always a price to pay. In this relentless assault, the fire elemental mech soon began revealing one opening after another. Now! Seizing the fire elemental mech's greatest vulnerability, Zhao Wushuang's body flickered violently. In the next instant, propelled by speed pushed to its absolute limit, he appeared behind the fire elemental mech in the blink of an eye. Clang! A crisp ring echoed as Zhao Wushuang drew his blade from its sheath. The underworld flames spread out, blooming into thunder-flamed lotus flowers mid-air. Gale Force Thunderflame Slash. His Netherworld Thunderflame ability erupted with full force. Empowered by this dark energy, Zhao Wushuang's aura surged to its peak. In that instant, their blades struck out, unleashing a massive surge of energy from within the mech. Harnessing the extraordinary power of the Netherworld Thunderflame ability, they executed their divine technique, the Gale Thunderflame Slash. A crimson blade aura sliced through the air, accompanied by a terrifying tearing sound, swiftly descending. Splatter! Scorching blood spattered as the blood moon blade sliced through the fire element mecha's neck. Amidst the crimson spray, a massive head flew high into the air, its pupils filled with the glare of unwillingness. Boom! In the next instant, the fire elemental mech's body fell straight to the ground. Flames dissipated, the mech disintegrated, revealing a muscular, scarred torso. Fire elemental mech is dead. 5 consecutive legendary kills. After slaying the fire elemental mech with a single strike, Zhao Wushuang gasped for breath, swiftly pulling out a pouch of energy fluid and gulping it down. Replenished by the energy liquid, his previously slightly pale complexion regained its healthy flush. If it had been just the Gale Lightning Flame Slash, it would have been manageable. With his current cultivation and energy reserves, he could unleash 4 or 5 consecutive strikes. But the real drain came from the full power release of the Netherworld Lightning Flame Strike. The combined energy of both techniques multiplied the drain exponentially. A single strike had vaporized 90% of the energy within Zhao Wushuang's mecha. Yet it was all worth it. Only by unleashing every last technique did Zhao Wushuang possess absolute confidence that he could eliminate this fire element mecha in a single strike. After a brief moment to recover, once his internal energy had somewhat replenished, Zhao Wushuang slowly crouched down and swiftly retrieved the storage rings from this fire element mecha and the other 2 mechas. This place is no longer safe. Gazing at the desolate county town and the intermittent roars of demonic beasts echoing from the surrounding wilderness, Zhao Wushuang shook his head.
In the next instant, the thunderbolt flying sword materialized. Zhao Wushuang's body blurred into a trail of afterimages, carried by the sword as he vanished into the distance. Shortly after Zhao Wushuang departed, dozens of first-tier demon beasts cautiously crawled out from the shadows. They stared fearfully around, trying to see if that god of slaughter was still present.
Upon confirming Zhao Wushuang's absence, the eyes of these first-tier demon beasts instantly glowed green.
They lunged desperately toward the corpses of the fire elemental Mecha and the others lying on the ground.
On a highway.
Zhao Wushuang soared high above the highway.
Below, the highway was riddled with cracks, strewn with skeletal remains and wrecked military tanks and vehicles.
By now, Zhao Wushuang had traveled hundreds of kilometers away from that abandoned county town.
The sun rose in the east. It was now early morning. The violent storm had abruptly ceased and bright sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the earth below.
Bathed in sunlight, Zhao Wushuang swiftly traversed the skies, inhaling the fresh scent of grass after the rain. His mood couldn't be more pleasant. This trip to the abandoned county town had yielded a significant haul of demon beast materials and energy points. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, he encountered the fire elemental Mecha and its group, with whom he had a grudge. After a fierce hunt, Zhao Wushuang seized every storage ring belonging to the fire elemental Mecha and his crew. After calculating his haul along the way, Zhao Wushuang was astonished to discover he had gathered over a dozen third-tier demon beast carcasses alone, along with numerous precious materials from third and fourth-tier beasts. The combined value of these demon beast carcasses and materials, according to Zhao Wushuang's estimation, would easily fetch over 200 million Federation coins. Beyond this, the flight vehicles and cultivation materials belonging to Fire Elemental Mech and the others were collectively worth another 2 to 300 million. Combined with their remaining savings, the five of them collectively possessed over 300 million credits. It could be said that by completely annihilating Fire Element Mecha and his group, Zhao Wushuang had reaped a total haul of over 800 million Federation credits from this single expedition. Truly, murder and arson pay off. My little stash is about to get a lot fatter. Zhao Wushuang chuckled smugly. At the same time, he felt a pang of regret. All those days spent hunting beasts had yielded far less than what he'd gained from Fire Element Mech and his crew. No wonder the Fire Element Mech and his crew had become so greedily obsessed the moment they spotted him and Big Caton. They hadn't given a second thought to the consequences or the vengeance that would surely follow. So this was the profit waiting for them. Truly, men die for wealth and birds perish for food. Shaking his head, Zhao Wushuang accelerated the flight speed of his thunderbolt flying sword, swiftly darting toward a mountain range still over 300 kilometers ahead. There, he still had these two quests to complete. The remaining time would be entirely his to hunt demon beasts in other suitable leveling zones of the wilderness, amassing more energy points. He sped through the air. In just a tea break or two, under Zhao Wushuang's extreme flight, he had already reached the upper reaches of that mountain range. Circling the area once, Zhao Wushuang swiftly descended toward the densest cluster of demonic beasts at the center of the area. Chapter 69, Three-Headed Third-Tier Demon Beast. The moment Zhao Wushuang touched down, the Blood Moon Warblade slid from its scabbard. Crimson rivers of blade energy swept out in all directions. Puff! 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 The demon beasts gathered in the vicinity were swiftly slaughtered by Zhao Wushuang. Blood flowed continuously onto the ground, its pungent stench carried far by the gentle breeze after the rain. Zhao Wushuang advanced step by step, closing in on the location of his mission target while effortlessly slaying the demon beasts rushing toward him. A crimson blade aura flickered. In less than half an hour, over 100 beasts had fallen beneath Zhao Wushuang's blade. His relentless slaughter, as the surrounding beasts dwindled, immediately drew the attention of several high-level demonic beasts. A human has intruded. That human is formidable. His cultivation is only mid-tier second rank, yet his strength rivals that of a third rank. He's a human prodigy. Let's surround and kill him together. From a distant mountain peak, three third-tier low-grade demon beast leaders spoke in human tongues, their gazes fixed upon Zhao Wushuang below, who moved like a demonic god of slaughter. Attack together. Kill. The battle cry shook the heavens. Each of the three third-tier lower-grade demon beast leaders commanded over 100 beasts, advancing in a vast, encircling formation toward Zhao Wushuang. The ground trembled incessantly, as if a minor earthquake had struck. As this massive horde of beasts charged forward, the surrounding first-tier beasts, weaker in cultivation, instantly fled in panic. Over 300 demon beasts, plus 3 third-tier lower-grade demon beast leaders. This is a severe test. Zhao Wushuang watched the surging horde approaching from afar, drawing a deep breath as his body trembled slightly. It wasn't fear, but excitement. Such a massive horde of beasts, if he could slay them all, the energy points gained would be staggering. Perhaps by the time he returned, even if not reaching the third tier, achieving the peak of the second tier would be a certainty. I must proceed with utmost caution in this battle. I cannot afford to be careless. After all, while I am stronger than those three demon beast leaders, they have overwhelming numbers at their disposal.
If they gang up on me and the surrounding beasts harass and attack, one slip-up could send me tumbling into defeat. This is the brutal wilderness zone. Humans held a natural disadvantage here. When swarms of demonic beasts surge forward, the numerical disadvantage invariably puts humans at a severe disadvantage. Were it not for Zhao Wushuang's formidable strength and the support of his system, he would have retreated long ago when facing 100 foes alone. Therefore, strike at the heart of the enemy. Result, Zhao Wushuang first downed a bag of energy potion for emergencies, then flapped his wind thunder wings. He transformed into a streak of light, charging straight toward his target, the third-tier lower-grade demon beast commander leading the charge. It was a phantom panther, its speed advantage allowing it to charge forward at the fastest pace. Kill! The blood moon warblade slashed out. Zhao Wushuang erupted with terrifying speed, sending crimson blade energies streaking through the air. Each blade aura carried terrifying force. He's not fleeing? He's actually charging at me? Ha ha ha, he doesn't know his own strength. I'll go first. You all come assist me. Once we tie him up, our men will tear him apart in no time. The Phantom Panther charging at the forefront was astonished to see Zhao Wushuang actually advancing to attack. He then burst into laughter, his forepaws claws lashing out violently, unleashing terrifying flashes of cold light that coalesced in midair and surged toward Zhao Wushuang. Yet, just as the Phantom Panther swung its claws, the three crimson blade energies suddenly doubled in speed. Merging midair, they plunged downward with devastating force, aiming straight for its head. Unbelievably fast. The Phantom Panther's eyes widened in terror as he stared in disbelief at the blindingly fast blade energies. There was no time for reaction. By the moment it registered, the crimson blade energy had already reached its throat. Splatter! Blood gushed like a fountain from Phantom Panther's neck. His massive head flew high into the air before crashing back down onto the ground, crushed into a pile of mangled flesh by the onrushing demon beast. What? The old panther is dead? The two third-tier lower-grade demon beast leaders chasing close behind were startled by the scene before them. These two lower-tier third-ranked demon beast leaders were the Iron-Skin Bear and the Black Wind Wolf. They stared in disbelief at the scene, then exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with retreat. After all, the human who could kill a phantom leopard, a beast nearly their equal in strength in a single encounter, was clearly no ordinary foe. Even if they joined forces, relying on the numerical advantage of their large pack, they likely wouldn't gain much of an upper hand. But Zhao Wushuang gave them no chance to flee. Wielding his Blood Moon Warblade, he swiftly slaughtered the surrounding demon beasts as they lunged at him. Seizing a momentary opening amidst the swarm, Zhao Wushuang leapt upward. His wind thunder wings flapped, propelling him directly into the sky. Kill! Zhao Wushuang unleashed his agility, propelled by the wind thunder wings to blinding speeds. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging straight toward the two third-tier lower-grade demon beast leaders. Arrogant! Attack him together! Seeing Zhao Wushuang charging toward them, clearly unwilling to let them go, the Iron-Skin Bear roared furiously. His palms rapidly hardened like iron. Reinforced by a multitude of sharp spikes, he swung them violently, unleashing tremendous force as he charged at Zhao Wushuang. Meanwhile, the Black Wind Wolf remained slightly farther back. A pitch-black aura surged from its body, whistling through the surrounding air. With a howl from the Black Wind Wolf, the pitch-black aura enveloping him coalesced with the surrounding wind, transforming into countless wind blades that converged upon Zhao Wushuang. Boom! Zhao Wushuang swung his Blood Moon Warblade, its blade crashing down to meet the Iron Bear's hardened iron paw. A thunderous collision echoed. Waves of shock rippled outward, sweeping dust across the sky. What terrifying power! Feeling the immense force radiating from the Iron Bear's paws, Zhao Wushuang was slightly taken aback. But in the next instant, he suddenly used that immense force to flash sharply to the left. With his agile footwork, Zhao Wushuang swiftly dodged wave after wave of wind blade attacks from the Black Wind Wolf. In the blink of an eye, propelled by his extreme speed, Zhao Wushuang materialized directly beside the Black Wind Wolf. Immediately, he swung his Blood Moon Warblade with a fierce slash. Three terrifying rivers of blade energy overlapped, unleashing an explosive surge of speed and power. What? The Black Wind Wolf's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't believe Zhao Wushuang had suddenly leaped past the Ironhide Bear and materialized beside him. Facing extreme peril, he desperately channeled his demonic energy to evade. But that blade was too fast. Under the relentless assault of that Blood River blade energy, the massive Black Wind Wolf was cleaved clean in two at the waist. Its intestines and organs spilled out along with scalding blood, scattering across the ground in a gruesome display. Chapter 70, Flying Eagle. The Black Wind Wolf died instantly. Another large sum of energy points was credited to his account. Sensing danger behind him, Ironbark Bear spun around to see the Black Wind Wolf already split in two. Instantly, he knew something was terribly wrong. Zhao Wushuang, however, showed no hesitation. He spun violently, swinging his Blood Moon Warblade forward. The wind howled, thunder roared, and fiery blossoms spread across the sky. This was Zhao Wushuang's mastered divine technique, the swift wind thunder flame slash. Amidst the fierce howling winds, the crackling thunder, and the swirling flames of intense heat, Iron Bear felt his fur stand on end.
Sensing mortal peril, it immediately prepared to unleash its most ferocious counterattack. But just as the demonic energy began to surge within him, Zhao Wushuang's figure flickered and vanished from the front, leaving only that terrifying blade behind. Boom! Under the terrifying blow, Iron Bear struggled to defend.
Fortunately, his innate talent was iron transformation.
Through desperate defense, though layer upon layer of his iron hard armor shattered and blood poured from his palms, he barely managed to withstand the blow. But in doing so, he exposed a fatal opening.
Slash! Zhao Wushuang vanished and reappeared behind Iron Bear.
A far more ferocious slash followed.
Death's shadow loomed over him. Iron Bear could no longer react.
He could only weakly swing his iron claws, attempting to turn and counterattack.
But before his paws could fully swing, the blade's aura carrying terrifying thunder and fiery power slashed through the exposed opening, piercing his throat with brutal precision.
Put! Blood spurted violently. Iron Bear clutched his throat in frustration, collapsing to the ground with a look of utter resentment, his body twitching uncontrollably. Now utterly powerless to rise, his hands clutched desperately at his throat, unable to stem the relentless gush of blood. In that moment, a flicker of regret flickered in his heart. He regretted his own thick skin and tough flesh. Otherwise, Zhao Wushuang's single strike would have severed his head cleanly, allowing him to die without feeling any pain at all. Just like the Black-Winged Wolf and Phantom Panther before him. But now, protected by his thick hide, Zhao Wushuang hadn't severed his head in one stroke. Yet the blade's ferocity remained deadly, leaving him sprawled on the ground, slowly feeling death's encroachment. Black-Winged Wolf, Phantom Panther, Ironhide Bear one after another had fallen in battle. The horde of beasts charging in their wake were struck down with shock. After all, these were the leaders they had once regarded as invincible. That this human could swiftly eliminate all their leaders demonstrated formidable strength.
In an instant, the once ferocious horde descended into chaos. Weaker, timid beasts scattered in flight.
Don't waste this, it's a massive energy reserve. Zhao Wushuang's lips curved into a faint smile. He knew his strategy of capturing the king to subdue the bandits had succeeded. Taking advantage of the mass retreat of weaker beasts, his body transformed into a streak of light. Wielding his Blood Moon Warblade, he charged directly into the heart of the demon beast horde. Blade after blade struck out. In mere moments, a vast expanse of demon beast heads rolled to the ground, scalding blood spurting relentlessly. Under Zhao Wushuang's savage onslaught, the already battered demon beast horde scattered completely. This created ample space for Zhao Wushuang to unleash his speed. His feet flickered and shifted ceaselessly. His Blood Moon Warblade whirled relentlessly. With each flash of blade light and slashing energy, several beasts were instantly cleaved apart. The blade's light flashed relentlessly as one demon beast after another fell swiftly. With each successive swing of his blade, Zhao Wushuang's slaughter continued. In the span of a single cup of tea, over 100 demon beasts had fallen to his hand. Among these, over 20 were second-tier beasts. As for the remaining beasts, they had long since fled in terror at the sight of Zhao Wushuang's brutal slaughter, their whereabouts now unknown. Zhao Wushuang did not pursue the fleeing beasts, only slaying a few straggling second-tier creatures. After all, rather than recklessly pursuing those weak, fleeing beasts, it was wiser to press forward toward the deeper task location. This way, the powerful demon beasts slain along the way would yield far more energy points. Whoosh! Zhao Wushuang's body blurred into a trail of afterimages as he charged forward at breakneck speed. Along the way, he continuously slayed any demon beasts he encountered, steadily harvesting energy points.
An interesting human.
Far away, atop a sheer cliff face. As the strongest demon beast in these mountains and the overlord of the surrounding 100-mile territory, the flying eagle demon beast watched Zhao Wushuang coldly as he advanced toward the stronghold of another of its second-tier peak subordinates. Its massive form, with wingspan stretching a full 10 meters when spread, resembled a miniature fighter jet. Fixing Zhao Wushuang with that icy stare, the flying eagle demon beast sneered, "Seems this human runt's real target is an Ironhide Bear and his crew, but that second-tier peak white-furred fox who earned his stripes destroying the human outpost. But does he think he can run wild on my turf? He likely doesn't even know I exist. Since he's courting death, surround him. I want to see just how much killing he can do." The flying eagle demon beast snorted coldly, addressing its subordinates directly, "You needn't attack. Block that little bastard's retreat. I intend to tear him apart piece by piece." Roar! A deafening roar of demonic beasts echoed in response. Immediately after, another massive wave of demon beasts surged forward, closing in on Zhao Wushuang in overwhelming numbers. This onslaught was exponentially more formidable than before, with over 1,000 beasts surging forward like a miniature tidal wave. With over 1,000 beasts closing in rapidly, Zhao Wushuang felt no pressure whatsoever. That would have been a lie. But he wasn't afraid, for he still held a trump card. Glancing at the vast energy points displayed on his attribute panel, murderous intent filled Zhao Wushuang's eyes. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, swiftly closing the distance. The energy points he had accumulated were already sufficient for him to advance his cultivation, but he felt no urgency. Because as his cultivation rose, the energy points gained from hunting weaker beasts would decrease. Therefore, he intended to push himself to his absolute limit.
Only when his vital energy was nearly depleted would he rapidly elevate his cultivation to restore himself to peak condition. This way, he could not only catch these demon beasts off guard but also gain more energy points along the way. Block him! The flying eagle demon beast roared loudly from high above. Kill! Zhao Wushuang let out a fierce shout, swiftly swinging his blood moon warblade. In that instant, the blood moon blade shattered into countless blindingly fast phantoms in the air. Blade after blade slashed out in a frenzied frenzy. Whoosh! 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 Streams of crimson blade energy shot forth. In mere moments, Zhao Wushuang delivered nearly 100 consecutive strikes. These nearly 100 crimson blade energies, carrying an extremely fierce light, swiftly charged toward the large group of demon beasts rushing toward them. Chapter 71, Battle. The Blood River Sword technique was already ferocious in its base form, but now, empowered by the netherworld thunder flames, its blade energies surged to several times their usual potency. Wave after wave of crimson blade energy shot forth, relentlessly slicing through the horde of beasts. Puff! 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 Blood spattered everywhere. Under the barrage of over 100 blade energies, the demon beasts charging at the forefront were instantly cleaved in two. The demon beast horde, which hadn't fully formed yet, was instantly scattered by Zhao Wushuang's onslaught. Witnessing Zhao Wushuang's ferocious assault, the remaining beasts were terrified. They cowered in fear, daring not to advance, and instead obeyed the flying eagle demon beast's command to encircle the area from afar, forming a large circle to block Zhao Wushuang's retreat. Hundreds of flying beasts circled overhead, weaving an inescapable net around the area. A bunch of useless trash. Watching so many of his subordinates die in an instant, the flying eagle demon beast's voice rang out cold and furious. All of you, get the hell out of my way. Watch me tear this human scum to shreds with my own claws. It roared loudly, spreading its 10-meter-long wings. A howling gale swirled around its form as it transformed into a dark shadow, charging straight toward Zhao Wushuang. The other beasts, witnessing their lord's intervention, swiftly retreated, not daring to come within a hair's breadth. They knew all too well how terrifying their lord could be when he truly fought. Should they encounter a formidable foe and both sides unleash their full fury, the resulting power would be far beyond what these weaker beasts could withstand. Even the slightest proximity would expose them to the devastating shockwaves generated by their clash. Worse still, a single careless moment caught in the crossfire could mean certain death. Zhao Wushuang stood rigidly in place. He tilted his head slightly upward, observing the flying eagle demon beast charging toward him at breakneck speed. His eyes narrowed slightly, filled with caution and battle intent. Third-tier peak realm. Apart from that sixth-tier black snake spirit, this was the strongest opponent he had ever faced alone. But times had changed. His power had surged dramatically, and he now possessed a substantial reserve of energy points as his foundation. Even facing this third-tier peak demon beast alone, he felt not the slightest fear. The flying eagle demon beast plunged down from the sky at breakneck speed. When Zhao Wushuang was no more than 100 meters away, its wings flapped violently. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom reverberated. Sound waves rippled through the air, sweeping out in all directions. Amidst these waves, razor-sharp feathers shot forth from the demonic eagle's wings. A torrential downpour. As if 10,000 arrows were fired simultaneously. Zhao Wushuang had already prepared for the attack as the demonic eagle approached. Seeing the vast scale of the assault and the terrifying power contained within each feather, he wasn't foolish enough to try to withstand it head-on. Zhao Wushuang's body flickered rapidly, leaving trails of afterimages as he swiftly evaded the barrage of razor-sharp feathers. Simultaneously, the wind thunder wings on his back flapped and beat, propelling his body skyward as the blood moon warblade slid from its scabbard in his grasp. Clang! Crimson blade chi flashed, a pungent stench of blood surging outward. Within this pungent haze, 3 crimson blade energies converged and merged, erupting with terrifying velocity to strike at the flying eagle demon beast's head. Roar! The flying eagle beast roared furiously, its massive wings beating wildly. The feathers it had launched earlier now whirled like boomerangs, tracing a wide arc across the ground before converging rapidly into a colossal sword that charged toward Zhao Wushuang. No! Zhao Wushuang's expression changed instantly. His mecha's energy surged, unleashing terrifying bolts of lightning and searing flames that erupted from its armor. His body flickered sideways in a split second. Die! The flying eagle demon beast roared furiously. It wielded the colossal sword formed from swirling feathers, crushing Zhao Wushuang's slash. Without pausing, it charged toward Zhao Wushuang with a piercing whistle. Beneath this sword strike, the surrounding area erupted into a furious howl of black winds. Sand and stones flew across the ground, resembling a natural disaster. Enveloped by the swirling darkness, Zhao Wushuang's speed was hindered, and his reflexes slowed. Damn it! Zhao Wushuang cursed under his breath. The flying eagle demon beast excelled in speed as well, and its cultivation far surpassed his own. Now, slowed by this dark wind, his once dominant speed advantage was completely eroded. Under these circumstances, Zhao Wushuang had no choice but to abandon his previous tactical approach and confront the flying eagle demon beast head-on. The colossal sword, forged from countless feathers coalescing into a single blade, swung down with terrifying force.
Zhao Wushuang swung his Blood Moon Warblade, unleashing a rapid surge of whirlwinds, thunderbolts, and blazing flames within his body. Whirlwind Thunderflame Slash. Facing imminent peril, Zhao Wushuang hesitated not a moment, unleashing his ultimate divine technique, the Gale Lightning Flame Slash. Boom! The two formidable attacks collided, instantly forming a massive shockwave circle centered on the two combatants. A terrifying blast of energy swept across the surroundings. Within this terrifying blast, weaker demon beasts caught in the proximity were instantly shattered, reduced to a sky-filling mist of blood. Face-to-face confrontation. Even with his divine technique unleashed, Zhao Wushuang struggled immensely, expending tremendous effort to parry the flying eagle demon beast's strike. Simultaneously, his chi and blood surged violently within him. The web of his hand went numb, and his body recoiled uncontrollably mid-air. Ha 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 ha. Insect. Human insect. Is this all the strength you possess? Seeing Zhao Wushuang struggling to withstand its ferocious strike, the flying eagle demon beast roared with laughter. It triumphantly flapped its wings, swiftly gathering the feathers scattering in all directions. In an instant, another massive sword formed from feathers materialized in the sky. This time, I'll see just how many of my strikes you can block. The flying eagle demon beast roared furiously, unleashing a surge of demonic energy that fused with the encroaching black winds. It brought the sword crashing down upon Zhao Wushuang. The power and speed of this strike were even more ferocious than the previous one. Yet Zhao Wushuang showed no fear. His expression remained calm as he watched the rapidly approaching blade, his right hand gripping the Blood Moon Warblade with iron resolve. System, boost my cultivation. Knowing he was outmatched, Zhao Wushuang wisely chose not to act recklessly, instead activating his trump card. At this moment, Zhao Wushuang's energy points had once again accumulated to a staggering 36,000. Such a vast amount was more than sufficient for him to advance his cultivation. He had deliberately held off on advancing his cultivation earlier to gain more energy points by slaying demonic beasts. But now, faced with this situation, Zhao Wushuang naturally held nothing back. With a silent incantation in his mind, the plus symbol beside his mid-tier second stage cultivation level began to flicker. A colossal surge of vital energy and mecha power rapidly surged forth from Zhao Wushuang's body. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying shockwave erupted from Zhao Wushuang's mecha. Chapter 72 / Second Tier High Grade. At this moment, Zhao Wushuang's cultivation surged to the upper tier of the second stage. Leveraging this surge in power, energy erupted violently within Zhao Wushuang's mecha. The underworld thunder flames raged through his body as he swung his Blood Moon Warblade with brutal force. Gale Force Thunderflame Slash. He dared not underestimate his opponent. Even with his cultivation enhanced, Zhao Wushuang still gave it his all. Whoosh! His body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. With a single strike, Zhao Wushuang's speed and power surged to unprecedented heights. His strength, in particular, surged to several times its previous might. Terrifying bolts of lightning spread through the air, while deep blue flames blossomed like fiery lotus flowers. A terrifying gale swept through. Boom! Blades clashed, erupting in a deafening explosion. This time, Zhao Wushuang did not retreat. Under the force of his strike, the colossal sword formed from countless feathers shattered into oblivion. Simultaneously, Zhao Wushuang's momentum remained unabated as his body shot forward, his speed now several times faster than before. Trails of afterimages blossomed in the sky. His wind thunder wings flapped rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Wushuang arrived before the flying eagle demon beast. Before the scattered feathers could reassemble, before the flying eagle demon beast could react, Zhao Wushuang brought his blade down upon it. Boom! A blood-red blade aura erupted violently, stretching several meters long. 3 slashes overlapped, combined with a swift wind thunderflame slash, unleashing terrifying might. Under this strike, the several-meter-long crimson blade energy tore through the sky, transforming into a phantom that sliced cleanly through the flying eagle demon beast's neck. The terrifying crimson blade energy swept through like a whirlwind, unstoppable in its force. It sliced through the demon beast's tough feathers and pierced its flesh. Put! Scorching blood spurted forth. A massive head plummeted from the sky. Under Zhao Wushuang's terrifying strike, even though the flying eagle demon beast had held the upper hand moments before, it fell in an instant. Even in death, the demonic beast's eyes held an expression of utter disbelief, astonishment, and terror. No matter how it tried, it couldn't comprehend. Just moments ago, it had held the upper hand, poised to tear Zhao Wushuang to shreds. Yet in the next instant, this human insect had suddenly erupted, his cultivation surging violently as he closed the distance at terrifying speed. Before it could even react, a single slash severed its head. Thud! The flying eagle demon beast's head crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a dull thud. In that instant, the flying eagle demon beast that ruled these mountains fell completely. Congratulations, host, for slaying a third-tier peak stage flying eagle demon beast. Energy points plus 80,000. The blade, stained with blood, swiftly plunged toward the ground. Zhao Wushuang heard the system's mechanical notification ring in his ears. Previously, a high-tier third-stage demon beast yielded around 40,000 energy points.
Now, a third-tier peak-level flying eagle demon beast had doubled that amount. This filled Zhao Wushuang with astonished delight. The energy points consumed from his cultivation advancement had now surged back to a staggering 240,000. Excellent. Eliminate the remaining demon beasts. Once I complete all the tasks I've accepted this time, there's a high chance I'll break through to the third tier when I return to Jiangdu City. Zhao Wushuang felt a surge of excitement. Whoosh! In the next instant, while the demon beasts below were still reeling in shock, he flapped his wind thunder wings, transforming into a lightning-fast afterimage as he charged forward. Puff! 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 Scorching blood splattered everywhere. A brutal slaughter commenced. The entire horde of beasts, having witnessed their lord fall to Zhao Wushuang's blade, lost all will to fight. They scattered in all directions, with only those beasts of second-tier mid-grade cultivation or higher daring to mount a resistance. Yet all their efforts proved futile. Amidst this chaotic retreat, Zhao Wushuang, already a master of speed and slaughter, thrived like a fish in water. Wherever his blade cut through, blood spattered and heads rolled. System notifications rang incessantly in his ears. Energy points surged rapidly. Zhao Wushuang grew more exhilarated with each kill, his chi and blood boiling within him. The crimson aura of his blood river blade technique deepened with each strike. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Zhao Wushuang emerged from the mountain range feeling refreshed and invigorated, swiftly traversing the skies. In this battle, he had slaughtered nearly every demon beast of second-tier mid-grade or higher within the mountain range, and the mission target here had long since met a gruesome end at his blade. Accompanied by 3 days of relentless slaughter, Zhao Wushuang's accumulated energy points had now surpassed 400,000. Next location. Soaring through the skies, Zhao Wushuang headed toward a plain 300 kilometers ahead. His mission was complete. However, according to the mission map and accompanying description, a massive pack of wolves roamed the plains 300 kilometers away. The leader of this pack, the Wolf King, possessed terrifying cultivation at the terrifying 4th tier. This plain was also classified as a dangerous zone. Without a leader possessing at least 4th tier cultivation and a group of 10 or more, virtually no one dared venture to explore this plain. After all, besides the terrifying 4th tier demon beast Wolf King, the plains teemed with other highly dangerous wolf demon beasts. These creatures were pack animals. Typically, they move in packs of hundreds, and larger groups can number in the thousands. Given such overwhelming numbers, once entangled, the surrounding pack would grow ever larger. Over time, this could easily escalate into a small to medium-scale beast tide, with numbers potentially exceeding 10,000. For awakened beings below 4th tier cultivation, the plains stretching 300 kilometers ahead were a terrifying prospect. But for Zhao Wushuang, possessing the advantage of speed and the ability to rapidly accumulate energy points by hunting beasts to enhance his cultivation, it was actually an ideal place to level up and strengthen his power. Ah, Blackwind Wolf Clan, here I come. Zhao Wushuang let out a long laugh as he sat cross-legged atop the thunderbolt flying sword. While sipping energy potions to replenish his depleted reserves, he sped toward the plains ahead. The sun shone brightly, the weather crisp and clear. Zhao Wushuang appeared high above the plains. He gazed down below. The grass and flowers flourished here, with some weeds even reaching over a meter tall. Below, Zhao Wushuang could vaguely make out large packs of black wind wolves scattered across the plains, swiftly hunting their prey. They worked together with seamless coordination, each pursuing prey from different directions. One after another, 1st, 2nd, and even 3rd-tier demon beasts from other demon beast clans fell victim to their relentless hunt. This truly is an excellent place for leveling up. Inhaling the fresh scent of grass wafting up from below, Zhao Wushuang stretched lazily with satisfaction. His wind thunder wings flared behind him, bathing his body in sunlight as the blood moon warblade slid from its scabbard. Slaughter blooms like flowers under the sun. Let this brilliant blood blossom now, he murmured to himself. Thunder roared and lightning flashed around him. Zhao Wushuang plunged downward, charging toward the nearest pack of black wind wolves, the one furthest from other beasts, numbering only 80 or 90. Chapter 73, Return. Day after day passed. Ever since Zhao Wushuang appeared on this plain, the black wind wolf tribe that had dominated the area had suffered greatly. Zhao Wushuang excelled in speed. His blade was swift. Each time he appeared, he could eliminate nearly 100 black wind wolves within the span of a single incense stick. By the time the surrounding Black Wind Wolf clan heard the commotion and rushed to the scene, Zhao Wushuang had vanished without a trace, relying on his agility and the wings of wind and thunder. Time and again, they failed to gather in sufficient numbers to confront Zhao Wushuang, forced instead into a defensive posture. Under this relentless slaughter, Zhao Wushuang moved from one location to another after each strike, leaving the Black Wind Wolf clan that ruled this area utterly unable to track his whereabouts. Each hunt yielded rich rewards, not only vast quantities of demon beast materials but also significantly more energy points than before. Before long, a month had passed in the blink of an eye. The Blackwind Wolf clan's numbers were too vast despite Zhao Wushuang's relentless slaughter, their population showed no significant decline. Throughout this month, Zhao Wushuang immersed himself in relentless hunting. The crimson hue of his blood river blade chi grew ever more intense, each strike unleashing a sky-filling mist of blood.
All this was the fruit of the sacrifices made by tens of thousands of black wind wolves. Third tier, low grade. Amidst the vast plains, in a thicket of lush vegetation, Zhao Wushuang's vital energy surged violently, thick waves of energy sweeping out from around his body. Through a month of relentless effort, combined with his accumulated energy, Zhao Wushuang had ascended level after level. At this moment, his cultivation broke through directly into the third tier, lower grade realm. With his cultivation now at the lower tier of the third stage, Zhao Wushuang's lips curled slightly. He twirled his blood moon warblade in a flourish, licked his lips, and gazed at the dozen or so demonic beasts surrounding him with a bloodthirsty expression. These beasts were all uniformly third-tier black wind wolves. They moved with seamless coordination. Before his cultivation breakthrough, Zhao Wushuang had struggled considerably against them. Therefore, he had no choice but to expend energy points early to elevate his cultivation. With his cultivation enhanced, Zhao Wushuang wielded the blood moon blade as his body shot forward, instantly leaving trails of phantom images in his wake. Fast. With his cultivation suddenly surging to the lower third tier, Zhao Wushuang's speed far surpassed his previous limits. At this extreme velocity, Zhao Wushuang continuously darted around the bodies of the third-tier black wind wolves. Before the third-tier black wind wolves could react, Zhao Wushuang swung his blade swiftly. The blood moon warblade whirled with lightning-fast strikes, its blade surging with crackling electricity. The sheer velocity of his technique caused the surrounding air to shudder, emitting a piercing, shrill screech. Blade after blade, it bloomed with blinding speed. Trails of afterimages flickered incessantly. Each strike sliced with pinpoint accuracy across the necks of the third-tier black wind wolves. But, scorching blood spurted forth like fountains. In just a breath or two, over a dozen massive wolf heads lay scattered on the ground. The once ferocious pack of third-tier black wind wolves that had surrounded Zhao Wushuang now lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies twitching slightly before going completely still. All third-tier demon beasts, their bodies are prime materials. As a large sum of energy points flowed into his account, Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction, striding forward. His blood moon warblade sliced swiftly, gathering the precious materials from each black wind wolf's carcass into his storage ring. As for the flesh and blood within their bodies, Zhao Wushuang did not take any. Due to his recent hunting spree, the storage ring and storage bracelet were already nearly full. After all, the flesh of individual demon beasts fetched a pitifully low price on the market. The real value lay in the materials from specific parts of their bodies. Roar! The surrounding beasts roared in fury. Zhao Wushuang gazed into the distance. The ground trembled violently as a dark mass, like a cloud obscuring the sky, surged toward them from the distant horizon. The Black Wind Wolf Clan. Judging by their numbers, there were definitely over 10,000. At the very forefront of this pack stood a black wind wolf radiating an overwhelming aura. This wolf differed from the others. A golden pattern shimmered between its brows, and its limbs and frame were far more massive and robust than the rest of the pack. Fourth tier, high grade, the Black Wind Wolf King. Zhao Wushuang sucked in a sharp breath at the sight. A high-grade fourth-tier demon beast was far beyond his current capabilities. Without a moment's hesitation, he flapped his wind and thunder wings fiercely, soaring high into the sky and swiftly heading toward the distance. At breakneck speed, Zhao Wushuang left the Black Wind Wolf King with nothing but a distant silhouette. Roar! Watching Zhao Wushuang vanish without a trace, the Black Wind Wolf King roared furiously, "Scum! You human scum! Don't let me catch you again, or next time I'll tear you limb from limb." The Black Wind Wolf King had every reason to be furious. The main reason was Zhao Wushuang's relentless killing spree. Nearly 1,000 of his men were lost to him every single day. Over the past month alone, 2,000 to 3,000 of his pack had fallen to Zhao Wushuang's blade. Even for the Black Wind Wolf Clan, renowned for its vast numbers and thriving population, this was a colossal loss. But the most crucial point was this: not a single hair on Zhao Wushuang's body had been harmed by the loss of these 20,000 to 30,000 followers. That was the most humiliating part of all. If other demon clans learned of this, wouldn't they see the Black Wind Wolf Clan as easy prey? Yet Zhao Wushuang had vanished without a trace. All he could do was erupt in a roar of frustration and rage where he stood. 100 kilometers away. Zhao Wushuang had shifted forms, retracting his wind thunder wings. Now, standing atop the thunderbolt flying sword, he sped toward the city center of Jiangdu. After over a month of wilderness training, all of Zhao Wushuang's storage rings and bracelets were now filled to capacity. Moreover, having broken through to the lower tier of the third cultivation stage, it was time for him to return to his residence and properly consolidate his gains. He needed to absorb and comprehend the combat experience gained over the past month, further enhancing his strength in other aspects. Soon, several hours passed. Zhao Wushuang's swift flight carried him into the vicinity of Jiangdu City. Before long, Zhao Wushuang materialized directly at the entrance of the Lihua sect's Jiangdu branch. He swiftly descended from the sky. After passing identity verification, Zhao Wushuang took the elevator to the mission hall. "Junior brother Zhao, over here." As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Lu Haolong, who had received advance notice, greeted him with an enthusiastic shout. Zhao Wushuang walked over, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he nodded.
Senior brother Lu, I'm submitting a mission. Great, great. I've been waiting for you like a kid waiting for Christmas. You're finally back from the wilderness zone. I was so worried.
Lu Haolong spoke with genuine warmth. He hurriedly led Zhao Wushuang into a private room. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed the aura emanating from Zhao Wushuang. His pupils contracted slightly, and he swallowed hard in astonishment.
Junior brother Zhao, your cultivation. Chapter 74, Terrifying Harvest. I made some gains.
Combined with the trials between life and death, I managed to break through by sheer luck. Zhao Wushuang nodded with a faint smile. He made no attempt to conceal it, allowing his aura to radiate fully.
Third tier, lower grade.
Upon truly discerning Zhao Wushuang's cultivation level, Lu Haolong was utterly shocked, his eyes filled with both envy and astonishment.
It had only been a little over a month.
After just over a month apart, Zhao Wushuang's cultivation had surged from the previous second tier, middle grade to the current third tier, lower grade.
How could such a terrifying rate of cultivation improvement not astonish Lu Haolong? After all, it had taken him 3 to 4 years to break through from the second tier, middle grade to the third tier, lower grade. Especially the leap from the peak of the second tier to the lower tier of the third that alone had taken him nearly 2 years. As someone who had been through it, he understood all too well the immense difficulty of advancing one's cultivation. Yet now, Zhao Wushuang had shattered his preconceptions. In just over a month, he had achieved what had taken Lu Haolong 3 or 4 years of relentless effort. Could this truly be a prodigy? Junior brother Zhao, Junior brother Zhao. Every time we meet, you bring me such a huge surprise. Lu Haolong shook his head and sighed wryly. No wonder Elder Jiang holds you in such high regard, even going so far as to make an exception for you at the Lihua sect and offer an astronomical entry contract. He couldn't help but envy prodigies like Zhao Wushuang who advanced so rapidly. It's mostly luck I gained something in the wilderness zone. Otherwise, relying solely on my own efforts, it would have taken at least a year to reach this level of cultivation. Zhao Wushuang remained unfazed, attributing all the credit for his progress to the opportunities he'd stumbled upon in the wilderness zone. He chuckled as he spoke. Fortunately, luck was on my side, allowing my cultivation to advance so rapidly. At least now I haven't wasted the high expectations placed on me by Elders Jiang and Wang. Otherwise, if my cultivation remained average, wouldn't I be cursed to death? Look at you strutting around. Fine, I know you're lucky. At this terrifying rate of cultivation growth, you'll probably catch up to me in a year or two. Lu Haolong chuckled in mock reproach, then shook his head with a sigh, his eyes brimming with envy. But fair's fair. If you surpass me in a year or two, we'll have to switch titles. Then it'll be my turn to call you Senior Brotherly, and you'll address me as Junior Brother. Such were the rules of the Lihua sect. The strong hold sway. Here, status and prestige were not determined by how long one had been in the Lihua sect, but solely by one's cultivation level. Those with formidable cultivation, even if they had just joined the Lihua sect, even if they were ordinary outer sect disciples, even if there were inner sect disciples with weaker cultivation than theirs, would still be addressed as Senior Brother. Ha, that'll only happen once my cultivation surpasses yours. Zhao Wushuang roared with laughter. He plopped down onto a stool and pulled out several mission vouchers. Senior brother Lu, could you register these for me? At the mention of business, Lu Haolong's expression turned serious. Nodding, he retrieved a scanner to verify the documents before cheerfully registering and storing them all. Well done, Junior brother Zhao. The combined rewards for these missions total a whopping 85 million credits. Lu Haolong said with a smile. He then flicked his fingers, uploading the data directly to the Lihua sect's official website. The Lihua sect's efficiency was swift. The next moment, Zhao Wushuang's phone rang, and 85 million Federation credits instantly appeared in his account. What about the rest? Like your gains from this journey? Lu Haolong looked at Zhao Wushuang with eager anticipation. This was one of the main reasons behind his enthusiasm and concern for Zhao Wushuang. Thanks to Zhao Wushuang's previous mission completion and the fact that he handed over every demon beast he hunted in the wild, Lu Haolong had made a fortune during this period. Right here. Zhao Wushuang nodded with a smile. He retrieved 6 storage rings and a storage bracelet, placing them all directly on the table. 5 of these storage rings had been obtained from hunting fire elemental mechs and others in that abandoned county town. Seeing so many storage rings, Lu Haolong's pupils contracted slightly before his face broke into an even broader smile. He wasn't the type to pry into others' affairs, nor was he foolish. Naturally, he wouldn't ask Zhao Wushuang where all these storage rings came from without cause. After all, this concerned Zhao Wushuang's privacy. Some things were simply not meant to be discussed openly. Lu Haolong nodded, suppressing his excitement and eagerness as he swiftly began inspecting each storage ring. When he saw each ring overflowing with demon beast materials, he couldn't help but gasp. Moreover, these materials were all from at least mid-tier second-grade beasts, with numerous limbs and organs from third-grade beasts as well. He carefully weighed his options. A full half-hour later, Lu Haolong finally exhaled a long breath. A broad smile spread across his face as he turned to Zhao Wushuang and said, I've thoroughly inspected all these materials. Their total value comes to 436 million Federation coins. I'll round it up. How about 440 million Federation coins? Excellent, let's proceed as senior brother Lu suggests.
Zhao Wushuang nodded with a smile. Having collaborated with Lu Haolong several times before, he knew the price offered was fair, even slightly above market value, typically by 10 to 20 million credits.
In that case, thank you very much, junior brother Zhou.
Lu Haolong laughed heartily, then cheerfully transferred all the demon beast limb materials from Zhao Wushuang's storage ring into his own. Lu Haolong's storage rings were quite large, yet even so, he filled 2 or 3 of them to capacity.
With the transaction complete, Zhao Wushuang's phone beeped again with a notification. 44 million Federation coins swiftly arrived in his account. Pleasure doing business.
Zhao Wushuang nodded with a smile and addressed Lu Haolong. Since all matters have been settled, I won't disturb senior brother Lu any longer.
I'll take my leave now.
With that, Zhao Wushuang raised a hand in farewell to Lu Haolong, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips as he stepped out of the private room. In just over a month since returning from the wilderness zone, he had amassed over 400 million Federation credits.
How could Zhao Wushuang not be delighted?
Of course, the greatest contributors to this fortune were undoubtedly the fire elemental Mecha and others. After all, the demon beast materials contributed from their storage rings alone totaled over 200 million credits. Combined with their prior savings and Zhao Wushuang's remaining funds, his total holdings now exceeded 900 million Federation credits. If he were to sell off the flight vehicles and cultivation materials belonging to the fire elemental Mecha and the others, Zhao Wushuang could easily accumulate at least 12 billion Federation coins in his holdings.
Chapter 75, Massive Purchases. Evening. Lifu Residential District.
After leaving the mission hall, Zhao Wushuang made another trip to the Jubao Pavilion branch. Thanks to his prior connection with Ndamao, Zhao Wushuang received a warm welcome upon entering the treasure pavilion. He swiftly sold off some of his supplies, increasing his assets to 12,360 million. With the transactions concluded, Zhao Wushuang swiftly returned to his villa residence.
It was already evening.
The sun sank below the horizon, its dying rays like blood. The crimson remnants of the sun, bathed in the lingering glow, dyed half the sky red, appearing exceptionally eerie and beautiful. It resembled a blade drawn from its sheath, blood spattering everywhere. Glancing up at the sky, Zhao Wushuang plopped down into a chair, hands cradling his tablet as he logged into the official website of the Lihua sect.
The Lihua sect's website was linked to Wushuang's bank card and logged into his account.
It displayed a balance of 12,360 million Federation coins and 4,000 points. According to the rules on the Lihua sect website, some precious items required not only a large amount of federal coins but also a certain number of points to redeem.
However, for Zhao Wushuang at present, 4,000 points plus over 12 billion federal credits were more than sufficient for his spending.
Moreover, points within the Lihua sect could be exchanged for federal coins at a rate of 1 point to 100,000 federal coins. This meant that if Zhao Wushuang only needed federal coins, he could exchange those 4,000 points for a full 400 million federal coins. Of course, points were harder to come by than Federation currency, accumulating only through the relentless completion of missions. Most members avoided exchanging points for currency, while others actively bid higher prices to purchase points using currency. After all, this is the Lihua sect. Within the Lihua sect, points held far greater significance than Federation coins. Whether exchanging for high-grade materials, advancing one's position, or acquiring divine weapons and artifacts, a certain amount of points is required. Otherwise, even with ample funds, one remains unable to make exchanges without sufficient points. He glanced at his points and funds. Zhao Wushuang nodded in satisfaction, then swiftly began searching for cultivation materials. Thunder Forge Body Tempering Technique. His primary goal now was to elevate the Swift Thunder Body Forging technique to the beginner level. Over the past few months, Zhao Wushuang's proficiency in the lightning forging technique had steadily increased. He was now just a hair's breadth away from reaching the foundational level. Yet that final step felt like an insurmountable chasm. Without profound insight, relying solely on innate talent proved insufficient to bridge it. Therefore, before that insight arrived, he needed to rely on external aids to accelerate his progress toward mastering the lightning forging body technique. Once the lightning forging technique reached the foundational level, Zhao Wushuang's subsequent progress would become significantly easier. For once any cultivation technique reached the entry-level stage, Zhao Wushuang could enhance it using energy points. Scouring the market with urgency, Zhao Wushuang spent a staggering 300 million Federation credits after meticulous selection, acquiring several exceptionally valuable cultivation materials. These cultivation materials were all oriented toward lightning attributes and body forging attributes. Their purpose was straightforward: to stimulate his body and further accelerate the cultivation progress of the Swift Thunder body forging technique. With these materials worth 300 million Federation credits, I believe my lightning forging body technique will soon break through to the foundational realm. Placing his order swiftly, Zhao Wushuang's lips curved into a smile.
He wasn't afraid to spend money, as long as it meant rapidly boosting his strength.
Among awakened individuals, those with ambition and a desire to rapidly strengthen themselves generally spent money like water. In fact, for the majority, their income couldn't keep pace with the speed at which they spent on cultivation resources. After securing his cultivation resources, Zhao Wushuang swiftly scanned through the available cultivation techniques. This time, he sought to acquire a body movement technique. After all, his previous swift wind step was too low grade. Compared to his current third-tier lower cultivation and formidable strength, the improvement it offered was extremely limited. Otherwise, with a high-grade body movement technique, his speed could at least be increased several-fold. Earlier, when facing that flying eagle demon beast, he wouldn't have needed to resort to all his techniques. Relying solely on his sword skills and speed, he could have swiftly dealt with it. Among the previewed body movement techniques. After carefully considering the dazzling array of techniques, Zhao Wushuang ultimately chose a lightning attribute footwork manual. After all, through the fusion of multiple materials and 3 evolutions, the thunder attribute ability within his body now far surpassed his fire attribute ability. Moreover, the lightning attribute ability was not only overpowering but also possessed extreme speed. This technique, which combined both power and speed, perfectly aligned with the path he sought. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Wushuang instantly clicked to purchase, spending 600 million credits and 1,000 points to acquire the technique named Swift Thunder Phantom Step. After purchasing the cultivation technique and essential materials, Zhao Wushuang spent roughly another 100 million Federation credits on large quantities of high-grade energy potions. These were essential supplies. Both daily cultivation and wilderness expeditions demanded substantial consumption. After preparing everything, Zhao Wushuang took out a bag of energy liquid and drank it down, then swallowed a fruit that enhanced insight. Crossing his legs on the ground, he entered a state of cultivation. Time swiftly passed. Soon, 3 months had passed. With the arrival of various materials and cultivation techniques, Zhao Wushuang remained in a state of intense cultivation throughout these 3 months. Perseverance pays off, and determination conquers all. Finally, after 3 months of relentless effort, Zhao Wushuang had elevated his lightning forging body technique to the foundational realm. Beyond that, he spent every spare moment of those 3 months cultivating the Swift Thunder Phantom Step. Regarding body techniques, his previous mastery of the wind step at the transcendent level seemed to grant him exceptional talent. In just 3 short months, he not only elevated his level-breaking technique to the foundational stage but also brought the Swift Thunder Phantom Step to the same level. System, open my attribute panel. Both techniques had simultaneously reached the beginner level. Zhao Wushuang took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he turned his gaze toward the attribute panel in his mind. Name, Zhao Wushuang. Mecha, Thunder Flame Mecha. Grade lower tier, 3rd grade. Abilities Netherworld Thunder Flame superior grade. Martial Arts, Blood River Blade Technique Mastery, Swift Thunder Body Tempering Method Beginner Plus, Swift Thunder Phantom Step Beginner Plus, Wandering Dragonblade Technique Superior, Whirlwind Step Superior. Energy points 334, 350 points. Chapter 76, Continuous Advancement. 33,000 energy points. Both Swift Thunder Body Tempering Technique and Swift Thunder Phantom Step now displayed plus signs. However, the Blood River Sword Technique at perfection level did not. The primary reason was insufficient energy points. The subsequent techniques of this Blood River Sword art were inherently incomplete. After reaching the perfection realm, further advancement became exceedingly difficult. The only option was to rely on the system for further refinement. The energy points required for this would undoubtedly be an enormous sum. Nevertheless, the perfection tier Blood River Sword technique already fully met the cultivation requirements of Zhao Wushuang's current state. Therefore, Zhao Wushuang felt no urgency. He planned to first elevate the levels of his other techniques. Once his strength grew formidable in the future, the energy points he obtained would also increase steadily. By then, he would naturally possess ample energy points for simulation, even to fuse other techniques and complete the missing segments of the Blood River Sword technique. Otherwise, if it were truly a complete Blood River Sword technique, it simply wouldn't be sold for such a meager price. He drew a deep breath. Zhao Wushuang turned his gaze back to the attribute panel. Without hesitation, he silently commanded, System, upgrade my Swift Thunder Body Tempering Technique. As the words fell, 50,000 energy points were consumed. A surge of potent vital energy surged through Zhao Wushuang's body as the Thunderflame mech suit automatically bonded to him. Terrifying bolts of lightning flashed and danced across the surface of his armor like a swarm of lively smurfs. Amidst these terrifying bolts, the aura emanating from Zhao Wushuang grew increasingly formidable, its intensity steadily escalating. Simultaneously, scenes of his cultivation insights into the lightning forging body technique played out in his mind like a movie, fast-forwarded dozens or even hundreds of times. As a terrifying shockwave swept out and thunderous roars echoed, Zhao Wushuang slowly rose to his feet. His palms clenched slightly, and in an instant, terrifying lightning and flames erupted, exploding continuously in the air. Boom! Zhao Wushuang unleashed a thunderous punch. The massive explosion instantly blasted a gaping hole through the training room wall. What a terrifying attack! The power of this single punch is likely no weaker than the combined force of my previous 3 slashes. Zhao Wushuang drew in a sharp breath, feeling the immense power coursing through his body, and couldn't help but feel a surge of awe. After all, this was merely the minor achievement realm of the first tier of the Swift Thunder body forging technique.
Moreover, if he were to unleash his signature Blood River Sword technique, the resulting power would likely far surpass even this single punch. Continue. System, upgrade me.
Taking another deep breath, Zhao Wushuang suppressed his excitement and addressed the system. Immediately, with the expenditure of 100,000 energy points, the Swift Thunder body forging technique instantly advanced to the mastery stage. This time, the thunder energy, physical strength, and vital energy within Zhao Wushuang underwent another profound transformation. His vital energy became far more concentrated than before, and his strength surged several-fold. Particularly the thunder energy within his body. Originally, the lightning power had merely fused with the netherworld flames to form a new ability, netherworld lightning flames. However, at the outset, the fiery energy within Zhao Wushuang had been considerably stronger than the thunderous energy. Later, through various evolutions and enhancements, Zhao Wushuang's thunder power gradually surpassed the fiery power, though not by much. But now, things were different. Through successive refinements of the Swift Thunder body forging technique, the enhanced lightning power within Zhao Wushuang had grown immensely stronger than before. It now far surpassed the fiery power within his body. Had I not fused them back then, the supernatural ability formed by my current lightning power would undoubtedly have been extraordinary. Feeling the immense power and formidable thunder within him, Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself. With a mere snap of his fingers, a terrifying bolt of lightning erupted in midair. Excellent. Next up is the Swift Thunder Phantom Step. Glancing at the attribute panel in his mind, Zhao Wushuang realized that after consuming 150,000 energy points, the Swift Lightning body forging technique could no longer be upgraded. Therefore, he set his sights on the newly acquired Swift Lightning Phantom Step. However, advancing the Swift Lightning Phantom Step to the minor achievement realm consumed significantly more energy points, of full 150,000 points. This was only natural. It wasn't that the Lightning Phantom Step was a higher tier technique than the Lightning Forging body art. On the contrary, the Lightning Phantom Step was several tiers lower than the Lightning Forging body technique. After all, the Lightning Forging body technique was one of the world's most elite cultivation methods. The reason accumulating the Phantom Step to the minor achievement realm consumed so many more energy points was because the Swift Thunder body forging technique had 9 tiers in total. Currently, Zhao Wushuang had only advanced to the very first tier. The higher the tier, the more energy points are naturally required. If all 9 levels were considered as one entity, the initial energy point expenditure would likely start at a minimum of 1 million points. As the Swift Thunder Phantom Step advanced, Zhao Wushuang felt his body grow noticeably lighter, while the thunderous energy within him strengthened once more. He stretched his limbs, his gaze settling on the transcendent-tier Swift Wind Step. Running his fingers over his chin in thought, he murmured, the system attribute panel's capabilities seem far more extensive than this. Later on, if I accumulate enough energy points, it might even allow for further refinement and fusion. If I accumulate enough energy points in the future and elevate the Swift Thunder Phantom Step to the extraordinary tier, then merging 2, or even 3 or 4 extraordinary tier techniques together, could that create an even higher level technique? Could it even shatter the calamity and push the technique beyond the extraordinary tier? The more he pondered this, the more excited Zhao Wushuang grew, itching to acquire enough energy points sooner to test his hypothesis. If this were truly possible, wouldn't he be able to directly collect a vast array of techniques? Then, using an endless supply of energy points, he could elevate each one individually, fuse them all together, and forge the most formidable technique in the entire world. But that's all for later. No need to dwell on it now. Zhao Wushuang shook his head, pulling those distant thoughts from his mind. He carefully sensed the yin-yang thunder flames within his body. Within this extraordinary great ability, the power of thunder and lightning now held the dominant position. Moreover, through his careful observation, Zhao Wushuang sensed subtle shifts within the netherworld thunder flame. What is this? Zhao Wushuang's pupils contracted slightly. Energy surged within his chi blood armor as he pressed his index and middle fingers together, forming a sword finger. He then slashed forward with a fierce motion. Puff! 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 A skyfall of lightning erupted, rapidly spreading out. In an instant, it coalesced midair into countless lightning spikes. Like a volley of arrows, they shot forward, piercing with pinpoint accuracy over a dozen wooden dummies crafted from special materials. Chapter 77, Zhang Wuwan's Arrival. What a terrifying attack technique. With such a wide area strike, if I ever encounter a large group of demonic beasts and unleash this move, I could probably gain a massive amount of energy points in an instant. Zhao Wushuang stepped forward, running his hands over the dense cluster of pinholes on the wooden dummies crafted from that special material. His heart stirred with awe. Wasn't this very technique the one he had longed for? Had he possessed such an attack technique on that plane earlier, the energy points he gained back then would have easily increased by at least 300,000 or 400,000, perhaps even doubling. The key to unleashing this technique lies in the enhancement of my lightning ability. With its continuous strengthening, my lightning power has undergone a qualitative transformation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to split it into such fine needles. Therefore, my primary growth path moving forward should focus on enhancing my lightning attribute abilities. As my lightning attribute abilities grow stronger, I will be able to comprehend and execute an ever-increasing number of lightning techniques. The only drawback is that, at my current cultivation level, unleashing this technique consumes a significant amount of energy. Even at full strength, I can only execute it 3 or 4 times at most. Zhao Wushuang withdrew his palm, gazing at the thunderous energy blossoming in his palm as he murmured to himself. He had already formulated a concrete plan for his future cultivation path. He would focus primarily on enhancing his lightning attributes, supplemented by wind and fire attributes. After all, lightning abilities were inherently formidable. If pushed to its absolute limit and unleashed unexpectedly, it could instantly turn the tide of battle even against formidable opponents. Very well. Next, continue dedicated cultivation. First, master control over this enhanced power, and then proficiently unleash this technique born from the transformation of my lightning abilities. Zhao Wushuang nodded slightly. He sat cross-legged in the training room, eyes closed, regulating his breath to restore his condition to peak form. As his condition rapidly recovered, Zhao Wushuang resumed his cultivation within the training chamber. Time flew by. Before he knew it, another month had passed. After a month of grueling training, Zhao Wushuang had mastered the technique he had grasped through the lightning transformation. Moreover, he had seamlessly integrated his newly enhanced power into his mecha. Over this month, Zhao Wushuang's strength had undergone a qualitative transformation, making him immeasurably more formidable than before. It's about time. After these months of training, the cultivation materials I purchased earlier have been mostly depleted. With my enhanced power, it's time to set out once more to hunt demon beasts in the wilderness zone. The Thunderflame mecha disassembled. Zhao Wushuang stretched his limbs, his heart already itching to head to the wilderness zone to hunt demon beasts for energy points. After all, through these months of cultivation, both the Swift Thunder Body Forging Technique and the Swift Thunder Phantom Step had reached the minor achievement and major achievement realms respectively. His energy points were nearly depleted. To continue advancing his strength at this rapid pace, he had no choice but to hunt large numbers of demon beasts in the wilderness zone. Beyond that, Zhao Wushuang harbored another purpose, to test the true extent of his current strength within the wilderness zone. His mind made up. Zhao Wushuang swiftly gathered the necessities for his journey into the wilderness zone. This time, he would be more thoroughly prepared, purchasing some powerful life-saving items as well. After all, as his strength grew, he would inevitably spend longer periods in the wilderness. To guard against encountering unusual dangers, powerful life-saving items were naturally indispensable. Ding dong! Ding dong! Just as Zhao Wushuang was swiping through his tablet, browsing the official website of the Liwa sect to select survival gear, the doorbell outside the villa suddenly chimed. Someone's here? Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow slightly, swiping his tablet to switch to the surveillance feed. Through the tablet screen, Zhang Huowang appeared smiling as he pressed the doorbell. Is that Elder Jiang? Recognizing Zhang Huowang, Zhao Wushuang wasted no time rushing downstairs. Elder Jiang, what brings you here? Zhao Wushuang opened the door, his face beaming with a warm greeting. Then, curiosity piqued, she asked, what brings you here? If there was anything, you could have just sent me a message. I could have come to your place myself. Why come in person? No news is good news. Though they occasionally exchanged messages on their phones to catch up on recent events. But since their last parting, nearly a year had passed without Zhang Huowang and Zhao Wushuang seeing each other. This sudden visit meant something was definitely up. Look at you talking, can't I come over if there's nothing wrong? Zhang Huowang shot Zhao Wushuang a glare. Then he laughed heartily, slapping Zhao Wushuang on the shoulder. I just got back from the wilderness zone myself. Heard from that kid Lu Haolong that you broke through to the lower third-tier cultivation level? Zhang Huowang personally recruited countless disciples for the Liwa sect, bringing in over a dozen prodigies from around the world each year. He had no time to concern himself with ordinary people. Except for Zhao Wushuang. Hearing that Zhao Wushuang had broken through to the lower third tier in just over a year since joining the Liwa sect, Zhang Huowang had made a special trip to see him. Upon hearing Zhang Huowang's words, Zhao Wushuang nodded. Instantly, his Thunderflame mecha fused with his body, unleashing an overwhelmingly domineering and terrifying aura from within the armor. Indeed. I encountered something extraordinary in the wilderness and have now reached the lower tier of the third stage. Moreover, my comprehension has greatly improved. I expect my cultivation progress will continue to accelerate from here on. Zhao Wushuang nodded, a confident smile curling his lips as he spoke. Feeling the aura emanating from Zhao Wushuang, Zhang Huowang nodded with satisfaction, though he was also somewhat surprised. Though he'd seen many whose cultivation advanced faster than Zhao Wushuang's, it was rare to encounter someone at the lower tier third rank possessing such an overbearing aura. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Huowang pondered for a moment before speaking. Since you've reached the lower tier of the third stage, and considering your already formidable innate strength, I have a valuable opportunity to offer you. A great opportunity? Zhao Wushuang's eyes lit up with interest as he turned to Zhang Huowang. What might this great opportunity be, Elder Jiang? As one of the 10 great powers of Huaxia, the Liwa sect was immensely wealthy.
Even the tiniest scrap of its vast resources could bring immense benefit to his current cultivation. Naturally, Zhao Wushuang was deeply intrigued by the promising opportunity Zhang Huowan mentioned. After all, who wouldn't want something beneficial offered for free? Zhang Huowan smiled and explained, in 1 month, our nation will hold the triennial Hidden Dragon Assembly. Each sect is allocated 10 spots, though the assembly imposes an age restriction. Participants must not exceed 25 years of age. Chapter 78, The Hidden Dragon List. So, Elder Jiang, you want me to apply for this Hidden Dragon Assembly? Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow at this. But would my application even matter? After all, the entire Lihua sect only has 10 spots. Zhao Wushuang had naturally heard of the triennial Hidden Dragon Assembly. Its popularity among major sects surpassed even the national examinations. After all, it determined the honor of one sect and the future allocation of opportunities in secret realms. As long as you have confidence, I have the ability to secure one of those spots for you. Zhang Huowan's face lit up with confidence. He had originally come to visit Zhao Wushuang, hoping to see if he had truly broken through to the 3rd tier lower cultivation level. But Zhao Wushuang delivered a colossal surprise. Not only had he broken through to the lower 3rd tier cultivation level, but the aura emanating from him was utterly terrifying. Having spent years battling in the wilderness zone, Zhang Huowan knew well that based solely on Zhao Wushuang's aura, he dared to believe that even a typical 3rd tier upper grade cultivator, or even a 3rd tier peak cultivator, might not be his match. After all, for a truly formidable prodigy, fighting opponents of higher tiers was nothing short of effortless. Zhao Wushuang was precisely such a prodigy. It was precisely because of this that he recalled the upcoming Hidden Dragon Tournament to be held in a month's time. Therefore, he intended to give Zhao Wushuang an opportunity. Confidence? What kind of confidence do you mean? Zhao Wushuang turned his gaze toward Zhang Huowan, pursed his lips, and spoke, if you're talking about competing for the top spot at the Hidden Dragon Tournament, I know my limits. I certainly can't match those at the 4th or even 5th tier cultivation levels. They've been training far longer than I have. Zhao Wushuang felt it necessary to clarify this point beforehand. After all, while the rewards for participating in the Hidden Dragon Assembly were extremely tempting, the prerequisite was living up to the high expectations of one's sect. If the gap proved too vast, the rewards might remain largely unaffected, but future cultivation opportunities within the sect would be uncertain. Ha 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 ha. What are you thinking, you brat? The top spot in the Hidden Dragon Tournament? Even if you killed me, I wouldn't dare dream of it. Zhang Huowan roared with laughter, slapping Zhao Wushuang on the shoulder as he said, the requirements aren't too demanding. As long as you make it onto the Hidden Dragon list, you'll have exceeded expectations for this mission. Make it onto the Hidden Dragon list? Zhao Wushuang looked at Zhang Huowan with surprise. That's right, make it onto the Hidden Dragon list. Zhang Huowan nodded earnestly. Among our Huaxia human race, there are 3 major rankings, the Hidden Dragon list, the Wind and Cloud list, and the Supreme list. The other 2 lists aren't important right now. I'll focus on the Hidden Dragon list. The Hidden Dragon list holds a total of 108 spots. Any young prodigy under the age of 25 within Huaxia is eligible for inclusion. Those who exceed the age limit or aspire to climb the higher Wind and Cloud list will be removed from the Hidden Dragon list. The list is updated every 3 years, with rankings determined by the comprehensive performance and achievements of awakened individuals during the Hidden Dragon Assembly. Of course, opportunities to enter the Hidden Dragons list also exist after the Hidden Dragons Assembly concludes. Challenging higher-ranked individuals or achieving exceptionally dazzling feats can propel one onto the list, displacing the lowest-ranked member. This time, our Lihua sect's goal is to have at least 5 members listed on the Hidden Dragons list. After speaking, Zhang Huowan's expression turned wistful. Back in the day, he too had represented the Lihua sect in the battle for a spot on the Hidden Dragon list. Unfortunately, his performance had been lackluster, and he had failed to secure a spot among the top 108. Later, as his strength grew, he wished to compete again, only to find he had surpassed the age limit. This became one of Zhang Huowan's lifelong regrets. Listening to Zhang Huowan, Zhao Wushuang nodded. Making the top 108 shouldn't be a problem. I have a fair amount of confidence in my own abilities. With his recent gains in strength, Zhao Wushuang estimated he could handle most 4th-tier awakened individuals, and even defeat them. Combined with his secret trump card, Zhao Wushuang felt reasonably confident about competing for a spot on the Hidden Dragons list. Excellent. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Zhang Huowan nodded with satisfaction, pounding his chest as he pledged, as long as you make the Hidden Dragon list and get my recommendation, you'll absolutely become a core disciple of the Lihua sect, gaining entry to its headquarters. Moreover, the higher your ranking, the greater the rewards the sect will offer. Simply making the list guarantees a minimum reward worth 10 billion Federation credits. Beyond that, I personally will give you an additional reward. Hearing Zhao Wushuang's confident tone, Zhang Huowan was extremely pleased. Regardless of whether Zhao Wushuang would actually make it onto the Hidden Dragon list in the future, Zhang Huowan was already thoroughly satisfied with the sheer confidence behind his words. Moreover, if Zhao Wushuang made it onto the Hidden Dragon list as his sponsor, Zhang Huowan would earn substantial points and rewards within the Lihua sect. If Zhao ranked highly enough, Zhang's own position might even be elevated. Ah, that's fantastic.
Zhao Wushuang chuckled heartily, winking mischievously.
Elder Jiang, you'd better keep your word. I've recorded this conversation. If you don't give me extra rewards later, I'll camp outside your door with a banner. You brat. As long as you make the list, do you think I'd shortchange you on your measly rewards? Zhang Huowan scolded playfully, then instructed Zhao Wushuang, stay put for now. Don't go anywhere. I'll upload your data immediately and get back to you later tonight. With that, Zhang Hong hurriedly departed from the entrance of Zhao Wushuang's villa. Watching Zhang Huowan's retreating figure, Zhao Wushuang shook his head slightly, closed the door, and returned to his training room. Originally, he had planned to head to the wilderness to hunt demon beasts. But Zhang Huowan's sudden arrival, coupled with the unexpected news of the upcoming Hidden Dragon tournament, had disrupted his plans. I'll continue training diligently for now, delving deeper into the secrets of sword techniques and footwork, aiming for a higher ranking in the Hidden Dragon tournament. As for the wilderness zone, I'll make plans for that after the Hidden Dragon tournament concludes. After all, beasts can be hunted anytime. Missing the Hidden Dragon tournament would be the real loss for me. Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself. He had researched the Hidden Dragon assembly before. The benefits of securing a spot on the Hidden Dragon rankings were undeniable. Beyond the exceptionally generous monthly rewards from the authorities, those who made the Hidden Dragon rankings could freely select one martial art technique or weapon from the national treasury based on their placement. These were the rewards from the official sector. As for the sects, they offered extremely generous rewards as well, often far exceeding those provided by the official authorities. After all, the official system cultivated talent nationwide, strengthening the realm's powerhouses and bolstering the nation's might. Sect cultivation, however, focuses entirely on nurturing their own disciples. This directly concerns the sect's future, leaving no room for negligence. Naturally, sects place even greater importance on their disciples than the official system does. Chapter 79, The Day Draws Near. Day after day passed. Zhao Wushuang continued his arduous cultivation routine. During this period, Damao and Zhang Huowan frequently visited Zhao Wushuang's villa. Notably, thanks to his formidable strength and innate exceptional talent, Damao had also secured one of the coveted spots. During this period, Zhang Huowan offered guidance each time he visited Zhao Wushuang's villa. With guidance from Zhang Huowan, a formidable 7th-rank powerhouse, Zhao Wushuang's progress accelerated significantly compared to before. The same was true for Damao. Upon learning that Zhao Wushuang had also secured a spot, he moved into Zhao Wushuang's villa full-time, training alongside him daily. In their spare time, the two sparred against each other, honing their combat experience and techniques. Before they knew it, a month had passed. Winter had arrived, and it was now Christmas Eve. On Christmas Eve, heavy snow fell from the sky. With only one day left until the Hidden Dragon tournament, it was seen as an auspicious sign. Whoosh! 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 Zhao Wushuang swiftly swung his Blood Moon Warblade, unleashing fierce Blood River Blade energy that tore through the air. Each strike channeled wildly violent thunderous power, its destructive force utterly terrifying. Facing him was Damao, a master of defense. Damao's cultivation had now reached the upper tier of the 3rd stage. He activated his Xuanwu Mecha, a massive shield enveloping his front, relentlessly parrying Zhao Wushuang's relentless barrage of vicious attacks. One attacked, the other defended. Each strike unleashed immense power, while the shockwaves from their clash rippled through the air for nearly 100 meters, whipping up fierce gusts. Break! Zhao Wushuang swung his blade, causing the thunder and flame energies surging along its edge to violently intensify. A devastating force erupted outward. Boom! Damao strained to block, but the instant he raised his shield, his expression changed. With a thunderous crash, Damao's entire body was sent flying backward, slamming violently into the training room wall. A massive shockwave rippled through the air, cracks spreading across the wall. Damao's face contorted in pain. He staggered to his feet, spat, and waved his hands urgently. Enough! Enough! You're a freak! Not even a year has passed, and you've not only advanced from a low-tier 2nd-rank cultivator to a low-tier 3rd rank, but your combat prowess is terrifying. Even I can't match you anymore. For nearly a month, Damao had been in a state of constant shock at Zhao Wushuang's terrifying strength. He simply couldn't fathom the true limits of Zhao Wushuang's power. Every time he grew stronger, Zhao Wushuang's blade grew sharper, and every time, he suffered a crushing defeat. Ah, brotherin, you're too modest. I know you haven't unleashed your full power, you're still holding back your ultimate techniques. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to drive you back so quickly. Zhao Wushuang laughed heartily, thoroughly satisfied with his current strength. Whenever he sparred with Big Kaden, he held back, refraining from unleashing his most devastating techniques. Yet Zhao Wushuang understood that Big Kaden did the same. After all, this was merely a friendly sparring match, not a life or death battle. There was no need to expose all their most formidable killing moves. Had they truly been locked in a life or death struggle just now, Zhao Wushuang might have had some confidence in defeating the Damao before him. But to actually kill him?
Even without external interference, it would be extremely difficult, perhaps even requiring a devastatingly heavy price.
I didn't use my secret techniques, and you still couldn't beat me, right? And Damo rolled his eyes, gulped down a large mouthful of energy liquid, and retorted irritably, so, if neither of us uses our ultimate moves, I'm already no match for you. If we both unleash them, wouldn't there be a high chance I'd still lose? Honestly, you're a freak of nature. That terrifying growth rate of yours?
Only those legendary prodigies who top the national college entrance exams throughout history could possibly match you. And Damo shook his head again, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Though he himself possessed exceptional talent, compared to Zhao Wushuang before him, it felt like a firefly's light beside the moon, utterly incomparable.
Ha ha ha, we'll see about that.
I've never met those peerless prodigies who top the national college entrance exams either. But I actually hope they're even more prodigious than me that way, I'll know I still have room to grow.
Zhao Wushuang chuckled.
He naturally hoped the world's prodigies would grow even faster. Only then could he feel at ease, freely and recklessly using the system to enhance his own strength. Otherwise, once his power grew too great, he'd have to invent excuses. What a hassle that would be.
Freak! And Damo muttered under his breath.
If Zhao Wushuang's growth accelerated even further, in a mere decade or two, he might not even be able to catch a whiff of Zhao Wushuang's exhaust fumes. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by the training room door being pushed open.
Let's go.
The person in charge of my Liuasek's transportation to the Hidden Dragon Assembly has arrived. Zhang Huawang pushed open the door, his lips curled into a broad smile as he spoke.
After a month of intensive training and guidance for Zhao Wushuang and Damo, the progress of these two prodigies was undeniable.
Zhao Wushuang, in particular, had advanced at a pace that surprised even Zhang Huawang. It seemed that Zhao Wushuang's terrifying strength alone was already on par with some 4th-tier lower and 4th-tier middle cultivators. With such strength, he had an excellent chance of breaking into the top 108 of the Hidden Dragon rankings. With a stroke of luck and a favorable draw, she might even land within the 90 to 80 range. The head of the Fire Departure sect has arrived?
Come on, let's go meet him. Zhao Wushuang's eyes lit up at the news.
After a month of relentless focus on refining his blade techniques and footwork, this day had finally arrived. Without a moment's delay, Zhao Wushuang hurriedly grabbed Damo and sprinted outside. Zhang Huawang led the way, his face beaming with smiles.
Before long, the two arrived with Zhang Huawang on the 68th floor of the office building. There, 8 young men, not much older than Zhao Wushuang and Damo, stood waiting.
Their cultivation levels varied. The weakest possessed a high-tier 3rd stage cultivation, while the strongest reached the peak of the 4th stage. Before these 8, 2 figures sat and stood. One was refined and approachable, clad in a black and white Bagua Taiji robe, fingers twirling an 18-bead Buddhist rosary. The other figure was someone Zhao Wushuang recognized and was quite familiar with, Elder Wang, who had signed the contract for him to join the Liwa sect.
Chapter 80, Sparring.
The two conversed with laughter and banter.
The moment Zhao Wushuang and Damo entered, they instantly drew the attention of everyone present.
Especially Zhao Wushuang. When the others saw his cultivation level, their eyes filled with skepticism and confusion. After all, within the Liwa sect, there were many geniuses under the age of 25. Every single one selected was a prodigy among prodigies. In fact, many exceptionally gifted prodigies with formidable strength had been eliminated simply because their cultivation hadn't reached the upper 3rd-tier realm.
Is that guy Zhao Wushuang? Is it him?
No wonder he got selected at the 3rd-tier lower level.
Could he be a connection getter?
Earlier, the Lihu sect specifically made an exception for him, even increasing his initial entry funds. Hard to say for sure, but one thing's certain: Zhao Wushuang has genuine talent. After all, he shattered the 1,000-year-old national exam record across the 4 provinces of Jiangnan.
So what?
Even with his exceptional talent, he shouldn't have been selected at the 3rd-tier lower level.
There must be some connections involved.
Whispers circulated among the 8, transmitted through their specialized communication devices without a single sound escaping. Yet their expressions remained perfectly composed, as if no heated debate raged behind closed doors, just ordinary, mutual glances.
Zhao Wushuang and Damo naturally detected no irregularities.
Upon entering, they bowed respectfully toward the seated pair. "Greetings, Elder Wang."
"Greetings, Your Excellency the Special Envoy."
Simultaneously, as they bowed, Zhao Wushuang and Damo discreetly observed the other 8 figures within the grand hall. Elder Wang and the envoy nodded with smiles. Seeing everyone present, Elder Wang smiled and spoke. "It is an honor that our Jiangdu branch is the final stop. Now that all are gathered, you shall follow Special Envoy Lin's instructions. I shall not waste words here."
With that, Elder Wang turned to Envoy Lin with a warm smile.
Clearing his throat, the Envoy Lin smiled and addressed the group. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Lin Yuanji, and I am the envoy responsible for escorting the 10 candidates of the Lihua sect.
Tomorrow is the day of the Hidden Dragon Assembly.
In 2 hours, at noon precisely, I will escort you to Shenlong Mountain for the assessment competition."
"Yes." All present bowed respectfully in unison. Lin Yuanji nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze toward Damo and Zhao Wushuang.
He smiled warmly and addressed Indama with kindness, "You must be the only son of Enlahu. Your father is practically my senior brother. Remember, he ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon list back in the day. Make sure you perform well at the Hidden Dragon Assembly and aim to get on the list. Otherwise, us juniors will have quite the story to laugh about." "Yes, Uncle Lin." And Damao replied in a barely audible whisper, head bowed low. Though Indama possessed considerable talent, he still fell far short of his father and mother. He felt uncertain about his chances of making it onto the Hidden Dragon list this time. Moreover, even if he did make it onto the Hidden Dragon list, his current strength likely wouldn't secure him a particularly high ranking. Lin Yuanji nodded, saying little more. Instead, he turned to Zhao Wushuang and remarked, "Your name is Zhao Wushuang. I've heard of you and your deeds. You're an impressive young man at your age, you've already attained a 3rd-tier lower cultivation level. Your future looks bright." "Thank you for your praise, Special Envoy Lin." Zhao Wushuang bowed his head modestly, clasping his hands in a respectful salute toward Lin Yuanji. "This isn't mere praise, it's recognition of your genuine talent." Lin Yuanji smiled, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he studied Zhao Wushuang. After a moment, he gestured toward a nearby prodigy from the Lihua sect, a 3rd-tier P cultivator. "Wang Hao," he said, "I recall you're also skilled with blades. You two spar. I'm eager to see just how formidable Zhao Wushuang is, the prodigy who shattered the 1,000-year record for the national exams across the 4 provinces of Jiangnan." As a 9th-tier powerhouse, Lin Yuanji understood all too well that cultivation alone didn't define everything. He had witnessed far too much. He had lived for over 1,000 years. In that time, he had witnessed countless prodigies defying their cultivation levels in battle, and just as many prodigies, despite their formidable cultivation, being defeated and slain by others in actual combat. Thus, he was eager to see whether Zhao Wushuang, the one who shattered the 1,000-year-old national examination record held by the 4 provinces of Jiangnan, was truly deserving of his fame or merely an overhyped fraud. "Yes, Special Envoy Lin." Wang Hao nodded, his eyes blazing with combat intent as he stepped forward. His mecha swiftly enveloped his body, and he drew a long blade from his storage ring. This was a Xian ice mecha, its entire body shrouded in thick frost, radiating a terrifying chill that caused the surrounding air temperature to drop noticeably. The blade in his grasp was jet black throughout, its spine exceptionally thick, while its edge glowed with a bone-chilling, blood-curdling cold light. With the Xian ice mecha fully integrated, Wang Hao tilted his head slightly, raised the blade in his hand, and pointed it at Zhao Wushuang. "Junior brother Zhao, I humbly request your guidance." "I'd be delighted." Zhao Wushuang smiled faintly. From the moment he entered, he had sensed skeptical gazes from this group. Though they were extremely restrained, Zhao Wushuang could still sense it through his keen perception. To avoid future complications, the most effective way to dispel this skepticism was to demonstrate his true strength. The man before him, Wang Hao, at the peak of the 3rd tier, possessed cultivation not vastly superior to his own. With the strength to handle him, he naturally made an excellent stepping stone. As the words fell, the thunder flame armor rapidly fused within Zhao Wushuang's body. A terrifyingly domineering force of thunder and lightning spread outward, radiating through the surrounding area. What terrifying thunder power! The crowd felt this terrifying thunderous force and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Lin Yuanji nodded with satisfaction beside him. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the others instantly stepped back several paces, leaving a vast space for Zhao Wushuang and Wang Hao. Within the space they occupied, a massive shield rapidly enveloped them. "Begin. I've established a barrier here. Unleash your full power, nothing outside will be affected." To prevent any reservations that might hinder their true strength from being revealed, Lin Yuanji specifically emphasized this point. "Yes, Special Envoy Lin." Both nodded in unison before stepping back several paces. "Please proceed, Junior Brother Zhao." Zhao Wushuang's reputation was formidable. Even though his cultivation was 2 or 3 minor realms below his own, Wang Hao dared not take him lightly. He struck first, swinging his jet-black long blade to unleash a torrent of frost. A terrifying blade aura of mystical ice tore through the sky, hurtling toward Zhao Wushuang. Chapter 81, Crushing. Slow. Zhao Wushuang watched the blade approach and inwardly shook his head. Compared to his own speed, this strike was far too slow. His body flickered in an instant, leaving only afterimages behind. With effortless ease, he dodged Wang Hao's strike. Immediately following, Zhao Wushuang unleashed a fierce slash. Lightning erupted from the blood moon war blade, a crimson moon appearing as a powerful river of blood energy surged forth, striking viciously at Wang Hao, who hadn't yet retracted his blade. Had that strike landed cleanly, given the terrifying power Zhao Wushuang had demonstrated, it would likely have shattered Wang Hao's mecha on the spot or even cleaved him in two. Yet Zhao Wushuang felt no apprehension. He held nothing back, instead violently channeling the energy within his mecha to accelerate the blade's speed and force. After all, 2 ninth-rank powerhouses stood watch nearby. Faced with a life or death crisis, they would intervene to stop it. Blade speed. Feeling the impending danger, Wang Hao's scalp tingled with dread. He instantly darted left, then unleashed his full strength, swinging his long sword to parry the strike to the right. Frost. To play it safe against this terrifying force, Wang Hao not only parried with his blade but also swiftly unleashed his divine technique Frost. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold swept out, frost spreading across the ground and steadily slowing Zhao Wushuang's blade. Boom! Under the force of Wang Hao's frost technique, Zhao Wushuang's blindingly fast strike was finally parried at the last moment by Wang Hao's swinging blade. A deafening boom echoed as a terrifying explosion rippled outward. Wang Hao's face twisted slightly, his hands trembling as his body stumbled backward over 10 steps. Zhao Wushuang, however, stood his ground, unshaken. Clearly, in their clash, Zhao Wushuang held the upper hand. That was close. Having retreated over 10 paces, Wang Hao looked like he'd narrowly escaped death, his mind reeling at Zhao Wushuang's formidable strength. Had he not immediately unleashed his signature technique, Frostbite, his reaction speed alone would have been insufficient to parry that blade in time. Even so, in a direct confrontation, he, a peak 3rd-tier cultivator, had been forced back by Zhao Wushuang, a lower 3rd-tier cultivator. Again! Having gauged Wang Hao's true strength, Zhao Wushuang let out a loud laugh. His figure flickered as he charged forward, the Blood Moon Warblade raised in his hand. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, steeled himself to block the attack, and felt a surge of retreating thoughts welling up inside him. As the saying goes, when two warriors meet on a narrow path, the brave one prevails. Having already faltered during their first exchange, Wang Hao's defeat was inevitable. Meanwhile, Lin Yuanji and Elder Wang, watching from the sidelines, both broke into smiles. Excellent, excellent. Zhao Wushuang truly is a prodigy. With his current strength, he could easily rival a typical 4th-tier prodigy. No wonder. I always wondered why the Lihua sect would make such an unprecedented exception, risking the discontent of other prodigies just to increase Zhao Wushuang's initiation funds. So this is why Zhao Wushuang's combat prowess is so formidable. His innate talent is truly extraordinary. Not only has he reached the lower tier of the 3rd rank at just 19, but he's also mastered the Blood River Sword technique to perfection in just over a year. Lin Yuanji clapped his hands in laughter, his eyes fixed intently on the battle within the protective shield. With his cultivation level, the moment Zhao Wushuang and Wang Hao clashed, he could instantly discern who held the upper hand. At present, Wang Hao was merely clinging on by the skin of his teeth, relying solely on his cultivation advantage. However, given Zhao Wushuang's formidable strength, this slight edge in cultivation was unlikely to make much of a difference. Judging by the intensity of the assault, it wouldn't be long before Wang Hao suffered a crushing defeat. And this was all before Zhao Wushuang had even unleashed any of his divine arts or supreme techniques. Special Envoy Lin, you flatter him. I've been observing Wushuang for over a year now. His talent and mental fortitude are both commendable. Beyond secluding himself for arduous cultivation, he spends his time hunting demonic beasts in the wilderness to hone his combat skills. He simply has no spare moments for idle pursuits. Elder Wang remarked with a cheerful smile. His gaze toward Zhao Wushuang brimmed with approval. After all, Zhang Huang had played a part in recruiting Zhao Wushuang into the Lihua sect, and so had he. Once Zhao Wushuang fully matured, he would undoubtedly become an invaluable asset to the Lihua sect and a significant boon to Wang himself. As the two chatted casually. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed, sending a terrifying shockwave rippling outward. Suddenly, Zhao Wushuang materialized behind Wang Hao and swung his blade with devastating force. Under the brutal assault, Wang Hao was sent flying backward, crashing violently into the protective shield. In just 3 or 4 minutes, the outcome was decided. Despite Wang Hao employing every trick in his arsenal, he remained no match for Zhao Wushuang before him. He hadn't even forced Zhao Wushuang to unleash his formidable killing moves or divine arts. This battle was a complete and utter defeat for Wang Hao, crushed by Zhao Wushuang's overwhelming dominance. I've lost. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Wang Hao scrambled to his feet. Staring at Zhao Wushuang before him, a wave of utter defeat washed over him. He was just too damn overpowered. Within his own Lihua sect's Fufeng branch, he had been considered a top prodigy. Yet compared to Zhao Wushuang before him, he was utterly insignificant. This blow struck Wang Hao's heart like a hammer. You've been too kind. A smile touched Zhao Wushuang's lips as he bowed his hand toward Wang Hao. He then turned his gaze toward the others. As Zhao Wushuang's gaze swept over them, the other prodigies of the Lihua sect, who had been in a state of shock, all broke into friendly smiles. Times had changed. They had harbored doubts about Zhao Wushuang's true strength, suspecting he had secured his spot through connections and favors. But after witnessing that battle just now, after truly witnessing Zhao Wushuang's terrifying prowess, their previous doubts had long since vanished. People naturally gravitate toward strength, and these prodigies of the Lihua sect were no exception. Recognizing Zhao Wushuang's extraordinary potential and terrifying prowess, they were eager to befriend him. How could they possibly show hostility now? Seeing that his warning had achieved its purpose, Zhao Wushuang bowed respectfully toward Lin Yuanji and Elder Wang seated at the center. Reporting to Special Envoy Lin, Senior Brother Wang's prowess is formidable. I barely edged him out by a single move after exhausting all my techniques. These words were naturally meant to save face for Wang Hao, ensuring he did not suffer complete humiliation. After all, they were all members of the Lihua sect. Should Wang Hao also enter the hidden dragon list, they would inevitably cross paths again. There was no need to sour their relationship unnecessarily. Of course, all this depended on Wang Hao knowing his place. Should he prove uncooperative, opportunities to deal with him would inevitably arise. Chapter 82, Departure. Hearing Zhao Wushuang's words, Wang Hao shook his head bitterly inside. This wasn't Zhao Wushuang barely winning by a hair, it was him suffering a complete and utter defeat, utterly crushed by Zhao Wushuang. Still, he understood Zhao Wushuang's intent. This was saving face for him in front of everyone, sparing him too much humiliation. Immediately, Wang Hao shot Zhao Wushuang a grateful glance before bowing respectfully to Envoy Lin. I concede, Envoy Lin, he declared. I've lost utterly and completely. Junior brother Zhao's prowess is too formidable. I'm no match for him. Wang Hao spoke the truth. Although Zhao Wushuang had spared him the humiliation. But facing Lin Yuanji and Elder Wang Hao had to speak the truth. Losing gracefully and admitting defeat openly would certainly leave a better impression than refusing to accept defeat and clinging desperately to one's pride. Both of you did well. Lin Yuanji nodded with a broad smile, immediately withdrawing the protective shield enveloping them. He continued, Zhao Wushuang possesses more diverse combat experience, though Wang Hao is no slouch either. With your cultivation and strength, you both stand a chance to compete for rankings on the Hidden Dragon list. Especially you, Zhao Wushuang. Based on my years of experience, you should secure a spot within the top 90. Lin Yuanji didn't overstate his prediction. Yet his implied message was clear. Zhao Wushuang possessed the capability to compete on the Hidden Dragon list, with a high probability of securing a spot within the top 90. Thank you, Special Envoy Lin. Zhao Wushuang nodded his thanks. Yet Zhao Wushuang remained unsatisfied with Lin Yuanji's assessment. Ranking in the 80-90 range fell far short of his ambitions. After a month of dedicated, grueling training, his true goal was the top 30. If the opportunity arose, he might even vie for a spot in the top 10. As for the top 3 or the number 1 spot, Zhao Wushuang knew his limits. Lin Yuanji nodded with a smile. He addressed the group. Elder Wang and I must attend to urgent matters for about an hour. As the prodigies of the Liuhua sect, you will inevitably cross paths frequently as you grow. Use this time to get acquainted and exchange insights on cultivation. With that, Lin Yuanji rose and departed with Elder Wang. Farewell, Special Envoy Lin. Farewell, Elder Wang. The crowd nodded in unison, their eyes fixed respectfully on the departing figures. Their status and cultivation far surpassed everyone present. Even though these young disciples were hailed as prodigies, reaching such heights of power and standing in the future would be exceedingly difficult. Out of 100, only 2 or 3 might achieve it, and that would be considered fortunate. Junior brother Zhao, I am Dong Chaofeng from the Lihua Sex branch in Xiliang City. My cultivation is at the mid-tier 4th rank. Shortly after Lin Yuanji and Elder Wang departed, a burly young man with a strikingly heroic appearance approached them. He smiled as he struck up a conversation. Though Xiliang City lies far from Jiangnan, I heard about you, brother Zhao, breaking the 1,000-year-old national examination record across the 4 provinces of Jiangnan over a year ago. Upon hearing that news, I've long wished to meet you, brother Zhao. Alas, the journey was too arduous, and it wasn't until today that I finally had the chance. Greetings, senior brother Dong. Zhao Wushuang greeted him with a polite bow. Dong Chaofeng returned the courtesy. He was no rude man himself. The two exchanged smiles and began conversing. Before long, several other prodigies from different regions approached. They familiarized themselves with one another, the earlier sense of exclusion completely gone, and they mingled with remarkable ease. The primary reason for this shift was Zhao Wushuang demonstrating the strength he possessed. Otherwise, no matter how renowned his name, his 3rd-tier lower cultivation base would have made it difficult to earn their recognition. Each of us 10 has unique strengths. I hope we'll be matched with favorable opponents at the Hidden Dragon tournament so we can all secure spots on the Hidden Dragon rankings. A young man with a 4th-tier lower cultivation base looked around at the others and spoke cheerfully. If we all make it onto the Hidden Dragon rankings, our Lihua sect will undoubtedly gain more resources this time. And all of us will be able to enter the inner sect of Lihua, receiving cultivation training at a higher level. Ranking on the Hidden Dragon list also depends on luck. After all, everyone's unique abilities are exceptionally distinctive. As long as we encounter suitable opponents, it's not impossible for all of us to make it onto the list. Another cultivator at the upper 4th tier chimed in with a grin. As they chatted and exchanged pleasantries, everyone quickly became acquainted with one another. After all, they were all young people, and social bonds formed quickly. Moreover, each was a prodigy from different regions, and everyone harbored a desire to forge connections with one another. Whether these ties proved useful in the future or not, they were bound to yield benefits regardless. Time flew by. 2 hours vanished in an instant. Christmas Eve, noon. Zhao Wushuang and Ndama walked out of the Jiangdu branch of the Lihua sect together with their companions. Lin Yuanji and Elder Wang were already waiting for them at the entrance. Greetings, Elder Wang. Greetings, Special Envoy Lin. The group bowed respectfully upon seeing the two. No need for formalities. Lin Yuanji chuckled softly, nodding as he spoke. The time has come. Let us formally set out. With that, Lin Yuanji swept his hand, and a massive spacecraft materialized in the sky above.
This vessel stretched hundreds of meters in length, its surface area immense.
Towering structures rose from its hull, resembling a floating high-rise complex. A thick, pulsating shield shimmered around its hull, while beneath it, rows of cannons gleamed with a murderous intent.
Let's go. Follow me aboard.
Lin Yuanji waved his hand decisively. Before the others could react, a violent gust swept through, lifting them all into the sky. By the time they regained their senses, the ship had already begun its ascent, and they found themselves inside the cabin. What terrifying power! Truly worthy of a 9th-tier powerhouse. Zhao Wushuang was stunned. He hadn't even noticed how it happened. Lin Yuanji had silently transported them all aboard this ship. With such terrifying power, killing them would be as simple as a passing thought. Holy crap, there are a full 108 advanced energy cannons. While Zhao Wushuang was still reeling from Lin Yuanji's terrifying power, gasps of astonishment suddenly erupted from the others beside him. Curiosity piqued, Zhao Wushuang glanced over. It was Wang Hao, his hand incredulously stroking one of the energy cannons as he murmured in awe. Advanced energy cannons, each one costs a staggering 10 billion to build, and that's just the manufacturing cost. Every single shot fires a projectile worth tens of millions. With 108 of these here, plus that formidable shield and all the other defensive structures and systems within the ship, this vessel is easily worth at least 500 billion Federation credits. And Dimao, well-traveled and knowledgeable, explained from the side. He remained unfazed, however, for his great-grandfather, the Wang family behind his mother, possessed an even more advanced family warship equipped with extraordinary great energy cannons. Chapter 83, Dragon Mountain. A battleship of such staggering cost, imagine its destructive power if unleashed against demons. Zhao Wushuang murmured in awe upon hearing this. The human race had managed to carve out a sanctuary amidst this demonic chaos precisely because they possessed sufficient foundations. Such an exorbitantly priced warship would deal devastating blows to mid to low-tier demonic beasts. Of course, Zhao Wushuang had no way of knowing how effective it would be against demonic beasts of 9th tier or higher, let alone those of transcendent rank. The cost is enormous. Generally, no one would deploy combat ships unless it was a large-scale war. And Damo chimed in from the side. Absolutely. Even the wealthiest factions couldn't sustain such expenditures. Zhao Wushuang nodded with a smile. The two found a corner within the ship, sat cross-legged on the floor, and began discussing their cultivation insights. Other prodigies gradually gathered around, each sharing their combat techniques. Laughter and conversation filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Ziyuan, standing at the very center of the ship's cabin, watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The entire human race was not a monolithic entity. Even amidst the chaos of demons and monsters, many still schemed against one another for personal gain. Seeing the younger generation display such unity and camaraderie now filled him with genuine joy from the bottom of his heart. Hold on tight, we're setting sail now. Lin Ziyuan addressed the group with a warning. In the next instant, the massive airship soared into the sky. It swiftly traversed the skies above Jiangdu City. Zhao Wushuang and the others looked down to see towering skyscrapers beneath the clouds. At this altitude, far higher than their usual flights, the speed was breathtaking. Viewing the scenery from this angle offered a uniquely captivating perspective. The spacecraft moved at an astonishing pace. In just a single hour, Zhao Wushuang and his companions had traversed several provinces, covering tens of thousands of miles, arriving at Shenlong Mountain in the Central Plains. This world was over 100 times larger than the Earth Zhao Wushuang had known in his previous life. Even so, traveling at the spacecraft's maximum speed, the journey of hundreds of thousands of miles still took only an hour. As it entered the vicinity of the Divine Dragon Mountains, the spacecraft rapidly slowed its pace. After traversing several dozen more miles, it gently descended and landed at the very heart of the mountain range. Here stood an immense plaza, its center dominated by floating arenas suspended in midair. Surrounding this space rose a forest of palaces, each boasting opulent architecture. Gazing at the scene before him, Zhao Wushuang felt a sense of disorientation, as if he had stepped into a mystical world from ancient times. Alright, disembark. Your rest area is in Sector 23. Lin Ziyuan addressed the group with a smile. As the group disembarked, officials from Shenlong Mountain immediately stepped forward to greet them. Meanwhile, Lin Ziyuan piloted the spacecraft skyward, soaring into the heavens until it vanished without a trace. You must be the elite disciples of the Li sect? My name is Li, one of Shenlong Mountain's stewards. I'll arrange your accommodations and resting areas. A steward responsible for welcoming prodigies from across the land to the Hidden Dragon Assembly spoke with a smile. Thank you for your assistance, Manager Li. Noticing the 6th-tier cultivation aura emanating from Manager Li, the group promptly nodded in unison, their expressions respectful. No need to thank me. It's simply part of my duties. Steward Li waved his hand dismissively with a smile as he led the group toward Area 23, explaining along the way, you're among the later arrivals. Most others arrived yesterday or even days ago. This year's potential assembly has seen a slight increase in attendance.
Judging by the numbers I've received so far, there are at least 30,000 prodigies from all regions participating.
Zhao Wushuang and the others nodded silently, following stewardly all the way to Zone 23. Passing through a series of long corridors, they entered Area 23, which spanned over 1,000 square meters. It contained more than 10 rooms and a spacious plaza filled with a vast array of training equipment.
This is your designated rest area. Choose your rooms.
The Hidden Dragon Assembly commences tomorrow at 8 o'clock sharp.
Do not be late.
Li, the steward, reminded them with a cheerful smile.
After settling everyone in, he promptly departed Area 23.
As soon as Manager Li departed, the group began chattering excitedly.
Tomorrow is the day of the Hidden Dragon Tournament. I wonder what kind of opponents we'll be matched with. Opponents are randomly assigned.
Tomorrow we'll draw lots to form groups, with roughly 100 people per group.
Yes.
Based on my past experience at the Hidden Dragon Tournament, they'll likely use a points system again.
Each participant will be randomly assigned 10 opponents.
A win earns 3 points, a draw earns 1 point.
The top 10 scorers in each group advance.
Then the qualifiers will be regrouped and compete again under the same points system until the final 108 remain. It usually takes about 3 days, but with more participants it might stretch to 4.
Of course, if the numbers are too large, alternative advancement methods might be used.
After all, these details aren't set in stone.
Our information is only for reference.
A prodigy who met the age requirement and had previously participated in the Hidden Dragon Tournament spoke up. All 3 possessed cultivation at the 4th tier or above and had participated in the Hidden Dragon Tournament before. Among them, the youth at the peak of the 4th tier was named Wu Haidong, who had ranked 58th in the previous Hidden Dragon Tournament.
This year's tournament coincided with his eligibility age.
After 3 years of growth, his goal was naturally to vie for a top 3 finish or even the championship.
As they listened to the shared experiences, someone couldn't help but ask curiously, what happens if there's a tie in points within a group?
Wu Haidong smiled and replied, then the tied participants would naturally spar against each other, with the victor advancing.
That seems fair enough. It would better reveal the true strong ones. Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but nod in agreement.
This way, even if one faced a formidable opponent in a match and suffered an unexpected defeat, there would still be opportunities to defeat others and catch up on points. It wouldn't be a single match elimination where bad luck against a top contender meant instant elimination. As the saying goes, know yourself and your enemy, and you'll never be defeated in 100 battles.
Should we use this time to scout out the competitors from the other major sects? Wu Hailong suggested from the side.
With his experience from the previous Hidden Dragon Tournament, he naturally felt compelled to look out for his junior disciples, striving to secure more spots for the Lihua sect on the Hidden Dragon rankings.
Get lost. Listen to senior brother Wu. He's got experience. It'll definitely benefit us. Let's start by studying the competitors from the 10 great sects. They're the real opponents we'll face.
The others chimed in agreement.
After each selecting a room, they followed Wu Hailong as they departed the area.
Chapter 84, Talents flock like fish crossing the river. As soon as Zhao Wushuang and the others stepped outside, they encountered other prodigies from across the land who shared similar thoughts. They exchanged friendly nods. When they arrived at the Thunder God sect's designated area, all the prodigies participating in this Hidden Dragon Tournament were gathered outside their rooms. Evidently, they too had only recently arrived. Spotting Zhao Wushuang's group observing from the doorway, their gazes instinctively turned toward them.
Wu Hailong. It's him.
Someone recognized Wu Hailong and whispered to a companion nearby. He ranked 58th in the Hidden Dragon Assembly 3 years ago. After 3 years of cultivation and tempering, Wu Hailong could very well break into the top 10 this time. He might even be a contender for the championship. He's already secured one of the 108 spots. And that white-robed youth beside him, though his cultivation is lower, his combat prowess is likely formidable. After speaking, the man shifted his gaze to Zhao Wushuang, his eyes flashing with hostility.
Him? A mere 3rd tier lower grade cultivator? My cultivation is 2 minor tiers above his. I could crush him effortlessly. What is there to fear?
A gaunt, sharp-featured youth from the Thunder God sect voiced his skepticism.
What do you know?
This is Zhao Wushuang, the prodigy who shattered the national exam records for the 4 provinces of Jiangnan 2 sessions ago. Nationwide, he ranks 3rd in total points.
Tell me, is his combat prowess formidable or not?
At the very least, he should be far more formidable than you. A youth clad in purple robes shot the sharp-featured one a dismissive glance, his lips curling in a sneer.
Stronger than me? Senior brother Wang, you must be mistaken. The sharp-featured youth frowned in astonishment.
Senior brother Wang possesses peak 4th tier cultivation and ranked 53rd in the last Hidden Dragon Tournament.
How could his judgment be wrong?
A girl beside them, dressed in a sexy sailor uniform, chimed in with a giggle. As she spoke, her body swayed, her head tilted downward, and her toes vanished from view. Her exceptionally pure features, combined with a figure so petite her feet vanished from view when she bowed her head, made her a true vision of earthly beauty. Since senior sister says so, I naturally trust senior brother Wang.
The sharp-featured young man couldn't help but swallow hard as he took in Sister In's figure and alluring beauty.
Zhao Wushuang and the others watched from outside the door for a moment before turning and leaving without further conversation. The Fire Departure sect and the Thunder God sect harbored mutual grievances, their interests often clashing. This visit was merely a preliminary reconnaissance to gauge the cultivation levels of Thunder God sect's participants in the upcoming Hidden Dragon Assembly.
As for conversation? That was entirely unnecessary. Given the deep-seated animosity between the two factions, it was highly unlikely they could cultivate any goodwill. After leaving the Thunder God sect's territory, Wu Hailong took a deep breath, his expression tinged with apprehension. Did you see that young man in purple robes earlier? Peak 4th tier cultivation, just like you, senior brother Wu. The others nodded. Battle intent flared in Wu Hailong's eyes as he declared, his name is Wang Zhongtian. I hadn't realized he also qualified by age. At the last Hidden Dragon Assembly, I had a chance to climb higher in the rankings, but I faced him twice. Both times, I lost by a single move. I ended up ranked 58th, while he took 53rd. That was 3 years ago. Now, 3 years have passed and it remains to be seen who is stronger. We believe you, Brother Wu, will surely avenge the defeat. Someone immediately stepped forward to offer words of encouragement. Wu Hailong nodded. I too hope to redeem myself. If I defeat this man, and no one higher ranked re-enters the Hidden Dragon Tournament, my chances of winning the championship are very good. At the very least, I should secure a top 3 finish. Then we'll offer our congratulations to Brother Wu in advance. The crowd chuckled in agreement. Zhao Wushuang, however, remained silent with his head bowed. He now faced 2 formidable new opponents. Among the Thunder God sect's candidates, aside from Wang Zhongtian with his peak 4th tier cultivation, the JK sailor-suited girl who kept her head down and eyes lowered possessed strength that could not be underestimated. She possessed a 4th tier lower cultivation level. Through his keen perception, Zhao Wushuang sensed a threatening aura emanating from her. This sense of danger far surpassed that of the other 2 4th tier middle grade cultivators from the Lihua sect. As time passed, the group had roughly explored all the territories belonging to the major and medium-sized sections. By then, it was late into the night. Having gained a general understanding of the cultivation levels of the participants in this Hidden Dragon Assembly, each person, harboring their own thoughts, returned to their respective rooms. Zhao Wushuang's expression grew somber. Based on the strength of the competitors he had observed from the major sects and factions, securing a top 10 spot this time around was now virtually impossible. Through observation, he had noted that at least a dozen participants possessed peak 4th tier cultivation, all of them ranked in the previous Hidden Dragon Tournament. Defeating them would be beyond Zhao Wushuang's current cultivation and strength. Unless he could acquire more energy points to elevate his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd tier or even the 4th tier. Otherwise, breaking into the top 10 was nothing more than a pipe dream. I've been so narrow-minded. The world's heroes are as numerous as fish crossing the river. How could it be as simple as I imagined? Zhao Wushuang shook his head with a bitter smile. He silently calculated in his mind, his fighting spirit quickly reigniting. So the top 10 is basically impossible, but based on my observations, I still have the absolute capability to compete for a spot within the top 30. The rewards for the top 30 are incredibly generous. With that prize, plus the backing of the Lihua sect, I believe the system will allow me to accelerate my cultivation and strength even further. He shook his head. Zhao Wushuang didn't rest. Instead, he swallowed a snow-white pill, crossed his legs on the bed, and with the aid of a bag of energy liquid, entered a state of cultivation. He was, after all, a dedicated ascetic. With no desire for sleep, he would not waste a moment. The night passed without incident. After a night of intense cultivation, Zhao Wushuang emerged from his room feeling refreshed and alert, not a trace of fatigue in sight. It was already past 7 in the morning. As soon as he stepped outside, and Damao, Wu Hailong, and the others were already standing in the courtyard square, each warming up. It's about time. Let's gather in the square first. I'm sure the elders and leaders of our sect have already arrived. A little while later, after everyone had emerged from their rooms, Wu Hailong smiled and addressed the group. Typically, on the opening day of the Qianlong Assembly, representatives and leaders from every faction would come to observe. Nodding in agreement, the group walked toward the square where the floating arena stood, their hearts filled with both excitement and nervousness. Chapter 85, Opening Ceremony. Morning, 8 a.m. The scorching sun pierced through the clouds, bathing the plaza in a sacred golden glow. The square was already bustling with voices. The number of prodigies gathered from all corners of the realm exceeded the organizers' estimates, with over 50,000 prodigies assembled here. Though noisy with murmurs and whispers, these tens of thousands of prodigies from all corners stood orderly within their respective sects-designated areas. It's a transcendent-level powerhouse. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd. As the appointed time arrived, 2 streaks of light flashed through the sky. Though separated by hundreds of miles, in the next instant, they appeared directly above the square. What astonishing speed! What terrifying might! Zhao Wushuang looked up, feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from the 2 figures.
His eyes burned intensely, his heartbeat quickened, and his blood surged violently throughout his body. He quickly lowered his head, unable to meet their gaze. All participants of the Hidden Dragon tournament present reacted the same way. Even the specially dispatched leaders and elders from the major sects lowered their heads. Without activating their mechs, without a trace of energy emanating from their bodies, they flew using only their physical forms. Only those legendary transcendent-level powerhouses could achieve such feats. Faced with such transcendent power, no one present, not even the 9th rank experts, dared show disrespect. In an instant, as these two transcendent-level powerhouses arrived, all sound vanished from the square. Not a breath dared be taken. The silence was so profound that even the fall of a pin could be heard. Honored guests, I am Shenlong Xingjuan, Lord of Shenlong Mountain. Since the year 3000, I have been entrusted with safeguarding each successive Hidden Dragon Assembly. This year's Hidden Dragon Assembly, however, has seen an expansion in participants and the emergence of new factions. Therefore, preliminary screening is necessary to select a portion of the contenders. This is the first trial you must pass. After all, the arena sparring merely tests strength without risking casualties. This trial, however, is the true test of your survival skills when facing demonic beasts. A middle-aged man clad in dragon robes spoke up. As he spoke, the Dragon Star God directly tossed a scroll into the air. As the scroll descended, an ancient painting hundreds of meters long floated into the air, revealing a vast void like whole blossoming from within the scroll. This is the first trial you must pass. The Divine Dragon Star Lord declared, within lies over 1 million demonic beasts and monsters I've imprisoned over the years. Those of 5th tier and above have been sealed away, leaving only 5th tier and below. Your task is to hunt them down. Within 12 hours, earn corresponding points. The top 5,000 scorers will advance to the next round for group draw. The moment these words were spoken, a wave of commotion erupted among the gathered crowd. The crowd was stunned. They never imagined this year's sudden rule change would make the first stage a demon beast hunt, with only 5,000 advancement spots available. After all, over 50,000 prodigies had gathered for this potential assembly. Didn't that mean nearly 50,000 would be eliminated in the very first stage? Such a brutal elimination process sent a collective gasp of shock through the crowd, each person suddenly feeling anxious for their own fate. What's all the fuss about? The numbers swelled too much this time. There's no need to rank beyond the top 5,000. You lot aren't even eligible for rewards. Only the top 5,000 truly deserve them. The Dragon Star Lord snorted coldly. Without further ado, he swept his sleeve, unleashing a gale. Before the over 50,000 prodigies from across the realms could react, they were sucked into the ancient painting in waves. Simultaneously, a virtual screen materialized within the painting, displaying the rankings of the top 100. Brother Shenlong, might this assessment method be a bit too aggressive? These are all prodigies selected from 10,000. Should casualties occur, it would be a loss for our human race. The other transcendent-level powerhouse standing beside the Divine Dragon Star Lord frowned slightly, his voice tinged with concern. This figure was Star Lord Morong, a member of the Morong clan, one of the 10 great clans of Huaxia and a veteran transcendent-level powerhouse himself. However, his strength and cultivation level fell short of Shenlong Xingjuan's. Thus, in this Hidden Dragon Assembly, he was assigned as Shenlong Xingjuan's deputy to prevent any unforeseen incidents during the event, such as other great demons targeting and eliminating the human race's prodigies en masse. Indecisive. Shenlong Xingjuan snorted coldly, glaring at Morong Xingjuan as he declared, survival of the fittest, the strong devouring the weak, this is the natural order. Though they are the future of our Huaxia, only those who survive true life and death trials deserve the title of prodigy. Even if we lose some outstanding talents, subjecting them to the crucible of bloodshed is profoundly worthwhile. Otherwise, what use are they if they remain like flowers in a greenhouse? Ah! Divine Dragon Star God. Star God Morong sighed deeply, about to speak, but sensing the piercing gaze of Star God Shenlong, he lowered his head and ultimately swallowed his words. Yet the Divine Dragon Star Lord's words held undeniable truth. Morong Star Lord understood this well. In this world teeming with sects, aside from radical factions and major powers, most mid-tier forces prioritized nurturing their prodigies by shielding them from field missions. Instead, they provided lavish monthly resources. This led to some exceptionally gifted prodigies possessing formidable cultivation and strength, yet lacking true combat prowess when it came to life or death struggles. Within the ancient painting. As the dizziness faded, Zhao Wushuang found himself transported to an unfamiliar world. Is this a secret realm or the world within the ancient painting? Surrounded by lush vegetation, towering mountains, and complex terrain, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He hadn't expected that, beyond the usual secret realms, extraordinary treasures wielded by transcendent beings could also forge entirely unique worlds. Yet stepping into this treasure-forged realm, Zhao Wushuang felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, his face brimmed with eager anticipation. After all, hunting demonic beasts and earning points was precisely what he excelled at. According to the Divine Dragon Star Lord, the demonic beasts within this ancient painting were all imprisoned by him. If I slay them, I should be able to gain energy points, right? Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with anticipation.
He surveyed his surroundings, eyes slightly closed, as a wave of spiritual energy radiated outward. This was a minor skill he had mastered during his arduous cultivation. By circulating the chi and blood within his body and harnessing the energy within his mecha, he could sense the presence of surrounding objects. However, its range was limited, extending only 2,000 to 3,000 meters. Still, it was sufficient. It was sufficient to probe through the dense vegetation and complex terrain, detecting the movements of demonic beasts nearby. Moments later, Zhao Wushuang's eyes snapped open. The Thunderflame mecha fused with his body, his form flickering as he sped toward the area where demonic beasts were active. Chapter 86, The Hunt. Up ahead lay a dense thicket where several third-tier demon beasts wandered about in confusion. After all, these beasts were usually kept in captivity. Suddenly released, they hadn't yet adjusted to their newfound freedom. Zhao Wushuang burst from the thicket, seizing the opportunity to draw the Blood Moon Warblade from his waist. Clang! The Blood Moon Blade's unsheathing echoed like thunder, unleashing a crimson river of blade energy that swept out violently. Within the crimson blade energy, dark purple thunder and blazing flames intertwined, unleashing terrifying power that amplified the blade energy's destructive force. Boom! A single strike sent a deafening boom reverberating outward as a massive explosion radiated in all directions. Beneath the violent blast, a deep gash appeared, instantly obliterating dozens of meters of surrounding terrain into utter ruin. The several third-tier demon beasts that had been wandering here in confusion and helplessness didn't even have a chance to react. Their bodies instantly shattered into countless fragments, exploding to their deaths. Congratulations, host, for slaying a low-tier third-stage iron skin steel spine boar. Energy points plus 14,000. Congratulations, host, for slaying a third-tier mid-grade iron skin steel spine boar. Energy points plus 13,000. Congratulations, host, for slaying a low-tier third-stage iron skin steel spine boar. Energy points plus 20,000. With each strike, the system's notification chime sounded consecutively 5 times in total. Zhao Wushuang instantly gained nearly 80,000 energy points. What an enormous haul of energy points! This place truly is a treasure trove. If I keep slaying like this, my cultivation will definitely advance within 12 hours. Listening to the system notifications echoing in his mind, Zhao Wushuang froze for a moment before his expression erupted into wild elation. After all, these demonic beasts had been specially captured and imprisoned by the Dragon Star God, who had invested immense time and effort. Even the weakest were at least high-tier second-stage beasts, and their sheer numbers far surpassed anything found outside this realm. As the quality of the beasts improved, the energy points he gained from slaying them would naturally increase as well. His heart surged with excitement. Zhao Wushuang turned his gaze to the scattered limbs and broken bodies of the demon beasts on the ground. Just as he prepared to extract their demon cores, a flash of light suddenly erupted from the ground, instantly devouring all the demon corpses. They dissolved into nourishment for this painted world. Damn it, just like that? They vanished without a trace? Didn't even get a chance to loot the corpses? Zhao Wushuang rubbed his forehead in exasperation. But then again, it made sense. They were here for the life and death trial, not to hunt beasts for federal credits. If anyone wasted time collecting monster materials just for petty gains, it would defeat the very purpose of this life or death trial. 50 points for 5 third-tier demon beasts. Looks like low-grade third-tier beasts are worth 10 points each, while mid-grade ones fetch 20. Let's hurry and aim for higher points to gain more energy. This way, as long as my cultivation advances, my ranking in the subsequent arena battles will surely climb higher. Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself. Originally, he had only been confident of placing within the top 30. But now, with the assessment system changed, hope had reignited within Zhao Wushuang, hope of breaking into the top 20, or even the top 10. His figure flickered rapidly as he dashed toward other areas where demon beasts roamed. According to the assessment voice prompt, the terrain within this scroll closely resembled that of the National Grand Examination. It was divided into outer, middle, and inner zones, as well as a core area. The core zone was almost entirely populated by high-tier 4th-rank demon beasts and above. With his current strength insufficient, Zhao Wushuang naturally dared not venture there. Therefore, his target was naturally the inner region. While continuously searching for demon beasts, Zhao Wushuang relentlessly charged toward the inner zone. 12 hours, that is, 24 hours. Even with ample time, Zhao Wushuang dared not waste a single moment. He needed to gather more energy, striving to elevate his cultivation even higher during the assessment. During his dash, Zhao Wushuang swiftly slew demonic beasts, his energy points rapidly climbing with each kill. In just 2 hours, Zhao Wushuang had already set foot within the inner regions. During this time, he had amassed nearly 800,000 energy points. And this was merely while traveling. Had Zhao Wushuang deliberately slowed to hunt beasts on the spot, his energy points would likely have surpassed 1 million by now. Right here. The slaughter begins. Entering the inner region, Zhao Wushuang surveyed the swarm of demonic beasts closing in around him, a brilliant smile spreading across his lips. Kill! Gripping his Blood Moon Warblade, he drew it from its sheath with a fierce jerk. His back wings of wind and thunder flapped, transforming him into multiple phantom figures as he charged forward. Within a breath or two, hundreds of blade shadows blossomed midair. Like streams of crimson blood intertwined with terrifying lightning, they were ferociously swift and deadly, yet also eerily bizarre. Puff! 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 Blood splattered ceaselessly, glistening eerily beautiful under the sunlight. One by one, the demonic beasts fell, while the energy points on Zhao Wushuang's attribute panel rapidly climbed. As Zhao Wushuang slaughtered relentlessly, thick pools of blood spread outward. Drawn by the scent of blood, the demonic beasts in this area seemed endless, one wave after another. As the number of beasts drawn to the area grew, Zhao Wushuang found himself completely surrounded. Nearly 500 beasts closed in, surrounding him so tightly not even a needle could slip through. Though most were second-tier upper grade or peak-level beasts, dozens were third-tier or higher, including one at the very pinnacle of third tier. Roar! 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 It's been ages since I've seen a human with such abundant vital energy. How long? 30 years? 50 years? Human brat, you won't escape. You slaughtered so many of my kin. I've been imprisoned for so many years today, it's time to feast. Nearly 500 demon beasts surrounded Zhao Wushuang, their leader the iron-skinned steel-spine boar king roaring excitedly. Over 50 long years. He had languished in this dark, sunless prison. Now, finally free to see daylight again, and having gone without a proper meal for over half a century, the sight of Zhao Wushuang, a fish caught in the net, filled the iron-plated spiked boar king with boundless excitement. He greedily swallowed his saliva. His nostrils flared with rapid breaths, expelling waves of pungent, blood-curdling fumes. My boys, kill him. The boar king did not charge forward himself. Instead, he took a step back and commanded his subordinates to swarm Zhao Wushuang, launching a brutal assault. Chapter 87, Devastating Blow. After all, the boar king wasn't stupid. He had witnessed Zhao Wushuang's overwhelming display moments ago. If he rashly charged forward first, who knew what unforeseen dangers might arise? By sending his subordinates to overwhelm the human first, he could wait until the man's strength was exhausted. Then, with a surprise attack, he could capture him effortlessly and savor the delicious flesh of the human race. Nearly 500 iron-plated, steel-spiked boars, upon hearing their king's command, surged forward in a frenzied charge toward Zhao Wushuang. This vast army of iron-plated, steel-spiked boars surged forward like a torrential flood. Each bellowed with unbridled fury, as if releasing the pain accumulated during their years of imprisonment. In this moment, they sought only to unleash their fury. Witnessing this ferocious onslaught, Zhao Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. Energy surged wildly within his mecha as the netherworld thunder flames spread rapidly. Had this been just a few months ago, he would have fled in terror at the sight of such a vast boar army, never daring to face them. After all, their numbers were overwhelming, and even the weakest among them possessed upper second-tier cultivation. But now it was different. Now he possessed an exceptionally formidable ultimate technique. Annihilate. Zhao Wushuang's body shot skyward as the wind and thunder wings on his back flapped. His entire form was instantly enveloped in terrifying lightning in flames. In the next instant, this terrifying torrent of thunder and flame erupted outward, pouring down upon the ground like a deluge. Boom! Blinding lightning engulfed the surrounding area for thousands of meters, engulfing over 90% of the demonic beasts present. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion swept through the area. As Zhao Wushuang executed the spell formula with his fingers, the rapidly shattering lightning transformed into countless sharp spikes. Like a violent storm unleashing a hail of arrows, they shot forth in an overwhelming barrage. Puff! 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 Scorching blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, countless demonic beasts howled and roared in agony. The entire ground was completely drenched in blood, turning into trickles that flowed ceaselessly toward lower ground. One strike. Just one move. Under the thunderous group attack technique mastered during arduous training before creating the peerless form, the ground instantly fell silent. Nearly 500 boars in a single strike, nearly 80% of the demonic beasts fell dead instantly, transforming into vast quantities of energy points. Even the iron-plated, steel-spiked boar beasts closest to Zhao Wushuang's feet were instantly reduced to ash and smoke upon impact, swept away by the howling winds until they vanished without a trace. However, the third tier and above beasts, though scattered by the attack, survived the assault. They merely sustained injuries of varying severity. But that was enough. Surveying the mere 100 demon beasts remaining below, Zhao Wushuang swiftly swallowed a vial of energy potion. While replenishing the energy within his mecha, he charged downward with renewed ferocity. Simultaneously, as vast amounts of energy points surged through him, Zhao Wushuang's cultivation base underwent a sudden, violent tremor. After consuming 2 million energy points, it shot directly up to the mid-tier third rank realm. With this cultivation boost, Zhao Wushuang's condition instantly returned to peak form. Now resembling a hellish demon, he plunged into the demon beast horde as if entering an empty field. With each swing of his blood moon warblade, several demonic beasts fell, replenishing the energy Zhao Wushuang consumed in leveling up. What? Behind him, the wild boar king, who had just felt the terror of Zhao Wushuang's devastating strike, paled visibly. This human is merely a third-tier lower cultivation practitioner. How can his lightning power be so formidable? The Boar King was utterly astonished, filled with genuine dread at Zhao Wushuang's terrifying strength.
At the same time, he felt immense sorrow for his fallen subordinates. In this imprisoned world, such massive casualties among his forces meant that even with their ability to reproduce, recovery would be nearly impossible without decades, if not centuries, of time.
This is bad. This is bad.
This is hopeless, utterly hopeless. I don't have time to feel sorry for them now. Saving my own skin is the priority. After a moment of grief, the Boar King instantly snapped back to his own predicament. Zhao Wushuang's terrifying power was such that even though his own cultivation far surpassed Zhao Wushuang's, a direct confrontation would likely spell certain doom.
Realizing his impending doom, the Boar King lost all arrogance.
He spun on his hooves and charged away like a speeding tank, his massive form streaking toward the horizon.
The King's run! The King's run!
The remaining group of third-tier demon beasts watched their leader flee in such an undignified manner, their will to fight now virtually non-existent. Though pigs are birds of a feather, when disaster strikes, each flees for its own. Almost simultaneously, facing Zhao Wushuang's merciless slaughter, the remaining third-tier wild boar beasts scattered in all directions. Life and death are predestined, fortune lies in the heavens. Each fled in their own direction, survival resting solely on the luck of the draw. Such was the true state of those fleeing beasts. Zhao Wushuang, however, gave a cold smile and unleashed his utmost speed, pursuing and slaughtering them one by one.
Empowered by his wind thunder wings, Zhao Wushuang far outpaced the iron-plated, steel-spiked boars.
Compounded by their state of flight, they were utterly defenseless.
Once caught by Zhao Wushuang, each was swiftly dispatched with a single strike.
Soon, every fleeing iron-plated, steel-spiked boar fell beneath Zhao Wushuang's blade, not a single one escaping alive. The only one that was somewhat regrettable was the Boar King. It had fled earliest and moved fastest. By the time Zhao Wushuang had dealt with all the others, the Boar King had vanished without a trace. "You're one lucky pig." Scanning the surroundings and finding no trace of the Boar King, Zhao Wushuang gave a cold snort before continuing deeper into the inner demon beast territory. The domain he had just emerged from belonged to the iron-plated spiked boar, where he had encountered only boar-type demon beasts. If he ventured deeper into other regions, he would likely encounter the domains of different beasts. Meanwhile, across other parts of this world, prodigies from all regions unleashed their divine abilities, relentlessly hunting down demon beasts. Some unleashed surging flames that fell like a fiery rain, incinerating all demonic beasts within hundreds of meters. Others manipulated earth elements, transforming countless grains of sand and shards of rock into razor-sharp blades. Spikes erupted from the ground in rapid succession, swiftly impaling large numbers of demon beasts. Still others became lone heroes, clad in white robes beneath their mecha armor, wielding silver lances atop white steeds as they charged in and out of dense demon beast swarms 7 times over. As prodigies unleashed their divine abilities, the demons of this realm were swiftly slaughtered. Over the course of 7 or 8 hours, despite the vast numbers of demons inhabiting this world, their ranks were decimated by a full 30%. Chapter 88, The Third Elder's Favor. Wang Zhongtian leads the points ranking with over 30,000 points now. It seems he's already penetrated the core area and successfully slain a peak 4th-tier demon beast. Wang Zhongtian is truly formidable. Last time in the Hidden Dragon rankings, he placed 53rd at just 20 years old. 3 years have passed since then. His strength must have grown exponentially. In this year's rankings, he'll undoubtedly be in the top 10. Top 10? Ha! You underestimate the disciples of the Thunder God sect. In my opinion, with Wang Zhongtian's strength, he'll easily be in the top 3 and he's the biggest favorite to win it all. I beg to differ. Wu Haolong from the Lihua sect is no slouch either. Though he's currently ranked 5th, that's only because he's not adept at large-scale, area-of-effect attacks. When it comes to one-on-one duels, he's the undisputed favorite to win the championship. Shenlong Mountain. In the vast plaza, representatives and elders from various factions sat solemnly in the spectator seats. They studied the massive scroll displaying the points leaderboard, exchanging whispers and discussing their respective views on this year's Hidden Dragon tournament. Among them, Zhang Feiyang, the representative of the Lihua sect, pushed his glasses up and fixed his gaze intently on the massive ranking chart. His attention wasn't focused on Wu Hailong's ranking. After all, this was merely the first stage, where reaching the top 5,000 was sufficient. Moreover, he had absolute confidence in Wu Hailong's strength and cultivation, so he had no worries whatsoever. What truly surprised Zhang Feiyang was the individual ranked 8th on the leaderboard. Lihua sect, Zhao Wushuang. He hadn't expected that among the top 10 on the leaderboard, besides Wu Hailong, Zhao Wushuang from his own Lihua sect would also be listed. And not just that he was ranked 8th, having accumulated over 23,800 points. This astonished Zhang Feiyang immensely. After all, before entering this scroll assessment, Zhao Wushuang's cultivation level was merely at the lower tier of the 3rd stage. Such cultivation placed him among the weakest tier of prodigies participating in the Hidden Dragon Assembly. Even considering Zhao Wushuang's formidable combat prowess and bloodthirsty nature, amassing such a vast number of points in just 7 or 8 hours while surpassing numerous 4th-tier prodigies was genuinely unexpected for Zhang Feiyang. However, after a moment of astonishment, Zhang Feiyang's expression shifted to one of wild elation. For Zhao Wushuang was one of his own, from the Lihua sect. This prodigy, recruited by the Lihua sect through a special exception that raised the entrance fee, was now proving his worth more and more. Wu Hailong is our Lihua sect's ace for this Dragon Ascension tournament, aiming to seize the championship and claim the top spot. As for Zhao Wushuang, judging by his current performance, he could very well be our sect's dark horse in this tournament. Entering the Hidden Dragon rankings is practically guaranteed, and he might even crack the top 50. From the spectator seats, watching Zhao Wushuang's soaring points continue to climb, Zhang Feiyan couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, old Wang's eye for talent has always been sharp. The prodigies he selects never disappoint. Beside Zhang Feiyan, a tall, slender man chuckled, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The top 50 is entirely possible, but what I truly hope for is Zhao Wushuang breaking into the top 30. This tall, slender man was Lu Zihong, the third elder of the Lihua sect. The top 30? Hearing this, Zhang Feiyan raised an eyebrow slightly, shaking his head with a hint of amusement. Third elder, you're being overly optimistic. While Zhao Wushuang is formidable and a master of the art of slaughter, his cultivation level is a major weakness. Zhang Feiyan deeply acknowledged Zhao Wushuang's prowess and talent. The unfortunate reality, however, was Zhao's youth. His cultivation base simply couldn't compare to the seasoned veterans participating in the Hidden Dragon tournament for the second time. After all, the age gap was undeniable. Of course, if Zhao Wushuang were given 3 years as well, Zhang Feiyan believed his cultivation would undoubtedly reach the peak of the 4th tier or even beyond. At that point, forget the top 30, he'd be fully confident Zhao Wushuang could even vie for first place and become the undisputed champion of the Hidden Dragon rankings. Insufficient cultivation doesn't mean insufficient strength. Which true prodigy hasn't fought opponents of higher tiers? Third elder Lu Zihong beamed. Don't forget, according to our official Lihua sect records, this Wu Shuang has mastered the Blood River Sword technique. What's more, he's perfected an incomplete, fragmented manual. That alone speaks volumes about his terrifying talent. Lu Zihong's unwavering faith in Zhao Wushuang stemmed from his close monitoring of the young man's recent activities and cultivation progress before arriving here. He was convinced that with Zhao Wushuang's formidable strength, defeating ordinary 4th-tier cultivators wouldn't pose much of a challenge. With a bit of luck, securing a spot within the top 50 was highly probable. Even the top 30 wasn't out of the question. Then I'll take the third elder up on that auspicious prediction. Zhang Feiyan chuckled, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. If that truly happens, then Linghua's sect might just break records, producing our first disciple under 20 to enter the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon list. We'll see about that. Lu Zihong roared with laughter. He had already made up his mind, regardless of Zhao Wushuang's final ranking, as long as he made it onto the Hidden Dragon list, Lu Zihong would personally bring him into the core area of the Lihua sect headquarters for intensive cultivation. Within the scroll world, Zhao Wushuang was a merciless killer within the inner regions. He did not target the 4th-tier demon beasts, instead focusing his efforts on the 3rd-tier and 2nd-tier creatures. With his masterful killing techniques, he systematically wiped out one demon beast stronghold after another. Zhao Wushuang understood clearly that his points were already sufficient. What he truly needed was to hunt beasts swiftly and acquire vast amounts of energy points. Although he now possessed the strength to confront 4th-tier beasts, defeating them would inevitably consume considerable time. Time wasted on such a beast could be better spent hunting several 3rd-tier beasts instead. By comparison, this approach would yield far more energy points. Roar! Within the inner region, the roars of demon beasts echoed ceaselessly. Drawn by the rich scent of blood, over 300 2nd-tier demon beasts and more than 20 3rd-tier demon beasts soon gathered around where Zhao Wushuang stood. Zhao Wushuang, Blood Moon Battleblade in hand, gazed at the dark mass of beasts before him. His expression showed no fear, only greed. This was his method for rapidly accumulating points and energy. By drawing reinforcements to the ambush site and using the potent scent of blood as bait, he swiftly slaughtered while simultaneously herding the surrounding beasts into a dense cluster. Chapter 89, The Minotaur King. The roars of the surrounding beasts grew increasingly fierce. A tidal wave of beasts surged toward Zhao Wushuang, claws and fangs bared, poised to tear him to shreds. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Wushuang drew a deep breath. His wind and thunder wings flapped behind him, propelling his body swiftly into the air. They've gathered enough. Now, let's enjoy this thunderous feast. A savage grin spread across Zhao Wushuang's lips. In the next instant, his entire body was enveloped in lightning. As vast amounts of energy surged forth from the thunder flame armor, a terrifying explosion erupted. Boom! The deafening roar echoed endlessly, sending sand and stones flying for kilometers around as gale force winds howled. High above, the colossal thunder sphere enveloping Zhao Wushuang abruptly expanded. It rapidly transformed mid-air, morphing into a swarm of flying needles. Like a torrential downpour, the impenetrable storm surged downward, relentlessly assaulting the demon beasts charging toward the ground. Puff! 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 Blood spattered everywhere as lightning needles pierced through the bodies of one demon beast after another, triggering violent explosions. Boom! 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 Amidst the terrifying explosions, countless demonic beasts were reduced to ash, their mangled limbs and broken bodies scattered wildly through the air. Rivers of blood flowed across the ground, forming trickles that streamed endlessly into the distance. As one demon beast after another met a swift end, the remaining beasts descended into utter madness, howling with frenzied rage. They were now utterly consumed by bloodlust. Death meant nothing to them now. All they desired was to tear Zhao Wushuang to shreds before their eyes. For they understood this truth all too well. When two warriors meet on a narrow path, the brave one wins. They could only charge forward without hesitation. Only by killing Zhao Wushuang before them could they prolong their wretched existence and continue to savor the delicious flesh of the human race. But if they scattered in fear of Zhao Wushuang's attacks, their fate would be certain. He would pick them off one by one, leaving none alive. Charge! The third-tier demon beasts mingled among the second-tier horde roared with fury, charging forward with desperate ferocity. Destroy them! Watching the crazed beasts continue their relentless charge, Zhao Wushuang shook his head slightly before once again channeling energy through his mecha. Terrifying bolts of lightning descended, transforming into relentless waves of devastating attacks that pounded the remaining beasts on the ground. Boom! 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 Another series of violent explosions echoed. Beasts collapsed like a landslide, crashing to the ground and sending tremors through the earth. This assault reduced the already dwindling number of beasts to fewer than 10. Kill! Glaring at the fewer than 10 third-tier demon beasts, Zhao Wushuang roared, brandishing his blood moon warblade. His figure flickered like a phantom as he charged forward with blinding speed. Splatter! Blood spattered everywhere. His blade struck like lightning. With each strike, not a single third-tier demon beast could withstand Zhao Wushuang's sharp and swift blade. One after another, the third-tier beasts fell swiftly. In mere minutes, the battlefield lay in utter ruin. Save for Zhao Wushuang, not a single creature remained alive. Phew! Another huge haul of energy points. Zhao Wushuang exhaled deeply, pulling out a pouch of energy potion and gulping it down. As he surveyed the vast pool of energy points displayed on his mental attribute panel, a satisfied smile spread across his lips. Just a little more. Kill a few more beasts, and his cultivation would rise again. At that point, with his upper-tier third-stage cultivation, Zhao Wushuang believed he would absolutely be qualified to vie for a spot in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon rankings. Onward to the next stop. Standing in place, waiting for the energy in his mecha to recover to about 70 or 80%, Zhao Wushuang raised his blood moon warblade. The wind and thunder wings on his back flapped, propelling his body into the air. Surveying the terrain below, he smiled faintly before heading toward the next demon beast stronghold. It's him! That despicable human! In the distance, the iron-haired steel-spiked boar king stood atop a mountain peak, his eyes burning with hatred as he watched Zhao Wushuang darting through the skies. The next moment, his expression shifted to one of obsequiousness. Bowing his head, he addressed a powerful minotaur demon beast beside him. Bull-headed great king, ever since they were imprisoned here, you've become the strongest lord in the surrounding area. They're practically your subjects now. This despicable human is slaughtering our demon race on a massive scale. It's time for you to teach him a lesson. The minotaur king glanced at the boar king, then shifted his gaze toward Zhao Wushuang's location. By then, Zhao Wushuang had already descended swiftly from the sky, charging into a demon beast stronghold. His blade is swift, and his strength far surpasses that of an ordinary third-tier peak cultivator. Yet he is not worthy of this king's attention. The Minotaur king shook his head, shifting his gaze to another direction where a fourth-tier peak-level human awakened stood. That one is truly troublesome. I must be on guard. Watching the fourth-tier peak human awaken being steadily advanced toward his position, the Minotaur king grew increasingly wary. After all, compared to him, Zhao Wushuang was nothing special. The one truly worthy of fear was that human awakened being at the peak of the world realm. So are we just going to let the despicable human keep slaughtering like this? The boar king gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred. This human is utterly despicable. While other humans head for the core areas to target the strongest, this vile one deliberately avoids our demonic elite, preying instead on our weaker young ones. Coupled with his terrifying lightning, even with our vast numbers, we simply cannot withstand his slaughter. Recalling how hundreds of his subordinates and young warriors had perished without exception, all falling victim to Zhao Wushuang's thunder and lightning abilities and blade, the boar king's eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. This cannot go unpunished. The Minotaur king shook his head, a cold smile curling his lips. My presence here is to guard against that peak fourth-tier human. As for that despicable human, leave him to my men. With that, the Minotaur king waved his hand. Black Scorpion, White Snake Spirit, Yellow Rat Spirit, all three of you are lower-tier fourth-rank cultivators. You need not remain by my side now. Charge down immediately and join the wild boar king in tearing that despicable human into shreds. The Minotaur king instantly singled out three of his most capable generals, barking orders at them. Remember, save his most succulent heart for my enjoyment. Yes, great king. Black Scorpion, White Snake Spirit, and Yellow Rat Spirit nodded in unison, stepping forward. Their bodies transformed into streaks of wind, swiftly descending toward Zhao Wushuang, who was rampaging below. The Boar King hesitated briefly, but upon catching the Bull King's questioning gaze, he gritted his teeth and launched forward like a cannonball. Chapter 90, The Siege. Boom! Just as Zhao Wushuang reveled in his slaughter, a sharp, barbed tail shot up from the ground, hurtling toward his head at breakneck speed. Simultaneously, the Boar King, White Snake Demon, and Yellow Rat Demon materialized in an instant, closing in on Zhao Wushuang for close combat. These three elite commanders under the bull-headed king had all studied Zhao Wushuang. They knew Zhao Wushuang possessed astonishing speed and excelled at aerial attacks. To prevent any surprises, they decided to catch him off guard with close-quarters combat, denying him the chance to unleash his true formidable abilities. Moreover, their demonic physiques were formidable, and close-quarters combat allowed them to maximize their strength. Kill. 3 4th-tier lower-grade demonic beasts and a 3rd-tier peak wild boar king charged Zhao Wushuang simultaneously. He sensed the impending danger. A chill ran down Zhao Wushuang's spine. His body flickered as he dodged, the Blood Moon Warblade swinging swiftly in his grasp. A formidable shield materialized from his mecha, hovering protectively before him. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed violently. The attacks from the Black Scorpion, White Snake Demon, and other demonic creatures were swiftly parried by Zhao Wushuang. With Zhao Wushuang's lightning-fast reflexes, his blade cut through everything in its path, his defenses impenetrable against wave after wave of attacks. What? What lightning-fast reflexes? How is this possible? We launched a simultaneous ambush, yet he reacted so swiftly to block every single one of our attacks? Black Scorpion, White Snake Spirit, Yellow Rat Spirit, and Wild Boar King were all frozen in utter shock. In their minds, even if they couldn't tear Zhao Wushuang to shreds immediately, their combined sneak attack would surely cripple him and throw him into disarray. But unexpectedly, Zhao Wushuang's reaction speed was too fast, especially his blade. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of blade shadows filled the sky, each strike solid and deadly. Under this impenetrable storm of blades, they couldn't even hope to tear Zhao Wushuang to shreds. They hadn't inflicted a single scratch. Damn it! This despicable human strength surpasses their wildest expectations. The Wild Boar King's eyes brimmed with apprehension. But retreat was no longer an option. Attack together. He's only a mid-tier 3rd-rank cultivator. I refuse to believe the 4 of us can't defeat him. Gritting his teeth, the Boar King charged forward first. His massive body hurtled like a cannonball, the ground trembling beneath him as his razor-sharp tusks lunged toward Zhao Wushuang. As the Boar King attacked, the other 3 low-tier 4th-rank demon beasts unleashed their own assaults. Thick tails, tentacles, and razor-sharp claws surged from all directions, closing in on Zhao Wushuang. You think this is enough to handle me? Zhao Wushuang sneered coldly, a flash of icy light darting through his eyes. Had this been earlier, before his cultivation had risen, facing such a coordinated assault from multiple 4th-tier lower-grade demon beasts would have been an immense challenge. Too bad they showed up too late. Gale Thunderflame burst. The Netherworld Thunderflames erupted from Zhao Wushuang's mecha. Terrifying lightning flashed and exploded in the air, while fiery flames swept through the raging winds. 3 distinct attributes rapidly infused the Blood Moon Warblade. Slash! With a fierce shout, Zhao Wushuang swung his blade with all his might. The blade moved like a whirlwind in thunder, its speed reaching the absolute limit, the attack within its edge sharp beyond compare. A dazzling bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom that ripped through the surrounding air. In the next instant, a crimson blade aura materialized directly before the Wild Boar King and the White Snake Demon. Fast. Too fast. The blade's speed was beyond comprehension. Enveloped by the blade's edge, the Boar King and White Snake Demon had no time to react. They could only stare in terror, eyes wide with horror. And in the next instant, splatter! Scorching blood spurted forth. A massive boar head and a colossal serpent head both crashed to the ground, thudding heavily with a dull, thunderous sound. In an instant, 2 demonic creatures lay dead on the ground. With the Boar King and White Snake Demon slain so swiftly, the remaining Black Scorpion and Yellow Rat Demon froze in shock, a chill surging up from the soles of their feet. Damn it! This human is so ferocious the White Snake didn't even survive a single strike. It's despicable. With such overwhelming power, he deliberately targets the weaker beasts. If only we'd let the king handle this himself. Black Scorpion and Yellow Rat Demon felt their hearts sink, their expressions filled with terror. Now, thoughts of retreat stirred within them. Facing Zhao Wushuang's terrifying power, the 2 of them alone would likely be no match. Great King, help me! The Black Scorpion and Yellow Rat Spirit cried out for help. Instead of fleeing immediately, they launched an attack on Zhao Wushuang while urgently signaling for help from the Minotaur King. Zhao Wushuang's speed and blade were too swift, there was no chance to flee. Their only option was to strike first, buying time. If they could just hold out until the bull-headed king arrived to rescue them, they might still have a chance to survive. King? Ha. Don't even mention the king. Even if a god came, it wouldn't save you. A savage gleam flashed in Zhao Wushuang's eyes. Lightning crackled within his mecha as the Blood Moon Warblade in his hand moved with lightning speed and the swiftness of the wind. Blade after blade struck relentlessly.
As his battle intent surged, Zhao Wushuang unleashed increasingly ferocious attacks, relentlessly suppressing the Black Scorpion and Yellow Rat Demon, 2 4th-tier lower-grade demonic beasts. Empowered by the lightning forging technique and enhanced by his mecha's evolved attributes, Zhao Wushuang, despite being only a mid-tier 3rd-rank cultivator, crushed these 2 low-tier 4th-rank demonic beasts purely through raw strength and speed. Not to mention his mastery of the Blood River Blade technique. This Blood River sword technique was a blade of slaughter, notorious for its savagery and eeriness. After butchering countless demonic beasts, the enhancements it granted Zhao Wushuang had reached their peak. Now unleashed at full power, dealing with these 2 low-tier 4th-rank demonic beasts was practically child's play. As the relentless assault continued, gashes bloomed across the Black Scorpion and Yellow Rat Demon's bodies. Blood spurted like fountains, gushing forth in torrents that neither creature could stem. What a bizarre sword technique! My blood! My blood! I can't stop it! The Black Scorpion and Yellow Rat Demon screamed in terror. They realized the wounds carved by the Blood Moon Blade were erupting in frenzied gushes. No matter how they channeled their demonic energy, the bleeding wouldn't cease, as if some immense suction force outside was pulling it out. It's not your blood that won't stop, it's your very lives. Zhao Wushuang sneered coldly. He calmly executed the Blood River Blade technique, suppressing the Black Scorpion and Yellow Rat Demon. He intended to exploit the technique's brutal nature to wear them down until they collapsed. As for why Zhao Wushuang didn't unleash a more powerful technique to slay them outright, it was because he feared excessive exhaustion. He also needed to keep a portion of his focus alert, ever vigilant against the so-called Great King mentioned by the 2 demonic creatures. Chapter 91, Annihilation. Seems your king never came to aid you. It's all over now. Sensing the moment was ripe, Zhao Wushuang swept his peripheral vision around the area. Finding no hidden threats, he unleashed a fierce slash. A crimson blade of light shot skyward. With a single strike, the wounds on the Black Scorpion and Yellow Rat Demon burst open violently, spewing scalding blood like fountains. Amidst the torrent of spilling blood, the crimson blade light instantly pierced through the bodies of these 2 4th-tier lower-grade demonic beasts. A terrifying explosion rippled outward. Under the dual assault, both lower-tier 4th-ranked demonic beasts' bodies shattered violently. Countless fragments of flesh and shattered bones flew through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The ground was drenched crimson, a vast pool of blood reflecting the sunlight with an eerily beautiful, almost demonic glow. Zhao Wushuang shook the blood-stained moonblade in his hand, swiftly leaping into the air as his gaze swept the surroundings. The sudden appearance of that group of 4th-tier demonic beasts must have been orchestrated by someone. Though he had eliminated them all, he had yet to find any trace of the Great King they had mentioned. This fact demanded his utmost vigilance. To prepare for any eventuality, a token appeared in Zhao Wushuang's hand. This was one of the 3 tokens officially granted during the national examinations. After previous expenditures, this was now the last remaining one. Holding the Blood Moon Warblade, Zhao Wushuang hovered high in the air, swiftly surveying his surroundings. No one? Could those 2 demonic beasts have deceived me? That shouldn't be possible. They're already in a doomed situation, they couldn't possibly conjure up a fake king. So perhaps I overlooked something. Zhao Wushuang flew swiftly around the area, yet he detected no trace of the demonic creatures. This made him mutter to himself. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy rippled through the air from the distance. Zhao Wushuang froze, his gaze darting forward. Something's wrong, there's a fight up ahead. He raised an eyebrow slightly. After a moment's thought, he gripped the Blood Moon Warblade in his left hand and clutched the token imbued with a 6th-tier powerhouse's attack in his right. He swiftly headed toward the source of the combat fluctuations. He moved swiftly through the terrain. In less than 10 minutes, Zhao Wushuang halted mid-air, his gaze fixed intently upon a low valley below. The valley floor was strewn with the mangled remains of beasts, pools of blood gathering like stagnant ponds. The thick, pungent stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. Amidst it all, a black figure and a blue figure were locked in a fierce struggle. Lightning flashed, beasts roared and screamed, and terrifying explosions continuously swept through the surrounding area. Lin Xiaochuan? A peak 4th-tier demon beast? Zhao Wushuang hovered high above, flapping his wind and thunder wings. Gazing down, he instantly recognized the blue figure. This was none other than Lin Xiaochuan, one of the most formidable prodigies in this year's Hidden Dragon Tournament, a peak 4th-tier cultivator from the Xianbing sect. According to Wu Hailong, Lin Xiaochuan had ranked 79th in the previous Hidden Dragon Tournament. His formidable strength was not to be underestimated, and he was now considered one of the top contenders for the championship. Clad in his Xianbing armor, Lin Xiaochuan unleashed a blizzard of frost that swirled and spread across the sky. Icicles materialized from thin air, piercing through the air. Wielding a long sword, he clashed fiercely with a 4th-tier peak demonic beast, a bull-headed, human-bodied creature. Each of Lin Xiaochuan's strikes forced the Minotaur King to retreat, his movements growing increasingly sluggish. Judging by the battle's momentum, Lin Xiaochuan held complete dominance. It seemed only a matter of time before the Minotaur King faced defeat. Frost-filled sky. Suddenly, Lin Xiaochuan's aura surged violently.
A savage grin spread across his lips as the formidable frost abilities within his mecha erupted with overwhelming force. Boom! An explosive roar swept through the air. Lin Xiaochuan's longsword shot forward like a spear. Thick icicles materialized in the sky, raining down relentlessly toward the Minotaur King as the sword's attack unleashed a torrent of icy spikes. Puff! 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 The flying sword darted through the air as countless ice spikes rained down. The Minotaur King couldn't dodge in time. His body was covered in gruesome wounds as he was slammed into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Roar! Damned humans! Crawling out from the ground, the bull-headed king manifested a protective shield around his body. His dark complexion flushed crimson, then he violently spat a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning deathly pale. It is your demon race that is despicable. Lin Xiaochuan gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred as he stared at the Minotaur King. Humans and demons could never coexist. Lin Xiaochuan was an orphan. His parents had been killed by demonic beasts when he was young, instilling in him a deep-seated hatred for the demon race. Especially those powerful demonic beings. Had it not been for these demonic invaders, he should have lived in a perfect family. But now, all this was the demons' doing. All demons deserve to die. A furious roar erupted as Lin Xiaochuan's eyes blazed crimson. He swung his sword with brutal force once more, unleashing a torrent of frost that filled the sky. High above, the frosty mist merged with his sword, forming a massive, frost-covered blade dozens of meters long that descended with devastating force. Damn it! You forced my hand. If need be, we'll both go down together. The Minotaur King roared furiously. Behind him, a colossal phantom hovered in midair, unleashing a deafening roar. Lin Xiaochuan's mind jolted violently, his head feeling as though struck by a heavy blow, leaving him momentarily dazed and sleepy. Seizing the moment, the Minotaur King unleashed a furious punch. Sacrificing his own severe injury, he swiftly shattered the unstoppable icy sword beam. Put! He gave it his all. The Minotaur King shattered the icy sword beam, blood spurting from his mouth as deep, bone-exposing wounds spread across his fists. Damn it! The Minotaur King roared in fury, his eyes burning with hatred as he stared at Lin Xiaochuan, suspended mid-air. The mountains remain unchanged, the rivers flow on forever. You won't escape, boy. Though I am imprisoned here, my demon clan is vast. As long as you don't leave, the next time we meet will be your death. Yet he dared not hesitate. The Minotaur King's body surged forward, charging madly into the distance while spewing threats and empty boasts. In the blink of an eye, a flash of black light erupted, and the bull-headed king vanished without a trace. Damn it! I didn't kill him. Shaking his head violently, Lin Xiaochuan steadied his mind only to find the bull-headed king already vanished. This left him grinding his teeth in fury. Damn it, letting him escape is a shame. But the surrounding demonic beasts will serve as his burial offerings. Lin Xiaochuan scanned the area, spotting low-level demon beasts cowering in hiding spots. He charged forward with his sword, unleashing his fury with reckless abandon. Chapter 92, Snatching a Bargain. Damn it! Damn it! That human brat is so powerful, even I couldn't defeat him. And that other despicable human he slaughtered 4 of my top generals. Next time we meet, I'll tear them all to pieces. The Minotaur King fled swiftly, vanishing in an instant over 10 or 20 kilometers away. Gritting his teeth in rage, he felt the weight of his severe injuries and the loneliness of being alone, a wave of despair washing over him. This time, Old Ox has truly fallen. To be routed so thoroughly by these 2 humans, losing every last subordinate. Now I have no choice but to retreat into the core region and seek refuge under another demon king. The Minotaur King lamented inwardly. Just as he resolved to head for the core region, he suddenly sensed a threat approaching from behind. Startled, he flashed away instantly. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. Where the Minotaur King had stood moments before, a deep gash now scarred the ground. That was close. Who was that cowardly scoundrel? The Minotaur King whipped his head around, catching Zhao Wushuang out of the corner of his eye. With thunderous wings flapping behind him, Zhao was closing in rapidly. That despicable brat. The sight of Zhao Wushuang made the Minotaur King grind his teeth in fury, his eyes flashing with savage intent. It was him, the brat, who had killed his subordinate, General Shiyuan. If only he hadn't been targeted by Lin Xiaochuan earlier, would his general have met such a fate? Now, seeing Zhao Wushuang again, coupled with his earlier setback, rage instantly consumed the bull-headed king. He roared loudly and charged forward without hesitation. You brat, you dare come here to die. His body transformed into a black streak of light as his legs thrust powerfully, propelling him skyward from the ground. Simultaneously, a massive, long-handled battle-axe materialized in the bull-headed king's grasp. Like a primordial force cleaving the heavens, it swung down with devastating force, aiming squarely for Zhao Wushuang's head. As the Minotaur King charged, Zhao Wushuang neither dodged nor retreated. His blood moon warblade slid from its sheath. Clang! A crimson blade flashed, accompanied by a crisp, resonant ring. A torrent of thunder, flames, and gale force winds erupted across the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roaring winds. Gale Fury Thunder Flame Breaker? Zhao Wushuang swung his blade with overwhelming force, unleashing his ultimate divine technique Gale Fire Blast.
Boom! A violent explosion swept through the air.
The Blood Moon War blade collided with the giant axe. Under the fierce impact, Crimson Blade energy surged wildly, sending the giant axe flying backward.
In the next instant, Zhao Wushuang's Blood Moon War blade continued its descent.
A thunderous roar erupted from the blade's edge as Crimson Blade energy surged forth in waves.
3 strikes converged, speed and power erupting to their absolute limit. Slash!
Zhao Wushuang wielded the Blood Moon Warblade with both hands, slashing down swiftly.
The blade sliced through the air, unleashing a sonic boom. Thud!
With the 3 strikes layered together, the Blood Moon Blade effortlessly shattered the Minotaur King's defenses, slicing swiftly through his midsection. The blade pierced through, hot blood dripping down. The Minotaur King stared down in disbelief. By the time he comprehended what had happened, a crimson trail suddenly appeared between his hips.
No! He let out a wretched cry, bowing his head in defeat.
After his battle with Lin Xiaochuan, he was gravely wounded, his strength reduced to a fraction of what it once was. He had thought Zhao Wushuang was merely a third-tier middle-grade youngster, the perfect target to vent his rage. Little did he expect to encounter such a formidable opponent, one who would ultimately cost him his life.
A wail of agony.
In the next instant, the upper and lower halves of the Minotaur King's body shifted apart, severing cleanly in two as they plummeted to the ground. From high above, scalding blood spurted wildly, staining the sky red. Under the sunlight, it resembled a vibrant, magnificent rainbow after the rain. With a single strike, the Minotaur King fell. Congratulations, host, on slaying the Taurus King at peak 4th tier. Energy points plus 750,000. The system notification sounded in Zhao Wushuang's ears. Hearing the staggering energy points credited to his account, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but let a delighted smile spread across his lips.
4th tier peak, 750,000 energy points.
Such a bountiful reward filled Zhao Wushuang with excitement. After all, acquiring these 750,000 energy points had been far too effortless, completely devoid of danger or exertion. Of course, all this was largely thanks to Lin Xiaochuan's efforts. Had he not dealt a devastating blow to the Minotaur King, reducing the beast's power to a mere fraction of its former self, Zhao Wushuang would have found killing it far more difficult, perhaps even impossible.
May good people always be safe.
Zhao Wushuang silently thanked Lin Xiaochuan in his heart. Watching the Minotaur King's corpse merge into the earth below, vanishing without a trace, he shook his head slightly. Swallowing a vial of energy potion, he swiftly headed toward the distance.
Whoa whoa!
A heavy wailing echoed as flashes of black light flickered across the scroll world.
The demons and monsters that had briefly seen daylight were sealed away once more. Time was up. 12 hours had passed.
As the demons were sealed away, smiles spread across the faces of the prodigies who had been sufficiently enraged. Especially those hovering around the 4,000th rank in total points breathed a long sigh of relief.
It's finally over.
They cheered jubilantly as a powerful suction pulled their bodies swiftly toward the surging white light.
Meanwhile,
after slaying a 4th-tier low-grade demon beast and reaping a large wave of energy points, Zhao Wushuang shook his head with lingering satisfaction upon hearing the muffled groans.
12 hours of full day and night.
Through relentless slaughter within this scroll world, coupled with the bull-headed king's substantial support, Zhao Wushuang's cultivation had now reached the upper tier of the 3rd rank. With such cultivation, he felt more confident about competing for a spot in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon rankings. The only regret was that the time had been too short and he hadn't managed to store any precious items. Otherwise, with the remaining energy points he possessed, Zhao Wushuang could have easily evolved his mecha once more, significantly boosting his own strength.
But it's fine.
Such dense gathering grounds for demonic beasts are rare killing fields. Merely gaining entry is already a stroke of luck.
To desire more would be greedy.
Glancing at his 6th place ranking on the scoreboard, Zhao Wushuang smiled.
The Thunderflame mecha automatically disassembled and he followed the white light out. Within the Dragon's Head mountain, flashes of white light flickered. One by one, prodigies rapidly materialized. Some beamed with joy, others hung their heads in disappointment. The elated ones were naturally those ranked within the top 5,000 points, having passed this assessment and advanced to the next round. Those with heads bowed were inevitably those whose scores lagged behind, suffering elimination in the very first round and losing their eligibility to continue competing. In the square, Zhao Wushuang appeared. Beside him stood Indamao. When Indamao spotted Zhao Wushuang, his eyes widened with astonishment. He excitedly pounded Zhao Wushuang's chest. Holy crap, it's you, old six. Why are you cursing me? Zhao Wushuang smiled at Indamao. Indamao quickly shook his head, pointing at the ranking list floating high above. He laughed, I wasn't cursing you. I was talking about your ranking. You've been hiding your strength too well. With your cultivation, you've actually squeezed into 6th place. You know, I'm only at 300-something. His voice trailed off abruptly. His expression turned stunned as he stared at Zhao Wushuang like he'd seen a ghost, exclaiming in disbelief, no way. Old Zhao, your cultivation has actually reached the upper 3rd tier realm. Chapter 93, the 2nd round of assessments. I walk the path of slaughter.
Combined with my previous opportunities, the more demonic beasts I hunt, the faster my cultivation naturally rises thanks to the Blood River Blade technique's bonuses.
Zhao Wushuang chuckled, feeling his current cultivation level.
A flash of confidence flickered in his eyes as he said, after hunting a large number of demon beasts this time, I gained a lot of insights, and my realm naturally rose accordingly.
Though this world revolves around Mecha, various ancient schools of cultivation still endure.
They integrated these traditions into Mecha, forming unique systems.
Essentially, the top practitioners within each school could be called prodigies of their generation, with boundless potential for future achievements.
Zhao Wushuang had already thoroughly researched this fact beforehand. Leveraging the distinctive traits of the Blood River Sword technique to conceal his ability to rapidly elevate cultivation through energy points proved an ideal solution. Moreover, with this as his cover, no matter how rapidly his cultivation advanced in the future, others would only envy him without raising any suspicions.
No wonder.
I've been saying that ever since we last parted, the killing intent radiating from you has grown heavier. Even when close to you, I could smell an intensely pungent scent of blood.
So the opportunity you gained earlier was the ancient school's way of slaughter. Hearing Zhao Wushuang's words, and Damo suddenly understood.
The other prodigies of the Lihua sect who had gradually gathered around Zhao Wushuang also turned their gaze toward him, their eyes flashing with envy.
An ancient lineage, how many dreamt of such an inheritance? To cultivate the way through Mecha, even an ordinary Mecha would yield achievements in the future that would never be weaker than those of divine Mecha.
Take the ruler of this dragon mountain, the Dragon Star Lord. Not only did he awaken the Dragon Mecha, one of the sacred mechas, but he also inherited the ancient lineage of the way of painting. In just a few hundred years, he had ascended to the transcendent realm. Now, millennia later, not only does he still walk among the living, but his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the transcendent realm, placing him among the mightiest of the mighty.
Nodding in sudden realization, and Damo smacked his lips enviously.
Turning to Zhao Wushuang, he remarked, even before, your strength far surpassed mine. Now, with your cultivation advancing continuously, you likely have a shot at competing for a spot within the top 30 of the hidden dragon rankings.
Indeed, junior brother Zhao's prowess is evident to all.
Having reached the upper tier of the third stage, he can effortlessly handle opponents at the lower or middle tiers of the fourth stage. With just a bit of luck avoiding top contenders early on, I'm certain he'll secure a spot among the top 30 in this hidden dragon ranking. Beside them, Wu Hailong, who had just arrived, nodded in agreement, a genuine smile spreading across his face as he looked at Zhao Wushuang.
Zhao Wushuang walked the path of slaughter, inheriting this ancient lineage.
His attacks were inherently ferocious and swift. Barring any mishaps along the way, he had a strong chance of securing a spot within the top 30 of the hidden dragon rankings. As a core disciple of the Lihua sect, Wu Hailong felt no jealousy toward Zhao Wushuang's opportunity. After all, the more fame Zhao Wushuang gained at this hidden dragon assembly and the higher his ranking, the greater the resources the entire Lihua sect would receive in the future.
Moreover, this was beneficial for him as well.
According to the rewards system set forth by the Lihua sect, the entire group shared in both glory and hardship. The more disciples from the Lihua sect entered the hidden dragon rankings and the higher their placements, the more substantial the group rewards would be, in addition to individual prizes.
Ha, borrowing senior brother Wu's auspicious words, let's hope so.
Zhao Wushuang laughed heartily. With his cultivation advancing and having previously assessed the formidable opponents participating in this hidden dragon assembly, he now possessed absolute confidence in securing a spot within the top 30 of the hidden dragon list.
Moreover, there was one thing he hadn't voiced aloud.
His true goal wasn't the top 30 of the hidden dragon list, but the top 10.
But he didn't blurt this out recklessly. Speaking such words would only make others think he was blindly arrogant and overly proud.
After all, true rankings weren't earned by words, but by one's own strength, fought for with every sword strike and spear thrust. Sigh, I hope senior brother Zhao can achieve a higher rank.
This time, I held everyone back.
My points were stable, but I grew too arrogant. That ambush by 3 peak third stage demon beasts left me gravely injured, forcing me to withdraw early from the hunt and hide in the outer regions. Within the Lihua sect's territory, one man's face was ashen. His eyes brimmed with guilt as he looked at the others. This man was named Wang Xiaofei, a third-tier upper-grade cultivator whose strength ranked near the bottom among Zhao Wushuang's group. Even so, securing a spot among the 50,000 participants should not have been difficult for someone of his caliber. Unfortunately, he had faltered midway, wounded by a third-tier peak demon beast. This forced him into hiding for the remainder of the hunt, unable to continue slaying beasts for points, ultimately leading to his elimination.
Eliminated is eliminated. Don't beat yourself up over it. As long as you're safe and sound, that's the best outcome possible.
Wu Hailong, the senior figure among them with the highest cultivation and experience, shook his head gently and offered comfort to Wang Xiaofei.
Though Wang Xiaofei's early elimination had caught him off guard, it wasn't a major concern. He understood Wang Xiaofei's true capabilities well.
Even if he had passed the first stage and made it onto the list of 5,000, he would likely have been eliminated later on, with little hope of advancing to the final competition for the hidden dragon list. Now that Wang Xiaofei had been eliminated early, it actually relieved some of the pressure he had been carrying.
Ah, I'm the one who let everyone down.
Wang Xiaofei shook his head, his expression tinged with sorrow.
It's okay. When we all secure good rankings, our group will receive a generous reward.
Then your journey won't have been in vain.
And Damo chuckled, slinging an arm around Wang Xiaofei's shoulder as he spoke. Hearing this, Wang Xiaofei forced a smile, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes.
Perhaps this was the best possible outcome for him. But equally, if everyone else made it onto the hidden dragon rankings except him, that wouldn't necessarily be a good thing either. After all, while he gained resources, he also lost face, inviting others to question his true qualifications for the hidden dragon assembly.
Everyone, the first stage of the assessment has concluded.
Those ranked within the top 5,000 by points shall remain. All others are to proceed immediately to their respective sex viewing area without delay. Amidst the chatter, the voice of the Dragon Star God resounded from the heavens like rolling thunder. He was quite satisfied with this assessment, for it had revealed many promising human talents. Particularly Zhao Wushuang, who seemed to walk the path of slaughter. His combat prowess and experience earned the Dragon Star God's deep admiration. Moreover, the overall caliber of the human prodigies participating in this Dragon Ascension tournament was remarkably high. Throughout the entire day and night of fierce combat, only a few hundred had fallen, a number that could be considered negligible. As the Dragon Star Lord concluded his address, participants ranked below 5,000th place voluntarily withdrew from the arena and took their seats in the spectator stands. The once sparse stands were instantly filled to more than half capacity. Seated there, their eyes fixed intently on the arena below, their gazes brimmed with envy and curiosity.
Chapter 94, Arena Combat. Very well. Next is the second round of assessment, the segment you've all been most anticipating, the points-based arena combat. The 5,000 participants who have successfully advanced to the second round will be divided into 100 groups, each consisting of 50 individuals. Within each group, 10 opponents will be randomly assigned to each of the 50 participants. Winning a match earns 3 points, a draw earns 1 point, and losing a match earns no points. The top 3 scorers in each group advance directly to the next round to compete for the Hidden Dragon rankings. The Dragon Star Lord spoke slowly, his voice not loud but clear enough to resonate distinctly in everyone's ears. Furthermore, all who successfully advance to the next round of the Hidden Dragon rankings finals shall receive a special reward from my ascending Dragon Mountain, regardless of their final placement. The minimum reward shall not be less than 100 million Federation coins, while the most outstanding performer shall receive treasures valued at no less than 10 billion Federation coins. Gazing at the crowd, the Dragon Star God added another point. These rewards came entirely from his own pocket, serving as an incentive for the participants. Upon hearing the Dragon Star God's words, the examinee ranked 5,000th in points below immediately grew excited. Each was eager to compete, especially the top contenders, whose eyes gleamed with gold. Treasures worth over 10 billion Federation coins, and that didn't even include the rewards for entering the Hidden Dragon list. If they could obtain these, it would save them years of detours in their cultivation journey and greatly accelerate their future growth in cultivation and strength. Moreover, according to rumors, those who performed exceptionally well in the Hidden Dragon Assembly, even if they didn't claim the top spot on the Hidden Dragon list, might still have a chance to receive guidance from the Divine Dragon Star Lord if they demonstrated absolute talent. As the ruler of Dragon Mountain and one of the 10 great powers of Huaxia, guidance from the Dragon Star God was a dream cherished by countless individuals. Even the son of the Treasure Pavilion's master once offered treasures worth a fortune in exchange for the Divine Dragon Star Lord's guidance, yet his wish remained unfulfilled. Enough. I've said my piece. Whether you give your all in the competition is entirely up to you. The Divine Dragon Star Lord spoke indifferently, then waved his hand as his words faded. Suddenly, streaks of inky light swiftly separated the crowd, grouping them into teams of 50 beneath different platforms. This display instantly sent shockwaves through the crowd. Such elusive tactics, executed without a hint of warning, left them utterly unaware of their relocation. Truly, shifting forms and changing shadows, this was the work of a transcendent-level powerhouse. Now that I've scrambled your groupings, your rankings on the Hidden Dragons list and whether you advance to the finals will depend entirely on your performance in the arena matches. The Dragon Star Lord addressed the crowd. Each of you has half an hour to rest and recover. After 30 minutes, the second round of trials will officially commence. With that, the Dragon Star Lord closed his eyes to meditate, his body suspended in midair, no longer speaking. Below, everyone instinctively sat cross-legged, swiftly consuming pills and energy potions to replenish their mecha power and vital energy, striving to restore themselves to peak condition. Zhao Wushuang did the same. As he sat cross-legged on the ground, he swallowed a snow-white pill. This pill, named the Yellow Dragon Pill, was refined by the Jixia Medical Academy based on an ancient formula passed down through the ages. Its effects in restoring mecha energy and vitality were remarkably potent, exceeding even high-grade energy liquids by more than tenfold. However, its price was exorbitant. Each Yellow Dragon Pill sold for an average of 8 million Federation credits. Most people couldn't afford it, and even if they could, they'd be too reluctant to swallow it. After swallowing the Yellow Dragon Pill, Zhao Wushuang rapidly replenished the mecha energy and vital energy depleted within his body.
Within mere minutes, Zhao Wushuang returned to peak condition. Using the remaining time, he focused his attention to carefully observe the 50 members of his assigned group.
His assigned group was the 32nd, whose overall strength was mediocre.
The highest cultivation level among them was merely mid-tier 4th rank. Among his 10 assigned opponents in this group, the highest cultivation level was merely the lower tier of the 4th rank. This posed absolutely no challenge to Zhao Wushuang.
Time flew by. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye.
High above, the Dragon Star God slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a measured tone. The second assessment round of the points-based arena combat officially begins. Candidates, please ascend the arena in the order of your assigned matches. As the voice faded. Across the plaza, examinees who had been seated cross-legged on the ground, restoring their mecha energy and vital energy, instantly rose to their feet. A large crowd surged onto the arena.
And Damo has decent luck. His first opponent is already at the mid-tier 3rd rank level.
Zhao Wushuang, standing below the arena, immediately spotted Indamo on the 23rd platform. The moment he stepped onto the stage, his Xuanwu mecha activated, and a pair of massive hammers materialized in his hands. His opponent, however, was a flame wolf mecha radiating intense, scorching flames.
He wielded a long spear, his mecha design exceptionally dazzling and imposing.
But when he saw his opponent was Indamo, his expression darkened instantly.
Get down here.
Having learned from past mistakes, Indamo wasted no words. He swung his twin hammers like a whirlwind, charging straight at the flaming wolf mecha.
Damn it! The flame wolf mech scrambled to block, swinging its spear with all its might. The two collided. Boom!
A violent explosion erupted.
Brute force overcomes all techniques.
After months of daily sparring with Zhao Wushuang, Damo's combat skills and real-world experience had grown increasingly refined.
He understood his strengths well. That was his formidable defense and overwhelming strength. With this hammer strike, Damo unleashed his full might save for his ultimate divine technique. As a torrent of immense force erupted, the flaming wolf mech spear bent violently. A tremendous force surged along the spear shaft. Amidst the terrifying blast wave, the flame wolf mech was hammered off the stage by Damo. You win! Having defeated the flame wolf mech with a single blow, Damo's lips curved into a smile as he bowed his hands in salute toward the crowd below. According to the assessment rules, anyone knocked off the platform was deemed defeated. If no winner emerged within 30 minutes, the match was declared a draw. Having concluded his first round, Damo secured 3 points. He leapt down from the platform and raised an eyebrow smugly toward Zhao Wushuang, who watched from afar. Look at you, all cocky. Zhao Wushuang shook his head, amused. His gaze shifted back to his own platform, number 32. The battle there was nearing its end. A 3rd-tier peak-level mecha swiftly overwhelmed a 3rd-tier mid-tier mecha, defeating it in just 2 or 3 exchanges. Next match, Zhao Wushuang vs. Xia Qiufeng. Chapter 95, Two Swords. A floating light screen appeared above the arena, displaying the names of Zhao Wushuang and Xia Qiufeng. My turn. Zhao Wushuang smiled faintly as his Thunderflame mecha swiftly assembled. With a leap, he materialized directly on the arena. Terrifying lightning and flames blazed from his armor, the wind thunder wings unfurled behind him, and the Blood Moon Warblade stood horizontally on the ground. Zhao Wushuang? The 6th-ranked contestant from the first round of trials. At that moment, Xia Qiufeng also leapt onto the stage. Xia Qiufeng awakened his plant-type willow armor, a mid-tier 4th-rank cultivation. His entire mecha was a vibrant green, countless willow leaves suspended in midair, swirling around his body. His gaze swept over Zhao Wushuang, and Xia Qiufeng frowned. He hadn't expected to face this troublesome opponent in the very first round. Though Zhao Wushuang's cultivation was only at the upper tier of the 3rd rank, his own cultivation far surpassed it. But sometimes, the true power unleashed by prodigies defied the limitations of cultivation levels. Zhao Wushuang before him was precisely such a case. During the previous national examination, he had ranked 3rd among all prodigies nationwide. Now, in the first assessment of the Hidden Dragon Assembly, he had surpassed numerous 4th-tier upper realm cultivators, even those at the peak of the 4th tier, securing 6th place. These signs made it clear that Zhao Wushuang's true strength far exceeded his current cultivation level. It was me. Zhao Wushuang nodded slightly, his eyes blazing with intense fighting spirit as he addressed Xia Qiufeng. I have slain a high-tier 4th-rank demon beast, but that was merely a beast. I believe you possess such strength as well. Therefore, I remain uncertain of my true upper limit among the human race's prodigies. I hope you won't disappoint me. I too hope that you, the 6th-ranked prodigy of the Lihua sect, won't disappoint me. Xia Qiufeng's eyes likewise flashed with intense fighting spirit. He was eager to test just how strong Zhao Wushuang truly was. Very well. I certainly won't disappoint you. Zhao Wushuang's lips curved upward slightly. As the words fell, the Blood Moon Warblade shot from its scabbard. A streak of crimson light appeared as Zhao Wushuang instantly transformed into multiple phantoms. His wings of wind and thunder flapped behind him, and amidst flashes of lightning and gusts of wind, dozens of afterimages filled the arena in an instant. Incredibly fast. Xia Qiufeng's heart skipped a beat.
His body darted to evade, unleashing bursts of wood and wind elemental abilities.
Autumn wind sweeps fallen leaves.
Faced with Zhao Wushuang's terrifying speed, Xiaqiufeng sensed an extreme threat. He dared not show the slightest carelessness, immediately unleashing his most powerful divine technique, autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Whoosh! 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 The whistling sounds pierced the air. Countless willow leaves shot forth like arrows released from a bowstring, blanketing the sky and enveloping every direction where illusions might appear. Break! Zhao Wushuang swung his blood moon warblade, his wind thunder wings flapping behind him. Empowered by the triple energies of thunder, fire, and wind, a crimson blade aura dozens of meters long sliced horizontally through the air. The blade aura radiated overwhelming dominance, carrying not only extreme destructive force but also blinding speed. With a single strike, the blood moon blade swept through everything in its path like a whirlwind. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed continuously in the air. Countless willow leaves hurtling through the air were swiftly severed by the blade energy, exploding with a series of loud pops mid-flight. Simultaneously, a thick, pungent stench of blood swept out, swiftly enveloping the entire arena. Enveloped by this thick, cloying stench, Xiaqiufeng's body trembled, his movement momentarily halted. And that single moment of hesitation exposed a fatal opening. Slash! In the next instant, Zhao Wushuang materialized behind Xiaqiufeng, his blood moon warblade slashing out with brutal force. Xiaqiufeng had no time to react, forced to watch helplessly as Zhao Wushuang's blade descended. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. A golden shield materialized before Xiaqiufeng. Zhao Wushuang sheathed his blade and stood in place, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You lose. Zhao Wushuang addressed Xiaqiufeng. He was thoroughly satisfied with his own strength. With this power, dealing with a high-tier 4th rank opponent was no problem at all. He even had a chance against some peak 4th tier powerhouses, provided their strength was slightly weaker than his. With this, entering the top 10 of the hidden dragon rankings should be manageable, provided his luck held out. I lost. Xiaqiufeng nodded, a bitter smile curling his lips as he leaped off the stage. Once off the platform, cold sweat poured down his back uncontrollably, his legs trembling slightly. That was too dangerous. In that moment, he had felt death's breath upon him. Had the arena's protective mechanism not activated automatically, had that shield not appeared, Zhao Wushuang's blade would have sent him to meet his grandmother in the afterlife, 9 times out of 10. This boy's strength is truly terrifying. Xiaqiufeng shook the cold sweat from his back, his face etched with the relief of narrowly escaping death. He thought to himself, never make an enemy of him. This man is terrifying. Still, it's fortunate that among our group, based on apparent cultivation, I'm the strongest. It's unlikely everyone else is as monstrously powerful as Zhao Wushuang. If I win all 9 remaining matches, it shouldn't be too difficult. I should be able to secure a top 2 spot. Considering the overall strength of his group with the exception of that prodigy Zhao Wushuang, the others weren't particularly formidable. Xiaqiufeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this single defeat wouldn't be a major setback. He still had a strong chance of securing one of the top 2 spots among these 50 competitors. You've been too kind. A smile played on Zhao Wushuang's lips as he leapt down from the platform, leaving the trial to the others. His formidable display on the platform, coupled with his decisive victory over a higher-ranked opponent like Xiaqiufeng, instantly drew the attention of countless onlookers. Holy crap, is that Zhao Wushuang? 3rd tier upper realm cultivator. He actually fought above his tier. Just 2 strikes, one shattered Xiaqiufeng's attack, the other defeated him outright, even triggering the arena's defensive shield. I know Xiaqiufeng's strength. He's one of Qingmu Sect's top prodigies, easily destined for the top 80 of the hidden dragon rankings. For such a figure to be defeated by Zhao Wushuang in 2 strikes, just how terrifying must his power be? Hard to say. Based on Zhao Wushuang's current display, he hasn't reached his peak yet. But by my estimation, he's already significantly stronger than most 4th tier upper realm prodigies present here. He stands a strong chance of securing a spot within the top 20 of the hidden dragon rankings. In the spectator stands and among the prodigies participating in the second round of arena battles below, whispers and murmurs spread like wildfire. Chapter 96, Overwhelming Awe. The gazes they now cast upon Zhao Wushuang were filled with profound reverence. Even those at the peak of the 4th tier showed caution and reverence in their eyes. After all, Zhao Wushuang was barely 19 years old, not yet 20. To possess such cultivation and strength at this age revealed just how high his future potential could soar. Moreover, he still had the next hidden dragon tournament to participate in. By then, with 3 more years of cultivation under his belt, as long as Zhao Wushuang didn't falter along the way, everyone was certain that the top spot on the next hidden dragon list was practically already secured by the Zhao Wushuang standing before them. Ha ha ha. I told you so. Zhao Wushuang has brought us such immense joy. We owe a huge debt of gratitude to Elder Wang and Zhang Huang. Lu Zihong, the 3rd elder of the Liuwa sect, roared with laughter, his gaze toward Zhao Wushuang growing increasingly satisfied. Defeating Xiaqiufeng with 2 strikes, such prowess means he's not just a contender for the top 30 on the hidden dragon list. He has a strong chance at the top 20, even the top 15.
Zhang Feiyan took a deep breath, unable to conceal his excitement. As the first participant in the Hidden Dragon tournament under the age of 20, Zhao Wushuang. If he secured a top 20 ranking on the Hidden Dragon list, how much more resources would he command from our allocated territory? Likely, aside from the top 3 prodigies from other sects, no one could rival the Lihua sect. And that's not even counting the other prodigies of the Lihua sect. If, say, Wu Haiba secured a top 3 spot or even the championship alongside Zhao Wushuang, even disregarding others, then in the redistribution of resources from this Hidden Dragon assembly, his Tiger Gate would undoubtedly reap the richest harvest. Top 15? Ha ha ha, old Zhang, your judgment remains as unreliable as ever. In my opinion, their prediction should be bolder. Zhao Wushuang should directly enter the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon rankings. Lu Zihong roared with laughter. His gaze toward Zhao Wushuang brimmed with unwavering trust, not a shred of doubt in her capabilities. Top 10? That's a bit of a stretch, don't you think? While I'd love to see Zhao Wushuang rank higher, at least 14 of the prodigies competing in this Hidden Dragon assembly are at the peak of the 4th tier. For Zhao Wushuang to break into the top 10, no offense, is incredibly difficult. Zhang Feiyan gaped in disbelief. It wasn't that he was trying to discourage his own people. Nor was it that he didn't trust Zhao Wushuang. It was simply the vast disparity in cultivation levels. Every participant in the Hidden Dragon tournament was among the top talents from across the land. Which one among them didn't possess genuine talent? Moreover, those contending for rankings on the Hidden Dragon list possessed the ability to fight opponents several tiers above their own level when facing ordinary adversaries outside the tournament. Oomph. That's why I'm the 3rd elder of the Lihua sect, while you're merely a special envoy. Our perspectives are worlds apart. Lu Zihong snorted impatiently. His gaze fixed on Zhao Wushuang, brimming with trust. Zhao Wushuang hasn't revealed his true strength yet. He possesses profound techniques and divine abilities. Once he faces a genuine opponent and unleashes all his skills, I believe his power will absolutely rival that of a typical peak 4th tier cultivator. Oh, you. I hope it turns out as you say. Zhang Feiyan chuckled, shaking his head. His gaze drifted to Lu Zihong as he spoke with a hint of amusement. Given how much you admire Zhao Wushuang, you wouldn't be planning to make an exception and take him as your disciple after this Hidden Dragon assembly ends, would you? In Zhang Feiyan's memory, it had been ages since Lu Zihong had shown such blatant favoritism toward anyone. Now, he was favoring Zhao Wushuang at every turn, especially with those eyes brimming with affection and trust. It was hard for Zhang Feiyan not to suspect that Lu Zihong had already set his mind on taking him as a disciple. Not sure yet, but maybe. Lu Zihong shook his head then nodded. It mostly depends on Zhao Wushuang's performance this time. It's not that I fear he won't meet my expectations, but rather that I worry his performance at this Hidden Dragon tournament might be so outstanding that I wouldn't be worthy to be his master. This sentiment came from Lu Zihong's heart. As a peak 9th tier powerhouse, he was more than capable of instructing most prodigies. Yet to truly serve as a master to those peerless geniuses? He fell far short. For beyond the 9th tier lay the transcendent realm. Truly extraordinary prodigies destined for transcendent achievements almost always received personal guidance from transcendent level masters themselves. Under such circumstances, someone like him, merely at the peak of the 9th tier, naturally lacked the qualifications to serve as a master to those peerless prodigies. Of course, offering guidance and occasional instruction in the early stages is still within the realm of possibility. Hearing Lu Zihong's words, Zhang Feiyan was utterly speechless. He found it utterly absurd. While he acknowledged Zhao Wushuang's exceptional talent and formidable strength, he hadn't expected Lu Zihong to elevate her to such lofty heights. Shaking his head, Zhang Feiyan ultimately remained silent, knowing full well that further words would be futile. This youth has boundless potential. High above, both the Dragon Star God and the Morong Star God couldn't help but glance at Zhao Wushuang. They nodded approvingly, their hearts stirred by a desire to nurture such talent. The Dragon Star God, in particular, kept glancing at Zhao Wushuang repeatedly. Lord Shenlong has taken a liking to this youngster before us? Morong Xingjuan remarked with a faint smile. The Dragon Star God nodded, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A youth who walks the path of slaughter. His future accomplishments will be remarkable, and his character is sound. Let us see how he performs from here on. Ha ha ha. Let's hope this kid doesn't screw up, or else that fortune as vast as the heavens will vanish into thin air. Morong Xingjuan roared with laughter, a hint of envy flickering in his gaze toward Zhao Wushuang. If Zhao Wushuang truly caught the divine Dragon Star God's eye, combined with his peerless talent, achieving transcendent realms would be no problem. He might even surpass ordinary transcendent level powerhouses. As time passed, Zhao Wushuang once again stepped onto the arena. This time, his opponent was a 3rd tier mid-grade awakened. The moment the man saw Zhao Wushuang, he didn't hesitate for a second. He jumped off the stage and chose to forfeit. Are you kidding me? Zhao Wushuang's prowess was plain for all to see. He'd defeated Xia Qiufeng with just 2 strikes. How could anyone dare compete against such a terrifying prodigy?
Surrendering early allowed him to conserve strength, aiming to defeat his next opponent and secure at least 1 or 2 points.
Time flew by. Round after round concluded.
After Zhao Wushuang defeated Xia Qiufeng with 2 swift strikes before everyone's eyes, his subsequent opponents were mostly quick to jump off the stage and surrender. Of course, there were those who refused to believe in bad luck. But after being sent flying by Zhao Wushuang's blade, they quickly became docile, daring not to show the slightest arrogance.
Chapter 97, The Challenger, Luo Dajiang. As time passed, Zhao Wushuang advanced undefeated.
6 hours later, all participants in this round of arena combat had completed their matches. The list of qualifiers was immediately clear. As the second round concluded, the Dragon Star God spoke slowly from the heavens. The second round of the Hidden Dragon Tournament is over. Qualifiers, please remain in the center of the plaza. The rest of you who have been eliminated, kindly return to the audience seats. With that, the Dragon Star God waved his hand. A virtual screen instantly projected into the air, displaying the names of those who had advanced through the second round. Among them, Damao, Wang Hao, and the other prodigies of the Lihua sect stood out prominently. Not a single one had been eliminated. From Zhao Wushuang's group, besides himself, Xia Qiufeng had also successfully advanced. Gazing at the names of the advanced candidates, the assembled examinees hung their heads in dejection, reluctantly leaving the center of the square. With over 4,000 departing, only 300 remained in the entire square. Suddenly, the once vast plaza felt empty. All remaining candidates gathered in one area, separated from the arena by a massive light screen.
Very well. The preliminary assessments conclude. We now proceed to the final competition, the battle for rankings on the Hidden Dragon list. Observing the final 300, the Dragon Star Lord nodded with satisfaction. Energy flickered around his body. With a flick of his brush, the battle platforms embedded in the ground shot upward, forming a triangular pyramid suspended midair. This is the final trial, the stage for contending the rankings of the Hidden Dragon list. With a flick of his brush, the light screen shattered. Instantly, numbers representing the respective rankings floated above each arena. At the very apex stood a golden pyramid, representing the top spot of this Hidden Dragon assembly. The characters number 1 shone brightly in golden light, adorned with coiling golden dragons. Below it, platforms stacked layer upon layer from 108th to 2nd place, arranged in descending order. The higher the rank, the higher the platform. This is an arena battle competition. The rules are simple. Each participant has 3 attempts to seize an arena. Successfully capturing and defending an arena for 3 hours grants the corresponding rank. Now, based on your performance in the second round, platforms will be randomly assigned. Prepare for the challenge. As the words fell, the Dragon Star God waved his hand. A flash of inky light erupted, instantly teleporting the 108 challengers Zhao Wushuang, Wu Hailong, Wang Zhongtian, and the others onto their respective platforms. Among them, Wang Zhongtian stood atop the pyramid's highest platform, golden dragon illusions constantly circling and soaring above his head. Combined with the thunderous flashes emanating from his mecha and the dense web of electric currents surrounding him, Wang Zhongtian radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance, resembling a celestial deity descended to earth. Wu Hailong, meanwhile, was placed on the third-ranked platform. Copper dragons circled above his head, lending him an equally formidable and imposing presence. As for the second-ranked contestant, Zhao Wushuang found the name rather unfamiliar. Only upon looking up at the platform did he see it inscribed, Zhu Feiyan. As for Zhao Wushuang, with his flawless record and 30 points earned, he secured 15th place despite being only at the upper tier of the third rank. Alright, these are merely your provisional rankings. Those who haven't ascended the platform yet, don't lose heart, you still have 3 more challenge opportunities. Of course, those who have stepped onto the stage should not fixate on their current rankings either. You may challenge those ranked higher at any time, just as you may be displaced by those ranked lower at any moment. Now, the final assessment begins. The Dragon Star God clapped his hands, and a brilliant light shone from each arena. This light coalesced into a circular shield, enveloping each platform. Each shield held floating runes pulsing with potent energy, designed to neutralize lethal attacks within the arena during critical moments. Look, Zhao Wushuang is ranked 15th. Lu Zihan clapped his hands in laughter, his eyes brimming with smug satisfaction. I told you so. Even the Dragon Star Lord favors Zhao Wushuang, and that's without him unleashing his ultimate techniques. With this ranking, he's got a real shot at cracking the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list. This is truly promising. If Zhao Wushuang does break into the top 10, it would be a blessing for our Lihua sect. Having witnessed Zhao Wushuang's consecutive victories and now seeing the Dragon Star Lord rank him 15th, Zhang Feiyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, making the exception to recruit Zhao Wushuang was a wise decision. The next time he participates in the Hidden Dragon rankings, he's practically guaranteed to be the top contender. Past champions have consistently achieved at least 9th tier cultivation, with a few even reaching transcendent levels. With Zhao Wushuang among us, the future of our Lihua sect's younger generation is assured. Lu Zihan declared with evident satisfaction. Even as he spoke, combat erupted on the arena stage. Those who hadn't secured a spot on the stage, along with lower-ranked contenders, swiftly began challenging the established rankings. Among them was Indamao. However, the top 30 ranked combatants on the arena remained unchallenged for the time being, and they too refrained from rash actions. It was still early, and everyone was focused on conserving their strength and mecha energy reserves. They avoided competing for higher rankings too early, lest they become targets and ultimately miss out on better positions. After all, such scenarios had played out in previous Dragon rankings. This was especially true for evenly matched opponents. Originally locked in a stalemate, some had been challenged prematurely by multiple opponents. Exhausted from excessive energy drain or carrying minor injuries, they became easy prey for others to capitalize on. As time passed, half an hour elapsed. After 2 challenges, Ndamao defeated the defenders ranked 90th and 79th respectively. Having secured this ranking, Ndamao chose not to challenge any further. He had only one final opportunity left. His priority now was to conserve his strength, aiming to make one final, decisive push toward the end of the tournament. He would challenge a higher-ranked opponent and seize their position. "You're Zhao Wushuang? Everyone says you're formidable, but I refuse to believe that nonsense." An hour later, Luo Dajian, ranked 20th, leapt onto Zhao Wushuang's platform and issued his challenge. Luo Dajian was the first among the top 30 to lose his patience. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he addressed Zhao Wushuang. "My cultivation is at the upper tier of the 4th rank, a full major realm above yours. Perhaps someday you'll surpass me, but right now, a prodigy who hasn't truly grown isn't a real prodigy. Why not find out?" A faint smile touched Zhao Wushuang's lips as he already had a plan in mind. He planned to unleash his full power, directly deploying his ultimate technique, the Swift Wind Thunderflame Slash. Only then would he have a chance to swiftly defeat Luo Dajian, setting an example to intimidate others, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. This way, those weaker than Luo Dajian, or those barely his equal, would no longer dare challenge him, wasting their opportunities. He could then recuperate and bide his time, quietly awaiting the chance to challenge higher-ranked opponents. This would prevent being challenged by multiple opponents in succession, thereby conserving the energy within his mecha. "Try it if you dare." Luo Dajian snorted coldly, sensing a hint of contempt in Zhao Wushuang's smile. An inexplicable rage surged within him. "Kill!" he roared fiercely. Streams of water surged within his mecha. As he swung his Fong Tian halberd with all his might, those streams transformed into writhing water serpents. Coiling around the halberd, they tore through the air, erupting in sonic booms as they charged toward Zhao Wushuang. Chapter 98 1 slash stuns the entire arena. At that very moment, the underworld flames erupted violently from Zhao Wushuang's body, whipping up a furious gale around the arena. In the next instant, the blood moon blade drew from its scabbard, unleashing a blinding crimson glow. It shone like a river of blood from the netherworld, utterly bloody and terrifying. Whirlwind Thunderflame Slash. Howling winds roared as thunderous flames surged and exploded. The moment the Blood Moon Warblade left its scabbard, Zhao Wushuang unleashed his ultimate technique, the Whirlwind Thunderflame Slash. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated. Luo Dajian's Fongtian halberd was violently knocked from his grasp, while the coiling water serpents swirling around it shattered instantly. Zhao Wushuang's Blood Moon Warblade paused only for an instant before swiftly continuing its descent toward Luo Dajian. What a terrifying attack! Luo Dajian was startled by the sheer ferocity of the strike. He hadn't expected Zhao Wushuang to knock his halberd away with a single blow. By the time he reacted, attempting to summon divine power to intercept, the crimson blade aura had already reached his chest. With no chance to evade, Luo Dajian desperately channeled energy within his mecha, conjuring a massive water barrier before him. The terrifying Blood River blade energy shattered all defenses with sheer force. With a single strike, it brutally tore apart the water curtain blocking Luo Dajian's path. Boom! The deafening explosion sent droplets flying everywhere. The colossal water curtain shattered under the blow. As the overwhelming force rippled outward, Luo Dajian was sent flying off the stage, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth. Had it not been for a flash of golden light at the last moment, Luo Dajian would have been either dead or gravely injured. Pale-faced and sprawled on the ground, Luo Dajian coughed up blood, his eyes fixed intently on Zhao Wushuang in the center of the arena. One strike. With just one strike, he had defeated him. In that instant, the entire crowd fell deathly silent, all eyes fixed on Zhao Wushuang with expressions of utter bewilderment. 4th tier upper realm. That was an entire major realm higher than Zhao Wushuang's cultivation. Moreover, Luo Dajiang wasn't just any 4th tier upper realm cultivator. Judging by the strength and cultivation he displayed, Luo Dajian was not far from breaking through to the 4th tier peak realm. Yet this formidable opponent had been defeated by Zhao Wushuang with a single strike. Such terrifying combat prowess was likely already on par with those peak 4th tier prodigies. Zhao Wushuang's strength is truly terrifying. On the stage, Zhao Wushuang sheathed his sword and scanned the other combatants with an expressionless gaze. Now, he declared, does anyone still question my right to this ranking? This statement was utterly arrogant. Yet it was grounded in Zhao Wushuang's overwhelming strength. Even though Zhao Wushuang appeared quite arrogant, those ranked lower than him on the stage merely turned away silently, not daring to show any sign of displeasure. With Zhao Wushuang's prowess, the 15th place ranking was well deserved, perhaps even too low. He held strong prospects for competing in the top 10 battles. Ha ha ha, one strike. One strike. From the spectator stands, Lu Zihong clapped his hands and roared with laughter, his expression brimming with excitement. I knew it. Once Zhao Wushuang unleashed his divine skill, his power would surge dramatically. At this rate, a top 10 spot is well within his grasp. Exactly. I misjudged him earlier. Based on his current display, he's fully qualified to compete with those peak 4th tier prodigies for a top 10 spot. Zhang Feiyang was equally thrilled, his face flushed as he clenched his fists tightly. The look he gave Zhao Wushuang now even carried a hint of admiration. After all, fighting above one's tier is considered a minor breakthrough, or perhaps 2 tiers. Such individuals were already considered prodigies. But Zhao Wushuang? He skipped an entire major realm. And with the power of his divine technique, he defeated Luo Dajiang with a single strike. Such power truly deserved the title of peerless prodigy. With such terrifying power, how could he not be qualified to compete for a spot in the top 10 of the hidden dragon rankings? If Zhao Wushuang had more hidden cards up his sleeve, he wouldn't just be in the top 10, he could even crack the top 5 or 3. Below, Luo Dajiang lay on the ground, weakly lifting his head. His eyes still held disbelief and shock. He had stepped forward first to challenge Zhao Wushuang, hoping to exploit his cultivation advantage and pick on an easy target. But who would have thought he'd hit a brick wall? Not only did he fail to seize a ranking, he became Zhao Wushuang's stepping stone. What infuriated Luo Dajiang even more was that during his battle with Zhao Wushuang, he not only suffered the humiliation of being defeated with a single strike but also sustained significant injuries. That was the truly devastating blow. After all, those ranked above him were eyeing his position on the stage like hungry tigers. Now, with his considerable injuries greatly diminishing his strength, if challenged by someone of comparable skill, his ranking would likely plummet even further. After a series of challenges, he might not even secure a spot within the top 30, or even the top 40. The thought filled Luo Dajiang with fury, resentment, and regret. In his fury, he inadvertently aggravated the internal wounds inflicted by the whirlwind thunderflame slash. Another mouthful of blood spurted from his lips, darkness flooded his vision, and he collapsed, overcome by rage that overwhelmed his heart. The saying "the victor is king, the vanquished is a bandit" couldn't be more apt. The others glanced at the unconscious Luo Dajiang, their expressions devoid of pity, instead filled mostly with schadenfreude. For even if Luo Dajiang were revived soon, his resolve and strength would be severely weakened. Wasn't this a golden opportunity for them? His mental fortitude is still too weak. High above, the Dragon Star God watched the unconscious Luo Dajiang below. With a slight flick of his finger, he revived him and returned him to the 20th ranked arena. His gaze toward Luo Dajiang held disappointment. In his mind, it was already decided that this man had little chance of breaking into the top 30, or even the top 40. The best outcome would be securing a spot within the top 50. Zhao Wushuang possesses commendable mental fortitude and remarkable decisiveness. Though his strike consumed considerable energy, it served as a warning shot that completely intimidated the others. This allows him ample time to recover to peak condition and challenge for higher rankings. Beside him, Morong Xingjuan fixed his gaze on Zhao Wushuang, a hint of approval flickering across his face. As a transcendent-level powerhouse, he instantly discerned the nuances of Zhao Wushuang's battle against Luo Dajiang. Truthfully, the gap in their strength wasn't that great. It was simply that Zhao Wushuang acted with greater decisiveness, unleashing thunderous power from the very first strike and giving it his all. Luo Dajiang, however, had started cautiously. This difference in approach created a vast chasm between them, leaving Luo Dajiang caught off guard and defeated with a single strike. Had Luo Dajiang unleashed his full might from the outset, deploying his own supreme techniques, he wouldn't have suffered such a humiliating defeat. He could have easily lasted 10 rounds or more. Chapter 99, Wu Hailong vs Wang Zhongtian. In the center of the square. All eyes now turned to Zhao Wushuang, yet no one stepped forward to challenge him. Their gazes were filled with awe. After all, Zhao Wushuang's strength had been laid bare. They knew their own limits, while how they compared to Luo Dajiang was clear in their minds. That Zhao Wushuang possessed such terrifying strength before even turning 20 made his future achievements unimaginably formidable. He was destined to become a dazzling figure capable of standing alone within the Lihua sect. Unfazed by the constant stares, Zhao Wushuang sat cross-legged on the ground. He swallowed a pouch of energy potion and closed his eyes to recuperate. His objective was achieved. Now, his priority was to swiftly replenish the mecha energy within his body. He waited for time to pass, biding his time until the top 10 rankings were largely confirmed. Then, based on his analysis of his own strength, he would challenge for a spot within the top 10. As time wore on, the positions beyond 15th place on the arena stage began to shift constantly, with one formidable challenger after another stepping up to the ring. Among them, Luo Dajiang suffered the most miserable fate. Already wounded by Zhao Wushuang, his strength was far diminished.
Subsequently, he faced consecutive challenges from several other high-tier 4th rank awakened individuals.
The outcome was predictable. He lost nearly every battle.
Amidst the relentless barrage of challenges, his ranking plummeted.
His mecha's energy depleted rapidly, and with his injuries worsening, even mid-tier 4th rank awakened could wear him down and defeat him.
In just 1 hour of relentless combat, Luo Dazhang's ranking plummeted to 58th place. But this was already his limit. After swallowing energy potions and stabilizing his injuries, Luo Dazhang began defeating subsequent 4th-tier low-grade awakened combatants, halting his ranking's descent.
There are still over 40 minutes left. If I can hold out during this time and recover a bit, I still have a chance to break into the top 40. With a fierce expression, Luo Dazhang violently thrust his Feng Tian halberd, sending a 4th-tier lower grade awakened one flying off the arena.
His eyes swept the crowd with savage intensity as he continuously swallowed energy potions and pills to heal his internal injuries. At this point, Luo Dazhang had no choice but to accept the situation.
The urgent task now was to replenish his mecha energy and heal his injuries.
Before time ran out, he would wait until the last moment to challenge opponents he could confidently defeat, aiming to push his ranking as high as possible. Under Luo Dazhang's intimidating display, the others realized he had regained his composure. No one was willing to waste an opportunity by deliberately fighting above their tier to challenge Luo Dazhang, a high-tier 4th rank powerhouse. Zhao Wushuang stood on the arena platform, gazing upward. As the final 40 minutes commenced, fierce battles erupted across the platforms of the top 10 contenders on the hidden dragon list. Amidst the chaos, Wu Hailong of the Lihua sect leapt onto the platform of Wang Zhongtian, the current number 1 contender. Prior to this, Wang Zhongtian had already faced 2 consecutive challengers, depleting some of his mecha energy reserves.
Wang Zhongtian, long time no see.
As he landed on the platform, blazing flames surged from Wu Hailong's mecha, coiling into fiery dragons that swirled around his form.
The Fire Dragon Mecha.
The mecha Wu Hailong had awakened was none other than the Fire Dragon Mecha, one of the divine mechas. Though considered lower tier among the divine mecha, it still bore that divine title, radiating an awe-inspiring aura.
Long time no see. I recall our last encounter was at the previous Hidden Dragon tournament. A mocking smile spread across Wang Zhongtian's face. Don't forget the lesson from last time. Don't think that just because a few others challenged me before, you have what it takes to defeat me. You're nothing but a defeated foe of mine. Since you can't wait any longer, I'll show you the gap in strength between us. As he spoke, ferocious thunderous energy erupted from Wang Zhongtian's mecha.
Above his head, a colossal phoenix eagle materialized, forged from terrifyingly concentrated lightning power. The thunderous great eagle spread its wings and soared, instantly filling the sky with flashes of lightning and roaring thunder. Dark clouds gathered thickly, converging upon the pinnacle of the top-ranked arena.
In the next instant, without hesitation, Wang Zhongtian swung his phoenix-winged golden halberd, its blade crackling with fierce thunderous energy.
A terrifying thunderous explosion erupted. The majestic thunderous great eagle soaring high above beat its wings and collided with Wang Zhongtian's phoenix-winged golden halberd, merging into one and unleashing an utterly terrifying lightning attack. This terrifying bolt stretched dozens of meters long, resembling a divine sword of retribution. Its immense power tore through the surrounding air, erupting with deafening sonic booms as it fiercely descended upon Wu Hailong. As the strike was unleashed, Wu Hailong instantly felt an immense oppressive force, causing his brows to furrow.
Watching Wang Zhongtian swing the phoenix-winged golden halberd, Wu Hailong flickered swiftly, thrusting his blazing spear forward with a fierce jab. Fiery dragons coiled around the spearhead, unleashing terrifying bursts of flame that scorched the surrounding air. In the blink of an eye, thunder and flames collided midair. Above Wu Hailong's head, a massive fire dragon roared and circled, continuously spewing flames capable of incinerating all things. Above Wang Zhongtian's head, a thunderous giant eagle soared, its deafening cries piercing the air as thick bolts of lightning erupted like a calamity from the heavens. Boom! As their attacks collided relentlessly, terrifying explosions erupted violently, sending shockwaves of destruction sweeping outward in all directions. The two clashed relentlessly, explosions ringing incessantly around them. Were it not for the restraining force within the arena, shielded by that formidable protective barrier, the explosive force of their clash would have been enough to level the entire arena, endangering everyone below. On the arena, Wang Zhongtian grew stronger with each exchange, the thunderous power unleashed from his mecha becoming increasingly fierce and brutal. Wu Hailong, however, frowned deeply, clearly running out of steam. His attacks lacked the devastating destructive force of Wang Zhongtian's thunder. But now, Wu Hailong's gun was faster. Fiery dragons roared relentlessly, their relentless onslaught shattering the thunderous energy unleashed by Wang Zhongtian's phoenix-winged golden halberd. Break through for me! Suddenly, Wang Zhongtian's aura surged violently, enveloping his entire body in ferocious lightning. He leapt upward, raising his phoenix-winged golden halberd high. The thunderous energy within his mecha surged forth, crashing down as the halberd smashed viciously against Wu Hailong's head. Chapter 100, The Divine Sword Sect, Xu Feiyun. Damn it! Feeling the impending danger, Wu Hailong's expression darkened.
He hadn't expected that despite his rapid growth and significant power increase over the past 3 years, he still felt immense pressure facing Wang Zhongtian. In that moment, his earlier confidence began to waver.
Could it be? Was he destined to remain beneath Wang Zhongtian's heel for the rest of his life? No! Today I will avenge this humiliation. Wu Hailong roared furiously.
Blazing flames erupted from within his mecha, and the spear in his hand transformed into a fiery dragon, thrusting upward with overwhelming force.
Blazing Inferno!
In that instant, Wu Hailong unleashed his ultimate divine technique, pushing his power to its absolute limit in a desperate attempt to defeat Wang Zhongtian in one fell swoop.
The two attacks collided. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and terrifying shockwaves rippled outward. Amidst the terrifying blast, Wu Hailong's massive fire dragon shattered inch by inch under Wang Zhongtian's overwhelming thunderous might, spewing scorching flames outward.
The deeper Wang Zhongtian's phoenix-winged golden halberd plunged, the more intense and ferocious the thunderous energy spread through the air became. Swept away by that terrifying thunderous force, Wu Hailong could no longer hold his ground. His body flew backward, blood spurting from his mouth. The massive fire dragon in the sky exploded on the spot, transforming into a ball of flames that vanished without a trace. I've lost. Falling from the stage, Wu Hailong wiped the blood from his lips, the confident gleam in his eyes fading to a dull glow. 3 years? 3 years had passed, and he had believed his strength had surpassed that of Wang Zhongtian. Yet he never imagined that over these 3 years, Wang Zhongtian had become even more terrifying, his strength now surpassing his own.
Another crushing defeat.
This blow dealt a crushing blow to Wu Hailong's confidence.
You lost. I told you, whether we fought sooner or later, a defeated opponent remains a defeated opponent. Wang Zhongtian roared with laughter, standing firmly atop the arena.
His phoenix-winged golden halberd stood rigidly planted in the ground, thunder surging through his mecha armor, making him resemble an ancient martial god. Without hesitation, Wang Zhongtian retrieved a snow-white-yellow dragon pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. Clearly, that earlier strike had taken a significant toll on Wang Zhongtian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to send Wu Hailong flying with such decisive precision. After swallowing the yellow dragon pill and seeing that he had disposed of what felt like the most troublesome opponent of this tournament, Wang Zhongtian, confident of victory, laughed arrogantly. At this hidden dragon tournament, I am the top contender.
Does anyone have any objections? Below the stage, a deathly silence fell. Clearly, Wang Zhongtian's strength had earned their recognition. Witnessing this reaction, Wang Zhongtian's laughter grew even more brazen, his arrogance unmasked. Then, amidst his boisterous laughter, a blurred afterimage flickered and materialized directly before him. What if I say I have an objection? A detached voice rang out. All eyes instantly turned upward. There stood Chu Feiyun, who had previously been nearly invisible, now leaping onto the stage. Holding a long sword, his eyes held not a trace of emotion as he stared at Wang Zhongtian, repeating once more, "Do you think I have the right to object?" Simultaneously, razor-sharp sword chi radiated outward from Chu Feiyun's body. Surging Gangjin energy coursed through him, making the already piercing sword chi even more fierce and intimidating. Sword God Sect? The golden sword armor, Chu Feiyun? Wang Zhongtian raised an eyebrow in surprise at the sight of Chu Feiyun leaping onto the stage. 1,000 years ago, the Divine Sword Sect had been one of the 10 great sects. Unfortunately, during the defense against demonic invasions millennia prior, the sect suffered catastrophic losses, never fully recovering. 700 years ago, it was pushed out of the 10 great sects by other powers, fading into obscurity. He hadn't paid much attention to Chu Feiyun earlier, but the moment he sensed the distinct aura of the Divine Sword Sect emanating from him, he instantly recognized the power behind him. At that moment, Chu Feiyun ascended the arena. Below, all eyes turned to Chu Feiyun of the Divine Sword Sect and Wang Zhongtian of the Thunder God Sect. Though previously ranked second, Chu Feiyun possessed only mid-tier 4th rank cultivation. Moreover, he had jumped off the stage at the very start of the fight, rendering his presence extremely low. His sudden reappearance now naturally drew considerable attention and astonishment from the crowd. Gazing at Chu Feiyun, Wang Zhongtian sneered coldly, his voice dripping with contempt. You've awakened nothing more than a golden sword mecha, not even a true divine mecha. I wonder who gave you the audacity to challenge me. Could it be that long-declining sword god sect of yours? From start to finish, Wang Zhongtian had only sensed a sharp sword aura emanating from Chu Feiyun. Beyond that, he perceived no other threat. Moreover, Chu Feiyun's cultivation was merely a mediocre 4th-tier mid-level realm. His previous ranking as second place was nothing but sheer luck. What qualifications did he have now to compete for the top spot? On the arena. Chu Feiyun's eyes flashed with a bitter coldness at Wang Zhongtian's words. He bore the hopes and future of the entire Divine Sword Sect upon his shoulders. Now, Wang Zhongtian's constant references to the sect's past misfortunes stirred a flicker of murderous intent within Chu Feiyun. This was merely a stage competition. Had this been the wilderness zone, he would have made Wang Zhongtian pay with his life. What? Got nothing to say? Seeing Chu Feiyun remain silent, Wang Zhongtian assumed his earlier hot-headedness had faded into fear, emboldening him further. I'm giving you time.
Xu Feiyan shook his head, his eyes cold as ice as he stared at Wang Zhongtian.
To spare you any lingering resentment, I'll give you 5 more minutes.
The effects of the yellow dragon pill, combined with the medicines you absorbed earlier, should be more than enough to restore you to peak condition.
Arrogant.
Hearing this, Wang Zhongtian, who had been basking in triumph, erupted in fury. Violent thunder crackled and spread across his body as he charged forward, his phoenix-winged golden halberd slashing fiercely toward Xu Feiyan.
You're wasting your chance.
Xu Feiyan shook his head with a sigh. His figure flickered as his long sword left its scabbard. The moment the blade left its sheath, the skies above darkened dramatically.
A dazzling golden light shot straight into the heavens.
Xu Feiyan thrust his sword forward with fierce force. The dazzling golden light surrounding him rapidly gathered, coalescing mid-air into a thick, formidable sword chi of gunmetal.
Boom!
Thesward energy collided with the phoenix-winged golden halberd, unleashing a terrifying explosion. On the arena, the razor-sharp sword energy surged forward in layers. The sword energy danced through the sky, relentlessly extinguishing the thunderous power emanating from the heavens. With a single strike, Wang Zhongtian felt his palm tremble as immense force surged through him, sending his body reeling backward several steps. Kill! Seizing the moment, Xu Feiyan flickered forward. The Gangjin sword energy pierced the sky, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, driving straight toward the utterly shocked Wang Zhongtian.
Chapter 101, Heaven-Shattering Sword.
Xu Feiyan's sword chi was already razor-sharp, but now infused with Gangjin energy, its destructive force reached terrifying extremes. Facing this strike, Wang Zhongtian's expression betrayed shock and astonishment, yet he showed not a trace of panic. As the blade approached, thunderous energy erupted from his body. Instead of retreating, he advanced, thrusting his phoenix-winged golden halberd forward with brutal force. In an instant, terrifying thunderous energy descended like a celestial tribulation, engulfing the surroundings in flashes of lightning and roaring thunder.
Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed.
Wang Zhongtian and Xu Feiyan both flew backward. Though Xu Feiyan's sword energy was razor-sharp and indestructible, the thunderous power within Wang Zhongtian was equally terrifying.
When unleashed, it flowed ceaselessly, brimming with unyielding ferocity.
The collision of these two supreme attacks left neither combatant with a significant advantage, both sustaining injuries of varying severity.
Ha 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 ha, come again.
A trickle of blood spread from the corner of his mouth, yet Wang Zhongtian roared with laughter, his fighting spirit growing fiercer with each passing moment. The phoenix-winged golden halberd whirled with fierce momentum, filling the arena with streaks of thunder. His form blurred into multiple phantoms as he charged relentlessly toward Xu Feiyan.
Xu Feiyan, equally agile, flickered through the air.
His sword whipped through the air, unleashing a torrent of sword chi. The explosive force was staggering, each slash carrying devastating destructive power.
I admit your strength is formidable. I underestimated you.
Compared to Wu Hailong before, you pose a greater threat. But unfortunately, your cultivation falls short of mine.
Though you gained an initial advantage, I've now regained my footing. In a protracted battle, you stand no chance against me. Swiftly wielding his phoenix-winged, gold-inlaid halberd, Wang Zhongtian unleashed terrifying bolts of lightning.
The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, momentarily gaining the upper hand over Xu Feiyan. Amidst the relentless barrage of thunderbolts, Xu Feiyan remained unhurried, calmly wielding his long sword. His expression remained impassive as he parried Wang Zhongtian's strikes, his voice calm as he remarked, "Indeed, as you say, in a protracted battle, I am no match for you. But unfortunately for you, I sense you have reached your limit, while I am still far from mine." Amidst Wang Zhongtian's frenzied onslaught, Xu Feiyan had discerned that this was indeed the peak of Wang Zhongtian's capabilities.
On the surface, Wang Zhongtian did appear to hold some advantage over him, possessing explosive power that clearly gave him an edge.
But that advantage existed only because Xu Feiyan had yet to unleash his full potential.
What did you say?
Hearing this, Wang Zhongtian's brow furrowed sharply as a sense of foreboding rose within him.
The next instant,
Xu Feiyan's speed surged violently, leaving trails of phantom figures flickering across the arena. Simultaneously, a torrent of sword chi surged from all directions, closing in on Wang Zhongtian like a vast net, sealing off every possible escape route. Endless attacks pelted Wang Zhongtian, who swiftly parried with his phoenix-winged golden halberd. At first, he seemed to handle it with ease. But as the attacks intensified, Xu Feiyan's speed grew ever faster, his sword becoming increasingly razor-sharp. This forced Wang Zhongtian to struggle to keep up, a thin sheen of cold sweat forming on his back. "It's over." Suddenly, Xu Feiyan's voice echoed from all directions. The overwhelming sword chi abruptly dissipated, coalescing mid-air into a colossal blade. With terrifying explosive force, it pierced toward Wang Zhongtian. Sword of heaven-shattering. This was Xu Feiyan's ultimate divine technique. Below, elders from the other major sects watched this strike, their brows arching in unison as their expression shifted constantly.
Damn it! What's wrong with the Divine Sword sect? Have they gone mad?
To place such importance on Xu Feiyan, passing down the sect's divine technique inheritance to him when he's merely at the 4th cultivation tier.
Could it be that the Divine Sword sect is staking everything on him, treating Xu Feiyan as their sole hope for reviving the sect?
This is the heaven-shattering sword. Over 1,000 years ago, the Divine Sword sect's founder left behind only 3 sword techniques for inheritance.
Once passed on, they vanish forever. Don't they fear losing both the bride and the army? In the spectator stands
elders from major sects who knew the Sword Heaven sect's inner workings paled visibly, some unable to believe their eyes.
Though the Divine Sword sect had fallen into decline, long since stripped of its former glory, it still possessed considerable depth within its sect.
Among these, the 3 swords passed down by the sect's founding ancestor were the most precious. Such precious divine technique inheritances were typically entrusted to the future leaders of the sect, who generally had to reach at least the 9th tier of cultivation. Only then could the sect's interests be safeguarded, ensuring the inheritor would wield the technique to its fullest potential. Otherwise, if passed to someone of insufficient cultivation, should they perish prematurely, the loss would be immense. Yet now, to everyone's astonishment, the Sword Gate had committed such a reckless act entrusting the heaven-shattering sword to Chu Feiyan, a mere 4th-tier cultivator, at any cost. This was what truly shocked them. Upon witnessing this sword technique, they couldn't help but shake their heads in regret. The elders and leaders of the Thunder God sect, in particular, turned ashen-faced. For they knew well that with their combat prowess already so evenly matched, once the heaven-shattering sword was unleashed, Wang Zhongtian's defeat would be inevitable. On the arena, feeling the overwhelming power of the heaven-shattering sword, Wang Zhongtian's phoenix-winged golden halberd was instantly knocked from his grasp. The terrifying thunder and lightning energy surrounding him shattered into nothingness as he was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Though he did not fall from the platform, Wang Zhongtian lay pale and weakened upon the ground. With his weapon lost, he had no chance of victory left. Chu Feiyan advanced step by step, his sword pointing directly at Wang Zhongtian's throat. Wang Zhongtian, I admit you are the most formidable young opponent I've faced since leaving the mountains. But unfortunately, I am stronger than you. I had intended to keep this heaven-shattering sword hidden away. That you forced me to unleash it is your honor. Chu Feiyan stared at Wang Zhongtian, his expression impassive, as if recounting the most ordinary of matters. This was merely his first step since emerging from the Divine Sword sect. First, he would seize the top spot on the hidden dragon list. The once glorious Wang Zhongtian was nothing more than a stepping stone for him. Next, he would leverage the resources and prestige that came with topping the hidden dragon rankings to restore the Divine Sword sect's reputation across the entire land of China. I lost. Though Wang Zhongtian's expression betrayed his unwillingness, he knew it was unwise to continue fighting now. Otherwise, others might exploit his vulnerability and push him even lower in the rankings. Dejected, he leapt down and made his way to the second-ranked platform without hesitation. Chapter 102, My Blade Has Never Been Weak. 10 minutes remaining. Chu Feiyan glanced up at the countdown clock, his long sword swinging in his hand as his gaze swept over the crowd below. I stand at the top of the rankings. Is there anyone who dares to challenge me? This is your final chance. Once the 10 minutes are up, you won't get another opportunity to challenge me. If any of you dare to defy me, step onto the stage and fight. Today, I'll show you just how sharp my sword truly is. Chu Feiyan radiated an air of dominance as he looked down at the crowd below, his eyes filled with contempt. An orphan since childhood, he had grown up within the Divine Sword sect. From the moment his talent was revealed, the sect had placed great expectations upon him. From the moment he could remember, Chu Feiyan had shouldered the burden of reviving the entire Divine Sword sect. From a young age, he was indoctrinated with the belief that he must defeat all his peers across the land, become the strongest leader of the younger generation, and guide the Divine Sword sect back to its place among the 10 great sects. Under the weight of these expectations and burdens instilled since childhood, Chu Feiyan developed an intensely proud and aloof personality. When speaking to those he perceived as less talented or powerful than himself, his words carried a look of contempt. How arrogant! Zhao Wushuang, standing on the 7th-ranked arena, couldn't help but frown. As soon as Wu Hailong was defeated, he seized the opportunity to challenge the 7th-ranked Lei Minghua. Using his whirlwind thunderflame slash, he defeated him and successfully secured the 7th-ranked position. He had now achieved the ranking he had anticipated, successfully breaking into the top 10. Zhao Wushuang was quite satisfied with this outcome. But human ambition is often boundless. Yet the moment Zhao Wushuang secured the 7th-ranked platform, he found himself yearning for a top 3 position. Perhaps I could take a shot at it. Watching the seconds tick away, Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself, his mind replaying the battle scenes between Chu Feiyan and Wang Zhongtian. In the final minute, Zhao Wushuang made a sudden leap, landing directly on the top-ranked platform where the golden dragon coiled. Comparing himself to Chu Feiyan based on their earlier clash, Zhao Wushuang realized he held an edge in speed and possessed more sustained explosive power. The only thing that troubled Zhao Wushuang was Chu Feiyan's heaven-shattering sword. Nevertheless, in these final 5 minutes, Zhao Wushuang resolved to take the risk. If he could withstand and counter that heaven-shattering sword, then with his speed and explosive power, he still had a chance to defeat Chu Feiyan before him. As Zhao Wushuang ascended the top-ranked arena where Chu Feiyan stood, gasps erupted from the crowd below. What is Zhao Wushuang doing? While he's incredibly powerful, nearly unmatched at his level, Chu Feiyan is at a higher realm. He's essentially unrivaled at his level too. This is just going up there to humiliate himself.
I'm not so sure.
Judging from his previous fights, Zhao Wushuang has always shown great composure. He wouldn't make such a reckless move. If he dares to go up, he must have something up his sleeve.
Watch the clock. Only 5 minutes left. Maybe Zhao Wushuang is going all in.
Even if he can't defeat Chu Feiyan in this final stretch, as long as he holds out for 5 minutes, his 7th place ranking is unshakable. In the spectator stands, the crowd erupted into murmurs upon seeing Zhao Wushuang, the dark horse of this year's Hidden Dragon tournament, climb onto the top-ranked platform to challenge Chu Feiyan. Their faces lit up with the anticipation of a good show. Lu Zihang of the Lihua sect clenched his fists nervously at the sight. That kid's got some nerve. Still, it's good experience. With time running out, even if he loses, there's little to lose. Zhao Wushuang is being reckless. Chu Feiyan doesn't seem quite right. Every strike he lands is lethal. Even with the platform's protective shields preventing fatal blows, they won't shield against other injuries. If he gets seriously hurt, it could mean 100 days of recovery. Damaging his foundational cultivation would be disastrous, especially if it delays his progress. Zhang Feiyang watched the scene unfold, his own nerves stretched taut. He recalled Chu Feiyan's earlier contempt for the entire arena and his relentless, lethal strikes. Unconsciously, he found himself sweating coldly for Zhao Wushuang.
This can't be. Lu Zihang felt the same unease upon hearing this, his worries growing.
Injuries were manageable. The Lihua sect had plenty of miraculous elixirs. At worst, it would only delay his cultivation progress for a while. But if his foundational cultivation were damaged, that would truly be a case of losing more than he gained.
Sigh, I hope I'm just worrying needlessly. Zhang Feiyang shook his head inside. All eyes were fixed nervously on the arena.
They knew this would be the final battle for the top spot on the rankings, daring not to look away for fear of missing any thrilling moments. The dark horse of this year's Hidden Dragon tournament versus the current undisputed leader of the rankings who would ultimately claim the top spot? Of course, more people were wondering how many blows Zhao Wushuang could withstand. On the stage. Seeing Zhao Wushuang, a mere third-tier upper-grade cultivator, leap onto the stage, Chu Feiyan's brow furrowed involuntarily, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Instantly, he felt deeply humiliated. His voice turned icy cold as he sneered, "You only managed to scrape into 7th place by sheer luck. Do you seriously think your pathetic cultivation level is enough to challenge me? Time's almost up anyway. Why not give it a shot? Besides, your arrogance is unbearable. I'm curious to see what kind of trash the Divine Sword sect has produced." Zhao Wushuang shrugged, returning Chu Feiyan's gaze with equal contempt. From the moment Chu Feiyan stepped onto the stage, Zhao Wushuang had been watching his every move. Zhao Wushuang had noticed that while Chu Feiyan possessed formidable strength, he harbored a fatal flaw in his temperament. He was far too proud and self-righteous. Such a person, once enraged, might unleash attacks more ferocious than ever before. Yet, in doing so, they would also expose more vulnerabilities. Therefore, Zhao Wushuang planned to strike with an unexpected advantage. He intended to provoke Chu Feiyan first, hoping to find an opening in his furious attack and defeat him in one fell swoop.
Zhao Wushuang, do you truly wish to test the sharpness of my sword?
Chu Feiyan drew his long sword, bellowing furiously, his eyes blazing with murderous intent.
My blade is no less sharp.
Zhao Wushuang drew his blood moon war blade. A crimson glow flickered as the thick scent of blood rapidly filled the arena. The atmosphere instantly became tense and charged.
Ha! Arrogant fool! Chu Feiyan laughed bitterly in fury.
He wasted no more words on Zhao Wushuang. His long sword whirled, unleashing a torrent of sword chi that erupted like a storm.
Countless illusory blades blossomed, surging toward Zhao Wushuang from all directions.
The swirling sword chi coalesced into a single entity. Though not the heaven-shattering sword of old, it bore a striking resemblance. This colossal sword, forged from the converging energy, stretched dozens of meters in length. Its gleaming edge tore through the surrounding air with deafening sonic booms as it hurtled toward Zhao Wushuang. As the blade descended, every witness paled, their hearts clenching in fear for Zhao Wushuang. Though this strike was far less powerful than the heaven-shattering sword, that very technique had defeated Wang Zhongtian. And while Zhao Wushuang was formidable, he was likely far inferior to Wang Zhongtian.
With this strike, doubts began to surface among the crowd. Could Zhao Wushuang even withstand it? If he were to be gravely wounded, with only minutes remaining, his ranking might become precarious. As Chu Feiyan's blade descended, Zhao Wushuang's blood moon warblade swung through the air. A dense, sinister aura of bloodlust spread rapidly, accompanied by thunderclaps, surging winds, and spreading flames around the arena. As waves of supernatural energy swirled around him, amplified by the eerie, blood-soaked aura, Zhao Wushuang appeared utterly demonic and terrifying, like a demonic god of slaughter risen from the depths of hell. His blood moon warblade slashed out violently as he unleashed the blood river blade technique, layering terrifying blade energies upon one another. Since ascending to the upper tier of the third cultivation stage, fueled by countless slayings within the scroll world, Zhao Wushuang's blood river blade technique had reached the pinnacle of 5-blade convergence. With 5 blades converging into a single strike, an overwhelmingly terrifying might erupted in an instant. Crimson blade energy surged violently, accompanied by terrifying lightning and flames.
In the sky, the massive sword energy shattered inch by inch before the onslaught of the Blood River Blade energy. The more Zhao Wushuang's Blood Moon War blade slashed forward, the more the surrounding blood slaughter aura surged with terrifying intensity. As the final terrifying force erupted, Zhao Wushuang was completely enveloped by the sinister, blood-soaked aura. Under the terrifying force unleashed, the colossal sword energy in the sky shattered with a thunderous crash. Zhao Wushuang's Blood Moon Warblade plunged downward, its momentum not diminished but amplified, carrying a murderous intent as vast as the heavens as it charged directly toward Chu Feiyan. Chapter 103, Zhao Wushuang vs Chu Feiyan. The Blood River Blade technique was brutally fierce and utterly unnatural. The terrifying blood slaughter aura spread and swept across, completely enveloping the entire arena. Especially when infused by the pervasive blood slaughter aura, the Blood River Blade technique's power multiplied exponentially. To unleash such devastation, the number of lives sacrificed could only be immense, an act of extreme cruelty. It was also one of Zhao Wushuang's most formidable blade techniques, second only to the Whirlwind Thunderflame Slash and the Netherworld Thunderflame Divine Art. Facing Zhao Wushuang's ferocious attack, Chu Feiyan's eyebrows arched slightly, and a hint of gravity finally appeared on his face. His body flickered rapidly, advancing instead of retreating. The sword energy in his hand erupted violently, becoming incredibly sharp. Countless Gangjin sword energies weaved through the sky like vast rivers and oceans, swiftly shredding the spreading blood aura in the air. In the blink of an eye, sword chi spread, blade light flashed. Amidst the swirling blood mist, the two clashed fiercely, each countering the other's moves. Their battle on the stage was a relentless exchange of blows. Below, the crowd watched in stunned silence, eyes wide with astonishment. They were profoundly shaken by Zhao Wushuang's strength. They had assumed Zhao Wushuang was merely participating to gain experience, yet his prowess far exceeded their expectations. On the stage, he was holding his own against Chu Feiyan in a fierce exchange. From below, the crowd could barely make out the figures of Zhao Wushuang and Chu Feiyan on the stage. They could only vaguely perceive bursts of phantom figures, countless crimson blade energies and golden sword energies crisscrossing and spreading. As time passed on the stage, seeing that he couldn't defeat Zhao Wushuang, Chu Feiyan fought with increasing ferocity, a subtle shift occurring in his mindset. Zhao Wushuang, however, remained unhurried and composed throughout, steadily executing the Blood River Blade technique to counter Chu Feiyan's attacks. He waited for the moment for Chu Feiyan to completely lose his rhythm, expose a weakness, and then unleash his self-honed ultimate technique to defeat him in a single strike. This approach was a stark departure from Zhao Wushuang's previous fighting style, leaving the spectators below utterly perplexed. After all, the Zhao Wushuang they knew pursued swift victories. Whether facing equals or stronger awakened ones, he typically seized the advantage at the start and unleashed a furious assault to finish them off in one fell swoop. Now, however, Zhao Wushuang deliberately feigned weakness, deliberately dragging out the pace. This was the side visible to the examinees below. Yet the elders of the major sects seated in the spectator stands perceived a different reality. They understood clearly that this wasn't Zhao Wushuang unwilling to finish quickly, but rather that Chu Feiyan's strength was too formidable. Zhao Wushuang couldn't take him down directly and had no choice but to adopt this approach. Sword chi crisscrossed the sky as Chu Feiyan's attacks grew increasingly fierce, steadily suppressing Zhao Wushuang. Watching Zhao Wushuang continually retreat, though he was clearly being overwhelmed, Chu Feiyan found himself utterly unable to land even a single scratch. This infuriated Chu Feiyan. His voice carried a threat of rage as he snapped, "Weren't you so arrogant earlier? Why are you only dodging and blocking now? Attack! Or do you intend to drag this out? I'm merely using you to hone my footwork and sword technique. You truly are an excellent sharpening stone." Zhao Wushuang's voice carried a hint of mockery. His tone suggested he regarded Chu Feiyan as utterly insignificant. Hearing those words in that mocking tone, Chu Feiyan's anger flared even more. He roared furiously, "Damn it! You're despicable and shameless. But do you really think you can beat me? Before, you could still clash head-on with me thanks to your explosive power. But now, you can only block my attacks. I'll see how long you can hold out. My cultivation is higher than yours. If we go down to the wire, I can defeat you without breaking a sweat. First exhaust all the energy in my mech, then talk. But sadly, it seems you lack that ability. Otherwise, how could your attacks consistently fail to harm me?" Zhao Wushuang continued his taunts. He was forcing Chu Feiyan. He disrupted Chu Feiyan's rhythm, using verbal jabs to force Chu Feiyan into prematurely unleashing that heaven-shattering sword. That way, he'd gain enough time to react and counter, seizing the opening in Chu Feiyan's defense. Oof. Arrogant. Chu Feiyan gave a cold chuckle. But he wasn't reckless or brainless. With Zhao Wushuang's impenetrable defense, he wouldn't rashly unleash his ultimate divine technique. But the current approach was clearly unsustainable. He still needed to make a name for himself, to strike fear into the world with his legendary sword, seize the top spot on the hidden dragon rankings, and restore the prestige of the Divine Sword sect. On the arena, Chu Feiyan twisted his sword's edge, unleashing explosive speed as countless sword shadows erupted from thin air. Simultaneously, waves of sword energy spread endlessly through the air, surging toward Zhao Wushuang like a violent storm. Chu Feiyan had grown up within the divine sword sect since childhood. From the age of 6, he grasped a long sword, displaying extraordinary talent in the way of the sword. At 8, he entered the sect's scripture vault to delve deeper into its sword manuals and core teachings. Now 21 years old, over the past 15 years, he had essentially mastered every sword technique taught by the divine sword sect. Among them, aside from the heaven-shattering sword, he had also synthesized another formidable divine sword technique by distilling the essence from the sect's other sword arts and discarding their flaws. Though less devastating than the heaven-shattering sword, this technique required significantly less energy to execute. Moreover, this divine technique was also the one Chu Feiyan wielded with the greatest mastery. The Gale and Torrent Sword. This technique was called the Whirlwind and Torrent Sword. In the high heavens, the essence of gunmetal erupted ceaselessly, swiftly sweeping out the surrounding gales and the moisture in the air. This relentless surge continuously infused the streaks of flying sword energy. Empowered by the gale and the moisture in the air, the streaks of flying sword energy became even more ferocious and swift. Facing this dense barrage of attacks, terrifying thunderous power surged and erupted within Zhao Wushuang's body. His wind and thunder wings flapped behind him, propelling his form swiftly into the air. Bolts of thunder poured down from the heavens without cease, carrying an aura capable of obliterating all things. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions echoed ceaselessly, powerful shockwaves sweeping out in all directions. A fierce clash of attacks unfolded in all its intensity. The crowd below watched in rapt fascination. Such a clash left them all in awe, especially at the power Zhao Wushuang displayed. With their combined power, they were virtually unmatched among fourth-tier practitioners. Had they appeared in the wilderness zone, wielding such devastating area of effect attacks, they would have faced even small beast swarms without fear. Yet observing the battle on the platform, most still believed Chu Feiyan held the upper hand. After all, his aura felt more solid, and he hadn't yet unleashed his formidable heaven-shattering sword. With such heavy expenditure, the one to show cracks first would undoubtedly be Zhao Wushuang, whose cultivation was lower. Just as the crowd murmured in admiration, Chu Feiyan's body suddenly leapt upward on the stage. A blinding golden light erupted from the hilt of his long sword. Chapter 104, Shattering the Enemy. Sword of Heaven Shattering. In that moment, under the rapt attention of all present, Chu Feiyan finally unleashed his most formidable divine technique, the heaven-shattering sword. Beneath the dazzling golden light, the dense Gangjin Qi permeating Chu Feiyan's mecha rapidly converged into this single strike. The swirling sword Qi surged, infused with the potent Gangjin essence, amplifying the strike's power. Slash! Chu Feiyan roared with fury as colossal energy surged from his mecha, unleashed alongside the descending strike. A dazzling golden sword aura materialized in the sky, its terrifying energy piercing the heavens. It seemed as though this strike alone could shatter mountains and rivers, cleave the heavens and earth. Witnessing this strike, every spectator's expression abruptly changed, eyes widening in disbelief. In the spectator stands, Lu Zihong clenched his fists, his face tense. His voice trembled with shock and fear as he exclaimed, "What's going on? How can this sword be so powerful? Chu Feiyan actually held something back. This is at least 50% stronger than the one he used to defeat Wang Zhongtian earlier." As a 9th-rank powerhouse, Lu Zihong was acutely aware of the sheer power unleashed by Chu Feiyan's strike. He sensed immediately that this strike far surpassed the previous heaven-shattering sword in ferocity. What worried Lu Zihong most was that Zhao Wushuang had just unleashed an incredibly powerful ultimate move, and was now clearly running low on energy. Facing Chu Feiyan's ultimate strike now, he might struggle to withstand it. Even with the protective mechanisms, he could still suffer severe injuries. "Get the hell off the stage!" Chu Feiyan roared coldly as he unleashed the strike. Though he regarded Zhao Wushuang as a worthy opponent, Chu Feiyan's aloof arrogance remained utterly unshaken. In his heart, the heaven-shattering sword was the ultimate fourth-tier sword technique. For Zhao Wushuang to fall to this strike was an honor he himself could never hope to achieve in a lifetime. Get off the stage? Ha! That strike may be powerful, but it's not truly your own divine technique. You're merely wielding the blessings passed down by the divine sword sect's ancestors to lord it over others. What isn't yours will never truly be yours. This strike you've never wielded it with true perfection. Feeling the overwhelming might of the heaven-shattering sword, Zhao Wushuang did not retreat but advanced instead, striding forward. With that single stride, terrifying blood slaughter aura erupted from his body, sweeping out and instantly amplifying his own presence several-fold. Simultaneously, thunder flashed in the sky, flames erupted, and gales howled. 3 streams of supernatural energy intertwined, continuously coalescing into the blood moon warblade in Zhao Wushuang's hands. Amidst this surge of supernatural energies and the terrifying aura of bloodshed, Zhao Wushuang soared through the skies, his wings of wind and thunder flapping like an ancient demon god. His eyes blazed with murderous intent as waves of terrifying energy poured forth from his mecha. Gale Thunder Flame Slash. Underworld Thunder Flame Shatter. In that instant, Zhao Wushuang unleashed 2 divine techniques simultaneously, the supernatural ability Netherworld Thunder Flame Shatter and the blade technique Swift Wind Thunder Flame Slash. As the 2 divine techniques erupted, Zhao Wushuang's mind was instantly overwhelmed by a frenzied killing intent, his eyes turning an intense crimson.
Amidst the crowd's gasps, within a mere instant, the two attacks collided on the stage, unleashing a violent shockwave. Zhao Wushuang's two divine abilities merged as he swung his blade. It struck like a blade of divine retribution, shattering all things in the world. Meanwhile, Chu Feiyun's sword strike unleashed terrifying power, like a blade of faith seeking to shatter this gloomy world. As the clash of Sun Valley's attacks unleashed waves of violent shock, a deafening explosion roared, sending terrifying shockwaves sweeping outward in all directions. Amidst this terrifying collision, gale force winds surged, sand and stones flew across the ground, and the entire arena began to tremble. Were it not for the protective shield cast by the Dragon Star God, the sheer force of their attacks would have obliterated not just the arena, but the entire plaza. On the stage, the deafening explosions echoed relentlessly. Amidst the terrifying aura and the howling winds, the crowd could no longer see the two figures. All they could hear were the violent explosions and witness the sword chi and blade chi splattering across the sky. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Wushuang's face turned deathly pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward, staggering dozens of steps through the air before he barely managed to halt his momentum, narrowly avoiding a fall off the stage. Zhao Wushuang lost? Witnessing this scene, the crowd below the stage couldn't help but think this. A hint of regret also flickered across their faces. Compared to Chu Feiyun, they naturally hoped Zhao Wushuang would claim the top spot on the hidden dragon list. After all, Zhao Wushuang was a disciple of one of the 10 great sects, an unparalleled prodigy who had shattered the 1,000-year-old national examination record across the 4 provinces of Jiangnan. Being surpassed by such an extraordinary prodigy, coupled with the prestige of the Liwa sect, naturally brought them a sense of balance. Chu Feiyun, however, was a different story. Before the Hidden Dragon Assembly, Chu Feiyun had been utterly unknown. His debut was marked by extreme arrogance, which had deeply annoyed everyone. Moreover, if Chu Feiyun were to claim the top spot at this Hidden Dragon Assembly, wouldn't it signify the imminent resurgence of the sword sect, which had languished in obscurity for 1,000 years? This was an outcome they were unwilling to see. Should the Divine Sword sect rise again, it would inevitably claim a larger share of resources from them than the Li Fire sect ever could. No, Zhao Wushuang hasn't lost. A sudden cry of alarm erupted, coming from none other than Wu Hailong and Wang Zhongtian. The crowd froze, their gazes immediately returning to the center of the arena. There, in the center of the arena, Chu Feiyun stood frozen, his expression utterly blank, eyes filled with disbelief. He looked down at his chest. A crimson blade aura flickered where his chest armor lay, followed by a violent explosion that reverberated through the air. Amidst the deafening blast, a golden light illuminated the arena, instantly neutralizing the explosive force. Chu Feiyun lay weakened on the ground, his mecha disintegrating automatically, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He had lost. Though his heaven-shattering sword had wounded Zhao Wushuang, it had failed to defeat him. What he never could have imagined was that Zhao Wushuang had held back. Amidst the violent explosion, an extremely subtle blade aura had struck his chest. Now, with his mecha destroyed, an awakened warrior stripped of his armor saw his strength plummet dramatically. Zhao Wushuang wiped the blood from his lips, sheathed his blood moon blade, and stepped toward Chu Feiyun, one step at a time. Chapter 105, The Top Spot. Chu Feiyun, you've lost after all. Zhao Wushuang spoke calmly as he looked at Chu Feiyun. The haughty pride that had once filled Chu Feiyun's eyes had vanished completely, replaced by an intense look of unwillingness. He simply couldn't comprehend it. His talent for swordsmanship was astonishing, even hailed by his master as the most gifted disciple the Divine Sword sect had seen in 1,000 years. He had been nurtured intensively by the Divine Sword sect since childhood, dedicating every moment to diligent cultivation without the slightest slack. Yet despite all this, he had suffered defeat today at the hands of an awakened one merely at the upper tier of the 3rd stage. This was something the former Chu Feiyun could never have imagined, and his inner arrogance had suffered a devastating blow. No! I haven't lost. Chu Feiyun roared in refusal. He was so close to claiming the top spot on the Hidden Dragon rankings, just one step away. Yet at this critical moment, he had been defeated by Zhao Wushuang. The crushing blow was too much for Chu Feiyun to bear in that moment, his heart filled with intense resentment. He carried too much weight on his shoulders. From childhood, he had enjoyed the most abundant resources within the entire Divine Sword sect, and his mission bore the future of the sect itself. His defeat at Zhao Wushuang's hands was utterly unacceptable not just to him, but to the entire Sword God sect behind him. You lost. Is there any strength left in you now? Zhao Wushuang shook his head indifferently, no longer paying attention to Chu Feiyun. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the massive virtual screen suspended high in the sky. At that moment, the time limit had ended. On the massive virtual screen, his name stood at the top of the rankings, flanked by 2 enormous golden dragons weaving through the display. Chu Feiyun, defeated by Zhao Wushuang, was ranked 2nd. The rankings continued downward, with Wang Zhongtian in 3rd place and Wu Hailong in 4th, among others. 1st place. Zhao Wushuang is 1st. Below the stage, in the spectator stands. Seeing Zhao Wushuang ultimately defeat Chu Feiyun and claim victory, Lu Zihang and Zhang Feiyang couldn't help but raise their arms in cheers. After all, Zhao Wushuang was barely 20 years old.
Their highest expectation had been for him to crack the top 10. What they never could have imagined was that, at under 20 years old, Zhao Wushuang would outshine a host of prodigies to ascend to the top spot on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Such an achievement was likely unprecedented in history, with no one likely to match it in the future. In light of this extraordinary feat, the other names on the Hidden Dragon list paled in comparison, their brilliance suddenly dimmed. To be the top of the Hidden Dragons list before the age of 20, this news will likely send shockwaves throughout all of China. Not just all of China, the entire world will be stunned. The name Zhao Wushuang will once again resound across the entire globe. To possess such prowess at such a young age, Zhao Wushuang has likely caught the eye of the Dragon Star Lord. He might even be taken as a disciple. In the spectator stands, elders from other major sects whispered among themselves, casting envious glances at Lu Zihang and Zhang Feiyang of the Lihua sect. Particularly the elders and leaders of the Thunder God sect, their eyes held not just envy, but bitter regret. After all, back then, they had been the first sect to approach Zhao Wushuang, offering him exceptionally generous terms. Unfortunately, the emissary sent to recruit him had been overly arrogant, allowing the Lihua sect to snatch him away. Initially, they felt no regret. After all, outstanding talents were as plentiful as fish crossing the river. If he joined another sect, so be it, they could simply recruit an even more gifted prodigy the following year. But now, as Zhao Wushuang's fame grew ever brighter and he claimed the top spot on the Hidden Dragon list, the Thunder God sect was filled with bitter regret. Who was responsible for recruiting Zhao Wushuang? Senior Elder Lin Dahai of the Thunder God sect seethed inwardly, clenching his fists in fury as he gritted his teeth and demanded the answer. The responsible party hesitated before cautiously answering from the side. It was Senior Brother Lei Hao of the inner sect. Him? Lin Dahai's eyebrow shot up. He slammed his fist on the table in fury, reducing it to dust in an instant. This instantly drew the attention of elders and officials from other major sects. Feeling all eyes on him, Lin Dahai forced a smile and ordered in a low voice, effective immediately. Lei Hao was demoted 3 ranks, stripped of 10 years' salary, and removed from his position as representative for recruiting new disciples. Yes, Grand Elder. The responsible party nodded hastily and slipped away silently. High above the arena. As time came to a complete halt, flashes of light erupted from the center of the arena. One by one, the participants vanished within the beams, returning to the square below. The Hidden Dragon Assembly is officially concluded. The Dragon Star God, suspended in the air, spoke in a gentle voice. For those who have entered the Hidden Dragon list, specialized evaluators have already recorded your performance and battle footage. Rewards will be distributed based on your rankings and your performance on the arena. Additionally, the promises I made to you earlier will be fulfilled. These rewards will be delivered to you alongside the official rewards. Now, each of you who has entered the Hidden Dragon list may remain on my Divine Dragon Mountain for 1 month. You may enter the mountain's secret realm of enlightenment to devote yourselves to cultivation and study. As soon as the Dragon Star God spoke these words, those who had made the Hidden Dragon list erupted in cheers, their eyes brimming with anticipation. It was well known that in the past, the Divine Dragon Star Lord rarely opened the secret realm of enlightenment, typically offering only material rewards instead. Yet at this Hidden Dragon Assembly, not only had the Divine Dragon Star Lord offered generous material rewards, but he had also opened the enlightenment realm itself, granting them a full month to immerse themselves in cultivation and study within. This news sent waves of excitement through the crowd. After all, the Insight realm was no ordinary place. Entering it to cultivate and study would greatly enhance one's comprehension. Often, awakened ones stuck at bottlenecks could break through their limitations and advance their cultivation realms through the insights gained within. Even those with exceptional innate talent could sometimes grasp divine techniques within the realm, greatly enhancing their power. Very well. This session of the Hidden Dragon Assembly is now concluded. Those not listed on the Hidden Dragon rankings may disperse. The Dragon Star God waved his hand, then turned his gaze toward Zhao Wushuang. With a hint of amusement in his eyes, he spoke in a gentle tone, Zhao Wushuang, come with me. Before Zhao Wushuang could react, the Divine Dragon Star Lord transformed into a streak of light. Together with the Morong Star Lord, they shot toward a Taoist temple perched atop the highest peak of the Divine Dragon Mountain. Seeing this, Zhao Wushuang dared not delay. His wind and thunder wings flapped behind him, and his body transformed into a streak of lightning as he swiftly followed. Chapter 106, Reward. Summit of Shenlong Mountain. Inside the Taoist temple. When Zhao Wushuang arrived, the Divine Dragon Star Lord and Morong Star Lord were already seated beneath a peach blossom tree. The two were leisurely savoring the fragrant peach blossom wine. Seeing this, Zhao Wushuang hurried forward and respectfully clasped his hands. Junior Zhao Wushuang greets Divine Dragon Star Lord and Morong Star Lord. No need for formalities. The Dragon Star God raised his hand with a gentle expression. He looked at Zhao Wushuang, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Wushuang, do you know why I summoned you here alone? Hearing this, Zhao Wushuang's body trembled. He feigned composure, nodded, and replied, I have heard rumors. It is said that during each Hidden Dragon Assembly, the Divine Dragon Star Lord seeks out those with exceptional talent. If he takes a liking to someone, he may offer guidance, and in some cases, even accept them as an apprentice. Correct. The Divine Dragon Star Lord nodded approvingly. Zhao Wushuang's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. He immediately knelt down and bowed deeply to the Divine Dragon Star Lord, declaring, "Your disciple greets his master. No need to rush." But the Divine Dragon Star Lord shook his head, raising one hand slightly. A terrifying aura instantly lifted Zhao Wushuang off the ground. He gazed at Zhao Wushuang and spoke slowly, "I had indeed intended to take you as my disciple. Yet after much deliberation, I ultimately abandoned that thought. Still, there's no need for you to be anxious." "Then why?" Zhao Wushuang's expression shifted slightly as he looked at the Dragon Star God, somewhat bewildered. Could it be that the Dragon Star Lord was testing him? Or perhaps his current performance had failed to meet the Dragon Star Lord's expectations? Zhao Wushuang was utterly perplexed. But he couldn't fathom the reason, so he lowered his head, waiting for the Dragon Star God's next words. Seeing that Zhao Wushuang's demeanor remained largely unchanged, the Dragon Star God smiled and spoke, "I can see that the aura of slaughter surrounding you is exceptionally heavy. I presume you walk the path of slaughter. My path, however, is that of painting. It differs from the legacy you've inherited. Therefore, if I were to become your master, while I could help you achieve tremendous growth in cultivation and strength in the short term, it would become a shackle around your neck when you reach the threshold of transcendence. I will not take you as a formal disciple, but I admire your potential. I hope you will become a heroic figure who protects the human realm in the future. Therefore, I intend for you to remain at Shenlong Mountain for 3 years. During this time, I can offer guidance on your cultivation. Likewise, during these 3 years, all the secret realms within Shenlong Mountain shall be open to you. However, the resources consumed in your cultivation there will naturally be entirely at your own expense." After speaking, the Divine Dragon Star Lord shook his head, fixing his gaze upon Zhao Wushuang to observe any change in his expression. Upon hearing the Dragon God's words, Zhao Wushuang's expression remained unchanged, and he felt no profound disappointment. On the contrary, he even harbored a hint of anticipation and delight. Although the Dragon Star Lord had not become his master, leaving him without an extraordinary powerhouse as a backing, yet he had granted Zhao Wushuang an exceptionally generous reward, the freedom to live on Shenlong Mountain for 3 years. This was no ordinary life. The Divine Dragon Star Lord would grant him access to all the secret realms within the mountain, including the Enlightenment Realm and the Scroll World. With access to these myriad secret realms, Zhao Wushuang believed that with the system's support and the Dragon Star Lord's guidance, his cultivation and strength would undoubtedly surge dramatically within 3 years. Suppressing his excitement, Zhao Wushuang concealed his expression and respectfully bowed to the Dragon Star Lord. "Thank you, Dragon Star Lord. This junior will diligently study and cultivate on Dragon Mountain, and will not disappoint your high expectations. Neither arrogant nor impatient your temperament is commendable." The Dragon Star God nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Zhao Wushuang with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Your composure is commendable. Yet I remain curious about one thing: you did not become my formal disciple. Are you not disappointed?" Though a peerless powerhouse, the Divine Dragon Star Lord possessed an insatiable curiosity. He was genuinely intrigued to see how Zhao Wushuang would respond to his inquiry. Zhao Wushuang bowed his head, clasping his hands respectfully as he replied, "The Divine Dragon Star Lord is one of the 10 great powerhouses of the human race. Your decision must have its reasons. As for disappointment, well, there is a bit. But gain is my fortune, loss is my fate. Since what's done is done, the outcome cannot be changed. Why not embrace the future with a better mindset? Ah, you youngster." The Dragon Star God roared with laughter, his gaze toward Zhao Wushuang growing ever more admiring. He genuinely liked this young man, Zhao Wushuang. Not only was he exceptionally gifted, but his character was also remarkably sound. Especially his words and actions were entirely to his liking. Laughing heartily, the Dragon Star Lord waved his hand. A storage ring appeared, floating in midair before Zhao Wushuang. Looking at Zhao Wushuang, the Dragon Star Lord said, "Take it. This is my personal reward for you. Beyond this, the official rewards for topping the hidden dragon list and my earlier promises will all be delivered to you through official channels, every bit of it." He then produced a token and handed it directly to Zhao Wushuang. "This is the token of my Shenlong Mountain. With it, you may freely enter and exit the mountain. Moreover, for the next 3 years, this token grants you unrestricted access to all the secret realms within Shenlong Mountain." "Thank you, Divine Dragon Star Lord." Zhao Wushuang bowed respectfully, suppressing his excitement as he hastily accepted the storage ring and token. "Very well. I've given you all the necessary instructions. Find yourself a place to stay within the mountain. Any room you choose is yours." With that, the Divine Dragon Star Lord took a sip of peach wine and waved his hand at Zhao Wushuang. "This junior takes his leave." Zhao Wushuang nodded, understanding the deity's meaning. He did not linger awkwardly but slipped away silently from the Taoist temple. Leaving the temple, Zhao Wushuang could barely contain his excitement. His wind and thunder wings flapped behind him as joy spread across his face. He swiftly flew toward the square at the foot of Shenlong Mountain. Zhao Wushuang.
It's Zhao Wushuang. He's returned. Ha ha ha. Quickly welcome this great hero of our Lihua sect.
Within the Lihua sect's designated quarters on Shenlong Mountain, Zhao Wushuang descended swiftly from the sky. And Damo, Wu Hailong, and the others burst into laughter upon seeing Zhao Wushuang rushing forward to greet him with overwhelming enthusiasm. Their faces lit up with excitement as they watched Zhao Wushuang land steadily on the ground. His mecha automatically disassembled. And Damo couldn't wait to ask, how was it? How was it? Did the Dragon Star Lord take you as a disciple? Did he give you any special rewards? Chapter 107, Lu Zihan Summons. No. Zhao Wushuang shook his head at Damo's question, but then a smile touched his lips. Though the Divine Dragon Star Lord didn't take me as a disciple, he did permit me to stay on Divine Dragon Mountain for 3 years of cultivation. During that time, I can seek his guidance on any matter. What? The Divine Dragon Star Lord actually permitted you to cultivate on Divine Dragon Mountain for 3 whole years? You must know that the rest of us who made it onto the hidden dragon list can only cultivate there for a single month. It's more than that. We only train for 1 month in the Dao Realization's secret realm, while senior brother Zhao gets 3 years on Dragon God Mountain with the Dragon God Star Lord's guidance. The others were stunned at first, then their eyes flashed with envy. 3 full years to cultivate within the Divine Dragon Mountain. After all, unless one was a formal disciple of the Divine Dragon Star Lord, merely a nominal disciple held no qualification to cultivate within the mountain. They could only occasionally listen to the Divine Dragon Star Lord expound on the way and receive brief guidance. Zhao Wushuang's treatment far surpassed that of previous nominal disciples, ranking only below the formal disciples of the Divine Dragon Star Lord. This couldn't help but make everyone envious. Just as the crowd was buzzing with congratulations for Zhao Wushuang, an elder from the Lihua sect suddenly stepped forward. His gaze fixed on Zhao Wushuang, a gentle smile graced his face as he spoke in a warm tone. Zhao Wushuang, the third elder awaits you in his chambers. Third elder? Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. Wu Hailong, standing nearby, quickly whispered, the third elder is the chief elder in charge of the mission hall in our Lihua sect. The first and second elders, along with several supreme elders, are largely detached from worldly affairs. Within the sect, his status and authority are second only to our sect master. Given your outstanding performance this time surpassing both Wang Zhongtian and Chu Feiyan to claim the top spot on the hidden dragon list, third elder will surely bestow great rewards upon you. Besides the third elder, Commander Zhang is also present. Both of them are extremely generous with their rewards. You're in for a treat now. And Damo and Wang Hao chimed in from the side. Hearing their words, Zhao Wu's eyes lit up instantly. He nodded and followed the elder into the room. Upon entering the room, Zhao Wushuang saw the third elder of the Lihua sect, Lu Zihang, and the intersect commander of the Lihua sect, Zhang Feiyang, seated at the head of the room, chatting and laughing. Seeing them, Zhao Wushuang immediately bowed respectfully with clasped hands. Disciple Zhao Wushuang greets third elder and Commander Zhang. Seeing Zhao Wushuang enter, Lu Zihang and Zhang Feiyang both wore warm, welcoming smiles. Zhang Feiyang spoke first, bursting into hearty laughter. Zhao Wushuang, you've done remarkably well, completely shattering my preconceptions. From the very start, I never believed you could break into the top 10 or even the top 20. Yet time and again, you proved me wrong with your strength, climbing higher and higher in the rankings. In the end, you outright defeated Chu Feiyan to claim the top spot on the hidden dragon list. Lu Zihang chuckled beside him. Yeah, old Zhang's judgment was way off. I believed in you from the start, but he kept pouring cold water on it. When you beat Chu Feiyan, he was completely dumbfounded. Ah, you've really brought honor to our Lihua sect. Both men were overjoyed. On one hand, they had unearthed Zhao Wushuang, a peerless prodigy. On the other, Zhao Wushuang had defeated the elite talents from all corners of Huaxia to claim the top spot on the hidden dragon rankings. This brought immense benefits to both the future and current development of the Lihua sect. Thank you for your kind words, third elder and Commander Zhang. This was merely a stroke of luck for this disciple. Had Wang Zhongtian not already weakened Chu Feiyan beforehand, I likely wouldn't have landed that decisive blow at the critical moment. Zhao Wushuang bowed his hands toward the two, head bowed, his expression profoundly respectful. Faced with Zhao Wushuang's unassuming demeanor, Lu Zihang and Zhang Feiyang were both thoroughly satisfied, nodding their heads in approval. Such a mindset, neither arrogant nor impatient, whether genuine or merely superficial, was commendable. A talent like this, coupled with his prodigious gifts and strength provided he doesn't meet an untimely end, would surely achieve boundless greatness in the future. He might even surpass them both to reach the transcendent realm. Observing Zhao Wushuang, Lu Zihang inquired, I overheard your conversation outside earlier. I understand you intend to cultivate within the Divine Dragon Mountains for 3 years? Did the Divine Dragon Star Lord grant you any special privileges? Zhao Wushuang bowed his hands in response. The Divine Dragon Star Lord granted me unrestricted access to all secret realms within the mountain. He also permitted me to seek his guidance at any time during these 3 years should I encounter confusion regarding cultivation techniques. The Divine Dragon Star Lord granted you access to all secret realms?
Upon hearing this, Lu Zihang's pupils contracted slightly, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had assumed the Dragon Star Lord merely permitted Zhao Wushuang to cultivate within the Enlightenment's secret realm for 3 years, offering some guidance. If that were the case, it would mean Zhao Wushuang was still valued by the Dragon Star Lord, who intended to cultivate him further. But upon hearing that the Dragon Star Lord had granted Zhao Wushuang access to every secret realm within Dragon Mountain, he instantly realized the matter was far more significant. Swallowing hard, Lu Zihang hurriedly asked, with such treatment from the Divine Dragon Star Lord, he didn't take you as a disciple? Yes, Zhao Wushuang replied. The Divine Dragon Star Lord said he follows the path of painting, while I walk the path of slaughter. To avoid hindering my future domain development after reaching the transcendent realm, he felt it would be inconvenient to take me as a disciple. Zhao Wushuang nodded solemnly, responding truthfully. He felt no regret about this outcome. With the system, as long as he hunted enough demonic beasts and acquired sufficient resources, his achievements and cultivation had no limits. His growth was merely a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Lu Zihang nodded in sudden understanding, a hint of disappointment flitting across his face as he murmured to himself, I see. Well, it makes sense. After all, I'm not a transcendent-level powerhouse myself, so I don't know much about domain matters. Good thing I asked a few more questions, otherwise I'd have misled both him and myself. Zhang Feiyang, however, flashed a look of schadenfreude. He muttered under his breath, looks like someone's going to be disappointed. Seems certain people aren't qualified to take Zhao Wushuang as a disciple. Shut your filthy mouth. Lu Zihang shot Zhang Feiyang a glare. Then, he forced a gentle smile and turned to Zhao Wushuang, saying, I did indeed intend to take you as my disciple. But since even the Dragon Star Lord doesn't wish to delay your path, I certainly can't. Still, I hold great promise for you. After 3 years of cultivation on Dragon Mountain, I will come to bring you to my headquarters. At that time, should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you may come to me directly. Moreover, the resources available to you within my Lihua sect will be multiplied 20-fold. Though he couldn't formally take Zhao Wushuang as a disciple. But having grasped Zhao Wushuang's potential, Lu Zihang resolved to nurture this future pillar of the Lihua sect and cultivate a strong relationship with him. Chapter 108, Support. Thank you, Third Elder. Zhao Wushuang's face lit up upon hearing this. Previously, his monthly stipend at the Lihua sect had been 5 million Federation credits. Now, it had suddenly increased 20-fold. In other words, even if he did nothing within the Lihua sect, he could now earn a full 100 million Federation coins per month. Lu Zihang smiled and nodded, looking at Zhao Wushuang. You're rejoicing too soon. There's even more to come that will delight you. Not only will your monthly stipend rise to 100 million Federation coins, but each year, you may freely select one treasure of 7th tier quality or higher from my Lihua sect. Furthermore, I personally grant you 10 billion Federation credits as a reward, ensuring you can cultivate with complete peace of mind at Shenlong Mountain over the next 3 years. Lu Zihang added, since you'll be staying at Shenlong Mountain for the next 3 years, once I return to the Lihua sect, I'll report your achievements. The sect's rewards and your monthly stipend for the next 3 years will be settled in advance and deposited directly into your Lihua sect account. This disciple will not disappoint Elder Shan's high expectations. Once I have mastered my studies, I will take it upon myself to revive the Lihua sect. Zhao Wushuang felt both thrilled and deeply moved upon hearing this. Such generous rewards. For the next 3 years, all his cultivation resources would be more than sufficient. Moreover, he could indulge in extravagant spending, purchasing even more precious cultivation resources and treasures. At that moment, Zhang Feiyang spoke up from the side, since Third Elder has already made his offer, I certainly won't be stingy. Upon our return to the sect, I will personally sponsor you an additional 10 billion Federation credits. I will have Third Elder transfer it into your account together with his portion. Thank you, Commander Zhang. Zhao Wushuang hurriedly clasped his hands in gratitude. No need for thanks. You've earned it all. Zhang Feiyang shook his head. 10 billion Federation credits meant little to an awakened of his caliber. He had originally intended to offer even more, but Lu Zihang had previously stated that while a certain level of reward was acceptable, it should not exceed reasonable limits. On one hand, the Lihua sect valued fairness and impartiality. Throughout its history, no one who had claimed the top spot on the hidden dragon list had ever received a reward higher than Zhao Wushuang's. Increasing it further would inevitably cause resentment among past champions. On the other hand, Zhao Wushuang couldn't be allowed to amass too much wealth too quickly. Otherwise, it would easily breed arrogance within him, potentially leading to complacency in his cultivation and strength in the future. After all, true strength is forged through trials amidst blood seas and mountains of corpses, not merely through external support. If Zhao Wushuang were solely supported by wealth, what if he lost the courage to venture into the wilderness zone? This would clearly hinder Zhao Wushuang's future development. After much deliberation, the two had already settled on the reward amount before Zhao Wushuang returned. Had Zhao Wushuang known their thoughts, he would have been utterly distraught. For him, even vast amounts of Federation currency would merely serve to purchase external items and supplementary cultivation materials to enhance his strength.
It would not cause him to slack off in his cultivation, nor would it diminish his unwavering courage to venture into the wilderness zone. After all, his primary reliance was on the system. Without hunting demonic beasts, how could he obtain energy points? How could he rapidly advance his cultivation realm and master new techniques? After giving Zhao Wushuang some final instructions, the two glanced at the sky and said, "Alright, we won't keep you any longer. Your cultivation is paramount, and it's time for us to escort the others back to the Lihua sect. Farewell, Third Elder and Commander Zhang." Zhao Wushuang nodded and bowed respectfully to Lu Zihang and Zheng Feiyang. Lu Zihang and Zheng Feiyang smiled and nodded in return, striding out of the room to lead the Lihua sect disciples who hadn't made the hidden dragon list away from Shenlong Mountain. With Lu Zihang and the others gone, only Wu Haibing and Damao, Wang Hao, and two others remained in the courtyard. Counting Zhao Wushuang, 6 members of the Lihua sect had successfully entered the hidden dragon list, this time a rather commendable achievement. Particularly noteworthy was the fact that Wu Hailong and Zhao Wushuang had secured the 4th and 1st positions respectively within the top 10. Should the new round of resource-rich secret realms be distributed equally, the Lihua sect would undoubtedly far surpass the other 10 major sects, securing the vast majority of resources in secret realms. Senior Brother Zhao, the 5 of us have just discussed it. We plan to depart immediately and head straight to the Wudao secret realm to cultivate diligently, hoping to gain something there. As Lu Zihang and the others departed, Wang Hao enthusiastically greeted Zhao Wushuang upon seeing him emerge. The Lihua sect had always valued strength above all else, disregarding seniority or innate talent. Now that Zhao Wushuang's strength far surpassed theirs, it was only natural to change their previous address from Junior Brother Zhao to Senior Brother Zhao. "Indeed, Brother Zhao, would you like to join us? We could enter the secret realm of enlightenment together. Should any new insights arise, we could discuss them collectively." Wu Hailong forced a smile. This title of Senior Brother was uttered with genuine sincerity, truly heartfelt. After all, he couldn't even defeat Wang Zhongtian, let alone Chu Feiyan, who had bested Wang Zhongtian. But Zhao Wushuang had defeated Chu Feiyan right there on the stage, face to face. With such formidable strength, Zhao Wushuang truly deserved the title of Senior Brother. Hearing their enthusiastic invitation, Zhao Wushuang shook his head and replied with a smile, "You two go ahead. I plan to find lodging at the peak of Shenlong Mountain first, to facilitate my future cultivation and entry into the secret realm." He wasn't in a hurry for the secret realm of enlightenment. His immediate priority was to establish a foothold within Shenlong Mountain. Only then could he use his rewards to purchase ample cultivation resources and treasures. "Very well. Since Brother Zhao has other plans, we shall take our leave." Wu Hailong and the others nodded, bowed respectfully to Zhao Wushuang, and then left the courtyard together, chatting and laughing. Watching their retreating figures, Zhao Wushuang smiled. He activated his Thunderflame Mecha, flapping the wind and thunder wings on his back, and swiftly ascended toward the very peak of Shenlong Mountain. He did not disturb the divine Dragon Star Lord at the Taoist Temple. Instead, he found a secluded courtyard on the summit, situated closer to the major secret realms. After settling in, Zhao Wushuang carefully scanned the surroundings. Finding nothing amiss, he finally lay down on the bed with a look of contentment. The spiritual energy here was exceptionally dense, making cultivation progress immeasurably faster than in other locations. This proved immensely beneficial for Zhao Wushuang's cultivation. Lying on the bed, Zhao Wushuang leisurely retrieved the storage ring given by the Dragon Star God. With eager anticipation, he unlocked its seals and opened it. Chapter 109, Surprise. He opened the storage ring. Zhao Wushuang focused his attention inward. The space within the ring was immense, easily 100 times larger than his previous storage ring. Such a vast storage ring was rarely seen on the market, and its price was exorbitant. It could be said that this single storage ring alone made Zhao Wushuang's journey a huge success. If even a storage ring is this precious, the Dragon Star God truly lives up to his reputation as a transcendent-level powerhouse. Even a casual reward from him would be more than enough to benefit me tremendously. Zhao Wushuang murmured his admiration under his breath, his eyes scanning the ring with eager anticipation. At its very center, a sand-colored stone bead floated silently in midair, radiating waves of profound energy. Beside it lay a vibrant green vine, pulsing with life force. A mere touch sent a wave of warm energy coursing through his body. A 9th-tier treasure, the Earth Spirit Orb? And a 9th-tier treasure, the 10,000-year evergreen vine? Seeing these two treasures, Zhao Wushuang's eyes lit up, his face brimming with excitement. He never imagined the Dragon Star God would be so generous, directly rewarding him with 2 9th-tier treasures. Moreover, both the Earth Spirit Pearl and the 10,000-year evergreen vine were considered among the absolute pinnacle of 9th-tier treasures. Should they ever enter circulation outside, they would undoubtedly drive countless 9th-tier powerhouses into a frenzy. It wouldn't be surprising if they sparked a bloody war in the wilderness zone. Yet these two incredibly precious treasures had been bestowed upon him without the Dragon Star God even batting an eye. This clearly demonstrated just how immensely wealthy transcendent-level powerhouses were. Even casually circulating scraps of their wealth was enough to send the outside world into a frenzy. Truly worthy of the divine Dragon Star Lord, one of the 10 great warriors of Huaxia. Such a generous reward this favor, Zhao Wushuang remembers.
Zhao Wushuang drew a deep breath. He retrieved the Earth Spirit Pearl and the 10,000-year green vine.
Additionally, he discovered a wooden box within his storage ring, its surface shrouded in a murky, dark gray hue. Without careful observation, it could easily blend into the dim aura of the storage space.
Another treasure?
Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow, his excitement palpable as he retrieved the wooden box. Staring at the box, he swallowed hard and carefully opened it. Inside lay a single letter and a jade slip radiating an ancient, divine aura.
A cultivation technique?
Zhao Wushuang froze for a moment before grasping the jade tablet with eager anticipation. In an instant, a vast torrent of information surged forth from the jade tablet, flooding Zhao Wushuang's mind like a sudden enlightenment.
The Taoist secret canon, the Sutra of Forgetting while seated. Feeling the immense wave of knowledge surge through his mind, Zhao Wushuang's body trembled violently.
The cultivation technique he had obtained was a legacy from the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra, one of the ancient Taoist sect's secret scriptures. Though not the pinnacle of Taoist scriptures, the Sutra of Forgetting the Self was still immensely precious. Its greatest efficacy lay in nurturing one's foundation, enabling the ceaseless flow of mecha energy within the practitioner's body. Beyond that, the Sutra of Sitting in Forgetfulness possessed another immense benefit. It cultivated a neutralizing energy capable of rapidly healing internal injuries and restoring mecha energy and vital essence. Moreover, this neutralizing energy could swiftly dispel and suppress negative emotions, whether originating externally or internally, preventing practitioners from falling into spiritual madness during cultivation or being mentally manipulated by others.
See what's in this envelope. Having obtained the Zhuang Sutra, Zhao Wushuang took a deep breath and eagerly opened the envelope. The rewards bestowed by the Dragon Star Lord were so lavish that Zhao Wushuang was momentarily overwhelmed. Even a single treasure within was worth at least tens of billions in the outside world. As for the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra, one of the ancient Taoist sect's secret scriptures, its value was beyond measure. Money alone couldn't guarantee its acquisition. As the envelope opened, the letter inside floated into the air, then transformed into a shadowy figure.
That phantom was none other than the Dragon Star God himself.
Zhao Wushuang, upon opening the envelope, you have likely received my reward.
Your performance has surprised me, and it has also shown me the future of the human race.
Therefore, these things are what you deserve.
What lies within is my suggestion to you. I hope you will absorb the Earth Spirit Pearl and the 10,000-year green vine as soon as possible. Combined with your existing wind, fire, and thunder attributes, this will greatly benefit the growth of your future mecha. It may even grant you the opportunity to condense the extremely powerful and rare primordial chi. Originally, I had no intention of giving you these items.
But your innate talent has given me hope.
Should you truly condense the primordial chi, once you cultivate to the transcendent realm, you will understand its profound benefits. Now, let's discuss another matter of importance.
You must have noticed the Taoist scripture I bestowed upon you, the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra?
This Taoist scripture was obtained by me from an ancient ruin. It is highly beneficial for your current cultivation stage, helping to nurture the foundations within your body. Beyond that, there is another crucial matter. You walk the path of slaughter and cultivate the Blood River Blade technique. When you unleash the Blood River Blade Art's ultimate technique on the arena, I sensed immense negative emotions and a surging killing intent emanating from you. While this serves you well in combat, amplifying your offensive power, if these overwhelming negative emotions and surging killing intent remain unchecked, they may one day suddenly turn against you. You could become a cold-blooded killing machine, utterly unable to control your own emotions. That is why I thought of this Taoist scripture, the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra. It cultivates a balanced and harmonious energy that can suppress negative emotions. You must cultivate this technique diligently to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. It will also help you solidify your foundation swiftly. The voice of the Dragon Star God echoed from the shadowy figure.
Zhao Wushuang listened in silence.
After the Dragon Star God spoke his final words, the floating apparition dissolved into nothingness. Simultaneously, the letter turned to ashes.
Phew! Witnessing this scene, Zhao Wushuang exhaled deeply.
He recalled the divine Dragon Star Lord's advice, then remembered the bloodlust and surging killing intent that had filled his mind during battle. He found himself increasingly convinced that the Dragon Star God had spoken wisely. Though this was merely a minor flaw, if he encountered a formidable opponent, the small weakness could easily be exploited, leading to him being overwhelmed by a flood of negative emotions.
What a noble soul!
The divine Dragon Star Lord treats me thus not merely a master, but a revered teacher. A flash of gratitude flickered in Zhao Wu's eyes. He swiftly regained his composure, clutching the Earth Spirit Orb and the 10,000-year evergreen vine as his attention shifted to the attribute panel within his mind.
Chapter 110, Evolution. System, open my attribute panel.
Zhao Wushuang murmured silently in his mind.
Name, Zhao Wushuang. Mecha, Thunderflame Mecha Plus.
Rank 3rd tier, high grade. Abilities Netherworld Thunderflame superior grade. Martial Arts Blood River Blade Technique Mastery, Swift Thunder Body Forging Method First Major Achievement Plus, Swift Thunder Phantom Step Minor Achievement Plus, Wandering Dragon Blade Technique Superior Grade, Whirlwind Step Superior Grade.
Energy points 3,556,600. Over 3,560,000 energy points. This was the surplus energy Zhao Wushuang had accumulated from hunting demonic beasts within the scroll world. After breaking through to the upper tier of the third stage, Zhao Wushuang had consecutively hunted down multiple fourth-tier demonic beasts, accumulating his energy points to over 3,500,000. Unfortunately, lacking precious materials at the time, he couldn't immediately evolve his mecha. But now, things were different. With the two ninth-tier treasures bestowed by the Dragon Star God, the Earth Spirit Pearl and the 10,000-year Green Vine, his mecha could finally undergo evolution once more. His gaze fell upon the Earth Spirit Pearl and the 10,000-year Evergreen Vine as he pondered which treasure to use first as material for this evolution. The Earth Spirit Ore possessed an incredibly potent, solid aura that greatly bolstered his defenses and could even significantly enhance his physical strength. The 10,000-year Evergreen Vine, however, possessed formidable restorative capabilities. It could greatly enhance his vital energy and blood force. Perhaps, after fusion, he might even gain restorative and control abilities. A moment of hesitation passed. Zhao Wushuang weighed his options between the two. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose the 10,000-year Evergreen Vine. At this stage, recovery and control techniques would serve him better. After all, he was currently within the Dragon's Back Mountain. When the time came to venture into the secret realm to hunt demon beasts, the Evergreen Vine would undoubtedly offer greater assistance than the Earth Spirit Pearl. It would allow him to hunt demon beasts for longer periods and maintain formidable combat prowess. Moreover, with both treasures in his possession, he could accumulate vast amounts of energy points within the Divine Dragon Mountains. By then, he would likely be able to trigger another mecha evolution, directly consuming the Earth Spirit Orb. He drew a deep breath. Having made his decision, Zhao Wushuang hesitated not a moment. He silently commanded within his mind, "System, fuse the 10,000-year Evergreen Vine and initiate mecha evolution." As the words fell, 1 million energy points were instantly consumed. An incredibly potent surge of vital energy surged through Zhao Wushuang's body as the Thunderflame mecha autonomously bonded with him. Simultaneously, terrifying bolts of lightning and searing flames rapidly spread from the mecha, coalescing into a purple mist that enveloped Zhao Wushuang. Amidst this terrifying display of thunder and flames, a vibrant vitality emanated from within, acting as a neutralizing force. It enveloped and fused the entire terrifying thunder and flames. Emerald green light flickered as the aura emanating from Zhao Wushuang grew increasingly terrifying, steadily intensifying. Boom! After roughly 10 minutes, a powerful shockwave erupted, dispersing the purple mist that had enveloped Zhao Wushuang. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your evolution. The Thunder Flame Mecha has evolved into the Primordial Mecha. The system's voice echoed in Zhao Wushuang's ears. He took a single stride forward, causing the entire room to tremble. However, this was the peak of Shenlong Mountain, where every corner was reinforced by formidable barriers. Even if Zhao Wushuang caused tremendous commotion during his cultivation, it wouldn't shake the very foundations of the room. The Chaos Armor? Stretching his limbs, Zhao Wushuang opened his palm, releasing the armor's energy. A multicolored aura blossomed from his hand. Within this vibrant aura flickered the swiftness of wind, the destructive force of thunder, the scorching heat of fire, and the life-giving essence of wood. These four elements intertwined and swirled, perfectly harmonized by the wood element's neutralizing influence, blending together without the slightest hint of conflict. Break! Zhao Wushuang clenched his palm with a sudden squeeze. In an instant, multiple streams of elemental energy erupted, shattering the air and unleashing a deafening sonic boom. A terrifying shockwave swept outward, its sheer power matching Zhao Wushuang's previous strongest technique, the Whirlwind Thunderflame Slash, in every way. What a terrifying attack! Before, I could only barely coordinate them together. But now, with the fusion of the 10,000-year Evergreen Vine, its neutralizing effect allows me to perfectly master them all at once. Feeling the terrifying power he had just unleashed, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but draw in his sharp breath. With such terrifying power, if he were to face the previous Chu Feiyan again, he could easily overwhelm him, pin him down, and grind him into the ground. Wait! Beyond this enhancement, it seems I've also grasped a new ability. Sensing the changes within his mecha, Zhao Wushuang immediately turned his gaze to the attribute panel in his mind. Name, Zhao Wushuang. Mecha, Han Yuan Mecha. Grade High Tier Tier 3. Supernatural abilities, Netherworld Thunderflame Transcendent Grade, Wood Element Mastery 9th Tier. Martial Arts, Blood River Blade Technique Mastery, Swift Thunder Body Forging Method First Major Achievement Plus, Swift Thunder Phantom Step Minor Achievement Plus, Wandering Dragonblade Technique Superior Grade, Swift Wind Step Superior Grade. Energy points 2,556, 600. Mastery of Wood? Seeing Mastery of Wood listed among his abilities, and at the 9th tier no less, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but pause in surprise. He spread his arms wide as mecha energy surged within him. Immediately, as he activated the wood control ability, a jade-green aura began to emanate from his body. In an instant, Zhao Wushuang was enveloped in a warm, soothing aura. His mind felt crystal clear, and his entire body was filled with an indescribable sense of ease. A restorative ability. Feeling the effects of this ability, Zhao Wushuang nodded slightly. It was exactly as he had expected. I wonder if there are any other effects besides this restorative one? Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself. He turned his gaze toward the window. In the courtyard below, a stone path stretched straight to the gate, flanked by lush green grass. Shall I try? Zhao Wushuang spread his fingers, channeling the emerald green energy within him through his mind to wield the wood elemental control. As his intent stirred, the emerald green energy rapidly spread outward, enveloping the entire courtyard. Boom! 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 A thunderous roar echoed, causing the ground to tremble. Countless blades of grass began to grow wildly, transforming into countless emerald vines. Under Zhao Wushuang's command, they whirled through the air like dancing ribbons before coiling like ropes, surging toward the massive boulder at the courtyard's center. Boom! A violent explosion echoed. Enveloped by the sprawling grasses and crushed by immense force, the boulder shattered into a sky-filling cloud of dust. Chapter 111, Farewell. What terrifying power! Its resilience is also remarkable. If used in one-on-one combat, the wood mastery could easily imprison an enemy. Combined with the Gale lightning flame slash, the dual attacks would undoubtedly yield extraordinary results. Watching the grass manipulated by wood mastery unleash such terrifying power, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but whistle in admiration. And this was merely ordinary grass. If it were any other hardwood attribute object, the power unleashed would likely be even greater. Recalling the dispersed energy, Zhao Wushuang turned his gaze back to his attribute panel. The attribute panel still held 2,500,000 energy points, enough to further enhance both the Swift Lightning Body Tempering Technique and the Swift Lightning Phantom Step. System, enhance my lightning forging technique. Zhao Wushuang silently commanded in his mind. As the words left his lips, a thick surge of vital energy pulsed through his body. It coursed along his meridians, spreading throughout his limbs and continuously fortifying his physical prowess while nourishing the mecha energy within him. 7 days later. Zhao Wushuang stepped out of his room feeling refreshed and invigorated. By now, he had perfected the first tier of the Swift Thunder Body Forging Technique and mastered the Whirlwind Phantom Step to its highest level. Through these 7 days of cultivation, Zhao Wushuang had fully familiarized himself with the evolved mecha, completely mastering the newly added immense power and speed. Excellent! With my strength now increased, it's time to venture into the secret realm and hunt demon beasts. Zhao Wushuang stretched his limbs, then retrieved the token directly from his storage ring. As the token activated, Zhao Wushuang's body transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward the distant secret realm. A dizzying sensation of spinning filled his senses. Moments later, Zhao Wushuang materialized in a monochrome world. The Ink and Water Secret Realm. This secret realm, known as the Ink and Water Secret Realm, formed the very foundation of the entire Shenlong Mountain. Legend held that this Ink and Water Secret Realm was the inheritance obtained by the divine Dragonstar Lord upon his breakthrough. Upon reaching the Transcendent Realm, the Water Ink Secret Realm automatically recognized him as its master. Thus, relying on this single secret realm, he established the entire Shenlong Mountain. Roar! The furious roar of a demon beast echoed through the air. Zhao Wushuang turned to look. He had barely appeared here when demonic beasts began closing in from all directions. As far as the eye could see, there were hundreds of them, each possessing at least second-tier cultivation. Let the slaughter begin. Surveying the vast horde of beasts, Zhao Wushuang's lips curled into a faint smile. His body dissolved into streaks of phantom light, streaking through the air like a whirlwind. The blood moon warblade drew from its sheath, and blood spattered through the air. 1 month later, on the 8th day of the 10th lunar month, morning. A gentle breeze caressed the air as lazy sunlight bathed the land, draping the entire Shenlong Mountain in a golden mantle. Zhao Wushuang sat cross-legged atop a massive boulder at the mountain's peak, gently breathing in the morning sunrise energy as he cultivated the seated Forgetfulness Sutra. As a month passed, Zhao Wushuang had hunted countless demonic beasts within the secret realm, rapidly accumulating energy points. His cultivation had now reached the peak of the 3rd tier. He had intended to continue his bloodthirsty rampage within the secret realm, but unfortunately, his excessive slaughter eventually drew the attention of the divine Dragonstar Lord, who pulled him out. The primary reason was that the divine Dragonstar Lord believed cultivation required a balance between exertion and rest. Zhao Wushuang's excessive bloodlust was detrimental to his future cultivation progress. Thus, he imposed a rule: Zhao Wushuang could enter the Inkwash secret realm for no more than 7 days each month. The remaining time must be devoted to diligent cultivation, striving to reach the foundational realm of the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra as soon as possible. Only then, with the neutralizing energy of the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra, could the overwhelming negative emotions that surged in Zhao Wushuang's mind during his frenzied killing sprees be alleviated and suppressed. Though this arrangement left Zhao Wushuang somewhat regretful. He understood in his heart that the Dragon Star God was acting in his best interest. Cultivation truly required a balance between exertion and rest. Just as Zhao Wushuang was immersed in cultivating the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra, footsteps suddenly echoed from the foot of the mountain. Old Zhao! Old Zhao! The familiar voices echoed from below.
Zhao Wushuang looked down and saw Indamo, Wu Hailong, and other disciples of the departing fire sect standing below, their faces beaming with smiles.
Coming.
Zhao Wushuang nodded with a smile. He drew in a sharp breath, swallowing the surrounding morning energy into his belly. Then, leaping from the mountaintop, he spread the twin wings of wind and thunder on his back, flapping them vigorously.
In the blink of an eye, he descended to the foot of the mountain. Indamo and the others weren't originally qualified to enter this sacred ground. However, as disciples of the Lihua sect and given their close relationship with Zhao Wushuang, some of the administrators of Shenlong Mountain chose to turn a blind eye.
What's the matter?
Why have you found the time to come looking for me today?
Zhao Wushuang folded his wind and thunder wings, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as his gaze swept over the group.
Indamo chuckled. What? Has the great prodigy Zhao lost his mind in cultivation?
A month has passed and our training period at Shenlong Mountain has ended.
Naturally, we must return to our sect. This visit is to bid you farewell. A month.
Zhao Wushuang felt a bit dazed.
He chuckled and replied, indeed, time flies. A month has passed in the blink of an eye.
Shaking his head, Zhao Wushuang turned his gaze toward Indamo and the others.
His gaze shifted to Indamo and the others as he inquired, so? How was your cultivation in the Tao Realization's secret realm this past month? Any progress in your cultivation?
My cultivation has broken through to the peak of the 3rd tier, and I've even grasped a divine technique within the secret realm of enlightenment. Indamo chuckled, patting his chest proudly. He was clearly quite satisfied with his achievements in the secret realm of enlightenment. I've broken through to the 4th tier and mastered the divine technique Flying Flame Spear. Wu Hailong stepped forward, radiating his cultivation aura, his face beaming with a bright smile.
Everyone was immensely satisfied with their gains this time.
After all, without the aid of the secret realm of enlightenment, achieving such progress in the outside world would have taken at least a year or two. Yet now, it had taken merely a month. The time saved and strength gained were more than enough to pursue even greater power in higher realms.
I've made progress too. I've reached the peak of the 3rd tier. Zhao Wushuang chuckled, immediately radiating his cultivation aura. And after some time, I plan to enter the Tao Realization secret realm for secluded cultivation. Don't slack off on your training.
When I emerge from the Divine Dragon Mountains in 3 years, I won't want my cultivation realm to have left you far behind.
Chapter 112, Arduous Cultivation.
Wang Hao shook his head and smiled, looking at Zhao Wushuang as he spoke, no matter how hard we train, we'll never match your prodigious talent. By then, even if our cultivation levels aren't too far behind, when it comes to actual strength, the gap will likely be as vast as heaven and earth. Long before the Hidden Dragon Assembly, Wang Hao had already been thoroughly outclassed by Zhao Wushuang.
And that was without Zhao Wushuang even unleashing his ultimate divine abilities. It was clear the gap between them was already immense. If another 3 years passed, he might not even be able to catch Zhao Wushuang's trail.
Zhao Wushuang laughed heartily and said, not necessarily. Ultimately, the goal is to enhance your own strength and cultivation. If you can't surpass me, then you should strive to catch up to Indamo sooner, right? During this Hidden Dragon tournament, Wang Hao also secured a ranking, though it was low, barely squeezing into the top 100 at 97th place. Meanwhile, Indamo, who shared the same cultivation realm, ranked 63rd. The gap of over 30 places reflected a clear disparity in their respective strengths. That's true. Brother Zhao, just wait. In 3 years, I'll be no weaker than Indamo. Wang Hao glanced at Indamo beside him and nodded firmly. Indamo smiled beside him, his eyes brimming with confidence. Compared to others, he received fewer resources, had less backing than himself, and was even a year older. If Wang Hao couldn't surpass him now, then after 3 years, he would undoubtedly leave Wang Hao far behind. He kept these thoughts to himself, however, seeing no need to undermine Wang Hao's confidence at this moment. Alright, it's getting late. We should be going. We won't disturb your cultivation, senior brother Zhao. Turning to Zhao Wushuang, Wu Hailong said, though we haven't known each other long, we're all members of the Lihua sect and participated together in the Hidden Dragon tournament. Should you ever need anything in the future, don't hesitate to call. While I might not be able to help much, I'll certainly give it my all. MHM. Zhao Wushuang nodded. Wu Hailong was indeed a man of integrity. Before this, he had been seen as a loyal, big brother type who looked out for the other Lihua sect members at the Hidden Dragon tournament. Now, after Zhao Wushuang claimed the top spot on the Hidden Dragon rankings, Wu Hailong showed no trace of jealousy. Instead, he immediately shifted his mindset, positioning himself as the core figure among this group. We'll meet again in 3 years. Wu Hailong and his group bowed their hands in unison with smiles. See you in 3 years. Zhao Wushuang smiled and nodded. Soon, Wu Hailong and the other prodigies of the Lihua sect, along with members from other sects, boarded spirit boats under the escort of Shenlong Mountain, each heading back to their respective sect headquarters. After all, those who made it onto the Hidden Dragon list were almost universally nurtured by their sects and summoned to their headquarters. As for the branches where they had previously resided, those were now a thing of the past. After Wu Hailong and the others departed from Shenlong Mountain, Zhao Wushuang found no heart for cultivating the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra. Instead, he activated his token and arrived at a secret realm situated to the west of Shenlong Mountain.
This secret realm was known as the Enlightenment Secret Realm.
It was precisely where Wu Hailong and the others had cultivated before. At the time, Zhao Wushuang had disliked the crowded atmosphere and, with too many secrets to keep, found it inconvenient to cultivate alongside the others. Now, with everyone gone, the entire Enlightenment's secret realm began to feel empty and desolate.
This moment presented Zhao Wushuang with the perfect opportunity for cultivation. Entering the secret realm of enlightenment.
The entire realm was shrouded in a hazy gray mist, obscuring all surrounding views. Only a meditation cushion lay at its center, devoid of anything else. Yet upon entering, Zhao Wushuang felt his mind grow increasingly clear, his thoughts sharpening with remarkable agility.
Such rich and potent celestial energy. Cultivating here would surely accelerate my progress tremendously.
Zhao Wushuang drew in a deep breath, savoring the potent energy, and couldn't help but utter a sigh of admiration. But this wasn't what he sought. Compared to advancing his cultivation realm, what he needed more was to deepen his spiritual insights. After all, his cultivation realm could be elevated anytime using energy points. There was no need to waste excessive time here. As for insight, that was something he had to explore entirely on his own.
Even with cultivation techniques that used energy points for advancement, he still needed to comprehend them himself to fully integrate them. Let's begin.
He crossed his legs beneath the meditation cushion.
Zhao Wushuang took out a Pei Yuan pill.
This Pei Yuan pill was refined from an ancient secret formula, making it an extremely costly and expensive elixir.
A single pill often cost 2 to 3 million Federation coins.
Its purpose was to aid cultivation, accelerating the absorption of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy while enhancing one's comprehension. This type of Pei Yuan pill was particularly suited for cultivators from the 3rd to 7th tiers. Zhao Wushuang bought over 10 bottles in one go, each containing 10 pills. The purchase of these Pei Yuan pills alone cost a staggering 400 million Federation coins.
Money was flowing like water.
This perfectly described the consumption required for an awakened one's cultivation. The higher an awakened one's cultivation level, the greater the expenses required for cultivation. For some 8th or 9th tier awakened ones, a single pill could cost tens of millions. Some, in pursuit of breakthroughs, would even spend tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions, to purchase vast quantities of cultivation resources.
Studying the snow-white Pei Yuan pill, Zhao Wushuang took a deep breath and swiftly swallowed it.
He then began to breathe in and out, circulating the qi and blood energy within his body. Following the incantation of the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra, he started to devour the surrounding celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy, transforming it into energy within his own body.
Exhale. Inhale.
As his cultivation of the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra reached a state of flow, the energy within Zhao Wushuang's body began to undergo a gradual transformation. Simultaneously, it grew increasingly hungry for the surrounding celestial and earthly qi. He began greedily devouring it, breathing in and out continuously.
Strands of pure white celestial energy emerged from the gray mist, continuously merging into Zhao Wushuang's body and slowly altering the energy within him. Gradually,
Zhao Wushuang grew accustomed to this transformation within him, becoming utterly absorbed by it. He even began attempting to extract a thread of neutralizing energy from the gradually changing energy within his body. However, his comprehension of the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra remained too shallow.
At this stage, Zhao Wushuang was utterly incapable of extracting the neutralizing energy.
Even so, as he cultivated the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra, Zhao Wushuang's state of mind grew increasingly tranquil. The restlessness that had once filled his heart and the various negative emotions swirling in his mind were now suppressed, making his emotions steadily more stable. In the past, enduring prolonged cultivation sessions with repeated attempts yielding no progress in his cultivation technique would have inevitably stirred frustration within him. But now, with the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra guiding him, that restlessness never resurfaced. He maintained a state of constant mental tranquility. This psychological state also accelerated his cultivation progress significantly compared to before.
Chapter 113, Reunion. 3 months passed swiftly.
After 3 months of cultivation within the secret realm of enlightenment, Zhao Wushuang's progress with the Sutra of Forgetting the Self was exceptionally rapid. He was now but a single step away from breaking through to the entry-level realm.
Meanwhile,
his time over these 3 months was not solely devoted to cultivating the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra within the secret realm of enlightenment. In his spare moments, he also refined his blade techniques, reviewing past combat experiences to address his weaknesses. Over these 3 months, Zhao Wushuang not only greatly enhanced the power of his Gale lightning slash but also, through the Blood River blade technique, grasped a new secret skill, the Phantom Thousand Blade slash.
Though less powerful than the Gale lightning flame slash, the Phantom Thousand Blade slash was considerably faster.
Moreover, the energy consumption required to unleash the Phantom Thousand Blade slash was considerably lower than that of the Gale lightning flame slash. In a certain sense, against specific types of enemies, Phantom Thousand Blade slash was in no way inferior to the Swift Wind Thunder Flame slash. In fact, its explosive effect might even surpass it. Of course, despite its name, Zhao Wushuang's current cultivation level and mecha energy reserves were far from sufficient to unleash 1,000 slashes in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Within the Enlightenment's secret realm,
the sound of blades tearing through the air echoed continuously. Blade shadows blossomed in the air. In the blink of an eye, these scattered blade shadows rapidly coalesced, unleashing an immensely powerful blade energy that sliced down from the void.
Boom! A deafening sonic boom reverberated. Terrifying shockwaves swept outward in all directions. Excellent!
Before, with my cultivation, I could only stack 5 or 6 strikes of the Blood Riverblade technique. Now, with the Phantom Thousand Blade Slash, I can stack over 10 strikes and unleash their combined power in an instant. Watching the devastating force unleashed by his Phantom Thousand Blade Slash, Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. Beyond stacking all the blade shadows, Zhao Wushuang could also unleash formidable blade chi. Through the Phantom Thousand Blade Slash, he dispersed this chi, creating a wide area strike.
That's enough. Haste makes waste in cultivation.
After 3 months of arduous training in this secret realm of enlightenment, it's time to venture out and hunt demon beasts in other secret realms while I'm at it. Recalling his cultivation progress and strength gains over these 3 months, Zhao Wushuang sheathed his blade and retrieved a token from his storage ring.
As the token activated, a halo of light appeared.
Zhao Wushuang strode directly through it, stepping out of the light.
December 31st. A winter night, the eve of New Year's Day.
Within Shenlong Mountain, festive decorations adorned the grounds as its members gathered in the central plaza.
Among them were countless powerhouses of 6th tier and above, with dozens reaching the 9th tier.
Even the Dragon Star God, a rare sight, emerged from the Taoist temple that day to appear before the public.
To the new year. Cheers! Let's drink together.
Everyone drank heartily, raising their cups together. In the square, captivating music played as robotic servers continuously transported platters of delectable dishes from the kitchen.
Zhao Wushuang, who had recently emerged from the secret realm of enlightenment, took his seat at the banquet.
Gazing at the fireworks filling the sky, his expression drifted into a distant reverie.
Since arriving in this world,
this felt like his first true New Year's Eve celebration. Before this, at the Liwa sect branch, he had spent most of his time cultivating or in the wilderness zones. He had never before been able to truly relax, drink heartily with others, and appreciate such a beautiful moment together watching the fireworks dance across the sky.
So, how does it feel your first New Year's Eve celebration here at Shenlong Mountain?
Lin Yuanji sat beside Zhao Wushuang, raised his cup to clink with hers, and asked with a broad smile.
It's been fantastic.
I haven't felt such lively energy in ages. Before this, my days were mostly spent in grueling training and relentless combat.
Zhao Wushuang nodded sincerely, a faint smile touching his lips.
But it's better this way, everyone gathered together.
It really helps chase away that feeling of loneliness. Though Zhao Wushuang was deeply immersed in cultivation and combat,
he still found great joy in such lively scenes, chatting and laughing with the crowd. It inevitably brought back memories of his past life. That was a peaceful world, no demonic invasions, no collapse of the heavenly way, no fallen gods. Only civilization and progress existed. Of course. More often than not, it was the grind for a few pieces of silver.
Ha ha, you'll get used to it. Lin Yuanji roared with laughter, slapping Zhao Wushuang on the shoulder as he declared, My Shenlong Mountain isn't like other factions, we don't impose excessive demands. We champion seizing the day.
Even the Shenlong Star Lord has a clear directive. Every New Year's Eve, every member of Shenlong Mountain, no matter how busy, must set aside their tasks, gather together, and share a reunion feast. With that, Lin Yuanji drained his cup in one gulp, his arm still around Zhao Wushuang's shoulder.
This is when we're most at ease, no scheming, no bloody battles. Just laughter and merriment, living for today. Indeed. Every member of our Shenlong Mountain eagerly anticipates this day. It marks the final day of the year and the dawn of a new beginning. Another 9th rank powerhouse approached and sat down beside Zhao Wushuang's table.
This man was Chao Xuanda, one of the 36 protectors of Shenlong Mountain, ranked 6th among them. His power was profound and unfathomable, standing but a single step away from transcendence. Who could disagree? Today is the most carefree day of the entire year. After tonight, old Chao and I must return to the front lines to explore the secret realms, engaging in bloody battles against demons and monsters. Another 9th rank powerhouse approached, clinking glasses with the others. This man was Sun Yu, also one of the 36 protectors of Shenlong Mountain. Though his strength and cultivation were slightly inferior to Chao Xuanda's, he ranked 12th among the 36 protectors. Downing his cup in one gulp, Sun Yu sighed and spoke, We're fortunate, being relatively strong. But for the lower cultivated disciples of Shenlong Mountain, after tonight passes, who knows if we'll even meet again by the next New Year's Eve. Old Sun, you're being unlucky talking like this on New Year's Eve. We all hope everyone stays safe and sound, that we can all gather together again next year, and strive to drive out those damned demons as soon as possible. Chao Xuanda shot Sun Yu a glare before egging him on, Old Sun, you spoke out of turn. You must punish yourself with 3 cups.
Fine, I'll do it. Without hesitation, Sun Yu downed 3 large cups in quick succession, letting out a satisfied burp.
Zhao Wushuang sat nearby, wine cup in hand, watching the scene unfold with a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
Chapter 114, Pangolin. The group drank and chatted idly.
How have these past few months been for you, Zhao, living in my Shenlong mountain? Zhao Xuanda, his arm around Zhao Wushuang's shoulder, raised his cup and asked with a broad smile.
It's been excellent.
I've spent most of my time cultivating in the secret realm of enlightenment, making significant progress in both insight and cultivation.
Zhao Wushuang chuckled before adding thoughtfully, I've discovered a natural aptitude for all elements. I've already fully integrated the wood element.
Once I merge earth, water, and metal, I might just awaken the 5 elements divine body.
That's excellent.
You should pursue this path.
The 5 elements divine body is immensely powerful. Once awakened, you could even fight beyond your level without relying on mecha energy.
Zhao Xuanda nodded, patted Zhao Wushuang on the shoulder, and continued, but awakening the 5 elements divine body is extremely difficult.
You must calm your mind and avoid impatience.
Awakening it before reaching the 9th tier is sufficient, or awakening any other divine body would also work. Let me tell you in confidence, to reach the transcendent realm, you absolutely must have a divine body as a vessel. Only then can you withstand that colossal, overwhelming energy. Otherwise, forcing a breakthrough into the transcendent realm would likely end in your body exploding in death.
No divine body comes easily.
Take me, for instance. I only managed to awaken the wind divine body at the peak of the 9th tier.
Talking about it brings tears to my eyes. Sun Yu chimed in from the side.
Lin Yuanji chuckled beside them, his gaze fixed on Zhao Wushuang as he remarked, though awakening a divine physique is exceedingly difficult, young Zhao is no ordinary man. His talent far surpasses ours. It's quite possible he'll awaken his divine physique before reaching the 9th tier.
At that point, achieving the transcendent realm will be practically a certainty. This so-called divine body involves fusing one's innate elemental abilities with their physical form.
Only through this process can one fortify their physical form, expand their meridians, and enhance their vital energy and blood.
This fusion is essential for breaking through to the transcendent realm.
After all, once one breaks through to the transcendent realm, the energy and vital essence contained within the body become immense. Without a divine body as a vessel and without expanded meridians, one might not withstand the pressure and explode from the strain.
Everyone seems to be having a lively chat. As the group chatted idly, the divine Dragon Star Lord suddenly appeared beside them, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Greetings, divine Dragon Star Lord.
Everyone immediately rose to their feet, hands clasped in respect, their expressions filled with reverence.
No need for formalities, relax.
The Dragon Star God smiled and waved his hand dismissively, then sat down at an empty spot nearby.
He spoke up, tonight is New Year's Eve. There are no ranks or hierarchies here, only joy.
You needn't concern yourselves with my status.
Come on. Let's all have a drink together. Sun Yu chimed in from the side.
Ha ha ha, absolutely.
Let's do it.
The Dragon Star God roared with laughter. Zhao Wushuang and the others raised their cups in unison, downing the wine in one gulp.
January 1st.
After the bustling New Year's Eve celebrations, everyone resumed their busy routines on New Year's Day. Zhao Xiandi and his companions, for instance, set out early in the morning, piloting their spirit vessels to the front lines. There, they explored secret realms, hunted demons and monsters, and defended the borders of the human realm. As for Zhao Wushuang, after yesterday's festivities, his mind and body had relaxed considerably. He resumed his rigorous training regimen.
Inkwash Secret Realm.
With his mind strengthened and progressing through the Sutra of Forgetting, Zhao Wushuang once again entered the Inkwash Secret Realm. He sensed that within a month or two at most, his cultivation of the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra would surely reach the entry-level realm. At that point, rapidly advancing would demand vast quantities of energy points. Therefore, he naturally had to enter the Inkwash Secret Realm now to hunt down large numbers of demonic beasts and acquire vast quantities of energy points.
Enter the Inkwashed Secret Realm.
Zhao Wushuang immediately switched to slaughter mode, swinging his Blood Moon Warblade. Crimson river-like blade energies darted through the air.
One after another, demonic beasts fell beneath Zhao Wushuang's blade, his energy points rapidly climbing.
As the slaughter continued, Zhao Wushuang gradually advanced toward the very heart of the Inkwashed Secret Realm. Whoosh! A gust of wind flashed past, leaving the crimson blade energy suspended in midair. With a single stroke, Zhao Wushuang decapitated a third-tier peak demon beast. Just then, the ground trembled violently around them, demonic energy surging as a pangolin burst forth from the earth ahead.
It fixed its gaze on Zhao Wushuang, its eyes brimming with contempt. Boy, you've come here again, not knowing when to quit?
This time, I won't let you get away so easily, like last time when you left this secret realm unscathed.
During his previous entry into the Ink Secret Realm,
Zhao Wushuang had also fought his way to this location, where he encountered this pangolin. At that time, the pangolin possessed mid-tier 5th rank strength.
Even with Zhao Wushuang having reached peak 3rd rank power in his mecha's evolution, he still couldn't match the pangolin.
Under the pangolin's relentless assault, Zhao Wushuang was left utterly battered and bruised, even wasting 2 of his life-saving treasures before escaping the secret realm via his token.
3 months had now passed. Zhao Wushuang's strength was now unrecognizable from before.
Standing calmly in place, his blood moon warblade held steady, he gazed at the pangolin and spoke indifferently, "Absence makes the heart grow fonder. I was no match for you before, but that might not be the case now."
Ha 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 ha. How arrogant.
The pangolin roared with laughter, his eyes brimming with contempt. A mocking sneer curled his lips.
Just 3 months have passed. Even if your strength has increased, what difference does it make? Last time you escaped. Do you think you can escape again this time?
As the words fell, the pangolin's claw slammed down violently. The ground shook violently as massive earthen spikes erupted rapidly from the soil. Like a prison cage, they sealed off the surrounding area for thousands of meters, leaving no escape. Without another word, the pangolin's form swelled violently. Thick demonic energy billowed around him as he swung his claws and roared furiously.
Boom! A deafening roar echoed.
In an instant, a savage wind howled across the land. Sand and stones flew wildly, while pebbles within a radius of several kilometers seemed to float into the air, enveloped in thick demonic energy, hurtling toward Zhao Wushuang. Like a torrential downpour of arrows, the pebbles descended in an overwhelming deluge. Zhao Wushuang watched the sky-filling storm with unflinching composure. His body shifted as the energy within his mecha erupted.
Phantom Thousand Blade Slash.
He swung his blood moon warblade. As the colossal mecha energy erupted from his body, countless blade energies suspended in midair, each blade shadow unfurling and thrusting forward.
Chapter 115, Slaughter. Puff. 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 Countless blade shadows shattered and dispersed.
Beneath the shower of shards, these blade shadows swiftly crushed the fragments into dust, completely enveloping Zhao Wushuang's body without a single gap.
Blade after blade fell.
No matter how fiercely the shower of stones attacked, none could pierce through the dense veil of blades.
Any that dared to approach were instantly reduced to dust. Blades this fast? Seeing Zhao Wushuang effortlessly defuse his attack, the pangolin's eyes flashed with astonishment. Come on then, let's get serious. Zhao Wushuang declared calmly. His gaze locked onto the pangolin as the wind and thunder wings on his back flapped. His entire body soared into the air, transforming into a bolt of lightning that left trails of afterimages in its wake. Slash! As he closed in on the pangolin, the phantoms simultaneously drew their blades.
A storm of sword shadows erupted, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake.
Roar! Kid, you're asking for death.
Seeing Zhao Wushuang, who had previously been on the defensive, now daring to launch an attack, the pangolin's eyes blazed with murderous intent. With a furious roar, it launched itself off the ground, its claws slashing through the air with such force it created a sonic boom. The sheer power behind that claw strike was overwhelming, as if it intended to crush Zhao Wushuang into pieces. Having clashed with the pangolin twice before, Zhao Wushuang was well aware of its formidable strength. This pangolin was exceptionally formidable in ground combat, possessing immense brute strength. However, once airborne, its lack of speed left Zhao Wushuang fully confident he could dominate it one-sidedly in the air with his agile speed.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed.
The swirling blades coalesced into a single, concentrated force the instant the pangolin lashed out.
Layer upon layer of blades overlapped, multiplying its speed and power exponentially. The two forces collided.
Zhao Wushuang remained perfectly still high in the air, while the pangolin, unable to gain traction with its feet, plummeted straight toward the ground.
Thud! It slammed violently onto the ground.
The pangolin smashed a massive crater into the ground where it landed. Covered in dust and dirt, it scrambled to its feet, staring at Zhao Wushuang in utter disbelief. Its eyes burned with hatred as it gasped, "What terrifying speed! What overwhelming power! How is this possible? Only 3 months have passed, how could you have grown this strong? I told you, absence makes the heart grow fonder. I'll see who lives and who dies today." Zhao Wushuang sneered coldly. The wind thunder wings on his back flapped, unleashing a powerful surge of wind and thunder energy that blossomed in the sky. Simultaneously, a surge of mental energy stirred within his mind. His mastery over wood activated, and a jade-green energy blossomed from his body. Entangle! Countless vines and branches erupted from the surrounding grasses and towering trees. Moving with astonishing speed, they tore through the soil like agile tentacles, swiftly coiling toward the pangolin.
You want to kill me? Do you have what it takes? The pangolin roared furiously, its eyes blazing with intensifying murderous intent and a look of utter madness. Its sharp claws slashed wildly through the air. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of claw shadows erupted in midair. These claw shadows swiftly sliced at the vines, yet the vines were too numerous, too swift, and too agile. Despite the pangolin's frantic claw strikes, its body was swiftly enveloped by the tangled mass of vines. Wave after wave of immense force relentlessly crushed against its form. Kill! At that very moment, Zhao Wushuang's speed erupted violently. The underworld thunder flames spread from his body as the blood moon war blade in his hand slashed down from high above. Gale force thunder flame slash. A crimson blade flashed. Zhao Wushuang unleashed the whirlwind thunder flame slash in one swift motion. As the blade's light flickered, the thick hide covering the pangolin's head shattered instantly. Splatter!
Scorching blood spurted forth, staining the surrounding ground crimson.
However, the pangolin's skull was far too hard. Even with Zhao Wushuang unleashing tremendous power in that strike, he still couldn't sever the pangolin's head cleanly. As the scalding blood spurted forth, the pangolin roared in agony. It struggled desperately to break free from the vine's grip, its claws flailing wildly without aim, its expression utterly frenzied. Facing the pangolin's chaotic, uncoordinated attacks, Zhao Wushuang merely sneered with disdain. His form flickered, leaving trails of phantom images as he effortlessly evaded the pangolin's chaotic strikes. Then, the blood moon warblade slid from its sheath. Clang! The blade flashed, its crimson moon aura bursting forth. Phantom thousand blade slash.
A single strike unleashed countless blade shadows. They rapidly coalesced in midair, forming an immensely powerful blade aura that plunged directly toward the pangolin's wound.
Put! Blood spurted forth like a fountain.
This time, the blood moon war blade in Zhao Wushuang's hands pierced straight through the pangolin's skull. With a dull thud, the pangolin's head fell to the ground, smashing into a massive crater.
The pangolin was dead.
Immediately afterward, the system's notification sounded in Zhao Wushuang's mind. Another substantial amount of energy points had been credited to his account. The pangolin's massive body was instantly enveloped by the earth, reduced in an instant to nourishment for this secret realm. Zhao Wushuang watched the scene unfold, shaking his head slightly.
Anger only clouds your judgment. With my strength, killing you would have been a straightforward task.
But you underestimated me and let rage cloud your reason.
You brought this upon yourself. The pangolin possessed formidable strength.
At the very least, it was slightly stronger than him. But the pangolin had lost his mind and underestimated him. And for these actions, the pangolin paid the corresponding price.
Dealing with this pangolin.
After swallowing a pouch of energy potion and taking a brief rest, Zhao Wushuang pressed forward once more. This ink-washed secret realm was vast beyond measure.
It even imprisoned some 8th and 9th tier demons.
However, the Dragon Star God imposed a restriction. Only when Zhao Wushuang slew a troublesome demon beast would another of comparable strength reappear. Had it not been for this arrangement, Zhao Wushuang's current killing spree would have drawn the attention of 6th and 7th tier beasts, or even more formidable ones. Facing such high-tier beasts, Zhao Wushuang's current strength was utterly inadequate to resist. He might not even have time to react. Continuing forward, Zhao Wushuang relentlessly hunted along the way, his energy points steadily climbing on his attribute panel. As time passed, a week later, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Zhao Wushuang's body, his vital energy exploding within him. Lower 4th tier. In that instant, as his energy points depleted, Zhao Wushuang broke through to the 4th tier, lower-grade cultivation within the ink-washed secret realm.
Chapter 116, Fire Fiend. Finally, 4th tier cultivation. Feeling the thick energy within his mecha after his cultivation breakthrough, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Wushuang's lips. He continued charging forward. The ink secret realm periodically released waves of demon beasts, greatly ensuring Zhao Wushuang's killing pace. Moreover, each newly released wave of beasts was considerably stronger than the last, guaranteeing Zhao Wushuang an ever-increasing haul of energy points. He slaughtered relentlessly within the ink-washed secret realm. Splatter! Blood spattered. A massive head fell to the ground. After Zhao Wushuang slew a 5th-tier lower-grade demon beast, the surrounding temperature suddenly surged violently. Blossoms of fiery flames erupted from nowhere, enveloping the area for thousands of meters like an inescapable net. Demon energy. Feeling the thick demonic energy surging around him, Zhao Wushuang halted, furrowing his brow slightly as his gaze swept the surroundings. Ahead, atop the peak of a great mountain, a massive fireball glowed like a dazzling golden crow. His form rapidly shifted. As the surrounding heat intensified, he transformed into a fiery humanoid figure. A 5th-tier upper-grade fire demon? Seeing this fire demon, Zhao Wushuang's heart jolted with alarm. Among demons and monsters, beyond cultivation levels, their inherent quality also had tiers, much like the prodigies among the human race. Take fire demons, for instance. This type possessed no tangible beastly form, instead coalescing from the elements of heaven and earth. They were akin to prodigies among humans, boasting exceptionally formidable strength that far surpassed those of equal cultivation level. The Dragon Star Lord truly holds me in high regard. After wiping out that wave of beasts earlier, he's now unleashed an extremely rare fire demon. Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile, his gaze fixed on the fire demon atop the mountain peak, his eyes filled with caution. If it were an ordinary high-grade 5th-tier demon beast, Zhao Wushuang still had some confidence that he could hold his own with his newly enhanced strength. He might even exploit its weaknesses with his speed and blade techniques, landing a decisive killing blow. But alas, this was no ordinary high-grade 5th-tier demon beast. It was a demonic being forged from the very essence of heaven and earth, inherently far more formidable than any beast of equal cultivation. When unleashed at full power, its might would likely rival that of a peak 5th-tier demon beast. Zhao Wushuang sensed the dense demonic aura and oppressive presence emanating from the fire demon. He silently compared it to the demonic beasts he had encountered before. Such terrifying aura, coupled with the immense power of a fire demon. If it were facing that pangolin I encountered earlier, it could probably incinerate it within 2 or 3 exchanges, couldn't it? He mused inwardly. However, Zhao Wushuang showed no sign of retreat. He possessed the token. Even if he couldn't defeat it, he could still rely on his agile speed to escape this secret realm using the token. Moreover, having recently advanced his cultivation, Zhao Wushuang felt an irresistible urge to test himself against this formidable fire demon. He was determined to test the gap in power between himself and this formidable fire demon, a prodigy among the demonic races. The fire demon condensed into human form, swiftly floating through the air before landing on the ground in the next instant. Glaring at Zhao Wushuang with eyes blazing with ferocity, it roared, "Human? Ah! Humans deserve to die. I've been imprisoned here for years, all because of you humans. You're just a lowly 4th-tier ant. Die!" Its voice roared with fury. In the next instant, the fire demon transformed into a sky-filling inferno, sweeping toward Zhao Wushuang like a tidal wave. "You want to kill me? Ha! How arrogant!" Zhao Wushuang sneered coldly. His wind and thunder wings flapped behind him, propelling his entire body skyward. He transformed into a streak of lightning, darting swiftly through the high heavens. He dodged the fire demon's attacks relentlessly. Simultaneously, Zhao Wushuang drew the Blood Moon Warblade from its sheath. The speed unleashed within his mecha reached its absolute limit, leaving trails of afterimages blooming across the sky. Phantom Thousand Blade Slash. As phantom after phantom blossomed, the sky filled with flashing blades. Attributes of Gale, thunder, and blazing fire spread out, fused with each blade's glow, charging toward the fire demon. What blinding speed! Watching the blade lights bloom in the sky, the fire demon couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. Before being imprisoned here, it had wreaked havoc, destroying countless human bases and slaughtering innumerable humans. Yet, despite slaughtering so many and clashing with countless human warriors, it had never encountered an awakened warrior of the 4th tier capable of unleashing such terrifying power. Even at the 5th tier, such terrifying speed and such terrifying blade energy were extremely rare. Boom! 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 Blade glints descended, followed by successive explosions. The deafening roar sent terrifying shockwaves rippling outward. Yet Zhao Wushuang's face showed no sign of joy. For the moment the blade light descended, the fire demon reacted with blinding speed. It stretched out its massive paw, unleashing one enormous fireball after another. Mid-air, these blazing spheres swiftly blocked the blade light forged by the phantom thousand slashes. What terrifying reflexes! Zhao Wushuang's wind and thunder wings flapped behind him as he hovered in mid-air, inwardly marveling. Phantom Thousand Blade Slash is my fastest attack. When unleashed at full power, its speed and force are formidable. Even a typical high-grade 5th-tier demon beast couldn't withstand it head-on. Yet this fire demon, even when caught completely off guard, managed to react swiftly and deflect every single strike. With such terrifying reflexes and such terrifying strength, I am no match for it. Hovering in midair, Zhao Wushuang's gaze grew grave. Again! Glaring at the unscathed fire demon, Zhao Wushuang roared once more, his form streaking forward like a bolt of lightning. This time, his speed surged even faster. As he neared the fire demon, the Netherworld Thunder Flame ability erupted within him, unleashing the ultimate technique of Netherworld Thunder Flame. Simultaneously, he swung his Blood Moon Warblade, once again draining vast amounts of mecha energy from his body to unleash the Gale Lightning Flame Slash. 2 formidable divine techniques erupted simultaneously. At such close range, they coalesced into a terrifying pillar of blade energy, slashing viciously toward the fire demon. Faced with such devastating dual assaults, the fire demon's expression finally turned grave. He swore this was the strongest 4th-tier awakened being he had ever encountered, whose power surpassed that of most upper 5th-tier, and even peak 5th-tier, humans. Scorching blaze shatter! The fire demon roared in fury. Demonic energy erupted from its body, causing the surrounding temperature to soar once more. In that instant, the fire demon unleashed its signature divine ability Scorching Blaze Burst. Chapter 117, Escape. As the fire demon unleashed its signature technique, Burning Blaze Explosion, fiery blossoms began to float in the air around them, swarming madly toward Zhao Wushuang. Simultaneously, these flames rapidly detonated, transforming into massive shockwaves. Boom! The 2 attacks collided head-on. Zhao Wushuang staggered slightly, his eyes filled with shock and astonishment. He hadn't expected that under the combined might of his 2 divine abilities, this fire demon could nullify his dual killing moves with nothing but its innate power, Scorching Flame Burst. With both formidable attacks nullified, Wushuang's face paled slightly as his mecha's energy reserves had been depleted by more than half. Human insect, is that all you've got? Stepping out from the blazing inferno, the fire demon surveyed the slightly pale Zhao Wushuang. A sense of relief washed over him, and he couldn't help but burst into a loud, booming laugh. Originally, he had been deeply wary of Zhao Wushuang before him. Judging by the power of Zhao Wushuang's 2 attacks, he possessed enough strength to pose a genuine threat. But now it seemed that was merely a burst of power Zhao Wushuang could unleash only once. Otherwise, if he could unleash it repeatedly, the demon would have faced considerable trouble today. Who said that's all I've got?
Zhao Wushuang arched an eyebrow, his aura surging as he raised the Blood Moon Warblade high. The fire fiend's roaring laughter abruptly halted. His expression turned wary as layers of blazing flames coalesced into a protective shield surrounding his body, fearing Zhao Wushuang might unleash another devastating attack he couldn't defend against. Amidst the fire demon's vigilance, Zhao Wushuang's blade descended, unleashing a blinding storm of slashing shadows. Then, a flash of light erupted. A luminous barrier materialized before Zhao Wushuang. As the swirling blade shadows abruptly dissipated, he stepped directly into the light screen. "Fire demon," he declared, "mountains remain unchanged, rivers flow eternally. Today I've witnessed your prowess. Our paths will cross again. Next time, I shall slay you with my own hands." With these words, Zhao Wushuang vanished without a trace within the ink-washed secret realm. Dishonorable. Shameless. How dare you deceive me? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn you, human race. Watching Zhao Wushuang vanish without a trace, the fire demon froze in shock before realizing he'd been toyed with and that Zhao Wushuang had escaped right before his eyes. Rage boiled over, and he roared furiously. A flash of light appeared, and Zhao Wushuang materialized outside the ink's secret realm. He glanced up at the azure sky, breathing in the crisp air around him, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. That fire demon was truly formidable. Truly worthy of being called a prodigy among the demon clans. In terms of raw power, even awakened beings of the same realm like Wang Hao and Damao might not be his match. Recalling the terrifying power of that fire demon within the ink's secret realm, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering dread wash over him. The demonic creatures he had faced before had been far too simple ordinary demons whose power held no remarkable distinction. Today's encounter with the fire demon, a superior species among the demonic tribes, had truly revealed the vast disparities in power within their ranks. Particularly the fire demon's innate divine ability. The terrifying power it unleashed left Zhao Wushuang in awe. "I've already gained quite a few energy points. Next, I'll focus on cultivation and strive to reach the introductory realm of the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra as soon as possible. Once my strength improves, I'll return to deal with that fire demon." As a high-tier demon, if I were to slay this fire demon, wouldn't the energy points it yields far exceed those of other demons at the same cultivation level? Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with greed at the thought of the energy he could gain from slaying that fire demon. Yet he remained cautious. Aware of the gap in his strength, he planned to wait until he had mastered the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra and advanced his cultivation level before challenging that fire demon again. Otherwise, once the fire demon had tasted victory once, Zhao Wushuang wouldn't find it so easy to escape its clutches again. Cultivate. Cultivate. After this week of intense battles, I've gained profound insights. I must strike while the iron is hot, cultivate rapidly, and absorb all these realizations. After absorbing the insights from this week's battles, I must calm my mind and cultivate the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra, striving to master its basics as soon as possible. Zhao Wushuang encouraged himself inwardly. In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of light, darting forward. After several flashes, within just 5 or 6 breaths, Zhao Wushuang appeared at the entrance to the Enlightenment secret realm. Entering the secret realm of enlightenment. Zhao Wushuang swiftly swallowed a Xian Yuan pill to aid his cultivation, immediately sitting cross-legged on the meditation cushion and entering a state of intense practice. Scenes from the week's battles flashed through his mind, one after another. He distilled the essence and discarded the dross. Through continuous study and insight, Zhao Wushuang integrated the valuable aspects of this week's battles into his understanding of sword techniques. The Blood River blade chi he had grasped grew increasingly potent, steadily approaching a pinnacle. 3 days later. As Zhao Wushuang fully absorbed this new understanding, he sensed his Blood River blade chi was nearing perfection. Yet during his cultivation, he sensed something elusive was missing. It must be that my Blood River sword technique hasn't broken through to the transcendent realm yet. Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself. He glanced at the energy points on his attribute panel and shook his head. It still wasn't enough. No plus sign indicating advancement appeared at the end of the Blood River sword technique. I must first elevate the Blood River sword technique to the transcendent realm before I can qualify to cultivate the Blood River sword chi to perfection. At that point, I can advance toward the realm of blade intent. With my innate talent, combined with the insights gained from refining other sword techniques through the system, condensing blade intent shouldn't be too far off. If I possessed blade intent, even at my current cultivation level, my strength would undergo a revolutionary transformation. He pondered silently within his mind. Zhao Wushuang had dedicated himself to studying the tiers of sword technique cultivation. He understood the formidable power of sword intent. Generally speaking, most sword cultivators could grasp the essence of blade energy. The potency of this blade energy naturally hinged heavily on the practitioner's innate talent and the quality of their sword technique. However, these aspects could be enhanced later through extensive combat experience and deepening insights into sword techniques. The same applied to the essence of the blade. Yet blade intent is far more formidable and difficult to attain. Typically, practitioners seeking to condense blade intent must first comprehend blade energy. After perfecting their blade energy, they must then rely on their innate insight and the wisdom gained from countless battles to gradually transform that energy into blade intent.
In other words, blade intent stands above blade chi.
According to Zhao Wushuang's understanding, beyond blade intent lies an even higher realm. Attaining such a level of mastery is exceedingly rare among the human race.
Chapter 118, Minor Achievement. Sword Intent. The road ahead is long and arduous.
But the most important task now is to cultivate the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra to the foundational level. Zhao Wushuang silently contemplated the progress of his cultivation within, feeling the Sutra of Forgetfulness take root within him. He swallowed a Xian Yuan pill, crossed his legs on the ground, and circulated the incantations of his internal cultivation technique, ceaselessly devouring the surrounding celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy. Under this relentless absorption, the neutralizing energy within Zhao Wushuang grew increasingly potent, gradually separating itself from the mecha's energy reserves.
Time swiftly passed.
Unbeknownst to Zhao Wushuang, 2 months had slipped by during his arduous cultivation.
2 months later. Within the secret realm of enlightenment, energy surged within Zhao Wushuang's body.
Nourished by the dense mecha energy, a milky white stream separated from it, swiftly flowing through his meridians and bones, continuously nourishing his body in vital energy.
The Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra, beginner's level.
Feeling the milky white energy current within him, Zhao Wushuang abruptly opened his eyes. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and a smile touched his lips. Impatiently, he thought to himself, "System, open my attribute panel."
Name, Zhao Wushuang. Mecha, Han Yuan Mecha.
Rank lower tier, 4th grade.
Abilities, Netherworld Thunderflame Superior Grade, Wood Element Mastery 9th Tier.
Martial Arts, Blood River Blade Technique Mastery, Swift Thunder Body Tempering Method 1st Tier Mastery Plus, Swift Thunder Phantom Step Grand Mastery, Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra Entry Plus, Wandering Dragonblade Technique Superior Grade, Swift Wind Step Superior Grade. Energy Points 4, 369, 560.
The attribute panel still held over 4,360,000 energy points.
With such vast reserves, the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra had now reached the introductory realm, displaying symbols indicating further potential for advancement. Gazing at the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra, Zhao Wushuang hesitated not a moment.
Silently, he commanded, "System, upgrade the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra."
The words had barely left his lips. As the plus sign beside the entry level of the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra flashed with light, a warm current rapidly surged upward from within Zhao Wushuang's body. The milky white energy flow continuously expanded, and Zhao Wushuang's mind grew increasingly clear.
Even the slightest distracting thoughts were completely eradicated in that instant. As he recalled scenes from his past cultivation, his thoughts felt far more agile than before. Long-standing doubts suddenly became crystal clear. Truly worthy of its name, the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra. Even at this minor accomplishment stage, it yields such profound effects. Moreover, in a certain sense, it has enhanced my insight and spiritual power. How many practitioners dream of attaining such a cultivation technique? Feeling the effects of the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but voice his admiration.
However, advancing the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra directly to the minor achievement realm came at an exorbitant cost. The very first advancement alone consumed 2 million energy points from Zhao Wushuang. If advancing to the Great Achievement realm required 10 million energy points as a starting point, how many energy points would it take to reach the perfect and transcendent realms? Zhao Wushuang drew in a sharp breath. But it was all worth it. After all, the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra yielded extraordinary results, especially as a cultivation technique enhancing insight and spiritual power. Once his strength grew, the demonic beasts he hunted would become increasingly powerful, yielding ever greater quantities of energy points. At this thought, a smile spread across Zhao Wushuang's lips. He imagined the terrifying levels his insight and spiritual power would reach once he broke through to the transcendent realm with the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra. Ah, right. I've now advanced the Zhuang Sutra to the minor achievement realm. According to the Divine Dragon Star Lord, if I achieve mastery within 3 years, I may seek him out for a reward. Recalling the Dragon Star Lord's earlier instructions, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but smile. His figure flickered. Transforming into a streak of light, he shot through the light portal and instantly emerged from the secret realm of enlightenment. Emerging from the secret realm, Zhao Wushuang didn't pause. Multiple illusory figures blossomed around him as the twin wings of wind and thunder unfurled behind him, flapping vigorously. Whoosh! A gale howled as a streak of light shot through the air. In mere moments, Zhao Wushuang arrived at the Taoist temple where the Dragon Star God resided. Young Master Zhao. A guard stationed at the temple entrance greeted him with a smile upon seeing Zhao Wushuang arrive. This guard far surpassed Zhao Wushuang in cultivation, possessing an upper-tier 8th rank cultivation base. Yet he understood perfectly well that as the top-ranked participant of this year's Hidden Dragon Tournament, and having been exceptionally retained by the Divine Dragon Star Lord on Divine Dragon Mountain, Zhao Wushuang's future prospects were boundless. Therefore, upon seeing Zhao Wushuang again, the guard's tone and expression were exceptionally courteous. Zhao Wushuang gave a slight nod, bowed his hands in greeting, and said with a smile, Brother Zhang, please inform the Divine Dragon Star Lord that Zhao Wushuang seeks an audience. The guard smiled and shook his head, stepping aside immediately. He addressed Zhao Wushuang directly, no need to announce it. The Divine Dragon Star Lord instructed long ago that if young Master Zhao arrives, I must not bring you to him. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Zhang. Zhao Wushuang replied politely. My pleasure. The guard waves dismissively, warmly leading Zhao Wushuang into the Taoist temple. Inside the Taoist temple, within a pavilion on the lake, the Dragon Star God sat in his chair, holding a wolf hairbrush. He was completely absorbed in sketching the outline of a painting depicting all living beings on a sheet of xian paper. Zhao Wushuang stood silently nearby, not daring to interrupt. The Dragon Star God continued to wield his brush with unwavering focus, as if the world held nothing but the painting before him and himself. After 2 or 3 hours had passed, the Dragon Star God completed the final stroke. Vast currents of potent celestial and terrestrial chi rapidly gathered, surging relentlessly toward the painting. Amidst this surging tide of potent cosmic energy, the painting of all beings floated in midair, shimmering with light and radiating an utterly terrifying aura of power. However, just as the painting was about to devour all the terrifying cosmic energy, an unexpected change occurred. As vast quantities of celestial energy were drawn into the painting, cracks abruptly appeared across its surface. In the blink of an eye, the painting burst into flames, reduced to ashes in an instant. Failed again. The Dragon Star God shook his head, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. Over the past few centuries, he had lost count of how many times he had failed. Each time, he felt so close to success, yet at the very last moment, something always seemed to be missing, preventing the painting from ever being completed. The Dragon Star Lord shook his head and turned his gaze toward Zhao Wushuang. You're here? Junior Zhao Wushuang greets the Dragon Star Lord. Zhao Wushuang bowed respectfully with clasped hands. The Divine Dragon Star Lord smiled and nodded. He addressed Zhao Wushuang, so? You've broken through to the foundational realm of the Seated Forgetfulness Sutra? It took much longer than I anticipated, but it's still fairly quick. No, junior disciple has already cultivated the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra to the minor achievement realm. Chapter 119, Purple Thunder Piercing Wind Blade. Zhao Wushuang respectfully explained, while cultivating in the secret realm of enlightenment, I gained a profound insight. It took me 2 months to leverage this realization and advance the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra to the minor achievement stage in one decisive push. Zhao Wushuang made no attempt to conceal his progress with the Sutra of Forgetfulness, displaying it quite openly. The Divine Dragon Star Lord's power far surpassed his own. His task now was to showcase his talents to the fullest. Only by doing so could he gain greater favor and recognition from the Divine Dragon Star Lord. What? Minor achievement realm? Feeling the profoundly potent neutral energy emanating from Zhao Wushuang's body, the Dragon Star Lord's pupils contracted slightly as astonishment colored his voice. I hope I haven't disappointed the Divine Dragon Star Lord's high expectations. Zhao Wushuang chuckled beside him. Zhao Wushuang felt quite satisfied with the Dragon Star Lord's astonished reaction. He knew that the talent he displayed through the system had already astonished the Divine Dragon Star Lord. Excellent. Excellent. The Divine Dragon Star Lord nodded repeatedly, a satisfied smile curling his lips. I truly did not misjudge you. Your comprehension and innate talents surpass even my wildest expectations. As long as you do not falter midway or give up on yourself, you will undoubtedly become one of the foremost combat forces of our human race in the future. Glancing at Zhao Wushuang again, the Dragon Star Lord smiled and added, it's rare to see someone devote themselves so wholeheartedly to cultivation. I deliberately restricted your time hunting demonic beasts earlier, forcing you to diligently practice the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra. Now you understand the benefits, don't you? The results have been remarkable. Zhao Wushuang nodded with a smile, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at the Dragon Star Lord. This Sutra of Forgetting not only greatly enhances spiritual power but also aids in increasing comprehension. I am profoundly grateful for the technique you have bestowed upon me, Your Excellency. The Divine Dragon Star Lord smiled and nodded. Good to know. My efforts have not been in vain. With that, he flipped his palm. A flash of light erupted from his hand, revealing a black gold box radiating terrifying thunderous intent. Holding the box and observing its terrifying thunderous aura, the Dragon Star God smiled as he handed it to Zhao Wushuang. He said, take it. I prepared this for you long ago. I had expected to wait another year or two, but I never imagined you would master the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra to the minor achievement realm so swiftly. You truly deserve it. Is this the purple lightning wind-splitting blade? Zhao Wushuang opened the black gold box and saw a black gold ancient blade radiating terrifying lightning energy lying quietly inside. His pupils contracted involuntarily. Then, a look of wild joy spread across his face. He had seen this blade before, featured in the official introduction on the Lihua Sect's website. According to the sect's description, this purple thunder wind-splitting blade was forged from a celestial thunder meteorite. Its material was incredibly hard, capable of shattering any obstacle, and it carried terrifying thunderous power.
Even an ordinary awakened, wielding the purple lightning windbreaker with the aid of a mecha, could unleash terrifying power, enabling them to fight opponents of higher tiers. Its price tag is equally staggering. According to the official site, this purple thunder wind-splitting blade was auctioned off 3 centuries ago by a mysterious powerhouse for a staggering 23.5 billion Federation credits. Good eye. This is indeed the purple lightning wind-splitting blade. The dragon star god nodded with a smile, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Originally, I intended to bestow this blade upon my final disciple. The reward I had prepared for you was not this blade, but another treasure. But your talent has truly surpassed my expectations. Therefore, I have ultimately decided to bestow this purple lightning wind-splitting blade upon you. I hope that in your hands, it will unleash its true power and value. Do not disappoint me. This was not the Dragon Star Lord attempting to elevate the blade's significance. It had been his original intention. Yet witnessing Zhao Wushuang master the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra to minor accomplishment in such a short time, and knowing Zhao Wushuang's affinity for blades, he deliberated and ultimately resolved to bestow this purple thunder wind-splitting blade upon him. A fine horse deserves a fine saddle. A treasure blade belongs to a prodigy. Whether it was his own disciple or Zhao Wushuang, both would fight for the future of the human race, both would take the extermination of demons as their mission. Under such circumstances, why should he be so particular? Thank you, Divine Dragon Star Lord. Zhao Wushuang clasped his fists in gratitude, his expression filled with profound respect. Divine Dragon Star Lord, rest assured. As long as I, Zhao Wushuang, draw my breath, I shall never betray your trust. I vow to make the eradication of demons and monsters my life's mission. These words came straight from Zhao Wushuang's heart. On one hand, he was genuinely moved by the precious treasure bestowed upon him by the Divine Dragon Star Lord. On the other hand, with the system's existence, his lifelong pursuit would be hunting demons and monsters to gain more energy points, break through to higher realms, and attain greater power. From the very beginning, his goal had been to eradicate all demons and monsters from the world. Good. Very good. The Dragon Star God nodded in satisfaction. With his power, he could easily discern the sincerity in Zhao Wushuang's tone and expression. To the Dragon Star Lord's perception, Zhao Wushuang's words were indeed heartfelt. This filled him with great satisfaction. If every prodigy of the human race were like Zhao Wushuang, how could demons and monsters not be eradicated? How could the human race not be reborn? After witnessing Zhao Wushuang accept the purple thunder wind-splitting blade, the Dragon Star Lord, feeling quite gratified, offered further guidance on Zhao Wushuang's cultivation. With the Dragon Star Lord's guidance, the difficulties Zhao Wushuang had previously encountered in his cultivation were swiftly resolved. A sense of enlightenment dawned within him. Combined with the heightened insight and spiritual power gained from the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra, with dedicated study and rigorous cultivation, he would achieve breakthroughs across all aspects of his cultivation. That's all I have to say. You must explore the rest on your own. The Divine Dragon Star Lord cautioned, however, take my guidance only as a reference. Never incorporate it into your own cultivation path. Otherwise, you will merely follow another's footsteps and never forge your own unique Tao. Thank you, Divine Dragon Star Lord. This junior takes his leave. Zhao Wushuang nodded, his mind buzzing with new insights. He was eager to return to the secret realm of enlightenment to cultivate and test his discoveries. This inspiration, gained in an instant, was too enticing. Zhao Wushuang dared not waste a moment, fearing this fleeting insight might vanish before he could grasp it. Go! Dedicate yourself to deepening your understanding. The Divine Dragon Star Lord gave a slight nod, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He had witnessed this countless times. Virtually every disciple who received his guidance would, after gaining insight, rush back to practice and test their newfound knowledge. However, how much they could grasp from his guidance and how much progress they could make ultimately depended on their own destiny. Chapter 120, 3 years. Departing the Taoist Temple. Zhao Wushuang journeyed without pause. Within mere breaths, he re-entered the secret realm of enlightenment from the Taoist Temple. Upon entering the secret realm of enlightenment, Zhao Wushuang recalled the guidance from the Divine Dragon Heart Sutra and the sudden clarity that had filled his mind. Excitement flashed in his eyes as he couldn't resist sitting cross-legged on the ground. Swallowing a Xian Yuan pill, he immediately entered a state of cultivation. Within the secret realm of enlightenment, everything was shrouded in a hazy gray. Zhao Wushuang sat cross-legged within it, the energy of his mecha fluctuating, sometimes swelling, sometimes contracting. As the energy surged, a sudden realization dawned upon him. His body shot upward in a leap, and the purple thunder-piercing wind blade materialized from his storage ring. Clang! The blade flashed as Zhao Wushuang drew it with a fierce thrust. The instant the purple lightning wind-splitting blade left its sheath, its originally pure white blade light instantly transformed into a blood-red thunderbolt that flashed across the void. This crimson lightning spread through the air, then fragmented into countless tiny bolts that spread like a net, enveloping the surrounding void. Watching the thunder spread through the air, Zhao Wushuang shook his head slightly. Not enough, still not enough. Though I've mastered the Blood River Blade Chi, who says it can't fuse with thunder, flames, and gale winds? Without resorting to special abilities, I should be able to unleash a celestial phenomenon with a single strike. This is merely a slight enhancement. I seek perfect fusion. Even with the most ordinary strike, I must achieve a celestial phenomenon with minimal expenditure. Only then can the insights I gained from the Dragon Star God be fully integrated. Only then can I elevate my understanding of sword techniques to a higher realm. Recalling the Dragon Star Lord's guidance in his mind, Zhao Wushuang's face fell into deep contemplation. Sword energy serves as a vessel. Its existence extends far beyond its inherent properties. It can fully integrate other supernatural abilities. Only by seamlessly integrating other energies into the blade energy at any moment, with the slightest thought, and unleashing maximum power with minimal expenditure, could his Blood River blade energy reach its pinnacle. Only then would he have a chance to comprehend the essence of the blade. The blade as vessel, perfect fusion. Zhao Wushuang exhaled softly, his thoughts racing as he swung the purple thunder wind-splitting blade again and again. Thunder and flames flickered midair as crimson blade energy darted through the air, gradually merging with Zhao Wushuang's own abilities. As his energy expenditure steadily decreased, the power unleashed grew progressively stronger. Watching his technique improve with each strike, Zhao Wushuang nodded in satisfaction before sinking deeper into his cultivation state. Time flew by in cultivation. Immersed in his cultivation, Zhao Wushuang remained utterly focused, devoting himself solely to refining his blade techniques and comprehending the Blood River blade energy. Each advancement in the Blood River blade chi filled Zhao Wushuang with delight, and the gradual rise in his own strength left him utterly entranced. Day after day passed. Zhao Wushuang remained immersed in the secret realm of enlightenment daily. When hunger struck, he drank nutrient solution. When fatigue set in, he curled up on the ground to sleep. Essentially, after entering the secret realm of enlightenment, Zhao Wushuang's days consisted solely of sleeping and practicing his sword techniques. Within the secret realm of enlightenment, Zhao Wushuang swung his blade, unleashing a sky-filling thunderstorm. Terrifying crimson blade energy shot through the air, violently shattering the void. It coalesced into a web of lightning in the sky, erupting with terrifying power. Within this strike, lightning flashed brilliantly. Fused with the lightning ability, the power of the Blood River blade energy multiplied exponentially. Its terrifying effect was in no way inferior to the Gale lightning flame Zhao Wushuang had unleashed before. Yet its energy cost was negligible. The strike had no discernible effect on the mecha energy within Zhao Wushuang's body. Ha 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 ha. It worked. This strike's power rivals my previous burst technique, yet the energy cost is negligible. Zhao Wushuang sheathed his blade and stood, gazing up at the terrifying thunderous aura spreading across the sky, his face radiating ecstatic joy. It was terrifying. What appeared to be an ordinary strike had unleashed the same devastating power previously achievable only through his Gale lightning flame slash. With such terrifying offensive power, if it came down to a protracted battle, even that fire demon that had left him in such a sorry state earlier would likely be no match for him now, right? Zhao Wushuang licked his lips excitedly. Though he had only perfectly fused the thunder element this time, it was sufficient. As for the subsequent fire, wood, and gale elements, they would require gradual cultivation. After seamlessly integrating the thunder element into his blood and blade energy, Zhao Wushuang's Blood River blade energy had instantly reached perfection. Excellent. Next, I must diligently study blade energy. Once I elevate the Blood River blade technique to the transcendent level and perfectly integrate the other elemental abilities again, I will surely grasp the essence of the blade. Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. He continued cultivating within the secret realm of enlightenment, spending a full month solidifying his current cultivation base. During this month, as his Blood River blade chi broke through to perfection, Zhao Wushuang's cultivation base unexpectedly advanced on its own, leaping 2 tiers to reach the upper 4th tier realm. This advancement required no expenditure of energy points whatsoever. It stemmed solely from the insights within his heart. How exquisite! Zhao Wushuang was utterly captivated by the sensation. He slowly rose from the ground and strode out of the secret realm of enlightenment. Emerging from the secret realm of enlightenment, Zhao Wushuang cast a lingering glance back over his shoulder. The cultivation within was utterly intoxicating. He wished he could stay there forever, never wanting to leave. After all, that heightened insight, that clarity of thought, that constant state of comprehension, it was simply too wonderful. But alas! Time was limited, and he could not linger within. For now, with his immersive cultivation, he had less than 7 days left before the 3-year deadline. 3 years? Zhao Wushuang gazed into the distance with a sigh. It's almost time to leave Shenlong Mountain. But before I go, there's one more thing I must do to truly depart without regret. Thinking of that fire demon, a murderous intent flickered in Zhao Wushuang's eyes. Green mountains remain unchanged, and flowing waters endure. Since his last visit, he had devoted over 2 years to intensive cultivation within the Tao Realization's secret realm. 2 years had passed, and his cultivation had advanced. The Blood River blade intent had reached perfection, and his strength was now incomparable to what it once was. This time, he would see what that fire demon could possibly do to withstand him. In the final stretch before leaving Shenlong Mountain, if he didn't unleash a killing spree within the ink and water secret realm, slaying that fire demon and amassing a vast haul of energy points, how could his heart feel truly satisfied? Chapter 121, Breaking Through the Enemy.
His figure flickered. In the next instant, Zhao Wushuang materialized within the Inkwash secret realm. The moment he entered, terrifying lightning erupted.
Zhao Wushuang wielded his purple lightning wind-splitting blade, its blade gleaming.
The 20+ demon beasts that appeared before him were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye.
Another batch of energy points credited to his account.
Zhao Wushuang remained expressionless as he continued forward. His pace was deliberate, yet his body radiated an utterly terrifying aura and a bloodthirsty presence that drew hordes of demonic beasts from the surrounding area. As the aura emanating from Zhao Wushuang grew more terrifying, the demonic beasts gathering around him became increasingly formidable.
Regarding this phenomenon,
Zhao Wushuang showed not a trace of fear on his face. Instead, his lips curved into a delighted smile.
Come on, bring it on. The more, the better.
Armed with a vast arsenal of skills and techniques, Zhao Wushuang feared nothing more than a coordinated assault. Especially since the majority of the encircling beasts were merely second and third tier cultivators.
For beasts of this caliber, Zhao Wushuang's terrifying power could obliterate them in the blink of an eye.
The only slight regret was that as his cultivation grew stronger, the energy points gained from slaying second-tier demon beasts grew increasingly scarce. However, the situation was different for third-tier demon beasts.
This fact elicited no change in Zhao Wushuang's expression.
While hunting second-tier beasts yielded diminishing energy points, his growing power allowed him to swiftly hunt fourth and fifth-tier beasts, naturally yielding ever-increasing energy points. Advancing steadily forward, Zhao Wushuang indulged in slaughter, utterly absorbed in the act of killing. As the relentless slaughter continued, time passed, and Zhao Wushuang arrived at the very place where that fire demon had once roamed. The surrounding temperature surged violently. Massive fireballs rapidly materialized from the void, hurtling toward Zhao Wushuang. Facing these fireballs imbued with terrifying power, Zhao Wushuang remained motionless. Only the purple lightning-infused blade in his hand flashed. Swish! 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 Blade shadows blossomed, intercepting the massive fireballs in the sky. They shattered into fiery sparks that scattered and vanished into the air.
You despicable human brat. After over 2 years, you've finally set foot on this land. All this time, I've remained imprisoned, yet I've never forgotten how you toyed with me back then. Every moment, I've made meticulous preparations, awaiting your arrival. After over 2 years of preparation, this time, I'll see how you escape my grasp. Upon the mountain peak, a fiery orb coalesced into humanoid form.
The fire demon plunged downward with blinding speed, its gaze fixed intently upon Zhao Wushuang, eyes blazing with murderous fury. I declared that green mountains and clear waters flow eternally unchanged.
When we meet again, I shall take your head. Now we meet again, and since I'm about to leave this dragon mountain, I've come especially to see you off. And let me remind you, don't underestimate someone after just a few days apart. That pangolin learned that lesson the hard way. Don't make the same mistake.
Zhao Wushuang smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with confidence. The very aura of confidence radiating from him only fueled the fire demon's rage.
He detested that aura and that smile.
Back then, when the Dragon Star God had destroyed his stronghold, it had been that same smile and that same air of calm, unshakable confidence. In that battle, his ancestors and elders had fallen one after another, while he and other kin below the 7th cultivation realm had been imprisoned here. Recalling scene after scene of the past, the fire demon's face twisted further with rage.
He roared and bellowed, "Die! I want you dead! I'll make every human die!"
The roars echoed. Fiery flames erupted across the sky as the fire demon's power surged violently.
He charged toward Zhao Wushuang with reckless abandon.
The sheer terror of its power sent shivers down spines. Yet Zhao Wushuang remained unflinching.
His body transformed into streaks of lightning, filling the sky with illusory forms.
Behind him, the wings of wind and thunder flapped and whirled. From his hand, the lightning-splitting wind blade drew from its scabbard.
Clang! The blade flashed, its crimson thunderous aura spreading through the air like an electric net. Boom! 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 Countless explosions erupted.
The sound was deafening. Zhao Wushuang slashed blow after blow, his form darting like a phantom. Each strike was faster than the last, each bursting with greater explosive power.
Facing Zhao Wushuang's relentless onslaught, the fire demon was driven back in an instant.
Feeling Zhao Wushuang's terrifying explosive power and speed, the expression on his face changed abruptly.
Too fast. Too powerful. In just over 2 short years, he never imagined Zhao Wushuang's strength could become so terrifying.
Before he could even react, the moment he charged forward, Zhao Wushuang instantly suppressed him.
I told you, today you die.
Zhao Wushuang's eyes were icy cold as terrifying thunderous energy erupted from his body.
Without warning,
his purple thunder-cleaving blade slashed through the air, drawing countless strands of celestial energy into its blade aura. A sky filled with thunder erupted. Strike after strike after strike. Zhao Wushuang unleashed over 10 consecutive strikes. These strikes piled upon each other in the sky, their power and speed exploding as they descended.
In the blink of an eye,
accompanied by the flashing blade light, this strike had already pierced through the fire demon. Immediately, a terrifying explosion erupted.
Countless slashes pierced through the fire demon's body, slicing it into countless tiny balls of blazing flame. Boom! The violent explosion reverberated. These tiny fragments of flame instantly vanished into nothingness, dissipating into the heavens and earth. The fire demon vanished as if it had never existed. Energy points surged violently. A hint of delight flashed across Zhao Wushuang's lips as he sensed his terrifying power, continuing to stride forward. If he was going to kill, he would kill with relish. This was his final time on Shenlong Mountain, and he would not waste a single moment. Time slipped away swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. With Zhao Wushuang's final strike landing, the death of a mid-tier 5th-rank demon beast instantly granted him a massive influx of energy points. Immediately after the energy points were credited to his account, his form dissolved, and he emerged from the ink and water secret realm. Congratulations, young Master Zhao, on your successful training. The moment he stepped out of the ink secret realm, the guard stationed at the entrance to the Divine Dragon Star Lord's residence approached him, bowing respectfully with a broad smile. Feeling the terrifying aura radiating from Zhao Wushuang, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly, filled with envy. Back when he was at Zhao Wushuang's current cultivation level, the aura he projected was worlds apart from the one radiating from Zhao Wushuang now. A prodigy like Zhao Wushuang, with his terrifying strength, would likely surpass him by a wide margin within a few decades. Given a century, he would likely surpass him in cultivation, reaching the 9th tier and becoming one of the true pillars of the human race. Brother Zhang? What are you doing here? Zhao Wushuang froze at the sudden appearance of the guard, his expression shifting to curiosity as he asked. The guard smiled warmly and replied, "The time has come. That's why the Star Lord instructed me to wait at the entrance to the Ink Water Secret Realm early this morning. He told me to guide you to him the moment you appeared." Zhao Wushuang nodded, understanding. "Oh, I see. Well then, Brother Zhang, please lead the way." "My pleasure." The guard nodded with a smile, swiftly leading Zhao Wushuang toward the Taoist temple where the Dragon Star God resided. Chapter 122, Departure. Taoist Temple. Within the pavilion at the lake's center, the Divine Dragon Star Lord stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant scenery. "Greetings, Divine Dragon Star Lord." Zhao Wushuang stepped forward, respectfully clasping his fists in salute. The Divine Dragon Star Lord slowly turned, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Zhao Wushuang before him. Over the years, the Hidden Dragon Assembly had been held countless times, and the rankings on the Hidden Dragon list had changed beyond count. Among them all, Zhao Wushuang stood out as the young man he admired most. Though still appearing somewhat immature at present, he possessed boundless potential and exceptional combat prowess. Given sufficient time to mature, he would undoubtedly become a formidable guardian of a region within the land of Huaxia. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The Dragon Star God mused, "Since you've spent 3 years training on my Dragon Mountain, you've learned all you need to learn. It's time for you to venture out into the world and return to your sect." Indeed, 3 years have flown by. It feels like just a moment ago, yet the events of the Hidden Dragon Assembly remain vivid in my memory. Zhao Wushuang nodded wistfully. 3 years had flown by too quickly, slipping through his fingers without warning. Yet within these 3 years, he had grown immensely. His combat prowess had become exceptionally formidable, and his cultivation had advanced to the upper tier of the 4th stage. Cultivation knows no time. In such peaceful days, time always flies by. The Dragon Star God shook his head. "Before you depart, I'll offer one final piece of advice. When you return to your sect, do not become complacent. You walk the path of slaughter. Now, with the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra to guide you, you should focus more of your energy on hunting demonic beasts. Only then will your cultivation advance ever more swiftly, and your understanding of the way of slaughter grow ever deeper." Can one truly temper a prodigy without experiencing life and death battles? Zhao Wushuang had grown too complacent lately. Though the ink-washed secret realm within Dragon's Head Mountain offered trials, they remained controlled exercises with the token as a safety net, not genuine life or death combat. The wilderness zone was different. There, no order existed, only bloodshed and slaughter. For a prodigy to truly undergo the baptism of war, growth could only be achieved in the wilderness zone and through large-scale campaigns. Zhao Wushuang nodded with a smile. "Divine Dragon Star Lord, rest assured. I shall never forget your guidance. I will make it my duty to hunt down demons and monsters, never slacking in the slightest." "Excellent." The Divine Dragon Star Lord nodded with satisfaction. He retrieved a wooden box from his storage ring and said, "I understand you've also achieved mastery in physical cultivation. I've heard you practice the Swift Thunder Body Forging technique. I possess a heavenly thunder fruit here. As we part ways, I shall bestow it upon you. After consuming this fruit, your cultivation of the Swift Thunder Body Forging technique will gain additional mechanical enhancements and power boosts." With that, the Dragon Star Lord handed the wooden box to Zhao Wushuang. "A heavenly thunder fruit?" Zhao Wushuang accepted the box, his pupils contracting slightly as a look of profound gratitude filled his eyes. The heavenly thunder fruit was a rare and precious treasure. Its price was astronomical, often beyond market value. Even if one were willing to pay exorbitant sums, without sufficient status and standing, it was utterly unattainable. How could Zhao Wushuang not be moved by such a generous gift from the Dragon Star God? He drew a deep breath, his eyes brimming with both gratitude and puzzlement as he looked at the Divine Dragon Star Lord. I remember your kindness, Divine Dragon Star Lord. Yet I remain perplexed, why do you show me such extraordinary favor? He had spent 3 years residing on Dragon God Mountain. Throughout that time, the Divine Dragon Star Lord had bestowed upon him an overwhelming abundance of treasures, such as the Sutra of Forgetting, the 2 9th-tier treasures, the Purple Thunder Wind-Splitting Blade, and now this Heavenly Thunder Fruit. Each treasure was invaluable. If any of them were to appear in the outside world, wouldn't they spark a bloody storm? Yet despite their preciousness, Shen Nong Xingjuan had bestowed them upon him time and again. This couldn't help but make Zhao Wushuang feel puzzled. Had he not known his own origins, he might have suspected he was the Dragon Star Lord's illegitimate son. Noticing Zhao Wushuang's puzzled expression, the Dragon Star Lord laughed heartily. My intentions aren't for your benefit alone, but for the future of the human race. I see extraordinary potential within you. I don't expect repayment, only that when you grow strong, you take it upon yourself to purge demons and monsters, safeguarding humanity. This junior understands. Zhao Wushuang nodded deeply. Even with the Dragon Star Lord's words, he kept his gratitude deeply buried within. Should the day ever come when he fully matured, even surpassing the Dragon Star Lord in cultivation, he would repay this debt of gratitude tenfold. Go. Once you leave Shenlong Mountain, do not betray my trust and expectations. The Divine Dragon Star Lord waved his hand, then turned away without another word. This junior takes his leave. Zhao Wushuang bowed respectfully, then knelt on both knees and solemnly kowtowed 3 times before the Divine Dragon Star Lord. 3 years of kindness. The Dragon Star God was not his master, yet surpassed a master. Such profound reverence was the least Zhao Wushuang could offer. Departing the Taoist temple, Zhao Wushuang returned to his lodgings, packed his belongings, and set out alone, departing Shenlong Mountain with the utmost discretion. He came quietly and departed silently, leaving not a trace behind. All that remained on Shenlong Mountain was the legend of the youth who, not yet 20, had claimed the top spot on the Shenlong rankings. According to Zhao Wushuang's intelligence, the next Dragon Ascension tournament had concluded 10 days prior. The new top-ranked prodigy on the hidden dragon list was a young disciple from the Xianbing sect. He had surpassed figures like Ndama to claim the top spot, his age barely 21. Generations of talent rise and fall, with new waves pushing aside the old. The human race never lacks prodigies, what it lacks are those who fully mature and become guardians of their realms. As for Zhao Wushuang, having previously claimed the top spot on the hidden dragon list, he received no invitation to participate even though he met the age requirement. After all, his prowess had already been acknowledged, and he had left his mark atop the hidden dragon list. Naturally, he had no need to vie for fame and fortune with the younger generation. This was one of the rules of the hidden dragon list. Once one ascends to the top of the hidden dragon list, they forfeit eligibility for future hidden dragon conferences. Even if they met the age requirement, the Dragon's Mountain would not permit anyone to exploit the system for personal gain, competing for the benefits meant for newly emerging prodigies. This journey, I shall ascend to the very summit. Across the vast lands of Huaxia, I shall leave behind the formidable name of Zhao Wushuang. His flying sword darted through the air. Zhao Wushuang stood atop the thunderbolt flying sword, riding it alone toward the heart of Jiangdu City. Originally, after descending from Dragon Mountain, he had no further ties to the Jiangdu branch. His destination should have been the core area of the Lihua sect headquarters. But some matters demanded closure. This time, Zhao Wushuang naturally had to bid farewell to Zhang Huang, Elder Wang, and the others one by one. Chapter 123, Returning to Familiar Ground. Departing Dragon's Head Mountain at noon, Zhao Wushuang journeyed without pause. After dispatching several flying demon beasts along the way, he finally arrived in downtown Jiangdu City by the following evening. Seeing the familiar scene below, a smile spread across Zhao Wushuang's face. He flew swiftly while pulling out his phone and dialing Zhang Huang's number. About half an incense stick later, a streak of light flashed as Zhao Wushuang swiftly landed at the entrance of the Lihua sect's Jiangdu branch. Zhang Huang, Elder Wang, and the others were already gathered at the entrance to welcome him. They stood densely packed, numbering several hundred. As they watched Zhao Wushuang descend from the sky, friendly smiles spread across their faces, and they greeted him warmly. Those awakened whose cultivation fell below the 5th tier respectfully addressed him as Senior Brother Zhao. Such were the benefits of fame and power. 3 years prior, Zhao Wushuang had claimed the top spot on the hidden dragon rankings, instantly making his name known throughout the land. As Zhao Wushuang represented the disciples of the Lihua sect at the Hidden Dragon Assembly, his growing prominence and prestige within the event naturally brought greater glory to the sect. As members of the Lihua sect, they too shared in this honor. As for so-called jealousy, that was simply impossible. The primary reason is this: when someone is only marginally inferior to you, they might feel envy upon achieving extraordinary wealth and success. But when the gap between you and someone else is so vast it becomes an unbridgeable chasm, where would that jealousy even come from? What remains is only admiration and envy. After all, if someone effortlessly achieves what you could never attain in a lifetime and possesses the corresponding potential and strength to do so, then to harbor jealousy would be nothing but pathetic and laughable. Take senior elders like Wang and Zhang Wushuang. These seasoned powerhouses would never envy the Dragon Star Lord. For them, the divine Dragon Star Lord is already an object of reverence, one of the 10 great war gods of Huaxia, to be admired from afar but never approached with disrespect. Ha ha ha. You're quite the kid, aren't you? You've given us a tremendous surprise. All my scheming to secure this spot for you was well worth it. No sooner had Zhao Wushuang touched down than Zhang Wushuang, stealing the spotlight before Elder Wang could react, burst into loud laughter and rushed forward to give Zhao Wushuang a huge bear hug. Zhao Wushuang was the one he had recruited, and it was also Zhang Wushuang who had gone to great lengths to secure him a spot in the Hidden Dragon tournament. Now that Zhao Wushuang had claimed the top spot on the Hidden Dragon rankings, such glory naturally reflected well on Zhang Wushuang. Similarly, 3 years prior, after the Hidden Dragon Assembly concluded, his commendable recommendation and close relationship with Zhao Wushuang had earned him a substantial reward in points from the Lihua sect headquarters. Leveraging that substantial reward in points, he had since ascended to a higher position within the Lihua sect. Within the Jiangdu branch, his status now ranked second only to Elder Wang. Looking at Zhang Wushuang before him, Zhao Wushuang smiled and said, "This is largely thanks to Elder Zhang's recommendation. If it weren't for Elder Zhang securing that spot for me, I'd probably still be hunting beasts in some remote wilderness right now." Zhang Wushuang couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. His eye for talent had never failed him. This time, Zhao Wushuang, whom he had fought tooth and nail to recommend, had claimed the top spot on the Hidden Dragon list. It was enough for him to brag about for a lifetime, and more than enough to solidify his status and reputation within the Lihua sect. Ahem. 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 Just as Zhang Wushuang was about to say more, a series of coughs suddenly erupted from behind him. Turning his head, Zhang Wushuang saw Elder Wang standing behind him, his expression sour and his gaze fixed on him with a cold intensity. "Get lost." Elder Wang snapped, his face twisted with displeasure. He had already lowered himself by coming out specifically to greet Zhao Wushuang. But he never imagined that the moment Zhao Wushuang touched down, the spotlight he was supposed to bask in would be snatched away by that brat Zhang Wushuang. This left Elder Wang feeling thoroughly displeased. After all, he had once been the one to recommend Zhang Wushuang, yet now he showed no respect whatsoever. "Please, go ahead." Zhang Wushuang chuckled, stepping back with feigned humility while sticking out his tongue at Elder Wang's retreating figure. Upon seeing Zhao Wushuang, Elder Wang instantly changed his demeanor. His stern expression melted into a warm smile. He seized Zhao Wushuang's hand, patting its back gently as he spoke in a warm tone, "Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of being a fine young man of our Lihua sect. In just 3 short years, you've already reached the upper 4th tier realm. It seems your gains within the Divine Dragon Mountains have been substantial indeed. This is all thanks to the guidance of the Divine Dragon Star Lord. Had he not taken a liking to me, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today." Zhao Wushuang smiled. Truthfully, his cultivation could have been even higher. Had he spent these 3 years hunting demonic beasts within the Inkwash secret realm, he could have broken through not just to the upper tier of the 4th rank, but even to the 5th rank. But that wasn't worth it. Hunting demon beasts could be done anytime, but certain flashes of insight, if not grasped and cultivated, would vanish forever. Moreover, during his 3 years on Dragon Mountain, though he had squandered much time that could have been spent hunting demon beasts, his gains were extraordinary. Not only did he obtain the Sutra of Forgetting, but he also cultivated Blood River Blade Chi to perfection and gained various insights and enhancements. Very well, very well. It's a blessing that the Divine Dragon Star Lord favors you. It's an honor for our Lihua sect. Always remember the kindness of the Divine Dragon Star Lord in your heart. When you venture out into the world, if you encounter anyone from Divine Dragon Mountain, lend them a helping hand when you can. Elder Wang nodded with a warm smile. He felt immense satisfaction and pride that Zhao Wushuang had earned the Dragon Star Lord's favor. After all, countless prodigies failed to catch the Divine Dragon Star Lord's eye, and receiving his guidance was the dream of countless gifted youths. Having spent a full 3 years on Shenlong Mountain, Zhao Wushuang's future achievements were bound to be limitless. One could even say it was highly probable he would break through to the extraordinary realm. Zhao Wushuang smiled faintly, gave a slight nod, then asked curiously, "By the way, Elder Wang, did anything major happen at our branch during my absence?" Having been away from the Lihua sect's Jiangdu branch for 3 years and rarely communicating with the outside world, Zhao Wushuang was naturally unaware of recent events. Elder Wang shook his head. "Nothing major, but the wilderness areas around Jiangdu City have been unstable lately. More and more beasts are gathering there, which could very well trigger a small-scale beast tide." "Oh? Hasn't it been resolved yet?" Zhao Wushuang's pupils brightened slightly at the news. Chapter 124, Crisis in Jiangdu City. How could it be resolved so quickly? Elder Wang shook his head and sighed. There are simply too many beasts in the wilderness.
Even though our Lihua sect branch and other sects have dispatched large numbers of awakened ones to hunt them down, we can't eradicate them completely.
The moment we relax our vigilance, huge groups of beasts gather just outside Jiangdu City. Then why not simply station a powerful cultivator at the perimeter?
Have them slaughter every demon beast that approaches.
Surely that would bring some stability?
Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow, pondering before speaking.
That should be the most straightforward solution.
Take a powerhouse like Elder Wang, for instance. If he appeared just outside Jiangdu City, mere second or third tier demon beasts would likely be annihilated with a wave of his hand. Paired with a well-equipped mecha squad, they could provide overwhelming firepower.
No matter how many demon beasts came, they'd have nothing to fear.
Hearing Zhao Wushuang's words, Elder Wang glanced at him before shaking his head.
You're still thinking too simplistically. The wilderness zone isn't that straightforward.
If we specifically station a powerful expert there, they'll inevitably face a demon beast ambush. Even high-level demon kings might intervene. With overwhelming numbers against us, the danger remains significant.
With that, Elder Wang sighed again. Let's wait and see. I have a strong feeling this won't be so straightforward. The demon beasts gathering here will eventually launch a fierce assault on Jiangdu City.
Zhao Wushuang's suggestion had naturally crossed his mind before, but it was impractical.
On one hand, it would easily invite an ambush by high-level demon kings, putting the powerful guardian in grave danger.
On the other hand, even with powerful defenders stationed, the demon beasts could gather from other locations, potentially exposing vulnerabilities in Jiangdu City's defenses. The only course now was to wait, while continuously dispatching mecha squads to hunt down the gathering beasts in waves through mobile operations, thereby lightening the burden on Jiangdu City. If it were merely a small-scale beast surge, it would be manageable.
Once the beasts ceased gathering, they could be eradicated in one decisive blow.
However, if it were a large-scale beast tide or a premeditated organized attack, the situation would be entirely different.
The entire Jiangcheng urban area would likely be plunged into full-scale combat.
Should the situation become critical, reinforcements from other districts would have to be requested.
Alright then. Zhao Wushuang nodded, saying nothing more. The gathering of demonic beasts outside Jiangdu City was certainly not good news for the humans living here.
For Zhao Wushuang, however, it presented an opportunity, a chance to swiftly hunt beasts and gain vast amounts of energy points. After pondering, Zhao Wushuang finally spoke up. Here's what I propose, I won't report to headquarters just yet. Jiangdu City is my home too, I'm part of this community.
Once the demonic chaos here is quelled, I'll head to the Lihua sect headquarters. Ahaha, agreed.
Elder Wang laughed heartily, patting Zhao Wushuang's shoulder with satisfaction. You truly live up to being a fine son of Jiangdu City District. Your dedication brings me great comfort. With your strength remaining here, you'll be immensely helpful to our district. When the time comes, I'll accurately calculate your points for outstanding performance and report them accordingly.
Zhao Wushuang now possessed cultivation at the upper tier of the 4th rank.
3 years prior, he was still at the upper tier of the 3rd rank. Even then, he had defeated a group of 4th rank peak cultivators with that cultivation level, securing the top spot on the hidden dragon list in one fell swoop. 3 years later, Zhao Wushuang's cultivation had surged dramatically, and his overall combat prowess had undergone a profound transformation. Particularly, Zhao Wushuang had mastered the way of slaughter. With him present, the impact he could deliver in battle would likely rival that of a 10-person 5th-tier mecha squadron. Now that Zhao Wushuang had volunteered to remain in Jiangdu City to defend against the demonic invasion, Elder Wang was naturally overjoyed and thrilled. Zhang Huowan grinned as he slung an arm around Zhao Wushuang's shoulder. You're a good kid, lad. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Now we'll be fighting side by side. Don't let me down when the time comes. As Zhao Wushuang's mentor, Zhang Huowan was naturally eager to witness Zhao Wushuang's performance and impact on the battlefield. Given Zhao Wushuang's past capabilities, if he faced a truly bloody battlefield, his performance would certainly not disappoint. After the battle, it would reflect well on him too. Zhao Wushuang nodded with a smile. I won't disappoint Elder Jiang. Just watch my performance then. When it came to hunting demonic beasts, Zhao Wushuang was dead serious. He was even willing to guarantee that with his current strength and hunting speed, as long as he didn't encounter demons above peak 5th tier, he could dispatch them swiftly and effortlessly, like slicing through melons and vegetables. Alright, enough chit-chat. It's dinner time anyway. Let's head inside to eat and talk. We'll welcome you properly over a meal. Young Zhao, tell us what happened to you in the Divine Dragon Mountains. Elder Wang interjected with a smile. Zhao Wushuang nodded eagerly and followed Elder Wang and the others into the Jiangdu branch of the Lihua sect. Zhang Huowan followed closely behind, grinning as he slung an arm around Zhao Wushuang's shoulder. Oh, and this time, besides our Lihua sect folks, there'll be people from other sects too. You're gonna get plenty of praise from them, kid. Don't worry, I won't get carried away. Zhao Wushuang replied with a laugh. Soon, the group entered a luxurious dining hall within the Jiangdu branch of the Lihua sect. Zhao Wushuang casually found a seat and began chatting with Zhang Huowan and several other familiar faces nearby. Before long, as members from other sects arrived one after another, the atmosphere grew lively.
Zhao Wushuang. Just as Zhao Wushuang was chatting with Zhang Huawang and the others, a rough voice rang out beside him.
Hearing the call, Zhao Wushuang turned his head. A burly man clad in a blue robe, his face covered in stubble, strode in from the restaurant entrance. Spotting Zhao Wushuang, he burst into hearty laughter, his eyes brimming with warm delight.
Commander Lu.
Recognizing the man, Zhao Wushuang rose excitedly and hurried forward to greet him. This man was none other than Lu Ping, the chief commander who had overseen the national examinations in Tianshui district.
Good lad, well done. Lu Ping patted Zhao Wushuang's shoulder with satisfaction, laughing heartily. I knew you were no ordinary lad back then.
Just a few years have passed, and not only did you top the Hidden Dragons list last session, but your cultivation has already reached the upper tier of the 4th rank.
If another 10 or 8 years go by, won't your cultivation surpass mine by then? Chapter 125, Guan Feiyu.
Lu Ping was astonished by the series of events that had unfolded for Zhao Wushuang since the national examination. At first, he and Zhao Wushuang still kept in touch occasionally. But as his affairs grew busier, their contact gradually dwindled. The next time he heard Zhao Wushuang's name was 3 years ago, when Zhao Wushuang claimed the top spot on the Hidden Dragon list.
The news thrilled him immensely.
How could he not feel a sense of pride for the peerless prodigy from his own examination district, achieving such greatness at barely 19 years old? Now, 3 years later, Zhao Wushuang had devoted himself to rigorous training atop the Divine Dragon Mountain. His strength was undoubtedly extraordinary, easily capable of handling a 5th-tier awakened. With such terrifying power, in another decade or so, even he, a mid-tier 7th rank awakened, might not stand a chance against Zhao Wushuang.
Come now, Commander Lu. I was a candidate in your examination district, consider me half your student. The faster I grow and the stronger I become, doesn't that reflect well on you? Or are you afraid that this half-student might one day surpass you in cultivation, only to turn around and embarrass you?
Zhao Wushuang replied with a cheerful smile. As his cultivation advanced, his demeanor shifted from the former nervousness in the presence of stronger opponents to the current composure. This transformation was entirely a result of his growing strength. Had this been 3 years ago, Zhao Wushuang wouldn't have been the top-ranked candidate on the previous Hidden Dragon list, nor would he have trained for 3 years within the Divine Dragon Mountain. Even with his terrifying potential and innate talent, he wouldn't have had the standing to speak to Lu Ping, Zhang Huawang, and the others in such a manner. After all, their statuses, positions, and power were completely unequal. Speaking out of turn would have been an outright insult. But now, things were different. Zhao Wushuang was now the top-ranked cultivator on the previous Hidden Dragon list and had emerged from 3 years of cultivation at the Divine Dragon Mountain. His future potential far exceeded the 9th rank and even transcended the extraordinary. He now possessed the standing to casually joke with figures of Lu Ping and Zhang Huawang's caliber. Even with Elder Wang, Zhao Wushuang no longer needed to be so reserved.
Ha ha ha! You little rascal! Lu Ping roared with laughter, playfully punching Zhao Wushuang's chest. Do I look like the type to hold a grudge?
I'm not afraid you'll surpass me. What I fear is you getting cocky over a minor achievement and neglecting your cultivation. Rest assured, old man. I'm still waiting to surpass you. I won't neglect my cultivation at this stage. Zhao Wushuang pretended to clutch his chest in mock pain, grinning at Lu Ping.
Young Zhao.
Over here. At that moment, Elder Wang called out to Zhao Wushuang from the side, beckoning him with a broad smile.
Elder Wang.
Zhao Wushuang smiled and walked over with Lu Ping, Zhang Huawang, and the others.
Standing beside Elder Wang were 3 other powerhouses, each at the 9th cultivation level.
Their aura was overwhelmingly formidable, and Zhao Wushuang felt immense pressure the moment he drew near. Seeing Zhao Wushuang and the others approach, Elder Wang smiled warmly and introduced, Little Zhao, allow me to introduce you. These 3 gentlemen are Mayor Pang Lei of Jiangdu City, Armed Forces Department Director Guan Feiyu, and Enlahu, head of the In family.
Greetings, Mayor Pang, Director Guan, and Patriarchan.
Zhao Wushuang, Zhang Huawang, Lu Ping, and the others bowed in unison.
These 3 were regarded as the guardians of Jiangdu City.
Especially Armed Forces Department Director Guan Feiyu. A century ago, he had single-handedly charged into a horde of demon beasts, slaying their leader amidst the chaos and averting a city-wide beast tide. Among the 3, though Guan Feiyu held the lowest official rank, his combat prowess was unmatched. He also bore the prestigious Meritorious Service Medal awarded by the Chinese government.
As for Pang Lei and Enlahu, their primary role was safeguarding the peace within Jiangdu City.
When it came to external campaigns, the Armed Forces Department Director Guan Feiyu remained the commander.
Ha, no need for formalities. Pang Lei roared with laughter, eyeing Zhao Wushuang with admiration. He nodded approvingly. Excellent.
You're a fine young man of Jiangdu City. Elder Wang has already told me about your situation. Your dedication brings us all great joy. However, should a true demon beast tide battle erupt, you must prioritize your own safety. Do not recklessly seek glory. As the city's mayor, having a top-ranked talent emerge from Jiangdu City naturally reflected well on him. Seeing Zhao Wushuang now, he was naturally overjoyed and thus offered this advice. Mayor Pang's guidance is deeply engraved in my heart.
I absolutely will not act recklessly. But demons and monsters are mortal enemies of our human race.
Should a great battle erupt, I will be the first to charge forward, taking it upon myself to slay countless demons and monsters.
Zhao Wushuang declared with solemn resolve. Ha ha ha, excellent. That's the spirit. Truly worthy of the Dragon Star Lord's favor. Pang Lei roared with laughter.
Beside them, and Laovu smiled warmly and added, My son, and Damao, often speaks highly of you.
You truly are exceptional.
I hope the two of you will stay in close contact from now on.
So you are brother and's father.
Junior Zhao Wushuang greets you, Uncle An. Zhao Wushuang immediately bowed his hands in respect upon hearing this. Upon first hearing the name An Tiger, he had already guessed the relationship between An Tiger and An Big Cat. After all, An Big Cat had once mentioned that his father was a 9th-rank powerhouse.
No need for formalities.
It is our greatest joy to see the younger generation forge bonds, advance together, and take the slaying of demons as your sacred duty.
And Tiger chuckled.
As for the taciturn Guan Feiyu standing nearby, he glanced at Zhao Wushuang, then at Lu Ping, forcing a smile.
I'm not one for pleasantries. But Lu Ping is my trusted lieutenant.
His regard for you reflects mine.
Should you ever need help, just mention my name.
Then if this junior ever truly needs assistance in the future, I won't hesitate to ask. Zhao Wushuang replied with a smile.
Guan Feiyu nodded with a smile, saying nothing more.
At that moment, Elder Wang spoke up from the side, Since nearly everyone is here, let us take our seats and begin the meal. We can discuss the matter at hand while we eat.
That's exactly what I had in mind. Pang Lei nodded with a smile.
Their gathering wasn't merely for casual conversation, but to address the sudden emergence of demon beasts outside Jiangdu City.
Judging by the signs, this was no minor matter.
It could very well trigger another demon beast siege like the one 100 years ago.
Recalling that great battle a century ago still sent shivers down Pang Lei's spine.
In that battle, Jiangdu City alone had lost several 8th-tier powerhouses, and even a 9th-tier powerhouse had fallen at the hands of a demon king.
As for awakened ones below the 7th rank, the casualties were countless, making it an utterly devastating tragedy.
Had Guan Feiyu not single-handedly charged into the demon beast horde, engaging the demon king in combat and slaying it single-handedly, the casualties in Jiangdu City would have been even more devastating.
Chapter 126, Reinforcements.
Inside a private dining room at the restaurant. Elder Wang, Pang Lei, and Laovu, Guan Feiyu, several 9th-rank powerhouses along with Zhao Wushuang, Lu Ping, Zhang Huang, and others sat around a table. This private room was different from the outside, it was completely soundproof. Whatever was discussed here, they had no fear of prying ears.
After a satisfying meal,
Mayor Pang Lei cleared his throat softly, lifting the tea on the table to moisten his throat. Hearing the sound, everyone instinctively set down their chopsticks and bowls, fixing their gaze intently on Pang Lei. Under the spotlight, the earlier warm smile had vanished from Pang Lei's face. His eyes were solemn, his expression grave. His gaze swept over every person present. After a long pause, he spoke slowly, I just received news that the situation has changed.
From this moment on, we must enter a state of emergency preparedness. What exactly has changed? Elder Wang frowned and asked. Could it be that an exceptionally powerful demon beast has appeared outside Jiangdu City, or that the number of demon beasts gathering is increasing? And Laovu also asked.
Pang Lei shook his head and replied solemnly, No, Jiangdu City itself is still functioning normally with no major incidents reported. The critical situation is in Lujiang City, Jiangnan Province, which is now completely surrounded by hordes of demon beasts. Several small counties within Lujiang City have already fallen, and human casualties have reached hundreds of thousands.
What? How is that possible?
And Laovu exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. We've maintained reconnaissance teams monitoring demon beast movements around here constantly.
We've never heard of any gathering near Lujiang City before. In fact, to ensure Jiangdu City's safety, I discussed sending reinforcements with the Lu family in Lujiang City just yesterday. How could several counties suddenly fall now? It seems we've fallen into a trap. This is a diversionary tactic.
I've been suspicious why these beasts kept gathering outside Jiangdu City without attacking. It was merely to draw the attention of powerful figures from other districts. Their true target wasn't Jiangdu City at all, but Lujiang City.
Elder Wang took a deep breath, a sense of foreboding rising in his face.
He had suspected all along that these demonic beasts were planning something major. To prevent any surprises, he had already reinforced security. Yet despite all his calculations, he never imagined that demonic beasts could be so cunning, playing a feint strategy. While ostensibly gathering its forces outside Jiangdu City, it had secretly amassed troops to launch a lightning assault, breaching multiple counties within Lujiang City. This demon must be guided by a master strategist. Perhaps an exceptionally intelligent demon king has emerged. Guan Feiyu spoke with a heavy expression. Several counties in Lujiang City have already fallen. Our only option now is to rush reinforcements to Lujiang City. As fellow urban areas within Jiangnan Province, Guan Feiyu, a veteran of countless battles, fully understood the principle of mutual dependence. As fellow members of the human race, they could not stand idly by while Lu Jiang faced such dire peril.
Pang Lei nodded, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. Of course.
But we still don't know how fierce this beast Tai truly is. What if they split their forces into two routes? In that case, if we deploy a large number of our strongest fighters to aid Lu Jiang City, the demons lurking in the shadows will surely exploit the vulnerability and launch a massive assault on our Jiangdu City district. Elder Wang interjected. His mind was sharp. Having fallen for the demon's feint tactic before, he was determined to be extra vigilant this time. If they fell for another diversionary tactic, both Lujiang City and Jiangdu City would be in grave danger.
Precisely.
Therefore, as a precaution, we ninth-rank powerhouses must not act rashly.
Pang Lei nodded, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Wushuang, Lu Ping, Zhang Huowan, and the others.
Looking at them, Pang Lei said, "You are all among the elite of our human race.
The situation is dire now, and we cannot act rashly.
Therefore, we must send you to Lujiang City in place of our Jiangdu City forces to provide support."
Of course.
When one region is in distress, all others come to aid. Mayor Pang, just tell us what you need. Lu Ping quickly interjected. Zhao Wushuang, Zhang Huowan, and the others nodded in agreement beside him.
Pang Lei nodded with satisfaction and slowly gave his orders. Lujiang City comprises 23 counties. 5 have already fallen, while the remaining 18 are under siege by demonic beasts.
Therefore, you must split up and each reinforce one of these counties.
Pang Lei assigned the tasks.
Soon after, he used his communication device to contact a large group of awakened individuals ranging from Tier 3 to Tier 7 through his subordinates.
Through task allocation, over 400 awakened gathered in Jiangdu City proper. They were divided into 18 mecha squads, each assigned to support a different county town in Wujiang City.
Zhao Wushuang was also assigned to one of these counties. Apparently to spare him, the county he was assigned to face the least pressure from the demonic beasts. Similarly, all the teammates assigned to Zhao Wushuang were awakened individuals of tiers 4 to 5. Among these teammates, Zhao Wushuang possessed the greatest strength and command the highest respect. He naturally assumed the role of captain for this mecha squad. After all matters were settled, the banquet soon came to an end. As soon as the banquet ended, Zhao Wushuang grabbed his communication device and wasted no time, swiftly gathering all the other members of the mecha squad. Including himself, there were 16 members, 6 5th-tier awakened ones, with the rest being uniformly 4th-tier awakened ones. Under Zhao Wushuang's call, the 16 quickly assembled at a designated location. After brief introductions, they boarded their respective flying vehicles and headed toward Feihua County in Lujiang City. Zhao Wushuang's mecha squad moved with extraordinary speed, and Feihua County wasn't too far from Jiangdu City.
Within just 2 or 3 hours of relentless travel, Zhao Wushuang's mecha squadron appeared above Feihua County.
High above, hordes of demon beasts prowled the skies. Some unleashed piercing roars as they charged toward the ground, while others flapped their massive wings, stirring up whirlwinds and unleashing elemental attacks upon the awakened within Feihua County. On the ground, hordes of demon beasts encircled the entire city, launching relentless assaults. Some powerful, agile beasts had even breached the county walls, rampaging through the city streets. Sensing human reinforcements approaching, a group of beasts in the sky split off, roaring furiously as they charged toward Zhao Wushuang and his companions.
Chapter 127, Charge. So many demon beasts?
Seeing the sheer numbers of demon beasts in the sky and on the ground, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
This was Lujiang City, one of the least pressured counties, and even here there were so many demonic beasts. If this were any other city on the front lines, wouldn't the demon beast population be several times greater than this? The demon's ambitions are no small matter this time.
Zhao Wushuang thought to himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his storage ring, and the purple lightning wind-splitting blade appeared in his palm. Those suited for aerial combat, stay and fight these demons with me. Those unsuited for aerial combat, descend immediately to Feihua County to resist the demons attacking on the ground. Gripping the purple thunder wind-splitting blade, Zhao Wushuang's confidence surged. Terrifying bloodlust and killing intent radiated from his Han Yuan armor. He barked out his orders swiftly. Simultaneously, he charged forward, drawing the purple lightning wind-slicing blade from its sheath and plunging directly into the horde of demonic beasts surging toward them. His speed erupted violently, leaving trails of afterimages as the blade flashed, spreading terrifying thunderous energy. Splatter! Scorching blood spattered. Before the mecha squad behind him could react, countless blade arcs sliced through the demon beast horde like lightning.
Amidst the crisscrossing blades, terrifying thunder blossomed and spread.
The more than 30 flying demon beasts that had charged at them with fierce momentum were now shattered into fragments, crashing heavily to the ground. Some, not yet dead, twitched convulsively on the ground, their expressions twisted in agony. What terrifying power! Gao Kuai, a 5th-tier upper-grade awakener, sucked in a sharp breath at the sight of Zhao Wushuang's terrifying prowess.
He had harbored some resentment toward Zhao Wushuang.
Although Zhao Wushuang had topped the previous hidden dragon rankings, his cultivation level was one major realm below his own. Logically, he should be the one leading this mecha squad. Once the demonic plague in Feihua County was resolved, as the squad leader, he should have claimed the primary credit.
Yet to his astonishment, Mayor Pang Lei had specifically named Zhao Wushuang as the squad leader.
Originally, Gao Kuai had been extremely resentful, convinced Zhao Wushuang had secured the captaincy solely through past reputation. But now, witnessing Zhao Wushuang's truly terrifying strength, Gao Kuai was genuinely convinced.
Such terrifying power far surpassed his own.
In a life or death battle, if Zhao Wushuang unleashed his ultimate divine technique, Gao Kuai doubted he could last even 3 rounds.
What are you all standing around for? Streamline, with your aerial combat expertise, take the lead. Those without high-altitude combat skills, provide support below. After swiftly dispatching over 30 flying demon beasts with a single stroke, Zhao Wushuang frowned, sensing the awe he had instilled in the rest of the mecha squad. His tone grew impatient as he barked the order. This was a genuine battlefield of life and death. That this group was still wasting time here infuriated Zhao Wushuang. Yes, yes, yes. The others nodded in unison and swiftly headed toward Feihua County to provide support. Only Gao Kuai and the other 2 5th-tier awakened individuals skilled in high-altitude combat remained behind. All in. Zhao Wushuang barked the order.
Without waiting for Gao Kuai and the others, he immediately charged upward toward the dense swarm of demon beasts in the sky. This wasn't recklessness on Zhao Wushuang's part. The strongest among these high-altitude demons barely reached peak 5th-tier cultivation, with most hovering at 3rd or 4th tier. Even if surrounded, his strength was more than sufficient to handle the situation. Moreover, armed with the Phantom Thousand Blade Slash and his terrifying Thunderstorm AoE skill, Zhao Wushuang feared nothing more than a coordinated assault when not facing overwhelmingly superior power. Charging forward with blinding speed, Zhao Wushuang swung his blades relentlessly, cutting down one flying demon beast after another. Flash after flash of thunderous blade light streaked through the air, terrifying bolts of lightning exploding in the sky above. In just 4 or 5 breaths, over 100 flying demon beasts had fallen beneath Zhao Wushuang's blades. Such devastating slaughter instantly drew the attention of 3 demon beast leaders nearby.
All 3 demon beast leaders possessed upper 5th-tier cultivation. What terrifying attacks! That human is formidable. Let's attack together. Kill! Kill that human prodigy. They exchanged glances before charging toward Zhao Wushuang in unison.
The 3 demon beast leaders immediately led a large swarm of flying demon beasts in a coordinated assault, surrounding Zhao Wushuang and launching a fierce charge. 3 5th-tier upper grade beasts, plus over 400 flying demon beasts ranging from 2nd to 4th tier in cultivation. Zhao Wushuang watched the overwhelming horde of demon beasts charging toward him, silently calculating his options. Facing such overwhelming numbers, Zhao Wushuang felt a hint of pressure, but more than that, he felt exhilaration.
If I can eliminate all these beasts, I'm certain to gain an immense amount of energy points.
Then, with a few more runs like this, my mecha will surely evolve again.
Who knows? Maybe even my Blood River Sword technique could break through.
Kill! Zhao Wushuang's eyes turned bloodshot, radiating a terrifying aura of slaughter. The twin wings of wind and thunder flapped behind him. Terrifying gales and lightning erupted from his mecha, while fiery orbs floated suspended in the sky above. Leveraging his speed advantage, Zhao Wushuang darted through the swarm of demon beasts, lightning continuously gathering within his mecha. With flashes of blade light, Zhao Wushuang erupted with terrifying speed, plunging directly into the densest cluster of beasts.
Ha 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 ha, he's charging in. He's courting death. He's courting death.
Let's all swarm him together. With just his strength alone, we can tear this human prodigy to shreds in an instant.
The demon beasts roared with maniacal laughter.
They deemed Zhao Wushuang foolish and reckless, convinced his actions were nothing but a suicide mission. But as Zhao Wushuang drew near, sensing the terrifying thunderous power erupting from within him, every flying demon beast felt a chill run down their spines.
No! Such terrifying thunder power! Quick! Quick! Quick!
Stop him! The demon beasts screamed in terror. Before they could react, the thunder within Zhao Wushuang erupted violently. Accompanied by the purple thunder-cleaving wind blade in his hand, it transformed into a sky filled with slashing blades, each strike cutting down relentlessly. The 400-plus flying beasts had gathered far too close.
Such a densely packed group was Zhao Wushuang's favorite target.
He unleashed his thunderous abilities with explosive force, his finger lightning wine-slicing blades slashing down in rapid succession.
Beneath the streaks of blade light and the terrifying flashes of thunder, a series of dreadful explosions echoed. Puff! Puff! Puff!
Blood spattered everywhere. Amidst the successive explosions, countless demon beast corpses rained down like a torrential downpour, crashing onto the ground in unison. Simultaneously, the terrifying lightning transformed into countless tiny silver needles, darting through the demon beast horde and delivering fatal strikes. In just 3 or 4 breaths, the once dense swarm of flying beasts was now scattered, with fewer than 20 or 30 remaining. The remaining 400 or so beasts were struck by the terrifying lightning and blade chi, their bodies shattered into fragments that scattered across the ground.
Damn it! Get out of my way!
I'll kill him myself. The massive casualties among their ranks enraged the 3 demon beast leaders. They charged forward together, intent on using their superior cultivation to tear this terrifying human prodigy to shreds. Facing the assault of these three 5th-tier upper-grade demon beast leaders, Zhao Wushuang merely raised an eyebrow. Swish! His figure flickered, evading the attacks of two of the demon beast leaders. Simultaneously, he swung his purple lightning wind-splitting blade, unleashing terrifying bolts of lightning as he charged toward the remaining demon beast leader at blinding speed.
Chapter 128, The Flying Eagle Demon King. What a fast blade! The demon beast leader's eyes widened in terror. There was nowhere to dodge, nowhere to escape. By the time it reacted, the agile blade of thunder had already pierced through its neck. Immediately, scalding blood spurted forth like a fountain. A massive head flew high into the air before crashing heavily back down to the ground. Thud! A dull thud echoed. Dust swirled up from the ground. The demon beast commander was instantly slain. The other two demon beast leaders, witnessing this scene, sensed trouble and felt a surge of retreating instincts. After all, Zhao Wushuang before them was simply too formidable. The demon beast squad they had brought had barely launched their charge before Zhao Wushuang, acting alone, swiftly eliminated two of them in a matter of moments. Now, the three of them all high-tier 5th-ranked demon beast leaders had joined forces to attack Zhao Wushuang. Not only had they failed to harm him in the slightest, but he had instantly countered and killed one of their high-tier 5th-ranked demon beast leaders. Such terrifying power was beyond their ability to handle. "Your Majesty, save us!" One of the demon beast leaders bellowed for help. But Zhao Wushuang gave them no chance. His body spun violently as the purple thunder cleaver in his hand swept through the air with terrifying lightning, slashing horizontally. Blades flashed across the sky. Amidst the blossoming blade shadows, slashes of blade energy rapidly coalesced, erupting into an intensely dazzling radiance. This was the Phantom Thousand Blade Slash. As the Phantom Thousand Blade Slash erupted amidst the terrifying thunderous display, the two demon beast leaders had no time to react. As the lightning-infused blade energy flashed and vanished, the bodies of both demon beast leaders were cleaved clean in two, crashing heavily to the ground. Excellent! Captain Zhao is formidable. On the other side, Gao Kuai and his comrades, locked in fierce combat with other demon beasts, couldn't help but cheer loudly. Their own fighting spirit surged, and their attacks grew even more fierce. With such a formidable leader at the helm, how could they possibly fail to annihilate the demons on this mission? Roar! Human brat, you seek death! Just as Zhao Wushuang finished off these three demon beast leaders, a furious roar echoed through the air. A black wind instantly erupted, sweeping up countless grains of sand and fallen leaves like flying blades as it charged toward Zhao Wushuang. Sensing the encroaching danger, Zhao Wushuang flickered, pushing his speed to its absolute limit as he dodged wave after wave of attacks. Simultaneously, he looked up. High above, a 6th-tier lower-grade flying eagle demon king flapped its wings, claws extended, charging furiously toward Zhao Wushuang. A lower-tier 6th-ranked demon king? Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from this flying eagle demon king, Zhao Wushuang instantly felt immense pressure. With his strength and cultivation, he could easily handle demon beasts and demon kings of the 5th-tier upper and peak levels. But when it came to a 6th-tier demon king, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. After all, minor realm differences were manageable, but crossing a major realm threshold meant power underwent earth-shattering changes. System, boost my cultivation. His figure flickered rapidly as Zhao Wushuang dodged the attacks of this 6th-tier demon king, glancing at the attribute panel in his mind. After the recent battle and previous accumulation, bolstered by a massive influx of energy points, the cultivation level on his attribute panel displayed a plus sign. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected the cultivation enhancement option. Breaking through in the heat of battle wasn't that exactly what a prodigy was supposed to do? Thus, Zhao Wushuang had no reason to worry about others raising suspicions. After all, many had achieved breakthroughs precisely under immense pressure, accumulating strength until they could unleash it in a series of consecutive advances. As vast quantities of energy points were consumed, Zhao Wushuang's aura surged dramatically. The energy depleted within his mecha instantly returned to peak levels. 4th-tier peak. At this moment, Zhao Wushuang's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the world. However, facing the Flying Eagle Demon King's attack still weighed heavily on Zhao Wushuang. To be safe, he glanced at his remaining energy points, gritted his teeth, and swiftly allocated them to the Swift Thunder Body Tempering Technique. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing the Swift Thunder Body Forging Technique. The technique has broken through to the 2nd level, the beginner realm. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing the Swift Thunder Body Forging Technique. It has broken through to the minor achievement stage of the 2nd tier. With 2 consecutive upgrades, Zhao Wushuang spent over 1,000,000 energy points, propelling the lightning forging body technique previously only at the 1st tier, mastery stage directly to the 2nd tier, minor achievement stage. As the lightning forging technique advanced successively, surges of vital energy and dense mecha energy continuously surged through Zhao Wushuang's body. He felt his inherent power multiplying exponentially, his mecha energy surging with nowhere to vent. With each successive advancement and the resulting surge in power, the pressure Zhao Wushuang felt from the Flying Eagle Demon King diminished dramatically. Kill! At that moment, Zhao Wushuang ceased his relentless evasion. He spun violently, drawing the purple thunder wind-splitting blade from its scabbard. Clang! A crisp blade cry rang out. Terrifying bolts of lightning-infused blade energy erupted in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Wushuang had already unleashed over 100 consecutive strikes. These terrifying blades, like a deluge, spread out beneath the terrifying thunder, forming a vast net of electricity that closed in on the charging Flying Eagle Demon King. What blazing speed! The Flying Eagle Demon King, sensing Zhao Wushuang unleash such terrifying thunder blade energies in an instant, was utterly shocked. Until now, this human youth had only known to flee frantically, constantly using the chaotic battlefield to evade him. Yet just now, in the blink of an eye, the cultivation aura emanating from this human youth had surged violently, as if he had become a different person entirely. He had turned around and launched a counterattack against him. This naturally astonished the Flying Eagle Demon King. This finger points to a human prodigy he must not be spared. If he is not slain here today, he will surely become a great scourge to us demons in the future. Feeling the danger Zhao Wushuang posed, the Flying Eagle Demon King's eyes filled with murderous intent. He roared with fury, his massive wings flapping violently. Waves of black wind swept through the sky, conjuring several tornadoes out of thin air. They tore through everything in their path, violently hurtling toward the web of lightning Zhao Wushuang had unleashed. Boom! 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 The two formidable attacks collided, unleashing a continuous roar of explosions. A massive shockwave radiated outward in all directions. Some flying beasts that had been lurking nearby, intending to ambush, were sent flying backward by the immense shockwave. Some couldn't withstand the tremendous force and exploded instantly, scattering into a shower of rain that fell to the ground. Again! After the fierce collision, Zhao Wushuang staggered back several steps. Sensing that the Flying Eagle Demon King was no longer as terrifying and was within his capabilities, he let out a hearty laugh. Bursting with fighting spirit, his figure flickered as he charged forward once more. Chapter 129, Fierce Battle. Blade swift, speed swift. Watching Zhao Wushuang charge once more, the Flying Eagle Demon King's expression grew grave. He himself was a master of speed, yet he never imagined Zhao Wushuang's speed would match his own. Combined with his lightning-fast blade and terrifying thunder-based abilities, Zhao Wushuang now posed a genuine threat. In fact, this Zhao Wushuang proved more troublesome than any human opponent he had ever faced before. Of course, this only applied to opponents whose cultivation levels were comparable to his or weaker. As for those human awakened beings whose cultivation far surpassed his own, he had yet to engage them in direct combat. Otherwise, how could he have had the chance to invade this human city today? Die for me! The Flying Eagle Demon King charged forward with blinding speed. His massive wings flapped violently, claws lashing out as feathers shot forth like flying blades. He resembled a sword-wielding warrior from the ancient human era. Zhao Wushuang flickered through the air, his purple thunder wind-splitting blade whirling relentlessly as he engaged the Flying Eagle Demon King in a fierce aerial duel. The two fought back and forth relentlessly. As a hexagonal warrior, Zhao Wushuang possessed top-tier speed, strength, and other attributes. Leveraging these advantages, combined with formidable martial arts techniques, supernatural abilities, and the enhancement of the purple lightning wind-splitting blade, Zhao Wushuang held his own against the Flying Eagle Demon King despite their vast cultivation gap. The two fought fiercely at a rapid pace. The Flying Eagle Demon King grew increasingly alarmed with each passing moment. He realized that Zhao Wushuang's power was steadily increasing through the relentless combat. The terrifying aura of blood and slaughter emanating from him was unsettling, constantly disrupting the Demon King's focus. This was precisely the profound secret of the Blood River Blade technique. By ceaselessly absorbing the blood slaughter aura from the air, Zhao Wushuang could temporarily amplify his own strength and cultivation. It could be said he feared nothing more than a protracted battle. For in such a struggle, he grew stronger with each passing moment, while his foes only weakened under the immense toll of prolonged combat. Wielding the purple thunder wind-splitting blade, Zhao Wushuang swiftly executed the Blood River Blade technique. Terrifying thunderous power erupted, while fiery flames suspended in the air continuously reinforced his mecha. Amidst these fierce assaults, Zhao Wushuang gradually shifted from being at a disadvantage to fighting the Flying Eagle Demon King on equal footing, and later even began to gain a faint upper hand. Put! A terrifying blade flash streaked through the air. Amidst the spreading thunder, Zhao Wushuang seized an opening in the Flying Eagle Demon King. His purple thunder wind-slicing blade swiftly sliced across its chest. Scorching blood spattered forth. The Flying Eagle Demon King stared in disbelief at the wound in his chest. He had reacted with lightning speed, yet still couldn't outpace Zhao Wushuang's blade. At that critical moment, the tip of Zhao's blade had touched his chest. He had been careless. Simultaneously, the gash carved into his chest by Zhao Wushuang only fueled the Flying Eagle Demon King's fury. Human brat! How dare you wound me? I'll tear you to pieces. The Flying Eagle Demon King roared with unbridled fury. His wings flapped furiously, whipping up a howling gale. Sharp feathers, like a volley of arrows, shot toward Zhao Wushuang at lightning speed. Zhao Wushuang, seeing he had wounded the Flying Eagle Demon King, felt immense joy surge within him. Without hesitation, he swiftly swung his purple thunder wind-splitting blade.
Terrifying lightning coalesced into a web of electric nets, continuously repelling the barrage of sharp feather attacks high in the sky. The Blood River Blade technique was vicious and deadly. Once it wounded an enemy, the injury proved exceedingly difficult to heal. Moreover, as Zhao Wushuang unleashed his Blood River Slash technique, the Demon Eagle King's furious counterattacks only caused more and more of its own blood to spurt forth. Moreover, the inherent corrosive and toxic properties of the Blood River Blade technique would seep deeper into the Flying Eagle Demon King's vital organs with each strike. As long as he could keep the Flying Eagle Demon King entangled, preventing escape and healing, he could effortlessly finish it off using the Blood River Blade technique's inherent advantages. But the Flying Eagle Demon King, blinded by rage, remained utterly oblivious to everything unfolding before him. He relentlessly launched attack after attack at Zhao Wushuang, his mind consumed solely by the desire to tear the man before him to shreds. Come on! Come on! Weren't you so cocky just now? Keep coming! You cowardly turtle! You human insect! Is dodging all you've got? Wave after wave of ferocious attacks erupted, the Flying Eagle Demon King growing more savage with each strike, all the while taunting Zhao Wushuang incessantly. Seeing Zhao Wushuang merely dodge his furious strikes after being wounded, he assumed the man was cowed. His arrogance swelled. Yet, seeing that he couldn't even scratch Zhao Wushuang, the rage within him burned ever brighter. What he didn't know was that amidst his furious barrage of attacks, as his demonic energy steadily depleted, the blood flowing from his chest grew heavier. Simultaneously, the potent venom and corrosive properties had already seeped deep into his internal organs. Captain Zhao. Gao Kuai, watching from afar, mistook the scene for Zhao Wushuang nearing collapse. His concern erupted into a loud cry. He swiftly dispatched the demon beast he was facing, intending to lead the other two to come to Zhao's aid. Shut up! Focus on the other beasts. This isn't your concern. Zhao Wushuang, dodging relentlessly and looking rather battered, sensed Gao Kuai's movements and snapped back irritably. They had no sense of the situation whatsoever. On the surface, he appeared to be constantly dodging, seemingly completely overwhelmed by the Flying Eagle Demon King. But anyone paying even a little attention could clearly see he was secretly toying with his opponent. He was constantly using his superior footwork to wear down the Flying Eagle Demon King, biding his time for the toxins to build up and seize the chance for a fatal strike. If he were truly at a complete disadvantage, his evasive maneuvers wouldn't be so deliberate, nor would his body remain unscathed. Understood, Captain Zhao. Startled by Zhao Wushuang's loud shout, Gao Kuai and the others nodded urgently and rushed off to deal with the other demon beasts. Yet unease lingered. They maintained a safe distance from Zhao Wushuang at all times. Should danger arise, they would risk injury or even death to secure her a chance at survival. After all, they had witnessed Zhao Wushuang's innate talent firsthand. Possessing such terrifying strength at his current cultivation level, capable of holding his own against a low-tier 6th-rank demon king, his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass the 9th rank. He might even reach the transcendent realm. Such a prodigy of the human race absolutely could not be allowed to fall. Even if they perished, they would not let Zhao Wushuang die. As time passed, the Flying Eagle Demon King's once ferocious attacks began to weaken. In that moment, he seemed to react, his eyes suddenly widening as he looked down at the wound in his chest. Put! Suddenly, he felt a searing pain in his internal organs, and a mouthful of blood spurted forth. The blood was black, carrying immense corrosive power, sizzling as it hit the ground. Your blade is poisoned. The Flying Eagle Demon King's eyes widened in terror. The arrogance that had filled him moments before vanished completely, replaced only by rage and dread. Correct answer, but no prize. Zhao Wushuang chuckled lightly. The instant he saw the Flying Eagle Demon King spit blood, his form flickered rapidly. Energy within his mecha coalesced to its peak, and the purple thunder wind-splitting blade in his hand slashed out violently. Chapter 130, Frenzied Slaughter. Put! Blood spurted wildly. A massive head flew high into the air. Zhao Wushuang's purple lightning wind-slicing blade instantly gained several-fold in speed. High in the sky, terrifying thunderclaps exploded and rippled outward. With that single strike, the formidable blade energy pierced straight through the Flying Eagle Demon King's body, severing his massive head clean off. Even in death, the Demon King of Flying Eagle's eyes remained filled with utter disbelief. He hadn't grasped why his end had come so suddenly. Why did it feel as though every step of his battle against Zhao Wushuang had been meticulously calculated by the latter? With the Flying Eagle Demon King's demise, Gao Kuai and the others were instantly stunned. They never imagined that just moments ago, Zhao Wushuang had been at a disadvantage. How could he suddenly erupt with such ferocity, slaying the once arrogant Flying Eagle Demon King with a single stroke? The change had been too swift. So fast they hadn't even noticed. By the time they realized what had happened, the Flying Eagle Demon King had already fallen. Zhao Wushuang wasted no time. He swiftly stored the Demon King's corpse into his storage ring before darting forward. Terrifying lightning surged through his mecha, transforming him into streaks of thunderous light as he plunged deeper into the swarm of flying demon beasts. Kill! The Flying Eagle Demon King is dead. Quickly eliminate the aerial demon beasts. Zhao Wushuang roared.
The terrifying lightning within him erupted, firing rapid barrages of lightning needles that reaped the lives of one flying demon beast after another in the sky. Gao Kuai and the others weren't idle either. They swiftly followed Zhao Wushuang into the fray. Zhao Wushuang served as the sharpest spearhead, tearing through everything ahead, while they closely followed behind him, swiftly eliminating the remaining beasts that had narrowly escaped death. Through their swift coordination. As time passed, the vast swarm of demon beasts in the skies was swiftly eradicated. In less than an hour. The once dark expanse of sky was now utterly clear, devoid of any trace of demonic beasts. Only Zhao Wushuang and his 3 companions remained. Over the course of this hour, Zhao Wushuang had slain the most demonic beasts. He charged through the demon beast ranks like a whirlwind, scattering them before unleashing devastating area of effect attacks that sent the flying beasts reeling in disarray. With the fallen eagle demon king's demise, no demon beast in the skies could stand against him. Not a single one could last 3 rounds against his might. Initially, some beasts dared to resist, gathering together to confront Zhao Wushuang. But as Zhao Wushuang grew fiercer with every clash, the demon beasts finally grasped the full horror of his might. They fled in a panic. While Zhao Wushuang had slaughtered the majority, the rest vanished into the unknown. Phew! The aerial threat is neutralized, and with one less 6th-tier demon king to worry about, dealing with the demonic invasion in Feihua County will be a breeze. Quickly swallowing another blood-white pill to replenish his mecha energy, Zhao Wushuang glanced down at the dense swarm of demonic beasts below and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Let's go! Down to support our fellow humans! Zhao Wushuang barked the order swiftly. His body instantly blurred into a trail of afterimages as he wielded the purple thunder wind-splitting blade, leading Gao Kuai and the others directly into the fray. After the time wasted in the skies, the battle for Feihua County had reached a fever pitch on the ground. Under the ferocious assault of the demon beasts, Feihua County's wall defenses were steadily crumbling. Numerous demon beasts had already breached the city walls and entered the town. There was no time to waste now. Zhao Wushuang darted through the chaos. Trails of afterimages blossomed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived on the ground. Roar! Countless demonic beasts roared with fury. Spotting Zhao Wushuang descending from the sky, they surged forward in a swarm, charging at him en masse. Zhao Wushuang merely gave them a cold glance before swinging his purple lightning wind-splitting blade. His figure flickered rapidly. Swish! 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 Blinding streaks of thunderous blade light erupted, multiplying into hundreds of shimmering blades that materialized out of thin air. They coalesced into a web of blades, weaving swiftly through the horde of beasts. In the blink of an eye, every demon beast that had lunged toward Zhao Wushuang was cleaved clean through the waist. Their bodies fell to the ground, severed in 2, dead as a doornail. Zhao Wushuang had no time to collect the demon beast corpses or their demonic energy cores. The situation was far too urgent. Except for precious 5th and 6th tier demon beasts, whose corpses he would deliberately collect, he would continue swinging his slaughtering blade at other demon beasts once any were slain. Meanwhile, Gao Kuai and his companions descending from the sky flickered rapidly, their swords flashing in their hands. Flash after flash of sword light darted through the air, swiftly slicing through the horde of beasts. Coordinating with Zhao Wushuang, they rapidly disposed of hundreds of surrounding demon beasts. In a street of Feihua County, a 5th-tier upper-grade awakened one led a group of human awakened ones, desperately defending an entrance. Behind them lay the school. The future of humanity. They fought desperately against the encircling assault of the demonic beasts before them. Yet these demonic beasts proved overwhelmingly powerful. Despite their desperate defense, they could only delay the onslaught. Amidst the relentless assault, as the battle grew increasingly brutal, over 100 human defenders had already fallen. Even 3 5th-rank awakened ones had perished in the beast's assault. Principal Li, what should we do? We're outnumbered. Only 40 of us remain. A 5th-tier lower-grade head instructor watched the ever-growing horde of beasts before him, his expression filled with panic. Gripping his spear tightly, he swiftly dispatched one of the charging beasts. What do we do? The rear holds the future of our human race. We must hold this line, even if it costs us everything. Principal Li's gaze hardened with resolve. His mecha energy surged violently within him, propelling him into a frenzied state as he swiftly dispatched the relentless wave of demon beasts charging forward. Behind him, the headmaster gritted his teeth, leading the other awakened humans in a desperate resistance. Kill! Kill every last one of these bastards. We must hold out until reinforcements arrive. We absolutely cannot let the students inside fall victim to these demons. The director roared, swiftly dispatching beasts as fresh wounds tore through his mecha armor. Just then, the swarm of beasts surrounding them suddenly dispersed. 3 5th-tier demon kings of the upper rank charged forward together, converging on the strongest figure in the crowd, Principal Li. Principal Li. Witnessing this perilous scene, the Dean of Discipline let out a heart-wrenching roar. Chapter 131, Reinforcements. Principal Li's mecha energy had already been depleted to a critical level during the intense fighting. Now, surrounded by 3 demon beast leaders of equal cultivation, he was essentially trapped in a deadly situation. Everyone, there's no need to worry about me.
Facing the combined assault of 3 fifth-tier demon beast leaders, Principal Li struggled to hold his ground, his body covered in fresh wounds. He roared loudly, yet his eyes held no trace of fear. Instead, he laughed heartily. To sacrifice myself for the future of humanity, my life has been well spent. With a roar, flames erupted from Principal Li's mecha as he charged forward, attacking relentlessly without defense, determined to fight these 3 fifth-tier upper-grade demon beast leaders to the death. In his mind, death was inevitable today. But even in death, he would die with honor at the very least, taking one down with him. If he could successfully buy time, even in death, he could significantly ensure the safe evacuation of the students at the rear school. That way, when the demonic calamity was eventually judged by the human race as strong, his descendants could enjoy the benefits granted to the families of martyrs, ensuring their future security. Perhaps he could even earn a first-class merit award in death, bringing glory to his family's name.
Oomph. You're already spent. You still want to fight us to the death?
One of the demon beast leaders sneered coldly, his contemptuous laughter echoing as his form flickered rapidly. Coordinating with the other 2 demon beast leaders, they lunged toward Principal Li from different directions. Having evaded Principal Li's lethal strikes, they now saw him riddled with openings. At this moment, if they could close in, it would take but an instant to tear the strongest figure before them Principal Li to shreds with their combined might. Put! At this critical juncture, amidst the anguished gazes of the Dean of Discipline and other powerful figures from the school, a bolt of thunderous blade energy erupted. Accompanied by thunder blossoming across the sky, the terrifying blade of thunder split into 3, tracing a beautiful arc through the air before swiftly piercing through the bodies of the 3 demon beast leaders. Scorching blood spattered everywhere. In an instant, the 3 demon beast leaders were severed cleanly in half, their bodies cleaved through the waist by the terrifying blade energies. Their corpses crashed heavily to the ground, still twitching faintly as they hit the earth. Meanwhile, Zhao Wushuang's attribute panel displayed a substantial influx of energy points. His figure flickered rapidly as he swiftly stored the corpses of the 3 demon beast leaders into his storage ring. Without a backward glance, he plunged headlong into the swarm of beasts, the purple thunder wind splitting blade in hand. Thud! 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 Without the support of these 3 demon beast leaders, the 2nd and 3rd tier beasts were as insignificant as weeds. Zhao Wushuang charged into their midst, cutting through them like slicing melons and vegetables, slaughtering them with frenzied abandon. In mere moments, under Zhao Wushuang's barrage of wide-area attacks, nearly 100 demon beasts fell beneath his blade. What blazing speed! What terrifying lightning abilities! Wonderful! Principal Li is saved! Witnessing this scene, the other awakened students at the school couldn't help but cheer. Their fighting spirit reignited, they charged forward in unison with Zhao Wushuang's voice, relentlessly hunting down the demonic beasts besieging the school.
Zhao Wushuang?
Principal Li lay on the ground, having narrowly escaped death. He stared in disbelief at the figure moving through the demon beast horde as if no one else existed. He had already resigned himself to dying in the line of duty, sacrificing himself for the nation. Yet, at the very moment death descended, Zhao Wushuang suddenly appeared like a celestial being. With a single stroke of his blade, he cleaved the 3 fifth-tier upper-grade demon beast leaders clean in half. The sheer terror of that blade technique, the sheer terror of that power, having witnessed it up close moments ago, Principal Li felt his scalp tingle, his face frozen in utter shock. He never imagined the one daring to come to their aid would be Zhao Wushuang, the very Zhao Wushuang who had dominated national headlines 3 years prior by claiming the top spot on the previous Hidden Dragon rankings. It makes sense. 3 years have passed. And Zhao Wushuang would have just ascended from the Dragon's Head mountain. He must have received our distress signal from Lujian City and rushed here from Jiandu City. Aha, we're saved. With Zhao Wushuang here, the safety of the students back at the school is guaranteed. Principal Li and the Dean of Students couldn't help but weep with joy, bursting into hearty laughter. Regaining their composure, they swiftly swallowed pills to replenish their mecha energy and continued their bloody battle, fiercely guarding the school entrance. Amidst the demon beast horde, Zhao Wushuang's relentless charges gradually thinned the ranks attacking this position. With the support of Gao Kuai and the others, the demon beast siege here began to subside. Amidst Zhao Wushuang's hellish slaughter, the fierce fighting spirit of the surrounding beasts crumbled. Many, sensing his terrifying might, began scattering in all directions, desperate to escape his deadly grasp. After all, they possessed a measure of sentience. They knew what was possible and what was not. With the arrival of the human race's powerful reinforcements, and under the relentless slaughter of that formidable human warrior, they were utterly no match for him. If they didn't flee now, when would they? Persisting in charging forward would only lead to decapitation. Better to flee swiftly from this place and join other demonic beasts elsewhere to hunt humans together. Perhaps they could even turn defeat into victory. With the overwhelming numbers of demons and beasts, they might still get to savor the delicious flesh of the human race. Kill! Watching the growing horde of beasts besieging the school begin to scatter, Zhao Wushuang roared with excitement. He accelerated his killing pace, swiftly cutting down one demonic beast after another, striving to gain more energy points before crushing this horde. Time passed. Over 20 minutes passed. With Zhao Wushuang and his allies' relentless slaughter and the flight of timid beasts, the original 2,000 to 3,000 demon beasts at the school entrance were now either dead or fled. At the school gates, only mountains of demon beast corpses remained, along with the bodies of human martyrs who had perished here. Gazing upon this bloody and terrifying scene, Zhao Wushuang took a deep breath and shook his head. This was the battlefield. This was the true trial between life and death.
Thank you, young Master Zhao, for your timely rescue.
Principal Li limped forward, his face pale. His mecha energy and vital blood had been severely depleted, and the gruesome wounds covering his body likely damaged his foundational cultivation, making future advancement difficult.
No need for thanks. We are both of the human race. When one is in trouble, all come to aid.
Zhao Wushuang shook his head, his gaze drifting toward the distant turmoil of demonic chaos. A murderous intent filled his eyes. He drew the purple thunder wind-splitting blade from his waist, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd.
Those of you still capable of fighting, follow me.
Now that I, Zhao Wushuang, have arrived, the tide has turned in Feihua County. We march forth to utterly annihilate the demons and restore peace to this land.
Chapter 132, The Mighty Minotaur King.
Kill.
Wipe out the demons.
The entire crowd roared in unison, their eyes blazing with frenzied killing intent. Having endured the demons' relentless oppression for so long, the arrival of a formidable combatant finally offered them a chance to strike back.
Naturally, none would squander this opportunity. Nearly every soul was brimming with battle fervor.
Except for a few severely wounded awakened ones, the rest swiftly swallowed potions to restore their mecha energy.
Each gripped their weapons, following Zhao Wushuang as they charged toward other demon-infested areas in Feihua County. A far more brutal slaughter was about to begin.
Whoosh! Zhao Wushuang's body blurred into streaks of afterimages as lightning crackled in the sky. His form darted through the air, charging alone toward the densest concentration of demons.
Puff! Puff! Puff!
Blades flashed across the sky as the purple lightning-piercing wind blade drew from its sheath. Hundreds of thunderous blade energies suspended in the air, weaving a dense web of electricity that descended upon the demon beast horde below.
These thunderous blade energies were terrifyingly swift.
As the sky erupted with lightning, the slashing energies sliced through the densely packed demon beasts below, cleaving them clean in half.
Some blade energies even pierced through several beasts in a single strike. In the blink of an eye,
Zhao Wushuang carved a gap through the once dense horde of beasts, claiming the lives of over 100 creatures with a single strike. This was the advantage of the Phantom Thousand Blade Slash. Though not as overwhelmingly powerful as the Whirlwind Lightning Flame Slash, in terms of speed and area of effect damage, the Phantom Thousand Blade Slash was undoubtedly the most suitable technique for this brutal battlefield. Zhao Wushuang's terrifying attack, which had slaughtered over 100 demon beasts in the blink of an eye, instantly stunned all the other salesmen and saleswomen present. Their eyes widened as they stared at Zhao Wushuang with a mix of rage and terror, too frightened to charge forward for a moment. That strike consumed a quarter of my mecha's energy, but it was worth it. Feeling the drain from the strike, Zhao Wushuang took a deep breath before swiftly swallowing a snow-white pill. During this battle, he had already consumed several pills of this caliber, totaling nearly 100 million Federation credits in value.
Yet the gains were immense.
Not only had he maintained sufficient mecha energy reserves throughout, but he'd also acquired vast quantities of energy points, along with the corpses and crystal cores of multiple 5th and 6th tier demon beasts.
A prodigy of the human race?
Amidst Zhao Wushuang's 100 terrifying thunder blade energies slicing wildly, as the other demon beasts were cowed into submission, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted.
It was a colossal ox demon. With a bull's head and a human torso, its muscles bulged impressively.
Wielding a massive pear blossom-splitting axe, its body towered to a staggering 5 or 6 meters tall. And this was merely its humanoid form. Were it to reveal its true beastly body, it would likely be at least 10 times larger.
The mighty ox-headed king?
Zhao Wushuang swiftly dispatched the demon beast before him with a single stroke, then turned his gaze toward the colossal ox demon in the distance, his pupils involuntarily contracting.
This colossal ox demon, radiating terrifying pressure, was known as the mighty ox-headed king.
Zhao Wushuang had seen it before on the wanted list at the Lihua sect's Jiangdu branch. According to the description on the wanted list, this mighty minotaur possessed cultivation at the lower 6th tier and carried a trace of ancient ox demon bloodline. Its strength was formidable beyond measure. Ordinary humans at the same cultivation level stood no chance against it.
Moreover, numerous human prodigies had already fallen victim to this great bull demon king's cruelty while in the wilderness zone. However, this bull-headed king was exceptionally cunning. Even with the extremely generous bounty offered, it had managed to evade the pursuit of numerous powerful humans. According to Jiang Huowan, he himself had once pursued this mighty minotaur king. Yet the beast possessed too many tricks and was far too cunning.
Through sheer carelessness, Jiang had allowed it to escape on multiple occasions. After each successful escape, the mighty minotaur king would vanish without a trace for an extended period, only reappearing to stir up trouble and ambush human prodigies once it felt completely safe. What Zhao Wushuang never expected was that today, he would encounter this mighty minotaur king here, one that had vanished from sight for nearly a decade. Moreover, while its cultivation level was comparable to that of the flying eagle demon king encountered earlier, the terrifying pressure emanating from it was several times greater. This instantly put Zhao Wushuang on high alert. He glanced at the energy points on his attribute panel and shook his head slightly. Just a little more. Just a little more would allow him to advance his cultivation, reaching the lower 5th tier level. You recognize this king? The mighty Minotaur king uttered a light ha before bursting into a maniacal laugh. His icy gaze fixed on Zhao Wushuang as he declared, since you recognize this king, you should know your fate today. With that, the mighty Minotaur king lunged forward in a single stride. His body streaked like a black whirlwind, charging toward Zhao Wushuang at an astonishing speed. The massive pear blossom splitting axe in his hand swung down with the force of a mountain splitting blow, tearing through the air with a deafening whistling sound as it came crashing down. As the mighty Minotaur king charged, Zhao Wushuang was instantly engulfed by a palpable sense of impending doom. A wave of numbness washed over him, and the cold grip of mortal fear closed in. This cannot be met head-on. Zhao Wushuang's expression turned grave. His form flickered and darted through the air, refusing to engage the mighty Minotaur king head-on. Like streaks of lightning darting through the sky, Zhao Wushuang's wings of wind and thunder flapped behind him as he soared rapidly into the heavens. Simultaneously, Zhao Wushuang's form flickered, narrowly evading the axe's strike. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed. A massive crater gouged the ground of Feihua County, long cracks spreading outward in all directions. A terrifying shockwave surged forth, instantly incinerating any nearby beasts caught within its reach, their bodies exploding into nothingness. What a terrifying attack! Witnessing the sheer destructive power contained within that single strike, Zhao Wushuang felt his scalp tingle. He dared not linger in battle any longer. Roar! Seeing Zhao Wushuang evade his attack, the mighty Minotaur king roared in fury. This move had always been his unstoppable weapon. Countless human prodigies had fallen beneath the blow of his axe. Yet now, Zhao Wushuang, merely a peak 4th tier cultivator, had evaded it outright. This filled the mighty Minotaur king with a wave of humiliation. He roared furiously, rage spreading through his enormous pupils as his voice thundered like exploding lightning. The shockwaves from his furious roar surged like vicious attacks toward Zhao Wushuang high above. Chapter 133, Coercion. Under the savage sonic assault, sand and stones flew across the ground, countless demon beast corpses swept away. Under the relentless assault of terrifying sonic waves, Zhao Wushuang swiftly blocked his hearing. Within his mecha, his psychic abilities surged, unleashing the underworld thunder flames that rapidly spread, forming a shield against the devastating sonic assaults. Simultaneously, Zhao Wushuang darted through the air with lightning speed, leaving trails of thunderous phantoms in his wake. His thunder-splitting wind blade swung through the air. Hundreds of blade lights materialized in the sky, followed by the terrifying spread of thunder. Whoosh! 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 The blade lights darted through the air, tearing through the atmosphere as they descended toward the ground. Phantom Thousand Blade Slash! Zhao Wushuang unleashed the Phantom Thousand Blade Slash once more. However, this strike was not meant for the mighty Minotaur king. He knew full well that even with the Phantom Thousand Blade Slash, the colossal Minotaur king's terrifying strength meant it wouldn't inflict damage easily. Therefore, Zhao Wushuang chose a different approach. He avoided direct confrontation with the mighty Minotaur king altogether, instead directing wave after wave of spiritual energy attacks specifically at the retreating demon beasts. Put! 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 Streams of scalding blood spurted forth. Under the sunlight, it appeared eerily vivid, instantly staining the ground crimson. The demon beasts attempting to flee the bull-headed king's cosmic battle center were utterly unable to react. They were slaughtered one by one. Zhao Wushuang darted through the chaos like a knife through butter, swiftly reaping the lives of one beast after another. Simultaneously, the energy points on his attribute panel surged rapidly. Damn it! If you've got the guts, fight me! The mighty Minotaur king watched from afar as Zhao Wushuang refused to engage him directly. Instead, he kept dodging while directing his slaughtering blade toward the king's minions. This only fueled his rage further. Fury roared from his massive nostrils, blazing rage burning in his eyes as his colossal form charged toward Zhao Wushuang like a dark shadow. Let you bloat for now. Once I gather enough energy points, I'll show you what the real king and queen are made of. Zhao Wushuang watched the mighty Minotaur king charge toward him once more, a cold smile curling his lips. His purple lightning wind-splitting blade whirled rapidly, instantly shredding all the beasts within range. He then leapt into the air, leading the mighty Minotaur king toward the densest cluster of beasts. This Minotaur king possessed exceptional intelligence and clearly understood Zhao Wushuang's intent. It knew Zhao Wushuang intended to use its relentless attacks and the terrifying vibrations they generated to deal with the 2nd and 3rd tier demon beasts. But how could it possibly comply with Zhao Wushuang's wishes? The mighty Minotaur king halted his pursuit, glaring at Zhao Wushuang with disdain. Run, boy! I'll see how far you can flee. But will your fellow humans escape? With that, the mighty Minotaur king let out a triumphant laugh, convinced he had seized Zhao Wushuang's weakness. He abandoned the pursuit of Zhao Wushuang, disregarding the fate of his fallen subordinate, and turned his attention to slaughtering the other human awakened ones. His massive axe swung down with blinding speed. A thunderous roar erupted, unleashing a colossal sonic shockwave that sent waves of human awakened warriors reeling, their vital energy violently disrupted. Simultaneously, as the massive axe slammed down, over a dozen humans were instantly crushed into pulp beneath its blow, their mechs shattered beyond repair. Ha 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 ha! Kill! Kill! The mighty Minotaur King roared maniacally, continuing to swing his massive axe against the remaining human awakened warriors.
Didn't Zhao Wushuang despise dealing with his weak-willed subordinates? Very well. He would return the favor in kind.
He dealt with his own subordinates, avoiding direct confrontation with him, forcing him to deal with the other human awakened ones instead.
He'd see just who had the numbers, his minions or the awakened humans of Feihua County.
Meanwhile, the mighty Minotaur King, amidst his frenzied slaughter, bellowed his taunts at Zhao Wushuang. Kill away, boy. I'll see if your heart is made of iron. I'll see if you can bear to watch your human kin fall by my blade because of you.
His taunts rang out. The mighty Minotaur King's true aim was to force Zhao Wushuang to intervene and stop him from dealing with the weaker humans. With the weaker humans as leverage, he didn't believe Zhao Wushuang would dare to act like a fleeing rat anymore. After all, most awakened humans behaved this way. He had encountered this before. During the Great War 50 years ago, there had been a human prodigy whose speed was exceptionally swift. No matter how relentlessly he pursued, he could never catch him. But when he taunted him and then turned his slaughtering blade toward other weaker humans, that human prodigy was forced to abandon his speed advantage and confront him head-on. The outcome, of course, was predictable. Having abandoned his speed advantage, the human prodigy managed to hold out for dozens of exchanges, but ultimately fell to a single axe blow that cleaved him in two. Now, he intended to replicate the outcome of that battle. Yet what the mighty Minotaur King never anticipated was this: despite his taunts and his frenzied slaughter of other humans, Zhao Wushuang remained utterly unmoved from afar. All that existed was the relentless slaughter. The mighty Minotaur King's expression grew blank, his eyes fixed on the distance in utter disbelief. In the distance, lightning danced, flames exploded, and fierce winds swept across the land. Zhao Wushuang moved like a merciless killing machine, swiftly slaughtering his own men. In mere moments, blood pooled into trickling rivulets across the ground, while corpses piled up like mountains. Damn it! This man is utterly heartless and merciless. Watching Zhao Wushuang remain unmoved by his own slaughter of the human race, instead accelerating the massacre of his own men, the great Bull King was overcome with rage. It wasn't that he cared about his minions' lives. Demons possessed extraordinary reproductive and infectious capabilities. Given enough time, they could easily spawn a new horde. What truly enraged the mighty Minotaur King was the failure of his scheme. He had failed to use the lives of these humans as leverage to force Zhao Wushuang into a direct confrontation. Fine. Very well. Then let's see who can slaughter more. The mighty Minotaur King gritted his teeth. Instead of reinforcing his own troops, he threw himself even more frenziedly into the fray against the humans locked in battle with the hordes of demonic beasts. For he understood all too well. Zhao Wushuang was far too swift, especially with his wind thunder wings granting formidable aerial combat prowess. If he rashly pursued Zhao Wushuang, he wouldn't be able to take him down quickly, and it would only delay the capture of Feihua County. By then, should reinforcements from the human race's stronger warriors arrive, the situation would turn dire for him. Chapter 134, Advancement. The mighty Minotaur King's actions aligned perfectly with Zhao Wushuang's intentions. He was currently no match for the mighty Minotaur King, so rushing out to aid his fellow humans would be reckless. Therefore, his only course of action was to swiftly hunt down demons and monsters, amassing vast quantities of energy points to hasten his breakthrough to the 5th-tier realm. Only then, after achieving this breakthrough, would he possess sufficient strength to confront the mighty Minotaur King. Even if he couldn't defeat the mighty Minotaur King, he would at least be able to defend himself. As for the casualties among the other humans, that was simply an unavoidable consequence. War never comes without casualties. Zhao Wushuang could not afford to be indecisive or show weak-hearted compassion. Doing so would not only fail to save these human comrades but could very well cost him his own life. Kill. As he witnessed more and more awakened humans fall beneath the great Bull King's axe, the killing intent in Zhao Wushuang's eyes grew ever more intense. He accelerated his slaughter of the swarm of demonic beasts before him, transforming into a merciless killing machine. Like a meat grinder, he weaved through the battlefield. Wherever his blade struck, blood and flesh flew, demonic beasts fell one after another, and his energy points surged relentlessly. Time flew by. Half an hour later, a terrifying flash of lightning erupted as slashing blades crisscrossed the air. The purple thunder-piercing blade darted through the air, its edge sinking deep into the skull of a peak 5th-tier demon beast. Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying a peak 5th-tier demon beast. Energy points increased. The system's voice echoed in Zhao Wushuang's ears. With this substantial influx of energy points, Zhao Wushuang glanced at his attribute panel. After over half an hour of fierce combat, fueled by his relentless slaughter and supplemented by his remaining energy points, Zhao Wushuang's energy points had now surpassed 10 million, reaching over 14 million. Now, on his attribute panel, every option except his already transcendent-tier martial arts displayed a plus sign, even his transcendent-tier supernatural ability, the Ghostly Inferno. Whoa, over 10 million energy points? This is truly terrifying. Every single stat has increased.
Staring at the sea of green plus signs, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, a hint of delight flickering in his eyes.
His thoughts turned to evolving his mecha and enhancing the otherworldly ability, Netherflame. After all, each mecha evolution brought him countless surprises. And this Netherflame, displaying plus signs for the very first time, deeply piqued Zhao Wushuang's curiosity. However, after a moment's thought, Zhao Wushuang suppressed this impulse. He knew he absolutely couldn't make such a rookie mistake. After all, whether it was mecha evolution or the transformation of the Netherflames, the resulting power boosts were entirely unknown. He had no idea how these two enhancements would alter his combat capabilities. What if the resulting evolution proved negligible, merely boosting potential or other marginal aspects? In that case, the energy points he had painstakingly gathered might prove largely ineffective today, and Feihua County would likely be lost. He might even face danger himself. Therefore, Zhao Wushuang gritted his teeth, resisting the temptation to evolve his mecha or the Netherflame ability. He chose instead to directly enhance his cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing your cultivation by consuming 9 million energy points. The system's voice rang in Zhao Wushuang's ears. Meanwhile, Zhao Wushuang didn't idle. He swung his blade swiftly, hunting down the surrounding hordes of demonic beasts, replenishing the energy points on his attribute panel. Amidst the relentless slaughter, the system's upgrades continued. A terrifying surge of lightning and black mist spread from Zhao Wushuang's mecha, enveloping the area within several meters. Under this terrifying shroud of thunder and darkness, the oppressive aura emanating from Zhao Wushuang's body grew increasingly formidable. Boom! As a blade strike descended, a terrifying shockwave erupted from Zhao Wushuang's body, carrying an overwhelming aura of slaughter that swept out in all directions. Boom! 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 As this terrifying pressure swept out, the demonic beasts near Zhao Wushuang couldn't withstand it. Their bodies exploded instantly, turning into a sky-filling mist of blood. Another massive influx of energy points poured in. Zhao Wushuang's eyes lifted slightly, his pupils blazing with a terrifying sharpness. The dreadful blade energy spread from within his mecha, as if intent on shattering this very realm. Lower 5th tier. At this moment, Zhao Wushuang's cultivation officially advanced, leaping directly across a major realm to break through to the 5th tier, lower grade cultivation. The surge in cultivation and explosive growth in power filled Zhao Wushuang with confidence. His purple thunder wind-splitting blade whirled violently, unleashing terrifying waves of blade energy that swept out in all directions. Puff! 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 One after another, the demonic beasts were swiftly torn to shreds. Simultaneously, Zhao Wushuang soared into the air. The twin wings of wind and thunder flapped behind him as his body transformed into a streak of lightning, charging directly toward the mighty Minotaur King. Now that his cultivation had risen, it was time to turn the tide. Darting through the skies at breakneck speed, Zhao Wushuang didn't waste a moment. He glanced at the remaining energy points on his attribute panel. Without hesitation, he selected the Lightning Phantom Step to boost his speed. With the expenditure of 5 million energy points, the Lightning Phantom Step, previously at the Great Achievement level, instantly ascended to the Perfect Mastery realm. The advancement triggered a surge of profound insights within Zhao Wushuang's mind, granting him deeper mastery over speed. So you couldn't resist after all. Sensing a distant threat approaching, the mighty Minotaur King's lips curled into a smug smile, his expression radiating triumph. He knew this was the weakness of the human race. Unless one was utterly heartless and ruthless, no one could bear to witness the brutal slaughter of so many fellow humans. Zhao Wushuang before him was still relatively resilient-minded. Compared to the other humans he had dealt with before, his performance was immeasurably better. But that was all. Ultimately, no one could withstand the relentless pressure of his frenzied slaughter of the human race. The mighty Minotaur King roared with triumphant laughter. He whipped his head around, swinging the Pear Blossom Mountain-splitting axe in his hand as demonic energy surged from his massive frame. But when he saw the terrifying pressure emanating from Zhao Wushuang and his ghostly speed, his pupils suddenly contracted. His face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. How is it possible? The mighty Minotaur King muttered in disbelief. How much time has passed? Barely half an hour. Yet this human prodigy has broken through his cultivation, ascending to the lower 5th rank. Chapter 135, Crisis. The mighty Minotaur King was utterly astonished. While he stood stunned in bewilderment, Zhao Wushuang suddenly accelerated. Lightning and flames flickered within his mecha as a whirlwind swirled around his body. In the blink of an eye, propelled by this blinding speed, Zhao Wushuang shot past the mighty Minotaur King, materializing directly behind him. Simultaneously, phantom figures erupted. Kill! A deafening roar erupted. Terrifying thunderous power radiated outward in all directions. Appearing behind the mighty Minotaur King, Zhao Wushuang swung his purple lightning wind-splitting blade. Countless blade shadows filled the sky as he charged viciously toward the Minotaur King. Damn it! In that critical moment, the mighty Minotaur King reacted instantly. He spun violently, simultaneously wielding his Pear Blossom Mountain-splitting axe with fierce momentum, slashing rapidly through the terrifying swirling blades. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Blade shadows collided relentlessly with the ox-headed king's pear blossom mountain splitting axe, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that erupted through the air.
Sand and stones flew across the ground as cracks spread outward in all directions from the battle's shockwaves.
He exchanged blows rapidly with the mighty Minotaur king. Zhao Wushuang radiated unshakable confidence, his aura of slaughter growing ever more terrifying, like a demon from hell itself. Combined with his terrifying speed, he moved like a ghostly apparition. Wielding destructive thunderous power, he flashed through the air in different directions. This relentless, evasive assault from all angles caught the mighty Minotaur king off guard. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of focus to parry the rapid barrage.
Damn it, bear! This human prodigy speed is insane. If it weren't for this old bull's quick reflexes, I'd have lost my footing.
Stunned by Zhao Wushuang's blinding speed, the mighty Minotaur king cursed incessantly.
Originally,
in terms of speed, Zhao Wushuang had only a slight edge over him, barely stronger. In a direct confrontation, the Minotaur king could have easily crushed Zhao Wushuang with sheer force, a sure thing. But now, with Zhao Wushuang's breakthrough in cultivation, the mighty Minotaur king distinctly sensed an increase in his speed. And this wasn't just a minor improvement, it was a quantum leap, making him immeasurably faster than before. Yet if Zhao Wushuang possessed only this advantage, the mighty Minotaur king still held no fear. After all, he possessed the noble bloodline of the ancient demon king, the Ox Demon King, granting him formidable defense and immense strength. Coupled with his lightning-fast reflexes, he could still hold his own against Zhao Wushuang in this situation. The mighty Minotaur king scrambled to respond. After a moment to adjust, however, he no longer seemed as flustered as before, no longer constantly forced to fight at Zhao Wushuang's pace. Gradually adapting to Zhao Wushuang's terrifying speed, the mighty Minotaur king launched his counterattack.
Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed. The mighty Minotaur king shattered Zhao Wushuang's killing blow with a single axe swing.
Simultaneously, his left hand transformed into a fist, unleashing a terrifying surge of power as he hammered toward Zhao Wushuang.
The punch came with blinding speed and ferocity.
Sensing the deadly threat closing in, Zhao Wushuang's form flickered rapidly, narrowly evading the lethal strike.
Damn it! That speed is too fast. Seeing his punch fail to land on Zhao Wushuang, the mighty Minotaur king's face twisted with rage. There was nothing he could do. Zhao Wushuang's speed was simply too great. At such terrifyingly rapid speeds, his own attacks were practically impossible to land on Zhao Wushuang.
After narrowly evading the mighty Minotaur king's assault, Zhao Wushuang flickered once more.
Terrifying thunder erupted, leaving trails of phantom images in his wake.
Immediately following, a terrifying blade aura slashed down, tearing through the air with a deafening whistling sound as it fiercely charged toward the mighty Minotaur king.
Witnessing the blade's ferocious momentum and the murderous intent blazing in Zhao Wushuang's eyes, the mighty Minotaur raised an eyebrow.
A sudden realization dawned on him, and a sinister, malicious grin spread across his lips. He swung his pear blossom mountain splitting axe wildly, charging headlong into the fray.
Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted.
The blade flashed with thunderous flames, channeling terrifying lightning and fire energy as the underworld thunder flame ability continuously poured into the purple lightning wind-splitting blade. Amidst this barrage of devastating attacks, the purple lightning wind-splitting blade spun rapidly. After colliding fiercely with the pear blossom mountain splitting axe, it plunged straight toward the opening exposed by the mighty Minotaur king. Splatter! Blood spattered. Even with the mighty Minotaur king's formidable defenses, Zhao Wushuang wielded the purple lightning wind-splitting blade, a treasure bestowed by the divine farmer Star-Lord. Under the blade's razor-sharp edge, a large chunk of flesh was sliced clean off the mighty Minotaur king.
Arg! The agony is unbearable. The mighty Minotaur king let out a piercing scream. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, seizing the moment, he clamped Zhao Wushuang's purple lightning wind-splitting blade between his powerful muscles. Simultaneously, demonic energy erupted from within his body as he delivered a vicious punch straight toward Zhao Wushuang's chest. This was precisely his plan. He intended to trade injury for life. Zhao Wushuang was quite adept at evasion, wasn't he? Perfect. He would deliberately expose a weakness, drawing Zhao Wushuang's attack. Even if wounded, he could use the opportunity to restrict Zhao Wushuang's speed, unleashing a terrifying strike to end the battle. No! Feeling the terrifying crisis engulf him, Zhao Wushuang had no time to react. He could only instinctively dart sideways. But he was still a split second too slow. The mighty Minotaur king's fist was too close, its strike too swift. The mighty Minotaur king's fist slammed down with brutal force. Despite Zhao Wushuang's lightning-fast evasion, it still struck his left shoulder and arm with crushing impact. Boom! The violent impact echoed through the air. Zhao Wushuang felt as if struck by lightning, crushed by a colossal force. He spat blood and flew backward, crashing violently onto the ground. Amidst the deafening explosion, Zhao Wushuang's impact carved a deep crater in the ground, while massive cracks radiated outward in all directions. Put! The brutal blow sent a wave of sweetness flooding his throat. Unable to contain it, Zhao Wushuang spat out a mouthful of blood. His previously flushed face instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. Ha 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 ha! Human brat, no matter how fast you are, you still can't outrun your old bull grandpa.
Gritting his teeth against the searing pain from his wounds, the mighty Minotaur King roared with laughter. His body charged forward, the colossal pear blossom mountain splitting axe in his grasp swinging down with the force of a mountain crash, slashing fiercely toward Zhao Wushuang.
Chapter 136, The Shift in Offense and Defense. Underworld Thunderflame.
In that instant, as terrifying peril loomed, Zhao Wushuang violently unleashed the netherworld thunderflame within his body. Immediately, a colossal surge of mecha energy erupted, rapidly fusing with the underworld thunderflame. This technique was rarely used by Zhao Wushuang, as its cost was immense. Once unleashed, it would drain at least 2/3 of his mecha energy. But in this dire crisis, he could no longer afford to hold back, unleashing it with all his might. Simultaneously, Zhao Wushuang's eyes turned blood red as he channeled the blood river sword technique within his body. A terrifying aura of slaughter rapidly blossomed outward. Under the torrent of this murderous aura, Zhao Wushuang descended into a frenzied state, resembling a madman consumed solely by the urge to slaughter. Fortunately, the Zhuang Sutra remained within him. Even as Zhao Wushuang was consumed by this frenzied bloodlust, a sliver of self-awareness remained in his mind. Had it not been for that, the relentless onslaught of this murderous frenzy would have likely left him, even if surviving the battle, a deranged, bloodthirsty madman. Whirlwind Thunderflame Slash. Channeling the Blood River Blade technique, Zhao Wushuang unleashed the full fury of his Yomi Thunderflame ability. Summoning every ounce of strength, he executed the Gale Thunderflame Slash. Fueled by an unending surge of mecha energy and the added infusion of the Netherworld Thunderflames, the purple lightning-piercing wind blade flashed with brilliant light as thunderous energy erupted. Amidst the terrifying thunderous explosion, the purple lightning wind-splitting blade slashed fiercely forward. Boom! In an instant, the two attacks collided. The purple lightning wind-splitting blade swiftly parried the massive pear blossom mountain-splitting axe that had come crashing down from the sky. The collision unleashed a deafening explosion, sending waves of terrifying shockwaves rippling outward. Amidst these terrifying shockwaves, demons seeking to strike while the iron was hot and humans attempting to rescue the peerless warrior were all blown away. Weaker humans and demons were instantly obliterated, their bodies exploding into a shower of blood that rained down onto the ground. Ha 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 ha! Let's see how many of your old bull grandpa's axes you can block. The mighty Minotaur King roared with laughter. The demonic energy within him surged and expanded once more. The pear blossom mountain splitting axe in his hand transformed into a streak of light, crashing down with brutal force once again. Zhao Wushuang scrambled to block once more. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed once more. Under the relentless onslaught of colossal force, Zhao Wushuang felt a metallic taste surge in his throat as a spray of blood erupted from his mouth. What terrifying power! This head-on collision, this completely skill-less fighting. I'm at a huge disadvantage. I'm definitely no match for this mighty Minotaur King. After consecutively absorbing the Minotaur King's 2 full power axe strikes, Zhao Wushuang felt his entire body go numb, with a dull ache radiating from his bones. He immediately channeled his wood control ability, sending waves of emerald light rushing into his wounds to accelerate healing. The mighty Minotaur King was suffering as well. After unleashing those 2 all-out axe strikes, his demonic energy had been severely depleted. For those strikes were no ordinary attacks, they were his life-bound divine abilities. Having unleashed his life-bound divine power twice in succession, the great bull-headed king had now depleted over half of his demonic energy. At the same time, the mighty Minotaur King also sensed something amiss within his body. With his demonic energy severely depleted, he felt a dull ache in his wounds, accompanied by a tingling, itchy pain. Clearly, Zhao Wushuang's sword technique was poisoned. Damn it! You little bastard, you cheated! Gazing down at the torrent of pitch-black pus and blood gushing from his wounds, a flow he couldn't stem no matter how hard he tried, the mighty Minotaur King roared in fury. He swung his pear blossom mountain-splitting axe with all his might once more, unleashing a terrifying surge of demonic energy. This single swing drained even more of the mighty Minotaur King's energy. But he cared not for that now. He would kill this despicable human prodigy before him. Slaying him would yield far greater glory than conquering an entire county like Feihua. Moreover, eliminating this troublesome human prodigy would allow him to swiftly withdraw from this battlefield, leaving the remaining tasks to his loyal followers. Then, he could focus on healing his wounds and purging the toxins within his body while directing his men to subjugate Feihua County. Even if powerful humans arrived to reinforce the county, he wouldn't be on the battlefield. Should the situation turn dire, he could seize the opportunity to make a swift escape. As the next phase of his plan flashed through his mind, a smug grin spread across the mighty Minotaur King's lips. The pear blossom cleaving axe sliced through the air with a deafening whistle, descending with devastating force. Just as the mighty Minotaur King was certain Zhao Wushuang couldn't withstand this blow, a bolt of lightning streaked through the air. Boom! The pear blossom cleaver slammed into the ground, sending a massive crack rippling forward, bottomless and several meters wide. Yet the mighty Minotaur King showed no sign of triumph. He swiftly raised his massive axe, his expression intensely wary, his body taut with alertness. Where is he? The mighty Minotaur King nervously scanned his surroundings. The air was thick with the sounds of humans and demons clashing in battle, yet Zhao Wushuang was nowhere to be seen.
During that axe strike, the mighty Minotaur King had clearly sensed Zhao Wushuang vanish like a bolt of lightning.
His attack had failed to harm him.
After Zhao Wushuang vanished, he couldn't even sense his presence anymore. The enemy was hidden, while he was exposed.
The sudden disappearance of such a formidable opponent dealt a crushing psychological blow to the mighty Minotaur King. His expression twisted with rage, yet fear gnawed at his heart. He dreaded the thought of Zhao Wushuang emerging from some hidden place to deliver a fatal blow.
Come out.
You come out and face this old bull. You cowardly turtle. Have the guts to face me in a fair fight.
What kind of human hero hides like this? Come out now.
If you don't show yourself, this old bull's going to start slaughtering. The mighty Minotaur King roared loudly, his expression wary. Yet his trembling hands betrayed him, undeniably revealing the Bull King's constant tension and unease.
The tables have turned.
Go to hell. Suddenly, a voice laced with thunderous power erupted from the left side of the mighty Minotaur King.
Immediately after, a flash of swift wind flickered. You think you can kill me? Not so fast.
The mighty Minotaur King reacted swiftly, swinging his Pear Blossom Mountain-splitting axe with all his might toward the left. Yet the blow missed its mark entirely, swinging wildly through empty air.
Gotcha. Chapter 137, The Great Battle concludes.
High above, Zhao Wushuang's form flickered like a phantom. Watching the mighty Minotaur King swing wildly in the wrong direction, Zhao Wushuang channeled terrifying mecha energy into his purple lightning wind-splitting blade before unleashing a devastating strike.
Gale Lightning Flame Slash.
After swallowing a recovery pill, Zhao Wushuang barely mustered the remaining mecha energy within him to unleash the Gale Lightning Flame Slash.
The blade sliced through the air with blinding speed. A terrifying sonic boom split the air. Thud.
In what felt like an instant, Zhao Wushuang's purple thunder wind-splitting blade struck the back of the mighty Minotaur King's neck.
Put.
Blood spurted violently. Simultaneously, terrifying bolts of lightning erupted, coalescing into a colossal thunderball that enveloped the mighty Minotaur King.
Boom. 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 Terrifying explosions echoed without end. Powerful shockwaves swept out in all directions.
Zhao Wushuang soared rapidly into the sky, absorbing the remaining potency of the elixir within his body while wielding the purple lightning wind-splitting blade with lightning speed.
Terrifying bolts of thunderous blade energy erupted.
They hovered in midair, moving with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of terrifying thunder blade energies descended like a torrential downpour, slashing relentlessly toward the colossal thunder sphere.
Puff. 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 Puff.
The sound of blade energy piercing flesh and blood spattering echoed continuously across the battlefield. As the terrifying lightning dissipated, the mighty Minotaur King was covered in wounds. A massive gash exposed the back of his neck, his body weak and trembling, teetering on the brink of collapse.
Yet the mighty Minotaur King refused to concede defeat.
Summoning his last ounce of strength, he clenched the Pear Blossom Mountain-splitting axe in his grasp, propping himself up to prevent collapse.
Those who kill shall be killed. Invade our human territory, and this is the price paid in blood. Then perish in ashes. Zhao Wushuang's muttered words echoed like thunderclaps, surging into the mighty Minotaur King's ears from all directions. This swiftly shattered the last shred of defense within the mighty Minotaur King's heart.
Simultaneously, as the energy within his mecha slightly recovered, Zhao Wushuang darted through the air, his purple lightning wind-splitting blade whirling in his grasp.
Splatter! Blood spattered.
Zhao Wushuang flickered like a ghostly apparition, his purple lightning wind-splitting blade striking viciously at the massive gash on the mighty Minotaur King's nape.
With this strike, accompanied by the spatter of scalding blood, the mighty Minotaur King's massive head was forcibly severed by Zhao Wushuang.
Scorching blood sprayed onto Zhao Wushuang's mecha, but he paid it no mind. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, accompanied by a massive influx of energy points, he threw his head back and roared with laughter.
He's dead. Our king is dead. That human is terrifying. He severed our king's head with a single blow.
The death of the mighty Minotaur King and Zhao Wushuang's raucous laughter instantly drew the attention of every human and beast on the battlefield. They screamed in terror. They stared in disbelief as the mighty Minotaur King's head thudded heavily to the ground. This blow was devastating to them. After all, as the prodigy among their demonic ranks and the undisputed overlord of the surrounding lands, the mighty Minotaur King had been revered as a godlike figure in their hearts. Now, witnessing this godlike figure decapitated by Zhao Wushuang's single stroke, their faith crumbled. Simultaneously, the entire horde of demonic beasts was profoundly shaken by Zhao Wushuang's terrifying martial prowess. If even their own great king had fallen at the hands of this killing god before their very eyes, what hope did they have of invading human territory? The great king is dead. The flying eagle demon king is dead. So many of our commanders are dead too. Flee. This human territory cannot be attacked. Defeat came like a mountain collapsing. With the mighty Minotaur King's demise, the demon beasts lost all courage to attack Feihua County. They retreated like a receding tide, swift and relentless. Some greedy beasts even snatched a few human corpses before departing.
Zhao Wushuang watched this scene unfold, raised his arm, and roared, "Hunt down the demons! Follow me into battle!" Feeling the mecha energy returning to his body, Zhao Wushuang suppressed his injuries. His form transformed into a streak of light, darting through the air like lightning as he swiftly pursued the fleeing beasts. He specifically targeted demonic beasts of 4th tier strength or higher, swiftly adding their energy points to his tally. The other human awakened beings from Feihua County roared with excitement, joining the relentless pursuit. Under Zhao Wushuang and his group's relentless pursuit, a full 40% of the desperately fleeing demonic beasts perished. Nevertheless, nearly 100,000 still managed to escape to other areas. Clear the battlefield. After pursuing for nearly 200 li, seeing that a large number of demonic beasts had already fled elsewhere, Zhao Wushuang and the others halted their pursuit. They swiftly cleared the battlefield, gathering the endless corpses and flesh of the demonic beasts. Zhao Wushuang descended swiftly from the sky, landing on a massive boulder and panting heavily. He swiftly swallowed a healing pill to mend his internal injuries while simultaneously channeling his wood control ability. As he healed his wounds and replenished his mecha energy, Zhao Wushuang surveyed the battlefield, a satisfied smile spreading across his lips. He had won this battle. Not only had he successfully slain the mighty Minotaur King, but he had also gained an extremely generous amount of energy points during the pursuit. Meanwhile, his storage ring now held over 20 corpses of 5th tier demon beasts, plus the 2 6th tier demon beast corpses. These 2 6th tier demon beast corpses belonged to the Flying Eagle Demon King and the mighty Minotaur King. Selling these demon beast corpses would yield an immense fortune. While Zhao Wushuang was recovering and healing, an awakened warrior in a blood-soaked mecha, covered in numerous wounds, swiftly approached his side. Zhao Wushuang sensed his cultivation level. Lower 6th tier cultivation. Approaching Zhao Wushuang, the man respectfully clasped his hands in a bow, a smile touching his lips as he said, "County Magistrate Luo Ziqing of Feihua County extends his deepest gratitude to young Master Zhao for your assistance in driving out the demons and slaying the Flying Eagle Demon King and the mighty Minotaur King." County Magistrate Luo, no need for such formalities. Zhao Wushuang waved his hand dismissively, looking at Luo Ziqing as he spoke, "We are all fellow humans. When one region is in distress, all others come to aid. This is simply my duty." While that may be true, without young Master Zhao's timely intervention today and the divine might you wielded to slay the mighty Minotaur King, Feihua County would likely have fallen to the demons. Those of us fighting on the front lines would surely have lost our heads. Luo Ziqing's expression was solemn, his tone exceptionally respectful. He then bowed apologetically to Zhao Wushuang and sighed, "I witnessed your peril earlier, young Master Zhao. But I was already gravely wounded and utterly unable to assist. I beg your forgiveness." While Zhao Wushuang fought desperately against other demonic beasts, the mighty Minotaur King had been slaughtering humans with frenzied ferocity. Luo Ziqing had no choice but to grit his teeth and join the other Flying Flower County elites in confronting the mighty Minotaur King. Though their cultivation levels were comparable, the mighty Minotaur King's power was terrifyingly formidable, far surpassing theirs. In the brutal clash, he was severely wounded by the great bull-headed king. Several 5th tier peak and 2 6th tier lower grade awakened ones from Feihua County perished in the fight against it. Had it not been for his mastery of defense, he likely wouldn't have survived long enough for Zhao Wushuang's reinforcements to arrive. The mighty Minotaur King would have cleaved him in two. Thus, Luo Ziqing's gratitude was entirely genuine. Chapter 138, Luo Ziqing's sincerity. "I am well aware of that." Zhao Wushuang nodded, his gaze shifting away from Luo Ziqing to the distant horizon. "Among the demonic tribes, there are prodigies too. Their bloodlines are formidable, allowing them to fight opponents several tiers above their own. Such beings are beyond the capabilities of ordinary human awakened ones to handle, just like this mighty Minotaur King. His strength is undeniable. Even a 6th tier mid-grade or upper-grade cultivator from the human race might not be able to handle him. Therefore, County Magistrate Luo, you needn't blame yourself too harshly over this. As the saying goes, do your best and leave the rest to fate. You've already done exceptionally well." He harbored no blame toward Luo Ziqing whatsoever. As the saying goes, do your best and leave the rest to fate. The mighty Minotaur King's power was simply too overwhelming. If they were at the same cultivation level, it would be like facing human prodigies like Wu Hailong or Wang Zhongtian. In fact, it was even a tier above Ndamo. Yet against prodigies of Chu Feiyan's caliber, he fell just a notch short. Such prodigies, coupled with their higher cultivation realms, naturally pose an extremely formidable challenge. Even Zhao Wushuang, having achieved breakthroughs in both strength and martial arts, had to exert every ounce of effort and risk severe injury to barely subdue him. So how could he blame Luo Ziqing, whose cultivation was merely at the lower 6th tier and whose strength was only slightly above that of an ordinary awakened individual, for possessing such combat prowess? That said, I understand the logic. Yet the debt of saving my life, and the immense favor of rescuing the human race of Feihua County from the brink of disaster, this is something I shall never forget. Luo Ziqing nodded, bowing deeply once more to Zhao Wushuang. His expression was utterly sincere, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Zhao Wushuang chuckled at this, replying with a hint of jest, "Such gratitude demands more than mere words. If you're truly sincere, why not show it through action? He was not one for idle chatter. He valued those who walked the talk above all else. After all, no amount of empty talk could ever match the weight of real action. The world bustles with people, all driven by profit. In the halls of power, men scramble for fame. After this battle, Zhao Wushuang had already secured his reputation for rescuing the human race of Feihua County from the brink of disaster, along with his fame for slaying the mighty Minotaur King with his blade. That, of course, was of little consequence. As for the bustling world in midsummer, where all pursue profit, his gains from this great battle would depend entirely on Luo Zicheng's sincerity. After all, according to the established rules, Feihua County ultimately belonged to Luo Zicheng. The rights to dispose of many of the demon beasts hunted here fell under Luo Zicheng's domain. Upon hearing Zhao Wushuang's words, Luo Zicheng paused, then nodded with a smile, his expression suddenly clear. I understand perfectly. I've already ordered the other awakened humans to clean up the battlefield. Once everything is cleared, I'll personally decide to offer 10% of the spoils as a token of gratitude to young Master Zhao. Having initially judged Zhao Wushuang by his youth as the type of reckless young hero obsessed with mere fame, Luo Zicheng realized this was an oversight on his part. But Zhao Wushuang deserved it all. Luo Zicheng truly owed it to him. Without Zhao Wushuang, not only would they have failed to secure such immense spoils from clearing the battlefield, but even his own life and the safety of Feihua County's human settlement would have been uncertain. Of course, within the scope of his duties and authority, this was the extent of what he could offer Zhao Wushuang. After all, though the human race had won this battle, the losses were devastating. The subsequent repairs to city walls, artillery emplacements, and the replenishment of strategic resources would all require substantial funds. Beyond that, as the county magistrate of Feihua County, he must also allocate compensation from these funds for the fallen human awakened ones who made outstanding contributions or fought on the front lines against the demons. Otherwise, how would their families and descendants survive? If even their basic livelihood could not be guaranteed, how many human awakened would be willing to risk their lives for the cause? Moreover, according to official directives, after settling all affairs, half of Feihua County's remaining funds must also be remitted. Thus, under these various stipulations, the 10% he could allocate was already an exceptionally large sum. In fact, when compared later on, even this 10% would yield far more funds than what the county government ultimately received. Hearing Luo Zicheng's words, Zhao Wushuang's face broke into a satisfied smile. He was well aware of the regulations in Huaxia and understood that Feihua County would require substantial funds in the future. Thus, he was exceptionally satisfied with this maximum 10%. Very well. But County Magistrate Luo needn't rush to disperse it. First, allocate these funds to provide the highest level of support to the families of the fallen heroes from this incident. Once all matters are settled, see how much remains. At the very least, your county government must retain a portion. If it proves insufficient, then draw from my own resources. Zhao Wushuang sought sincerity. This made his immense risk in battling that mighty Minotaur King, even sustaining severe injuries himself, worth it. With Luo Zicheng's assurance and sincerity now secured, he was naturally very satisfied. Of course, Zhao Wushuang knew how to weigh priorities. He would claim what was rightfully his. However, this reward must be built upon everyone receiving some form of compensation. Otherwise, if Luo Zicheng focused solely on rewarding himself while neglecting the families of the fallen heroes in this battle, it would be extremely detrimental to Zhao Wushuang's future development. He was not the sort to stoop to such unprincipled actions for a mere trifle of funds. This point is well understood, young Master Zhao. Rest assured, I will never shortchange the family of a fallen hero. Luo Zicheng nodded. Hearing Zhao Wushuang's words, his respect for him deepened. Now that was someone who truly walked the talk. Unlike certain powerful humans who, though formidable in fighting on the front lines, ultimately cared only for their own and their family's interests. Very well. That settles it. Zhao Wushuang nodded and said no more. He simply sat cross-legged on the ground, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings to guard against surprise attacks from other demon kings while rapidly circulating the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra and his would control ability within his body to heal his injuries. Seeing Zhao Wushuang had no intention of speaking further, Luo Zicheng immediately withdrew without disturbing him. After a respectful bow, he silently retreated to direct the others in Feihua County in clearing the battlefield. As time passed and the battlefield was swiftly cleared, Gao Kuai and the others arrived beside Zhao Wushuang. Each bore different injuries. Of the original 15, only 10 remained. Upon reaching Zhao Wushuang, they exchanged few words. Instead, they exchanged knowing glances before instinctively forming a protective circle around him, their eyes darting warily around the surroundings. Chapter 139, Return. Nearly half a day passed. Under the influence of the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra and the Wood Elemental's control, Zhao Wushuang exhaled a puff of white breath. The injuries within his body had finally stabilized, and a significant portion had been healed. However, the Great Bull King's assault had been too fierce, inflicting varying degrees of damage on Zhao Wushuang's internal organs. These injuries could not be healed in a short time. They required extensive time for recuperation. Zhao Wushuang slowly rose to his feet. Glancing around, he felt a wave of relief wash over him.
He then retracted his mecha armor, revealing his original form. His complexion remained slightly pale, and crimson blood still stained his body. Seeing Zhao Wushuang finally rise from his recovery, Gao Kuai hurriedly asked with concern, "Captain, are you alright?" He rushed forward to offer his support. Due to the colossal size of the mighty Minotaur King, Gao Kuai had witnessed Zhao Wushuang's battle with it from afar with crystal clarity. However, at that moment, he was entangled by two high-tier 5th-rank demon beast leaders and couldn't spare the attention to rescue Zhao Wushuang, leaving him helplessly anxious. Fortunately, Zhao Wushuang possessed formidable skills. Leveraging his speed advantage, he had turned defeat into victory at the last moment, allowing Gao Kuai to breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, had Zhao Wushuang fallen in this battle, it would have been a true tragedy for the human race. Moreover, all human awakened beings in Feihua County would have been plunged into peril, and the current great victory would never have been possible. "I'll be fine. Just need some rest." Zhao Wushuang shook his head. His gaze swept over the others, taking in their injuries. He sighed and asked, "Is it just you guys left? The other 5 fell?" Gao Kuai shook his head, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. "Not all of them fell. 2 were severely injured and lost the ability to move. Only 3 were directly bisected by the demon beasts, leaving no chance for rescue." With that, Gao Kuai forced a faint smile. "We're actually the lucky ones. Only 3 casualties and 2 severely injured, all thanks to your divine prowess, Captain. Any other squad would have suffered far heavier losses." Gao Kuai now held Zhao Wushuang in profound admiration and awe. Part of it stemmed from Zhao Wushuang's monstrous talent and power, though that was secondary. The primary reason lay elsewhere: Zhao Wushuang's relentless spirit, his fearless charge, his unwavering presence at the forefront of every battle. Had it not been for this, if Zhao Wushuang hadn't charged into every battle at the forefront, taking on the most dangerous demon lords himself, it was doubtful even half of their support squad would have survived. To have such a valiant leader, one who always charged into battle at the forefront, was truly an honor for them. Well, at least the other 2 survived. As for the 3 who fell, County Magistrate Luo will provide funds. Gather their identities. Beyond the compensation from above, as their captain, I'll also allocate funds from that pool to support their families. Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction upon hearing that only 2 had been gravely injured and 3 had fallen. These men had fought alongside him through thick and thin, showing him both respect and admiration. He certainly couldn't let their hearts grow cold. After all, when future matters required his attention, the majority of this squad who had endured this battle alongside him would undoubtedly be ready to respond at a moment's notice. After a moment's thought, Zhao Wushuang turned to Gao Kuai and the others. "As for you all, we're one squad, supporting Feihua County together. I won't forget your contributions. Once I assess the exact funds available, I'll determine your rewards. Nothing moves people like tangible benefits." No amount of fine words could match concrete action, so Zhao Wushuang naturally wouldn't neglect this group. Upon hearing this, Gao Kuai and the others hastily waved their hands. "Captain, we already received mission subsidies and rewards. Please keep that portion of the funds for yourself. Distribute more to the families of our severely injured or fallen comrades instead. They hadn't exerted themselves greatly in this battle and had remained relatively safe. Most crucially, Zhao Wushuang had charged into every battle at the forefront, defusing countless unseen dangers for them. Given these circumstances, with the mission allowance and rewards already secured, how could they possibly have the audacity to accept Zhao Wushuang's gift? I'm giving it to you, take it." Zhao Wushuang shot Gao Kuai a glare before softening his tone slightly. "As for the others, I have arrangements in place. That's none of your concern." He would give what was due. Of course, what he didn't intend to give, no one else could take either. Zhao Wushuang was merely acting according to his true nature. Only thus could his thoughts flow freely. "Understood." Gao Kuai and the others exchanged glances. Seeing Zhao Wushuang's stern expression, they dared not speak up in protest. They could only silently remember this favor and quickly nodded in compliance. "Our task is complete. We can't interfere with what comes next. Let's return to Jiangdu City without delay." Glancing at the sky, Zhao Wushuang gave the order. He didn't have any potent healing pills on him, so returning to Jiangdu City was essential. Once he purchased potent healing pills, he could recover from his internal injuries sooner. Moreover, if other areas were still under demonic invasion, or if demonic forces gathered outside Jiangdu City, he could undertake another mission, lead his squad into action, and earn a substantial amount of energy points once more. Moreover, this return to Jiangdu City held another crucial task for him. That was the evolution of his mecha. After the prolonged pursuit and the energy points gained from slaying the mighty Minotaur King, the energy point accumulation on his attribute panel had once again surpassed 10 million. With this new threshold crossed, the mecha evolution indicator displayed another plus sign. Zhao Wushuang's sole weakness now was that his defense wasn't quite top tier. Fortunately, he still possessed the Earth Spirit Orb gifted to him by the Dragon Star God. This made Zhao Wushuang curious. If he fused the Earth Spirit Orb as material for his mecha's evolution, what kind of transformation would his mecha undergo?
As an earth element renowned for its defensive prowess, how far would his armor's protective capabilities extend after this evolution? Zhao Wushuang was already itching to test this out. Alright, let's head back first. Gao Zhe and Zhang Tong, you two go retrieve the two teammates left in Feihua County for treatment.
Their injuries are too severe, they won't receive proper care here. Only in Jiangdu City will they have access to better medical facilities. Following Zhao Wushuang's orders, Gao Kuai, the deputy captain, swiftly made arrangements. Yes, sir. Gao Zhe and Zhang Tong nodded in unison and hurried back toward Feihua County. Chapter 140, Arrival. After a long journey. After 2 or 3 hours, Zhao Wushuang and the others had returned to the urban area of Jiangdu City. Upon entering the city, members of the Lihua sect stationed at the entrance promptly escorted Zhao Wushuang to the Jiangdu branch headquarters. Members of Zhao Wushuang's team, except for the 2 severely injured who were taken for emergency treatment, closely followed Zhao Wushuang. Their eyes brimmed with concern and worry, fearing Zhao Wushuang had sustained severe internal injuries. Upon entering the Jiangdu branch, Elder Wang, Zhang Huang, and others hurried over. When they saw Zhao Wushuang's pale face and the intensely potent aura of bloodshed emanating from his body, they were startled. Young Zhao, are you alright? Zhang Huang asked with concern. Elder Wang stepped forward directly, placing his hand on Zhao Wushuang's shoulder as waves of emerald energy spread out. After a long moment, sensing the extent of Zhao Wushuang's injuries, Elder Wang finally exhaled a slight sigh of relief. It's not too bad the internal injuries aren't severe. However, your internal organs have sustained varying degrees of damage. If not treated promptly, it could leave lasting complications. Elder Wang addressed Zhao Wushuang, however, your treatment was timely. The injuries have now stabilized. You simply need to rest and recuperate for about half a year. As Elder Wang spoke, Gao Kuai, Zhang Huang, and the others nearby all visibly relaxed. Thankfully, it wasn't life-threatening internal damage. With half a year of recuperation, he should recover fully. Had Zhao Wushuang sustained other injuries that could affect his future cultivation or innate talent, it would have been a devastating blow to them. Half a year of recuperation? Zhao Wushuang furrowed his brow. Though it wasn't far off from what he'd anticipated, half a year felt far too long. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. If this half-year were to be squandered, he feared he might be sidelined from the demonic uprising altogether. This prospect filled Zhao Wushuang with intense reluctance. He refused to let slip such a golden opportunity to slay countless demons and gain vast amounts of energy points. Immediately, Zhao Wushuang turned his gaze to Elder Wang and tentatively inquired, is there any way for me to fully recover within a few days or a little over 10 days? Even if not a complete recovery, at least getting back to about 70 or 80% would be acceptable. He simply couldn't suppress the bloodlust burning within him, fueled most by the allure of vast energy points. Once he channeled the accumulated energy points into evolving his mecha, his strength would undoubtedly surge once more. With his intervention, he could slaughter more demons and monsters, significantly reducing casualties among the awakened humans. Ha! Why the rush? Don't tell me you're itching to head out on another mission? Hearing Zhao Wushuang's words, Elder Wang couldn't help but frown, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. Long before Zhao Wushuang's return, the battle reports from Feihua County had already been transmitted to Jiangdu City via communication devices. He was well aware of Zhao Wushuang's heroic performance in this battle and the crucial role he played in Feihua County. But that didn't mean he would simply let Zhao Wushuang disregard his own safety and head to the front lines to hunt demon beasts. After all, Feihua County was merely a relatively low-risk frontline combat zone. This time, Zhao Wushuang had simply been fortunate. Had it been any other, far more perilous frontline location, Zhao Wushuang's actions would likely have plunged him into even greater danger. Should Zhao Wushuang meet with misfortune then, it would be a loss for his own Lihua sect, and perhaps even for all of Huaxia. And the official hat on his head, his position as head of the Lihua sect's Jiangdu branch would likely come to an end. You think so? Zhao Wushuang grinned, a hint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes as he spoke. Elder Wang, you know me well. I cultivate the way of slaughter. In these times of war, my intervention is precisely what is needed. Not only can it alleviate the crisis facing the human race, but it will also aid in the advancement of my cultivation. 3 years prior. The rumor that Zhao Wushuang had chosen the path of slaughter had long since spread far and wide. Now, upon hearing this, Elder Wang and the others showed no surprise, nor did anyone harbor doubts. The transformation and prowess the Blood River Sword technique had bestowed upon Zhao Wushuang bore an uncanny resemblance to the way of slaughter. Moreover, the most crucial point was that the news of Zhao Wushuang walking the path of slaughter had been confirmed by the Dragon Star God himself. This made it even more undeniably true. After all, aside from the path of slaughter, who else could achieve such rapid successive breakthroughs in cultivation? And fight with such ferocious prowess? That won't do. It's far too dangerous now. You must stay put at our Jiangdu branch to recover. You cannot afford to be distracted by other matters. Despite Zhao Wushuang's earnest plea, Wang Chang, prioritizing his safety, shook his head. Elder Wang. Zhao Wushuang's tone grew firmer as he spoke solemnly. The very tenet of the Lihua sect is to grow through life and death trials.
I am no flower of a greenhouse, nor do I wish to be nurtured in one. Such an environment would hinder my cultivation and future development. Likewise, without the trials I faced between life and death, how could I have attained my current cultivation and achievements? Zhao Wushuang continued, I excel in speed. I am well aware of my own safety. Rest assured, Elder Wang. I, Zhao Wushuang, never engage in battle unprepared. On this point, Zhao Wushuang spoke no falsehood. He valued his own life and safety above all else. He was no reckless fool. Take his confrontation with the mighty Minotaur King earlier as an example. Without sufficient confidence in victory, he wouldn't have engaged the beast at all, instead allowing it to slaughter his fellow humans. Only after achieving a breakthrough in cultivation and enhancing his movement techniques, with sufficient odds in his favor, did he finally step forward to confront it head-on? Otherwise, without sufficient confidence and advantage, Zhao Wushuang would even flee after slaughtering enough demons when necessary. This did not mean he was cowardly. Rather, it was a matter of knowing when to retreat. Some matters demanded prudence. Acting like a hero in the moment could ruin one's promising future, or even inflict severe losses upon the human race or other factions. How am I supposed to advise you? Hearing Zhao Wushuang's resolute tone, Elder Wang pointed at him, sighed, and shook his head. Didn't he understand this truth himself? Had this been 3 years ago, before Zhao Wushuang participated in the Hidden Dragon Assembly, he certainly wouldn't have meddled so much. But after the Hidden Dragon Assembly, coupled with Zhao Wushuang's 3 years of cultivation within the Divine Dragon Mountains, many matters were no longer within his control. Chapter 141, Healing Wounds. But Zhao Wushuang insisted on going. Elder Wang couldn't stop him even if he tried. After a deep sigh, Elder Wang finally retrieved a milky white pill from his storage ring. This is a greenwood rejuvenation pill, possessing extraordinary restorative power. Even 7th or 8th tier awakened ones can recover completely from internal injuries after consuming it. For anyone else, I wouldn't have parted with it. But you've brought such honor to our Lihua sect. Truth be told, using this greenwood rejuvenation pill on someone of your cultivation level is an utter waste. As he handed the pill to Zhao Wushuang, a hint of reluctance flashed across Elder Wang's face. For anyone else, he wouldn't have parted with such a precious treasure. Had Zhao Wushuang not been so persistent, he would have offered other pills instead, simply allowing Zhao Wushuang to recuperate in peace. After all, a single pill like this could fetch tens of billions of Federation credits on the market, even he rarely used one himself. Greenwood rejuvenation pill? Zhao Wushuang accepted the pill, his eyes brightening. He had, of course, heard of the Qingmu rejuvenation pill's reputation. A pill of this caliber would have cost him his entire fortune to purchase. What he hadn't anticipated was that Elder Wang would directly offer such a pill to treat the injuries within his body. This gesture deeply moved Zhao Wushuang. Yet he wasn't one to make a fuss. After expressing his gratitude to Elder Wang, he swiftly swallowed the greenwood revitalizing pill. With this single pill, Zhao Wushuang was confident that the injuries to his internal organs would be fully healed within a day at most. Moreover, under the pill's other effects, his wood elemental control ability might even receive a slight boost. Watching Zhao Wushuang swallow the pill, Elder Wang stood silently by his side. Simultaneously, waves of emerald green energy surged from his palms, flowing through Zhao Wushuang's shoulders and into his body, aiding in the recovery of his internal injuries. Within just a few hours. With Elder Wang's assistance, the potency of the greenwood revitalization pill had already diminished by more than half. Nearly half of the potion's power was enough to restore Zhao Wushuang's injuries completely, far exceeding the time Zhao Wushuang had anticipated. Thank you, Elder Wang. Zhao Wushuang rose to his feet, bowing respectfully with clasped hands toward Elder Wang. This little old man, aside from being a bit proud and stubborn, was beyond reproach. Not only had he provided an extremely precious healing pill, but he had also personally helped him dissipate the potency. Oomph. Elder Wang snorted coldly, glancing at Zhao Wushuang as he spoke. Don't get too excited just yet. This pill didn't come free. Having consumed it, you owe it to me to live well and hunt down as many demons and monsters as possible. Of course. Wushuang won't disappoint Elder Wang. Zhao Wushuang patted his chest in assurance. Since you've decided to go on another mission, let's set it for 5 days from now. Use this time to rest well. I'll first assess which counties suit your cultivation level. Elder Wang declared with solemn expression. Without waiting for Zhao Wushuang's response, he departed immediately. He feared Zhao Wushuang might be too eager and try to push the date forward. But Elder Wang was truly overthinking things. While Zhao Wushuang yearned to hunt demons and monsters to gain vast amounts of energy points, he knew his limits. Moreover, he currently needed a large sum of energy points to evolve his mecha, making it impossible for him to immediately rush off to assist elsewhere. You're something else, kid. After Elder Wang departed, Zhang Huowan grinned broadly as he slung an arm around Zhao Wushuang's shoulder. That's a greenwood revitalizing pill. That stingy old miser actually brought out such a treasure. You'd better hunt down a few more demonic beasts to make this pill worth it, kid. Zhang Huowan wasn't a stick in the mud. His mindset was entirely different from Elder Wang's.
A true hero living beneath heaven and earth should live freely, settling scores with gusto, following his heart's desires, and making the slaying of demons his calling. Now that Zhao Wushuang's injuries were healed, coupled with his formidable strength and the blessing of the Way of Slaughter, it was only natural for him to head to the front lines to support the other counties. Had he been Elder Wang, he wouldn't have refused from the start. Instead, he would have devoted all efforts to helping Zhao Wushuang heal his internal injuries. Moreover, were it not for the need to guard Jiangdu City against demonic surprise attacks, Zhang Huang himself would have been itching to support the other counties of Luzhang City. Next time we head out to support other counties, slay a few more 6th-tier demon kings. Zhao Wushuang grinned widely at the words. This was no exaggeration. With his cultivation and strength increasing, coupled with the upcoming mecha evolution, Zhao Wushuang had a certain degree of confidence in slaying even high-tier demon kings of the 6th rank.
We'll just have to wait and see. Zhang Huang roared with laughter. He harbored not a shred of doubt regarding Zhao Wushuang's capabilities.
After all, Zhao Wushuang had already slain the formidable great strength Minotaur King. For demon kings below the upper tier of the 6th rank, unless they possessed special bloodlines, Zhao Wushuang faced little danger in dealing with them. After giving Zhao Wushuang a few final instructions, Zhang Huang received his own mission and hurriedly departed. After Zhang Huang departed, only Zhao Wushuang's team remained in the room.
They stood silently beside Zhao Wushuang. Observing them, Zhao Wushuang smiled with satisfaction and inquired, "What about you?"
"I plan to depart in 5 days to reinforce other counties."
"Would you like to stay behind and recuperate?" He was thinking of his teammates. After all, the county they were heading to next would undoubtedly be far more dangerous.
The mission in Feihua County was complete, and whether they went or not was entirely their decision.
If the captain is leaving, we must follow close behind.
And with him leading the way, our safety is assured.
Gao Kuai was the first to speak up.
Partly it was trust in Zhao Wushuang, partly it was their deep hatred for the demons, and partly it was the prospect of substantial rewards after completing the mission.
We feel the same way. 5 days is ample time for us to recuperate.
When the moment comes, we'll follow the captain's orders to the death.
Following Gao Kuai's declaration, the rest of the squad quickly stepped forward, pounding their chests in affirmation. Not clinging to a powerful ally would be foolish. Moreover, serving Zhao Wushuang on more missions and fighting alongside him would greatly benefit their future advancement.
As for the so-called danger,
in this age where demons and monsters roam freely, where in the world isn't dangerous?
If you cower in fear and squander such an opportunity, failing to strengthen yourselves, you'll only end up as cannon fodder in the future.
Very well.
It shall be set for 5 days hence. Return to your respective quarters to recuperate. I shall notify you once I receive the specific mission details. Seeing such unified resolve, Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction and immediately issued his orders.
Yes, Captain.
The group nodded in unison.
After bowing respectfully to Zhao Wushuang, they departed the room in silence without further delay. Chapter 142, Evolution. After everyone had departed,
Zhao Wushuang also rose and returned to his villa compound. By then, night had fallen. Upon entering his room, Zhao Wushuang sat cross-legged in the training chamber, silently circulating the seated Forgetfulness Sutra. After roughly a quarter to a half hour, after adjusting his overall state to its peak, Zhao Wushuang slowly opened his eyes and silently commanded, "System, open the attribute panel."
Name, Zhao Wushuang. Mecha, Han Yuan Mecha Plus. Grade lower 5th grade. Abilities, Netherworld Thunderflame Superior Grade Plus, Wood Element Mastery 9th Tier Plus.
Martial Arts, Blood River Blade Technique Mastery Plus, Swift Thunder Body Tempering Method 2nd Tier Minor Achievement Plus, Swift Thunder Phantom Step Mastery, Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra Minor Achievement Plus, Wandering Dragonblade Technique Superior Grade, Swift Wind Step Superior Grade.
Energy points 16, 592, 320.
After slaying the mighty Minotaur King and pursuing countless demons, Zhao Wushuang's energy points had once again accumulated to over 16 million. In his attribute panel, every technique except the Perfection Tier Swift Thunder Phantom Step now displayed a plus sign indicating an upgrade. Surveying the multitude of plus signs, Zhao Wushuang, already resolved, hesitated not a moment.
He silently commanded, "System, evolve my mecha."
As Zhao Wushuang spoke, he simultaneously retrieved the Grade 9 Earth Spirit Orb from his storage ring. As his words fell, a purple-gray mist spread from Zhao Wushuang's body as the Han Yuan mecha automatically fused together. Lightning flashed and thunder roared throughout the entire training ground.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The deafening roar sent terrifying shockwaves rippling outward, creating an immense commotion. Fortunately, Zhao Wushuang had activated a soundproofing formation earlier. Under the powerful protection of this formation, not only would the sounds of his mecha evolution remain contained, but even the noise from an 8th-tier powerhouse breaking through might not escape. Thus, it effectively avoided disturbing the neighborhood. Amidst the continuous booming of explosive shockwaves, the Han Yuan mecha on Zhao Wushuang's body began to transform. A hint of earthy yellow appeared on the originally purple-black chestplate. Additionally, golden earthen light flickered around his wrists, rapidly forming 2 exceptionally sleek and stylish gauntlets. Meanwhile, the thunder and lightning streaked area on Zhao Wushuang's chest was now covered by an earth-yellow chest shield. Circular in shape, its surrounding area was adorned with intricate patterns resembling 9 coiled dragons. Boom! As the mecha's evolution concluded, a terrifying shockwave surged outward once more. Zhao Wushuang stepped out from the purple-black mist, his aura now less sharp and more profound. Break! Surveying the changes wrought by the mecha's evolution, Zhao Wushuang's lips curved into a faint smile. He flicked his wrist, clenched his palm, and instantly, a spike of earth erupted from the ground. It exploded violently, scattering shards that flew forward like a storm. Boom! 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 The sound of shattering air and heavy impacts echoed continuously. In an instant, hundreds of thumb-sized holes appeared on the walls of the entire training room. Fortunately, the training room was constructed from exceptionally durable materials. As the scattered fragments of earth dissipated, thumb-sized gaps in the walls began to slowly mend themselves. Within just 2 or 3/4 of an hour, the entire training room was restored to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. Excellent! I've gained another ground-based attack method. If used skillfully, combined with my blood techniques, swordplay, and various killing moves, it will surely yield unexpected results. Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. He sensed his own chi and blood, mecha energy, and his strength and speed once more. All these aspects showed tremendous improvement, making him roughly 3 to 4 times stronger than before. Of course, that wasn't the most crucial aspect. What truly mattered was his current defensive capability. Zhao Wushuang tentatively swung the purple lightning wind-splitting blade, slashing fiercely at himself with a strike wielding 5/10 of his strength. A dazzling blade aura instantly blossomed in the air, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder as the blade energy slashed down fiercely. Gather! Zhao Wushuang swiftly raised his left arm. The arm guard on his wrist rapidly expanded, flickering with an earthy yellow glow. A massive shield instantly enveloped him. Simultaneously, as the shield materialized, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that erupted forward. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, the sound reverberating through the air as the lightning in the sky dissipated. Amidst this terrifying blast, the swiftly slashing purple lightning wind-splitting blade was violently repelled. It spun wildly through the air several times before plunging straight into the ground. Not a single scratch remained on Zhao Wushuang from his own attack. The blade hadn't even grazed the shield formed by his wrist guard before being violently repelled by that immense shockwave. What terrifying rebound force! I only used 50% of my strength just now. With my current power, even that 50% is enough to rival the attack of the great bull-headed king earlier. And yet, even such a terrifying attack was directly repelled by the rebound force generated by his defense. This shows just how terrifying my own defense has become. Zhao Wushuang drew in a sharp breath, his heart filled with both awe and delight. He gained a deeper understanding of his current strength. However, to test the limits of his defense, Zhao Wushuang stepped forward, seized the purple lightning wind-splitting blade once more, and swung it fiercely toward himself. This time, he unleashed his full strength. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar erupted, unleashing another powerful dragon-shaped shockwave. But this time, the powerful dragon-shaped shockwave did not send the purple thunder wind-splitting blade flying away. After all, Zhao Wushuang had unleashed his full might. This time his terrifying strength was no joke. As terrifying force continued to erupt, the purple lightning wind-splitting blade channeled the energy, causing terrifying lightning to flash relentlessly. Boom! Immediately followed by a deafening explosion. Amidst the sweeping torrent of energy, the terrifying dragon-shaped blast wave shattered completely. The purple lightning wind-splitting blade then drove forward unimpeded, slashing heavily against the shield formed by Zhao Wushuang's arm guard. Boom! Another deafening collision echoed. Under the heavy blow of the purple lightning wind-splitting blade, a shallow gash appeared on the earth-colored shield. The effectiveness of this strike, coupled with the remarkable defensive prowess displayed by the earthen-hued shield, left Zhao Wushuang utterly stunned once more. Damn it! I struck with full force, and all I managed was a shallow gash on this defensive shield? If this were someone else with strength comparable to mine, even without me acting, such terrifying defensive capabilities would easily stall them for at least half an hour, wouldn't they? Of course, I did use full force, but I didn't unleash any ultimate techniques. Still, this terrifying defense is more than enough. At the very least, in extremely dangerous situations, this formidable defense would be sufficient to defuse most crises for me. Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but whistle in admiration, a look of intense excitement spreading across his lips. With this terrifying defensive capability in place, the final missing piece in his mecha had been filled. He could now be called a pentagonal warrior capable of both offense and defense, capable of both breakthroughs and destruction, and possessing astonishing speed. As for why pentagonal and not hexagonal? That was because Zhao Wushuang's psychic power wasn't yet at the pinnacle. It was merely significantly higher than that of peers at his level, not yet reaching terrifying heights. Mental power isn't urgent. Once I gather enough energy points, I can advance the Zhuang Sutra. When that happens, as the sutra progresses, my mental power will undoubtedly achieve a terrifying breakthrough. Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself, feeling the terrifying power within him surge.
He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 143, New Mission. Time flew by. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Over these 5 days, Zhao Wushuang had mastered the newly gained strength and speed with exceptional skill. He had seamlessly integrated all the enhancements from the Earth Spirit Orb into his mecha. For instance, he could instantly activate layer upon layer of defenses from the arm guards, chest shield, and leg plates. Moreover, after days of experimentation, Zhao Wushuang discovered to his astonishment that each shield functioned independently. If he activated them all simultaneously, though it would consume a massive amount of his mecha's energy, it would allow him to instantly stack 5 layers of incredibly formidable defenses. Zhao Wushuang estimated that such terrifying defensive capabilities would likely withstand even a full power strike from a 7th tier powerhouse without breaking through his defenses. As for those above 7th rank, Zhao Wushuang couldn't say for certain. He had no knowledge of 8th rank powerhouse's strength and had never witnessed one in action. What he could affirm, however, was that a 7th tier powerhouse could never instantly kill him. He could even rely on this formidable defense to stall for several rounds. Just yesterday, he had sparred with a 7th tier powerhouse from the Lihua sect. Though he was utterly defeated in terms of strength, Zhao Wushuang managed to endure 5 full rounds under the opponent's full power attacks thanks to his formidable defensive capabilities. But that was the absolute limit. By the 5th round, his 5 layers of shield shattered one by one, and Zhao Wushuang was sent flying. But that was more than enough. After all, he was currently at the lower 5th tier cultivation level. To withstand 5 rounds against a 7th tier powerhouse was an achievement that, across the entire land of Huaxia, could be counted on one hand for someone at his cultivation level. After a brief rest in his room and preparing ample healing pills and energy-restoring elixirs, Zhao Wushuang swiftly exited. Emerging from the Lihua residential district, he swiftly made his way to the prefectural governor's mansion. At that moment, Elder Wang and Pang Lei had gathered there to discuss the recent demonic invasion. "Greetings, Elder Wang. Greetings, Mayor Pang." Entering the conference room, Zhao Wushuang respectfully bowed his hands toward Elder Wang and Pang Lei. Seeing Zhao Wushuang enter, Pang Lei's face lit up with a smile. He beckoned warmly to Zhao Wushuang. "Ah, young Zhao. Come over. You've arrived just in time. I was about to look for you." He had heard about Zhao Wushuang's actions. He greatly admired such acts of traveling to the front lines to support fellow human kindred spirits. Zhao Wushuang nodded and strode forward. He bowed to Pang Lei and said with a smile, "Mayor Pang, I fully recovered during these 5 days and am ready to receive orders and depart at any time." At this moment, Zhao Wushuang was practically bursting with impatience. The purple thunder wind-splitting blade in his hand thirsted for blood. After all, hadn't his increased strength been gained precisely to hunt demons more effectively and acquire more energy points? Excellent. The situation at the front lines is extremely tense, and we cannot leave Jiandu City. Therefore, this time, I want you to lead your squad to Haishi County in Lujiang City. Pang Lei issued his orders to Zhao Wushuang. Zhao Wushuang nodded. He lifted his eyes to meet Pang Lei's gaze, paused briefly in thought, then asked, "The mission target is Blackstone County, but is the objective to support the human race or to expel the demons?" Though the tasks of supporting the humans and expelling the demons might seem similar on the surface, the essence was worlds apart. The recent demonic invasion showed no signs of abating, with the human race still firmly at a disadvantage. But expelling the demons was different. It signaled that after this period, the human race had regained its strength and was preparing to counterattack the demons. They intended to exterminate and expel every demon that dared to invade human territory. Therefore, Zhao Wushuang sought to clarify through this inquiry, what exactly was the state of the front lines during this period? Pang Lei smiled and replied, "That depends entirely on your abilities. My original plan was to station you at Blackstone County. The front lines are currently in a tense stalemate. Though 2 more counties have fallen, other areas hold firm, and demons have been completely expelled from several locations." Pang Lei's words were clear. If Zhao Wushuang lacked sufficient strength, he would simply cooperate with the powerful defenders of Blackstone County to hold off the demonic attacks, waiting for reinforcements from other battlefronts. However, if Zhao Wushuang possessed sufficient strength and the men he brought could launch a counterattack against the demons, that would be the best outcome. Zhao Wushuang nodded upon hearing this. "I understand. We'll act according to the situation. If we have a chance, we'll strike with full force. If not, we'll hold the line." This plan perfectly aligned with Zhao Wushuang's own intentions. If the demonic beasts in Blackstone County proved exceptionally powerful and launched fierce assaults, he would naturally hold the defensive line steadfastly, leveraging its strength to slaughter the demons. After all, this approach not only allowed for rapid accumulation of energy points but also ensured greater safety for himself and the mecha squad. However, if the demonic beasts in Blackstone County were merely average in strength, and his participation could turn the tide into a counteroffensive, that would be ideal. He could charge out, slaughter the demons on a large scale, and drive them all out of the county. After completing this mission, they could then move on to other areas to provide support, continuing the hunt for demons and monsters to gain even more energy. Smart move. Pang Lei gave Zhao Wushuang an approving look before speaking. "There's no time to waste. Contact your mech squad immediately. We depart in half an hour. Yes, Mayor Pang. Zhao Wushuang nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Elder Wang, who had remained silent until now, blocked his path. What further instructions does Elder Wang have for me? Zhao Wushuang asked, looking at him with confusion. He had assumed Elder Wang deemed Blackstone County too dangerous and didn't want him getting involved in this mess. I've already agreed to this. Why would I go back on my word? Elder Wang shook his head, instantly seeing through Zhao Wushuang's thoughts. He sighed softly, retrieved a token from his storage ring, and handed it to Zhao Wushuang. Keep this. It contains my full power strike. But you must not use it unless absolutely necessary. If you do use it, you must immediately leave the battlefield and return to Jiangdu City proper without delay. This token had taken Elder Wang 5 days to forge, draining him of considerable energy. This was precisely why Elder Wang had specifically required Zhao Wushuang to rest for a full 5 days before setting out. Chapter 144, Wu Hailong's Serendipity. As Zhao Wushuang gazed at the token, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. A smile then spread across his lips, his heart filled with deep gratitude. Elder Wang truly had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Knowing he couldn't persuade her, yet still concerned for her safety, he had rushed to forge this life-saving artifact for her. Zhao Wushuang cherished this kindness in his heart. Then I thank you, Elder Wang. Of course, he wasn't one to be overly sentimental. He let out a hearty laugh and swiftly stowed the token into his storage ring. 1,000 words of thanks were empty gestures. These were merely words spoken. If he truly wished to repay Elder Wang, then he must diligently cultivate his cultivation, striving to hunt down more demonic beasts. Only when his cultivation reached a formidable level would he truly have the means to repay this debt with tangible actions. Otherwise, given Zhao Wushuang's current status and cultivation level, even if he emptied his entire fortune, he might not be able to assist Elder Wang. With the token safely stored, Zhao Wushuang wasted no further time. He waved a farewell to Elder Wang and Pang Lei before striding decisively out of the council chamber. Stepping out of the prefectural governor's mansion, Zhao Wushuang pulled out his phone and swiftly gathered Gao Kuai and the others. Apart from the 3 who had fallen and the 2 gravely injured, the rest of the mecha squad arrived at the county governor's residence gates shortly after receiving Zhao Wushuang's message. Before long, the entire group was assembled. Let's go! Seeing everyone present, Zhao Wushuang said nothing further. He merely waved his hand, stepped onto the thunderbolt flying sword, and headed toward Blackstone County following the map's directions. The others followed closely behind. The 11 formed a staggered formation. This not only balanced their flight speeds but also provided protection against powerful demon beasts while traversing the war-torn zone. Blackstone County lay considerably farther from Jiangdu City than Feihua County. While the journey from Jiangdu to Feihua took roughly 2 to 3 hours, the distance to Blackstone doubled that travel time. Zhao Wushuang and the others sped along. Despite their high speed, it still took them a full 5 hours to reach the skies above Blackstone County, situated at the westernmost edge of Luzhang City. The entire county town now appeared desolate, with scorched earth and billowing smoke below, bearing the unmistakable marks of conflict. However, by the time Zhao Wushuang arrived, the demons besieging Haishi County had already retreated, leaving the county in a brief period of recovery. This left Zhao Wushuang feeling a bit disappointed. If only he could have been a bit faster, he might have caught the final wave of the frenzy, slaughtering demons and beasts to earn a rich haul of energy points. But there was no need to rush. The demons and monsters besieging Blackstone County had only retreated temporarily. The next assault would surely be even more ferocious. Then, he would have ample opportunity to show off his skills. Everyone, descend! Watching the battle conclude below in Blackstone County, Zhao Wushuang waved his hand and swiftly landed atop the city walls with Gao Kuai and the others. Reinforcements from Jiangdu City are here. As figures swiftly descended from the sky, the awakened defenders holding the front lines on the city walls couldn't help but break into excited smiles. This was already the 3rd mecha squadron dispatched from Jiangdu City to provide reinforcements. There was no other choice. Over the past few days, the pressure from the demon beasts besieging Blackstone County had been overwhelming. Even with 2 waves of reinforcements, they could only barely hold their ground. They were still far from mounting a counterattack. It's Zhao Wushuang. He's here. Upon recognizing Zhao Wushuang among the reinforcements, the awakened who had once participated in the potential assembly alongside him at Shenlong Mountain couldn't help but light up with excitement. Simultaneously, after landing, Zhao Wushuang encountered an old acquaintance here. Seen your brother Wu? Seeing Wu Hailong's mecha covered in blood, wielding a fiery dragon spear as he stood atop the city walls like a war god, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Hearing Zhao Wushuang's voice, Wu Hailong turned his head. His eyes lit up upon recognizing Zhao Wushuang, and he burst into laughter. I wondered why magpies were cawing so early this morning during the demon beast assault. Turns out it was you, brother Zhao, descending from the mountains to lend support. Wu Hailong was equally astonished. He knew Zhao Wushuang had been in seclusion on Shenlong Mountain for 3 years. He had assumed Zhao would return directly to the headquarters of the Lihua sect after emerging from the mountain. He never imagined encountering him here. This news filled Wu Hailong with immense delight.
It wasn't just the joy of reuniting after 3 years, the real thrill came from Zhao Wushuang's terrifying strength. Zhao Wushuang had already surpassed him in strength before, and with his innate talent and 3 years spent on Shenlong Mountain, his current overall power was likely far beyond Wu Hailong's own. With such a formidable powerhouse arriving to lend support, the security of the entire Blackstone County was now significantly bolstered. Zhao Wushuang smiled and stepped forward. He assessed Wu Hailong's cultivation level and remarked with some surprise, "Not bad. Looks like you didn't slack off these past 3 years, senior brother Wu. You've already reached the lower 6th tier cultivation level." Wu Hailong possessing a lower 6th tier cultivation base was something Zhao Wushuang hadn't anticipated. After all, only 3 years had passed. When they parted ways at Shenlong Mountain 3 years ago, Wu Hailong had only just broken through to the lower 6th tier, relying solely on his insights from the Dao comprehension realm. Yet 3 years later, Wu Hailong's cultivation progress had accelerated so dramatically that he now lagged only slightly behind Zhao Wushuang, who had the advantage of a system's assistance. This left Zhao Wushuang astonished. Feeling Zhao Wushuang's astonished gaze, Wu Hailong let out a hearty laugh. A terrifying aura surged from his body, followed by blazing flames that burned fiercely. A massive phantom fire dragon rose from above his head. Roar! The dragon roared, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept across the ground, instantly sending sand and stones flying. How about that? Pretty impressive, huh? Wu Hailong chuckled, thoroughly pleased with his current cultivation and strength. His current cultivation and strength were not only the result of 3 years of relentless effort but primarily stemmed from an unexpected turn of events during a mission. Zhao Wushuang nodded earnestly. Seeing Wu Hailong's show-offy demeanor, he couldn't help but smile. "Spill it. Where did you find this extraordinary opportunity these past 3 years?" Wu Hailong shook his head and sighed. "Senior brother Zhao, your insight is truly sharp. You saw right through it. I really couldn't hide it from you." His tone turned serious as he continued, "It was mostly luck. After returning from Shenlong Mountain to the Lihua sect headquarters, I went into seclusion for a while. Later, I hit a bottleneck in my spear technique, so I decided to take on more missions to gain experience. At first, everything was routine, hunting beasts normally, completing tasks in order. But during my final mission, I unexpectedly stumbled upon an ancient palace. I went in with an exploratory mindset, but unexpectedly encountered an inheritance trial inside. It was brutal, my body was covered in wounds, and the trial nearly crushed me. Yet luck was on my side. By sheer accident, I unexpectedly gained the Fire Dragon inheritance. My mecha talent and potential skyrocketed, and my cultivation broke through to the lower 6th tier in one go." After recounting the details of his extraordinary encounter to Zhao Wushuang, Wu Hailong chuckled again, as if recalling something amusing. Chapter 145, The Wind and Cloud Rankings. Zhao Wushuang watched him silently. This time, he didn't initiate the conversation. He understood Wu Hailong's nature. Though outwardly composed and mature in his actions, Wu Hailong harbored a restless spirit within. If he didn't initiate the conversation but kept staring at Wu Hailong would absolutely not be able to resist speaking up. Sure enough. Under Zhao Wushuang's gaze, Wu Hailong failed to elicit any questions from her. Eventually, he conceded defeat, grinning as he spoke up. "Why didn't you ask me why I suddenly laughed just now? I knew you'd tell me." Zhao Wushuang's lips curved into a faint smile. Wu Hailong. He suddenly felt as if he'd been completely exposed. But this blush lasted only a moment. Wu Hailong quickly continued, "Actually, I laughed because after gaining the Fire Dragon inheritance and greatly increasing my strength, I ran into Wang Zhongtian in the wilderness. That brat started taunting me at first, but with my newly breakthrough cultivation and enhanced strength, I defeated him in no time, thoroughly reclaiming the face I'd lost back then. You should have seen Wang Zhongtian's face after I crushed him. It turned as black as charcoal. He turned tail and ran straight back to the Thunder God sect without looking back." With that, Wu Hailong burst into hearty laughter. It seemed like humiliating Wang Zhongtian was the happiest thing that had ever happened to him. But one couldn't blame Wu Hailong. Wang Zhongtian had defeated him twice before, both times at the Hidden Dragon tournament. A deep sense of defeat had long taken root in his heart. Now that he'd finally redeemed himself, he naturally had to show off. After speaking, Wu Hailong appraised Zhao Wushuang's cultivation level, then shook his head and continued, "But I certainly can't compare to senior brother Zhao. Your strength surpasses mine, that's universally acknowledged. Even with the Fire Dragon inheritance I've obtained, I'd still fall short of you." Wu Hailong possessed enough self-awareness to recognize this. His cultivation level was now one major realm higher than Zhao Wushuang's. Yet before true prodigies, cultivation level was not the measure of strength. Some prodigies diligently studied the essence of swordsmanship and the intent of blades, while others honed their combat techniques. Though their cultivation might not be the highest, when it came to actual combat prowess and life and death battles, they could effortlessly fight opponents several tiers above them. Their strength far surpassed that of prodigies at comparable cultivation levels. Zhao Wushuang is precisely such a prodigy. The recent Hidden Dragon tournament provided a prime example. Hearing Wu Hailong's words, Zhao Wushuang smiled and replied, "That's not necessarily true. After all, Brother Wu, your talent is also among the most exceptional. However, I do have a rather good suggestion. We could compare ourselves.
Fight you?
Wu Hailong immediately waved his hands in refusal.
No, no way.
Not only could the demonic hordes attack again at any moment, but fighting you would be pure masochism. Amidst the chaos of war, one couldn't afford to waste mental energy on frivolous comparisons with other strong opponents. Such actions only lead to internal strife. Should the demonic hordes launch a surprise assault, the energy drained from their mecha during such a contest could become a fatal weakness. Moreover, the most crucial matter was that after Zhao Wushuang descended from the sky, Wu Hailong sensed an intangible pressure emanating from him. This pressure was profoundly mysterious. But Wu Hailong's instincts warned him that the Zhao Wushuang before him was dangerous. If this became a life or death battle, he would face certain death.
Fight? I've no interest in wasting mecha energy just to compete with you.
Zhao Wushuang shot Wu Hailong a dismissive glance before explaining, what I mean is, when the next demon horde attacks, we can compete to see who hunts down more 6th-tier demon lords.
Such a contest would be most fitting on the battlefield.
Not only would it test each other's strength, but it would also ignite their fighting spirit, driving them to slay even more demons.
Absolutely.
Wu Hailong's eyes lit up at the suggestion.
Then I have some confidence.
I've acquired several explosive skill abilities through my inheritance. Senior brother Zhao, don't lose to me when the time comes. When it came to one-on-one combat, Wu Hailong knew he was no match for Zhao Wushuang. But when it came to demon beast hunting now, bolstered by his inherited legacy, Wu Hailong felt confident he could hold his own against Zhao Wushuang.
Then we'll see who kills more.
Zhao Wushuang roared with laughter.
The two chatted idly for a few moments.
Before long, a middle-aged man clad in grey robes, possessing upper 6th-tier cultivation, ascended the city wall. His eyes lit up upon spotting Zhao Wushuang. A smile touched his lips as he approached.
You must be Zhao Wushuang, the young master who tops the hidden dragon list? This is County Magistrate Zhuge Hao of Blackstone County.
It is through Magistrate Zhuge's organization these past days that we have managed to repel wave after wave of demonic hordes.
Wu Hailong introduced them. Zhao Wushuang nodded upon hearing this, then bowed respectfully to Zhuge Hao. Greetings, Magistrate Zhuge. With that, Zhao Wushuang added with a smile, the new Hidden Dragon tournament has concluded, and the rankings have been updated. I am no longer the top-ranked cultivator on the Hidden Dragon list.
Indeed. The Hidden Dragon rankings were updated every 3 years.
With each update, all names from the previous list are replaced.
Therefore, strictly speaking, Zhao Wushuang could no longer be considered the top-ranked figure on the Hidden Dragon list. But he was the top-ranked figure on the previous Hidden Dragon list. A young prodigy like young Master Zhao is certain to break through to the 9th tier in the future, and may even reach the transcendent level. Zhuge Hao chuckled softly as he praised Zhao Wushuang. Moreover, with your strength and potential, young Master Zhao, even though you've temporarily fallen off the Hidden Dragon list rankings, I believe it won't be long before you ascend to the Wind and Cloud list. This so-called Wind and Cloud list differed from the Hidden Dragon list. The Hidden Dragon list ranks the top 108 prodigies under 25 years old nationwide, determined through the Hidden Dragon tournament's arena battles. Those who make the Hidden Dragon list possess extraordinary potential and are destined for great achievements. The Wind and Cloud list, however, requires no tournament battles. It is determined solely by tangible battle achievements. The Wind and Cloud list holds 72 spots. Those with sufficiently formidable battle records and astonishing strength have the opportunity to ascend it. Naturally, those who remain inactive for extended periods or fail to produce notable victories will see their rankings plummet, displaced by other rising powers. Take Zhao Xuanda, who spent New Year's Eve with Zhao Wushuang at Shenlong Mountain. Thanks to his formidable strength and his record of slaying great demons on the frontier, he has maintained his position at number 16 on the Wind and Cloud list for years.
As for the top spot on the Wind and Cloud rankings, the holder's background is even more formidable.
Rumor has it they are a figure from the military, reputed to be unmatched below the transcendent-tier and capable of holding their own against any opponent above it. There were no strict requirements for ascending the Wind and Cloud rankings, no age restrictions, for instance.
The sole criterion was that one's cultivation level must not exceed the transcendent realm.
For within the transcendent-tier itself, there exists an even more formidable ranking, the supreme of all under heaven list.
Chapter 146, War. The supreme heavenly rankings held immense influence across Huaxia. Virtually every Mecha Awakener dreamed of ascending this list.
However, as the roster of the nation's strongest, ascending to such a list is far from easy.
The Supreme Master list holds 36 spots.
Beyond the requirement that one's cultivation must surpass the transcendent realm, there are no other strict criteria. Yet, merely reaching the transcendent realm is enough to stump 99.99% of Mecha Awakened individuals within China. Take the Lord of Shenlong Mountain, Shenlong Xingjuan, for example. He ranks only 6th on the Supreme list. And Murong Xingjuan, who had assisted him in organizing the Hidden Dragon Assembly, hadn't even made it onto the Supreme list at all. Thus, when Zhao Wushuang heard the words Wind and Cloud rankings, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. If he could make it onto the Wind and Cloud rankings, it would prove that among those below the Transcendent Realm, he could at least rank within the top 72. Of course, those who made the wind and cloud rankings were almost exclusively 9th tier cultivators, save for the occasional prodigious genius. There was no way around it. The transcendent realm was simply too difficult to break through. Countless prodigies and heroes throughout the world had been stuck at the peak of the 9th tier for centuries, even millennia, unable to achieve a breakthrough.
County Magistrate Zhuge, you flatter me. But I'll take your words as good luck. Should I ever make it onto the wind and cloud list, I'll treat you to a proper feast.
Zhao Wushuang laughed heartily.
A smile spread across Zhuge Hao's face. He didn't think Zhao Wushuang was exaggerating.
Given his potential, talent, and the 3 years of secluded cultivation in the Divine Dragon Mountains, the possibility of him ascending the wind and cloud rankings in the future was very high. Moreover, the possibility of him breaking through to the transcendent realm in the future was extremely high. Such a prodigy, provided he didn't meet an untimely end, would undoubtedly make it onto the wind and cloud rankings. Standing nearby, Wu Hailong heard Zhuge Hao's flattery toward Zhao Wushuang, and a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He himself dared not even dream of making the wind and cloud rankings. After all, among the hundreds of millions of mecha awakened individuals across Huaxia, there were only 72 spots available. What astonished him was that after merely meeting Zhao Wushuang once, Zhuge Hao held such unwavering faith in his future place on the wind and cloud list.
Young Master Zhao. Zhuge Hao smiled as he addressed Zhao Wushuang.
Before your arrival, Elder Wang of the Lihua sect sent me a message, along with detailed information about you. Zhao Wushuang knew Zhuge Hao must have instructions to give and immediately nodded.
County Magistrate Zhuge, please command me. I've come to undertake this mission to assist you with all my strength. Though he was undeniably a prodigy, this was Zhuge Hao's territory, and he wouldn't overstep his bounds.
Besides, Zhao Wushuang had little interest in such matters. All he desired was to slaughter hordes of demons and monsters, gaining an endless supply of energy points to enhance his cultivation and strength.
As for anything else, Zhao Wushuang truly couldn't care less. After all, as long as he was powerful enough, where in the world couldn't he command obedience? What in the world could not be done according to his will? Zhuge Hao smiled as he spoke. I've heard from Elder Wang that you excel in speed and slaughter, young Master Zhao.
Therefore, I wish to send you out to aid the other towns within the Blackstone County area and to slaughter those demonic squads that have come to besiege our county. This was a decision Zhuge Hao had carefully considered. According to the intelligence provided by Elder Wang of the Lihua sect, no one within Blackstone County possessed speed or lethal prowess comparable to Zhao Wushuang standing before him. The pressure on Blackstone County was mounting, with demonic squads continuously converging from all directions. Therefore, Zhuge Hao intended to leverage Zhao Wushuang's unique strengths, rescuing townships partially overrun by demonic beasts while simultaneously intercepting and slaughtering demonic squads arriving from elsewhere. If Zhao Wushuang could move swiftly enough to slaughter large numbers of demonic squads arriving from elsewhere, the pressure on Blackstone County would gradually lessen.
Support other towns within Blackstone County's jurisdiction while slaughtering demonic forces rushing in from elsewhere?
Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow slightly at the suggestion.
Yes, that's correct. Zhuge Hao nodded, his gaze sincere as he looked at Zhao Wushuang. I've been planning this for a long time.
Right now, you're the only one in the entire Blackstone County who's best suited for this task.
So, I'm entrusting this to you.
Looking at Zhuge Hao's earnest expression, Zhao Wushuang nodded.
No problem. Leave this to me. County Magistrate Zhuge, you can rest assured.
I can't guarantee everything, but I'll handle this task flawlessly.
I won't let any demonic forces approach the walls of Blackstone County.
Entrusted with such a mission, Zhao Wushuang didn't feel particularly burdened. It suited his intentions perfectly. After all, his purpose in coming here was to slaughter hordes of demons and monsters. What difference did it make where he did it? After receiving the assignment, Zhao Wushuang exchanged brief pleasantries with Zhuge Hao and Wu Hailong before setting out once more with Gao Kuai and the others.
Dawn! Dawn! Dawn!
The war drums thundered. Battle cries shook the heavens. About 200 li outside Blackstone County, in a nearby township, over 10,000 demons surged forward like a tidal wave. Roar! 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 The roars of the demonic beasts echoed endlessly. 3 5th-tier demon kings hovered in the air, their gazes fixed upon the scene below. Seeing their minions fight with such ferocity and witnessing the human awakened ones retreating in defeat, they couldn't help but let excited grins spread across their faces.
Slaughter them all. Wipe out every last human. Capture this township. All human flesh shall be yours to feast upon.
The first to break the formation shall receive special rewards from this king. The 3 5th-tier demon kings swiftly issued their commands.
One of them, a winged Pegasus demon king, licked his lips greedily. This town alone holds 40 to 50,000 humans.
Slaughter them all, and we'll gather vast quantities of blood soul pearls. We'll divide them equally, then retreat for secluded cultivation. Our cultivation will surely break through.
Not only that.
Beyond the 40 to 50,000 humans here, once we capture this township, we can march on Blackstone County.
Falling Blackstone County will be the real jackpot.
With the blood soul pearls we gather, breaking through to the 6th rank will be a breeze.
Another wolf demon, shrouded in black mist, clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Exactly.
Once all three of us break through to the 6th tier, merging our territories will allow us to rise rapidly, gaining more land and influence. The centipede demon king standing at the center chimed in excitedly.
Amidst the conversation between these three demon kings, below them, the flames of war raged fiercely. Chapter 147, Divine Might. Upon the town's ramparts, rows of human mecha awakened warriors each deployed their unique tactics. The most striking among them was the archer mecha positioned at the highest vantage point. Their coordination was seamless. Bows drew full, and arrows blazing with fiery flames shot forth in rapid succession.
In an instant, a fiery rain erupted in the sky. Accompanied by the sound of tearing through the air, the arrows plunged swiftly into the demon beast horde. Countless beasts were scorched by the flames, and those with weaker cultivation were instantly reduced to ashes. Yet this did not halt the advancing horde. They roared and bellowed in fury, charging headlong toward the city walls. Boom! 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 The city walls shook violently. Some beasts leapt high, opening their gaping maws to swallow human mecha awakened warriors whole. A brutal slaughter unfolded. Let's go. It's our turn to act. Make it quick. The centipede demon king waved his hand, a savage grin curling his lips, ready to lead the other two demon kings into the fray. But just as they moved, a terrifying bolt of lightning erupted from ahead, followed by a howling gale and countless vines surging from the earth. Lightning bolts exploded. Countless demon beasts were instantly reduced to ashes. The gale whipped into sharp wind blades, slicing off the heads of one demon beast after another. Countless vines spread and coiled, swiftly enveloping and strangling one beast after another to death. Amidst this barrage of attacks, streaks of light flashed. Zhao Wushuang flapped his wind thunder wings, swiftly descending from the distance to join the fray. His purple lightning wind-splitting blade swung through the air, each strike unleashing a torrent of blade energy that crisscrossed the sky, swiftly reaping the lives of the demon beasts. Gao Kuai and the others swarmed in as well, landing swiftly and unleashing their own techniques. With Zhao Wushuang's mecha squad bringing their total to 11, they functioned like a relentless meat grinder. Forming a spearhead under Zhao Wushuang's command, they tore through the demon beast horde with frenzied slaughter. Amidst this frenzied slaughter, rivers of blood flowed across the battlefield as demon beasts fell one after another, their corpses piling up like mountains. Upon the town's ramparts, the mecha awakened defenders stationed there stared wide-eyed in astonishment at the spectacle. Then, cheers erupted. Great! Our reinforcements have arrived. Slay the demons! Brothers, follow me out. If not now, when? Excited roars and shouts echoed through the air. From atop the city walls, numerous mecha awakened of tier 3 and above swiftly leapt down, joining the fray below. The battle cries grew deafening. More and more demons lay fallen on the ground, though among them were also the corpses of human mecha awakened. But this was the reality of war. In such a brutal arena, how could there be no casualties? As these scenes unfolded, high above, the three demon kings observing the battle suddenly froze in mid-air. They stared down in disbelief at the scene below. Just moments ago, they had held the upper hand. Yet with the arrival of Zhao Wushuang's mecha squad, the tide of battle had reversed in an instant. Wait, something's wrong. The centipede demon king's eyes suddenly widened in shock. As if struck by a sudden realization, his face drained of color. It's Zhao Wushuang. That human prodigy who slew the mighty Minotaur king in Manhwa County just days ago. Recalling the intelligence circulating among the demons and monsters, and witnessing Zhao Wushuang's relentless slaughter below, the centipede demon king's body began to tremble violently. Quick! Quick! Retreat! Recognizing Zhao Wushuang as the reinforcements, the centipede demon king hesitated not a moment before issuing the retreat order. Without a moment's delay, he swiftly fled toward other demon squads in the distance. The other two demon kings, sensing trouble, abandoned all questions and swiftly followed the centipede demon king's retreating figure. Trying to escape? Ha! Zhao Wushuang, watching from below, had long since noticed the three demon kings soaring high above. Initially, his focus had been on relieving the pressure the demon army was placing on the township, so he hadn't immediately targeted these three demon kings. Now, with the demonic hordes in retreat and the human forces mounting a counterattack, he certainly wouldn't let these three high-tier 5th-ranked demon kings slip away. After all, they represented a substantial haul of energy points. Whoosh! Instantly, Zhao Wushuang swung his purple lightning-slicing blade, swiftly slaughtering the fleeing demon beasts around him. His body transformed into a bolt of lightning as he soared into the sky, pursuing the three demon kings. Zhao Wushuang's speed was extraordinary. With several flashes, phantom trails bloomed in the sky. Within mere breaths, he had caught up to the three demon kings. Gentlemen, you've come this far and no more running. With a swing of the purple lightning wind-splitting blade, a terrifying blade aura, crackling with lightning, shot forth. With a single strike, the slowest wolf demon king was cleaved clean in two. Before its blood could fully spatter, the severed corpse was swiftly absorbed into Zhao Wushuang's storage ring. What blinding speed! Sensing the fall of the Wolf Demon King behind them, the Flying Horse Demon King and Centipede Demon King's expressions abruptly darkened. They accelerated their escape once more. Yet all their efforts proved futile. Zhao Wushuang pursued relentlessly. Dealing with these Demon Kings, who hadn't even broken through to the 6th tier, was child's play for him. Especially these two Demon Kings, the Pegasus Demon King and the Centipede Demon King, who were already terrified out of their wits. Within mere breaths, Zhao Wushuang halted his forward thrust, his storage ring now holding 2 additional corpses of high-tier 5th-rank Demon Kings. After swiftly dispatching these 3 Demon Kings, Wushuang spun on his heel and flashed forward, plunging once more into the fleeing demon horde. With astonishing speed, Zhao Wushuang darted through the demonic horde. As he continuously unleashed the Blood River Blade technique, nearly 2,000 demon beasts fell to his blade by the end of the battle. It could be said that in this battle, Zhao Wushuang single-handedly crushed and swept across the entire battlefield. Witnessing Zhao Wushuang's figure, which resembled that of a war god, everyone couldn't help but gasp in awe. No wonder certain major cities and fortresses, guarded by 9th-tier powerhouses, had always been impregnable. This was the true value of a powerful warrior. Though Zhao Wushuang before them was not yet 9th rank, his terrifying strength and cultivation, placed in a small town like theirs, served precisely as the stabilizing force anchoring the entire region. Next stop. Seeing that the demons here were either fleeing or slaughtered, Zhao Wushuang made no pause. He simply waved his hand, leading Gao Kuai and the others as they transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the distance. Chapter 148, The Meeting. Time passed. November 25th. It had now been 10 days since the demons launched their full-scale invasion of Luzhan City. Simultaneously, it marked the 5th day since Zhao Wushuang had arrived to reinforce the defenders of Blackstone County. Through 5 days of relentless support operations and ambushes against demon squads, Zhao Wushuang's reputation among the demons had grown increasingly formidable. Through the relentless slaughter led by his mecha squad, at least 20 to 30 demon squads had fallen by his hand. Among them, over 100 were 4th and 5th tier demon lords, while a full 8 were 6th tier demon lords. As for the demonic beasts and fiends below the 4th tier, their numbers were beyond count. Through 5 days of relentless slaughter, Zhao Wushuang's accumulated energy points surged dramatically. His cultivation level skyrocketed from the lower tier of the 5th rank, leaping 2 minor realms in succession to reach the upper tier of the 5th rank. Moreover, he had accumulated a substantial reserve of energy points, now only 6 million points short of breaking through to the 5th tier peak realm. Oof. With the great battle imminent, I'll focus on advancing my cultivation first. As for other attributes, I'll gradually enhance them later. Gazing at the remaining energy points on his attribute panel and his newly attained 5th tier upper cultivation, Zhao Wushuang exhaled a breath of stale air. After days of relentless slaughter, he increasingly appreciated the profound advantages of higher cultivation. This was especially true when facing demon kings and beasts vastly inferior to him. With his cultivation base elevated, not only did he crush them with overwhelming power, but his profound cultivation also served as a formidable deterrent. Often, with a single strike amidst a wide area attack, the demon beasts and demon kings, paralyzed by fear, couldn't react in time. Their movement speed would even slow down, turning them into a vast pool of energy points. Captain, Magistrate Zhuge, and Senior Brother Wu request your presence. A bitter wind howled across the city walls. After slaughtering numerous demonic squads, Zhao Wushuang had returned to Blackstone County. He now stood atop the city walls. As he scanned the distant horizon, a streak of light flashed in the distance. Gao Kuai swiftly landed beside him. Hearing Gao Kuai's words, Zhao Wushuang nodded. All right, I understand. He had returned to Blackstone County the previous day. Yesterday, Zhuge Hao had extended his congratulations and presented him with a substantial reward of Federation currency and cultivation resources. Zhao Wushuang was not stingy either, distributing a portion of the rewards to the mecha squad that had followed him. Yesterday's commendation was now behind him. Zhuge Hao had specifically summoned him today, bringing Wu Hailong along as well. This must signify some strategic plan. The prospect of hunting demons again flashed a hint of excitement in Zhao Wushuang's eyes. He waved his hand and instructed Gao Kuai and the others, Gao Kuai, come with me. The rest of you remain on guard at the city walls. If anything unexpected happens, notify me immediately via phone. Yes, Captain. The others promptly saluted with respectful bows. If before, their admiration for Zhao Wushuang had stemmed solely from his potential and prowess, following him merely as a means to latch onto a powerful ally in the future. But now, things were different. Through days of relentless demon slaying and Zhao Wushuang's generous rewards, their loyalty to him had grown exponentially. It could be said that even if Zhao Wushuang no longer possessed such extraordinary potential, talent, or strength, they would still willingly follow him. The reason was simple, pure self-interest. Keep up the good work. Zhao Wushuang nodded, transforming into a streak of light alongside Gao Kuai as they sped toward the county seat. Before long, Zhao Wushuang and Gao Kuai landed within the county seat. By then, Zhuge Hao and Wu Hailong had been waiting for quite some time within the county government compound. Besides the two of them, 3 others were present upon Zhao Wushuang's arrival, each at the early stage of the 6th cultivation realm. Ah, young Master Zhao has arrived. Seeing Zhao Wushuang arrive, Zhu Gahao let out a hearty laugh and hurried forward to greet him. Through Zhao Wushuang's battle record and demonstrated strength over the past few days, Zhu Gahao understood clearly that within the entire Blackstone County, Zhao Wushuang was the strongest combat force. Whether Blackstone County could hold its ground or launch a counterattack depended entirely on Zhao Wushuang. The others also rose quickly, following behind Zhu Gahao. Clearly, they had all heard of Zhao Wushuang's formidable reputation. They knew this young prodigy before them was the most crucial combat asset they could rely on in the battles ahead. Greetings, Magistrate Zhuge. Seeing Zhu Gahao and the others approach to greet him, Zhao Wushuang smiled warmly and clasped his fists in a respectful salute. No need for formalities. Zhu Gahao waved his hand dismissively and promptly gestured, please take a seat. All right. Zhao Wushuang nodded and sat down with a flourish in an empty seat. Gao Kuai stood silently behind Zhao Wushuang. Once everyone was seated, Zhu Gahao cleared his throat. His gaze swept over the group as he spoke aloud. Now that we're all gathered, I've invited you here to discuss how we shall deal with the demon horde besieging Blackstone County. Even though Zhao Wushuang had intercepted several demon squads over the past few days, the demon horde outside Blackstone County still numbered over 100,000. Such overwhelming numbers placed immense pressure on Blackstone County as a whole. Were it not for the strength of the county walls, the various defensive measures, and the desperate resistance of numerous mecha awakened, Blackstone County would likely have fallen to this 100,000-strong demon horde long ago. Upon hearing Zhu Gahao's words, a 6th-tier lower-grade mecha awakener stepped forward and declared, the demonic hordes remain vast, launching major assaults roughly every 3 days. For now, our only option is to rely on the city walls and our defenses to hold firm. We must gradually wear down the enemy. When the time is ripe, we will launch a decisive counterattack. With young Master Zhao Wushuang's divine might, we will surely purge the demonic forces surrounding Blackstone City. This 6th-tier lower-grade mecha awakener was Zhang Dahai, captain of the Blackstone County Guard, specifically responsible for the defense and patrols of the entire county. It could be said that, aside from Zhu Gahao, Zhang Dahai possessed the deepest understanding of the demonic hordes besieging Blackstone County. Such actions are unwise. As soon as Zhang Dahai finished speaking, another 6th-tier lower-grade mecha awakener slowly shook his head from the side. While holding Blackstone County is a prudent choice, it amounts to sitting idly waiting for doom. To put it bluntly, if other demon armies overrun the counties near ours, their forces will converge. How then will we defend Blackstone County? This man was Su Wenhe, a recent reinforcement from the Xianbing sect and formerly a branch elder there. During his journey to provide support, Su Wenhe had gained a thorough understanding of the current battle situation across all counties within Lujiang City. He understood all too well that the situation in Lujiang City was far from optimistic. Many counties were struggling to hold their ground, teetering on the brink of collapse at any moment. Should the counties surrounding Blackstone County fall to the demonic beasts, the remaining demonic hordes would undoubtedly converge swiftly. At that point, they would face not just the current horde of over 100,000 demonic forces, but likely 200,000 or even 300,000. Moreover, several powerful demon lords would join their ranks. Should the demonic forces swell to such proportions, Blackstone County would be utterly defenseless. Its fall would be inevitable within 3 days. Chapter 149, Urgent Report. That reasoning holds water, but are we to abandon Blackstone County's defenses and launch a preemptive strike? County Magistrate Zhu Gahao furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze turning to Su Wenhe for guidance. Such a move was reckless. Should they abandon the city's defenses and launch an offensive, the human mecha awakened warriors would inevitably suffer massive casualties. Worse still, a single misstep could lead to total annihilation, leaving Blackstone County utterly defenseless and abandoned. Not so. Su Wenhe shook his head, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. If that won't work and this won't work, then tell me what exactly should we do now? Seeing Su Wenhe shake his head again, Zhu Gahao couldn't help but grow irritated. He was the one who opposed full-scale defense, and he was the one who refused to launch a full-scale attack against the demonic hordes. Now he was determined to see what Su Wenhe was really scheming in his mind. That depends entirely on young Master Zhao. Su Wenhe smiled faintly, his gaze shifting to Zhao Wushuang beside him. Why look at me? Zhao Wushuang frowned and spoke up, stop beating around the bush. If there's something you need, just say it plainly. Within my capabilities, I'll certainly do whatever I can. This task can only be accomplished by young Master Zhao. Su Wenhe smiled faintly, then retrieved several photographs from his storage ring and distributed them to the group. Pointing to the figure of a demonic beast in one photograph, Su Wenhe took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on Zhao Wushuang. Before rushing here to assist, I conducted thorough intelligence gathering. The demonic beast in this photo is the young Tiger King, the only son of the fierce Tiger Demon King who commands this demonic army. He is considered a prodigy among demons, possessing formidable strength. So you're saying you want me to confront the Tiger Demon King's only son and eliminate him? Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow slightly, then suddenly brightened as an idea struck him. Correct. Su Wenhe nodded with a smile. This young Tiger King possesses peak 5th tier cultivation. With his formidable combat prowess, he can fight opponents of higher tiers. Even a low-grade 6th tier demon might not be his match. Therefore, this task can only be accomplished by you, young Master Zhao.
That shouldn't be a problem.
Elder Su likely means that if I slay this young Tiger King, the Demon King of the Mighty Tigers, as the commander of this force, will surely fly into a rage and launch a desperate assault on Blackstone County. At that point, we can rely on the defenses of Blackstone County to engage this demonic army in a decisive battle to the death. Recalling Su Wenha's specific request for him to slay this peak 5th tier young Tiger King, Zhao Wushuang had already formed his suspicions. He cast a probing glance at Su Wenha. Hearing Zhao Wushuang's words, Su Wenha burst into laughter. "Ha, you truly understand me, young Master Zhao." Waving his feather fan, he pointed at the photo of the Tiger Cub King.
"We cannot leave the city to attack proactively, but we absolutely cannot sit idly by and wait for death.
Therefore, we must devise a way to lure the demon army into attacking us and attacking with reckless abandon, disregarding all consequences. Only then can we leverage the advantage of Blackstone County's walls and defenses to win this war in spectacular fashion. And as the sole son of the Tiger Demon King, the young Tiger King is the perfect spark." Zhuge Hao, having grasped the full picture, suddenly realized this truth and chimed in from the side.
"Exactly." Su Wenha nodded. "But where is this young Tiger King? What if he remains by the Demon King's side? How then would I ever get the chance to strike him down?"
Suddenly, Zhao Wushuang spoke up unexpectedly.
This was his concern. If he could kill the young Tiger King right under the Demon King's nose, why bother with all these worries? He could simply slay the Tiger Demon King outright, then seize the moment when the demon army's morale collapsed to launch a counterattack. Wouldn't that resolve all his concerns?
But the crux was this: the Demon King of the Fierce Tigers was far too powerful. Even Zhao Wushuang, whose strength had been steadily increasing, was no match for him. Moreover, the Demon King of the Mighty Tigers stood at the very center of the 100,000-strong demon army. Charging in would inevitably draw the assault of the entire horde.
Even with his blazing speed, there would be no return. Rest assured, young Master Zhao. I've already scouted the little Tiger King's location. We're only waiting for your command to move out. Su Wenha smiled faintly, unfolding a map and pointing to a demon stronghold north of Blackstone County. According to my intelligence, this young Tiger King isn't even accompanying the Demon King. He commands his own forces stationed here, facilitating raids on surrounding towns and blocking reinforcements from our human brethren. Shaking his head, Su Wenha sighed. My detailed knowledge stems from our first wave of reinforcements being ambushed by this little Tiger King. Over 20 of our 5th tier or higher mecha squads were annihilated, a devastating loss. Su Wenha was not lying about this point.
The others were well aware of this incident. Had it not been for this, Su Wenha wouldn't possess such detailed intelligence on Little Tiger King and the Fierce Tiger Demon King, nor would he have conducted such thorough investigations before departure.
So that's why.
Seeing Su Wenha's somber and grief-stricken expression, the others silently nodded in unison. Now that they understood the full story, their gazes inevitably turned toward Zhao Wushuang. With such an opportunity at hand, they naturally hoped Zhao Wushuang would agree to lead his mecha squadron in a preemptive strike to slay the Tiger Cub King. Then, by deliberately provoking the Tiger Demon King, they could force it to launch an all-out assault on Blackstone County at any cost.
We earnestly request young Master Zhao's cooperation in this matter. Should this mission succeed, I shall truthfully report your merits to the higher-ups. Moreover, 10% of all spoils from this battle shall belong entirely to young Master Zhao. Zhuge Hao rose to his feet and bowed respectfully to Zhao Wushuang. Wu Hailong and Zhang Dahai chimed in from the side. This plan is absolutely feasible. Of course, we cannot let Brother Zhao take all the risks alone. We are both willing to each command a mech squadron to support Brother Zhao in his actions. If the Tiger Cub King isn't by the Demon Tiger King's side, then this plan is indeed feasible. Before Zhao Wushuang could finish speaking, Zhuge Hao's communication device suddenly sounded an emergency alert. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill beeps echoed incessantly. Zhuge Hao hurriedly activated the device, whereupon a panicked voice blared, "Demons have launched a full-scale uprising. Major cities across the 4 southern provinces are under comprehensive attack. All garrison forces are to enter emergency combat readiness. Units with spare capacity must immediately reinforce county seats." Chapter 150, Taking Action Part 1. What? Zhuge Hao's face paled instantly. He rose to his feet involuntarily, his lips turning white. Those present felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts, their faces clouded with worry. The atmosphere instantly grew oppressively heavy. If it had only been the major counties of Luzhang City under siege by the demonic hordes, they could have handled it. They could have slowly cleared the demons, holding their ground until reinforcements from other regions arrived. But now it was different. Now, all the major counties across the 4 provinces of Jiangnan had been invaded by demons. It was safe to say that nearly 1/5 of the entire land of Huaxia was now ravaged by demonic chaos, with urgent distress signals pouring in from every direction. Such a large-scale demonic invasion had not occurred in nearly a century, perhaps not even in the past 500 years.
Such a sudden upheaval naturally caused everyone present to lose their composure, their hearts filled with a sense of impending doom. Zhao Wushuang's heart sank as well, his expression darkening and his brow furrowing.
This massive demonic disturbance was likely premeditated. Soon, the entire Jiangnan region would be engulfed in war.
While this would allow him to swiftly slay demonic beasts and gain vast amounts of energy points, it would also bring even greater danger.
After all, the demons invading Luzhang City alone weren't overwhelmingly powerful. He could easily handle defending some counties with his own strength, even launching large-scale hunts to gain energy points. However, if the scale expanded to encompass the entire Jiangnan region, it would far exceed the scope of a 9th-tier demon king's invasion. It was highly likely that transcendent-level demon kings would be mobilized.
And once battles between transcendent-level beings erupted, even the slightest carelessness could lead to being caught in the crossfire, facing utter annihilation.
Power.
Zhao Wushuang drew in a sharp breath, clenching his fists tightly. In this moment, how desperately he craved power. This sense of dread, this feeling of placing his very life and safety in the hands of others, was unbearably painful.
So, should we still proceed with the plan?
Amidst the silence, Wu Hailong timidly spoke up from the side.
Of course we proceed. Leave everything to me.
Within half a day at most, I will take the head of that young Tiger King and lure the fierce Tiger Demon King into a full-scale attack. Zhao Wushuang declared with unwavering resolve. Indeed, the arrow is on the string and must be released. While the 4 southern provinces are now under full demonic invasion, it won't pose a major threat to us here in the short term.
It merely means reinforcements from elsewhere will be scarce.
Under these circumstances, we must rely primarily on ourselves.
Su Wenhan nodded in agreement. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the group again. We certainly cannot sit idly by and await our doom. The best course is to eliminate the Tiger Demon King's demonic army first. Only then will we gain breathing room and perhaps even spare forces to aid other counties. This was the best option available. If we sit idly by, once the fierce Tiger Demon King joins forces with the other demon armies, the entire Blackstone County will be doomed. As for them, those with the means might escape to safety, but what of the rest of Blackstone County? Should Blackstone County fall, 99% of its human inhabitants would perish. This was an outcome they could not bear to witness. Therefore, the only option now is to take a risky gamble to launch a preemptive strike and lure the Tiger Demon King into attacking us first. You speak wisely, Wenha. Regardless of reports from other fronts, we must focus solely on executing this plan now, resolving Blackstone County's immediate crisis. Zhu Gahao steadied his composure, his gaze turning to Zhao Wushuang. His eyes held profound sincerity as he declared, "In that case, this battle rests upon you, young Master Zhao." "No problem. This is also for my own sake."
Zhao Wushuang waved dismissively, then immediately led the mecha squad including Wu Hailong, Zhang Dahai, and Gao Kuahai out of the county government compound with purposeful strides. With Wu Hailong, Zhang Dahai, and others assisting him, plus the mecha squad he commanded, Zhao Wushuang was utterly confident he could achieve a swift victory and secure the Tiger King's head amidst the chaos. As they exited the county government compound, Wu Hailong and Zhang Dahai followed closely behind Zhao Wushuang.
Zhang Dahai, curious, asked, "Young Master Zhao, when do we depart? What's the plan?" "Now."
Zhao Wushuang's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam.
"As for the plan, we charge straight in.
Each of you lead your mecha squad to hold off the little Tiger King's minions.
Give me 10 minutes.
Within 10 minutes, I will break through the chaos and slay the little Tiger King."
"Ha? We're only supposed to distract the other demons? We don't need to help deal with little Tiger King?" Zhang Dahai asked, his expression shocked.
Zhao Wushuang shook his head.
"No need. I alone am sufficient. All fear stems from insufficient strength. Before true might, all scheming proves futile."
Therefore, Zhao Wushuang planned to force a breakthrough. He would use Wu Hailong, Zhang Dahai, and the others to distract the other demons while he ventured deep alone to slay the Tiger King.
Moreover, the situation was urgent. Demon invasions had erupted across all 4 provinces of Jiangnan. He had to act swiftly.
Only by doing so could he gain more energy points, rapidly enhance his strength, and secure greater control over his own fate amidst this war-torn chaos.
With that, Zhao Wushuang levitated into the air.
Waving his hand, he led Gao Kuahai and the others toward the little Tiger King's encampment. Wu Hailong and Zhang Dahai exchanged glances before swiftly following in pursuit. North of Blackstone County, Chifeng Mountain.
A thick haze of blood hung in the air, the pungent stench overwhelming. Human corpses, scrubbed clean, were tossed into boiling cauldrons.
As the thick smoke billowed and the aroma wafted out, cheers and raucous laughter erupted from the surrounding tents. Within the largest tent, the Tiger King sat enthroned, relishing human bones and sipping fine wine. Below him, 5th and 6th tier demon kings of varying strength sat side by side. At the center, several 2nd tier fox demons danced gracefully, radiating an alluring aura. What a thrill! What a thrill! Feasting on wine and human bones, the little Tiger King roared with laughter. He casually pulled a fox spirit into his arms and beamed at the crowd. "Everyone, in recent days we've repelled several human mecha squads. Beyond that, we've utterly destroyed these 2 towns, securing vast quantities of blood soul pearls. Once this battle concludes, I guarantee every one of you will achieve a comprehensive breakthrough in power.
Ah, young master speaks truly. Yet our achievements today are largely thanks to your efforts.
A wild wolf king hastily raised his wine cup, flattering the young tiger king.
Indeed, indeed.
Without young master's terrifying strength, how could we have so smoothly destroyed 2 towns in such a short time? The other demon kings swiftly raised their cups, rising to their feet in unison to shower the young tiger king with flattery.
Hearing the flattery from so many demon kings, the young tiger king felt a surge of elation and burst into hearty laughter. Boom!
Suddenly, thunder and lightning erupted outside the tent, followed by a series of explosive booms.
Chapter 151, The Move Part 2.
The expressions of all the demon kings inside the tent changed abruptly as their gazes instinctively turned toward the entrance.
What's happening?
Wild Wolf Demon King, Mountain Goat Demon King, go outside and investigate.
Hearing the deafening explosions outside the tent, Little Tiger King's expression instantly turned grim as he swiftly ordered the Wild Wolf Demon King and the Goat Demon King. We are also willing to go out and investigate.
Seeking to curry favor with the young Tiger Demon King, the Tree Demon King rose and spoke as the Wild Wolf Demon King and Goat Demon King were standing up.
Very well. All of you, go out. You have 15 minutes. Make sure to eliminate every last one of the intruders.
Seeing numerous demon kings volunteering, the young Tiger King's expression softened slightly.
He waved his hand decisively and issued his command.
He kept the remaining 2 demon kings, whose strength was not particularly formidable, to accompany him as he continued to enjoy the fox demons singing and dancing.
After all, in the young Tiger King's estimation, the 4 southern provinces were now under full-scale demonic invasion. The counties and cities elsewhere simply couldn't spare any powerful awakened to come to their aid.
Under these circumstances, the 2 6th-tier demon kings and several 5th-tier demon kings under his command were more than sufficient to handle the situation.
Come, keep eating.
The little Tiger King waved dismissively, pulling the fox spirit into his embrace. Feeding from her hands, he ate with relish.
Rumble.
Just as the young tiger savored the human bones in his perfect form, deafening claps of thunder and flashes of lightning erupted once more. Outside the tent, scalding blood splattered everywhere. As the scent of blood spread, the young Tiger King's indifferent expression vanished instantly, replaced by a flash of gravity in his eyes.
He frowned and shouted toward the tent entrance, "What's going on? Haven't you dealt with it yet?"
Yet, beyond the tent, there was no response, only the crackling explosions of thunder and lightning.
The
young Tiger King's frown deepened.
Let's go out and see for ourselves.
The remaining 2 5th-tier demon kings hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. Volunteering to investigate, they lifted the tent flap at the young Tiger King's nod and strode out.
Put!
Scorching blood splattered.
Crack! In an instant, the crack of lightning echoed once more.
Immediately after, 2 massive heads rolled back inside. Little Tiger King stared in shock. They were the 2 5th-tier upper-grade demon kings who had just left. As the heads rolled in, the tent fell deathly silent. The fox demons trembled, cowering in corners, too terrified to make a sound. The young Tiger King slowly rose to his feet, his body radiating a thick aura of demonic energy. A spear materialized in his hand as his gaze fixed intently on the tent entrance.
Who's there? Playing tricks?
The young Tiger King roared loudly, his voice tinged with tension.
Crack!
Another bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Amidst the flash, the tent flap slowly lifted. A figure clad in a dark purple mecha suit entered, wings unfurling from its back as terrifying lightning crackled across its entire form.
Your Little Tiger King?
Zhao Wushuang held the photograph, compared it to Little Tiger King's features, and nodded decisively, no doubt about it.
Who are you? How did you get into my command tent?
Feeling the imposing aura emanating from Zhao Wushuang, Little Tiger King tightened his grip on his spear, swallowing hard as he spoke.
Though Zhao Wushuang's cultivation level appeared far weaker than his own, the terrifying pressure radiating from him sent a chill down Little Tiger King's spine. Who am I?
Ha!
You'll find the answer on the road to the underworld.
Zhao Wushuang chuckled coldly. A flash of wind swept past. Zhao Wushuang's figure flickered rapidly, leaving trails of phantom images blooming within the tent as terrifying lightning spread.
Slash!
In the blink of an eye, Zhao Wushuang materialized beside the Tiger Cup King, his purple thunder cleaver slashing through the air with brutal force.
A terrifying blade light erupted.
Sensing the deadly threat, the young Tiger King swiftly sidestepped while simultaneously swinging his spear in a rapid arc.
Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed.
The spear and the purple lightning wind-splitting blade collided, sending waves of terrifying shock rippling outward.
Amidst the deafening blast and surging shockwaves, the entire tent exploded, revealing the scene outside.
Outside the tent, bodies lay strewn haphazardly. In the distance, a light barrier enveloped the area. This was a soundproof barrier. Within this isolated zone, the Demon King who had exited earlier and his demonic army were locked in fierce combat.
Don't look. They won't be out for at least 15 minutes.
Zhao Wushuang spoke calmly, his gaze upon the young Tiger King as cold as death.
And you? You won't last a quarter of an hour under my blade. The plan proved far simpler than he'd anticipated.
This Tiger King had been far too careless, failing to set up even the slightest defense. Moreover, he'd foolishly dispatched all his demon kings. Otherwise, Zhao Wushuang would have faced far greater difficulty in confronting the young Tiger King one-on-one, potentially even facing a coordinated assault from multiple demon kings.
But now, with only the young Tiger King remaining, Zhao Wushuang held absolute dominance.
He estimated it would take roughly half an incense stick's worth of time to dispose of him.
Arrogant.
Hearing Zhao Wushuang boast that he wouldn't last a quarter of an hour under his blade, the Tiger King flew into a rage. Today, I will prove. The little Tiger King raised his spear, his body radiating intense demonic energy. But before he could finish his threat, Zhao Wushuang vanished in an instant, replaced by a bolt of lightning streaking toward his target. Boom! In an instant, the lightning bolt swelled to monstrous proportions. An overwhelming, irresistible force erupted, exploding violently within his chest.
Put!
Struck by this devastating blow, the little Tiger King spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale.
Damn it! How could this human mecha awakener be so fast? Staggering back several steps, the little Tiger King gritted his teeth. Yet he dared not delay.
Demon energy surged rapidly across his body, simultaneously enveloping him in a pitch-black shield. Only with the shield's emergence did a flicker of security stir within the little Tiger King's heart. Without hesitation, the moment the shield materialized, the young Tiger King swung his spear. A sky filled with blazing flames ignited, transforming into a colossal fiery tiger that lunged toward Zhao Wushuang's flickering phantom high in the air.
Die for me!
The young Tiger King unleashed his full power.
The colossal flaming tiger split into three, its might not diminished but amplified.
This was the young Tiger King's ultimate divine technique, a move that had claimed the lives of countless human mecha awakened warriors. He was certain that if this strike connected with Zhao Wushuang, it would either kill him or leave him gravely wounded. Yet before his attack could reach Zhao Wushuang, a terrifying blade light suddenly blossomed before him.
Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed, thunder crackling across the sky.
Amidst the crackling sounds, the little Tiger King's shield shattered violently, his body instantly covered in wounds.
Ah!
The little Tiger King let out a piercing scream. Under the assault of the terrifying blade energy and thunder, blood spurted rapidly from his body. His once massive form was violently sent flying backward, smashing through several boulders in succession.
Chapter 152, The Slaying. Zhao Wushuang leapt into the air, his wind and thunder wings flapping behind him. His entire form transformed into a ball of lightning, streaking through the sky. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside the tumbling cub. Terrifying lightning erupted as the blade flashed. The purple lightning-piercing wind blade slashed down with brutal force, striking the young Tiger King's body. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Before the little Tiger King could react, Zhao Wushuang's purple lightning-piercing wind blade struck again. Blood spurted from its mouth as its body slammed into the ground, carving a massive, deep crater. Had it not been for his protective artifact activating at the critical moment, the little Tiger King would have been cleaved in two by Zhao Wushuang's blade, dead beyond any hope of revival. No! The excruciating pain and the shattering of his protective artifact made the little Tiger King scream in agony. He roared with intense resentment. Zhao Wushuang paid no heed to the cub's anguished cries or his look of bitter resentment. The purple thunder wind splitting blade in his hand came crashing down once more. Swift wind thunderflame slash. This time, Zhao Wushuang unleashed his ultimate divine technique, the whirlwind thunderflame slash. He refused to give the little Tiger King any chance to recover, striking while the iron was hot. Zhao Wushuang believed that under this strike, even if the little Tiger King possessed other protective trump cards, he would be gravely wounded and utterly powerless to retaliate. Feeling the terrifying blade bearing down upon him, little Tiger King's eyes widened in terror. Before he could even react, a searing pain erupted in his chest. Put! Scorching blood spattered. The little Tiger King stared down in utter disbelief. His chest had been cleaved clean through, his upper and lower half severed into two distinct pieces. His eyes widened in defiance, his mouth gaping as if to speak, but only scalding blood gushed forth before life slipped away. Boom! The young Tiger King's body crashed to the ground. He shattered into his original form upon impact, creating a massive crater with a deafening crash. Congratulations, host, for slaying a peak 5th tier little Tiger King. You have earned energy points. The system's voice echoed in Zhao Wushuang's ears. Zhao Wushuang glanced at the colossal tiger corpse within the crater. This was the little Tiger King's true form, enormous in size, stretching tens of meters in length. This Tiger King had indeed proven a formidable foe. In terms of overall strength, it surpassed most lower-tier 6th-tier beasts, and even some mid-tier ones. Moreover, it was protected by numerous life-saving treasures. Were it not for these advantages, Zhao Wushuang, with his current terrifying strength, would have dispatched it with a single strike long ago. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Wushuang swiftly stored the little Tiger King's massive corpse into his storage ring. Then, wielding the purple lightning-piercing wind blade, his figure flickered rapidly, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged directly toward the other demons.
Congratulations, host, on hunting a 4th tier low-grade demonic beast.
Energy points acquired. Congratulations, host, on slaying a mid-tier 4th ranked demonic beast. Energy points acquired.
Congratulations, host, for slaying a 5th tier high-grade demonic beast.
Energy points acquired.
As Zhao Wushuang continued his relentless slaughter, the system's notifications echoed incessantly in his ears. The battlefield wasn't solely populated by 4th and 5th tier demons, it also teemed with numerous 2nd and 3rd tier demonic beasts. However, these were not Zhao Wushuang's targets. With his current power increase, the energy points gained from 2nd and 3rd tier demonic beasts had significantly diminished compared to before. Therefore, in this battle, Zhao Wushuang naturally focused solely on hunting demons of tier 4 and above. Only by doing so could he gain more energy points, while also alleviating the pressure on Wu Hailong, Gao Kuai, and the others.
Amidst the relentless slaughter,
in just a mere quarter of an hour, with the support of Wu Hailong, Zheng Dahai, Gao Kuai, and others, Zhao Wushuang led the 3 mecha squads to slaughter nearly 10,000 demonic beasts. Zhao Wushuang claimed the highest tally among them. Leveraging his formidable strength, he single-handedly felled 2,000 to 3,000 demons from the horde, including over 100 of the 4th tier or higher. With such massive slaughter, especially of high-quality demons, the energy points on Zhao Wushuang's attribute panel skyrocketed. Combined with the points accumulated over the past few days while supporting various townships and intercepting demonic creature squads, Zhao Wushuang's system now held over 80 million energy points.
Once I return, I should go into seclusion and expend all these energy points to dramatically enhance my strength.
Gazing at the energy points displayed on his system interface, Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself, his eyes burning with fervor. If he channeled these 80+ million energy points into enhancing his own power, then when the great battle erupted, even facing the Tiger Demon King, Zhao Wushuang would still have some confidence in handling it provided he had allies to support and assist him. As for whether he could slay it, that naturally depended on just how much these 80 million points would enhance his abilities.
Senior brother Zhao.
While Zhao Wushuang examined the system interface, Wu Hailong, who was clearing the battlefield, looked at him with a complex expression.
What is it?
Zhao Wushuang turned to Wu Hailong. Wu Hailong gave a wry smile and shook his head.
Nothing really.
It just struck me how laughable my earlier thoughts were. I've been thinking about competing with you on the battlefield, seeing who could slay more enemies. But now I see that whether it's one-on-one combat or large-scale demon beast hunts, I'm nowhere near your level. Reflecting on his earlier ambitions, Wu Hailong couldn't help but feel a wave of absurdity wash over him.
He had truly been a frog in a well.
Though he had gained a rare inheritance through a stroke of luck, there were always those more skilled than him, and the sky was limitless. Relying solely on this inheritance, he might surpass Wang Zhongtian or even Chu Feiyan, but compared to Zhao Wushuang, he fell far short.
Ha ha, what's the big deal? Isn't it better for Blackstone County as a whole that I'm more powerful?
Zhao Wushuang flashed him a smile.
He had never once looked down on Wu Hailong.
After all, his current achievements were entirely due to the system's assistance. If he had relied solely on his own talent, he would likely have ended up as mediocre as Wang Hao, or even fallen short of Ndamo.
That's true. Ha, since I can't compete with you, I'll compete with Zheng Dahai instead. We'll see who hunts more demon beasts. Wu Hailong laughed heartily too, wrapping an arm around Zheng Dahai beside him and winking at him. Zheng Dahai chuckled and nodded. Alright, let's see who hunts more demon beasts. We'll have to strive to hunt as many as possible.
If we can't even match a fraction of what young Master Zhao hunts, we'll be a laughingstock.
We'll have to work hard then. My senior brother Zhao's strength is truly monstrous.
At his current rate of growth, it won't be long before he becomes a powerhouse above the 9th rank. Wu Hailong laughed heartily, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes as he looked at Zhao Wushuang. Such a prodigiously gifted cultivator, coupled with his mastery of the way of slaughter, this rate of advancement was unprecedented. He was undoubtedly the most powerful and promising genius to emerge in all of Huaxia in nearly 1,000 years.
Chapter 153, Seclusion. Alright, enough with the flattery.
Zhao Wushuang chuckled, glancing at the cleared battlefield before waving his hand.
Let's go. This isn't a place to linger. If the Tiger Demon King leads his army here, we'll be trapped like fish in a barrel.
With that, Zhao Wushuang led Gao Kuai and the others, transforming into streaks of light as they sped toward the heart of Blackstone County. Wu Hailong and Zheng Dahai followed closely behind, daring not to hesitate for a moment. They weren't afraid of death, but they certainly didn't want to waste any more time and risk being surrounded by the fierce Tiger Demon King.
Such a death would be utterly humiliating, a worthless end indeed.
They swiftly returned to Blackstone County.
County Government Office. Zhu Gahao, Su Wenhe, and the others were watching intently.
When they saw Zhao Wushuang, Wu Hailong, and the others returning victorious, relieved smiles spread across their faces.
Ha ha ha.
Young Master Zhao truly possesses divine might. With you here, Blackstone County will be impregnable. Perhaps we can even annihilate the entire army of the fierce Tiger Demon King. The moment Zhao Wushuang touched down, Zhu Gahao approached with evident excitement, grasping his hand in a hearty laugh, his demeanor warm and cordial.
Zhu Gahao's warmth was genuine.
After all, the safety of the entire Blackstone County now rested largely on Zhao Wushuang, its strongest warrior. Moreover, throughout the entire Blackstone County, only Zhao Wushuang, with his supreme strength, could hold his own against the demon king of the fierce tigers when his army attacked.
Any other opponent would likely fall in battle before long.
Facing Zhu Gao's passionate enthusiasm, Zhao Wushuang smiled faintly and waved his hand.
These are simply my duties.
Confronting the tiger demon king sooner is beneficial for us all.
Su Wenha nodded in agreement beside him.
Indeed, now that this matter is settled, the demon king tiger will likely launch a fierce assault soon. Blinded by rage, he'll throw his entire army into the fray. That will be our moment to strike. We have a strong chance to annihilate his forces entirely. Of course, there's also the possibility we won't be able to withstand the demon king's assault, leading to the fall of Blackstone County and the loss of its people.
So everyone must be prepared for that outcome as well. Su Wenha added from the side.
This plan offered substantial rewards, with a reasonable chance of annihilating the demon king's entire army and temporarily lifting the crisis over Blackstone County.
But equally, the risks were immense. Should we lack sufficient strength to resist, Blackstone County would fall prematurely, its people slaughtered and the city utterly overrun by the demonic hordes.
Over 1 million human citizens within the county would perish at the hands of the demons.
Elder Su, estimate for us how long before the fierce tiger demon king fully engages Blackstone County in all-out war?
Zhao Wushuang turned his gaze to Su Wenha, his expression thoughtful as he posed the question. Su Wenha pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. It should be around 3 days. Based on the battle reports you've sent, the demonic army of the young Tiger King has been completely annihilated. It will take time for this intelligence to reach the mighty Tiger Demon King's ears, and he will also need time to gather his demonic forces. By my estimation, it will take at least 3 days.
3 days?
Zhao Wushuang pondered for a moment. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Very well, let's provisionally count on 3 days. While hunting down the young Tiger King earlier, I gained some insights. I need to seclude myself for 3 days.
By the time I emerge, my strength might have increased. An epiphany?
Wu Hailong beside him suddenly widened his eyes, staring at Zhao Wushuang in disbelief.
Senior brother Zhao, you're too monstrous.
If you seclude yourself for 3 days, your strength will likely undergo another terrifying increase.
I hope so.
Zhao Wushuang laughed heartily, gave Wu Hailong and the others a final reminder, then stepped directly into the secluded meditation chamber specially arranged for him by Zhu Gao. Furthermore, to demonstrate his sincerity, Zhu Gao had specially gathered a vast array of cultivation aiding materials. The sheer value of this collection alone reached hundreds of millions of Federation credits.
But it was all worth it.
Zhao Wushuang had sacrificed too much and contributed too greatly in this battle.
Once the battle concluded, the sale of those demon beast corpses and materials alone would yield an unimaginable fortune in Federation currency. Zhao Wushuang's talent is truly monstrous. How long has it been since he last went into seclusion to break through?
Watching Zhao Wushuang's retreating figure enter the secluded chamber, Zhu Gao shook his head, his eyes filled with admiration and envy.
One with such monstrous talent, if he didn't perish, would surely rise above the transcendent realm. He might even claim a spot on the future supreme rulers list. It's only natural.
Zhao Wushuang cultivates the way of slaughter. As long as he manages the negative emotions it generates, he'll be like a meat grinder in battle. And after every large-scale slaughter in a major conflict, he has a high chance of achieving breakthroughs and insights. Su Wenha stroked his handlebar mustache, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Deep down, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy.
The way of slaughter.
When it came to cultivation advancement speed, among the myriad paths, the way of slaughter was the most potent.
With relentless slaughter and sufficient resources to support it, one's cultivation would encounter few major bottlenecks.
Moreover, beyond cultivation speed, the way of slaughter also ranked among the foremost paths in enhancing one's actual combat prowess.
Should Zhao Wushuang one day comprehend the realm of slaughter, his transcendence would be a certainty.
A place on the supreme list of the world would undoubtedly be his.
Enough.
Instead of envying others, we should focus on honing our own cultivation. Wu Hailong waved his hand beside him, smiling as he spoke. Senior brother Zhao's strength and power benefits us all.
While he's in seclusion, we must thoroughly fortify Blackstone County.
We await the Demon Tiger King's assault for our final decisive battle.
Exactly.
How we counter the Tiger King's full-scale assault is the crucial question. We must deploy our forces early to defend Blackstone County. Even if we can't annihilate the Tiger Demon King's army, we must rout them and lift the siege on Blackstone County.
Zhu Gao nodded.
His heart pounded with tension. The battle 3 days hence would determine the fate of over 1 million human citizens in Blackstone County and his own future.
Should they lose this battle, the lives of over 1 million human citizens in Blackstone County would be lost.
As for him, he would naturally have no face to live on this earth. Victory, however, would not only save the lives of Blackstone County's millions but also allow them to spare forces to support other counties. It could even alter the course of the war across thousands of miles surrounding Blackstone County. Then he would have earned a great merit. Once the battle concluded, he would no longer be merely the lord of a small county like Blackstone.
Chapter 154, Simulation, Fusion. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Within the secret chamber, Zhao Wushuang stood clad in the Han Yuan armor. Lightning surged and exploded within the armor's intricate circuits, spreading outward like a thunderous tribulation descending from the heavens. Amidst the terrifying explosions of dense lightning, the entire chamber rumbled, the floor trembled incessantly, and the walls quivered slightly. Were it not for the formidable array stabilizing the space, the sheer force of the explosive shockwaves alone would have instantly obliterated this secluded chamber. At this moment, the purple-black hue of Zhao Wushuang's mecha deepened further, and the lightning emanating from his body grew even more terrifying. The netherworld thunderflame had now completed its evolution. After expending 15 million energy points, Zhao Wushuang ascended from the transcendent realm to the first tier of the primordial god realm.
With the evolution of the netherworld thunderflame, Zhao Wushuang's Han Yuan mecha had grown significantly larger than before.
Clad in the mecha armor, Zhao Wushuang now stood over 2 meters tall. Terrifying lightning crackled and spread across his body, continuously erupting in explosions.
Within the armor, patterns of lightning danced, radiating an aura of utter destruction.
Seated cross-legged at the chamber's center, his body radiating a terrifying aura of annihilation, Zhao Wushuang resembled a monstrous ball of thunder. The netherworld thunderflame has evolved. I never imagined that beyond the transcendent tier lies the first god tier.
And the netherworld thunderflame even has a plus sign above it. Doesn't that mean I can advance to the second or even third stage of the primordial god realm? If the netherworld thunderflame can do this, then surely my other techniques can as well?
Zhao Wushuang drew a deep breath, staring at the transformation of the netherworld thunderflame on his attribute panel, his mind filled with astonishment. His status and rank were still too low to access higher-level knowledge and experience. Yet he was certain that among the human race, there must be many powerful individuals possessing primordial god-tier abilities. It was simply that his own rank was insufficient, preventing him from accessing or even hearing such information.
The evolution of the netherworld thunderflame will boost my power tremendously.
And now that I have a full 60 million energy points, I must enhance myself in every aspect.
Then, I'll have absolute confidence in taking down the Tiger Demon King.
Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself. With his growing strength, he now brimmed with confidence. As the great battle loomed, the sense of impending doom in his heart eased slightly. His gaze fell upon his attribute panel. After a moment's thought, Zhao Wushuang decided against further enhancing the netherworld thunderflame. For although the previous evolution of the netherworld thunderflame had brought him an incredibly terrifying increase in strength, but that had merely been its transformation from the transcendent tier to the early god tier. If he continued to enhance it at the initial god stage, the resulting power boost would undoubtedly be far less significant than before. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Wushuang ultimately focused his efforts on cultivating his own cultivation base and refining the Blood River Sword technique.
First, I'll enhance the Blood River Sword technique. I'm eager to see what kind of boost the Blood River Sword technique will give me after it's been upgraded to the extraordinary level once its flaws are corrected.
Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself, his mind already made up. Once the Blood River Sword technique was elevated, he would use his remaining energy points to decide whether to enhance his cultivation base or other martial arts techniques. System, simulate the advancement of the Blood River Sword technique. Zhao Wushuang commanded aloud. As his words fell silent, the system's voice echoed in his ears.
Ding. Host has successfully consumed 15 million energy points. Simulating the evolution of the Blood River Sword technique. Ding. Successfully detected host possesses the extraordinary tier dragon slaying sword technique. Shall host expend 5 million energy points to fuse them? 2 consecutive system prompts sounded. Zhao Wushuang's eyes brightened at the news. He hadn't expected to be able to fuse other transcendent level techniques. If so, wouldn't he be able to cultivate numerous first tier or high tier sword techniques in the future? Once he elevated them all to the extraordinary tier, he could fuse them one by one. Wouldn't his master technique become increasingly formidable? Hearing the prompt, Zhao Wushuang hesitated not a moment. He immediately declared, confirmed. Proceed with the evolution fusion. As soon as his words fell, waves of insights regarding sword cultivation surged into Zhao Wushuang's mind. The qi and blood within his body, along with the energy within his mecha, began to rapidly boil and burn. As vast insights flooded in, Zhao Wushuang felt an intense, throbbing expansion in his mind, accompanied by a faint, stinging pain along his meridians. Time slowly passed. Gritting his teeth against the throbbing pain in his mind, Zhao Wushuang swallowed a mind-clarifying pill. He dared not waste a single moment, urgently absorbing the vast waves of sword technique insights. Amidst this torrent of profound insights, Zhao Wushuang felt as though he had traversed an era of profound change. He was like a man locked in a dim, enclosed chamber, his body moving like a machine, day after day, year after year, diligently cultivating the sword. As if his eyes saw nothing but the blade. 3 or 4 hours passed. Zhao Wushuang slowly opened his eyes.
A sharp blade-like glint flashed within them, and a terrifying aura of blood and slaughter erupted from his body, accompanied by thunderous explosions.
Boom! The entire secluded chamber shook with thunder and lightning, the deafening roar of explosions reverberating through the air.
Amidst the terrifying explosions, Zhao Wushuang slowly rose to his feet. With a single stride, he stepped out from the swirling blood mist. Now, his mecha was tinged with a deep crimson hue, radiating a terrifying aura of slaughter. His eyes, in particular, burned with a bloodthirsty glint, as if he were about to unleash a savage, mindless slaughter at any moment.
Ding! Blood River Sword technique successfully deduced and upgraded to Transcendent rank. Additionally, it has successfully fused with the Transcendent rank Dragon Roaming Sword technique. The Blood River Sword technique has now evolved into Blood River Divine Blade. The system's voice echoed in Zhao Wushuang's ears. Zhao Wushuang gasped for breath, struggling relentlessly against the terrifying aura of slaughter surging within his mind. He rapidly circulated the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra. As waves of milky white energy surged into his mind, Zhao Wushuang's previously distorted and terrifying features gradually began to calm. Phew! Truly worthy of its name as the Transcendent level sword technique after evolution Blood River Divine Blade. That terrifying aura of slaughter. Had it not been for the Zhuang Sutran imparted to me by the Divine Dragonstar Lord, I fear I would have long since been consumed by that killing intent, my humanity extinguished, reduced to nothing more than a bloodthirsty madman. Feeling the fury of that murderous aura that had surged through his mind, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but feel a chill of dread. Chapter 155, The Great Battle Begins. Fortunately, relying on his modest mastery of the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra, Zhao Wushuang managed to suppress it. 40 million energy points remain just enough to advance my cultivation. As for any surplus, if there's still excess, I'll use it to enhance the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra. Scanning the remaining energy points on his attribute panel, Zhao Wushuang weighed his options. Without hesitation, he chose to enhance his cultivation. As 30 million energy points were consumed, a surging wave of chi, blood, and mecha energy pulsed through Zhao Wushuang's body. The text on his attribute panel blurred momentarily. When it sharpened again, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from his body, sweeping outward. 5th tier perfection. In that instant, Zhao Wushuang's cultivation reached the peak of the 5th tier. Continue. System, upgrade my Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra. Zhao Wushuang took a deep breath and silently commanded once more. After expending 30 million energy points, Zhao Wushuang's cultivation advancement left 10 million energy points remaining. This 10 million energy points perfectly matched the cost required to elevate the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra to the Great Perfection tier. Therefore, facing the newly appeared plus sign, Zhao Wushuang hesitated not a moment. With a silent incantation from Zhao Wushuang, the attribute panel displayed the rapid depletion of 10 million energy points. Simultaneously, a wave of clarity surged through Zhao Wushuang's mind, and his innate comprehension steadily intensified. Under this clarity, Zhao Wushuang felt his spiritual power and perception had grown immeasurably stronger than before. Moreover, the lingering traces of violent killing intent and other negative emotions that had once clouded his mind vanished completely with the advancement of the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing the Zhuang Sutra. It has now broken through to the Great Achievement tier. The system prompt sounded. Zhao Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, feeling the changes brought by his enhanced abilities. A faint smile touched his lips as he shifted his gaze to the attribute panel within his mind. Name, Zhao Wushuang. Mecha, Han Yuan Mecha. Rank 5th tier perfection. Abilities, Netherworld Thunderflame Initial God Tier 1, Wood Mastery Tier 9. Martial Arts, Blood River Divine Blade Superior Grade, Swift Thunder Body Tempering Technique 2nd Tier Minor Mastery, Swift Thunder Phantom Step Perfection, Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra Grand Mastery, Swift Wind Step Superior Grade. Energy Points 93, 360. At this moment, the attribute panel had undergone a complete transformation. Attribute points had dwindled to just over 93,000, and all plus signs had vanished. Moreover, following the fusion evolution, the originally transcendent-tier Dragon Roaming Sword technique had vanished without a trace. Money gone, peace of mind gained. After expending over 80 million energy points, my overall strength has undergone a qualitative transformation. With this terrifying surge in power, once I become more familiar with the changes brought by the mecha, the fierce Tiger Demon King will be no match for me either. And in this chaotic age of demons and monsters, amidst the outbreak of great wars, I now possess an additional layer of self-preservation. Feeling the terrifying power within himself, Zhao Wushuang's heart brimmed with a profound sense of security, and his confidence soared for the battles ahead. He flexed his limbs, his form darting swiftly through the air. Flashes of lightning erupted within the chamber as he rapidly familiarized himself with the control of his rapidly advancing power within the Han Yuan Mecha. November 29th, evening. The sun sank below the horizon, its dying rays like blood. Within the towering walls of Blackstone County, the biting wind howled. Bathed in the dying light, the walls seemed draped in a crimson cloak. Over 10,000 human mecha awakened stood ready on the ramparts, vigilant against the imminent onslaught of demonic forces.
Within the county walls, tens of thousands more human mecha awakened warriors stood ready, awaiting Zhu Gao's command. Amidst the tense vigil in Blackstone County, as the last rays of the setting sun faded, the ground outside the city suddenly rumbled like an earthquake. Wu Hailong and Zhang Dahai, stationed on the city walls, scanned the horizon. Dozens of miles ahead, a vast, dark horde of demons surged forward like a tidal wave. Leading the charge were over 40 demons, each radiating an aura clearly above the 6th rank. The demons are attacking. Within the city walls, the human mecha awakened warriors, already on high alert, jolted awake. Each shouted loudly, alerting their comrades nearby. Dawn! 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 Amidst the shouts, the sound of drums echoed. War drums were struck, their deep, powerful beats swiftly spreading throughout the entire Blackstone County city. Over 46-tier demon lords? What's going on? Intelligence reports stated the Tiger Demon King only commanded a dozen 6th-tier lords. Staring at the 6th-tier Demon King charging at the forefront, Zhang Dahai swallowed hard in shock, his body trembling slightly. They had miscalculated. They never imagined that after just 4 days, the fierce Tiger Demon King's attack would be so fierce, and that he would deploy over 46-tier Demon Kings as his vanguard. Faced with such a sudden turn of events, Blackstone County's prospects in this battle looked grim indeed. Where is Zhao Wushuang? Has he not emerged from seclusion yet? Quickly, go notify Zhao Wushuang. Zhu Gao, who had just climbed the city walls, stared at the vanguard of over 46-tier Demon Kings and couldn't help but be startled. Fortunately, most of these 6th-tier Demon Kings were only at the early stages of the 6th tier. Yet even this overwhelming number far exceeded what Blackstone County could withstand. And that was without even considering the terrifyingly powerful Tiger Demon King, who had yet to appear. In extreme panic, Zhu Gao shouted at the top of his lungs, his face drained of color. Now, he was starting to panic, pinning all his hopes on Zhao Wushuang, who was currently in seclusion. He desperately hoped this seclusion would yield a breakthrough for Zhao Wushuang. If not, Blackstone County would surely be destroyed, its people annihilated. Quick! Activate the highest level defenses. Load the demon-slaying cannons. When the demon horde approaches, fire without holding back. Kill. Slaughter every last one of these vermin. Kill as many as you can. Even if I die today, I'll drag this horde of demonic scum down with me. Brothers, this is a matter of life and death. Use every trick in your arsenal. We swear to defend Blackstone County to the last man. Zhang Dahai, Wu Hailong, and others roared in unison, rallying the fighting spirit of the human mecha awakened warriors on the city walls. Simultaneously, energy surged from their mechs as they gripped their weapons tightly, eyes fixed on the rapidly advancing demonic horde. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions echoed. The great battle was about to erupt. Chapter 156, Charge. Within the secret chamber, Zhao Wushuang was cultivating the Blood River Divine Blade, his mind completely immersed in the essence of blood and the Divine Blade. With each successive swing of his blade, the aura emanating from his body grew increasingly potent, unleashing terrifying waves of blade energy that erupted outward. Amidst these terrifying bursts of blade energy, Zhao Wushuang sensed something. His purple thunder wind-splitting blade swept horizontally, unleashing a dazzling crimson blade aura. Sword Intent. With that strike, Zhao Wushuang gradually grasped the embryonic form of Blade Intent. With careful refinement and as his blade mastery deepened, by integrating several more transcendent grade blades, Zhao Wushuang believed he could absolutely attain true, perfect grade blade intent. Just as Zhao Wushuang was immersed in his blade training, contemplating this nascent blade intent, the chamber door slowly creaked open. Thud! 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 A deep, muffled drumbeat echoed through the chamber, followed by deafening battle cries. Hearing the muffled drumbeats and deafening battle cries, Zhao Wushuang's eyebrows shot up, and his entire body tensed instantly. The sound of war drums meant a major battle had erupted. Lost in cultivating the rudiments of his blade intent these past days, he had completely lost track of time. Lord Zhao! The demonic hordes have invaded. Please hurry to the city walls to subdue the demons and exterminate the monsters. A mecha awakener forced open the chamber door, panting heavily as he shouted inside. Understood. Zhao Wushuang nodded. Feeling the terrifying power now coursing through his veins, a savage grin spread across his lips. Excellent. With such formidable power, he would undoubtedly lead the human army to a decisive victory in this battle, annihilating the demonic hordes. His energy points would surge dramatically, and once the battle concluded, his cultivation would undoubtedly break through to the 6th tier. As Zhao Wushuang's words fell, in the next instant, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. With a whoosh, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from the secret chamber. Whoosh! 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 Lightning streaked ceaselessly across the sky. In mere moments, Zhao Wushuang had scaled the walls of Blackstone County. At that moment, the demonic hordes were but a few miles from the county walls. From the ramparts, hundreds of cannons fired in unison, relentlessly pounding the surging demonic hordes advancing like a tidal wave. Outside Blackstone County, the thunderous roar of artillery shook the heavens.
Flames spread wildly, and amidst deafening explosions, countless demons perished in their charge. Yet the demonic hordes were overwhelmingly numerous. They surged forward like a tidal wave, and the destructive power of these 100 cannons alone was far from sufficient to inflict significant casualties upon them. Kill! Zhao Wu's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he watched the 40+ 6th tier demons charging at the forefront. He roared the command. His form flickered as he leapt directly from the towering city wall dozens of zhan high. Then, flapping his wind and thunder wings, he transformed into a bolt of lightning streaking through the air, charging toward the foremost 6th tier demons. Kill! 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 The closer he drew to the 40+ 6th tier demons, the more fiercely the blood in Zhao Wushuang's chest surged. This was his first time facing such a large number of powerful demons. He intended to see just how strong he truly was now, after enhancing himself with martial arts and mecha. Put! Lightning darted through the air as the purple thunder wind-splitting blade drew from its sheath. Zhao Wushuang charged forward swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the low-tier 6th-rank demon beast leading the charge was cleaved clean in two by his blade. Its corpse swiftly vanished into Zhao Wushuang's storage ring. Kill this arrogant human. Kill him. He's the one responsible for our young master's death. The Tiger Demon King has offered a bounty: slay this man and claim 1,000 blood soul pearls. Let's all attack together and share the spoils. Kill. The swarm of over 46th-rank demon kings never expected Zhao Wushuang to charge in alone. First, they were stunned. Then, they rejoiced. Judging by his strength and appearance, this man must be the one the Tiger Demon King sought. This was essentially 1,000 blood soul pearls walking among them. Consider this: slaughtering an entire township equivalent to exterminating tens of thousands of people would yield a mere 200 or 300 blood soul pearls at most. Zhao Wushuang standing before them, a single individual, was worth the lives of 4 or 5 townships over 100,000 human souls. How could this not stir their hearts? Kill! The battle cry shook the heavens. Over 26th tier demon kings, each possessing formidable close combat prowess, charged Zhao Wushuang simultaneously. Each unleashed their divine abilities, employing every trick in their arsenal. Some spewed blazing flames, others summoned thunderbolts, some called forth gale force winds, while others conjured flying needles from thin air. A barrage of attacks relentlessly pounded Zhao Wushuang's mecha, aiming to eliminate him instantly. As for the remaining 20 demonic beasts, they remained stationed at a distance. They were not adept at close combat but excelled at providing distant support. As the demons unleashed their full power, the 20 demons in the distance also deployed their respective abilities. A barrage of ranged attacks erupted, each strike hurtling toward Zhao Wushuang. In an instant, Zhao Wushuang found himself alone, besieged by over 40 demonic beasts. This is bad. Senior brother Zhao. Senior brother Zhao, be careful. I'm coming. Upon the city walls. Zhang Dahai, Wu Hailong, and the others watched as Zhao Wushuang appeared atop the city walls and immediately charged out. Initially filled with excitement, their faces drained of color upon seeing him instantly surrounded by over 46th tier demons. They hadn't expected Zhao Wushuang to be this fierce, nor had they anticipated that these 40+ 6th tier demons would be so coordinated, immediately launching a joint attack specifically targeting him. This was utterly insane. With such a large number of 6th tier demons unleashing all their techniques in a coordinated assault, even a 6th tier peak human awakened warrior would likely be unable to withstand it. Even a 7th tier human awakened being would be overwhelmed by such a coordinated assault from so many 6th tier demons. Without hesitation, the group leapt from the city walls, desperately boosting their speed as they rushed to Zhao Wushuang's aid. Essentially, every human awakened being of 6th tier or higher in Blackstone County poured out en masse, a total of 9 individuals. Yet these mere 9 human awakened ones were utterly insignificant compared to the 40+ 6th tier demon kings, like a drop in the bucket. Just as despair gripped the group, convinced Zhao Wushuang was doomed, his body suddenly flickered with blinding speed. He dodged swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the attacks of over 36 tier demon kings missed their mark. The remaining 10 6th tier demon kings were too close for Zhao Wushuang to evade accurately. But that no longer mattered. As the delayed strikes closed in, an earthen glow suddenly flared from Zhao Wushuang's body. His arms raised to block, a massive shield instantly enveloped him. Chapter 157, Divine Might. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar echoed through the air. The power of the Earth Spirit Orb reached its peak. Terrifying shockwaves surged outward in waves. Amidst these terrifying waves, several attacks were shattered before even reaching Zhao Wushuang's shield. The mere 2 or 3 remaining attacks that did strike his shield caused not a single scratch to Zhao Wushuang, failing even to make the shield tremble. What? What terrifying defensive power! This youth is truly terrifying. Let's all attack together. I want to see how many times he can withstand our combined assault. Watching Zhao Wushuang effortlessly evade and block the assault of over 40 demon kings, the Black Panther Demon King, commander of the vanguard under the Tiger Demon King's orders, was utterly shocked. He swiftly issued commands. Among this group of demon kings, his cultivation was the highest. Possessing a high-tier 6th rank cultivation, he naturally commanded these demon kings dispatched from other regions.
Upon hearing the Black Panther Demon King's orders, the remaining 40 plus 6th tier Demon Kings suppressed their astonishment and swiftly unleashed their divine abilities once more. Kill! Dispelling the encircling assault of over 46th tier Demon Kings, Zhao Wushuang roared. Without hesitation, his body flickered rapidly, leaving trails of afterimages blooming in the sky. Terrifying lightning spread and erupted. Phantom Thousand Blade Slash. Countless blade shadows erupted, each one incredibly fierce. Within the terrifying blade energy, a hint of nascent blade intent mingled. Having already faced the assault of over 46th tier Demon Kings, Zhao Wushuang would not grant them another chance. The mecha energy within his body surged forth. Phantom Thousand Blade Slash erupted. His figure darted through the ranks of over 46th tier Demon Kings, slashing out blade after blade with blinding speed. With his power surging to terrifying heights, Zhao Wushuang could now unleash hundreds of blade shadows with a single strike. Hundreds of blade shadows descended simultaneously. Boom! A terrifying explosion swept through the air, lightning erupted and spread, and a deafening roar echoed. Crimson aura rolled like a tidal wave, while nascent blade intent crisscrossed the battlefield. Hundreds of blade shadows descended like a torrential downpour, while Zhao Wushuang's form split into dozens of figures, each launching attacks from different directions. Puff! 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 Scorching blood spattered as massive heads plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily against the earth. In the blink of an eye, under Zhao Wushuang's Phantom Thousand Blade Slash, 7 6th tier Demon Kings fell simultaneously. Among them were 2 Demon Kings of mid-tier 6th rank cultivation. Moreover, Zhao Wushuang had intercepted and deflected the attacks of all the remaining Demon Kings. What? How is this possible? Not only did this human break through our attacks, he charged into our formation and slaughtered 7 of our Demon Kings. The remaining 30-odd 6th tier Demon Kings stared wide-eyed in horror, watching the scene unfold before them in utter disbelief. After all, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, and a flurry of punches can defeat a master. Facing such a barrage of simultaneous attacks, even a 7th tier human awakened warrior would need to respond with extreme caution. For the slightest misstep, failing to block even one strike would allow the others to follow relentlessly, unleashing explosive, consecutive damage. Yet before them, Zhao Wushuang not only parried every strike but seized the momentum to slay all 7 demon lords. Such terrifying power and speed, could this truly belong to a human awakened being at the peak of the 5th tier? The remaining 30-odd Demon Kings could scarcely believe their eyes, yet the stark reality before them left them no choice but to accept it. Kill. Slaughter every demon. Taking advantage of the momentary shock among the 30 Demon Kings, Wu Hailong, Zheng Dahai, and the others charged forward, roaring with excitement. Each unleashed their divine arts and ultimate techniques, pouring every ounce of strength into their frenzied assault on the Demon Kings. Truthfully, Wu Hailong and the others also found it hard to believe the sheer terror of Zhao Wushuang's power. But excitement overwhelmed them. Zhao Wushuang's power was so terrifying that he could move with ease amidst the assault of over 40 Demon Kings, even countering and slaying 7 of them in succession. With Zhao Wushuang by their side, Blackstone County was safe. Victory was assured. Wind! 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 Mighty! 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 Deafening roars echoed from the city walls. The human awakened warriors guarding the walls watched Zhao Wushuang's valiant display, their blood boiling with excitement and their confidence soaring. In an instant, the gloom that had shrouded their hearts dissipated. Morale soared as each fought desperately, unleashing their full might against the demonic hordes surging like a tidal wave. Shouts echoed ceaselessly as brutal combat erupted rapidly. Human awakened ones fell one after another, yet countless demons met their end as well. Zheng Dahai, Wu Hailong, and others instantly engaged 12 Demon Kings. Among them, Zheng Dahai, Wu Hailong, and Su Wen each faced off against 2 lower-tier 6th-ranked Demon Kings. With these 12 Demon Kings divided among them, Zhao Wushuang now faced only 24 Demon Kings, greatly easing the pressure. Darting and weaving through the fray, he moved with ease among the 24 Demon Kings, leaving trails of phantom images in his wake. Die for me! Seeing Zhao Wushuang's blinding speed, the Black Panther Demon King desperately unleashed his own velocity. His great blade swung down, and with the coordinated efforts of the remaining 23 Demon Kings, they charged at Zhao Wushuang with overwhelming killing intent. Nothing more than an ant shaking a tree. Zhao Wushuang sneered coldly, a flash of icy light darting through his eyes. Had it been the earlier assault by over 40 Demon Kings, he might have felt immense pressure. But now, with only 24 Demon Kings remaining, how could they possibly be his match? Gale Force Thunderblade Slash. Mecha energy surged wildly from within his body. Zhao Wushuang drew the purple lightning windbreaker blade from its sheath. The blade's momentum was ferocious, unleashing a terrifying burst of lightning. A bolt of lightning struck down fiercely from the sky. Boom! A violent explosion echoed through the air. Terrifying shockwaves radiated outward. Zhao Wushuang's mecha abruptly swelled and expanded, terrifying lightning and flames continuously erupting and spreading from within its body. The mecha, originally over 2 meters tall, surged to over 5 meters in an instant. Boom! A blade slashed out with brutal force. The embryonic form of blade intent blossomed. Immediately after, this terrifying Gale lightning flame split into 9 separate strikes. The embryonic blade intent shone brilliantly, surrounded by crackling lightning, slicing through the void with a deafening, piercing sound. The Black Panther Demon King at the forefront and the other 8 Demon Kings felt only a flash of purple lightning and fire before their eyes. Immediately after, a wave of pain washed over them as a sliver of the nascent blade intent sliced through the space between their necks. Fast. Too fast. Swift and fierce. The Black Panther Demon King and the other 8 6th-ranked Demon Kings had no time to react. With nowhere to dodge, nowhere to evade, the embryonic blade intent pierced clean through their necks. Put. 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 Scorching blood spurted and splattered, glistening with an eerie, dazzling brilliance under the fading sunset glow. In the blink of an eye, the Black Panther Demon King and the other 8 6th-ranked Demon Kings fell headless, their lives extinguished. Chapter 158, Great King, Save Me. One after another, the 6th-ranked Demon Kings fell. Among them was the Black Panther Demon King. The remaining dozen or so Demon Kings charging at the rear couldn't help but tremble with fear and chill. 9 6th-ranked Demon Kings fell in a single stroke? And among them was the Black Panther Demon King, the strongest among them in cultivation. How could such terrifying power not fill them with dread? Too terrifying. The strength of this human before us is overwhelming. His blade is so swift. Even if the Tiger Demon King struck, he couldn't possibly slay a 9-headed 6th-ranked Demon King this quickly. That blade is both swift and fierce. This youth is terrifying beyond measure. We stand no chance against him. The remaining 6th-tier Demon Kings, sensing Zhao Wushuang's overwhelming might, began to feel a surge of retreating thoughts. After all, facing such a terrifyingly powerful opponent, forget about slaying him to obtain those 1,000 blood soul pearls. Surviving his attack was already a question. Excellent. Well done. Senior Brother Zhao is mighty. With Senior Brother Zhao's might, what demons could possibly stand? Zhang Dahai, Wu Hailong, and the others, who were holding off the 12 6th-tier Demon Kings, couldn't help but cheer at the sight. Their spirits soared, their faces lighting up with joy. Their objective shifted from merely defending Blackstone County to annihilating the demons. Originally, not seeing the Tiger Demon King gather so many 6th-tier Demon Kings, he had assumed they would perish here, sacrificing themselves for the nation. Yet after just 4 days of seclusion, Zhao Wushuang's power had surged to such formidable heights. He could single-handedly hold off over 30 demonic beasts. With such terrifying might, victory for Blackstone County was assured. The demon army under the Tiger Demon King's command would be utterly annihilated. Kill. As those dozen demons cowered, Zhao Wushuang showed no mercy. After all, these creatures were nothing but walking energy points. Those not of our kind must be exterminated. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Wushuang's form flickered rapidly through the air as lightning bolts spread across the sky, seizing the moment while the demons hesitated. A dazzling blade aura blossomed, the bloodthirsty aura assaulting the senses as a frenzied killing intent swept across the entire battlefield. The Blood River Divine Blade unleashed its full might. Zhao Wushuang's eyes were now bloodshot, his entire being radiating an overwhelming aura of slaughter. He resembled a demonic warrior risen from the depths of hell. His strikes were lightning fast, dazzling blade glows continuously erupting as his form darted through the air. Each strike inevitably claimed the life of a 6th-tier Demon King. Under Zhao Wushuang's relentless slaughter, within mere breaths, the remaining 15 6th-tier Demon Kings were whittled down to a single 6th-tier upper-grade mountain-piercing Demon King. This high-tier 6th-rank mountain-piercing Demon King excelled in defense, clad in thick armor and shielded by layers of protective barriers that constantly materialized before it. With luck on its side and relying on its formidable defenses, the mountain-piercing Demon King stubbornly withstood Zhao Wushuang's repeated strikes. Yet the creature was far from unscathed. Its body was now covered in wounds, its demonic energy teetering on the brink of collapse. Another fierce attack or two from Zhao Wushuang, and the mountain-piercing Demon King would surely be unable to withstand it. Such a devastating toll naturally caught the attention of the Tiger Demon King commanding the rear forces. He had been deploying his demonic forces to launch a fierce assault on Blackstone County. He aimed to capture Blackstone County within an hour, using the blood of its millions of human inhabitants to honor his son, the young Tiger King. Yet what the fierce Tiger Demon King hadn't anticipated was that despite having dispatched over 46th-ranked Demon Kings as his vanguard, in his eyes, such overwhelming force would surely shatter Blackstone County's defenses, allowing his demonic hordes to surge through like a tidal wave and seize the entire county. But an unexpected turn of events occurred. Zhao Wushuang emerged from nowhere, single-handedly blocking the assault of over 46th-tier Demon Kings. With the support of other human awakened beings of 6th-tier cultivation, he fought with divine valor, fiercely slaying over 30 Demon Kings under the Demon King's command. Great King, we've lost over 36th-ranked Demon Kings. That human is terrifying. What should we do now? The Black Fox Demon King stood beside the fierce Tiger Demon King, trembling as he watched Zhao Wushuang slaughter enemies across the battlefield. He had served the Tiger Demon King for years, conquering countless human counties in their campaigns. Based on past battle experience, heavy Demon King casualties were not unheard of among their demonic forces.
Yet those losses had always been met with desperate human defenses. Now, however, facing Zhao Wushuang alone, they had yet to breach Blackstone County, yet had already lost over 36th-tier demon kings. Such devastating losses had reached a point where they could scarcely bear it. Damn it, Zhao Wushuang! The Tiger Demon King lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as a wave of furious energy radiated outward. According to intelligence reports, it was Zhao Wushuang who had slain his son, the Tiger Demon King. With his sworn enemy standing before him, how could the mighty Tiger Demon King not be consumed by rage? Moreover, Zhao Wushuang had slain over 30 of his beloved generals in this battle, further fueling the rage burning within the Demon King of the mighty tiger. Zhao Wushuang. First you killed my only son, then you took down my beloved generals one after another. Today, I will make sure you die without a burial place. The Tiger Demon King roared furiously. He flung the token in his hand to the Black Tiger Demon King and barked furiously, "You take command of the main army. Release the restraints on the demons under the remaining 6th-tier Demon Kings. Attack with everything you have. Charge the front lines. Assault Blackstone County with relentless fury. As for Zhao Wushuang, I will deal with him personally. I will tear him limb from limb and leave him no place to be buried." He barked the order in fury. The Black Tiger Demon King leapt into the air, a pair of jet black wings unfurling from his back. Swept by a black gale, he shot forward like a dark whirlwind, hurtling toward Zhao Wushuang, who was fighting valiantly in the distance. Kill! Zhao Wushuang's purple lightning-piercing wind blade slashed down, unstoppable, carrying overwhelming killing intent. Terrifying lightning blossomed as the blade's intent erupted into its embryonic form. This single strike shattered the void. The Mountain Demon King's eyes widened in shock. Facing this strike, he had no power left to resist. He roared in fury and refusal to accept it. He could scarcely believe that the human before him, merely a 5th-tier perfection cultivator, could possess such overwhelming power. Now, there was nowhere left to hide, nowhere to flee. "Great King, save me!" Suddenly sensing a familiar aura, the mountain-piercing Demon King's heart leapt with hope, and he roared urgently. He desperately channeled his demonic energy, even resorting to his primordial power, rapidly forming a solid shield before him. He intended to brace the blow head-on and hold out until the Tiger Demon King arrived to aid him. After expending vast amounts of primordial energy, the mountain-piercing Demon King breathed a sigh of relief. His mountain-piercing clan excelled in defense above all else. Now, by sacrificing his primordial power for full-fledged defense. No matter how formidable the human before him might be, he couldn't possibly be slain by this single strike. Boom! Chapter 159, Self-Destruction. The purple lightning-piercing wind blade slashed down with blinding speed, tearing through the void itself before crashing heavily against the mountain-piercing Demon King's shield. A terrifying explosion echoed. In an instant, demonic energy spattered across the sky. The mountain-piercing Demon King's eyes widened in terror. His shield, forged in life, shattered within half a breath. Without pause, the purple lightning wind-splitting blade continued its assault. Wrapped in raging thunder and a fierce blade intent, it swiftly sliced across the mountain-piercing Demon King's chest. Put! Scorching blood spattered everywhere. With Zhao Wushuang's full power strike, the mountain-piercing Demon King was cleaved clean in two, dead as a doornail. Swiftly stowing the corpse into his storage ring, Zhao Wushuang flickered upward, soaring rapidly to higher ground. In the next instant, the Mountain Tiger Demon King's attack arrived, striking precisely where Zhao Wushuang had just battled the Mountain Demon King. Boom! A violent explosion echoed. The air shattered, leaving a massive crater hundreds of meters wide on the ground, with countless cracks radiating outward. Within the terrifying shockwaves of the blast, thousands of demons met a gruesome end. "Zhao Wushuang, I will have you dead." Seeing Zhao Wushuang swiftly evade his attack, the Tiger Demon King flew into a rage. A massive cleaver materialized in his hand, its blade razor-sharp and gleaming with a murderous aura as he charged toward Zhao Wushuang. 6th-tier peak. The fierce Tiger Demon King. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the fierce Tiger Demon King, Zhao Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. This was no ordinary 6th-tier peak. Given the Demon King's bloodline and innate talent, his true power far exceeded the cultivation level he displayed. He could even fight above his level, matching the strength of an ordinary 7th-tier human mecha awakener. Facing such a formidable foe, Zhao Wushuang dared not underestimate him, immediately summoning every ounce of focus to counter. "The only one who will die is you." Zhao Wushuang roared back in equal fury. Terrifying lightning erupted from his body, flames boiled, and fierce winds howled. Gripping the purple lightning windbreaker blade, murderous intent flashed in Zhao Wushuang's eyes as he charged directly at the fierce Tiger Demon King. Boom! 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 The two clashed relentlessly. Each unleashed their full arsenal, colliding relentlessly in the sky. Amidst the fierce combat, they darted and twisted through the skies, swiftly shifting the battlefield, one moment soaring through the air, the next crashing to the ground. In this terrifying clash, their strengths proved evenly matched for the moment. However, Zhao Wushuang held a slight edge in speed. Harnessing the fury of the Tiger Demon King, he relentlessly maneuvered to draw him toward the densest ranks of the demonic hordes.
luring the Demon King toward the densest ranks of the demonic hordes. Moreover, he used the terrifying attack fluctuations generated by his own combat with the Demon King of the Fierce Tiger to slaughter vast numbers of demons. For a time, though Zhao Wushuang was held back by the Demon King, his energy points steadily increased. The Tiger Demon King clearly understood Zhao Wushuang's scheme to use the combat fluctuations between them to target his own demonic army. But rage had clouded his mind completely, leaving him no room for such calculations. Only one thought consumed him now: Zhao Wushuang must die. The two clashed furiously. With each clash, the energy points on Zhao Wushuang's attribute panel grew steadily. Watching the rising energy points, Zhao Wushuang's lips curled slightly, his fighting spirit surging. Almost there. Just a little more. Just a little more, and he would accumulate enough energy points to break through to the 6th tier. Then, once his cultivation broke through to the 6th tier, Zhao Wushuang was utterly confident he could slaughter the Tiger Demon King, whose current strength was nearly his equal. Meanwhile, amidst Zhao Wushuang's relentless battle with the fierce Tiger Demon King, the other engagements on the battlefield were equally brutal. The demonic hordes pressed their assault relentlessly. Flying demons unleashed ranged attacks, employing every tactic to batter the protective shields surrounding Blackstone County. Upon the city walls, human awakened warriors fell one after another. Below the walls, an unending tide of demonic forces also fell in droves. On the outer battlefields, amidst the demons' increasingly ferocious assault, Zhang Dahai, captain of Blackstone County's guard, was now surrounded by 4 6th-ranked demon kings. Originally facing 12 demon kings, their numbers had swelled to 20 with the arrival of the Tiger Demon King. Their strength had been comparable to these 12 demon kings, and though they held a slight advantage, victory remained uncertain. But with 8 more 6th-tier demon kings joining the fray, the pressure on the defenders suddenly doubled. Zhang Dahai, in particular, had been handling 2 6th-tier demon kings with ease. But now, facing for a doubling of his original foes, he was overwhelmed. He was forced back repeatedly by the relentless assault of these 4 6th-tier demon kings. Thud. In a moment of carelessness, Zhang Dahai was struck directly by a mid-tier 6th-ranked demon king. He spat blood and flew backward, his face turning deathly pale as the energy within his mecha began to show signs of dissipating. Damn it! Damn it! Spitting blood as he flew backward, Zhang Dahai watched the 4 6th-tier demon kings closing in on him once more, his heart filled with rage and despair. He knew his fate today was likely grim. However, as the captain of the local guard, protecting the human inhabitants of the county town meant he should be prepared to die in battle. That was the way of a true warrior. Zhang Dahai certainly wasn't afraid of death. Yet a bitter resentment gnawed at him, resentment that he hadn't held out until the very end. Gritting his teeth, he held on. Zhang Dahai continuously parried the encircling attacks of these 4 6th-tier demon kings. By now, he was fighting with his last ounce of strength. He desperately hoped to hold out, buying time for others to counterattack. Otherwise, once he fell, these 4 6th-tier demon kings would surely turn their attention to the other human comrades. Then defeat would come like a mountain collapsing, plunging the entire Blackstone County into crisis. Put! Another mouthful of blood spurted forth. Zhang Dahai was sent flying backward once more. His gaze swept across the battlefield, finally locking onto Zhao Wushuang. Zhao Wushuang grew stronger with every clash, relentlessly tying down the fierce Tiger Demon King while inflicting devastating casualties upon the 100,000 demonic troops below. Seeing Zhao Wushuang's heroic prowess, a relieved smile spread across Zhang Dahai's face. Kill him! Kill him! We must rush to aid the Demon King. Whoever slays Zhao Wushuang will be rewarded with 1,000 blood soul pearls. The 4 6th-tier demon kings, riding the momentum of their victory, roared excitedly. They too had noticed the fierce battle between the Tiger Demon King and Zhao Wushuang. At present, the two were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. But if the 4 of them swiftly dealt with this human mecha awakening before them and then rushed to provide support, harassing from afar, it would undoubtedly create an excellent opportunity for their Demon King. With such a remarkable achievement, the reward of 1,000 blood soul pearls would surely be theirs. With this thought, the 4 6th-tier demon kings grew even more frenzied, roaring loudly and intensifying their attacks. Hearing the exchange between these 4 6th-tier demon kings, Zhang Dahai's eyes suddenly narrowed. In the next instant, a resolute expression hardened his features. Instead of retreating, he charged directly toward the 4 6th-tier demon kings. You want to deal with Zhao Wushuang? You'll have to get past me first. With me here, you won't escape alive. Today, Zhang Dahai, captain of the Blackstone County Guard, slays the 6th-tier demon kings here. Fellow humans, protect my wife and children. A furious roar erupted. Energy surged violently within Zhang Dahai's mecha, coalescing into a colossal thunderball that swiftly enveloped the 4 6th-tier demon kings. Backup power activated. Boom! The explosive shockwave reverberated across the surrounding area for thousands of meters. In that instant, Zhang Dahai resolutely activated the backup power source, choosing self-destruction. Chapter 160, Breakthrough. A violent explosion erupted. The self-detonation of a 6th-tier human mecha awakener unleashed immense destructive force. The shockwaves engulfed the 4 6th-tier demon kings.
Boom! 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 The explosions echoed relentlessly. The 4 6th-tier demon kings hadn't anticipated Zhang Dahai's utter resolve, choosing self-destruction at this critical moment. After all, though Zhang Dahai appeared on the brink of collapse under their assault, wasn't there still a glimmer of hope? If he desperately tried to escape, as their primary target, the 4 of them wouldn't necessarily pursue him relentlessly. Instead, they would likely shift their focus to Zhao Wushuang, the more valuable prize. Yet they had underestimated Zhang Dahai's fierce resolve and his determination to defend Blackstone County. With Zhang Dahai's self-detonation, the 2 6th-tier demon kings charging at the forefront were already severely drained. Now, trapped at such close range, they had no means to evade or dodge. They were forced to bear the full brunt of the terrifying blast head-on. Boom! The deafening explosion sent terrifying shockwaves rippling out. 2 mangled, blood-soaked figures plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. These 2 mangled, blood-soaked figures were none other than the 2 6th-tier demon kings who had charged at the forefront. Caught in Zhang Dahai's self-detonation, they had nowhere to defend or evade, dragged along by Zhang Dahai to meet their end together. The remaining 2 6th-tier demon kings, positioned slightly farther away, survived Zhang Dahai's explosion. Even so, they were severely crippled by the violent shockwave, their power reduced to a fraction of what it once was, leaving them largely incapable of further combat. As for Zhang Dahai, he was utterly annihilated in the explosion, reduced to a wisp of grey smoke that drifted away. The terrifying shockwaves of the explosion, along with Zhang Dahai's furious roar in his final moments, reverberated across the entire battlefield. The human mecha awakener, hearing this, felt tears welling in his eyes. A profound sense of shared sorrow welled up within him. He had fallen. Their Blackstone County Guard captain, a powerhouse second only to Zhao Wushuang and Zhuge Hao, had perished in this battle, taking 2 6th-tier demon kings down with him. Rest in peace, old Zhang. We'll follow soon. A 6th-tier human awakener who had been particularly close to Zhang Dahai now faced the encircling assault of 3 6th-tier demon kings. He was faring no better, his situation even more dire than Zhang Dahai's had been. Only through his agile speed and formidable defense did he manage to stall these 3 6th-tier demon kings. Seeing Zhang Dahai's demise and the escalating peril of the battle, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Activate backup power source. This 6th-tier human mecha awakener surged forward, his terrifying mecha energy surging forth to rapidly envelop the 3 6th-tier demon kings. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions erupted once more. Taking advantage of the momentary shock of the 3 6th-tier demon kings, the 6th-tier human mecha awakener also chose to self-detonate. Accompanied by the terrifying roar of the explosion, the 3 6th-tier demon kings had no time to react before being obliterated by the 6th-tier mecha awakener. One of the weaker demons was even reduced to ash and smoke alongside the human mecha awakener, vanishing completely from the world. The terrifying blast swept through the air. The successive self-detonations moved the human mecha awakened deeply. They roared and bellowed in fury, venting their overwhelming rage upon the relentless waves of invading demonic forces. For a moment, the human race's momentum surged like a rainbow. Facing the threat of successive self-detonations, the demonic forces' morale plummeted rapidly. The remaining 6th-tier demonic lords dared not press their advantage, fearing others might follow Zhang Dahai and his comrades in choosing self-destruction to drag them down with them. This outcome perfectly aligned with Zhuge Hao and the others' intentions. If pushed to the absolute limit, they too would choose this method to buy time for Zhao Wushuang and alleviate the pressure. But if these 6th-tier demon kings ceased their relentless pressure, they were more than happy to oblige. They would drag out the fight, giving Zhao Wushuang ample opportunity to slay the Tiger Demon King. As for the 6th-ranked Demon Kings themselves, their reasoning was straightforward. Since they couldn't press too hard, they might as well all stall for time together. They had faith in their own king. They believed the Tiger Demon King could slay Zhao Wushuang. Once the mighty Tiger Demon King emerged victorious, wielding his formidable power, these human mecha awakened ones wouldn't even have a chance to self-destruct. Though this would greatly diminish their personal glory, safety was paramount. Far better than meeting the same fate as other demon kings, dragged down by these human mecha awakened ones in mutual destruction. This is our human hero. His heart shines as brightly as the sun and moon. Magnificent. Magnificent. Far away, Zhao Wushuang, who was locked in a relentless battle with the Tiger Demon King, felt a pang of emotion upon sensing the self-destruction of Su Dahai and that 6th-tier human mecha awakener. He understood perfectly well. The reason Zhang Dahai and that 6th-tier human mecha awakener chose to detonate themselves without hesitation, leaving no chance for survival. The primary reason was because of him. They wanted to throw their full strength into supporting him, preventing those 6th-tier demon kings from interfering in his battle with the Tiger Demon King. They sought to lessen the pressure on him. Such human heroes, how tragic. Thinking of Zhang Dahai's death, the murderous intent in Zhao Wuyan's eyes intensified. His attacks grew even more ferocious. As he absorbed vast amounts of vital energy, he momentarily managed to suppress the fierce Tiger Demon King. This was the divine effect of the Blood River Divine Blade. He grew stronger with every clash, while the fierce Tiger Demon King grew weaker. 6th tier realm, break for me.
Several more minutes passed. Gazing at the energy points on his attribute panel, he saw them surge once more, reaching the threshold required to break through to the 6th tier. At this moment, Zhao Wushuang hesitated no longer. If he fought the Tiger Demon King with his current strength, he might win in the end, but it would take at least 1 or 2 hours of fierce combat. With the battle now critical, he could wait no longer. To prevent more human mecha from awakening only to perish, Zhao Wushuang resolutely chose to break through on the battlefield. A massive surge of energy points poured forth, depleting the entire 50 million points until less than 10,000 remained. Under this massive infusion of energy points, the aura emanating from Zhao Wushuang suddenly swelled. Terrifying thunder and blazing flames erupted and blossomed forth. Lower 6th tier. In that instant, Zhao Wushuang achieved breakthrough on the battlefield. Leveraging the system Mecha's energy points, he directly ascended to the lower 6th tier realm.
Chapter 161, Humanity's Inevitable Victory.
Kill.
With his cultivation breakthrough, Zhao Wushuang radiated an overwhelming aura.
Roaring with fury, he swung his thunder-splitting wind blade horizontally, charging toward the Tiger Demon King with the force of 1,000 thunders. As the blade sliced through the air, Zhao Wushuang's eyes turned blood red as terrifying killing intent surged relentlessly within his mind. Sensing this ferocious aura and the looming danger, the Tiger Demon King, who had been furious moments before, was now filled with dread. He could never have looked upon Zhao Wushuang with such overconfidence. He never imagined that this human prodigy, who had previously fought him to a standstill, would achieve a breakthrough at this critical moment. With the gap in strength now so vast, he could no longer exact his revenge. His very life was now in jeopardy. Sensing the fierce peril closing in, the Tiger Demon King sought to retreat, to withdraw his forces. Better safe than sorry. But just as he attempted to flee, a terrifying blade of thunderous bloodshed had already arrived before him. A murderous intent enveloped him. Demons deserve death. Zhao Wushuang roared with fury, his purple thunder-cleaving blade slashing down with brutal force. Boom! The blade's aura pierced the void, unleashing a violent explosion that rippled outward. Amidst the violent blast, lightning and flames flickered. The Tiger Demon King spat blood, its layers of protective shields shattered. A long gash appeared across its chest, and its entire body was violently hurled backward. Thud! His body slammed into the ground, crushing a vast swath of demonic troops beneath him and tearing open a massive, deep crater in the earth. Blood spurting from his mouth, the Tiger Demon King stared at Zhao Wushuang with eyes filled with both rage and terror, seeing him as a demonic god of slaughter. Kill! Zhao Wushuang's assault showed no sign of slowing. He plunged down from the sky, intent on slaying the Tiger Demon King with a single stroke. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. It was nothing more than that. With Zhao Wushuang's power surging, the Demon King's defeat was sealed. Enveloped by overwhelming killing intent, the Demon King of the fierce tiger knew escape was impossible today. Closing his eyes in despair, he recalled the human mecha awakener's resolute self-destruction earlier. A wretched expression flickered across his lips. If the human race possessed such courage, why should his own demonic tiger clan be any different? Enough! Enough! What was death, after all? At worst, he would turn to ashes and join his only son, the Tiger Cub King, in the afterlife. You want me dead? Ha 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 ha! You killed my only son, so we'll all die together. The Demon Tiger King roared with maniacal laughter. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. Gritting his teeth against the wounds within, he tapped into the demonic essence at his core. Wrapped in a thick aura of demonic energy, his speed reached an extreme. In that moment, the Tiger Demon King chose self-destruction as well. He knew escape was impossible. If death was inevitable, he would drag Zhao Wushuang down with him, avenging his only son, the young Tiger King. This was his duty as a father, the only thing he could possibly do. You want to self-destruct? Ha! Zhao Wushuang sneered coldly as the mecha energy within him erupted violently, propelling his form into rapid acceleration. Terrifying bolts of lightning and flames erupted from his body. Underworld thunder flames. In that instant, determined to ensure the Tiger Demon King's self-destruction succeeded, Zhao Wushuang rapidly drained his mecha energy, unleashing a slash with all his might. Gale lightning flame slash. Underworld thunder flame shatter. Two divine techniques unleashed simultaneously. Empowered by the Blood River Divine Blade, Zhao Wushuang's strike unleashed terrifying might. The embryonic form of Blade Intense suddenly blossomed. Fast. This strike reached the pinnacle of speed. Boom! Wave after wave of terrifying shockwaves erupted within Zhao Wushuang's body. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as he endured the backlash, accelerating to his absolute limit as he charged forward. Put! Scorching blood spattered. The purple lightning wind-splitting blade struck the Tiger Demon King's skull with a heavy blow. In an instant, the skull shattered. Zhao Wushuang vanished in a flash. The power surged through the purple lightning wind-splitting blade in his hand, and with a single stroke, he severed half of the Tiger Demon King's head. No! Intense agony surged through him, and the Tiger Demon King roared in defiance. His entire body was enveloped in terrifying lightning, causing the demonic essence and aura within him to scatter uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, the Tiger Demon King perished completely, collapsing to the ground as a colossal striped tiger, its body stretching hundreds of meters tall. The self-destruction he had chosen naturally dissipated along with his demise. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. No one had anticipated Zhao Wushuang's speed to be so swift. The Tiger Demon King hadn't even managed to activate his self-destruction before meeting his end at Zhao Wushuang's blade. Congratulations, host, on slaying a 6th tier perfection level Tiger Demon King. You have earned 8 million energy points. The system's notification sounded in Zhao Wushuang's ears. Hearing that melodious voice, Zhao Wushuang felt a wave of relief wash over him. His body went limp and he collapsed to one knee. With his current cultivation level, defeating the Tiger Demon King should have been no challenge.
However, the Demon King's last-ditch self-destruction caught Zhao Wushuang off guard.
Thus, he had frantically drained the mecha energy within his body, unleashing a frenzied barrage of attacks. It was precisely because of this that he dared to deliver a decisive strike, slaying the mighty beast before its self-destruction could be fully unleashed. Otherwise, his energy depletion wouldn't have been so severe, nor would he have suffered backlash from the desperate, overpowered attacks he unleashed. But thankfully, he had ultimately prevailed. The Demon King of the Fierce Tiger had failed to detonate successfully. Moreover, it was another bountiful harvest. The fully matured 6th-tier Demon King of the Mighty Tiger, combined with the bonus from its special bloodline, directly contributed 8 million energy points to Zhao Wushuang. This was incomparable to any previous 6th-tier Demon Kings. Take the Black Panther Demon King, for instance. When Zhao Wushuang had slain it earlier, he had only gained 2 million energy points. Yet the difference between them was merely one minor realm, one being a high-tier 6th rank, the other a peak 6th rank. Yet, bolstered by its unique bloodline, the Tiger Demon King yielded a staggering 4 times more energy points than the Black Panther Demon King. Such a vast amount of energy points could likely only be provided by a 7th-tier Demon King. He exhaled a deep breath of stale air. Zhao Wushuang scanned his surroundings. Even now, half kneeling on the ground with his aura weakened to the extreme, not a single Demon King or beast dared to approach. The reason was simple. Zhao Wushuang was simply too terrifying. He had actually slain their mighty king, the Tiger Demon King, who had always been invincible. Kill. The human race shall prevail. He swiftly swallowed a Yuan Restore pill worth over 100 million Federation coins, its potency rapidly igniting within his body. Within mere breaths, the energy within Zhao Wushuang's mecha began to recover. Expensive things are expensive for a reason. With the expenditure of over 100 million Federation credits, Zhao Wushuang regained the strength to fight once more. While he couldn't possibly take on a powerhouse like the Tiger Demon King, dealing with weaker 6th-tier Demon Kings was still a simple task. Humanity shall prevail. Annihilate all demons and monsters. With a furious roar, Zhao Wushuang launched his final assault, charging directly at the remaining 6th-tier Demon Kings. Within Blackstone County, the human mecha awakened warriors, sensing this overwhelming roar and realizing the Tiger Demon King was dead, erupted in excited shouts. They leapt from the city walls, launching their final assault against the remaining demonic hordes. Chapter 162, Pursuit of the Demons. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. With the Tiger Demon King's demise, the demonic army's morale plummeted to its lowest ebb. Especially the dozen or so remaining 6th-tier demon lords, their faces drained of color as they turned and fled. Kill. Don't let the demons escape. Wu Hailong roared, raising his spear as blazing flames erupted from his body. He charged toward the nearest low-tier 6th-rank Demon King. His formidable strength allowed him to fight opponents of higher tiers. Earlier, he had been surrounded and attacked by multiple 6th-tier Demon Kings, forcing him to fight defensively and preventing him from fully unleashing his true power. Now that the demons were retreating, having lost their will to fight, Wu Hailong seized the opportunity to strike while they were down. His spear swung through the air, unleashing terrifying flames that erupted mid-flight. It became a blur, piercing straight through the chest of one of the lower-tier 6th-rank Demon Kings. Boom! The sound was deafening. A terrifying explosion rippled outward. The fleeing lower-tier 6th-rank Demon King was instantly slain by Wu Hailong. With one 6th-tier lower-grade Demon King slain in Jiangsu Zhejiang, Wu Hailong swiftly pursued, unleashing his full power without reserve. Sensing Wu Hailong's full power eruption, his body radiating a murderous aura, the faces of the dozen or so fleeing Demon Kings paled. If this had been earlier, surrounded by multiple attackers, they would not have feared Wu Hailong and might even have had a chance to kill him. But now, things were different. Defeat came like a mountain collapsing. Zhao Wushuang had already eliminated their leader and was rapidly closing in. They had no chance to resist. Escape was their only hope now, their sole chance for survival. This, of course, presented Wu Hailong with an opportunity. His form darted through the chaos as he mercilessly struck at the fallen. With all his strength unleashed, he swiftly entangled another lower-tier 6th-rank Demon King. Despite the Demon King's desperate attempts to break free and flee, Wu Hailong's relentless assault proved overwhelming. Within a dozen exchanges, he delivered the fatal blow, his blazing spear piercing clean through the Demon King's skull. Beyond Wu Hailong, Zhu Gahao, Suwonha, and the others also attacked with fury, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing Demon Kings.
The results were strikingly evident. Under their relentless pursuit, several 6th-tier Demon Kings fell swiftly.
Only 3 mid-tier 6th-tier Demon Kings remained, fleeing desperately into the distance.
Damn it! Damn it!
Zhao Wushuang is too powerful. He killed our king, leaving us no chance to attack Blackstone County.
Run! With our cultivation and speed, we can escape this battlefield.
Then we'll head west to join forces with the Black Snake Demon King. Once we meet him, we'll persuade him to march on Blackstone County and avenge our king.
The Black Snake Demon King is even more powerful than our king.
Once we rally several more formidable Demon Kings to our cause, we'll surely slay Zhao Wushuang and avenge our king. The remaining 3 mid-tier 6th-ranked Demon Kings fled at breakneck speed.
Their teeth gnashing, they exchanged frantic words as they relentlessly accelerated westward.
Zhao Wushuang had shattered their dream of seizing Blackstone County, destroyed their chance to amass vast quantities of blood soul pearls, and slain their benevolent king who had bestowed upon them mountains of kindness. This accumulation of grievances made these 3 mid-tier 6th-ranked Demon Kings seethe with hatred toward Zhao Wushuang. They had no intention of letting this rest. Instead, they sought to journey westward, 600 kilometers away, to plead for aid from the Black Serpent Demon King. They would beg him to conquer other counties before coming here to slay Zhao Wushuang.
The Black Serpent Demon King? That's a fine choice. But I shall personally slay him and you lot will have to get there first. Suddenly,
just as the 3 Demon Kings scrambled to flee, a cold voice echoed behind them. The 3 Demon Kings froze in shock, then panic gripped their hearts. That voice was all too familiar, a nightmare haunting their very souls. Overwhelmed by the terror in the voice, the 3 Demon Kings desperately accelerated, abandoning all thought of resistance. Their sole focus was fleeing for their lives. Kill!
A furious roar erupted.
The wind howled. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Wushuang descended from the sky, his purple lightning slicing blade already slashing down. A terrifying blade aura blossomed, sweeping thunder and lightning across the sky as dreadful flames spread. Beneath this strike, the power of the netherworld thunder flames surged ceaselessly into the purple thunder wind-splitting blade. A destructive aura erupted, engulfing the surroundings. The blood-red blade aura, flickering with terrifying lightning, came crashing down.
The strike shattered the void itself, accompanied by a deafening crack.
Simultaneously, it cleaved through the bodies of the 3 6th-tier mid-grade Demon Kings.
3 million energy points instantly credited to his account. At this moment, the energy points on Zhao Wushuang's attribute panel surged to over 10 million points.
Having slain the 3 mid-tier 6th-ranked Demon Kings with a single strike, Zhao Wushuang swiftly stored their corpses into his storage ring. Simultaneously, his body swiftly rose into the air, terrifying lightning bursting from his form as he charged toward the retreating demons.
Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions swept across the battlefield.
In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 demonic beasts perished under Zhao Wushuang's wide-ranging thunder attack. Slaughtering with abandon, Zhao Wushuang roared at the top of his lungs, "All Demon Kings of 6th tier and above are dead. Follow me in hunting down these demons, leave not a single one alive. Victory to the human race." His roar echoed. Zhao Wushuang's voice ignited the morale of those who had pursued the awakened human mechs out of the city, while simultaneously dealing another crushing blow to the demon army's spirit. Though some stronger demons initially attempted resistance, hearing Zhao Wushuang's voice shattered their will to fight completely. The entire demonic horde fled in a panic, retreating like a mountain collapsing. Countless demons and monsters were trampled to death in the stampede, crushed into pulp beneath the fleeing masses. Hunt down the demons. Humanity triumphs forever. Hunt down the demons. Humanity triumphs forever. Hunt down the demons. Humanity triumphs forever. As more and more demons fell, the Yuan clan surged forward with overwhelming momentum. Their eyes blazing crimson, they relentlessly slaughtered the demons, their fighting spirit soaring as they shouted their battle cry with fervor. Zhao Wushuang naturally joined the pursuit. He weaved through the demonic horde, swiftly eliminating the strongest among them. Essentially, any demonic beast of the 4th or 5th tier that caught Zhao Wushuang's eye had no chance of escape. Not a single one could even withstand a single strike. Amidst this frenzied slaughter, the energy points on Zhao Wushuang's attribute panel surged upward like a rising tide, steadily climbing higher. Chapter 163, The Battle's End. Time passed. As the deafening battle cries gradually faded and hordes of demons met gruesome ends or fled in panic, the fierce siege of Blackstone County reached its final chapter. The human race emerged victorious. Under Zhao Wushuang's leadership, the army of over 100,000 demons and monsters was virtually annihilated, with only 20,000 to 30,000 escaping. Moreover, not a single demon king of 6th rank or higher among the demonic hordes had escaped. They all met their end at the hands of Zhao Wushuang, Wu Hailong, and their comrades. For the human race at this stage, this was undoubtedly an immensely morale-boosting victory. Of course, the human race also suffered extremely heavy casualties in this great victory. Of the 60,000 mecha awakened humans who participated, nearly 20,000 perished, a staggering one-third of the total force. The bulk of these casualties occurred during the initial stages, before Zhao Wushuang had slain the Tiger Demon King. Prior to that, the demonic force's assault was overwhelmingly fierce, employing pure numbers tactics. Over 100,000 demons surged forward like a tidal wave, inflicting massive casualties among the human mecha awakened warriors. And remember, this was a defensive battle. Strictly speaking, in the context of a defensive battle, this could hardly be called a great victory, merely a hard-fought triumph. The sole cause for excitement, however, was that this battle greatly bolstered the morale of the human mecha awakened ones in resisting the demons' full-scale invasion. Moreover, the demonic forces suffered relatively light casualties among their elite combatants, with only 3 6th-tier powerhouses falling. On the demon side, not only did the most formidable Tiger Demon King perish, but over 50 other 6th-ranked Demon Kings also fell. This was undoubtedly a tremendous morale boost, greatly alleviating the pressure faced by other human counties under demonic hordes' massive invasion and assault. As the battle concluded, Zhao Wushuang transformed into a streak of lightning, returning directly to Blackstone County. He swiftly swallowed several pills to replenish his mecha energy reserves, preparing for any unforeseen emergencies. Captain. As Zhao Wushuang returned, Gao Kuai and the others also made their way back from the battlefield. Are you okay? Zhao Wushuang's gaze fell upon Gao Kuai and the others. The previous battle had been too chaotic and perilous. He had been completely focused on confronting the Tiger Demon King, leaving him no time to monitor his mecha squad. We're fine. No one in our mecha squad fell. Only 3 sustained minor injuries. Gao Kuai smiled and explained, thanks to your reputation, Captain, the other original clan mecha awakened ones defending the city were quite protective of us. Combined with our own exceptional strength, we didn't face too many dangers during the siege. Yeah, but it all comes down to how fierce you are, Captain. You charged down the city walls single-handedly. If you hadn't held off those 40+ 6th-tier Demon Kings, we wouldn't be so lucky now. The casualties on the walls would have been at least 10 or 20,000 more. Another member of the mecha squad chimed in with a smile. Hearing that everyone was safe, Zhao Wushuang smiled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. These men were his core team. Unlike others, they were all quite loyal to him. Every loss felt like a blow. Whoosh! 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 As Zhao Wushuang conversed with Gao Kuai and the others, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air. Zhao Wushuang turned his head to look. There stood Wu Hailong, Zhu Gahao, and the others, returning from the battlefield. They landed on the city walls, their faces lit with smiles and gratitude as they looked at Zhao Wushuang. This victory owes much to young Master Zhao. Had you not led the charge personally, standing at the forefront to block the Demon King's vanguard, our human forces would have suffered far heavier casualties. Zhu Gahao spoke gratefully, his eyes fixed on Zhao Wushuang. Had Zhao Wushuang not acted decisively, those 40+ 6th-ranked Demon Kings would have surged straight through. Blackstone County would have been impossible to defend. They wouldn't have achieved such a victory. Indeed, senior brother Zhao's prowess is unmatched. Single-handedly, he slew over 30 Demon Kings. Moreover, even the fierce Tiger Demon King fell by your blade. Without senior brother Zhao, we would never have achieved today's victory. 90% of the credit for this battle belongs to our senior brother Zhao. Wu Hailong chimed in with a laugh. Zhao Wushuang was the prodigy of his Lihua sect. His remarkable achievements in the defense of Blackstone County brought immense prestige to the entire sect. For Zhao himself, it brought considerable personal benefit. Simply carrying the title of Lihua's sect disciple carried prestige. It was merely a breakthrough during my seclusion. Zhao Wushuang chuckled. I didn't overthink it at the time. I just knew I couldn't let those 6th-tier demon lords on the vanguard advance further, so I charged straight in. Thankfully, you all provided support. If you hadn't rushed down the walls to relieve some of the pressure, once the fierce Tiger Demon Lord sensed my presence, I'd have been overwhelmed by the combined assault of numerous Demon Lords and the fierce Tiger Demon Lord. My chances would have been slim. Zhao Wushuang spoke with great modesty. But it was also the truth. While he had indeed contributed over 90% of the effort in this battle, the support from Zhu Gahao, Wu Hailong, and the others was indispensable. Had they not placed complete trust in him, had they not risked everything to come to his aid, victory would not have come so easily. Moreover, had Zhang Dahai and the others not made the decisive choice to self-detonate, his victory would not have been so effortless. Thinking of Zhang Dahai and the others' sacrifice, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Shaking his head, he said, "It's just a pity about Captain Zhang. If he were still alive to see our victory, he'd be overjoyed. The dead cannot be brought back." In this battle, old Zhang fought with the honor he deserved. Had he not made that decisive choice, our situation could have been far more dire, perhaps even putting everyone in extreme danger. Zhu Gahao sighed in agreement. Zhao Wushuang, Wu Hailong, and the others had all rushed to provide support from other locations in recent days. They hadn't known Zhang Dahai for very long. But he... Recalling the past, Zhu Gahao's eyes grew slightly red, and his nose stung with emotion. Counting the years, he and Zhang Dahai had known each other for 58 years. They had devoted themselves to Blackstone County, guarding this land for a full 58 years. Over these 58 years, he and Zhang Dahai had forged an incredibly deep bond. Now that Zhang Dahai had fallen in battle, it would be a lie to say he wasn't heartbroken. Zhu Gahao sniffed back tears, forcing himself to speak through his grief, but rest assured, young Master Zhao. Blackstone County has always honored its fallen heroes with the highest regard. As for old Zhang's family, I, Zhu Gahao, swear this, as long as I have food in my stomach, they shall never go hungry. Even old Zhang's grandson, I will raise him as my own flesh and blood, helping him awaken a higher tier mecha.
Chapter 164, Aftermath. This will be quite a task for County Magistrate Zhuge.
Zhao Wushuang nodded and led Gao Kuai and the others toward the base of the city walls. This battle had drained him mentally and physically. Now that the fighting had ended, he needed to return and recuperate thoroughly to prepare for any future threats. Watching Zhao Wushuang's retreating figure descend the ramparts, Zhu Gahao hurriedly added, "Young Master Zhao, please rest well. This Blackstone County will continue to rely heavily on you in the future. As for the spoils from this battle, they will be divided according to our prior agreement. Once everything is sorted, I will convert it all into Federation currency and transfer it directly to your account." Some matters were best clarified up front, and Zhu Gahao dared not be careless in this regard. After all, the victory in this battle owed its success primarily to Zhao Wushuang's individual prowess. Without Zhao Wushuang, not only would there be no such bountiful spoils of war, but the entire Blackstone County might have ceased to exist. Therefore, the promise he had made to Zhao Wushuang would naturally be fulfilled as soon as possible. In fact, Zhu Gahao even considered secretly adding a little extra. But constrained by the limitations of the Huaxia Federation, this was already the maximum he could offer within his authority. Hearing Zhu Gahao's words behind him, Zhao Wushuang turned with a smile and nodded. "No rush. Take your time. Also, allocate 10% of the Federation currency I received to the families of the fallen heroes. As for Zhang Dahai's widow, set aside an additional 500 million Federation currency as compensation. Rest assured, young Master Zhao. I will handle all arrangements. I will send you the complete list along with the remittance." Zhu Gahao nodded eagerly. Zhao Wushuang chuckled, waved to Zhu Gahao, and led Gao Kuai and the others toward their quarters. Observing the mecha squad closely following his side, Zhao Wushuang smiled and said, "Rest assured, I won't forget you either. Once this transfer arrives, I'll allocate a separate portion as a reward. Use it to procure cultivation resources and strive to elevate your strength to even greater heights." Zhao Wushuang certainly wouldn't be stingy with the mecha squad that had followed him since Feihua County. The stronger they became, the greater their assistance would be in the upcoming major battle. After all, no matter how powerful he became, he was still ultimately alone. With Gao Kuai and the others by his side, they could at least tie down the demonic hordes, allowing him to focus more intently on hunting down those higher-tier demon kings. "Thank you, Captain." Hearing this, the squad members all flashed expressions of delight. Without a hint of refusal, they bowed deeply and clasped their hands in a respectful salute toward Zhao Wushuang. This wasn't because Gao Kuai and the others were arrogant. Rather, they understood Zhao Wushuang's character. If he had made this offer, he would certainly follow through. Feigning refusal or putting on a show of false modesty would only earn Zhao Wushuang's displeasure. Better to accept it openly and graciously. Moreover, Zhao Wushuang had reaped substantial rewards from this great battle. Even if he bestowed gifts upon them, it would be but a drop in the bucket compared to his overall gains. Given Zhao Wushuang's immense gains, the others certainly wouldn't refuse these rewards. "Lord Zhao." "Greetings, Lord Zhao." Lord Zhao's might is truly awe-inspiring. On the way back to their lodgings in Blackstone County, many human mecha awakened ones who saw Zhao Wushuang greeted him with immense reverence, bowing respectfully from afar. Such treatment was unheard of for Zhao Wushuang before not even Zhu Gahao, the ruler of Blackstone County, had ever received such reverence. After all, mecha awakened ones among the human race tended to carry a certain pride. Unless interacting at close quarters, they rarely groveled like servants. Of course, those well-versed in social graces and eager for advancement were a different story. But after witnessing today's battle, everyone had witnessed Zhao Wushuang's divine might, witnessed how he single-handedly saved the lives of millions of humans in Blackstone County. Every soul in the county now harbored nothing but gratitude and profound admiration for him. Wherever he walked, those who passed by greeted him. Even from a great distance, they would deliberately bow respectfully from afar, regardless of whether Zhao Wushuang could see them or not. As the hero who saved Blackstone County, Zhao Wushuang truly deserved such profound reverence. Amidst the constant greetings, Zhao Wushuang led Gao Kuai and the others back to their lodgings. He settled them into the adjacent rooms before stepping into the secret chamber himself. His earlier grasp of the embryonic form of Blade intent had been interrupted by the sudden outbreak of battle. He had feared he'd lost a small opportunity, that the ensuing conflict would hinder his subsequent understanding. Yet what Zhao Wushuang never could have imagined was that after that fierce battle, amidst the relentless fighting and mass slaughter, his insight not only remained intact but had actually deepened considerably. This left Zhao Wushuang filled with delight. Compared to the energy points gained during the battle, what Zhao Wushuang treasured even more was this hard-won insight. After all, energy points could be obtained anytime. All one needed to do was hunt down demons and monsters. But such insights were rare. Once he fully grasped this understanding, the embryonic form of his blade intent would undoubtedly grow stronger. Condensing it into a complete, full-fledged blade intent would become simpler and faster in the future. Upon entering the secret chamber, Zhao Wushuang swallowed a pill to restore his mecha's energy, then sat cross-legged on the ground, rapidly restoring the mecha energy within his body. Simultaneously, his mind relentlessly refined the heightened insights gained on the battlefield. Time slowly passed. 10 days vanished in the blink of an eye. Within the secret chamber, flashes of blade light danced. Zhao Wushuang's figure darted through the space, countless blades coalescing rapidly before erupting violently, unleashing a sky filled with thunder and lightning, along with a terrifying aura of slaughter. Even though Zhao Wushuang's cultivation hadn't advanced, his sword technique and the nascent form of his sword intent were now vastly more formidable than they had been 10 days prior. His lethality had also grown considerably. With his growing strength and 10 days of rest, Zhao Wushuang's warlike spirit stirred once more. However, he did not act rashly. Instead, he dispatched Gao Kuai and others to scout the demon army's movements while actively contacting Elder Wang and Pang Lei. During this lull, Zhao Wushuang plunged into intense cultivation, diligently practicing the Blood River Divine Blade and the Swift Thunder Body Tempering technique. Over the course of his intense training, more than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Wushuang's strength steadily increased, his sword techniques grew faster, and his sword momentum became fiercer. At this moment, news arrived from the distant Jiangdu city center. Chapter 165, Appointment. Blackstone County. That night, the moon had set, crows cawed, and frost blanketed the sky. It was mid-December, and the weather grew increasingly bitter. Blackstone County lay blanketed in snow, covering the ground that had once been drenched in blood. The howling cold winds swept through, dispersing the thick stench of blood. Within a secret chamber, Zhao Wushuang sat cross-legged on the floor, practicing the Sutra of Forgetting. The Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra offered numerous benefits. Zhao Wushuang knew this well from personal experience. Whenever he practiced it, he felt his spirit uplifted, his mind instantly purged of distractions, and his cultivation progress accelerated. Just as Zhao Wushuang was deeply immersed in his practice, a knock sounded at the chamber door. "Come in." Zhao Wushuang opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of stale air, waved his hand to release the chamber's confinement, and spoke. Squeak, creak. The chamber door creaked open slowly. Gao Kuai entered cautiously. After several major battles, Gao Kuai's cultivation had broken through, advancing from the upper 5th tier to the peak 5th tier. Of course, beyond the trials of bloodshed, Zhao Wushuang's reward of hundreds of millions in Federation currency had been indispensable, enabling him to acquire cultivation resources. With Zhao Wushuang's generous rewards and his own cultivation advancing alongside Zhao's, Gao Kuai grew increasingly respectful toward Zhao Wushuang. He entered cautiously from outside, bowed respectfully with clasped hands, and announced, "Captain, top secret intelligence has arrived from Jiangdu City." As he spoke, Gao Kuai retrieved an envelope from his storage ring and respectfully handed it to Zhao Wushuang. "Oh?" Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow, took the envelope, and immediately opened it to read. Originally, most communications could be sent directly via mobile phones. However, due to the large-scale demonic invasion, many signal towers had been destroyed outright. Compounding this, the demonic forces included numerous individuals with special abilities, leading to persistently unstable communications during this period. While routine communication posed little issue, strategic messages were almost always exchanged via letter to prevent leaks. These demons were no ordinary foes. Among the higher-tier demons, there were many highly intelligent beings with exceptionally unique abilities. They could easily infiltrate communication systems and use them to decrypt messages on mobile devices. Among humans, such individuals are known as hackers, and these demons possess remarkably similar capabilities. Therefore, when major battles loom, the human faction strictly avoids transmitting vital strategic intelligence via mobile phones or other digital communication devices to maintain secrecy. Opening the envelope, Zhao Wushuang carefully read the top-secret strategic intelligence inside. After finishing the contents, his expression brightened with delight, and he sprang to his feet. Excellent! 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 All those days of communication were not in vain. Today, the notification has finally arrived. Zhao Wushuang clapped his hands in triumphant laughter. Over these past 20-odd days, following the defeat of the Tiger Demon King and the continuous reinforcements from the human race, the demons and monsters surrounding other counties had also been driven out. It could be said that the area surrounding Blackstone County was now essentially secure. Under these circumstances, Zhao Wushuang had little else to do these days besides cultivation. The purple thunder wind-splitting blade in his hand had long been itching for action. Now that he had received orders and the prospect of gaining a large amount of energy points, how could Zhao Wushuang not be thrilled? "Captain, what has you so excited?" Gao Kuai inquired curiously from the side. As Zhao Wushuang's subordinate and the deputy captain of the mecha squad, he had no authority to view such top-secret strategic intelligence. So when he received the envelope, his first instinct was to hand it over to Zhao Wushuang, completely unaware of its contents.
The official appointment notice has arrived. We've got another major operation coming up. Take a look.
Zhao Wushuang laughed heartily as he handed the envelope directly to Gao Kuai. The front of the envelope contained commendations for Zhao Wushuang, encouraging him to persevere and slay more demons. The true weight lay in the contents within. The letter formally appointed Zhao Wushuang as Inspector General of Tianshui District, entrusting him with the defense of Tianshui and the eradication of demons plaguing the surrounding counties.
This appointment was exceptionally weighty.
After all, for a region like Tianshui District, the Guardian was typically someone with at least 7th-tier cultivation. Yet Pang Lei bestowed such immense trust upon Zhao Wushuang, who was merely a low-tier 6th-rank cultivator, clearly demonstrating his profound confidence in Zhao's abilities and strength. After all, Zhao Wushuang's battle record spoke for itself. He had first slain the ox-headed Demon King, then vanquished the fierce Tiger Demon King. The Tiger Demon King's strength was no less than that of an ordinary 7th-tier lower-grade cultivator, and in fact, it surpassed that of most 7th-tier lower-grade cultivators. With such formidable strength, coupled with Zhao Wushuang's terrifying talent and rapid growth potential, Pang Lei felt utterly confident in entrusting the defense of Tianshui District to him. Moreover, Pang Lei specifically dispatched 10 mecha squadrons, each composed of mecha-awakened individuals at the 5th tier or above, to assist Zhao Wushuang in the Tianshui District. A typical mecha squad consisted of 15 to 20 members. This meant that with this appointment, Zhao Wushuang had become a figure wielding significant authority. Combined with Gao Kuai's men, he now directly commanded nearly 200 mecha-awakened individuals at the 5th tier level or above. Beyond these mecha squads dispatched by Pang Lei, Tianshui District also harbored numerous other mecha-proficient awakened individuals, all of whom now answered to Zhao Wushuang. His standing now far surpassed even that of the Tianshui District Chief or the County Magistrate of Blackstone County, Zhu Gahao. Gao Kuai's expression brightened as he examined the contents of the envelope. He respectfully clasped his hands before Zhao Wushuang and offered his congratulations. Congratulations, Captain.
Oh, no. Your Excellency.
Congratulations on your promotion to Inspector of Tianshui District. This was indeed cause for celebration for him as well.
After all, with Zhao Wushuang's rising power and status, serving by his side would inevitably elevate Gao Kuai's own standing.
After all, he was among the first to follow Zhao Wushuang. Zhao Wushuang smiled and waved his hand dismissively.
Keep this quiet, he instructed. Go inform the rest of the squad. After I bid farewell to Magistrate Zhuge, we'll depart discreetly. Don't let the demons catch wind of this. You know what was in that envelope. Any slip-up would undermine Mayor Pang's strategic plans. If it were merely a simple appointment, it could easily have been sent electronically. But behind this appointment lay Pang Lei's broader scheme.
He required Zhao Wushuang to travel secretly to Tianshui District, and the deployment of those 10 mech squads was also to be kept under wraps.
Once Zhao Wushuang arrived in Tianshui District, the plan would officially commence.
Exploiting the demon's information gap, they would leverage Zhao Wushuang's formidable strength to stage a spectacular battle. Should this battle succeed, its gains would far surpass the near-total annihilation of over 100,000 demonic forces in Blackstone County. This was precisely why it was classified as top-secret intelligence, and why Zhao Wushuang was so intensely excited. The energy points gained from such a major battle would be unimaginably vast. Zhao Wushuang could already envision how far his cultivation would advance once this large-scale demonic invasion concluded.
Chapter 166, Undercover. Jiangdu City, Prefectural Governor's Residence.
Elder Wang stormed in from outside, his face flushed with fury.
He slammed a confidential document onto Pang Lei's desk.
Explain to me this ridiculous assignment. Why send Zhao Wushuang to such a perilous place? Elder Wang glared at Pang Lei, his face twisted with fury. After all, as Zhao Wushuang's performance grew increasingly outstanding and his talent became more and more extraordinary, the Lihua sect had come to value him more and more. As the future pillar upon which the Lihua sect's complete rise would rest, he feared dropping this treasure from his hands or letting it melt from his lips. He cherished him beyond measure.
But Pang Lei?
Without consulting him, Pang Lei had unilaterally issued an order, sending Zhao Wushuang straight to Tianshui District, the most perilous war-torn zone in all of Jiangdu City.
That district was infested with multiple 7th-tier demonic beasts.
Sending Zhao Wushuang, a mere 6th-tier lower-grade cultivator, there was tantamount to risking the loss of a prodigy who could become the Lihua sect's greatest asset.
How could Elder Wang not be furious?
I know you're anxious, but please calm down first. Pang Lei smiled, rising to his feet to soothe the furious Elder Wang.
How can you tell me not to be anxious?
You know perfectly well that Zhao Wushuang is the most gifted disciple in the entire Lihua sect, with an exceptionally sound character.
If anything were to happen to him, how could I ever find peace? How could I possibly explain this to the Lihua sect?
Elder Wang slapped Pang Lei's hand away, his face flushed crimson with fury. Unless Pang Lei provided a clear and convincing explanation, he was determined to fight him to the death today.
Rest assured, Zhao Wushuang's strength ensures his safety. Moreover, I've already dispatched Lu Ping and Yan Le to secretly station themselves in the Jiangpu district. Should any emergency arise, they'll provide immediate backup. Pang Lei smiled as he explained, moreover, my ambitions lie elsewhere. If merely a single sentry were needed, I wouldn't have assigned Zhao Wushuang. Her covert deployment to Tianshui district is primarily to form an encircling force with Lu Ping, Yang Yu, and herself aiming to annihilate the 300,000 demonic troops surrounding the county towns of Tianshui district. Hearing Pang Lei's words, Elder Wan's expression finally softened slightly. He knew the strength of Lu Ping and Yang Lu. Especially Yang Lu, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th tier. His formidable strength, combined with his extraordinary grade supernatural abilities, allowed him to even challenge demons of the 8th tier. With these two forming a pincer movement around him, Zhao Wushuang's safety was assured for the time being. Moreover, if Pang Lei's words proved true, if this battle could annihilate the entire 300,000 strong demon army surrounding Tianshui district in one fell swoop, it would be an immense achievement for Zhao Wushuang. Once the battle concluded, the Liwa sect would undoubtedly receive increased resource allocations, and Zhao Wushuang would surely be entrusted with a high-ranking position at the very least, becoming the ruler of a city. If it's truly as you say, don't deceive me. Elder Wang still eyed Pang Lei with lingering doubt. Pang Lei laughed heartily, then adopted a solemn expression. There are no jests in military matters. Do you truly believe I would deceive you? Moreover, after all these years of friendship between us, do you not trust me even this little? Well. Faced with Pang Lei's solemn expression, Elder Wang was momentarily speechless before scratching the back of his head awkwardly. He admitted he'd been overly sensitive, overly anxious about Zhao Wushuang. A matter of this magnitude, even if Pang Lei had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare speak recklessly. Moreover, he and Pang Lei had shared over a century together, forged by profound bonds of mutual respect and trust. To harbor doubts and mistrust in such a matter was indeed rather embarrassing to admit. But the main reason was his overwhelming concern for Zhao Wushuang. After all, she was the future hope of the departing fire sect. Ah, just kidding. Look at that serious little face of yours. We've known each other for over 100 years, how could I possibly not trust you? Scratching the back of his head, Elder Wang suddenly burst into laughter, slinging an arm around Pang Lei's shoulder in a friendly gesture, attempting to mask the earlier awkwardness. Pang Lei merely shot Elder Wang a disapproving look, not dwelling on it much. His earlier seriousness had been nothing more than a facade. The two exchanged a few more words of light-hearted banter. Then, with a grave expression, Pang Lei unfolded the map on the table and said, Old Wang, you're just in time. Come study with me the demon army 1,000 li away from Jiangdu City, and that 9th tier peak yellow-robed demon king. Yellow-robed demon king? The million-strong demon army 1,000 li from Jiangdu City is commanded by the yellow-robed demon king? Elder Wang's eyes widened abruptly as he leaned forward to examine the map. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Zhao Wushuang and Zhuge Hao, he kept his movements secret and quietly made his way into Tianshui district. Upon entering Tianshui district, Zhao Wushuang and his mecha squad concealed themselves, communicating secretly with others only through letters, keeping their arrival in Tianshui district undisclosed. Following Pang Lei's instructions, his appearance must be reserved for the most critical moment. Only then could they strike unexpectedly and inflict maximum casualties upon the 300,000 strong demon army. He lay in secret concealment within Tianshui district. During this period of concealment, Zhao Wushuang devoted himself to cultivation. Since he couldn't hunt demons to gain energy points, he couldn't let his own cultivation fall behind. After all, a far more brutal battle loomed on the horizon. Enhancing his strength would profoundly impact the entire course of the war. On the demon army's side, the 300,000 troops were commanded by the Black Bear Demon King, a peak 7th tier powerhouse. Beyond him, 5 demon kings of lower 7th tier cultivation served under his command. As for 6th tier demonic generals, there were over 70, including 8 who had reached the peak of the 6th tier. This was an immensely formidable force. Under this formidable pressure, the towns and counties surrounding Tianshui district had been largely overrun. Yet Zhao Wushuang remained inactive, and Lu Ping, Yang Lo, and the others concealed nearby also stayed hidden. For long before this, the human populace of these counties had already evacuated in droves, leaving behind only deserted towns and counties. The objective was to draw the entire 300,000 strong demonic army into one location, then encircle and annihilate them in one decisive blow. Yet the Black Bear Demon King remained exceedingly cautious. After consecutively breaching multiple towns and counties, he did not rush to attack Tianshui district but advanced slowly instead. He knew full well the cunning of the human race. He also understood that Tianshui district lay not far from Jiangdu City. Should reinforcements of 8th rank powerhouses arrive, Tianshui district would be impossible to capture and he himself might even face danger. So he waited. He waited for the yellow-robed Great Demon King to make his move. That was an army of millions of demons and monsters. Once the yellow-robed Demon King's millions of demonic troops set out to besiege Jiangdu City with full force, the human mecha awakened warriors within the city would be stretched too thin to defend all fronts. That moment would be the perfect opportunity for him to launch his assault on Tianshui district. Chapter 167, The Killing Move.
Moreover, intelligence gathered by the Black Bear Demon King's own spies revealed that although Tianshui district had received reinforcements, there were no particularly outstanding human awakened warriors among them. Once the battle erupted in Jiandu City, the yellow-robed Demon King would strike. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger himself. Any of his subordinate Demon Kings could lead the 300,000-strong demon army to subjugate Tianshui district. Time flowed onward. Winter gave way to spring. As the earth burst forth with vibrant life and tender grass began to sprout, a month swiftly passed. After this period of seclusion and dedicated cultivation, combined with the accumulated energy points from before, Zhao Wushuang achieved a breakthrough in his practice of the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted and swept through the air. Seated cross-legged in a dim chamber, Zhao Wushuang felt the spiritual essence within his mind continuously expand and grow, his own comprehension steadily deepening. As this spiritual essence force expanded, Zhao Wushuang gained even finer control over his physical body and mecha. Moreover, with the Zhuang Sutra reaching perfection, Zhao Wushuang could now attempt to project his spiritual essence outward. Boom! A strand of spiritual essence surged forth from Zhao Wushuang's mind, striking a black iron target directly, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The incredibly hard black iron target shattered explosively, scattering into countless fragments across the sky. Success! Zhao Wushuang abruptly opened his eyes, two piercing beams of light flashing within. With the breakthrough in the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra, he now felt utterly clear and refreshed throughout his entire body. His mind was crystal clear, and his comprehension had improved beyond measure. Moreover, alongside this breakthrough in the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra, Zhao Wushuang was astonished to discover that his own Swift Thunder body tempering technique had also advanced further, reaching the perfect mastery of the second layer. The third layer now seemed within reach. His other martial arts techniques had also seen some progress, though they required too much cultivation to achieve breakthroughs just yet. Indeed, the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra truly lives up to its name. With my comprehension enhanced, my other techniques have also achieved breakthroughs. According to the Sutra of Forgetfulness, once it reaches perfection, I should be able to condense lethal spirit essence power, even manipulate external objects with it. I can now project my spirit essence outward, dealing considerable damage. As for manipulating external objects, Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself. His gaze fell upon the scattered fragments of black iron on the ground. He then focused his mind, sending out waves of spiritual soul energy. This spiritual soul force swiftly spread, rapidly enveloping the black iron fragments on the ground. As the spiritual essence enveloped them, the black iron fragments lifted off the ground and began to float in midair. Go! With a single thought, Zhao Wushuang commanded the fragments to shoot forth like flying swords. Carrying immense force, they smashed through the wall before him. Success! I can indeed manipulate external objects. And the power is truly formidable. Now, if only I knew where my limits lie. Zhao Wushuang was ecstatic. This ghostly, otherworldly ability to manipulate external objects if used well would undoubtedly be a devastatingly powerful technique. Whether facing a single opponent or a horde of demons, this technique alone could unleash devastating destructive force. I must test the true limits of my spirit power now. Just how many external objects can I control? Thinking of manipulating external objects, curiosity flashed in Zhao Wushuang's eyes. He was determined to test his own limits. After half an incense stick's worth of experimentation, Zhao Wushuang was astonished and overjoyed. His spirit power proved far more formidable than he'd imagined. Judging by the pebbles scattered on the ground, he could now instantly command thousands of them, unleashing them with tremendous force. Yet this wasn't what astonished and delighted Zhao Wushuang most. What truly astonished him was discovering that by projecting his spirit shatter power to manipulate external objects, he could imbue them with his unique abilities, the netherworld lightning flame and the embryonic form of his blade intent. When attacking at full power, with the added effects of the netherworld lightning flame and the embryonic blade intent, the damage inflicted by attacks controlled through external objects was essentially no weaker than the damage he could cause using the purple lightning wind slicing blade. Remember, this wasn't the combined power of all the manipulated objects' attacks, but the sheer force unleashed by each individual pebble. One could easily imagine thousands of such terrifying bursts unleashed simultaneously. In a surprise ambush, even a 7th-ranked Demon King would likely be pulverized into mincemeat in an instant. After all, with Zhao Wushuang's current strength, the Phantom Thousand Blade Slash could only unleash a few hundred blades simultaneously at most. Yet this attack, unleashed through the projection of spiritual essence, equates to thousands of strikes, a tenfold increase in power. How terrifying is that? Of course. The cost is immense. After merely testing it briefly, Zhao Wushuang's spirit power was completely depleted, leaving him in an extremely weakened state, his body swaying precariously. Spirit essence power cannot be compared to mecha energy. Mecha energy could be rapidly replenished with high-grade ammunition, but even with the aid of elixirs, fully restoring spirit essence power would take at least 10 days to a fortnight. In more severe cases, recovery could even take a year or two. Unleashing thousands of attacks simultaneously is far too draining. It hinders my growth and effectiveness in combat. However, based on my previous experiments, I can barely manage 4 or 5 bursts of around 1,000 attacks each. That's perfectly usable on the battlefield. Zhao Wushuang stroked his chin in thought. If I pair this with a weapon of formidable destructive power, the resulting attacks will be even more devastating. At this thought, Zhao Wushuang's lips curved into a faint smile. His eyes gleamed as he hurriedly summoned Gao Kuai. Your Excellency. Gao Kuai entered the secret chamber and respectfully bowed his hands toward Zhao Wushuang. Noticing Zhao Wushuang's somewhat pale complexion, he asked with concern, My lord, what's wrong? Nothing. Just recently developed a new killing move that's quite taxing. Zhao Wushuang waved dismissively. I need over 10 days of seclusion now. Report any developments swiftly during that time. Also, contact others in Tianshui district to procure 5,000 high-grade flying knives forged from mystical iron. The higher the quality, the better. As for cost, don't be stingy. If it's worth the price, buy the best available. Thanks to the spoils from the battles in Feihua County and Blackstone County, combined with his previous savings from Shenlong Mountain, Zhao Wushuang still held nearly 300 billion Federation credits in his account even after the substantial expenditures of his recent cultivation period. With such a colossal sum at his disposal, Zhao Wushuang naturally intended to splurge lavishly, procuring the finest, most devastating throwing knives possible. Only by doing so could he significantly bolster his combat prowess and inflict greater devastation on the battlefield. Chapter 168, Flying Daggers. Yes, sir. Gao Kuai nodded, then turned to ask Zhao Wushuang, May I inquire about your final budget, or rather, your upper limit? Although Zhao Wushuang had stated he wasn't short on funds and preferred the highest quality possible. At the very least, he needed to know Zhao Wushuang's budget and the absolute upper limit. Only then could he maximize the value for money and procure the most powerful flying knives within that upper limit. 300 billion Federation credits for the budget, and then get me a pretty powerful flying knife manual. Zhao Wushuang replied without hesitation. A major battle was imminent, and once his strength rose again in combat, the rewards would be immense. Under these circumstances, Zhao Wushuang had already stockpiled ample cultivation pills and healing potions. There was no need to hoard excessive savings. After all, whether he spent the Federation currency now or later, it would be spent eventually. Maximizing his strength before the great battle was the paramount priority. 300 billion Federation credits? Hearing that figure, Gao Kuai sucked in a sharp breath. He hadn't expected Zhao Wushuang to be so wealthy, suddenly presenting a budget of 300 billion Federation coins. But considering Zhao Wushuang's terrifying destructive power and the horrifying speed at which he slaughtered demons and monsters, it suddenly made perfect sense. With such formidable power, how could he possibly lack federal coins? Taking a deep breath, Gao Kuai nodded firmly and pledged with unwavering conviction, with such a budget, I absolutely guarantee I will find you the most cost-effective throwing knives with the greatest destructive power within the allocated funds. Just do your best. Preferably one with either wind, thunder, or fire attributes. Zhao Wushuang nodded and gave his instructions. Wind, thunder, and fire attributes possessed extreme speed, explosive power, and devastating destructive force respectively. These 3 elemental types were currently the most suitable for Zhao Wushuang's use. Moreover, with the presence of the Netherworld Thunderflame, once he possessed a flying knife imbued with any one of these elements, its power would be exponentially amplified in his hands through the external manipulation of spirit essence. Yes, sir. Gao Kuai nodded. He stood for a moment longer. Seeing Zhao Wushuang had no further instructions, he bowed respectfully and turned, carefully retreating from the secret chamber. Flying daggers? How I long for them. Watching Gao Kuai's retreating figure, Zhao Wushuang's lips curved into a faint smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Feeling the current weakness of his spirit power, he shook his head and retrieved a spirit-nourishing pill worth over 100 million from his storage ring. This spirit-nourishing pill possessed exceptionally potent effects, developed by Jixia Academy based on an ancient formula passed down through the ages. It excelled at nourishing the spiritual energy and soul essence of those who consumed it, while also possessing formidable restorative effects for those who had expended large amounts of such energies. Zhao Wushuang swallowed it. A wave of warm sensation instantly flooded his mind. Zhao Wushuang felt an overwhelming sense of ease wash over his entire body, all pressure vanishing. It was nothing short of blissful. He sat cross-legged on the ground. Zhao Wushuang dared not delay the medicine's effects. He swiftly circulated the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra, coordinating with the spirit-nourishing pill to restore his soul essence. The 8th day of the 2nd lunar month, night. A dark moon hung high as spring breezes brushed the dew. Beyond the city walls of Tianshui district, dozens of miles away, a dark shadow flickered past, blending seamlessly with the night. Only under the moonlight could one faintly discern a pair of eyes glowing faintly crimson. He descended from the heights, settling upon a tree branch. Concealed beneath the tender green foliage, he stared intently and unabashedly at the distant city walls of Tianshui district. It was now deep into the night, and in this time of war, the gates of Tianshui district had long since been shut tight. Upon the ramparts, a squadron of patrolling soldier mecha awakened ones remained utterly focused, constantly pacing and inspecting the walls. Yet no matter how vigilant they were, their cultivation levels simply couldn't detect the shadowy figure merging with the darkness dozens of miles away. Seeing the soldiers remained oblivious, the shadow grew bolder. It spread its wings and soared high, gliding over tree branches as it swiftly advanced forward, weaving through thickets. After advancing about 20-odd miles, the shadow finally came to a halt within a large tree less than 5 miles from the Tianshui district city walls. It dared not approach any closer, though the shadow believed its disguise was perfect, making it nearly invisible in the darkness. But if it drew too near, the faint aura of bloodshed emanating from its body might still be detected by those with keen senses. Moreover, beyond the mecha awakened defenders of lesser cultivation, the walls were guarded by peak 6th-tier powerhouses. Perched atop the dense canopy, the dark figure scrutinized the entire layout of Tianshui district through the tender green foliage. Heavily guarded, roughly 10,000 on the walls, and that's just one patrol squad. Counting the others, Tianshui district's garrison numbers no less than 100,000. But they're not particularly formidable. Aside from that peak 6th-tier powerhouse, the rest of the human mecha awakened ones are mediocre at best. With only this level of strength, if the yellow-robed Great Demon King were to act, relying on the over 300,000 demonic troops under the Black Bear King, it would take no more than 2 hours, just 2 hours to breach the city. Carefully observing the defensive layout along Tianshui district's city walls, the dark figure's pupils flickered as it mentally mapped every strategic position. Simultaneously, he moved silently, constantly shifting positions. In just one night, he had mapped out every heavily guarded section and every vulnerable spot along the entire Tianshui district city walls. Having completed this task, the dark figure chuckled smugly twice. Glancing at the faintly lit sky, he knew he couldn't linger here much longer. Seizing the remaining darkness, a pair of jet black wings flapped, and it transformed into an owl, vanishing into the last vestiges of night. Tianshui district, a secret chamber. Zhao Wushuang sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by flying knives suspended in midair, each crackling with terrifying lightning and blazing flames. These flying blades formed a precise formation, circling left and right around Zhao Wushuang. 999 flying knives hovered in the air. Each was identical in size and scale, their blades radiating a bone-chilling cold light. Their sharpness was evident at a glance, capable of slicing through hair with ease. Additionally, each blade bore a groove engraved with runes, granting it the ability to absorb wind speed, accelerate its velocity, and inflict bleeding effects. Go! Zhao Wushuang's eyes snapped open, his gaze flashing with a fierce, blade-like glint. Under the command of his formidable spirit power, the flying knives shot forth like a swarm of dragons, piercing through the entire chamber with reckless abandon. Boom! 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 One by one, the hardened black iron targets shattered explosively, reduced to dust under the dagger's impact. Chapter 169, Full Army Advance. So powerful. Witnessing the dagger's devastating power, Zhao Wushuang's eyes widened in astonished delight. The flying knives' power far surpassed the earlier pebbles. With 999 blades unleashed simultaneously, even Zhao Wushuang sensed the threat of death. He dared to imagine that even with his full defensive capabilities activated, shielded by the Earth Spirit Orb, he might withstand a direct assault. But if he failed to detect them in time, facing a volley of 999 flying knives would surely mean certain death. Excellent, excellent. With this enhanced technique, I'll have greater confidence in the upcoming battle. Zhao Wushuang's lips curled slightly as his gaze fell upon his attribute panel. Name, Zhao Wushuang. Mecha, Han Yuan Mecha. Rank lower 6th tier. Abilities, Netherworld Thunderflame 1st tier of Primordial God, Wood Mastery 9th tier. Martial Arts, Shadowless Flying Knife Technique Entry Level, Blood River Divine Blade Superior Grade, Swift Thunder Body Tempering Method 2nd tier Perfection, Swift Thunder Phantom Step Perfection, Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra Perfection, Gale Step Superior Grade. Energy Points 36, 923. Excellent. The Shadowless Flying Dagger Technique has also broken through to the introductory realm. Next, once I enter the battlefield, by hunting down vast numbers of demons and monsters to gain massive energy points, I can elevate the Shadowless Flying Dagger Technique's level. The power of my flying daggers will become increasingly formidable. Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction as he examined his attribute panel. This Shadowless Flying Dagger Technique had been purchased alongside the Flying Daggers Gaokua I had procured for him some time ago. Its price was 90 billion Federation coins. The 999 throwing knives themselves cost 200 billion. In other words, after this wave of expenditures, Zhao Wushuang's total savings had dwindled to a mere 1 or 200,000. But it was all worth it. After all, strengthening one's power was paramount above all else. With formidable strength, what could possibly be beyond one's reach? Why would he care about such minor losses? Money was a minor concern. What truly excited Zhao Wushuang was the fact that the Shadowless Flying Dagger Technique was reputed to be exceptionally difficult. Yet, bolstered by the Zhuang Sutra's enhancement, his innate exceptional comprehension, and his mastery of blade techniques, Zhao Wushuang managed to reach the foundational level in just under a month. This demonstrated that Zhao Wushuang's comprehension had reached a terrifyingly high level. Even without further energy point enhancements, Zhao Wushuang was confident that within 3 to 4 months, through sheer effort alone, he could advance the shadowless flying dagger technique to the minor mastery stage. Reaching the advanced stage within a year or two was entirely within the realm of possibility. For an ordinary person, achieving such results would require decades 10, 20, or even 30 years of dedicated practice. Continue training. Continue mastering the control of the flying daggers, preparing for the great battle ahead. Zhao Wushuang drew a deep breath, nurturing his spiritual essence as he rapidly honed his knife-handling skills. February 18th, dawn. Another 10 days had passed. Deep within a mountain forest, 300 li beyond Tianshui district. Here, dense forests stretched beneath towering peaks. On a towering peak, within a sheer cliff face, lay a spacious cavern. The cave was filled with a demonic aura, shrouded in black light. An owl glided through the sky, swiftly vanishing into the cavern. Within the cavern lay a hidden world. Countless encampments stood in neat rows, orderly and aligned, stretching as far as the eye could see. Clearly, this was a miniature hidden realm. Upon entering this secret realm, the owl swiftly made its way to the largest tent within. Little Black is back. Sensing the commotion, a large black bear seated at the head of the tent raised his cup of wine and drained it in one gulp, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the tent flap was swept aside, and the owl swiftly stepped inside. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The owl knelt respectfully before him. "Well, after these days of reconnaissance, have you thoroughly assessed the situation in the Tianshui region?" The Black Bear Demon King turned his gaze toward the owl and inquired. "The reconnaissance is complete. Within the Tianshui district, there are a total of 78,000 human mecha awakened guardians. Combined with the mecha awakened from other clans within the city, the total number is approximately 126,000. The owl replied respectfully, including the garrison dispatched from Jiangdu City, there are about 30 Class 6 mecha awakened. I cannot confirm the exact details, but there is only one Class 7 awakened, and he is merely at the mid-tier level of Class 7. Excellent. I hadn't anticipated Tianshui District's defenses to be weaker than I imagined. It seems our chances of success are even greater this time." Black Bear King grinned, his gaze shifting back to Owl as he inquired, "Little Black, what about the counties surrounding Tianshui District? I recall Lu Ping and Yang Lo had forces stationed there before." The owl replied, "I've thoroughly observed both counties. Their garrisons number only tens of thousands. They possess only the capability to defend their cities. There's no possibility of them leaving to provide support elsewhere. Otherwise, the millions of human citizens within those counties would become lambs led to slaughter." After a moment's thought, the owl added, "As for Lu Ping and Yang Lo, there's no trace of them whatsoever. Based on my extensive reconnaissance, it appears they've already entered Jiangdu City proper." "Ha ha ha ha. Excellent. Brilliant." The Black Bear Demon King clapped his hands and roared with laughter, his voice deafening, his face radiating confidence. "Why are you so delighted, Your Majesty?" The other Demon Kings in the tent turned their gaze toward the Black Bear Demon King. The Black Bear Demon King roared with laughter. "My joy stems from this. I now possess absolute certainty that within 1 hour, I shall seize Tianshui District. Within 3 hours, I shall conquer all surrounding counties, completely subjugating the entire southern Jiangdu City area." A sneer curled at the corner of his mouth as he continued, "Moreover, I laugh at Pang Lei's lack of strategy and Wang Jingtian's foolishness. They knew full well I was operating nearby, yet to bolster Jiangdu City, they recalled both Yang Lu and Lu Ping. With that, my greatest threat is neutralized. Nothing in the entire Tianshui district can stand in my way now." The Black Bear Demon King still harbored considerable apprehension toward Yang Lu. He had clashed with Yang Lu before, and Yang Li's strength surpassed his own. If he were paired with Lu Ping, whose combat prowess was exceptional, they could certainly cause immense trouble for his forces. Now that Yang Lu and Lu Ping had been transferred away, wouldn't the region south of Jiangdu City be left wide open for him to seize? How many blood soul pearls would that yield? Absorbing them all would likely boost his power tremendously. With enough time, breaking through several realms consecutively would be no problem. "Men, issue the order. The entire army is to prepare for departure. At noon, 12 o'clock sharp, we march on Tianshui District." The Black Bear Demon King roared with laughter, already anticipating the yellow-robed Demon King's forces that had departed last night to assault Jiangdu City. He could hardly contain his impatience. Chapter 170, The Assault. The Black Bear Demon King's army of 300,000 demons and monsters stirred into full motion. They advanced with overwhelming force, roaring and bellowing like a dark cloud obscuring the sky, surging toward Tianshui District like a rolling tidal wave. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass remained. Nearby towns were crushed in an instant, reduced to utter ruins. Fortunately, the human race had already evacuated all residents and guard units from the surrounding towns to Tianshui District beforehand. After all, isolated towns in the wilderness stood no chance against the demonic hordes. Rather than being picked off one by one, it was wiser to abandon them proactively, gathering all forces in one place for a concentrated defense. They charged out of the secret realm. They surged rapidly toward Tianshui.
The most formidable demon under the Black Bear Demon King's command, the 7th tier lower grade Black Chicken Demon King, roared with excitement.
As the vanguard in this battle, he was determined to make a name for himself, to achieve extraordinary feats, to capture the Tianshui region in one fell swoop and seize the vast hoard of blood soul pearls. My subjects, follow Water King's charge. At the fastest speed, kill your way to the Tianshui district, breach its defenses, and slaughter every last Yuan clan member within. The chance to defy heaven and rewrite fate lies before us. Follow this king into battle. The Demon King's eyes blazed with defiant ferocity. A murderous aura radiated from his entire being as he roared, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. Roar! 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 Kill! 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 Slaughter the human race! Devour the human race! The Demon King's vanguard of 100,000 demonic troops roared with frenzied excitement, surging madly toward Tianshui district. In this battle, there was nothing to conceal. The Demon King of the Black Chicken sought to display sheer force and momentum. After all, with 300,000 demonic troops mobilized simultaneously, the sheer magnitude of their demonic aura was impossible to miss. From the moment they set out, the human side had surely noticed. If that was the case, why bother with pretense? Better to be open and honest, launching a direct frontal assault to dramatically boost the morale of his demonic hordes. Moreover, Jiangdu City was currently under siege by the yellow-robed Great Demon King's millions of troops. In the short term, the humans in Tianshui district could expect no reinforcements whatsoever. In the eyes of the Black Chicken Demon King, under such circumstances, Tianshui district had already become their prize. Even the major counties south of Jiangdu City would be slaughtered to the last soul, transformed into an endless stream of blood soul pearls to fuel their cultivation. The demonic hordes advanced with overwhelming momentum. In just over half an hour, the Black Chicken Demon King had already led the vanguard to the city gates, launching a fierce assault on Tianshui district. Tianshui district, atop the city walls. Long before the demonic hordes were within 100 miles of Tianshui district, the defenders had received intelligence and sensed the overwhelming demonic aura. Now, atop the city walls, tens of thousands of human mecha awakened warriors stood ready, their defenses set in rigid formation. Their eyes fixed intently on the charging demonic vanguard. As the enemy closed within striking range, in an instant, attacks rained down from all directions. The roar of artillery echoed across the sky. Thick shells tore through the sky, crashing heavily onto the demon army's positions. Each shell instantly reduced dozens of demons to ash and smoke. Hundreds of cannons within the Tianshui district walls. With just one volley, the demonic vanguard suffered over 10,000 casualties. Yet this devastation lasted only a round or two. Amidst this barrage, the demonic hordes surged like a tidal wave to the base of the walls, launching a fierce assault upon the fortifications. Roar! 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 Kill! Slaughter the humans! The deafening roar shook the heavens. Countless demons and beasts crashed violently against the ground, causing the protective shields on Tianshui district's walls to sway precariously. High above, countless flying beasts launched rapid long-range attacks from the skies, relentlessly inflicting damage upon the humans within the walls. In the brief moment of engagement between the two sides, massive casualties mounted. On the human side, over 1,000 mecha awakened fell instantly. The demons have launched a fierce assault. The Black Bear Demon King and his army of over 200,000 are charging forward with savage momentum. Watching the fierce battlefield, Su Yun, captain of the Tianshui district guard responsible for defending the city walls, wore an extremely grim expression. He rapidly issued order after order, dispatching squad after squad of mecha awakened to desperately hold back the vanguard of the demonic horde's assault. How long can you hold out? Streams of light flashed across the sky. Wang Qiufeng, headmaster of Kunshan Martial Arts Academy and dean of Tianshui No. 3 Middle School, descended swiftly. Golden light erupted from his body as a thunderous cock's crow echoed across the sky. With a single, fierce punch, he shattered hundreds of demons. Landing steadily atop the city wall, Wang Qiufeng turned his gaze toward Su Yun. Su Yun nodded solemnly. For now, it's manageable. But this is merely the initial wave of 100,000 demonic forces. Behind them lies the Black Bear Demon King's army of 200,000. They're currently only 50 li from Tianshui district. They could arrive within the span of a stick of incense. That will be the true test. At the mention of the Black Bear Demon King's remaining 20-odd thousand demonic troops, Su Yun's expression darkened considerably. Clearly, facing such overwhelming demonic forces and the formidable Black Bear Demon King, he held little confidence in the outcome of this offensive-defensive battle. Have you requested reinforcements from Jiangdu City? Wang Qiufeng inquired. Of course, we've already called for reinforcements. But Jiangdu City is struggling to defend itself right now. They're facing a siege by the yellow-robed Great Demon King's millions of demons. They simply don't have the resources to spare for us. Facing Wang Qiufeng's inquiry, Su Yun gave a bitter smile and shook his head. A look of confusion then crossed his face. This battle is perilous. We must fight fiercely to defend, but I wonder if you and I will even survive this. A true man lives beneath heaven and earth. In this demon-plagued age, we must lay down our lives for humanity's future. What does life matter?
What does death matter? Wang Xiaofeng waves dismissively, his body radiating a tragic grandeur. True. Su Yun smiled. Raising his spear, he unleashed a surge of energy from his mecha and roared, "All commanders, heed my command. Follow me into battle. Kill." The roar echoed deafeningly from the city walls. The battle raged fiercely, claiming countless demonic beasts and human mecha awakened warriors in an unending tide.
Within mere minutes of engagement, both the top and below the Tianshui district walls, the scene had transformed into a hellish battlefield. A mountain of corpses, a sea of blood. Rivers of blood flowed. Countless severed limbs and shattered bodies littered the ground. In a remote corner of Tianshui district, within a secret chamber, Zhao Wushuang sat cross-legged, cultivating the Sutra of Forgetting, constantly refining his combat prowess. Suddenly, Zhao Wushuang snapped his eyes open and rose from the ground.
Chapter 171, All Parties Mobilize.
The phone at his waist rang.
Demons launching full-scale assault. The moment has arrived.
A striking message flashed before his eyes.
The demons have made their move?
Zhao Wushuang gripped the phone, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes as the corners of his mouth turned up in a faint smile.
Finally.
After lying dormant for so long in Tianshui district, confined to a sunless chamber, he finally received word of the Black Bear Demon King's 300,000-strong army launching a full-scale assault on Tianshui district. The instant the news reached him, Zhao Wushuang hesitated not a moment. He flung open the chamber door and summoned Gao Kuai and the others. At this location, besides Gao Kuai and the others, 10 additional mecha squads were present. Through covert communications during this period, they had all gathered at this location.
Their numbers exceeded Zhao Wushuang's expectations.
Including his own mecha squad, there were 11 squads in total, with a combined strength of 243 personnel. Not a single one possessed cultivation below the 5th tier. In fact, the vast majority possessed cultivation levels at the upper tier of the 5th rank or higher.
There were even over 26th tier mecha awakened.
Commanding such a formidable force, coupled with his own recent power gains, Zhao Wushuang felt his confidence soar.
He gathered everyone in one place.
Among them, Luizai, the highest-ranked individual with upper 6th-tier cultivation, flashed sharp eyes and impatiently inquired, "Inspector, you summoned us urgently.
Have the demons launched a full-scale assault?"
Zhao Wushuang nodded with a smile. The vanguard of the Black Chicken Demon King has already launched their assault and engaged Su Yun's forces directly. The Black Bear King has also arrived at the city gates.
It's time to close the net.
The moment these words were spoken,
the excitement surged through the over 200 human mecha awakened warriors present.
They had waited far too long for this day. Had they waited any longer, their mechs might have rusted. Now, with the demonic hordes launching a full-scale assault, it was their moment to shine. Their fighting spirit surged to its peak. In this battle, we are the main force. Additionally, Lu Ping and Yanlu will coordinate flanking attacks from both sides. When you reach the battlefield, you must not disgrace yourselves. You must fight with the spirit befitting your role. Moreover, our objective this time is not merely to repel the demons, but to annihilate the entire 300,000-strong demon army, including the Black Bear Demon King himself.
Zhao Wushuang's voice echoed in everyone's ears.
He then issued his orders directly. There's no time to waste.
We must depart immediately. I will reach the battlefield ahead of you. As for the rest of you.
Zhao Wushuang glanced at Luizai, the most powerful among them, and declared, Luizai will lead the mecha forces. I will advance to the battlefield first.
We must catch the demons off guard. Follow me directly as we charge out of the city.
Yes, Inspector General.
The group roared in unison, their battle fervor surging sky high.
Amidst their resounding shout, Zhao Wushuang transformed into a streak of lightning, shooting straight out through the exit.
Luizai gazed through the exit, watching Zhao Wushuang's figure vanish from sight in an instant, his speed astonishingly swift.
Seeing Zhao Wushuang charge forth, Luizai, fearful of being outshone, bellowed before anyone else could speak, "Follow me into battle, everyone."
South of Tianshui district, in a county town,
Lu Ping and Yang Lu gathered together. They glanced at the message on their phones, a faint smile playing on their lips.
Finally. After waiting so long, the yellow-robed Demon King couldn't hold back any longer.
And as their target, the Black Bear Demon King had finally fallen for the trap.
On the surface,
they claimed the county town was defended by only a few tens of thousands of troops.
But 2 months prior, Lu Ping and Yanlu had secretly deployed batches of human mecha awakened warriors to this very county town.
Their numbers reached a staggering 50,000. It could be said that this specially dispatched, secret force of 50,000 human mecha awakened warriors had come solely to deal with the Black Bear Demon King.
All forces advance. Target, the Black Bear Demon King. With that command, Lu Ping and Yang Lu personally led tens of thousands of human mecha awakened ones onto spirit vessels, transforming into streaks of light as they sped toward the Tianshui district. Tianshui district. Within the city walls, a fierce battle raged. Chaos reigned on the battlefield, blood and severed limbs strewn everywhere. Countless demons and human mecha awakened warriors fell. Especially the humans.
Facing reinforcements from the Black Bear Demon King's 200,000-strong demon army, even with the protective shields and over 100 cannons, they struggled to withstand the onslaught. They retreated steadily, suffering increasingly heavy casualties. The protective shield on the city walls grew increasingly fragile, seeming on the verge of shattering at any moment, which would allow the demonic hordes to storm through unimpeded. Wang Qiufeng, Su Yun, and Du Changhong, the principal of Tianshui First High School, fought with all their might. They were the ones who normally guarded the walls of Tianshui District, slaughtering demons one by one. Were it not for these 6th tier and above mecha awakened fighting to the death, the walls of Tianshui District would likely be in far worse shape. Black Chicken, Black Snake, Blade Sheep U3, advance. Kill Su Yun. The Black Bear Demon King commanded from the center of the army. Watching Su Yun and the others fighting desperately on the city walls, he gave a cold wave of his hand and issued the order. The Demon King's Black Chicken, Black Snake, and Blade Sheep all possessed cultivation at the lower 7th tier or above. Black Chicken, in particular, boasted cultivation at the middle 7th tier. Su Yun, however, was only at the mid-tier 7th rank. With these 3 Demon Kings closing in, the Black Bear Demon King was certain that even as the strongest in the Tianshui district, Su Yun would not escape death. Yes. The Black Chicken Demon King, Black Snake Demon King, and Night Sheep Demon King stepped forward in unison, their voices booming in response. The 3 Demon Kings transformed into streaks of light, swiftly charging toward Su Yun, who was valiantly fighting within the city walls. 3 7th-tier Demon Kings? On the city wall, Su Yun's spear pierced through dozens of demonic beasts in a single swift thrust. Sensing the encroaching danger, he looked up to see the Black Chicken Demon King and the other 2 7th-tier Demon Kings charging toward him. He sensed the terrifying power emanating from these 3 7th-ranked Demon Kings. Su Yun dared not hesitate. He immediately flickered away, swiftly retreating from the ramparts toward the open space high above. This section of the city wall was Tianshui District's most resilient defense and its last line of defense. It absolutely could not fall. Therefore, he absolutely could not allow Wuji and the other 2 Demon Kings to scale the walls and inflict casualties upon the other human mecha awakened ones and the deans of the various academies. Otherwise, even if he survived, Tianshui District would inevitably fall much faster. How could he then face the millions of human citizens of Tianshui District? Therefore, Su Yun must lure these 3 Demon Kings away. Regardless of whether he could win, he absolutely could not allow the battle to occur on the city walls. Boom! As Su Yun soared rapidly toward the sky, attempting to lure away the Demon Kings including Wuji, a dazzling blade of thunder suddenly surged from the distance, erupting with a terrifying piercing sound. Chapter 172, Array slays the Demon Kings. A violent explosion echoed. The charging momentum of the 3 7th-tier Demon Kings was swiftly halted, their forms forced into continuous retreat. Faced with such an overwhelming strike, the Black Chicken Demon King's expression darkened. He stared toward the distance in disbelief. Zhao Wushuang. In his eyes, a streak of lightning sliced across the distant sky. Wielding the purple thunder wind-splitting blade, Zhao Wushuang approached at breakneck speed. It was Zhao Wushuang. Zhao Wushuang had arrived. Just as the Black Chicken Demon King and the other 2 7th-tier Demon Kings launched their attack, Zhao Wushuang suddenly intervened, halting their assault. The figure clad in purple armor, blazing with flames and lightning, wielding a long blade, radiated a terrifying aura. The Black Chicken Demon King instantly recognized Zhao Wushuang's identity. After all, since Zhao Wushuang's formidable slaying of the fierce Tiger Demon King, his reputation had spread throughout the demonic lands. You have me as your opponent now. Gentlemen, the tables have turned. Observing the stunned trio of Demon Kings, Zhao Wushuang's lips curved into a faint smile, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Without hesitation, Zhao Wushuang charged swiftly toward the Blade Goat Demon King. His arrival greatly boosted the morale of the human mecha awakened warriors fighting fiercely atop the city walls. They cheered in unison. It's Zhao Wushuang. Wonderful. We're saved. The Jade-faced Azura has arrived. Zhao Wushuang is known as the Jade-faced Azura, the Demon Slayer. With him here, our Tianshui district will be impregnable. The human mecha awakened warriors on the city walls fought fiercely, roaring with excitement. Zhao Wushuang's legendary fame had spread far and wide across demon-infested lands, and naturally, his reputation was equally formidable in urban areas like Jiangdu City and Lujiang City. Every human knew of Zhao Wushuang's fame. Some even privately dubbed him the Jade-faced Demon Slayer. Kill. As Zhao Wushuang charged toward the Blade Goat Demon King, Su Yun nearby understood the signal instantly. Swiftly shifting his focus, he wielded his spear to engage the most powerful Black Chicken Demon King and Black Snake Demon King. Though he stood no chance against these 2 Demon Kings, his prowess made it effortless to delay them for a short while. His actions were precisely to create favorable conditions for Zhao Wushuang, preventing the Black Chicken Demon King and Black Snake Demon King from reinforcing their foe. This would allow Zhao Wushuang to more effectively and confidently slay the Blade Sheep Demon King. The great battle was about to erupt. Boom! The violent clashes and explosions echoed. The sound was deafening. Zhao Wushuang's body moved like a ghostly apparition, transforming into streaks of lightning that continuously flashed. He darted forward, wielding the purple thunder wind-splitting blade, swiftly closing in on the Blade Sheep Demon King. As the saying goes, when two warriors meet on a narrow path, the brave one prevails. Having heard of Zhao Wushuang's formidable reputation, the Demon King of the Blade Sheep had been at a disadvantage from the very start. As the two clashed, the Blade Goat Demon King, a low-tier 7th rank demon, was stunned by Zhao Wushuang's full-power assault. Zhao Wushuang's power was terrifyingly formidable, far exceeding anything the Demon King had imagined. Kill! Rapidly overwhelming the Blade Goat Demon King, Zhao Wushuang radiated murderous intent. His thunderwind blade danced in his grasp, unleashing countless blade shadows that spread and descended. Phantom Thousand Blade Slash. Having tested the Blade Sheep Demon King's strength and realized it was no match for him, Zhao Wushuang unleashed his full power, directly employing his divine technique Phantom Thousand Blade Slash. A sky filled with blade shadows rapidly blossomed and descended, each strike more ferocious than the last, unleashing terrifying thunderous explosions. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed without end, as the embryonic essence of blades darted through the air. Amidst this ferocious assault, the Blade Sheep Demon King, already caught off guard from the start, was utterly overwhelmed. He scrambled to dodge, yet countless blade glints enveloped him. Swept away by the terrifying momentum, his body reeled backward repeatedly, blood spurting from his mouth. Whoosh! Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air. Over 100 flying blades erupted from behind Zhao Wushuang. Using the countless blades as cover, they shot forward, swiftly piercing through the Demon King of the Blade Sheep's body. Put! 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 Blood gushed forth in a continuous spray. One after another, the flying blades pierced the Demon King's body, severing his life force. In just 3 or 4 breaths, the once arrogant and formidable Blade Goat Demon King, who had invaded the Tianshui district, fell dead. This scene stunned the demonic horde, surging forward like a tidal wave. Such terrifying prowess deployed in mere moments, catching their Demon King utterly unprepared, then slaying him outright with flying blades. What kind of terrifying being was this? Zhao Wushuang! Zhao Wushuang, the Demon Slayer! Chaos erupted among the demonic hordes. Panic filled their eyes as they stared at Zhao Wushuang, their once soaring momentum suddenly faltering. Hold your ground! Hold your ground! What are you afraid of a mere Zhao Wushuang for? Charge! Charge! We'll handle Zhao Wushuang. Slaughter the human race. Break through Tianshui district within 1 hour. Seeing their morale begin to waver, the Black Chicken Demon King roared furiously, swiftly clawing Su Yun aside as he charged toward Zhao Wushuang. Su Yun was knocked back. He glanced at the fallen Blade Goat Demon King, a faint smile touching his lips. Without pursuing further, he focused entirely on engaging the Black Snake Demon King. Zhao Wushuang possessed terrifying strength. In a one-on-one confrontation between the Black Chicken Demon King and Zhao Wushuang, Su Yun held unwavering confidence in Zhao's superiority. Thus, he saw no need to risk pursuing the Black Chicken Demon King. His sole focus was eliminating the Black Snake Demon King before him. After all, the Black Chicken Demon King was subtly stronger than him, while the Black Snake Demon King before him was clearly inferior, both in power and cultivation realm. Now, while the Black Chicken Demon King and Zhao Wushuang were locked in fierce combat, Su Yun could leverage the advantages of terrain and momentum to focus entirely on the Black Snake Demon King before him. Slaying it would mean claiming a 7th-ranked Demon King for himself, a major achievement. Here it comes. Feeling a flash of swift wind in the distance, a powerful aura swept toward him. Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow slightly, his body flickering violently as he launched a preemptive strike. He knew the Black Chicken Demon King had moved. An entity whose cultivation and power far surpassed that of the previous Sheep Demon King was now attacking him. Yet Zhao Wushuang felt no fear. Having just crushed the Demon King of the Nice Sheep, he now faced the even more formidable Demon King of the Black Chicken, his own fighting spirit burning brightly. He intended to see just where his true limits lay with his current strength. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed, sending rolling shockwaves sweeping outward. Sand swirled through the sky, dust billowing everywhere. Zhao Wushuang and the Black Chicken Demon King collided mid-air, instantly unleashing a deafening explosion. As they clashed, both gained a clear understanding of each other's power. Chapter 173, Reinforcements Arrive. Facing Zhao Wushuang, who was merely a low-tier 6th-rank demon, the Black Chicken Demon King was utterly astonished. The power Zhao Wushuang displayed was terrifying. From that single clash, he knew Zhao Wushuang's strength was absolutely no less than his own. Compounded by Zhao Wushuang's elusive movements and devastatingly explosive killing techniques, he realized he might not be his match today. Yet the Black Chicken Demon King felt no fear. He possessed immense confidence in his own abilities. While he might fall short of Zhao Wushuang in explosive power and lethal techniques, he remained supremely confident in his ability to hold him off and stall Zhao Wushuang for a period. At the very least, he was confident he could survive Zhao Wushuang's attacks for 100 moves. As for what would happen after 100 moves, facing Zhao Wushuang's terrifying bursts of power and unpredictable killing moves, the Black Chicken Demon King had no certainty. But that was enough. For his Black Bear Demon King was stationed at the rear command center. Upon seeing Zhao Wushuang appear, he would surely launch a swift attack. When the Black Bear Demon King joined the fray, with himself distracting Zhao Wushuang, it would be like a celestial being descending. Together, they would swiftly cut Zhao Wushuang down. Victory would still be theirs. Zhao Wushuang's appearance was merely a minor hiccup in their conquest of the entire Tianshui district. The two engaged in a swift battle. Their battle raged high in the skies. For a time, the exchange was back and forth. Countless thunderous blade shadows erupted, demonic claw marks spread, and the two collided fiercely in the sky, their momentum overwhelming. Behind them, within the central command, the Black Bear Demon King, commanding from the rear, witnessed the fall of the Blade Sheep Demon King and the intervention of the Black Chicken Demon King. A blazing fury ignited in his eyes. Zhao Wushuang, I'll take your life. A furious roar erupted. A terrifying aura erupted from the Black Bear Demon King's body. His gaze shifted to the owl beside him as he demanded in a cold, furious voice, "Xiao Hei, is this the situation you described? Why did Zhao Wushuang suddenly appear?" "Your Majesty, I have no idea. Zhao Wushuang's strength far surpasses mine. He must have sneaked in secretly." The owl trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground, too terrified to lift his head. "Oomph. I'll settle accounts with you after the battle." The Black Bear Demon King snorted coldly, swiftly handing command to a trusted subordinate before his demonic energy surged outward. His massive form propelled itself forward. Now was not the time to settle accounts with the owl. The immediate priority was to eliminate Zhao Wushuang and prevent the Black Chicken Demon King from facing further peril. Otherwise, losing two 7th-ranked Demon Kings under his command in the small Tianshui district would be a costly setback. His prestige and standing among the demonic forces would plummet after his birthday. The Black Bear Demon King darted forward, charging swiftly ahead. As he weaved through the battlefield, a spirit vessel surged forward from the distance, materializing behind the demonic army. Boom! 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 Cannon fire shook the heavens as countless shells rained down from the spirit vessel. In an instant, over 10,000 casualties appeared in the rear of the demonic army. Such terrifying explosions threw the entire demon army into chaos. They turned their weapons around in disbelief, gazing upward. Reinforcements! Human reinforcements! They never imagined that under such circumstances, reinforcements from the human race would actually arrive. Black Bear Demon King, you've been tricked! Yang Lu and Lu Ping roared with laughter as they stepped through the air, swiftly descending from the spirit vessel and charging straight toward the demon army's command center. That was the command center of the demon army. If they could capture that position and slay the Demon King commanding the hordes, the entire 300,000-strong demon army would plunge into chaos. Their morale would plummet, and they would collapse without needing to be attacked. Slaughter the enemy. Annihilate every demon. On the city walls, Su Yun, who had been relentlessly suppressing the Black Serpent Demon King, watched the scene unfold. His expression instantly brightened with delight as he issued his command. As he spoke, the aura emanating from his body grew even more terrifying. One devastating killing move after another erupted from him, heedless of his own exhaustion, driven solely by the urgency to swiftly eliminate the Black Serpent Demon King before him. Meanwhile, far away aboard the spirit vessel, a 6th-tier peak human mecha awakened. After enduring wave after wave of cannon fire, he raised his long sword, bellowed, and commanded, "Follow me into battle, everyone! Annihilate the demons!" His deafening voice, amplified by the mecha's energy, reverberated across the entire battlefield. Immediately, squadrons of well-equipped mechs poured forth from the spirit vessel. Tens of thousands of awakened human mechs surged forward with overwhelming momentum. On the other side, amidst the deafening clamor of battle, Luizai arrived at the forefront, commanding a squadron of over 200 mecha units, all ranked 5th tier or higher. They charged directly out of the city walls, their slaughter shaking the heavens and their fighting spirit soaring high. With formidable strength and seamless coordination, these over 200 5th tier and above mecha squads functioned like a meat grinder. They swiftly complemented the assault on the city walls, forming a crushing force below. Instantly, with reinforcements arriving from all sides, the extremely disadvantageous situation in Tianshui district was reversed in the blink of an eye. The humans rejoiced, while the demons and monsters were thrown into panic. On the ramparts, the human mecha awakened warriors fighting fiercely became wildly enthusiastic, erupting in cheers. Wonderful! Wonderful! So they never abandoned us after all. Their reinforcements were just lying in wait nearby. The tables have turned. With reinforcements here, we're no longer the passive side, we're going to annihilate the demons and monsters. The morale of the human forces on the ramparts soared. Mecha awakened ones of 5th tier and above refused to be left behind. Following the example of Zhao Wushuang's mecha squadron, they charged out from the city walls, launching an assault against the demonic hordes that were beginning to show signs of collapse. "Xiao Hei! You betrayed me!" Witnessing the sudden turn of events before him, the Black Bear Demon King's pupils dilated wildly as he roared with fury. Wrong! Wrong! He had miscalculated everything. This was nothing but a trap. Lu Ping and Yang Lo had never been transferred away, and Zhao Wushuang was nowhere near the front lines. It was all a ploy to lure him into a trap. Its sole purpose was to deal with him to annihilate his entire army of 300,000 demonic troops. Gazing at the chaos erupting in the rear of his central camp, the Black Bear King shot a bitter glance at Zhao Wushuang ahead. Clenching his jaw, he swiftly turned and charged back into the fray. The central camp absolutely must not fall. Otherwise, his entire 300,000-strong demon army would truly collapse here. Now, he had no choice but to make a desperate gamble. He would return to reinforce the central camp. If they could hold out and withstand Yang Lu and Lu Ping, then relying on the sheer numbers of his demonic army, they still had a chance to win in actual combat. Meanwhile, Zhao Wushuang watched as Lu Ping and Yang Lu approached, and the Black Bear King suddenly retreated. A sigh of relief escaped him. After all, the Black Bear King possessed terrifying strength. He stood no chance against him. Compounded by being entangled by the Demon King of the Black Chicken before him, the moment the Black Bear King descended, he would surely be in grave danger. Of course, his life was certainly not in jeopardy. After all, he still held a trump card up his sleeve. However, the subsequent actions would undoubtedly become extremely troublesome. Fortunately, Lu Ping and Yang Li's timely arrival prevented this situation from unfolding. Swinging the purple lightning wind-splitting blade in his hand, Zhao Wushuang's mecha surged with overwhelming momentum as terrifying bolts of lightning spread outward. Chapter 174, Flying Knives Slay the Enemy. Phantom Thousand Blade Slash. Countless knife intents shattered the void. They rapidly coalesced into a single entity high in the sky, transforming into a colossal blade aura that crashed down with devastating force. Damn it! Sensing the threat from this strike, the Black Chicken Demon King roared in fury. He swung his arms, and his wings flapped violently behind him. Feathers flew out in rapid succession. Under the dense, terrifying demonic energy, each feather transformed into a massive sword, colliding fiercely with the colossal blade of light. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted. The sound was deafening. The Phantom Thousand Blade Slash bloomed with its ultimate brilliance. Empowered by the Blood River Divine Blade, the sky suddenly turned crimson as waves of murderous intent swept across the land. Yet the colossal sword formed from the sky-filling feathers shattered layer by layer under the violent impact. Feather by feather flew backward, reduced to ashes. Die for me! Having gained the upper hand with a single strike, Zhao Wushuang pressed his advantage, mercilessly attacking the fallen foe. The mecha energy within his body erupted violently, unleashing his full power to the extreme. The purple thunder wind-splitting blade in his hand was wielded with fierce ferocity, each strike carrying overwhelming killing intent. But the Black Chicken Demon King was no pushover either. Though momentarily at a disadvantage, he relied on his formidable cultivation and terrifying demonic energy, bolstered by numerous treasures, to continuously parry Zhao Wushuang's relentless attacks. At this moment, the Black Chicken Demon King had abandoned any thought of slaying Zhao Wushuang. He knew full well that in terms of combat prowess, he was no match for Zhao Wushuang. Zhao Wushuang was simply too formidable. Despite being only a low-tier 6th-ranked demon, his true strength matched that of the Demon King, a mid-tier 7th-ranked demon. Add to that his terrifying array of lethal techniques, and in a true life-or-death struggle, Zhao Wushuang was undoubtedly far superior to the 7th-tier mid-grade Demon King. Thus, the Black Chicken Demon King's current strategy was to drag out the fight with Zhao Wushuang, stalling for as long as possible to avoid putting himself in danger. As long as he could hold Zhao Wushuang back, the human side would inevitably lose a major combat force. And with the demonic forces holding a decisive numerical advantage, the likelihood of securing ultimate victory remained exceptionally high. Moreover, his side boasted the formidable Black Bear Demon King. Since the last time, after slaughtering multiple counties and towns and absorbing vast quantities of blood soul pearls, the Black Bear Demon King hadn't broken through to a new cultivation level, but its overall power had become far more terrifying than before. With this enhanced power, the Black Bear Demon King now held a distinct advantage over Yang Lu, whom he had previously regarded as a formidable foe. Perhaps, after a fierce battle, the Black Bear Demon King might even slay Yang Lu. By then, a mere Zhao Wushuang would no longer be a major threat. Should the Black Bear Demon King strike, Zhao Wushuang before him would surely meet a fate worse than death. Faced with the Black Chicken Demon King's delaying tactics, who only knew how to defend and dodge, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but feel furious. In terms of raw strength, he was indeed not much stronger than the Black Chicken Demon King. Therefore, with the Black Chicken Demon King only dodging and defending, it was extremely troublesome for him to kill the Black Chicken Demon King. Yet on this battlefield, if he became entangled with the Black Chicken Demon King for too long, regardless of how the overall battle might unfold, his own energy point gains would be drastically reduced. This was not what Zhao Wushuang desired. Facing the Black Chicken Demon King's relentless defense, Zhao Wushuang's attacks grew increasingly savage, the murderous intent in his eyes thickening and spreading. Boom! 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 Violent collisions erupted repeatedly. Zhao Wushuang relentlessly suppressed the Black Chicken Demon King, yet slaying it would still require considerable time. No, I can't wait any longer. After delivering hundreds of relentless strikes, Zhao Wushuang's eyes burned with murderous intent as he stared at the Demon King of Black Chickens, whose defenses remained impenetrable. He knew this stalemate couldn't continue. Casualties on the battlefield mounted relentlessly. Several 6th-tier mecha awakened ones from the human race had already fallen, while on the demon side, nearly 10 6th-tier demon kings had perished. On one side were his own kind, on the other lay the energy points that could enhance his own cultivation. Zhao Wushuang refused to let either side off the hook.
Looks like I'll have to resort to that move.
Zhao Wushuang seethed inwardly. He accelerated violently, leaving trails of afterimages blooming in the sky as he closed in on the black chicken demon king from all directions. Simultaneously, he raised his purple lightning wind-splitting blade high. Every afterimage in the sky raised their blades in unison, striking down in an instant. Countless blade shadows erupted. They charged toward the black chicken demon king, carrying a murderous intent that shook the heavens. The black chicken demon king scrambled to defend, clamping his wings tightly around himself while unleashing a torrent of feathers to block the terrifying onslaught of blade shadows.
Die for me!
A furious roar erupted. The sound carried the explosive force of terrifying thunder. The demon king of black chickens, standing mere inches away, felt his ears suddenly go deaf, a deafening roar echoing within his mind. At that moment, the terrifying thunderous explosion spread out. One after another, flying blades danced out from behind Zhao Wushuang, their number reaching a staggering 999. Each dagger, gleaming with a cold light, carried terrifying destructive power. Imbued with the embryonic essence of the blade's intent, they shot through the air with blinding speed, converging into a single point. Like a raging storm, they relentlessly assaulted the black chicken demon king. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions swept across the battlefield. The protective shields surrounding the black chicken demon king shattered layer by layer, sending feathers flying everywhere. Thud! 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 As the shields shattered, the flying knives pierced through the demon king's body one after another. In an instant, blood spattered everywhere. Blade after blade pierced through, relentlessly driving into the demon king's body through the wounds already inflicted. Ah! His internal organs were swiftly sliced apart. Intense agony surged from the depths of his soul, forcing the black chicken demon king to erupt in a piercing, agonized scream. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. No one had anticipated Zhao Wushuang possessing such a technique. They had assumed that wielding dozens, or even 100, throwing knives was the absolute limit of his ability. Yet to everyone's utter astonishment, Zhao Wushuang could simultaneously command nearly 1,000 flying blades. Each blade moved with flawless precision, unleashing identical, devastating power. The demonic hordes were utterly stunned. The sheer number he could control simultaneously revealed just how formidable Zhao Wushuang's spirit power truly was. The Black Bear Demon King, locked in fierce combat with Yang Lu and Lu Ping, saw his pupils contract. He couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't gone after Zhao Wushuang. Otherwise, with such terrifying ambush tactics, he would likely have been gravely wounded under the assault of nearly 1,000 dreadful flying blades. Chapter 175, Slaughtering All. Had he been gravely wounded then, facing Yang Lu and Lu Ping would have been a death sentence. But now, it was all right. Zhao Wushuang's trump card had been revealed prematurely. As long as he remained cautious and prepared his defenses in advance, the threat posed by such sneak attacks had been greatly diminished. This was also one reason Zhao Wushuang had been reluctant to deploy this ultimate trump card. Originally, he had only intended to summon 100 flying knives. Such a display was quite common. For a master of throwing knives, simultaneously controlling nearly 100 blades was no great feat. But now, he was simultaneously controlling 999 throwing knives. Such a terrifying number had already drawn others' attention, making it difficult to launch a surprise attack from the shadows and inflict maximum damage. It's all your fault. Die! 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 Zhao Wushuang roared furiously. His spiritual essence surged outward, swiftly directing the 999 throwing knives as they relentlessly pierced and sliced through the black chicken demon king's body. Put! 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 Scorching blood spattered as the black chicken demon king's massive body shattered into countless fragments, raining down from the sky. Congratulations, host, on slaying a mid-tier 7th rank black chicken demon king. You have gained 8.5 million energy points. The system notification sounded. The black chicken demon king was dead. However, it yielded only 500,000 more points than the tiger demon king, who possessed special demonic bloodline. In terms of cultivation realm, the black chicken demon king was indeed far superior to the tiger demon king. Still, it was sufficient. After all, demon kings with special bloodlines possessed extremely formidable strength and immense potential. Amidst the rapidly shifting battle, Zhao Wushuang unleashed his ultimate hidden technique, flying daggers. Taking the black chicken demon king completely by surprise, he dispatched it in an instant. The demon king's floating beast crystal core was swiftly snatched by Zhao Wushuang's lightning-fast reflexes and stored within his storage ring. Having swiftly dealt with the black chicken demon king, Zhao Wushuang vanished in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he arrived among the demons battling the human race 6th tier mecha awakened. This area was dominated by demons and monsters of 5th tier and above, with over 76 tier demon beast leaders and demon kings present. Kill! Killing intent flashed in Zhao Wushuang's eyes. Facing such a multitude of demon beast leaders and demon kings, he swung his purple thunder wind-splitting blade without hesitation.
Puff! 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 Phantom Thousand Blade Slash. The purple lightning wind-splitting blade unleashed over 100 strikes in rapid succession, each blade's glow carrying the terrifying embryonic form of a blade intent.
Under these terrifying blade lights, the void shattered and twisted. The 8th 6th ranked demon kings closest to Zhao Wushuang had nowhere to hide, nowhere to evade. Moreover, Zhao Wushuang's speed was too swift. The blade flashes struck suddenly, leaving them no time to react. One by one, they were swiftly sliced apart by the blade-carrying flashes, their bodies shattering into fragments as they plummeted toward the ground, staining the sky crimson with blood. Congratulations, host, for slaying a mid-tier 6th rank Earth Rat Demon King.
You have gained 1,500,000 energy points.
Congratulations, host, for slaying a 6th tier low-grade Grey Wolf Demon King.
You have gained 1,100,000 energy points.
Congratulations, host, for slaying a high-grade 6th tier Black Dog Demon King.
You have obtained 2.3 million energy points.
The system's notifications echoed continuously in Zhao Wushuang's ears as vast quantities of energy points piled up endlessly.
Hearing the system's notifications, a faint smile spread across Zhao Wushuang's lips. Finally,
after slaying the Black Chicken Demon King, his plan to harvest energy points could finally be put into action. Swiftly dispatching these 8 6th tier demon kings, Zhao Wushuang darted forward, continuing his assault on the 5 remaining 6th tier demon kings nearby.
Puff! Puff! Puff!
The purple lightning-piercing wind blade instantly unleashed over 100 terrifying slashes of light. Each slash erupted with the terrifying power of netherworld lightning flames, augmented by the nascent form of blade intent. Blade light after blade light slashed down swiftly. Such blinding speed. The 5 6th tier demon kings had no time to react, their eyes widening in terror. In their pupils, brilliant crimson blade lights descended rapidly, slicing and piercing through their bodies. Accompanied by the spattering spread of scalding blood, these 5 6th tier demon kings were instantly slain by Zhao Wushuang. The human mecha awakened warriors who had been battling them finally caught their breath. They shot Zhao Wushuang a grateful glance, then without hesitation, charged in perfect coordination toward the demon kings nearby. Under the coordinated assault of multiple human mecha awakened warriors, coupled with the fact that these 6th tier demon kings had been intimidated by Zhao Wushuang, over a dozen demon kings were swiftly slain in mere moments. Seeing this, Zhao Wushuang dared not hesitate, fearing the kills would be snatched away. He charged forward swiftly. Amidst the relentless slaughter, after nearly 40 demon kings fell, the remaining 30 could no longer hold out. They roared in terror. They desperately unleashed their demonic energy and primordial power, driving back their immediate opponents at any cost before fleeing frantically into the distance. Watching these 6th tier demon kings scramble for escape, Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow slightly before swiftly pursuing them.
However, these 6th tier demon kings scattered too widely in their flight.
Even with Zhao Wushuang's blazing speed, he managed to slay only a dozen or so, failing to eliminate them all.
But the human 6th tier mecha awakened weren't pushovers.
They swiftly formed teams, pursuing from different directions.
With their morale soaring, they swiftly cut down the fleeing 6th tier demon kings. Forget it. Leave the rest to them.
Watching the 6th tier demon king surrounded by multiple human mecha awakened ones in the distance, already on the brink of collapse, Zhao Wushuang shook his head, abandoning any thoughts of claiming the kill.
It was no longer necessary.
These demon lords were too scattered, each fleeing in different directions.
Surrounded by multiple human mecha, they could perish at any moment.
Even if he gave chase at full speed, securing the kill was another matter entirely.
Moreover, it would be a waste of time.
Even if he managed to kill 2 or 3 by sheer luck, he would likely lose more energy points in the process. Because Zhao Wushuang had already set his sights on another 7th tier, lower grade Black Serpent Demon King not too far away. The Black Snake Demon King was in a pitiful state, thoroughly suppressed by Su Yun. Its massive body was drenched in blood, pierced multiple times by the spear. Seeing Zhao Wushuang unleash his divine might and decisively slay the Black Chicken Demon King threw the Black Snake Demon King into utter disarray.
It desperately tried to break free from Su Yun's grasp and flee.
But Su Yun's strength far surpassed his own.
Now gravely wounded, how could the Black Snake Demon King possibly escape before the formidable Su Yun?
Thus, with no other choice, the Black Serpent Demon King could only struggle to hold on, though this merely delayed his inevitable demise.
This energy point is abundant.
Zhao Wushuang's lips curled slightly. His figure flickered and vanished in an instant, the purple lightning forged blade in his hand slashing downward.
Chapter 176, The Horn of Counterattack. That blade is incredibly fast. Sensing the imminent threat from behind, the Black Serpent Demon King's eyebrow shot up.
He spun around to block the attack.
Yet he discovered the blade's speed was utterly terrifying.
As the dreadful thunder spread, its extreme velocity warped the surrounding space itself. Facing this blindingly fast strike, the Black Serpent Demon King gritted his teeth, desperately unleashing the primordial demonic energy within his body as he swung his weapon with all his might to block.
Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a terrifying shockwave surged forth, sending the Black Serpent Demon King flying backward. Too powerful. Zhao Wushuang's strike wasn't just lightning fast, its destructive force was overwhelming. The terrifying thunderous energy and nascent blade intent erupted, shaking the Demon King's internal organs until they trembled and shifted. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Put! Scorching blood spurted forth. Amidst the spray, countless tiny fragments mingled, clearly shards of flesh torn from his shattered organs. So powerful. Truly worthy of being the human prodigy who slew the Black Chicken Woman King. With just one strike, he shattered me completely. Had I not reacted swiftly and fought with all my might, I would have been decapitated in that single strike. The Black Serpent Demon King trembled, his expression filled with shock at Zhao Wushuang's terrifying power, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Put! A spray of blood erupted. While the Black Serpent Demon King trembled in shock, Su Yun, who had been battling him, seized the moment to swing his spear, piercing straight through the Demon King's body. Terrifying mecha energy erupted instantly, tearing a gaping hole through the Black Serpent Demon King's massive form. The pain is unbearable. Suddenly wounded again, the Black Serpent Demon King screamed in agony, his expression growing even more frenzied. Ha! Trouble! My head's in danger. Zhao Wushuang's body flickered rapidly. Seeing Su Yun about to finish off the Black Serpent Demon King, he inwardly cursed his misfortune. Without a second thought, he accelerated sharply, unleashing his spirit power as hundreds of flying knives shot out in a whirlwind. Whoosh! 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 Blade after blade sliced through the air, shattering the void. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped the Black Serpent Demon King. Thud! 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 Accompanied by a series of wet thuds, hundreds of flying knives pierced the Black Snake Demon King's body with pinpoint accuracy, slicing it into countless fragments that scattered across the sky. Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying a low-tier 7th rank Black Serpent Demon King. You have earned 6.2 million energy points. Just then, the system's notification sounded. Hearing the sound, Zhao Wushuang finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thankfully, he had reacted swiftly, using the flying knives to kill the enemy. He had struck down the Black Snake Demon King before Su Yun could act, securing the 6.2 million energy points in one fell swoop. As the energy points credited to his account, a faint smile touched Zhao Wushuang's lips. He swiftly landed beside Su Yun. How about it? Is Captain Su alright? Zhao Wushuang chuckled softly. He's fine. Inspector Zhao arrived just in time. It's a pity though. Had we been even a moment later, we could have preserved the Black Snake Demon King's entire corpse. Selling it whole would have fetched a hefty price. Now, with only a pile of flesh left, its value will be drastically reduced. Su Yun shook his head, gazing at the shattered remains of the Black Serpent Demon King and the scattered fragments of flesh drifting through the air, unable to suppress a sense of regret. Yet he didn't blame Zhao Wushuang, nor did his tone carry any hint of displeasure. On one hand, battlefields change in the blink of an eye. Zhao Wushuang had naturally chosen the most reliable approach by unleashing his full power. Moreover, without Zhao Wushuang's support, how could he possibly have faced the Black Snake Demon King alone? He would likely have been overwhelmed by the Black Serpent Demon King, the Black Chicken Demon King, and the Blade Sheep Demon King by now, facing certain doom. On the other hand, just as Zhao Wushuang appeared, the transfer order from above swiftly arrived on his communication device. Zhao Wushuang was appointed the new Inspector General of Tianshui District. With this transfer order, the highest authority in the entire Tianshui district no longer belonged to himself, nor to the district chief who commanded operations from behind the scenes. Instead, it now rested with the newly appointed Inspector General, Zhao Wushuang, standing before them. Facing his direct superior, Su Yun dared not utter a single complaint, no matter how many heads Zhao Wushuang claimed. It's fine. This is the most prudent course. We're not concerned with petty gains now. What matters is annihilating the Black Bear Demon King's entire army of 300,000 demons and monsters, and even slaying the Black Bear Demon King himself. Only then can we lift the crisis threatening Tianshui district and all the surrounding towns and counties. That's something no amount of profit could ever buy. Zhao Wushuang chuckled, sweeping the floating demon beast crystal core into his storage ring. He didn't care about Su Yun's feelings. But with the great battle raging before them, and Su Yun currently the highest commander in Tianshui district, it was best to offer an explanation to avoid unnecessary trouble. The Inspector General is correct. I was indeed short-sighted. Su Yun nodded hastily, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he addressed Zhao Wushuang. I owe you a debt of gratitude, Your Excellency. Had you not arrived in time to reinforce us, I likely would have met a grim fate, and Tianshui district would now be teetering on the brink of collapse. It's simply my duty. Zhao Wushuang waved his hand with a smile, adding half-jokingly, besides, this is precisely what my responsibilities entail. Had I not arrived in time, and if Captain Su had suffered casualties or Tianshui district had fallen, my days of comfort would have come to an end. Before Su Yun could respond, Zhao Wushuang waved his hand and issued his command, the tide has turned. We've shifted from defense to offense. Captain Su, give the order. Full-scale assault, annihilate every demon.
Currently, while he was nominally the highest commander of Tianshui district and served as its inspector general. But for secrecy's sake, to ensure the complete annihilation of this 300,000-strong demon army, his appointment had never been publicly announced. Therefore, in this situation, the true command authority over all human mecha awakened warriors in Tianshui district still rested with Su Yun before him. Upon hearing Zhao Wushuang's directive, Su Yun nodded promptly, his eyes brightening as he declared with conviction, "Your subordinate obeys." As he spoke, mecha energy surged from Su Yun's body. Wielding his spear, he summoned a commander's banner that rose from his mecha. "All commanders, heed my order. Full force advance. Annihilate the demons." As the virtual commander's banner drifted, an invisible pressure radiated outward, dramatically boosting the morale of the human mecha awakened warriors. "Charge! Brothers, counterattack! The tide has turned. Slaughter the demons and avenge our fallen comrades. Follow me into battle." Hearing Su Yun's command to charge and launch a full-scale assault, countless human mecha awakened warriors atop the city walls flashed with determination. Their morale soared as they roared in unison. They swiftly opened the city gates. Nearly 100,000 human mecha awakened poured out like a surging tide, relentlessly slaughtering the demonic hordes that had begun to show signs of retreat. Chapter 177, Charge with me. Mecha awakened ones of 6th tier and above, follow me. Charge straight for the Black Bear Demon King's central command. Seeing the tide decisively turned, countless human mecha awakened warriors surged forward. Fueled by soaring morale, they swiftly crushed the demonic hordes. Zhao Wushuang knew the moment had arrived. Raising his sword and bellowing a rallying cry, he issued his command before charging headlong toward the Black Bear Demon King's central camp. The human army led by Lu Ping and Yang Lo had already launched a fierce assault from the rear of the demon forces. With all the human mecha awakened warriors in Tianshui district pouring out of the county town, and the demonic forces facing a pincer attack coupled with the fall of their high-ranking demon kings, how could they possibly lose this battle? Moreover, if he personally led the human mecha awakened warriors of 6th tier and above to crash into the demon army's central camp and wipe out their command post, the morale of the demon horde would suffer another devastating blow. By then, they would be even more like stray dogs, and the casualties among the human mecha awakened ones in this battle would be greatly reduced. Kill! A furious roar erupted. Zhao Wushuang darted through the air like lightning, charging straight into the heart of the demonic army's central formation. His purple thunder wind-splitting blade whirled through the air, unleashing a torrent of lightning that swept across the battlefield. The terrifying blade intent darted through the chaos, indiscriminately reaping the lives of demonic creatures one after another. In the span of just over 10 breaths of Zhao Wushuang's frenzied slaughter, over 1,000 demons lay dead at his hands. And he drew ever closer to the demonic army's central command headquarters. Quickly! Quickly! Stop him! Everyone, charge! The Black Bear Demon King's confidant watched Zhao Wushuang charge forward like a god of death, panic gripping his heart. He roared loudly, ordering his men to rush forward and block him. He understood their predicament. He knew the Black Bear Demon King was being held back by Yang Lu and Lu Ping, leaving him utterly unable to come to their aid. Under these circumstances, Zhao Wushuang, who fought like a god of death, was simply unstoppable by anyone in their demon army. But retreat was not an option. Retreating would throw the entire demon army's command into chaos, and then these 300,000 demon troops would surely meet their end with no place to bury their remains. Therefore, he could only grit his teeth and hold his ground. He prayed his own men could delay Zhao Wushuang, waiting for the Black Bear King to finish off his current opponents and rush back to support them. Think you can stop me? Watching the demons charging forward with reckless abandon, Zhao Wushuang cracked a smile. His blade flashed as he darted through the fray like a phantom. Put! 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 Amidst a sky raining blood, the 100+ 4th and 5th tier demons sent for backup were instantly reduced to scattered fragments, utterly and completely destroyed. Swiftly dispatching these demons who dared to block his path, Zhao Wushuang charged forward with even greater ferocity, slaughtering dozens with every stride, leaving no trace behind. High above, the Black Bear Demon King watched in panic as his command center teetered on collapse under the assault of Zhao Wushuang and his squad of 6th tier mecha awakened. He desperately unleashed his demonic energy, desperate to break free from the relentless pursuit of Lu Ping and Yang Lu. Yet Yang Lu and Lu Ping seemed to have anticipated this very scenario. Their coordination was seamless, their tactics relentless and varied, forcing the Black Bear Demon King into a stalemate where he could not advance an inch. Of course, pushed to the absolute limit, the Black Bear Demon King could retreat to reinforce his central command headquarters. But the price he would pay was severe injury. Faced with such a devastating cost, the Black Bear Demon King lacked both the resolve and the courage to make such a sacrifice. He knew full well that once gravely wounded, even escape would become a struggle. He would face certain death, becoming lambs led to slaughter at the hands of Yang Lu and Lu Ping. Ah, Black Bear! Watch! Witness with your own eyes as your army of over 300,000 demons is annihilated step by step. Lu Ping roared with laughter as he swiftly danced around the Black Bear Demon King, unleashing wave after wave of attacks. He coordinated with Yang Lu, who faced the Demon King head-on, to overwhelm him. Though his combat prowess was formidable, his cultivation level was too limited to face the Black Bear Demon King head-on. He could only support Yang Lu with this tactic. But this was sufficient. Yang Li's strength was already on par with the Black Bear Demon King, and perhaps even slightly superior. With Lu Ping's invaluable support, they left the Black Bear Demon King no opening whatsoever, making even retreat an agonizing struggle.
Damn it! Damn it! You humans are utterly despicable. Every last one of you deserves to die.
The Black Bear Demon King roared furiously, his voice filled with anguish. He could only imagine the fate awaiting his army of over 300,000 demons and monsters.
Hatred burned within him.
He cursed the owl for failing to investigate thoroughly, cursed his own carelessness for falling into the trap of these despicable, shameless humans. Had he been more cautious, had he not launched a preemptive strike against the White Cloud District, but instead led his army of over 300,000 demons to fortify a single position, the battle would not have ended in such utter devastation.
Alas, all this was now mere afterthought.
There was no cure for regret. With morale shattered, the human mecha awakened forces closing in from both sides, how many of his 300,000 demonic troops would survive was now an unknown. I'll make you pay with your lives. The Black Bear Demon King seethed with fury at the thought that his years of painstaking effort were about to come to naught today.
Roaring with fury, he abandoned any thought of reinforcing the central command headquarters. The defeat was inevitable. His sole purpose now was to vent his fury. Before his entire 300,000-strong demon army collapsed completely, he would unleash his full power to slay Yang Lu and Lu Ping before him. Raging roars echoed through the air. The Black Bear Demon King's demonic energy surged and spread. He recklessly drained his primordial power, swinging his massive wolf tooth club like a mountain crushing down, smashing it heavily toward Yang Lu. Boom! 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 The thunderous collision echoed like a bolt from the blue, deafeningly loud. In this sudden burst of fury, the Black Bear Demon King's reckless assault turned the tide. The once desperate situation was forcibly leveled, and he now fought Yang Lu and Lu Ping on equal footing, even gaining a slight advantage. But this advantage was fleeting. Yang Lu and Lu Ping showed no signs of panic. They too unleashed the mecha energy within their bodies, swiftly pinning down the Black Bear Demon King. In the current situation, it was not them who were summoning reinforcements, but the Black Bear Demon King. Once the demon army was utterly routed, Zhao Wushuang and Su Yun would arrive to reinforce them. Then, the four of them would encircle the Black Bear Demon King together, forming a pincer movement. Even with his formidable abilities, the Black Bear Demon King would find death inevitable today. With the Black Bear Demon King dead, their decisive victory would be sealed. They could then gather the remaining human mecha awakened warriors, thoroughly purge the surrounding demons, and execute the follow-up plan laid out by Mayor Pang Lei. Chapter 178, Battlefield Ascension. On the battlefield, Zhao Wushuang slaughtered with frenzied ferocity. Charging straight ahead, thunder erupted from his body as he swiftly reaped the lives of one demon after another. Under his frenzied slaughter, all demons of Tier 4 and above within the demonic army's central formation were annihilated within a mere half hour by Zhao Wushuang and the dozens of Tier 6 human mecha awakened warriors. Slash! A blade's aura pierced through, and Zhao Wushuang's single strike severed the demonic general's head from his body. The head fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The demonic central command is annihilated. Follow me, exterminate the demons. Zhao Wushuang raised his arm and bellowed, his voice echoing across the battlefield, relentlessly inspiring the human mecha awakened warriors charging forth from Tianshui district. Their courage surged as they fought fiercely, morale soaring with each victory. Faced with such fierce human assault, and with their central command headquarters wiped out, the demon army descended into utter chaos. Without overall command, their morale plummeted, and their entire formation collapsed like a house of cards. Having wiped out the demonic army's central command, Zhao Wushuang scanned the battlefield. Finding no high-ranking demons, he immediately locked onto the Black Bear Demon King locked in fierce combat with Lu Ping and Yang Lu high above. A 7th-tier peak-level great demon. His gaze fixed firmly on the Black Bear Demon King locked in fierce combat above, a hint of greed flickered in Zhao Wushuang's eyes. This was a peak 7th-tier demon lord. In terms of innate talent and potential, it had risen to become a regional overlord, ranking among the elite of the demonic realm. If he were to slay it, wouldn't the energy points gained start at tens of millions? Moreover, the Black Bear Demon King was currently locked in a fierce struggle with Lu Ping and Yang Lu. Though its attacks were ferocious, upon closer inspection, Lu Ping and Yang Lu held the upper hand. This was a golden opportunity. How could Zhao Wushuang possibly let such a golden opportunity slip away? His form darted swiftly through the air as he simultaneously focused his attention on the attribute panel in his mind. After this fierce battle, Zhao Wushuang had accumulated tens of millions of energy points. System, upgrade my shadowless flying knife technique. Surveying the tens of millions of energy points, Zhao Wushuang hesitated not a moment. He immediately selected the shadowless flying dagger technique, the most explosive skill currently available and the only one capable of launching a surprise attack to slay the Black Bear Demon King in one fell swoop. As vast amounts of energy points were consumed, Zhao Wushuang's shadowless flying knife technique rapidly upgraded.
Streams of insights about the technique surged through his mind. Through successive upgrades, Zhao Wushuang consumed a staggering 20 million energy points in an instant, propelling the shadowless flying knife technique to the Great Mastery tier in one decisive push. With the Great Mastery level shadowless flying dagger technique, Zhao Wushuang felt his comprehension of Taoist arts deepen significantly. Even the nascent form of his dagger intent had grown several times stronger than before. Excellent! With the Great Mastery level shadowless flying dagger technique empowering me, combined with my ability to manipulate objects using spirit essence, I will surely slay the Black Bear Demon King in a single strike during a surprise attack. Feeling the surge in his current strength, Zhao Wushuang's heart swelled with joy. His form darted through the air like a bolt of lightning, the purple thunder wind-splitting blade in his hand slashing fiercely toward the Black Bear Demon King. Die! Suddenly, the Black Bear Demon King whipped his head around, slamming his massive paw down toward Zhao Wushuang. Ever since Zhao Wushuang had destroyed his central command headquarters and cut down his banner, the Demon King had kept a portion of his consciousness vigilantly focused on Zhao Wushuang before him. He had done so to guard against a surprise attack, for though Zhao Wushuang was only a low-tier 6th rank cultivator, his combat prowess was terrifying. Should Zhao succeed in a sneak strike, the Demon King's fate today would likely be grim. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted. The purple lightning-piercing blade collided violently with the Black Bear Demon King's massive palm. Amidst the violent collision, a gale force wind swept outward. Zhao Wushuang's body staggered violently, sending him flying backward. A fine gash appeared on the Black Bear Demon King's palm, a trickle of blood slowly seeping out. The Black Bear Demon King paid it little mind. After all, such a minor wound was nothing more than a mosquito bite beneath his impenetrable defenses. Put! High in the air, Zhao Wushuang was sent flying backward. A metallic taste filled his throat as he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. What overwhelming power! Feeling the terrifying, overpowering force of the Black Bear Demon King, Zhao Wushuang was utterly shocked. Such terrifying might was several times, perhaps even over 10 times, stronger than his own. Had it not been for the Earth Spirit Orb's formidable defense, with its layers of shields absorbing the impact, that violent collision would have either killed him or left him gravely injured. Facing the Black Bear Demon King head-on is impossible. The only way is to use speed to maneuver around him and let Yang Li take the brunt up front. Zhao Wushuang silently resolved within himself. His form darted swiftly through the fray, coordinating with Yang Lu and Lu Ping's attacks. He harassed the Black Bear Demon King from the shadows, launching surprise assaults. The battle between the Black Bear Demon King and the trio of Zhao Wushuang and Yang Lu raged fiercely. High above, the four figures became streaks of light colliding ceaselessly, unleashing fierce attacks that erupted like meteors crashing from the heavens. Zhao Wushuang and Lu Ping moved with blinding speed, while Yang Lu and the Black Bear Demon King unleashed overwhelming force, defense, and attacks. The four exchanged blows relentlessly. However, after Zhao Wushuang joined the fray, the Black Bear Demon King, who had been fighting at full strength, began to show signs of exhaustion. The advantage he had held started to slowly slip away. Wait! A blade wound? High above, Zhao Wushuang darted through the air, continuously unleashing bursts of blade intent to support and coordinate with Yang Lu. But when he noticed a tiny blade wound on the Black Bear Demon King's massive paw, continuously oozing blood, his expression instantly brightened with delight. He remembered. During their earlier head-on clash, he had struck the Black Bear Demon King's palm with his purple thunder wind-splitting blade. Though that strike had sent him reeling backward, even causing him to spit blood, the purple thunder wind-splitting blade had indeed struck the Black Bear Demon King's palm. He had assumed it hadn't breached the Demon King's defenses and was still waiting for an opening. Now it seemed his strike had succeeded. Only, the wound was minuscule, barely the width of a hair and nearly impossible to detect without close inspection. Had it not been for the blood dripping from the Demon King's hand moments earlier, Zhao Wushuang would never have made the connection. Excellent! Zhao Wushuang's expression brimmed with delight. He accelerated his movements, the blade in his hand dancing ever faster. Simultaneously, the Blood River Divine Blade erupted with blinding speed. Put! Amidst a flurry of flashing blade light, the Blood River Divine Blade erupted. Guided by these streaks of light, the blood flowing from the Black Bear Demon King's palm grew more abundant, and the wound gradually widened. Chapter 179, Full-Scale Assault. Trouble. There's something peculiar about your swordplay. The Black Bear Demon King, who was fully focused on fighting Yang Lu while constantly guarding against sneak attacks from Zhao Wushuang and Lu Ping, suddenly felt a sharp, stinging pain in his palm. He looked down to see that the wound, once no thicker than a strand of hair, was now gushing blood. No matter how he tried to seal it with demonic energy, it proved futile. Moreover, the searing pain radiating from the wound relentlessly assaulted the Black Bear Demon King's nerves, spreading infection to the surrounding skin. The area around the wound had already begun to fester and rot. Correct answer, but no prize. A savage grin spread across Zhao Wushuang's lips as he swiftly backed away from the enraged Black Bear Demon King. What he needed now was for the Black Bear Demon King to be consumed by panic and rage, leaving a fatal opening. Then he could unleash the shadowless flying knife technique at full power, using his spirit essence to manipulate objects and strike down the Black Bear Demon King in one fell swoop.
He rapidly pulled back while shouting, "General Yang, hold the Black Bear Demon King. I practice the Blood River Sword technique. The longer we stall him, the better it is for us. Killing him will be a sure thing then. We absolutely cannot let him escape." Zhao Wushuang did not reveal his Blood River Divine Blade, instead stating he practiced the Blood River Sword technique. Of course, Zhao Wushuang wasn't deceiving Yang Lu either. He had indeed cultivated the Blood River Sword technique before. However, through the evolution and fusion of the technique, it had transformed into the current Blood River Divine Sword. Yet all this was possible only because of the system. To avoid arousing suspicion from those with ulterior motives, Zhao Wushuang concealed the existence of the Blood River Divine Blade. As he spoke, Zhao Wushuang flickered away. He then called out loudly to Lu Ping on the other side, "Commander Lu, engage in a feigned battle with me. Focus all your efforts on assisting General Yang in slaying the Black Bear Demon King. Do not approach it too closely, lest it go berserk and accidentally injure you." "Ah, as you say, Inspector Zhao." Lu Ping roared with laughter. He held Zhao Wushuang in the highest regard. Though they'd met in Tianshui district and interacted sparingly, their bond had grown remarkably close. Now that Zhao Wushuang held such status and power, Lu Ping was naturally overjoyed. Moreover, he trusted Zhao Wushuang implicitly. After all, as the former top-ranked cultivator on the hidden dragon list and someone who had descended from the Dragon's Head mountain, possessing extraordinary abilities was hardly surprising. Hearing Zhao Wushuang's words, to prevent the Black Bear Demon King from lashing out desperately and targeting the weaker ones, Lu Ping swiftly retreated, engaging in a distant skirmish. He continuously used ranged attacks to help Yang Lu shoulder the pressure. "You want to kill me? Come on then. All of you, die." The Black Bear Demon King roared furiously. Feeling the stinging pain from his wounds and the unstoppable flow of blood, his expression grew increasingly frenzied. Boom! The Black Bear Demon King clenched his palm into a fist and unleashed a devastating punch. A terrifying explosion of demonic energy rippled out, shattering the void itself as it unleashed an utterly destructive force toward Yang Lu. Though his expression grew increasingly frenzied, the Black Bear Demon King still retained a sliver of reason. He knew that the greatest threat before him today was Yang Lu. As long as Yang Lu lived, he would be relentlessly pursued by him. The Black Bear Demon King would never be able to deal with Zhao Wushuang, never be able to slay him and break the vicious, evil technique sealed within his palm. Therefore, to stem the blood flowing from his palm and seize the chance to slay Zhao Wushuang, the Black Bear Demon King had no choice but to violently ignite the primordial demonic energy within his body, transforming it into terrifying force as he charged at Yang Lu. Feeling the terrifying explosion and attack, Yang Li's expression shifted slightly. His spear swept horizontally, and a golden orb shot from his chest, transforming into a massive shield that enveloped him. Boom! The spear and the massive fist collided violently. A deafening explosion rippled through the air, shattering the void. Amidst the fierce collision, Yang Li's spear bent, sending him flying backward. The terrifying fist force pierced through the spear, striking his golden light shield with brutal force. The fist force collided with the golden shield, causing the golden bead's light to erupt. Boom! 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 Another wave of terrifying explosions swept through. Amidst the deafening roar, Yang Li's golden shield from his previous life teetered on the brink of collapse, already riddled with numerous cracks. After all, a 7th-tier demon at Demon King level fiend burning its demonic energy essence to unleash a full power attack was terrifying beyond imagination. But Yang Lu was no pushover. Empowered by his formidable protective artifact, just as the shield was about to shatter layer by layer, he swung his spear violently. With a fierce collision, he finally managed to block the devastating punch. Seizing this opening, Yang Lu abruptly unleashed his mecha abilities. Instead of retreating, he charged forward with blinding speed. The golden light of his spear flashed, its razor-sharp edge tearing through the void as it pierced directly toward the Black Bear Demon King's head. Gungjin Chi. Yang Lu had awakened the Golden God Mecha, one of the divine mechas, also known as the Ruzu Mecha. This Lusu Mecha was exceptionally formidable. Together with the Fire God Mecha Jiru, the Water God Mecha Shin Ming, the Wood God Mecha Jumong, and the Earth God Mecha Hutu, they were collectively known as the 5 Elements Divine Mechas. With the formidable Golden God armor at his disposal, Yang Lu, though barely a century old, had already reached the peak of the 7th tier in cultivation. His formidable strength allowed him to effortlessly fight opponents several tiers above his own, whether they were ordinary demons or human mecha awakened ones. Only the Black Bear Demon King before him could stand against him. Any other 7th tier great demon lacking the bloodline and title of a demon king would likely have been slain by Yang Lu long ago. A powerful surge of gung metal energy erupted. A flash of golden light erupted from the spear in Yang Li's hand. In an instant, the spear tip appeared directly before the Black Bear Demon King's forehead. No! Sensing mortal peril, the Black Bear Demon King inwardly cursed. His form darted away swiftly as terrifying demonic energy surged outward, enveloping him in a massive protective shield. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed. Yang Li's spear struck the shield with brutal force. Under the impact of this strike, saturated with the essence of, the hastily erected shield of the Black Bear Demon King began to tremble and crack, already riddled with fissures. Boom! 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 Before the Black Bear Demon King could react, Yang Lo launched another fierce attack.
His spear moved with blinding speed, creating a swirling storm of spear shadows in the sky.
Like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, they rained down upon the Black Bear Demon King. In a clash between powerful foes, countermeasures unfolded in the blink of an eye. He could not squander this golden opportunity.
If the Black Bear Demon King were allowed to catch its breath, once his own momentum faded, he would surely face its terrifying counterattack. Therefore, he must seize this chance to slay the Black Bear Demon King outright. Even if he couldn't kill it, he would cripple it severely.
Chapter 180 /
The terrifying might of Gangjin energy tore through the sky. Faced with such a terrifying assault, the Black Bear Demon King dared not hesitate. A colossal phantom instantly materialized, floating in midair from within his body.
This colossal phantom was a giant bear hundreds of zhang tall.
The bear pounded its chest and roared furiously. As Yang Li's attack descended, the giant bear's palms slammed out violently, instantly forming a massive black light shield before the Black Bear Demon King.
Boom!
A terrifying explosion rippled outward. The sky filled with clashing spear shadows collided with the shield. At the moment of impact, the shield swayed precariously, cracks spreading across its surface, though it did not shatter immediately.
After this brief delay, the Black Bear Demon King gained a moment to breathe.
Roaring with fury, he shattered the void with a single step, transforming his palm into a fist.
Switching from defense to offense, he charged toward Yang Lo with reckless abandon.
Facing the Black Bear Demon King's reckless assault, Yang Lo dared not be careless. He swiftly swung his spear to block the attack.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The two clashed repeatedly in the sky, blow after blow.
The battle, which had begun to tilt in Yang Li's favor, once again reached a fever pitch.
They locked in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand.
Yang Lo, you're dead today. Even if I perish, I'll drag you down with me.
The Black Bear Demon King burned his demonic energy reserves at all costs, his fists flailing wildly as he attacked, his voice dripping with fury. Though he desired to kill Zhao Wushuang more than Yang Lo, the current situation left him no choice. Thus, he could only focus all his efforts on dealing with Yang Lo before him. Even if it meant exhausting his demonic energy source and perishing, defeating Yang Lo would be a monumental victory for him. With such a feat to his name, even if he perished, his descendants in the demonic realm would surely be favored by the Demon King. At the very least, they would never again have to worry about cultivation resources for the rest of their lives. Hearing this, Yang Lo dared not let his guard down for a moment, desperately focusing on defense. At the same time, he sneered coldly in reply, "Look at you talking big. If you've got the guts, kill me first. If you don't, then stop spouting nonsense and wasting my time with all this empty talk." He taunted the Black Bear Demon King.
Yang Lo continued to pile on the taunts. As the Black Bear Demon King desperately drained his demonic beast essence, Yang Lo couldn't finish him off and could only keep parrying and stalling. His only hope now was to disrupt the Black Bear Demon King's focus, creating an opening for Lu Ping and Zhao Wushuang, who were harassing and maneuvering nearby. As the aggro meter reached its peak, the Black Bear Demon King, attacking desperately and recklessly, grew even more relentless, trading wounds for wounds, life for life. This style of fighting naturally left him riddled with openings. Seizing a gap, Yang Lo thrust his spear forward with all his might. Thud! Scorching blood spattered. Yang Li's spear plunged deep into the Demon King's chest. Yet, despite such a devastating blow, the Black Bear Demon King merely grinned. A surge of thick demonic energy erupted from its body, sweeping out as its massive bear paws seized the spear. With a tremendous force, it drove the spearhead deep into its own flesh. Put! A torrent of blood spurted forth once more. Taking advantage of Yang Li's spear being lodged in his bones, the Black Bear Demon King endured the excruciating pain, rapidly closing the distance, and lashed out with a fierce swipe at Yang Li's head. Colossal force erupted, shattering the surrounding void as a sonic boom reverberated like a thunderclap from nowhere. If this blow struck Yang Li's head, the Black Bear Demon King was utterly confident it would kill him in one strike. With the remaining primordial energy, he would then have enough power to eliminate Zhao Wushuang and Lu Ping once more. That would be the moment when the demonic forces turned defeat into victory. Boom! The palm struck down. Golden light erupted. As the palm descended, a token within Yang Li's mecha suddenly erupted, transforming into a golden light shield that directly blocked the Black Bear Demon King's fatal strike. Yet under the ferocious assault, the shield cracked and trembled, teetering on collapse. Yang Lu himself was reeling from the immense shockwave, his vision blurred and his body swaying. "Die before me!" The Black Bear Demon King's pupils dilated wildly as he roared with fury, clearly enraged that his strike had failed to kill Yang Lu. Seizing the moment while Yang Lu was dazed, the Demon King's twin palms flashed like lightning, striking in rapid succession. Boom! 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 The relentless barrage of blows struck the golden shield again and again. Under the relentless assault, blood spurted from Yang Li's mouth as he was forced back step by step, the golden shield shattering under the relentless pounding. Die with me! Feeling the demonic energy within him rapidly depleting, the Black Bear King descended into utter madness.
His eyes blazed crimson as his palms lashed out in a frenzied assault, desperate to trade lives with Yang Lu in the final moments before his demonic energy vanished. Whoosh! 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 At that instant, nearly 1,000 flying knives erupted, shattering the void as they suddenly materialized from the air. The blades darted through the air. In the blink of an eye, before the Black Bear Demon King could react, they pierced the back of his skull. Die! The Black Bear Demon King roared in defiance. Instead of turning to block, he recklessly intensified the force in his palms, charging even more frenziedly toward Yang Lu. The flying knives were simply too fast. The Black Bear Demon King knew deep down that he could no longer turn around in time to block it. Even if he somehow managed to block it, Yang Lu, his most formidable foe, would deliver a fatal blow at that very moment. All hope of survival vanished in that instant. Faced with death from both sides, the Black Bear Demon King naturally chose to take one down with him. And Yang Lu was the obvious choice. Thwack! 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 One after another, flying knives pierced through, and a large number of knives were deflected. Yet under Zhao Wushuang's spirit power control, every single one aimed for a single point. As countless blades ricocheted away, the Black Bear Demon King's skull finally cracked open at the back. Scorching blood spurted forth, and the remaining 300+ throwing knives transformed into streaks of crimson light, directly tearing into the Black Bear Demon King's mind. The daggers tore through, unleashing terrifying thunder and the nascent form of blade intent. As the Black Bear Demon King mustered his last ounce of strength to strike out with a palm, his head exploded violently. He instantly became a headless corpse, revealing his true form as he plummeted heavily toward the ground. Boom! A terrifying explosion swept through the air. Yang Li's spear bent violently as he spat blood and flew backward. General Yang! Seeing Yang Li spitting blood and flying backward, Lu Ping sensed danger and immediately soared upward in pursuit. Zhao Wushuang merely glanced at the blood spitting, retreating Yang Lu before swiftly diving toward the ground. He grabbed the Black Bear Demon King's corpse just as it was about to hit the earth and stored it into his storage ring. Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying a peak 7th tier Black Bear Demon King. You have earned 28 million energy points. Chapter 181, The Battle's End. At that very moment, the system's notification sounded in Zhao Wushuang's ears. Hearing the notification, Zhao Wushuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. For just as his countless flying blades pierced the Black Bear Demon King's skull, Yang Li's spear simultaneously skewered its heart. Had it not been for this, how could Yang Lu have sustained such severe injuries? He gained a substantial amount of energy. As Zhao Wushuang exhaled in relief, his body flickered rapidly, instantly appearing beside Lu Ping. At that moment, Lu Ping was holding Yang Lu, who was pale and radiating an extremely weak aura. Are you alright, General Yang? Zhao Wushuang asked softly from the side. Nothing serious. That Black Mystic Demon King's power was simply terrifying. His final strike before death truly left me suffering. Cough cough cough. Yang Lu managed a weak smile, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs as he spoke. Clearly, his injuries were far more severe than he let on. While they weren't fatal, full recovery would take at least a year or two before he could regain his peak combat strength. General Yang, stop talking. Right now, your mouth is the toughest part of your entire body. Seeing the blood Yang Lu coughed up, Yu Pin felt a bit speechless. He swiftly retrieved a snow-white pill from his storage ring and fed it directly to Yang Lu. With great effort, Yang Lu swallowed it. As the energy from his mecha circulated within him and the pill's potency took effect, the pallor draining from his face gave way to a faint flush of color. Witnessing this, Lu Ping and Zhao Wushuang finally exhaled in relief. What are you standing around for? Help me up. I can still fight. Yang Lu, his strength restored, shot Lu Ping a fierce glare, his overall demeanor looking much better than before. Sigh, I'll escort you back to the city first. Judging by your condition, if you don't focus on recuperating for a year or two, you might develop lasting health issues. That would only hinder your cultivation progress later. Lu Ping shook his head and sighed. He was nearly 200 years older than Yang Lu. Yet Yang Li's cultivation and strength far surpassed his own, owing entirely to Yang Li's innate talent and the golden divine mecha he had awakened Shuso. As the military's rising star, Yang Lu had only recently been assigned here. Lu Ping was determined not to let any lingering health issues or hidden dangers hinder Yang Li's future cultivation. Yang Lu wasn't stubborn either. He was merely stubborn in words. He knew his future achievements must not be hindered, for such a setback would be a loss not only for himself but for all of China. Thus, upon hearing Lu Ping's words, Yang Li's expression shifted before he snorted, very well. Since Commander Lu has spoken, as my senior, I naturally cannot argue. Then, Commander Lu, I shall trouble you to escort me back to Shifeng County first. Yes, General Yang. Lu Ping nodded, his gaze shifting to Zhao Wushuang. A smile touched his lips as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your timely intervention, Inspector Zhao. Had you not struck down the Black Bear Demon King at the last moment, General Yang would have faced far greater peril. It's nothing. It's my duty. Zhao Wushuang chuckled. On the contrary, I owe General Yang my gratitude.
Had he not bravely held off the Black Bear Demon King at the risk of his own life, my strength alone would never have been enough to slay it. The human mecha awakened once charging into Tianshui district would have faced utter annihilation. He spoke the truth. Without Yanle desperately holding back the Black Bear Demon King, without him relentlessly drawing its hatred, how could he have snatched the kill at the last second? Moreover, had Yanle not thrown himself into the fray, the Black Bear Demon King would likely have targeted him instead. Under its relentless pursuit, it would be Yang Lo who now found himself in this dire predicament. Looking at the pale-faced Yang Lo, Zhao Wushuang paused for a moment before retrieving a healing pill from his storage ring, one he had purchased at great expense. I'll take the Black Bear Demon King's corpse. This is largely thanks to General Yang's efforts. This healing pill is my token of appreciation. Please accept it, General Yang, to prevent lingering injuries from hindering your cultivation in the future. Zhao Wushuang handed the pill to Yang Lo with a smile. Thank you, Inspector Zhao. Seeing the exceptional quality of the healing pill, Yang Lo did not refuse. This healing pill was called the Greenwood Revitalizing Pill, and he recognized it. As for its price, it was exorbitantly expensive. A single pill cost at least 7 or 800 million Federation coins. With such a high price tag, it was often unavailable on the market, and whenever it was released, it would be snapped up immediately. Faced with a pill so beneficial to his recovery, Yanle naturally accepted without hesitation. The sooner he returned to peak condition, the sooner he could join the battlefront, slaying more demons and monsters to alleviate the pressure on the front lines. There's no need for this. Zhao Wushuang smiled, turning his gaze to Lu Ping. Then I'll trouble Commander Lu to escort General Yang back first. As for me, I'll stay behind to eliminate these demons, aiming to wipe out the remaining ones. I'll also gather your mecha units and await Commander Lu's return. Very well, I'll escort General Yang back first. Lu Ping nodded and handed over the command token for his mecha unit to Zhao Wushuang. As fellow humans, Zhao Wushuang was the top-ranked individual on the previous hidden dragon list, and with the backing of the Divine Dragon Mountain, Lu Ping naturally trusted him implicitly. Such a man would never act rashly. His character was impeccable. With his command token in Zhao Wushuang's hands, there would be no issues whatsoever. Zhao Wushuang nodded. The instant he seized the token, he vanished like a bolt of lightning. His purple thunder-cleaving blade whirled through the air, summoning thunder from the heavens. The terrifying blade intent rapidly descended upon the remaining demonic hordes. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions echoed without end. Demon beasts and fiends were blown skyward, their shattered remains scattering into the air before crashing back down. Blood flowed like rivers across the ground, corpses piled high as mountains. Caught in a pincer attack, the human forces converged into a single, united army numbering over 100,000. They fought with fierce determination, swiftly slaughtering one demon after another. With Zhao Wushuang joining their ranks and led by the vast number of 6th-tier mecha awakened, they charged forward with a battle cry, crushing the fleeing demonic hordes in a relentless slaughter. Amidst this relentless slaughter, time flew by as blood spattered ceaselessly. One demon after another fell. This battle, involving over 500,000 combatants, quietly drew to a close. Chapter 182, Devastating Casualties. Phew! This great battle has finally ended. Zhao Wushuang exhaled a heavy breath, surveying the battlefield strewn with corpses and rivers of blood, a sense of relief washing over him. Throughout this battle, he had accumulated over 90 million energy points, not far from reaching 100 million. However, due to the continuous enhancement of the Phantom Flying Knife technique consuming over 20 million points, his current energy reserves on his attribute panel stood at just over 73 million points. Such a vast amount of energy points caused numerous plus signs to appear on Zhao Wushuang's attribute panel. Clearly, if he were to expend this entire fortune of energy points, his cultivation and strength would undoubtedly undergo another leap forward. Glancing at his attribute panel, Zhao Wushuang did not immediately choose to upgrade. Instead, he swiftly roamed the battlefield, ensuring no demons or monsters remained. Inspector Zhao. While Zhao Wushuang was patrolling the battlefield, Su Yun, the captain of the escort team and the highest-ranked cultivator in Tianshui district, swiftly approached him. He respectfully bowed his hands and reported, "Inspector Zhao, our race has achieved a resounding victory in this battle. We have nearly annihilated the demon army of over 300,000. Only a mere 10,000 to 20,000 demons remain unaccounted for. As for demons of 5th tier and above, they have all been destroyed." As he delivered this report, Su Yun's face was aglow with excitement. At the outset, he had not yet received the secret orders from above, nor had he awaited reinforcements from Zhao Wushuang, Lu Ping, Yang Lo, and the others. Facing over 300,000 demonic troops, more than 70 demon kings of 6th tier or higher, and the peak 7th tier Black Bear Demon King, despair had gripped his heart. In fact, when he had gone alone to draw the attention of the Black Chicken Demon King, the Black Snake Demon King, and the other 3 Demon Kings, he had already prepared himself for a heroic sacrifice, ready to die in battle. Yet, with the arrival of the secret order, Zhao Wushuang suddenly appeared like a celestial being, turning the tide of battle. Not only did the human race turn defeat into victory, but they nearly annihilated the entire demonic army of over 300,000. They even slew every demon king of 5th tier strength or higher. The most glorious achievement was the defeat of the 7th tier peak Blackbear Demon King, a regional overlord among demons whose formidable strength could even rival that of an ordinary 8th tier lower grade human mecha awakener. Such a remarkable turnaround, securing the safety of millions of human citizens in Tianshui district. How could Su Yun not be thrilled? Zhao Wushuang listened to Su Yun's report of the battle achievements and nodded with considerable satisfaction. His gaze fell upon Su Yun, whose mecha was drenched in blood, with several cracks visible in the armor. Zhao Wushuang hesitated slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he sighed and spoke, "Captain Su, you've worked tirelessly on this matter. But, have the casualties among our human forces been tallied yet?" This was his duty. As the Inspector General overseeing the Tianshui district area, his role in this major battle was not only to accurately report the number of demons and monsters eradicated, but also to tally the human casualties. This was necessary to process martyr compensation, submit the list to the Huaxia authorities for the awarding of martyr medals, and arrange for the future employment and livelihood of the martyrs' orphans. At the mention of human casualties, Su Yun's previously elated expression stiffened slightly. He forced a smile, clenching his fists tightly. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "In this battle, Tianshui district fielded a total of 128,453 mecha awakened combatants. Ultimately, only 73,751 survived. Among them, 18,900 suffered severe injuries, and 36,453 sustained minor wounds. As for the 60,000-strong army brought by Commander Lu and General Yang Lo, after the latest headcount, only 42,361 remain alive. According to the final tally, excluding ordinary human civilians caught in the crossfire, our human mecha awakened forces suffered casualties nearing 76,000 in this offensive-defensive battle. Such immense casualties among our human brethren, the mere mention of it filled Su Yun's heart with profound sorrow, dimming the joy he felt at having slain over 300,000 demonic forces. The root cause of all this suffering lay squarely with those demons who had recklessly sought to invade human territory. Nearly 76,000. Hearing this figure, Zhao Wushuang's eyebrows shot up in shock. He sighed deeply and said, "Alas. Compile the list of the fallen. Then thoroughly clean up the battlefield. Sell all the demon corpses. After deducting the mandatory portion to be handed over, distribute the remainder to those who served with distinction. Also, provide compensation to the families of those who died in battle." As he spoke, another thought occurred to Zhao Wushuang. He turned his gaze to Su Yun and inquired, "How many casualties are there among human mechs of 6th tier and above? What is the current status of the mech squadron I brought?" Upon hearing Zhao Wushuang's inquiry, Su Yun paused briefly before replying. 5 human mech pilots of 6th tier or above were lost in action. One of them was from the mech squadron you commanded, Inspector Zhao. As for casualties among the other mech squadrons under your command, according to our tally, 20 personnel were killed in action, 35 suffered critical injuries, and 98 sustained injuries of varying severity, none life-threatening. 20 casualties? 35 critically injured. Hearing that so many had perished or suffered severe injuries among his mecha squad of just over 200 men, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but shake his head. Especially with over 90 others wounded. In other words, adding the dead and critically wounded together, it meant that over half of the 200-plus mech squad he had brought with him had sustained injuries of varying severity. But there was nothing he could do about it. This was the battlefield. This was the brutal reality of war. "Alright, I understand." Zhao Wushuang waved his hand dismissively. After surveying the battlefield and confirming no lingering threats remained, he turned back toward home, returning to the city lord's mansion in Tianshui district. The other mecha awakened individuals of 6th tier and above, seeing Zhao Wushuang return to Tianshui district, followed in quick succession. 1 hour later. Tianshui district, city lord's mansion. In the main hall. Zhao Wushuang sat at the head of the table. Below him, seated in order, were Tianshui district chief Zhao Wushuang, Tianshui district guard captain Su Yun, and others. Seats were arranged in 2 rows, left and right, accommodating over 20 human mecha awakened individuals. All possessed cultivation levels of 6th rank or higher. Is everyone present? Surveying the 20-plus figures seated below, Zhao Wushuang swept his gaze across the assembly and inquired in a calm tone. Reporting to Inspector Zhao, all are present except for several others who suffered severe injuries. Tianshui District Chief Zhao Wushuang hurriedly stood and reported. He felt immense curiosity and surprise toward this inspector suddenly transferred here by secret order from above. What puzzled him even more was that long before the major battle erupted, Zhao Wushuang had already led over 200 mecha awakened individuals of 5th tier or higher to infiltrate Tianshui district. And as the district chief of Tianshui, he had been completely unaware of all this. Chapter 183, A New Official's First Acts. Very well. Now that everyone is present, I shall formally introduce myself so we may all recognize one another. This will facilitate our future cooperation in resisting the demons. Zhao Wushuang nodded, surveying the room as he addressed the assembly. I trust most of you are already familiar with me. My name is Zhao Wushuang, a native of Tianshui district.
6 years ago, I shattered the millennia-old record held by the 4 Jiangnan provinces in the national college entrance exams, rising from Tianshui No. 3 High School to join the Liuwa sect. 4 years ago, I claimed the top spot on the previous Dragon Ascension list.
I imagine these details are already known to you all?
Zhao Wushuang recounted his achievements, his gaze sweeping over every person present. Of course we know, Inspector Zhao. You truly live up to being the pride of our human race. At such a young age, you've already surpassed us all. You are undoubtedly destined for extraordinary greatness in the future. Zhao Wushuang bowed respectfully, his face beaming with flattery. Inspector Zhao hails from our Tianshui district. Your fame has long been thunderous to our ears. While I cannot speak for other regions within Tianshui district, who dares not recognize our foremost prodigy and greatest martial artist? Indeed. It was truly our good fortune to witness your national examination battle 6 years ago. Seeing your ranking then, we knew Inspector Zhao would soar to new heights. That our Tianshui district could welcome Inspector Zhao's return, and under your command, annihilate the entire 300,000-strong demon army. This is the honor of our entire Tianshui district. As Zhao Wushuang spoke, the others below gradually rose to their feet, bowing their hands toward Zhao Wushuang and showering him with flattery. Hearing wave after wave of flattery, Zhao Wushuang smiled briefly before his expression hardened. His voice grew solemn as he declared, "Since you all recognize me, Zhao Wushuang, I expect your full cooperation regarding my upcoming appointment in Tianshui district and all personnel adjustments." Yes. Inspector Zhao, please give your orders. We shall obey without question and follow your lead.
Hearing Zhao Wushuang's stern words, the crowd immediately bowed their heads, clasped their hands, and responded in unison. A new broom sweeps clean.
Especially after this great battle, where everyone's capabilities had been laid bare.
This newly appointed Inspector Zhao Wushuang would undoubtedly implement sweeping reforms.
Observing their demeanor, Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. During this battle, although the Tianshui garrison had fought tenaciously, he had still observed significant shortcomings. Particularly troubling were the rumors he'd overheard while undercover in Tianshui recently, along with the competence and attitude issues among key personnel in crucial positions. Had it not been for these issues, even facing over 300,000 demonic troops in this siege, he had arrived early and slain 7th and 6th tier demon kings. How could human cultivators have suffered such massive casualties? Therefore, to prevent such situations from recurring, he must make changes replacing those lacking in ability or attitude with more capable individuals.
Since there are no objections, I shall now announce the personnel reassignments.
Zhao Wushuang surveyed the assembly and declared in a solemn tone, Zhao Wushuang, district chief of Tianshui, and Su Yun, captain of the Tianshui district guard, retain their positions unchanged. These two positions were of utmost importance.
Even Zhao Wushuang himself could not arbitrarily remove them without cause. Zhao Wushuang's capabilities remained unclear. For now he would be kept in this position for observation.
As for Su Yun, his loyalty and courage were evident. Moreover, he was the strongest individual in the entire Tianshui district, second only to Zhao Wushuang himself. Who else could possibly fill this role? Therefore, his position would naturally remain unchanged. After delivering this statement, Zhao Wushuang paused briefly before fixing his gaze on the roster of positions laid out on the desk. His voice grew solemn as he continued. Director of Intelligence Wang Wangzong has demonstrated limited capability and missed critical opportunities. He failed to conduct advance reconnaissance on demonic forces' motives and is hereby dismissed from his post. His escort unit will be retained to atone through future service. His position will be assumed by Wang Qiufeng, Dean of Tianshui 3rd Middle School. Lu Chanlong, Director of the Quartermaster Department, delayed crucial military operations by failing to stockpile sufficient ammunition in time, resulting in heavy casualties among the human forces. He is hereby dismissed from his post. His escort unit will be assigned to atone for his crimes through future service. His position will now be filled by Gao Kuai. Kai Zhongyang, captain of the inspection squadron, demonstrated mediocre competence with neither notable achievements nor serious faults. He is demoted to deputy captain of the inspection squadron. Lu Yicai assumes the role of captain of the inspection squadron. Zhao Wushuang swiftly dismissed and demoted a group of individuals while simultaneously appointing a new batch of capable personnel, including Du Changhong, the dean of Tianshui First High School. For these appointments, Zhao Wushuang primarily considered each individual's practical abilities. This was especially true for the position of quartermaster. Zhao Wushuang needed someone he could trust implicitly. Although Gao Kuai's cultivation was somewhat lacking, he was the most suitable candidate for the role. Alright, my personnel reassignments are now complete. Those who need to get to work should proceed to do so. Make sure to thoroughly tally the gains from this major battle. Having finalized all appointments, Zhao Wushuang waved his hand and addressed the assembly. Your immediate tasks are to clear the battlefield, tally the spoils of this great battle, and comfort the families of the severely wounded and fallen heroes. As for subsequent missions, I will summon you all again as circumstances dictate. Yes, Inspector Zhao. The crowd nodded in unison and withdrew. Wang Wangzong, Lu Chanlong, and others whose cases were deferred wore expressions of reluctance. Yet faced with Zhao Wushuang's intimidating presence and formidable power, they could only accept this outcome. As the others withdrew, Zhao Wushuang beckoned Gao Kuai, who stood nearby. "Your Excellency, what are your orders?" Gao Kuai hurried to Zhao Wushuang's side, bowing low as he cautiously inquired. Originally filled with awe toward Zhao Wushuang, he now harbored profound gratitude after being appointed as the crucial quartermaster general. A man will die for his benefactor. With Zhao Wushuang placing such trust in him, Gao Kuai vowed never to disappoint. He would dedicate his utmost abilities to help Zhao Wushuang transform and defend Tianshui district. Looking at Gao Kuai, Zhao Wushuang ordered, "You will oversee this matter. Record all captured war booty truthfully. If anyone dares to embezzle or secretly hoard any of it, they will be executed without mercy." After a moment's thought, he added, "Once all the spoils are accurately recorded and seized, prepare the ledgers. Then sell everything off. As for the buyer, let's go with the treasure pavilion. They've collaborated with us many times before, offer fair prices, and can handle the entire lot in one go." "Yes, sir." Gao Kuai nodded earnestly, committing Zhao Wushuang's instructions to memory before withdrawing respectfully. Chapter 184, The State of Affairs. Soon, as everyone withdrew, the city lord's mansion hall was left with only Zhao Wushuang and Zhao Wushuang. "Your Excellency, shall I escort you downstairs to rest?" Observing Zhao Wushuang's weary figure, Zhao Wushuang respectfully offered from the side. He dared not provoke or show disrespect to this fearsome warrior god, naturally ensuring he was attended to with utmost care. After all, Zhao Wushuang's power was overwhelming, and he was also his direct superior. Moreover, Zhao Wushuang understood very well that Zhao Wushuang's talent and power meant he would never be confined to one place. When Zhao Wushuang rose to greater heights, wouldn't Tianshui district be under his command? At such a critical juncture, how could Zhao Wushuang possibly show the slightest disrespect to this temporary superior? Zhao Wushuang nodded and said, "Arrange a private, soundproof chamber for me. I'll rest there and absorb the insights gained from this battle." "Yes, sir." Zhao Wushuang bowed respectfully, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. He was well aware of Zhao Wushuang's cultivation techniques, knowing the young man specialized in the blood river blade art and walked the path of slaughter. After such a massive battle, having slaughtered over 10,000 demons and monsters, Zhao Wushuang's cultivation and strength would undoubtedly be even more refined by the time he emerged. Daring not to delay, Zhao Wushuang promptly led Zhao Wushuang downstairs, guiding him to a secret chamber with the highest levels of concealment and soundproofing. "My lord, this chamber was personally crafted by yours truly. It serves as a sanctuary for cultivation and breakthroughs, constructed with only the finest materials. Its original cost exceeded 100 billion Federation credits. You may train here with complete confidence." Zhao Wushuang pushed open the chamber door with a broad smile, gesturing toward the array of advanced equipment and the central cultivation platform. Impressive." Surveying the fully equipped chamber, which housed virtually all the latest cutting-edge technology, Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. Closing oneself off for cultivation in such a chamber would significantly accelerate cultivation progress compared to normal conditions, while also aiding in comprehending and mastering various cultivation techniques. Striding into the chamber and surveying the surroundings, Zhao Wushuang detected no missing items. He nodded and waved to Zhao Wushuang. "Thank you for your trouble, District Chief Zhao. I'm very satisfied with this place. You may withdraw now. Go and pacify and oversee Tianshui district after the turmoil. Unless it's urgent, do not disturb me." "Yes, sir." Zhao Wushuang bowed respectfully. Seeing the satisfied look on Zhao Wushuang's face, he couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief before hastily withdrawing with deference. "With matters here settled, it's time to focus on cultivation and elevate my cultivation level." Zhao Wushuang sat cross-legged on the central cultivation platform. Glancing at the over 70 million energy points displayed on his attribute panel, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "System, enhance my cultivation," Zhao Wushuang silently commanded. As the words left his lips, 60 million energy points were instantly consumed. Simultaneously, waves of thick, potent energy surged forth from Zhao Wushuang's body. Enveloped in a crimson-hued mist, Zhao Wushuang's body crackled with lightning and thunder. His aura intensified relentlessly as terrifying mecha energy radiated outward. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Throughout this month, Jiangdu City was ravaged by constant warfare as demonic forces invaded. Under Pang Lei's strategic deployments, the human race mounted a powerful counterattack. Using major counties as strongholds, they nearly exterminated over 1 million demons within a single month. The most renowned and decisive victory, however, was the defensive battle in Tianshui district. Led by Zhao Wushuang, Lu Ping, and Yang Lo, they achieved the remarkable feat of annihilating over 300,000 demons. As victory reports poured in from all fronts, Pang Lei couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Yet he dared not let his guard down, for the situation in Jiangdu City itself was growing increasingly dire. The Yellow-Robed Demon King, a 9th-tier peak-level Great Demon King, personally commanded millions of demonic forces in relentless wave after wave of assaults against Jiangdu City. These relentless assaults persisted for a full month. During this protracted battle, Jiangdu City's expenditure on artillery shells and strategic resources reached staggering proportions, amounting to hundreds of billions. At this level of warfare, prolonged stalemates became battles of attrition, a contest of endurance and a drain on resources. Fortunately, Jiangdu City had always maintained ample strategic reserves. Coupled with its high city walls and rigorous defenses, casualties over the month remained under 100,000. On the demonic side, under relentless artillery bombardment and massive strategic resource expenditure, casualties had already surpassed 1 million within just 1 month, exceeding the combined losses of all other counties in Jiangdu City. Boom! 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 The artillery roared incessantly. The yellow-robed Great Demon King launched another fierce assault. Commanding from the center of his army, he directed wave after wave of demonic forces to charge madly toward the city walls of Jiangdu. Watching the relentless barrage of shells tear through the sky, claiming wave after wave of his forces, the yellow-robed Demon King gnashed his teeth in fury. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted, and his entire being radiated an intense sense of unwillingness. A month. A full month. In his original strategic plan, he had intended to capture Jiangdu City and eliminate Panglei and Guanfeiyu within 3 days. But Jiangdu City, fortified by those massive cannons and vast strategic resources, proved far easier to defend than to attack. Compounded by the formidable strength of Guanfeiyu and Panglei, his original 3-day plan stretched into a full month of relentless assault, and still, the city remained unconquered. They hadn't even breached the city walls. After expending over 1 million demonic forces, they had only claimed the lives of a little over 10,000 human mecha awakened warriors. The numerical disparity between the two sides reached a staggering 10-to-1 ratio. This stark disparity left the yellow-robed Great Demon King seething with frustration and anger, unable to accept the reality. Arg! Full-scale assault! Charge! The vanguard who breaches Jiangdu City's gates shall receive a 3-rank promotion and 5,000 blood soul pearls as reward. He roared in frustration, escalating the bounty and rewards for the first to breach the gates. Hearing the yellow-robed Great Demon King offer such an enticing bounty, the previously demoralized demonic army instantly surged with renewed vigor. They raised their arms in cheers and charged toward the city walls of Jiangdu like madmen. A 3-rank promotion and 5,000 blood soul pearls. The rank promotion was one thing. Those 5,000 blood soul pearls alone were enough to make them willing to risk their lives and fight to the death. After all, for demons like them, beyond daily cultivation to increase their cultivation base, blood soul pearls were the fastest and most suitable choice for rapidly enhancing their strength and cultivation. Even a second-tier demonic being obtaining these 5,000 blood soul pearls could, bolstered by such a massive quantity, ascend to the peak of the 5th tier or even reach the 6th-tier demon king level within 2 to 3 years at most. Should a peak 6th-tier demon obtain them, with sufficient time, breaking through to the 7th tier would be inevitable. Chapter 185 Urgent Report. Thus, such an enticing bounty could only incite wild excitement and desperate determination among these low-tier demonic forces, creatures who often fought bloody battles merely for a mouthful of human flesh. Kill! Follow me, everyone! Slaughter the humans! Seize the blood soul pearls! The battle cries echoed relentlessly. The demonic hordes pressed forward in wave after wave of assault. With the demons' morale soaring, the human side began suffering massive casualties. However, bolstered by the artillery batteries, Jiangdu City remained impregnable despite the demons' ferocious onslaught. Elsewhere in Jiangdu City, areas that had not yet secured victory or repelled the demons now faced ferocious assaults. Blackwater City. Nearly 400,000 demonic troops gathered here, led by the Mad Lion Demon King, a peak 7th-tier powerhouse. With the elimination of forces like the Black Bear Demon King, the Mad Lion Demon King had become the largest demonic force invading Jiangdu City, second only to the yellow-robed Great Demon King. Originally, he did not command such a vast force. However, through relentless absorption and recruitment of defeated demon armies from other regions, his ranks swelled from over 200,000 to nearly 400,000 within a single month. Standing beneath the walls of Blackwater City at the head of his 40,000-strong demon army, the Mad Lion Demon King wore an expression of utter triumph. My warriors, charge! Within 2 hours, we shall level Blackwater City. Its human inhabitants will become our feast. The first to scale the wall shall be rewarded with 300 blood soul pearls. The Mad Lion Demon King roared excitedly. The vast horde of 40,000 demons and monsters immediately launched an overwhelming assault. Upon the ramparts, Lu Ping and Yang Lu, deployed here over 10 days prior, watched the scene unfold with tense expressions. The demonic horde was overwhelmingly vast. By comparison, Blackwater City held a mere 100,000 defenders. Faced with such a ferocious assault, without taking corresponding measures, it would be difficult to withstand the charge of such a vast demonic horde, even with Blackwater City's strategic resources. Well, did you notify Zhao Wushuang? Yang Lu gripped his spear tightly, his gaze fixed on the surging demonic horde charging forward. Lu Ping nodded. The message is sent. I connected with Zhao Wushuang's subordinate, who has gone to inform him. Zhao Wushuang should arrive with reinforcements shortly. That's good. Yang Lu exhaled in relief, a faint smile touching his lips.
Zhao Wushuang's power is truly formidable and he commands numerous elite troops. If he leads the Tianshui district's mecha forces to our aid, we can pincer these 40,000 demons from both front and rear. We'll crush them utterly and repeat that glorious victory from a month ago. Let's hope so. Lu Ping gazed down at the demon army charging recklessly below, his expression grave as he sighed. This demonic horde possessed far greater overall combat prowess than the forces under the Black Bear Demon King. After all, these were seasoned warriors, a demon army forged through countless bloody battles. Facing such a vast, well-equipped, and formidable demon horde, whether they could hold out until Zhao Wushuang arrived to reinforce them remained uncertain. Seeing Lu Ping's solemn sigh, Yang Lu couldn't help but snort, "Don't boost their morale and dampen our own. If my injuries weren't still healing, with the synergy and strength between you and me, we'd have led a squadron of mecha out to fight them by now." Following the great battle a month prior, Yang Lu had sustained severe injuries from the Black Bear Demon King's desperate attack. Even with copious healing pills and a month of recuperation, he had only regained less than half his former strength. Had he been at his peak strength, he would never have feared the Mad Lion Demon King, whose power was significantly weaker than the Black Bear Demon King's. He even held absolute confidence that if he led his mecha squad to the demon army's command headquarters, he would undoubtedly slay the Mad Lion Demon King with his spear. But alas! Unfortunately, his injuries had not fully healed, causing his overall strength to plummet drastically. He dared not take such a risk now. Kill! A deafening battle cry erupted. As countless demons swarmed the city walls, the Mad Lion Demon King suddenly swung his arm violently. Over 60 demon kings of 6th tier and above under his command charged forward. Simultaneously, the bloodthirsty Lion Demon King, unable to suppress his thirst for blood, led 2 7th-tier demon kings into the fray. Tianshui district, within a secret chamber. Zhao Wushuang slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, gathering the terrifying thunder and nascent blade intent that had been radiating around him. He stood up and stretched his limbs. Feeling the enhanced strength within himself, the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. Mid-tier 6th rank. Through the system's enhancement points, Zhao Wushuang's cultivation had now reached the mid-tier of the 6th rank. Moreover, through a month of focused cultivation and with the assistance of his remaining energy points, his lightning forging body technique had also broken through to the minor achievement realm of the 3rd tier. System, open the attribute panel. Zhao Wushuang silently commanded in his mind. A flash of light accompanied the moment as Zhao Wushuang focused his attention on the attribute panel within his mind. Name, Zhao Wushuang. Mecha, Han Yuan Mecha. Rank mid-tier 6th tier. Abilities, Netherworld Thunderflame Initial God Tier 1, Wood Mastery Tier 9. Martial Arts, Shadowless Flying Knife Technique Mastery, Blood River Divine Blade Superior Grade, Swift Thunder Body Tempering Method 3rd Tier Minor Mastery, Swift Thunder Phantom Step Perfection, Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra Perfection, Swift Wind Step Superior Grade. Energy Points 692, 323. After a month of cultivation and energy expenditure, while advancing his cultivation base and breaking through the lightning forging body technique through insight, Zhao Wushuang had only 690,000 energy points remaining. Fortunately, the breakthrough of the Swift Thunder body tempering technique relied primarily on Zhao Wushuang's insights and secluded cultivation. Otherwise, the mere 10 million or so energy points remaining after advancing his cultivation would have been utterly insufficient for him to expend on breaking through. Based on my previous observations, advancing the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra to the supernatural tier would require at least 300 million energy points. Similarly, fusing the Swift Wind Step with the Lightning Phantom Step to reach the supernatural tier would demand no less than 90 million energy points. Elevating the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra to the extraordinary level is far too costly, falling short of my initial expectations. Therefore, my next objective is to enhance and integrate the Phantom Steps. First, I must increase my speed. Once I possess sufficient strength and cultivation, accumulating 300 million energy points won't be so difficult. Staring at his attribute panel, Zhao Wushuang silently pondered, mapping out the next phase of his cultivation journey. Just as he was deep in thought, the chamber door was suddenly pounded upon. A series of alarms blared throughout the entire chamber. My lord! Blackwater City has fallen. General Yang Lu, severely wounded, has fled. Commander-in-Chief Lu Ping has perished in battle. Chapter 186, The Meeting. Blackwater City had fallen, and Lu Ping was dead. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Wushuang's eyes snapped open. A terrifying aura of slaughter erupted from his body. The next instant, his body appeared beside Zhao Wushuang like a bolt of lightning, his expression icy as he demanded, "What did you say? Repeat that for me." Blackwater City has fallen. Zhao Wushuang trembled under the terrifying aura of death and slaughter emanating from Zhao Wushuang, his voice tight with tension. I said the next part. Zhao Wushuang's face was as cold as ice, the murderous intent in his pupils growing ever more intense. Commander Lu Ping has fallen, slain on the battlefield. Zhao Wushuang repeated hastily. Boom! A violent explosion echoed. Zhao Wushuang crushed the floor of the secret chamber with a single stomp. At that moment, a torrent of murderous intent surged from his body. His pupils turned blood red, clearly teetering on the edge of uncontrollable rage.
The fall of Blackwater City meant little to him. Across the 4 provinces of Jiangnan, massive demon beast assaults were ongoing, with counties and towns falling constantly. Losing this territory was one thing, there would be opportunities to reclaim it in the future. What Zhao Wushuang found unbearable, however, was the news of Lu Ping's brutal death at the hands of demons. Though their interactions had not been frequent, their bond had been remarkably deep. 6 years ago, when he was still an unknown nobody, Lu Ping, who had already ascended to the peak of the 6th tier, had shown him considerable admiration and esteem. Back then, Lu Ping had even offered him valuable advice and entrusted him with a token representing his status. Zhao Wushuang had always cherished this kindness deeply in his heart. But now, before he could repay the debt, news of Lu Ping's death in battle reached him. How could this not fill him with rage? Speak! Who slew Lu Ping? Zhao Wushuang took a deep breath, forcing down his rage, and demanded coldly. Zhao Wushuang hastily answered, it was the Mad Lion Demon King. According to the battle report from the front lines, Commander Lu Ping had already sent an urgent plea for reinforcements to Your Excellency. Just as we were preparing to notify you, word arrived that the Mad Lion Demon King personally led a massive assault with several 7th-tier Demon Kings. They seized Blackwater County in one fell swoop, and it was he who personally beheaded Commander Lu. General Yang Lo, whose injuries had not yet healed, could only muster limited strength and ultimately suffered severe wounds before fleeing. Without a moment's delay, Zhao Wushuang promptly relayed every detail of the battlefield situation to Zhao Wushuang. It's only been minutes since the news arrived. Fierce fighting still rages throughout Blackwater County. The 10,000 human mecha awakened warriors inside are desperately resisting, but their defeat is only a matter of time. Zhao Wushuang added. Understood. Gather all 6th tier and above mecha awakened warriors in Tianshui district. I need a meeting. Zhao Wushuang nodded, strode out of the chamber, and issued the order in an icy tone. Lu Ping had sent him a distress signal before dying. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Moreover, with his current enhanced strength, he was confident he could handle the Mad Lion Demon King, whose power was inferior to that of the Black Bear Demon King he had faced before. Even if he couldn't slay it outright, he could at least ensure his own life remained unthreatened. Moreover, after over a month of seclusion, the purple thunder wind-splitting blade in his grasp was already thirsty for blood. Emerging from seclusion now meant not only vengeance, but also a bloodbath to replenish his energy points. Yes, Lord Zhao. Zhao Wushuang nodded promptly, following Zhao Wushuang's figure out. He strode ahead, then picked up his communication device to summon every mecha awakener of 6th tier or higher currently within Tianshui district. With Zhao Wushuang's assistance in gathering them, everyone swiftly assembled and raced toward the main hall of the city lord's mansion. In about half a cup of tea's time, Zhao Wushuang sat enthroned at the head of the city lord's mansion hall. Seeing everyone assembled, he spoke in an icy tone, Gentlemen, just moments ago, the gates of Heishui County 800 li from our Tianshui district were breached. Countless human mecha awakened have fallen. General Yan Lo, a peak 7th tier cultivator, fled in defeat. Commander Lu, a mid-tier 7th tier cultivator, perished in battle. Zhao Wushuang's voice was not loud, yet every word rang clearly in the ears of those present. At his words, a collective gasp rippled through the assembly below. The atmosphere grew oppressively heavy, every face frozen in disbelief. How is this possible? General Yan Lu is at the peak of the 7th tier, and Commander Lu Ping is at the mid-tier of the 7th tier. With such formidable cultivation, how could Heishui County be breached so swiftly? And how could one flee while the other perish? Su Yun, captain of the Tianshui District Guard and a mid-tier 7th rank cultivator himself, stared wide-eyed, his voice low and strained. Lu Ping's formidable strength, especially his battle-hardened killing techniques honed on the battlefield, far surpassed even Su Yun's own abilities. Under normal circumstances, when facing opponents of comparable cultivation, Lu Ping's divine armor would allow him to fight effectively against higher-tier opponents. But he himself could not achieve that. Now that Lu Ping, whose strength far surpassed his own, had fallen in battle, did this not mean that if he were defending Heishui County, he too would meet the same fate? Moreover, General Yan Lo, a peak 7th tier cultivator, was stationed nearby. For two such formidable figures to suffer such heavy losses, could it be that the attacker was a great demon king of 8th tier or higher? Du Changhon's face paled slightly as he frowned and murmured softly, could the demonic attackers be demon lords of 8th tier or higher? Otherwise, Lu Ping and Yang Lo wouldn't have fallen so swiftly. Not at all. Zhao Wushuang shook his head. The attacker was a 7th tier peak Mad Lion Demon King, merely a bit more skilled in combat, with no special bloodline. Its strength was considerably weaker than the Black Bear Demon King we slew earlier. What? How could that be possible? Everyone was incredulous. They couldn't fathom why a more powerful Demon King had fallen to them, yet a weaker Mad Lion Demon King could slay Lu Ping and severely wound Yang Lu. I don't have all the details, but according to the battle report, the Mad Lion Demon King led multiple 7th tier Demon Kings and several 6th tier Demon Kings in a coordinated assault. They likely employed a siege tactic or utilized some exceptionally powerful artifact. As for Yang Lo, you may not know this, but during the previous battle against the Black Bear Demon King, he suffered severe injuries from the Black Bear's desperate final strike.
Even though over a month has passed, his strength has likely recovered less than half. Zhao Wushuang shook his head as he looked at the others, speaking slowly. His conjecture stemmed from intelligence and the battle reports, combined with his own deductions. Chapter 187 Decision. I see. The others listened to Zhao Wushuang's words and suddenly understood. That made perfect sense. If Yanglo was severely injured and his strength was less than half of what it had been before, then facing the assault of the Mad Lion Demon King and numerous 7th and 6th tier Demon Kings, he would certainly be unable to resist. As for Lu Ping, though capable of fighting above his level, his overall strength remained limited. Against the Mad Lion Demon King, whose cultivation and power far surpassed his own, and the combined assault of numerous Demon Kings, he would be utterly powerless. As for the Black Bear Demon King earlier, they had managed to rout the demon army and slay him precisely because they had attacked from both sides, catching him completely off guard. Moreover, that victory had required the combined efforts of Zhao Wushuang, Lu Ping, and Yang Lu. Even then, it took an immense effort, sacrificing Yang Rou as the decisive blow to finally defeat him. Given this explanation, the news of the Mad Lion Demon King breaching Blackwater City and slaying Lu Ping suddenly made sense. My lord, if this is the case, with your prowess and our support, you could certainly muster troops to fully reinforce Blackwater City. We could launch a pincer attack and utterly crush this 40,000-strong demon horde. Pondering this plan and finding it feasible, Suyun stepped forward promptly, clasping his fists in a formal salute to volunteer for the mission. This subordinate also requests to join the battle. After a month of recuperation, our forces now number 80,000 combat-ready soldiers. Combined with the spirit vessels we previously captured, we can set out together. Utilizing the power of these vessels, we can swiftly reach Blackwater County and launch a surprise attack on the Mad Lion Army's rear, achieving a pincer movement. Noticing the terrifying aura of killing intent radiating from Zhao Wushuang, Gao Kuai stepped forward and clasped his fists to speak. He added, all demons in the vicinity of Tianshui district have been eradicated, and the surrounding area poses no threat. Therefore, I boldly suggest leaving only 1 or 2 6th tier mecha awakened to guard the area. All remaining 6th tier and above mecha awakened should join the expeditionary force. We vow not to return until the demons are utterly destroyed. Having spent so much time alongside Zhao Wushuang, Gao Kuai understood him intimately. He understood that Zhao Wushuang had once shared a deep bond with Lu Ping. The terrifying aura of killing intent radiating from him now was undoubtedly a declaration of his furious state of mind. At this critical moment, it was his duty to step forward and ease Zhao Wushuang's burden. He directly proposed a full-scale offensive to annihilate the demons. At the same time, Gao Kuai played his own clever little game. Fearing that his own forces were too small and insignificant to be taken seriously, and worried that others might refuse, he directly proposed that everyone be brought along, all joining the expeditionary force. With so many 6th tier powerhouses present, their own safety would be somewhat assured, and the speed of slaughtering and exterminating the demons would greatly increase. With these words spoken, even if other 6th tier powerhouses harbored reservations, they wouldn't dare openly oppose him. Upon hearing Gao Kuai's words, Zhao Wushuang paused briefly before casting an approving glance at him. Nodding solemnly, he declared, well said. The demons have pushed us too far. Do they truly believe our race lacks strength? This is intolerable. With demons running rampant, we must dispatch reinforcements to launch a massive campaign and eradicate them. I have decided to personally lead an 8,000-strong human mecha army to rescue Heishui County. Does anyone object? Zhao Wushuang swept his gaze around the room, his voice cold and commanding. On the surface, it seemed he was seeking consensus, but his icy tone made it clear, anyone daring to refuse or object would face dire consequences. The attendees were all shrewd individuals. How could they fail to grasp the meaning behind Zhao Wushuang's tone and gaze? Instantly, all concealed their ulterior motives. Not a single voice of dissent emerged as they bowed in unison, clasping their fists before their chests. Lord Zhao's wisdom is unmatched. We pledge our complete obedience to your command. Excellent. With our united resolve, we shall crush the demons, avenge our fallen comrades, and honor the souls of our fallen human brothers and sisters. Zhao Wushuang nodded in satisfaction. He waved his hand and issued a direct order. With that settled, everyone prepare immediately. You have no more than a quarter of an hour. After that, I expect to see every one of you and your men aboard the spirit vessels. Any delay will be dealt with according to military law. Yes, sir. The men nodded urgently. Hearing they had only half an hour, they dared not hesitate. They quickly withdrew to gather their men and head toward the moorings of the massive spirit vessels. After the crowd dispersed, Zhao Wushuang turned his gaze to Zhao Wushuang, who stood silently nearby. He commanded, have every single one of the Tianshui district's special grade cannons loaded onto the spirit ships. I'm taking over half the ammunition stored in the district's warehouses. Get moving and prepare immediately, don't waste a moment. Sir, might this be unwise? Zhao Wushuang hesitated before speaking. If we take all the special grade cannons and over half the ammunition, then should any demonic forces attack Tianshui district now, we'd have nowhere to defend ourselves. The district would likely fall within an hour. This was Zhao Wushuang's primary concern.
At the same time, he felt a pang of regret over taking away more than half of the premium shells. Each shell was exorbitantly expensive. After over a month of aggressive procurement and stockpiling, the total value of shells in the warehouse had soared to 200 or 300 billion. Taking away half of them directly, especially if all were used in Blackwater City, felt like bleeding his heart dry. It was only because of the current massive demonic invasion and the extremely rich spoils of war gained from mopping up operations that he could mobilize such vast resources in such a short time to stockpile so many strategic items. After all, accumulating strategic resources worth hundreds of billions like this during peacetime would likely take over a decade or two through taxation and other means.
Humph. I want to hear yes and certainly, not voices of doubt. Zhao Wushuang shot Zhao Wushuang a glare and coldly declared, after this month's sweeping operations, or around Tianshui district, are there any demons left? Even if demons specifically attacked from elsewhere, it would take them at least 2 or 3 hours to reach here. With advance warning, we have ample time to respond. All you need to do is notify me when the time comes. I suspect you're just reluctant to part with these strategic resources. No. I never meant that. Zhao Wushuang hastily waved his hands and shook his head. At this critical juncture, he dared not provoke Zhao Wushuang, who was teetering on the edge of fury. One misstep, and Zhao Wushuang might dismiss him outright. All his years of hard work in Tianshui district would be wasted. Better not have meant it. Zhao Wushuang snorted coldly. Mark my words, every strategic resource stockpiled in our warehouses today was acquired through captured spoils of war. Taken from demons, used against demons. I'm taking over 100 billion worth of strategic resources with me today. By the time I return, the spoils I've gathered will far exceed that amount. Chapter 188, Departure. After dismissing Zhao Wushuang, Zhao Wushuang personally went to the gathering point of the spirit ships to oversee the preparations. 15 massive spirit vessels stood arrayed in the plaza, each equipped with over a dozen artillery turrets. These were all top-tier artillery pieces. Beyond that, more cannons were being continuously brought aboard. Under Zhao Wushuang's command, the spirit ships that had originally carried only a dozen or so cannons were now each equipped with over 30 cannons. In total, the number of cannons exceeded 500, accompanied by an unending supply of special-grade cannonballs. Even firing at full capacity, these over 500 cannons could sustain a relentless barrage for nearly half an hour without pause. Under his watchful gaze, vast numbers of mecha awakened gathered toward the spirit ships. In less than half a cup of tea's time, under the rallying call of the leading 6th-tier mecha awakened, 80,000 human mecha awakened had boarded the spirit ships. Satisfied that everyone was present, Zhao Wushuang nodded approvingly. With a sweeping gesture, he issued his command, set sail. Destination, Heishuai County. We will annihilate the demonic forces and honor the souls of our fallen compatriots. With Zhao Wushuang's resounding command, the spirit vessels rose one after another, swiftly ascending into the sky. They transformed into streaks of light, racing toward Blackwater County, 800 li away. Within Heishuai County City. With the city gates breached and the most powerful defenders, Lu Ping and Yang Lu, either slain or fleeing, Blackwater County now faced an unstoppable tide of demons. Under the relentless slaughter of the demonic hordes, the remaining human mecha awakened warriors fought a retreating battle, while countless human civilians met tragic deaths at the hands of the demonic beasts. Amidst the relentless slaughter, the once peaceful Blackwater City had transformed into a living hell on earth. Screams of battle, cries of grief, and wails of despair mingled chaotically in the air. Blood blossomed with each strike, flowing across the ground to form trickling rivulets. Bones lay scattered everywhere, piled high like mountains. Like towering mounds of skulls. Boom! 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 The sound of fierce combat echoed. In a remote corner of Heishuai County, the 5 surviving human mecha awakened ones of the 6th tier led their elite forces in a life and death struggle against the demonic beasts. These 5 6th tier mecha awakened humans coordinated with flawless precision. They attacked and defended, relying on their various treasures to stubbornly resist 2 7th tier lower grade demon kings. In terms of overall strength, even with their treasure-laden armor and flawless coordination, these 5 6th tier mecha awakened humans were still no match for the 2 7th tier lower grade demon kings. The 2 7th tier lower grade demon kings toyed with the 5 6th tier human mecha awakened ones as if they were playthings. They darted swiftly around the battlefield, their beastly claws lashing out while roars erupted from their mouths, unleashing massive sonic waves. Every strike and maneuver carried terrifying force. Amidst this terrifying onslaught, they relentlessly purged the surrounding human mecha awakened ones while continuously inflicting damage upon the 5 6th tier human mecha awakened ones holding the front line. Captain, I can barely hold on. My mecha energy is nearly depleted. With each wound, even my life force is quietly slipping away. A high-tier 6th rank human mecha awakener desperately parried blows, his face pale and movements increasingly sluggish clearly pushed to his limit. Hu Dawei, known as the captain, wore an anxious expression as he swiftly shifted the pressure onto others, his heart filled with utter despair. Hang on. You absolutely cannot fall. This isn't about me caring about you, it's because if you die, our combined attack formation will collapse instantly. We'd be defenseless against these 2 7th tier demon kings. The rest of us wouldn't last 10 moves. Captain Hu Dawei roared frantically. The reason they could withstand 2 7th-tier demon kings with just 5 people was their combined attack technique, bolstered by a multitude of protective treasures. Otherwise, under the ferocious attacks of these 2 7th-tier demon kings, they would have been reduced to mincemeat long ago. Therefore, that team member must not come to harm. If anything happened to him, he and the other 3 would crumble without a fight, becoming fish on a cutting board, helplessly at the mercy of their attackers. Put. As he spoke, Hu Dawei's attention wavered. One of the wolf demon kings swung its claws, leaving a blurred afterimage that sliced clean through Hu Dawei's chest. Scorching blood spurted forth. In an instant, Hu Dawei was gravely wounded. Before Hu Dawei could react, another fox demon king lashed out with its thick tail, wrapping it around Hu Dawei's legs. A tremendous force surged through him, followed by a violent explosion. Hu Dawei's legs detonated, scattering fragments of flesh across the sky. Ha 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 ha. Since you care so much about your comrades, you shall die first. The fox demon king grinned savagely, showing no urgency to finish Hu Dawei off. Instead, another tail swiftly coiled around his arms. Another colossal force struck, and under the fox demon king's brutal assault, Hu Dawei's arms shattered into a sky-filling rain of flesh. After this brutal assault, Hu Dawei was utterly weakened, his face deathly pale. His entire body had become a human stick, his steel arms completely gone. Woo-hoo! Ha ha ha! So satisfying! The fox demon king roared with laughter, his eyes brimming with the pleasure of tormenting his opponent through such brutal means. He felt no urgency. After all, this was merely one of the few remaining forces within Blackwater City. Blackwater City had fallen. The humans within were now lambs awaiting slaughter. They could slaughter and abuse them with complete abandon. Aya! Under the excruciating pain, Hu Dawei screamed repeatedly. Now utterly powerless to resist, he felt his life force rapidly draining away. Clenching his teeth in desperation, he frantically activated his hidden reserve energy. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. The fox demon king was sent reeling backward by the force of the blast. His once pure white, flawless tail turned pitch black, and a thick, acrid smell of burning filled the air. As for Hu Dawei, accompanied by his self-detonation, he was now reduced to a cloud of ash and smoke, vanishing from the heavens and earth. Aya! Damn it! Damn it! The fox demon king roared furiously at the sight of his beloved tail now reduced to this state. His eyes blazed crimson, his body radiating murderous intent. Glaring at the 4 struggling survivors, he snarled through clenched teeth, "Humans deserve to die. I'll make sure you die horribly, torn to pieces." A furious roar echoed. The fox demon king accelerated, joining forces with the wolf demon king to charge at the 4 6th-tier human mecha awakenings. The others watched the scene with eyes filled with despair. Just as they prepared to detonate themselves together, a flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the distant horizon. Chapter 189, Arrival. Whoosh! A streak of lightning shot swiftly from the distance. Its speed was so immense that the naked eye could not track its path, only faintly sensing a series of fading afterimages. At such extreme velocity, even the fox demon king and wolf demon king sensed the deadly threat. Without a moment's hesitation, they darted aside, swiftly dodging the oncoming force. In the next instant, where they had stood moments before, a terrifying blade of lightning erupted. The blade's light pierced through, slicing the ground cleanly and leaving a lone, deep gash in its wake. 2 7th-tier lower-grade demon kings? The newcomer hovered in midair, observing the 2 7th-tier demon kings darting away. His eyebrow arched slightly before a bloodthirsty grin spread across his lips. Perfect. Killing you will net me a hefty sum of energy points. Zhao Wushuang licked his lips with relish, then drew the purple thunder wind-splitting blade from its sheath without hesitation. The blade left its sheath, its lightning-infused edge flashing. Swish! 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 In an instant, over 100 blade flashes erupted, each carrying terrifying bolts of lightning and gale force winds as they streaked toward the 2 7th-ranked demon kings. The fox demon king attempted to dodge, but his proximity to Zhao Wushuang left him no time to react. The blades sliced through him like a scythe, tearing his body into fragments. He collapsed to the ground like a fallen log, his blood staining the earth crimson. The wolf demon king, standing slightly farther away, witnessed this scene. The fox demon king instantly annihilated in a single strike and was so terrified he nearly lost his wits. Unbelievably fast. The wolf demon king stared in disbelief at the terrifying blade light. His body flickered rapidly as he desperately swung his beastly claws to block the attack. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. In that instant of resistance, the wolf demon king felt the terrifying power of Zhao Wushuang's blade flashes. A single blade strike might seem insignificant, he could easily parry it. But when hundreds of blade flashes converged upon him, the explosive force utterly overwhelmed him, crushing him completely. Amidst the deafening blast, the wolf demon king's claws were shattered. Blood poured from his hands, and his chest bore countless slash wounds, hot blood gushing relentlessly. Yet the slight distance afforded the wolf demon king enough reaction time. Though gravely wounded and in a pitiful state, he ultimately preserved his life. In a single day, he slew the boredom king and then dealt me such devastating blows. How could this human before me be so incredibly powerful? Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Zhao Wushuang, one that bore no relation to his cultivation level, the Wolf Demon King's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Clearly, this human before him possessed weaker cultivation than his own, yet the terrifying power unleashed could effortlessly crush him. He's not dead? Seeing the Wolf Demon King had somehow survived, Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow. The Wolf Demon King, after a moment of stunned disbelief, abruptly changed direction and charged toward the location of the Mad Lion Demon King. Zhao Wushuang was too powerful. The Wolf Demon King had no desire to fight. All he wanted now was to flee for his life, to run swiftly to the Mad Lion Demon King. Only by reaching the Mad Lion Demon King could he save his own life and then use the Mad Lion Demon King's power to slay Zhao Wushuang before him. Trying to escape? Do you think you can get away? Zhao Wushuang sneered with disdain. Terrifying lightning crackled all over his body. In the blink of an eye, a trail of afterimages blossomed as he materialized directly above the Wolf Demon King's head. Slash! The purple lightning-piercing wind blade came crashing down. A terrifying blade of light pierced the void, descending directly from above the Wolf Demon King's head. Splatter! Scorching blood spattered. The Wolf Demon King didn't even have time to scream before being cleaved clean in two by that terrifying blade light. Countless entrails spilled onto the ground, dead as a doornail. It's over already? Hu Daoi's teammates, the 4 surviving 6th-tier human mecha awakened warriors, stared at the scene in disbelief. The Fox Demon King and Wolf Demon King, who had brutally killed Hu Dawei and pushed them to the brink of destruction moments ago, had been slain with such ease. Too fast. The Fox Demon King and Wolf Demon King had died too swiftly, too cleanly. Before anyone could process what had happened, the battle was already over. Zhao Wushuang. That's right, you're Zhao Wushuang. Thank goodness, Lord Zhao, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, the entire Blackwater City, every single human citizen, would have been slaughtered by the demons. Zhang Lushui, the Mecha Awakener, recognized Zhao Wushuang. The moment he saw Zhao Wushuang, he felt saved, bursting into tears and waving his arms wildly in excitement. At that very moment, dark clouds gathered thickly over Blackwater City. One after another, spirit ships descended, unleashing a barrage of shells that thundered down, covering the demons' positions without a single blind spot. Stop standing there. I've arrived with reinforcements. Go organize the remaining human mecha awakened to launch a counterattack. Zhao Wushuang nodded, observing the tearful Zhang Lushui as he issued his command. Yes, Lord Zhao. Zhang Lushui pounded his chest in affirmation. He raised his arm in a rallying cry, wiped the tears from his eyes, and shouted to the others, brothers, follow me into battle. We must first rescue our comrades. Lord Zhao has arrived. It is time to sound the trumpet of our counterattack. A roar of battle cry. The morale of the other human mecha awakened ones, who had been on the brink of despair, surged dramatically. Roaring in unison, they charged toward the location of the remaining human mecha awakened ones. Zhao Wushuang watched the scene unfold, nodding with satisfaction. Thankfully, he hadn't arrived too late. With the remaining human mecha awakened ones providing inside support, combined with the relentless barrage of artillery fire, the 80,000 elite troops he had brought would surely achieve a great victory. There was even a chance they could annihilate the demonic forces entirely. Not quite there yet. Hunt down as many demons as possible to quickly elevate my cultivation to the upper 6th tier. That will give me a better chance against the Mad Lion Demon King. Glancing at his attribute panel, Zhao Wushuang realized he still needed over 30 million energy points to break through to the upper 6th tier. His body flickered instantly as he charged toward the densest demonic horde. 10 kills per stride, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Terrifying blade flashes erupted. Zhao Wushuang, now in a killing frenzy, became a merciless killing machine. Wherever he passed, severed limbs and broken bodies littered the ground as countless demons fell beneath his purple thunder-piercing wind blade. Moreover, the majority of these casualties were demons of world-class strength or higher. His energy points steadily increased. Zhao Wushuang grew more exhilarated with each kill. Empowered by the terrifying aura of blood and slaughter, his strength steadily grew, and the nascent, terrifying blade intent he unleashed became increasingly formidable. Chapter 190, Report to the King. Zhao Wushuang has arrived. Reporting to Your Majesty. Zhao Wushuang has arrived. Our rear guard has been attacked, with tens of thousands of elite troops already fallen. Furthermore, both the Wolf Demon King and the Fox Demon King have perished at Zhao Wushuang's hands. Blackwater County, within the county lord's residence. The Mad Lion Demon King had just led his trusted followers to seize the city lord's residence. Before he could sit down to rest, an anxious report from a minor demon echoed outside the door. Hearing the name Zhao Wushuang and learning that his strongest warriors, the Wolf Demon King and the Fox Demon King, had fallen, the Mad Lion Demon King leapt to his feet. What did you say? The Wolf Demon King and the Fox Demon King have fallen in battle? The Mad Lion Demon King looked utterly incredulous. These were his two most formidable warriors, whose seamless coordination made them formidable opponents. Even ordinary 7th-tier mid-grade demons might struggle against them. Moreover, both were exceptionally skilled at self-preservation. Even if he wanted to kill the Wolf Demon King and the Fox Demon King himself, it would still require considerable effort. But how could news of their deaths reach him so soon after they departed? How could the Mad Lion Demon King possibly believe this? Yes, Your Majesty. The intelligence is accurate. Our spies circling high above report that the attacker was Zhao Wushuang. His blade was too swift, the Fox Demon King didn't even have time to react before being sliced into countless fragments. The junior demon nodded urgently. His pupils dilated with sheer terror at the mere mention of Zhao Wushuang's name. Zhao Wushuang. Hearing that name, the Mad Lion Demon King gritted his teeth in fury, a deep trace of apprehension flickering in his eyes. He had, of course, heard the name Zhao Wushuang. And in recent times, that name had become nothing short of legendary among their demonic ranks. In Feihua County, in Haishi County, in Tianshui District, Zhao Wushuang had dominated each arena, successively slaying multiple demon kings of the 6th and 7th tiers who possessed special bloodlines. His fame had resounded throughout their demonic ranks, especially after that battle in Tianshui District. In that battle, Zhao Wushuang had slain the Black Bear Demon King, whose combat prowess rivaled that of an 8th-tier Demon King, and annihilated an entire army of 300,000 demons. Such a prodigy among the human race had already been placed on their demonic wanted list a month prior. Even the yellow-robed Great Demon King personally offered a bounty, 10,000 blood soul pearls and the title of Demon King to anyone who slew Zhao Wushuang. Move. Notify all demon kings and commanders of 6th tier strength and above. Follow me immediately. We're going to meet this Zhao Wushuang. The Mad Lion Demon King waved his hand and swiftly issued his orders. Originally, he had intended to go alone, leading a group of trusted subordinates to swiftly eliminate Zhao Wushuang. But considering his own limitations in Zhao Wushuang's ferocious combat prowess, he ultimately decided to gather all demonic forces of 6th tier rank and above to surround and eliminate Zhao Wushuang. This wasn't out of cowardice or dishonor. The main reason was that during the battle where he had slain Lu Ping and routed Yang Lo, although he had personally led his forces to capture Blackwater County, his own energy expenditure had been immense. Moreover, Lu Ping had unexpectedly activated his hidden reserve energy from time to time. Had the Demon King not possessed a treasure that allowed him to react swiftly, he himself would likely have suffered severe injuries by now. Thus, with his strength far below peak condition, the Mad Lion Demon King opted for a cautious approach, encirclement and attrition. He planned to use the sustained assault of numerous 6th-tier Demon Kings to gradually deplete Zhao Wushuang's mecha energy and combat power, then strike from the shadows with a fatal blow. Though this would result in heavy casualties among his 6th-tier subordinates, it offered him unparalleled safety. He could eliminate Zhao Wushuang, his greatest threat, with minimal risk. Once Zhao Wushuang was slain, he would claim the bounty rewards, the yellow-robed Great Demon King's bounty, and other prizes. Combined with the dense vital energy permeating the entire Blackwater County, his cultivation would surely break through to the 8th tier. He swiftly issued his orders. Wave after wave of 6th-tier demons and monsters converged, charging toward the direction where Zhao Wushuang was frantically slaughtering his foes. Meanwhile, the Mad Lion Demon King concealed his aura and altered his form, blending in as an ordinary demon. He cautiously crept toward Zhao Wushuang's location. His strategy was simple: strike only once, but make it a fatal blow. It was precisely this cautious and treacherous nature that allowed the Mad Lion Demon King, despite lacking exceptional innate bloodline or powerful connections, to rise step by step to his current position as a Demon King commanding over 40,000 demons. Had he been as reckless and rash as the Black Bear Demon King or the Minotaur Demon King, his grave would likely be overgrown with 3-foot-tall grass by now. The Mad Lion Demon King crept away cautiously. Wherever he passed, corpses littered the ground. Littered with the pitted corpses of devoured humans and the mangled remains of demons and monsters torn to shreds. Blood flowed across the ground. The closer he drew to Zhao Wushuang's location, the brighter and thicker the crimson became, the terrifying aura of bloodshed assaulting his nostrils. By the Great King's decree, whoever slays Zhao Wushuang shall be rewarded with 5,000 blood soul pearls, crowned Demon King, and granted sole command over 100,000 demonic troops. Charge, everyone! Our destiny is sealed today. Kill! A fierce chorus of battle cries erupted. The Mad Lion Demon King lurked in a nearby corner, using the tall wall to conceal his form. He cautiously peered through the cracks toward Zhao Wushuang's position. Simultaneously, the demonic energy within him rapidly coalesced and gathered, poised to strike at any moment. He waited to exploit Zhao Wushuang's opening, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Under the Demon King's watchful gaze, Zhao Wushuang's mecha was drenched in blood. He resembled a god of slaughter, radiating a terrifying aura of killing intent as waves of violent lightning surged outward, spreading and attacking the surroundings. Swish! 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 Trailing afterimages blossomed across the sky. Amidst the encircling assault of dozens of 6th-tier Demon Kings, Zhao Wushuang darted through the fray, his purple lightning wind-splitting blade whirling through the air. Over 100 embryonic blade intents materialized from thin air. In an instant, these 100 embryonic blade intents erupted simultaneously, tracing perfect arcs through the sky as they shattered the void, charging directly toward the dozens of 6th-tier Demon Kings. Puff! 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 Scorching blood splattered everywhere.
A crimson mist filled the sky as countless severed limbs and shattered bodies plummeted to the ground. Zhao Wushuang's blade was too fast. In the eyes of the Mad Lion Demon King, he could only vaguely discern the faint traces of Zhao Wushuang's blade. By the time he could fully focus, terrifying blade intent warped the very void. In an instant, 6 demon kings of the 6th rank had fallen. Their bodies were sliced apart by these terrifying blade intent fragments, reduced to shards that plummeted from the sky, their blood staining the ground crimson. Chapter 191, Trying to Escape? Now it's my turn. That blade is incredibly fast. The Mad Lion Demon King sucked in a sharp breath. That single thought dominated his mind now. Zhao Wushuang's blade seemed unimaginably swift, its power utterly overwhelming. If he were to confront Zhao Wushuang head-on at such speeds, he might temporarily suppress him with his cultivation advantage, but ultimately, it wouldn't end well. As for slaying Zhao Wushuang in direct combat? That was nothing short of a fairy tale. But thankfully, I've gathered a sufficient number of demons and monsters above the 6th rank. I refuse to believe Zhao Wushuang is truly that formidable. I refuse to believe he can sustain such an intense battle indefinitely. I refuse to believe Zhao Wushuang won't show a single flaw in such a high-intensity fight. 3 disbelieved echoed within the Mad Lion Demon King's mind. Even after witnessing Zhao Wushuang's terrifying combat prowess, he still held confidence in his ambush plan. All he needed to do now was wait until Zhao Wushuang was severely drained or exposed to weakness, then unleash his fatal strike. Boom! Another violent explosion erupted. The Mad Lion Demon King immediately focused his attention on the source. Thunder erupted from Zhao Wushuang's body, unleashing a storm of lightning as nearly 1,000 flying blades shot forth at lightning speed. Amidst the encirclement of dozens of demons, he sliced through them like a razor-sharp blade. His purple thunder-cleaving blade slashed down with blinding speed. With a single strike, terrifying thunder and lightning erupted, claiming the lives of several more 6th-tier demons. At that very moment, the nearly 1,000 flying knives simultaneously pierced through, forming a thunderous dragon that swiftly reaped the lives of one 6th-tier demon after another. Within mere breaths, under the horrified gaze of the Mad Lion Demon King, the original 40-plus 6th-tier demons were now reduced to fewer than 10. Faced with Zhao Wushuang's ferocious onslaught, the dwindling band of less than 10 6th-tier demons let out terrified roars. Forgetting the hefty bounty, they scattered in panic. At that very moment, spirit vessels sped past in the distance, blanketed by a hail of massive cannon shells. One after another, 6th-tier human mech pilots descended from the skies. At this very moment, the tide of battle had completely turned. The demonic forces, which had been gathering here in endless waves, were now suffering a massive slaughter. In that instant, it seemed not their demonic hordes had invaded Heishui County, but rather the elite human forces commanded by Zhao Wushuang. How could Zhao Wushuang be this powerful? The Mad Lion Demon King couldn't believe Zhao Wushuang's power was this formidable. Despite deploying so many 6th-tier demonic forces, they failed to harm him. Instead, Zhao Wushuang swiftly defeated them. Suddenly, he understood the predicament the Black Bear Demon King and the Minotaur Demon King had faced. This youth was simply impossible to defeat in direct combat. Yet, upon seeing Zhao Wushuang's slightly pale complexion, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Zhao Wushuang wasn't invincible after all. At the very least, such terrifying burst attacks must have taken an enormous toll. The Mad Lion Demon King was now itching to launch a sneak attack, but the sight of the numerous human 6th-tier mecha awakened ones surrounding them, along with the 7th-tier Su Yun, made him hesitate. Hesitation invites chaos. If I strike with full force, I have absolute confidence that I can kill Zhao Wushuang, who is currently severely drained, under ambush conditions. Once Zhao Wushuang is dead, what threat could his band of 6th-tier human mecha awakened ones and that 7th-tier Su Yun possibly pose to me? The Mad Lion Demon King steeled his resolve. Faced with such a hefty bounty on Zhao Wushuang, he simply couldn't pass up this golden opportunity. Success would guarantee his breakthrough to the 8th tier, paving a bright future ahead. Kill! Suddenly, the Mad Lion Demon King unleashed his full power, bursting forth from the shadows. His iron claws whipped through the air, a massive claw shadow tearing through the void. With terrifying explosive force, it slammed toward Zhao Wushuang's back. Ha! Zhao Wushuang, who was fully engaged in eliminating the remaining 6th-tier demons, suddenly sensed a terrifying threat approaching from behind. He whipped his head around without hesitation, rapidly activating his mecha abilities. Layers of shields materialized as the dragon's roar echoed. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar echoed. Within the thick layers of shields, an earth-colored dragon phantom burst forth, unleashing a fierce roar as it charged toward the terrifying claw shadow. Boom! The two forces collided. Under the full force attack the Mad Lion Demon King had been building for so long, the earth-yellow dragon phantom shattered. The colossal claw shadow slowed only slightly, continuing to unleash its terrifying power toward Zhao Wushuang. They were too close. Zhao Wushuang had no time to dodge. He could only rely on the protective shield formed by the Earth Spirit Orb to block the attack. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Under the ferocious assault of the Mad Lion Demon King, the shield on Zhao Wushuang's chest shattered layer by layer, breaking through three sides consecutively. However, by the time it reached the chest and waist shields, they merely developed numerous cracks and remained unharmed by the Demon King's full power assault.
Phew! Seeing this deadly crisis deflected, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but exhale sharply in relief.
But when he saw the ambushing Mad Lion Demon King lying dead, fury instantly flared in his eyes.
You're asking for death!
Zhao Wushuang roared fiercely, drawing the purple thunder wind-splitting blade from its sheath as his form shot forward like lightning.
No!
Seeing his long-prepared deadly ambush fail to harm Zhao Wushuang, the Mad Lion Demon King was filled with alarm. Now, regret began to gnaw at his heart. Had he known this would happen, he should have absorbed the blood slaughter aura within Heishui County and retreated early, instead of coming to trouble Zhao Wushuang. But regret was useless now. Facing Zhao Wushuang's ferocious charge, the Mad Lion Demon King gritted his teeth. A thick surge of demonic energy erupted from his body as he lunged forward with all his might. As the saying goes, when two warriors meet on a narrow path, the brave one prevails.
Zhao Wushuang's cultivation realm was weaker than his own.
Even if she possessed formidable strength, under the suppression of his superior cultivation, he was confident he could handle her, especially now that she was significantly drained. Even if he couldn't kill him outright, he could fight while retreating. Once he reached a safe zone, he could completely shake off Zhao Wushuang. Of course, retreating now would only leave his back exposed to Zhao Wushuang's pursuit, guaranteeing he'd be trapped in a disadvantageous position.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
A series of violent collisions echoed through the air. Zhao Wushuang collided fiercely with the Mad Lion Demon King high in the air, lightning-infused demonic energy erupting in all directions. Both sides unleashed ferocious attacks. Leveraging his cultivation advantage, the Mad Lion Demon King momentarily gained the upper hand over Zhao Wushuang. Yet he dared not let his guard down, for numerous 6th and 7th tier human mecha awakened warriors watched them warily from the surrounding area. Facing Zhao Wushuang's ferocious assault, the Mad Lion Demon King fought while retreating, steering toward a wide, open area.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, immediately followed by a violent surge of mecha energy.
To the astonished gaze of the Mad Lion Demon King, Zhao Wushuang's cultivation base suddenly surged, breaking through directly to the upper tier of the 6th rank.
Trying to run? Now it's my turn!
Zhao Wushuang roared furiously as his purple thunder wind-splitting blade slashed down.
A formidable blade intent shattered the void, unleashing a colossal blade aura dozens of zhan long.
It crashed down, violently striking the protective shield before the Mad Lion Demon King.
Chapter 192, Pursuit, Fierce Enemy. Put.
Blood spurted. The Mad Lion Demon King spat out a mouthful of blood. His protective shield shattered, revealing a long gash across his chest. Under this crushing blow, his massive form was sent flying backward. The dense demonic energy radiating from him dissipated as it scraped against the ground. In the blink of an eye, he smashed through several walls, his enormous body finally embedding itself into the ground.
Boom!
The violent impact sent tremors rippling through the ground like an earthquake, countless cracks spreading outward in all directions.
Suffering such devastating damage, the Mad Lion Demon King was filled with dread.
He struggled to his feet, about to flee into the distance, when he sensed another terrifying threat approaching from behind.
You think you can escape? Do you really think you can get away?
Zhao Wushuang's eyes blazed with fury as his purple thunder-cleaving blade slashed down once more.
Boom! A violent shockwave swept outward as the blade's intent pierced the void.
Amidst terrifying explosions of thunder and lightning, the strike tore clean through the Mad Lion Demon King's body. Swift Wind Thunderflame Slash. This strike was called the Swift Wind Thunderflame Slash.
The embryonic blade intent pierced the Mad Lion Demon King's body. The purple lightning wind-splitting blade was unstoppable. As the embryonic blade intent descended with devastating force, the Mad Lion Demon King's massive form was cleaved clean in two with a single strike. Put.
Scorching blood spurted forth, and countless intestines and organs scattered across the ground.
Huff.
Having swiftly disposed of the Mad Lion Demon King, Zhao Wushuang exhaled a breath of stale air. His gaze swept the surroundings, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent. The Demon King's strength had somewhat surprised him, not because it was overwhelmingly powerful, but because it proved far weaker than he had anticipated. Even so, after eliminating the Mad Lion Demon King, the relentless barrage of lethal strikes had taken a heavy toll on Zhao Wushuang himself.
The thunderous clashes drew the attention of numerous human mecha awakened ones and demonic beasts in the vicinity.
The Mad Lion Demon King lay dead. Countless human mecha awakened ones and demonic creatures froze in place, staring at Zhao Wushuang with eyes filled with utter disbelief, their pupils slightly vacant. Powerful. Too strong. They had assumed Zhao Wushuang, ambushed by the Mad Lion Demon King and overwhelmed by its superior cultivation, would be gravely injured if not killed outright. Yet to their utter shock, Zhao Wushuang not only withstood the Demon King's fatal strike with his formidable defenses, but also executed a lightning-fast transition from defense to offense. Breaking through his cultivation barrier in the heat of battle, he executed the Demon King with a single, decisive strike, cleaving him clean in two.
What are you all standing around for? Kill. Wipe out every demon. Avenge our fallen human brothers and sisters.
Gasping for breath and slightly replenishing his mecha energy reserves, Zhao Wushuang raised his purple thunder wind-splitting blade and roared. His body shot forward like a bullet. Before the others could react or respond, he charged headlong into the demon horde, mowing down one fiend after another like a meat grinder.
Lord Zhao is mighty. Charge, everyone. Follow Lord Zhao and annihilate the demons.
After a moment of stunned silence, the leader, Su Yun, raised his spear and bellowed. The spearhead thrust forward with blinding speed, piercing a demon through and through. The immense force sent it exploding into a shower of flesh fragments. Hordes of human mecha awakened warriors surged forward with fierce momentum, slaughtering demons at a rapid pace.
With the fall of the Mad Lion Demon King, the demon army's morale plummeted.
Led by Zhao Wushuang and Su Yun, two sharp spearheads formed, causing the demon forces to collapse like a mountain crumbling.
Countless demons were cut down by the human mecha warriors, hacked clean in two.
Though the demonic horde had been ferocious before, that ferocity depended on having a leader.
They excelled at exploiting favorable momentum to overwhelm their foes.
Now that the Mad Lion Demon King was dead and numerous 6th-tier demon kings had fallen, they were like sheep without a shepherd. Their combat effectiveness plummeted, and their fighting spirit dwindled dramatically. Facing the surging tide of human mecha awakened warriors, they put up a stubborn resistance, but it proved futile. They could only struggle desperately.
The battle cries shook the heavens. Countless demons fell, though some weaker human mecha awakened warriors also perished in the charge.
Zhao Wushuang charged at the very forefront.
Like an invisible meat grinder, he swiftly slaughtered his way through. With every swing of his blade, dozens, even hundreds of demons and monsters fell.
Zhao Wushuang led his team in a swift, relentless assault.
Amidst the carnage, the mecha energy points in his attribute panel rapidly accumulated. System, boost my cultivation.
With a single slash, combined with the remaining mecha energy points and accumulated reserves, Zhao Wushuang's cultivation rapidly broke through, reaching the peak of the 6th tier.
Run! Everyone, run! That Zhao Wushuang is inhuman.
The more he kills, the stronger he gets. He's broken through again.
We can't hold him back.
Zhao Wushuang's cultivation has broken through again.
Everyone, charge together and escape Blackwater County.
Surrounding demons and monsters of the 4th and 5th tiers sensed Zhao Wushuang's aura swelling violently once more, their faces turning ashen with terror.
Screaming in terror, they declared Zhao Wushuang inhuman.
All will to fight vanished, utterly powerless to resist. They thought only of fleeing, escaping Blackwater County and never returning. Zhao Wushuang led the pursuit with relentless speed. As countless demons and monsters fled in a chaotic stampede, the deafening battle cries that had filled Heishui County gradually subsided. But their pursuit of the demons never faltered. As the saying goes, kick a man when he's down. With the demons utterly defeated and facing the remaining army of over 100,000, they naturally pressed their pursuit relentlessly, determined to annihilate them completely.
Otherwise, if all these demons escaped, they might soon encounter a powerful demon king.
Before long, that demon king could swiftly reorganize an army of over 200,000 or even 300,000 demons.
The relentless pursuit saw demon after demon fall swiftly.
As the slaughter intensified, Zhao Wushuang led the human army in pursuit for over 100 li. Suddenly, a flicker of unease crossed his mind. He hastily swallowed a pill to replenish his mecha's energy, his gaze sharpening as he scanned the horizon.
Not far ahead, a dense, pitch-black demonic aura soared skyward.
Amidst this terrifying, sprawling eruption of energy, a blood-red Fall Tian halberd plummeted rapidly from the heavens. The halberd was enormous, towering over 10 zhang in height. Wielding it was a giant ape, its form stretching dozens of meters tall. Boom! In an instant, the ape descended from the heavens. Its spear struck the ground with tremendous force, unleashing a terrifying explosion that rippled outward in all directions. Amidst this terrifying blast, countless fleeing demonic hordes and pursuing human mecha awakened warriors were shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. For a moment, a blood mist swirled in the air, and countless dust particles rose, dancing in the wind. A terrifying demon wind howled, sweeping across the land. Sand and stones flew, thick trees bent under the force, and countless leaves fell, dancing wildly with the raging gale. Amidst this terrifying demonic wind, Zhao Wushuang stood rooted to the spot, his eyes filled with solemnity as he gripped the purple lightning wind-splitting blade tightly in both hands. Chapter 193, The 8th-Rank Demon King.
Stop! Everyone, stop right now! It's an 8th-rank Demon King! Hold your positions! Maintain formation and prepare for battle at any moment!
Su Yun raised his spear, sensing the thick demonic aura emanating from the 8th-tier monkey demon king wielding a halberd, radiating terrifying killing intent.
He roared loudly.
He never imagined that just as victory seemed assured, they would encounter an 8th-tier demon king at this critical moment.
Even the human mecha awakened warriors flashed a hint of panic across their faces.
All eyes turned to Zhao Wushuang soaring high above, their gazes flickering with both hope and worry. They hoped Zhao Wushuang would lead them to slay this mighty 8th-tier demon king, yet feared for his life in confronting such a formidable foe.
You are Zhao Wushuang?
Having crushed countless demons and human mecha awakened ones with his Feng Tian halberd, the 8th demon king stood towering, his gaze locking with Zhao Wushuang's as he hovered high above.
Indeed. And who are you, demon king?
Zhao Wushuang nodded lightly, gripping his purple lightning wind-splitting blade tightly without making a rash move. This standoff was precisely what he had hoped for. As long as the Monkey Demon King did not rush into battle, it would only work more to his advantage. For not long ago, he had swallowed a pill that restored his mecha's energy. Once the potion's effects fully kicked in and his mecha energy was replenished, his safety margin would increase significantly.
My name is Yuan Badian.
I've been waiting for you for a long time, Zhao Wushuang. The Monkey Demon King, who called himself Yuan Badian, smiled faintly, his gaze burning with greed as he looked at Zhao Wushuang.
You've been waiting for me?
Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow slightly. He flexed his joints, causing terrifying lightning to erupt within his mecha as the twin wings of wind and thunder unfurled behind him. After multiple evolutions, the feathers of the wind and thunder wings had sharpened into razor-like blades. The jet-black edges gleamed fiercely under the blazing sun. Battle readiness activated. Feeling Yuan Badian's greedy gaze, Zhao Wushuang's vigilance was heightened. Observing Zhao Wushuang's demeanor, Yuan Badian merely smiled faintly, showing no sign of urgency. In his eyes, Zhao Wushuang was already a man marked for death, whether sooner or later made no difference.
Naturally. Yuan Badian chuckled softly and nodded, continuing his monologue. Speaking of which, I must thank you for eliminating the Mad Lion Demon King. Now, all these scattered troops under him are my men. And there's another matter you probably don't know about. What is it? Zhao Wushuang's eyes narrowed with curiosity. He was eager to hear what Yuan Badian had to say. After you slew the Mad Lion Demon King, the yellow-robed Great Demon King and the leaders of our demonic factions have significantly increased the bounty on your head. You're now worth nearly 100,000 blood soul pearls. Oh. That's how we demons refer to it. You might not understand the value and purpose of these 100,000 blood soul pearls. Simply put, this 100,000 blood soul pearls equates to the sacrifice of tens of millions of ordinary human blood offerings. What an enticing bounty. If I kill you and bring back your head, collecting all the rewards, my cultivation will surely break through again. I'll have an excellent chance to reach the 9th tier in the future. Yuan Badian rambled on, his gaze upon Zhao Wushuang growing increasingly intense and greedy. I can't wait any longer. Ha ha ha. These 100,000 blood soul pearls are mine now. Yuan Badian laughed greedily. Boom. In the next instant, a thick demonic aura spread from his jet-black hair, coating his body like a layer of pitch-black battle armor. System, upgrade my swift thunder body forging technique. Sensing imminent danger, Zhao Wushuang wasted no time, swiftly expending all his remaining energy points to upgrade the lightning forging technique. As tens of millions of energy points rapidly depleted, Zhao Wushuang's lightning forging technique surged upward. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a torrent of surging vital energy, his technique reached the 3rd tier mastery realm. Simultaneously, the wind and thunder wings behind Zhao Wushuang flapped violently. Countless feathers shot forth like razor-sharp blades, terrifying lightning erupted, and the purple thunder wind-splitting blade in his hand slashed horizontally. Whoosh! A gale surged. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Wushuang and Yuan Badian flickered into motion. The purple lightning wind-splitting blade and the Fengtian halberd traced perfect arcs through the sky, erupting in a terrifying explosion as they collided and crossed paths. What terrifying force! The collision sent a numbing shock through Zhao Wushuang's arms as his chi surged violently within him. Gale Force Thunderblade Slash! Without hesitation, Zhao Wushuang spun swiftly, his form flickering as he swung his blade in a backhand strike. With terrifying force, it slashed down toward Yuan Badian's head. Terrifying blood slaughter aura and lightning crackled along the blade's edge. Empowered by the nascent blade intent, it instantly transformed into a dense, purple-red net of slashes. Boom! A terrifying shockwave surged. The dense crimson-purple blade net descended like a storm, completely enveloping Yuan Badian's body, threatening to slice him into countless fragments. Impressive sword technique. It truly has some merit. No wonder you managed to consecutively slay the Mad Lion Demon King and the Black Bear Demon King. Yuan Badian smiled faintly. He made no attempt to dodge, instead channeling the demonic energy within his body. With a fierce horizontal swing of his Fengtian halberd, the terrifying force erupted, shattering the dense purple-red blade net into pieces. Ha 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 ha. Die. These 100,000 blood soul pearls are mine. Ha 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 ha. They are the key to my breakthrough in cultivation. Shattering the crimson-purple blade net with a single strike, Yuan Badian roared with maniacal laughter. His halberd swung with unabated force, crashing down viciously toward Zhao Wushuang. Facing such a ferocious assault, Zhao Wushuang dared not meet it head-on. A burst of blood mist erupted behind him as his form shifted and blurred, moving at extreme speed, leaving trails of phantom images in his wake. By swiftly shifting through these illusions, leveraging his speed advantage, Zhao Wushuang instantly materialized to Yuan Badian's left flank. Die! Zhao Wushuang unleashed his full power. The terrifying Yomi thunder flames erupted, fusing with the purple thunder wind-splitting blade as it slashed viciously toward Yuan Badian's head. Boom! Sensing the impending danger, Yuan Badian's brow furrowed slightly as he swiftly swung his Fengtian halberd to block. A violent explosion echoed through the air. Amidst the deafening blast, Zhao Wushuang seized the moment.
He drove his foot hard into Yuan Baishan's arms, using the momentum to accelerate further. His figure flickered and vanished, leaving only a trail of afterimages streaking across the sky.
A loach. A slippery, elusive loach. Yuan Baishan's brow furrowed deeply.
Before arriving, he had thoroughly researched Zhao Wushuang's background. He knew Zhao Wushuang's swordplay and footwork were exceptionally swift, which was precisely why he had initially chosen to overwhelm him with brute force, hoping to neutralize Zhao's speed advantage. But unfortunately, Zhao Wushuang's strength far exceeded his expectations. The longer they fought, the stronger Zhao Wushuang became, and his speed was even faster than Yuan Badian had imagined. This current situation was somewhat unexpected. Facing Zhao Wushuang's lightning-fast movements, Yuan Badian found himself utterly overwhelmed and frustrated.
Chapter 194, Fierce Battle.
One attacked, the other defended, one pursued, the other fled. Their forms darted through the air, colliding repeatedly amidst the sky. As the fierce battle raged on, their silhouettes gradually receded into the distance.
Kill. Slaughter the demons. Lord Zhao is creating an opportunity for us. Watching Zhao Wushuang and Yuan Badian recede into the distance, Suyan dared not intervene in such a fierce battle. His gaze shifted instantly to the demons fleeing from Heishui County. He couldn't share the burden with Zhao Wushuang, but he was utterly confident in dealing with this band of demonic stragglers. Slaughtering every last one of these demonic stragglers would be a major achievement. To put it bluntly, even if Zhao Wushuang met with misfortune, given such a significant achievement and the limitations of his cultivation, there was no way the blame would fall on him. His mind made up. Su Yun roared loudly, leading the elite human troops as they charged forward at the forefront.
Gao Kuai and the others cast uneasy glances toward Zhao Wushuang's retreating figure before shaking their heads in resignation and joining the main force in the assault. There was no other choice. They wanted to support Zhao Wushuang, but their strength simply wouldn't allow it. At their 6th and 5th tier cultivation levels, entering a battle of this caliber would only condemn them to become cannon fodder. They wouldn't even last a single round. Therefore, their only recourse was to slaughter demons relentlessly, eliminating Zhao Wushuang's rear threats so he could focus entirely on confronting Yuan Badian.
Boom! 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 Far above, in the sky, violent collisions erupted continuously.
Zhao Wushuang wielded his purple lightning wind-splitting blade to parry Yuan Baishan's attacks while swiftly dodging, creating distance between them.
Yuan Badian relentlessly pursued Zhao Wushuang, having completely abandoned the fleeing demons behind him.
After all, they weren't his subordinates. Even if he could rally them later, they paled in comparison to Zhao Wushuang, whose value approached nearly 100,000 blood soul pearls. Zhao Wushuang was now his sole objective.
Killing Zhao Wushuang would boost his cultivation and strength.
Combined with the gifts and supplies from the great demon kings, he could raise an army of hundreds of thousands of demons and monsters truly loyal to him at any moment.
Die for me!
Suddenly, Yuan Badian seized a momentary opening in Zhao Wushuang's defense, bringing his Fangtian halberd crashing down with brutal force.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed.
With a thunderous crash, Zhao Wushuang was sent flying backward, slamming violently into a nearby mountain wall. The impact tore a massive hole in the rock face, sending countless fragments tumbling down as dust swirled through the air.
Again!
In the blink of an eye, Yuan Badian, who had just sent Zhao Wushuang flying with a single strike, swung his massive Fangtian Huaji spear once more.
A colossal force surged as the halberd slammed down with brutal force, thudding into the mountain wall. The impact shook the entire mountain, erupting in a deafening roar.
This time he's dead for sure. After 2 consecutive heavy blows, Yuan Baishan's lips curled into a faint smile as he looked confidently toward the massive hole in the mountain wall. The opening was now buried in debris, a faint scent of blood wafting from within.
Kill me? With you?
Just as Yuan Badian stood there, brimming with confidence, convinced Zhao Wushuang had been crushed to death, a cloud of dust erupted. Rocks exploded outward, and a dark figure burst forth from the debris at blinding speed. That shadow was none other than Zhao Wushuang, who had just been smashed into the mountain wall. Blood flowed from Zhao Wushuang's mecha as terrifying lightning began to twist and spread, causing its form to rapidly expand. In an instant, the original 3 zhang tall Hun Yuan mecha surged upward, transforming into a colossal mecha nearly 10 zhang tall. Despite this rapid growth, it still stood nearly half a head shorter than the colossal Yuan Badian. As his form swelled, the twin wings of wind and thunder on Zhao Wushuang's back flapped violently, stirring surges of terrifying lightning and gale force winds around him.
Boom! Terrifying flames scorched the air, and thunderous bolts enveloped Zhao Wushuang. The appearance of Zhao Wushuang's mecha was now unrecognizable from before, its overall might vastly surpassing its previous form.
The ultimate secret of the netherworld Thunderflame disintegration. This was a profound secret technique Zhao Wushuang had comprehended after the netherworld Thunderflame ascended to the initial god level. Unless pushed to the brink, Zhao Wushuang would never casually unleash this divine power. The primary reason was its immense cost and the severe toll it took on his body. Once the lightning flame disintegration was unleashed, he could gain several times, even tenfold, the strength. But once this effect faded, he would enter a state of ultimate weakness. In this weakened state, one's combat effectiveness plummets to less than 1/10 of normal, and the duration of this impairment is extremely prolonged, varying based on the extent of the energy drained. Typically, it lasted a minimum of half a year, stretching as long as 3 to 5 years. In other words, once in this weakened state, Zhao Wushuang must spend at least 1 year and up to 5 years hunting demonic beasts in the wilderness to ensure his own safety. This explains why Zhao Wushuang had never before resorted to such a formidable divine technique. But now, driven to the brink by Yuan Badian, Zhao Wushuang could no longer afford such reservations. Snap! He flexed his limbs, and the Hun Yuan armor emitted a series of cracking sounds. Come on! Let me see how you plan to kill me! Come on! Fierce rage blazed in Zhao Wushuang's eyes as his form shot forward like a spring. Boom! The void shattered, sending terrifying shockwaves rippling through the air. Zhao Wushuang moved with blinding speed, dozens of phantoms bursting into existence in the sky. They charged toward Yuan Badian from every direction. No! You freak! Feeling Zhao Wushuang's terrifying killing intent and the overwhelming might erupting from him, Yuan Badian's expression darkened. His Fangtian halberd whirled furiously as demonic energy surged within him, unleashing a colossal force that crashed violently forward. Suddenly, the swarm of illusions vanished. A dark shadow flickered behind Yuan Badian as a long blade materialized, none other than the purple thunder wind-splitting blade. Zhao Wushuang gripped the purple thunder wind-splitting blade. A terrifying blade intent, shaped like thunder, coalesced in the sky. He swung the blade viciously toward Yuan Badian's back. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated. The blade struck Yuan Badian squarely in the back. The pitch-black demonic energy shield shattered. Cracks spread across Yuan Badian's pitch-black armor, and a stream of blood gushed from his back. Under the terrifying force, Yuan Badian staggered, flying violently backward and crashing hard into the very same mountain wall Zhao Wushuang had collided with earlier. Boom! The mountain wall exploded once more, sending massive chunks of rock flying and tumbling down. This move was truly a case of using the enemy's own tactics against them. Just as Zhao Wushuang prepared to strike again, Yuan Badian suddenly shot out from the rubble, thrusting his Fangtian halberd fiercely toward Zhao Wushuang. Chapter 195, Annihilating the Enemy. Demon Chi Essence. Sensing Zhao Wushuang had seemingly resorted to some forbidden technique, Yuan Badian had no time for hesitation. He swiftly ignited his own demonic energy source. This caused him immense pain. After all, the demonic energy source represented the very foundation of his being. Overconsumption risked destabilizing his roots at best, or causing a catastrophic drop in cultivation realm at worst. However, if he could slay Zhao Wushuang with this sacrifice, the 10,000 blood soul pearls would allow him to repair his foundation. Moreover, he might even have the chance to elevate his cultivation in strength to new heights. Shatter the heavens! Yuan Badian roared furiously, unleashing the heaven-shattering strike with his Fangtian halberd divine power. Within this strike, the Fangtian halberd in Yuan Badian's grasp suddenly swelled and expanded, looming like dark clouds obscuring the sky as it crashed down upon Zhao Wushuang. Alas, Zhao Wushuang had now entered a state of disintegration, his power amplified nearly tenfold. With these amplifications, combined with his inherent formidable strength and various techniques deployed, Zhao Wushuang now stood on par with stronger upper-tier 8th rank mecha awakened ones, or even matched those at the peak of ordinary 8th rank cultivation. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Zhao Wushuang wielded his purple lightning wind-splitting blade to fiercely parry the Fangtian halberd, swiftly blocking Yuan Badian's lethal strike. His form flickered, multiple phantoms materializing as he pushed his speed to its absolute limit. Sensing the shifting afterimages around him, Yuan Badian's expression abruptly changed. He swiftly swung his halberd, thrusting it toward the multiple phantoms surrounding him. Slow. 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 Too slow. You have strength, but your speed is too slow. Do you truly believe you can slay me with such mediocre skill? Zhao Wushuang's furious roars echoed through the air. As the words fell, the swarm of illusions vanished abruptly. A dark figure materialized to the left, the purple lightning cleaver slashing down with brutal force. Boom! The immense force and destructive power erupted, striking Yuan Badian squarely in the chest. Accompanying this devastating strike, Yuan Badian's pitch-black armor shattered completely. A deep gash, exposing bone, appeared. Had it not struck solid bone, it might have severed Yuan Badian cleanly at the waist. As terrifying force exploded midair, concentric shockwaves rippled outward in waves. Yuan Badian was sent flying backward once more. He slammed violently into the same mountain wall once more. Countless trees and rocks tumbled down, and a massive crater hundreds of meters wide exploded directly into the enormous mountain wall, resembling a natural cavern. Simultaneously, cracks spread rapidly. The mountain peak could no longer withstand such relentless assaults. The entire cliff face collapsed midway, completely burying Yuan Badian beneath the rubble. Die! Strike while the iron is hot. Zhao Wushuang heard no system notification sound, so he knew Yuan Badian wasn't dead. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Wushuang's purple lightning wind-splitting blade slashed down again and again, unleashing terrifying bursts of thunder. Phantom Thousand Blade Slash.
Gale force winds howled, searing flames burned, and thunder blazed forth. Empowered by 3 distinct elements, hundreds of blade lights erupted, indiscriminately covering the ruins burying Yuan Badian. Boom!
At that moment, Yuan Badian suddenly burst through the earth, shattering the debris that had buried him. His Fangtian halberd swiftly parried each of the hundreds of blade flashes, one by one.
Zhao Wushuang, stop. Let's end this battle and make peace.
There's no need for us to fight to the death. I know unleashing such forbidden techniques takes a heavy toll on you, and I don't wish to resort to methods that harm myself either. So let's just call it quits.
I underestimated you this time. Let's call a truce and return to where we came from.
His body wounded, feeling his blood flow unstoppably, he knew this was the effect of the evil cultivation technique Zhao Wushuang practiced. He dared not delay further, roaring loudly to avert a mutually destructive end.
Ha!
Zhao Wushuang sneered coldly. Seeing that his Thunderflame disintegration technique had only about an incense stick's worth of time left to take effect, he dared not delay. Ignoring Yuan Badian's words, he swung his purple thunder-piercing wind blade and charged forward.
Damn it! Damn it! Zhao Wushuang, you deserve to die. Seeing Zhao Wushuang relentlessly press his advantage, Yuan Badian's eyes blazed with fury as he roared in rage.
You forced my hand. If death is the price, I'll see whose life holds truer to the end. The roar shook the very air. Boom! Yuan Badian's massive form erupted with demonic energy, and a colossal ape phantom materialized, hovering behind him.
Ape demon transformation.
At this life or death moment, Yuan Badian hesitated not a second, unleashing the forbidden technique of his Monkey Demon Clan Monkey Demon transformation. The effect of this transformation bore some resemblance to Zhao Wushuang's Thunder Flame disintegration, similarly amplifying one's power for a brief period. However, the enhancement effect was not as formidable as Zhao Wushuang's. Moreover, Zhao Wushuang expended his vital energy and spirit, plunging himself into a state of exhaustion. This weakened state could be restored through focused recuperation within 3 to 5 years.
Yuan Badian's ape demon transformation, however, drained his vital blood and demonic energy.
As the transformation persists, his vital energy depletes drastically, a loss that cannot be replenished. Should the drain become excessive, his vital energy could be completely depleted. Before the enemy even strikes, he would meet his own demise.
Boom! A violent explosion echoed. Suddenly unleashing the monkey demon transformation, his entire body was enveloped in pitch-black demonic energy.
Behind him, the colossal monkey phantom brought down a palm strike, instantly engulfing Zhao Wushuang.
Even with Zhao Wushuang's blazing speed, he couldn't escape the overwhelming grasp of that palm strike.
Accompanied by a thunderous crash,
a tremendous force slammed into him. A metallic taste filled Zhao Wushuang's throat as he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood.
The immense force hurled his body backward, smashing through over a dozen towering trees before crashing heavily into the ground. His impact carved a massive pit dozens of meters wide, deep cracks rapidly spreading outward in all directions. I warned you, you forced my hand. Yuan Badian roared furiously, his body plunging from the sky as he swung his Fangtian halberd wildly.
Attacks brimming with overwhelming power rained down upon Zhao Wushuang like a torrential downpour. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed relentlessly.
The turn of events came suddenly.
Zhao Wushuang desperately parried with his purple lightning wind-splitting blade.
Yet his eyes held no trace of fear. Instead, witnessing Yuan Badian's frenzied desperation, a triumphant smile spread across his lips.
Die for me!
Seizing a momentary opening in Yuan Badian's defense, Zhao Wushuang roared fiercely as his body slid backward. A token had materialized in his hand at some point.
Boom!
The token shattered, unleashing an attack brimming with destructive energy. At such close range, Yuan Badian had no time to react before being struck directly by the devastating blast.
A colossal pillar of light erupted.
This colossal pillar of light pierced Yuan Badian's body, completely engulfing him.
Aya! Waves of agonized screams filled the air.
Amidst the screams, Zhao Wushuang slowly rose to his feet, his gaze cold and piercing as he stared at Yuan Badian within the pillar of light. Corroded and ravaged by the light within the pillar, Yuan Badian held on for less than 10 breaths before his massive body began to disintegrate. He dissolved into wisps of gray smoke, scattering into the wind.
Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying the mid-tier 8th ranked demon king Yuan Badian. You have gained 98 million energy points. Chapter 196, A Strand of Golden Bloodline. 98 million points?
Hearing the system notification, Zhao Wushuang sucked in a sharp breath, his pupils dilating wildly. He never imagined that a mere Yuan Badian could yield such an enormous amount of energy points. By conventional standards, Yuan Badian's mid-tier 8th rank cultivation level should have yielded around 60 million points. Yet now, a whopping 98 million points had been granted in one go, just 2 million points shy of 100 million.
The additional points must be linked to Yuan Badian's bloodline and other factors. Excellent.
With this substantial influx, my accumulated energy points on the system interface have now surpassed 100 million. Every aspect can undergo a fresh round of enhancement. Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction.
With this energy reserve, he could now devote himself entirely to cultivation until his internal injuries healed and his weakened state was fully reversed. His gaze fell upon the spot where the monkey demon king Yuan Badian had turned to ash. The massive corpse of the demon beast had vanished without a trace, leaving only a wisp of golden bloodline floating in the air and a monkey-shaped demon beast crystal core. Not bad. A fine thing. Feeling the golden monkey demon bloodline and the demon beast crystal core radiating potent demonic energy, Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. He strode forward swiftly, stowing both spoils into his storage ring. This battle had paid off handsomely. Though he had played his final trump card, the token painstakingly forged by Elder Wang with his full strength. But to have slain Yuan Badian, it was all worth it. Glancing back at the chaotic melee between the human and demonic forces, Zhao Wushuang paused briefly before finally releasing his Thunderflame disintegration state. The strongest remaining demon forces were no higher than 5th tier. Even with his strength reduced to a fraction of its former self and his vitality severely depleted, he could still effortlessly slaughter demons of that level. Therefore, Zhao Wushuang saw no need to prolong the Thunderflame disintegration state. The longer he maintained it, the longer his own weakened state would last. As the lightning flame disintegration state dissolved, Zhao Wushuang instantly entered a weakened state. He felt a wave of powerlessness surge through his horns, his speed and strength plummeting dramatically. This feeling is truly unpleasant. Feeling his current state, Zhao Wushuang shook his head, thoroughly displeased with his predicament. This sense of vulnerability made him feel insecure about his own safety. He resolved firmly that once he dealt with the remaining demons, he would return to Jiangdu City to enter seclusion for cultivation. He would not venture out until the weakened state lifted. This was both a responsibility to himself and to the human race. Otherwise, should he encounter danger, given his demonstrated talent and importance to the Lihua sect, all parties would inevitably pour vast resources and manpower into his rescue. With his mind made up, Zhao Wushuang's body flickered rapidly through the air, though his speed was now nearly 10 times slower than before. After half a cup of tea's time flying through the air, Zhao Wushuang finally arrived at the center of the chaotic battlefield. His purple thunder wind-splitting blade whirled through the air as he transformed into a killing machine, charging recklessly through the chaos. Wherever Zhao Wushuang passed, chaos ensued. Men and beasts tumbled, countless demons and monsters falling beneath his blade. It's Lord Zhao. Wonderful. Lord Zhao has returned. Where's Yuan Badian? Wasn't he pursuing Lord Zhao? Are you stupid? Lord Zhao returned unharmed, and Yuan Badian vanished without a trace. He must have been driven off by Lord Zhao. You're the fool. Lord Zhao's power is unfathomable. Who could possibly escape his blade? Yuan Badian must have been slain by Lord Zhao. Among the human forces, tens of thousands of elite mecha awakened warriors saw Zhao Wushuang return and join the battlefield. Their fighting spirit surged instantly, erupting into excited roars. Zhao Wushuang's safe return meant more to them than any decisive victory on the battlefield. After all, over 80% of these tens of thousands of human mecha awakened were brought by Zhao Wushuang from the Tianshui district. They were all his subordinates. After the fierce battle for Tianshui district, Zhao Wushuang had been exceptionally generous in distributing the spoils of war. With such a generous and formidable leader at their helm, what more could they possibly desire? Phew! That was terrifying. I never imagined Commander Zhao could defeat Yuan Badian. If something had happened to him, my future prospects would have been ruined. Seeing Zhao Wushuang return, transformed into a ruthless killing machine, Gao Kuai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His current standing and rapid advancement to the 6th tier were largely due to Zhao Wushuang's favor, beyond his own efforts. Without Zhao Wushuang, he might still be stagnating at the peak of the 5th tier, or perhaps even hovering around the upper 5th tier. As for status and position, even with relentless effort, he would now be at best the captain of a small mecha squad of 10 or 20 men utterly incapable of commanding an elite army of tens of thousands of human mecha awakened warriors. Far away, Su Yun also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Wushuang's safety was naturally the best outcome. This meant they would achieve a complete victory. Combined with the annihilation of all demons here, upon returning to Tianshui district, not only would he bear no blame, but he would also be credited with a great achievement. With such achievements in his cultivation base, once the demonic invasion of Jiangdu was quelled, he would never settle for remaining confined to the minor Tianshui district. Each person harbored their own thoughts. Yet their hands never faltered. They fought fiercely, slaughtering the demons, each determined to annihilate every last one of them. The carnage unfolded, blood spreading relentlessly, pooling into tiny streams that flowed downward. Countless severed limbs and broken bodies piled up like mountains. Time flew by in this frenzied slaughter. By the time the great battle finally ended, 2 hours had passed. This battle, with the exception of a few cunning demons who managed to escape, the over 40,000 demons that had invaded the entire Blackwater County town were nearly annihilated. On the human side, after annihilating such a vast number of demons, the casualties were also extremely heavy. On the Blackwater County side, the original force of over 100,000 human mecha awakened warriors dwindled to fewer than 20,000 survivors after the battle. On Zhao Wushuang's side, the elite force of over 80,000 human mecha awakened warriors he had brought also suffered heavy casualties.
By the time the battlefield was finally cleared, only slightly over 40,000 remained alive, with more than 20,000 of them bearing injuries. The death toll reached nearly half.
If the wounded were included, the total casualties far exceeded 70%.
Yet despite these losses, the complete annihilation of the over 400,000 demonic forces and the successful recapture of Heishui County constituted a commendable victory.
Clear the battlefield. Return in triumph.
Zhao Wushuang roared from high above. After assigning the cleanup task to Gao Kuai and his trusted lieutenants, he swiftly flew back alone to Heishui County.
Blackwater County lay in ruins, its streets deserted save for countless corpses of human mecha awakened warriors and civilians strewn across the roads. The root cause of all this destruction lay with the Mad Lion Demon King and the demonic hordes that had invaded human territory. Chapter 197, Elder Wan's Wrath. Returning to Heishui County.
Zhao Wushuang entered the county governor's residence, seated himself quietly at the head of the council chamber, and swallowed healing and restorative pills while awaiting the return of Gao Kuai and the others.
Approximately 1 hour later.
Just as Zhao Wushuang closed his eyes to rest and heal his internal injuries, Gao Kuai and the others returned triumphant, bringing back vast quantities of demon beast corpses and demon beast crystal cores. According to detailed tallies, the total value of spoils from this battle exceeded 100 billion Federation coins. The most valuable items were undoubtedly the corpses of those 6th and 7th tier demon kings and their crystal cores. Even after most of it had to be surrendered to the authorities and distributed as rewards to the meritorious participants of the battle, a substantial sum of Federation currency still remained in Zhao Wushuang's hands, at least 10 billion. Zhao Wushuang also possessed his own substantial haul, including the corpse and crystal core of the Mad Lion Demon King, Yuan Beishan's Demon Beast Crystal Core, and that strand of pure ape demon bloodline.
These were all items of immense value.
Zhao Wushuang would not sell any of them, he would keep them for his own absorption and fusion. Moreover, having accumulated vast energy points from this battle, Zhao Wushuang now possessed sufficient resources to evolve his mecha once more. Re-evolving the mecha required auxiliary materials, and Yuan Beishan's Demon Beast Crystal Core along with that pure strand of ape demon bloodline were excellent choices. Rewards were distributed according to merit. After rewarding his subordinates, Zhao Wushuang summoned Wang Xiujie, the head of the Strategic Resources Department, the highest-ranking official in Heishui County at present. Following the recent turmoil, Wang Xiujie now held the highest official position in Heishui County. As for those who once held positions higher than his, they all met tragic ends at the hands of demons when Heishui County fell. It was only because Wang Xiujie, as head of the Strategic Resources Department, was responsible for managing the transport of strategic resources in the rear and did not go to the front lines on the city walls. Otherwise, with his 6th tier upper grade strength, he would likely have met a gruesome end at the hands of the demons long ago. Your subordinate, Wang Xiujie, greets Lord Zhao. Seeing the young Zhao Wushuang before him, Wang Xiujie bowed respectfully from the heart. Zhao Wushuang before him was his great benefactor. Had Zhao Wushuang not arrived in time to reinforce the collapsing front lines, it wouldn't have been long before his Strategic Resources Department was breached. His only recourse then would have been to sacrifice himself for his country. But with Zhao Wushuang's arrival, not only was his life spared, he had risen to become the highest-ranking official in Heishui County. Moreover, with the addition of the peerless Zhao Wushuang, the over 40,000 demons and monsters that had invaded Heishui County were nearly annihilated. This was equally crucial to him, serving as a form of vengeance for his compatriots who had perished at the hands of the demons. Looking at Wang Xiujie, Zhao Wushuang nodded and said, "You are now the highest authority in Heishui County. The funds from the spoils of war will soon be deposited into the county lord's account. You will temporarily serve as acting county lord. Use these funds wisely to properly compensate and settle the wounded and the promised human heroes. Additionally, rebuild Heishui County. Further funds will be allocated from above, so you need not be frugal in this matter." "Yes, sir. I will not disappoint your high expectations, Lord Zhao." Hearing he was to temporarily assume the role of county lord, Wang Xiujie nodded excitedly and immediately pounded his chest in assurance. "It's not about living up to my expectations, but about not failing the trust placed in you by the higher-ups and the Great Xia Empire." Zhao Wushuang's voice was solemn, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes.
"Handle this matter well. Success may lead to a permanent appointment.
But if anyone discovers you embezzling funds or lining your own pockets, you will be buried alive."
"Yes, sir." Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Zhao Wushuang, Wang Xiujie's heart sank, and he nodded hastily. "Mind your own business."
Zhao Wushuang left the words hanging before striding out of the city lord's residence.
"Your Excellency, everything is ready. All our soldiers have boarded the spirit vessels and are prepared to depart at any moment."
As soon as he stepped outside the governor's residence, Gao Kuai hurried forward, bowing respectfully with clasped hands.
Depart."
Zhao Wushuang nodded, his form floating into the air as he leapt onto the spirit vessel. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the spirit vessel surged forward. Amidst a roaring din, it sped toward its destination 800 li away.
Half an hour later, one after another, massive spirit boats descended upon the central plaza of Tianshui district.
Before Zhao Wushuang could leap from his vessel, his tactical watch suddenly rang urgently.
Elder Wang.
Zhao Wushuang answered the call and, upon seeing the name displayed on the tactical watch, immediately responded with respectful urgency. This time, it was all thanks to Elder Wang's token. Without that token, he would likely be in grave danger right now.
You, Wang.
The moment the call connected, before Zhao Wushuang could finish his respectful greeting, Elder Wang's furious, profanity-laced voice erupted from the line.
Didn't I tell you to be careful? Didn't I tell you not to take risks? Didn't I tell you to run the moment you encountered danger?
You've got some nerve, kid.
How dare you go toe-to-toe with Yuan Badian, a mid-tier 8th rank cultivator?
Elder Wang raged furiously into the tactical watch, firing off a barrage of questions, each one dripping with fury. Clearly, before making this call, Elder Wang had already been briefed on every detail of Zhao Wushuang's perilous ordeal and its entire sequence of events. His heart was boiling with rage. If Zhao Wushuang hadn't gotten incredibly lucky, if he hadn't happened to have the token I gave him, and if he hadn't used it properly, this call might never have gone through.
It couldn't be helped.
Zhao Wushuang shrugged helplessly, sighing as he explained, I was in the thick of the fight, determined to wipe out every demon.
Then out of nowhere, Yuan Badian appeared. I had no choice but to fight him off. Even if I wanted to escape, I couldn't. Oomph. Who told you to risk your life? If you hadn't rashly led your troops out to hunt down the demons, how could you have encountered Yuan Badian? Elder Wang snorted coldly. However, after hearing Zhao Wushuang's explanation, his tone softened slightly, no longer as furious as before. Opportunities in battle cannot be squandered. With the Mad Lion Demon King slain by me, if these demons aren't completely annihilated, once they escape and encounter other demon kings, they could regroup and instantly muster an army of over 100,000. Zhao Wushuang shook his head, took a deep breath, and forced a casual tone. Besides, I'm fine now, aren't I?
Thanks to the token you gave me, I caught Yuan Badian off guard and killed him. Not only that, but I gained a considerable amount of benefits from him. After this battle, once I absorb the gains from Yuan Badian, my mecha will surely evolve and my cultivation will definitely improve. Fine? That's just your luck, kid. Elder Wang glared at Zhao Wushuang through the video feed before speaking sternly, you must obey my orders now.
Without the token I gave you, you absolutely cannot leave. No matter what happens, unless demons launch a full-scale assault on Tianshui district, you are to remain confined in your secluded chamber. As for returning to Jiangdu City, I will handle the arrangements later. After we defeat this demonic force, I will transfer you back. Chapter 198 Evolution, Blood Demon Mecha. Understood, Elder Wang. Zhao Wushuang nodded solemnly. Even if Elder Wang hadn't explicitly forbidden it, he wouldn't risk his life to go out. After all, not only did he lack the life-saving items Elder Wang had provided, but he was also in a weakened state, his overall strength barely a fraction of his peak condition. Under these circumstances, Zhao Wushuang naturally had to stay put in Tianshui district, resolutely ignoring external affairs. If not for the ongoing siege by demons in Jiangdu City, he would have returned immediately. After all, the city was defended by multiple 9th-rank powerhouses, making it vastly safer than Tianshui district. Shaking his head, Zhao Wushuang offered a brief response to Elder Wang before ending the video call. Stepping out of the spirit boat, he arranged all necessary matters before handing over command of the entire Tianshui district to Zhao Wushuang and Su Yun. As for Zhao Wushuang, with all matters settled, he immediately retreated into the secluded meditation chamber Zhao Wushuang had specially prepared for him. System, open the attribute panel. Entering the chamber, he shut down all equipment, sealing himself in complete isolation. Seated cross-legged on the cultivation platform, he silently commanded. A flash of light erupted. An attribute panel materialized and floated in midair within Zhao Wushuang's mind. Name, Zhao Wushuang. Mecha, Hun Yuan Mecha Plus. Rank 6th Tier Perfection Plus. Abilities, Netherworld Thunderflame Initial God Tier Plus, Wood Element Mastery 9th Tier Plus. Martial Arts, Shadowless Flying Dagger Technique Mastery Plus, Blood River Divine Blade Superior Grade, Swift Thunder Body Tempering Method 3rd Tier Perfection Plus, Swift Thunder Phantom Step Perfection Plus, Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra Perfection, Swift Wind Step Superior Grade. Energy points 186, 923, 621. 180 million energy points. At this moment, after accumulating through this great battle, Zhao Wushuang's attribute panel displayed a staggering 180 million energy points. Moreover, prior to this, Zhao Wushuang had also advanced his cultivation and refined the Swift Thunder Body Forging technique, consuming over 100 million energy points. In other words, during this reinforcement battle for Heishui County, Zhao Wushuang had gained at least over 300 million energy points. Faced with this staggering 180 million energy points, only the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra remained without a plus sign on his attribute panel, alongside a few transcendent-level cultivation techniques. Zhao Wushuang surveyed the string of plus signs on his attribute panel, his mind racing. He pondered where to allocate this massive influx of energy points. Mecha evolution, absolutely essential. That's the top priority. As for realm breakthroughs, there's no rush. I need at least 2 or 3 years of focused recuperation.
With my innate talent, I might even achieve breakthroughs on my own during that time. As for other cultivation techniques and attribute abilities, there will be opportunities to enhance them later. Therefore, system, fuse the evolution mecha into me. Muttering to himself, weighing the pros and cons of each path and determining the optimal choice for his current situation, Zhao Wushuang directly selected the evolution of the Han Yuan mecha. As his words fell, 100 million energy points vanished instantly. Simultaneously, Zhao Wushuang swiftly retrieved the golden yellow strand of 8 demon bloodline and the demon beast crystal core left behind after Yuan Baishan's death from his storage medium. With his current strength and the enhanced quality of his mecha, relying on just one item was no longer sufficient for Zhao Wushuang's needs. To further elevate the quality of his evolved mecha, Zhao Wushuang resolved to combine both items. As he retrieved them, a deep purple-black light instantly enveloped Zhao Wushuang's entire body. The golden bloodline strand in his hand and the mid-grade 8th tier demon beast crystal core vanished instantly. The purple-black light spread and enveloped him. Within the glow, Zhao Wushuang felt waves of stinging pain radiating from his flesh, while the mecha itself emitted continuous crackling sounds of friction. He understood this meant the system was relentlessly remodeling his current mecha through massive energy point operations. Simultaneously, through fusion evolution, Yuan Baishan's 8 demon bloodline and demon beast crystal core were being integrated into his own being. Amidst this relentless remodeling and evolution, Zhao Wushuang ceaselessly absorbed that strand of golden 8 demon bloodline, fusing it with that mid-grade 8th tier demon beast crystal core. During this fusion and absorption, Zhao Wushuang felt as though countless blades were relentlessly slicing through his internal organs. Particularly within his meridians and blood vessels, beyond the pain came an intense itching as if countless ants were crawling and gnawing. The intense pain and itching were so severe that even Zhao Wushuang's face contorted, revealing an expression of extreme agony, his body twitching slightly. This was agony. He never imagined this mecha evolution would be so agonizing. Under normal circumstances, previous evolutions had been completed within mere breaths. But this time, the mecha evolution dragged on interminably. Amidst the searing agony, Zhao Wushuang's body convulsed, his eyes bloodshot. He gritted his teeth, clenching his jaw as agonized groans erupted from his throat. Hold on. It's almost over. Just get through this, endure it, and my strength will undergo a revolutionary transformation. Compared to the growth in power, compared to a brighter future ahead, what does this little bit of pain matter? Zhao Wushuang gritted his teeth, relentlessly urging himself onward. Time dragged on in the endless agony, and Zhao Wushuang began to numb. Thankfully, after about half an hour, a terrifying aura of blood and slaughter erupted within him, dispersing the suffocating purple-black mist. The intense agony faded. Immediately following, waves of rich, thick vital energy surged through his body. Feeling this surging vitality within him, Zhao Wushuang experienced a wave of warmth. His entire body felt incredibly light and comfortable. It couldn't have been more pleasant. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully evolving. The Han Yuan mecha has evolved into the Blood Demon mecha. The system notification sounded. Zhao Wushuang snapped his eyes open, a terrifying aura of bloodshed emanating from his gaze. He exhaled a heavy breath of stale air, flexed his arms, and froze slightly upon hearing the system's squeaky prompt. Blood Demon armor? Zhao Wushuang hadn't expected that after this evolution, his Han Yuan mecha would upgrade into the Blood Demon mecha? If the previous Han Yuan armor represented one type of divine armor, this so-called Blood Demon armor leaned heavily toward demonic transformation. Chapter 199, 5 years. Still, this fell within the realm of normalcy. For among the human race, divine mechs had always possessed distinct schools even in ancient times. Take the water god armor Gangdong, for instance. It was a distinctly demonic-leaning armor. Rumors even circulated that in ancient times, the water god armor Ganggang was revered as one of the demon ancestors. Similarly, the Chiyu mecha, Xingtian mecha, even the ox demon mecha, the bull demon king, and the holy infant mecha Han Higher that Zhao Wushuang had encountered before all leaned toward demonic tendencies. At this thought, Zhao Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. Yet a new worry surfaced. Given his current state and evolutionary trajectory, what if his next evolution or subsequent ones resulted in a mecha that was utterly demonic? But then he reconsidered, mecha are mecha, humans are humans. Mecha are merely tools controlled by humans. Humans are the truly autonomous beings. The influence should fall upon the mecha, not the person. As long as he retains sufficient consciousness and thought, what did it matter if the mecha he awakened in the future resembled a demon? He himself would remain unchanged. With that thought settled, Zhao Wushuang slowly rose to his feet, took 2 steps forward, and activated a switch. A large mirror protruded from the wall. He gazed silently at his reflection. His mecha had undergone a profound transformation. Terrifying lightning crackled around its frame. The entire suit glowed a deep purple red, its chest, arms, thighs, and head covered in intricate, terrifying patterns. Purple-red blood flowed continuously from these patterns, emanating waves of terrifying blood aura and an evil presence. Most notably, 2 slender horns protruded from the top of its head. The facial armor featured a sharp, monkey-like snout, resembling that of an ape. However, the patterns on the arms, thighs, and chest, outlined by the flowing crimson blood, formed the shapes of demonic dragons.
Viewed through the mirror after purification, the mech's overall appearance leaned heavily toward the dark and sinister.
Coupled with the waves of malevolent blood aura emanating from it, Zhao Wushuang now seemed like a demon god descended from the heavens.
Not bad. It may be a bit sinister, but it's intimidating, and its overall power has evolved tremendously. As for the appearance, why bother with such noble and upright looks? As long as it's powerful enough, that's all that matters. Even if my mecha's appearance is identical to that of demons, as long as I slay countless demons and drive them away, my original clan will still worship me like a god. Zhao Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. He sensed his current terrifying strength, feeling even more formidable than when he had previously unleashed the Thunder Flame disintegration technique. If he were to encounter a demon of comparable power to Yuan Badian now, Zhao Wushuang was utterly confident he could slay it without resorting to the Thunder Flame disintegration technique. After briefly testing his current power in the simple chamber, Zhao Wushuang felt his abilities were not flowing smoothly. A lingering sense of weakness still occupied his body. He knew this was the aftereffect of the Thunder Flame disintegration technique. Only after completely dispelling this weakened state could he return to his peak condition. He stretched his limbs within the chamber. With the mecha evolution complete, Zhao Wushuang glanced at the remaining energy points in his attribute panel and shook his head slightly. He chose not to use them immediately, instead entering a state of intense cultivation. In the days that followed,
Zhao Wushuang devoted himself entirely to cultivation within the chamber, shutting out all external distractions. He shut down all communication devices, dedicating himself solely to intense training. He rapidly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, increasing the energy within his mecha. He wanted to test whether the shock of this mecha evolution could propel him to autonomously break through to the 7th cultivation tier in a short time. Beyond his daily intensive cultivation, Zhao Wushuang also set aside dedicated time to practice the Blood God Sword technique and the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra, among other arts. Save where you should save, spend where you should spend. Though the system was beneficial, he couldn't venture out to gather energy anytime soon. Gaining experience for these techniques through his own efforts and seeking opportunities to break through was undoubtedly the best approach. Time passed. Winter gave way to spring, summer faded into autumn. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. After a year of dedicated, arduous cultivation without expending any energy points, Zhao Wushuang's cultivation had broken through to the 7th tier. This was a blessing for Zhao Wushuang, saving him a substantial amount of energy points. After his breakthrough, his cultivation became even more rigorous. Beyond that, he set aside more time each day to practice other techniques that had yet to reach the transcendent realm. He harbored a faint premonition that with his current talent and the benefits gained from the mecha's evolution, he could absolutely elevate at least one of these cultivation techniques to the extraordinary level without expending energy points before his period of weakness passed. Moreover, through this intensive period of dedicated cultivation, Zhao Wushuang felt himself drawing ever closer to mastering the complete level of sword intent. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. Outside, the flames of war raged. The large-scale demonic invasion of the 4 southern provinces had reached its final, feverish climax. Through the tenacious resistance of the human race, and with the intervention of high-level human cultivators, the demonic hordes were utterly routed. They all fled back to demonic territories, leaving only a small remnant of demons and monsters clinging to life, wandering through the small villages and towns of the 4 southern provinces. With the mass retreat of the demons and monsters, the cities once breached by demons in the 4 southern provinces were swiftly reclaimed by humanity. Through seasons of tender grass sprouting, leaves turning yellow, and snow falling thick and fast, year after year passed. The once war-torn lands, ravaged by demonic chaos, gradually regained their vitality. Large numbers of human citizens migrated back, restoring the former bustling prosperity. Zhao Wushuang, deep within his seclusion, felt no passage of time. He was utterly absorbed in advancing his cultivation and mastering his techniques. Perhaps due to his own instructions, or perhaps with Elder Wang's tacit approval, even after the human race achieved a decisive victory, no one dared disturb Zhao Wushuang. 5 years later. After a full 5 years of seclusion. Within the secluded chamber, Zhao Wushuang suddenly swung his blade. A fierce intent of the blade shot forth, warping and shattering the void as terrifying thunderous energy erupted. In the next instant, Zhao Wushuang's intent flickered. A swarm of nearly 2,000 flying blades materialized behind him, densely packed like a torrential downpour, hurtling forward. Each blade carried that terrifying thunderous blade intent. As they streaked through the air, even without striking anything, the chamber rumbled and shook violently, threatening to collapse. Ha 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 ha! It worked! The thunder blade intent, I've finally grasped it. Within the chamber, Zhao Wushuang roared with maniacal laughter. Terrifying lightning-infused blades spread and blossomed across his body, making him appear like a thunder god descended from the heavens. Chapter 200, Emerging from Seclusion. System, open my attribute panel. Zhao Wushuang silently commanded in his mind. Name, Zhao Wushuang. Mecha, Blood Demon Mecha. Rank mid-tier 7th grade.
Abilities: Netherworld Thunderflame Initial God Tier 1, Wood Mastery Tier 9, Lightning Blade Intent Basic.
Martial Arts Shadowless Flying Dagger Technique Superior Grade, Blood River Divine Blade Superior Grade, Swift Thunder Body Tempering Method 4th Major Achievement, Swift Thunder Phantom Step Mastery, Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra Mastery, Swift Wind Step Superior Grade.
Energy points 63,921.
5 years. Over these 5 years, Zhao Wushuang's cultivation not only broke through to the 7th tier but reached the mid-tier of the 7th tier. Beyond his cultivation breakthrough, the Shadowless Flying Dagger Technique, through Zhao Wushuang's dedicated cultivation, had also reached the transcendent-tier. The Swift Thunder Body Tempering Technique also experienced a breakthrough of a different level, now reaching the 4th Major Achievement realm. His overall physical strength had become significantly more formidable than before. Techniques like the Swift Thunder Phantom Step and the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra remained at the perfected realm without further breakthroughs. However, Zhao Wushuang had gained profound insights into these two arts, advancing their cultivation progress significantly toward the supernatural realm. If he had sufficient energy points to expend on enhancing these two techniques now, the cost would be considerably lower than before. This is one of the benefits of dedicated, arduous cultivation. After all, energy point consumption is directly tied to one's innate talent and the time required for insight. Now that his innate talent had increased and the time required for insights had decreased, his energy point consumption naturally followed suit. Quietly admiring his attribute panel, Zhao Wushuang felt his current strength and nodded with satisfaction. With his current strength, if he were to face Yuan Badian, the monkey demon king from before, he could settle the outcome within just a few rounds. Moreover, with his current prowess, most peak 8th tier cultivators would likely be no match for him. Indeed, with my current strength, fewer and fewer threats exist within the entire Jiangdu city area that could endanger my life. Unless some exceptionally powerful 9th tier or higher expert intervenes, with my speed and various hidden tricks up my sleeve, it would be extremely difficult for anyone else to kill me. Pulling his gaze away from the attribute panel, Zhao Wushuang sensed his current strength and nodded with deep satisfaction. After 5 years of seclusion, I hear the demonic chaos has been quelled. It's time for me to venture out again. As for Tianshui district, I've already delegated all major responsibilities to Zhao Wushuang and Su Yun. My presence or absence there makes little difference. This time, I'll head to Jiangdu City first to avoid Elder Wang's endless chatter. After leaving Jiangdu, I'll decide my next move, preferably returning to the core inner region of the Lihua sect. After all, since descending from Shenlong Mountain, I haven't had the chance to report back to the core area of the Lihua sect. I wonder how Ndamo and the others are faring. Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself. He rose to his feet, pushed open the door, and stepped out of the secluded chamber where he had been in seclusion. Greetings, Lord. Your subordinate welcomes your emergence from seclusion. At the chamber's entrance, a 4th tier human mecha awakener on duty sensed a terrifying aura surge forth and immediately turned his head. Upon recognizing Zhao Wushuang, he respectfully clasped his hands. MHM. Zhao Wushuang nodded, then turned to the guard and inquired, has everything been peaceful in Tianshui district during my seclusion? Have there been any major incidents? The guard shook his head. Nothing major occurred during your seclusion, Your Excellency. Only good news, the demons have been thoroughly expelled. Only a few scattered remnants linger in the towns and villages, but they pose no threat. Any of our mecha squads could easily eliminate them. Very well. I'm heading to the main hall now. Go summon Zhao Wushuang, Su Yun, Gao Kuai, and the others. Zhao Wushuang nodded and strode purposefully toward the main hall of the city lord's residence. Seated at the head of the table, he had barely settled into his chair when a servant respectfully poured him a steaming cup of tea. Sipping lightly, Zhao Wushuang waited quietly for Gao Kuai and the others to arrive. Before long, upon hearing that Zhao Wushuang had emerged from seclusion, the group rushed excitedly to the location. As soon as they entered the gate and saw Zhao Wushuang seated at the head of the hall, sipping his tea, they all bowed respectfully with clasped hands. Congratulations, Lord, on your breakthrough in cultivation and the mastery of your divine skill. Zhao Wushuang's innate talent was evident to all. After 5 years of seclusion, the aura emanating from him had grown terrifyingly formidable. His cultivation must have long surpassed the 7th tier. This was good news for them all. After all, they were all considered his subordinates. The stronger Zhao Wushuang became, the greater their sense of security. Now that Zhao Wushuang had achieved this breakthrough, his lifelong strength had become even more formidable. As his subordinates, they naturally felt deeply honored. Zhao Wushuang waved his hand dismissively, offering a faint smile. Enough, enough. Divine skill perfected? Stop flattering me here. This minor improvement in my cultivation is nothing but a trifling matter, nothing compared to those truly great figures. This is just between us, left ear in, right ear out. If word got out that I'd mastered divine arts, those at the 8th, 9th, or even transcendent realms would likely laugh at our narrow-mindedness. After a moment of banter, Zhao Wushuang turned to the matter at hand. He meticulously questioned everyone about every major and minor event that had occurred throughout the Tianshui district and the surrounding areas of Jiangdu City over the past 5 years. Through the reports from Zhao Wushuang, Gao Kuai, and others, Zhao Wushuang gained a deeper understanding of the events that had unfolded over the past 5 years. After all, although he occasionally received external news during his seclusion, the information was never detailed. Now that he had emerged from seclusion and was about to depart Tianshui district, it was only natural that he should thoroughly understand the latest developments in the outside world. According to their accounts, after the demons retreated and the 4 provinces of Jiangnan regained peace, war-torn regions gradually revived. Take Tianshui district, for instance. This was the site of Zhao Wushuang's battle that made his name, where he had annihilated over 300,000 demonic troops, with Zhao Wushuang stationed as its guardian. With the demons' retreat, large numbers of human civilians began migrating to Tianshui district. Over the past year or two, the economic chain in Tianshui district had skyrocketed, with housing prices reaching absurdly high levels. Properties were practically impossible to come by. Amidst this economic boom, Zhao Wushuang, as the inspector of Tianshui district, naturally reaped an enormous sum in taxes. Chapter 201 Rewards. After deducting the required payments to higher authorities and local expenditures, the tax revenues generated by the district's economic growth over the past year or two had brought Zhao Wushuang a staggering sum of over 10 billion Federation coins. Moreover, over the past 5 years, the 200 elite troops under his command had all seen varying degrees of improvement in their cultivation. After 5 years, Gao Kuai's cultivation had risen from the lower 6th tier to the upper 6th tier. Lu Yixai, who had previously been the strongest at peak 6th tier, had gained significantly from 2 major battles and the spoils of war bestowed by Zhao Wushuang. Over these 5 years, he had successfully ascended to become a 7th tier lower grade mecha awakener. Such cultivation levels placed him in a league of his own in any county within Jiangdu City. Even within the current Tianshui district, aside from himself and Su Yun, Lu Yixai was the sole mecha awakener at the 7th tier level. By the way, sir, I have something to report. As Zhao Wushuang was assessing everyone's current cultivation levels, Lu Yixai suddenly stepped forward and spoke up. Elder Wang and Mayor Lei have already sent confidential reports and messages. They say there have been some adjustments to your duties. They instruct you to return to Jiangdu City as soon as possible after emerging from seclusion. Hearing Lu Yixai's words, Zhao Wushuang showed no surprise, instead nodding as if it were only natural. His contributions during this demonic invasion were immense. He had first pacified Feihua County and Blackstone County, then secured Tianshui district. In the battle at Tianshui district, he annihilated over 300,000 demonic troops and decapitated the Black Bear Demon King. Following the annihilation of over 300,000 demonic forces, Lu Ping's subsequent defeat allowed him to lead troops to recapture Heishui County. In the battle for Heishui County, he eradicated over 400,000 demonic troops, successively slaying the peak 7th tier Mad Lion Demon King and the mid 8th tier Monkey Demon King Yuan Badian. Each of these achievements alone would have been sufficient for him to be promoted and in theft, let alone the cumulative effect of such feats. Therefore, upon emerging from seclusion this time, a change in his official position was inevitable. Still, Zhao Wushuang couldn't help but wonder what position such monumental achievements would ultimately earn him. He was certain it would be an extremely important position, given the backing of the Lihua sect. In matters of merit-based rewards, the Lihua sect would undoubtedly exert its influence. On one hand, it would secure certain benefits for him. On the other, elevating his status would serve the sect's future development. Alright, I understand. Zhao Wushuang nodded, quickly relaying some final instructions. He then handed all the plants over to Zhao Wushuang and Su Yun before boarding the spirit boat with Gao Kuai, Lu Yixai, and a small squad of 200 men. Now, the journey home begins. Half an hour later. After the spirit boat's swift flight, Zhao Wushuang had already arrived in Jiangdu City from Tianshui district. After swiftly settling Gao Kuai and the others, Zhao Wushuang now appeared within the prefectural governor's residence. County Governor's Mansion, Grand Hall, Reception Room. Upon entering, Zhao Wushuang found the room empty. He waited quietly. This wasn't because he was unwelcome, nor was anyone deliberately keeping him waiting. Pang Lei and Elder Wang were still occupied with other matters. Zhao Wushuang showed no impatience. Seated quietly in a nearby spot, he sipped his tea lightly while pondering the potential adjustments to his official position within the Huaxia government. Before long, as Zhao Wushuang was deep in thought, footsteps echoed from outside. Turning his head, Zhao Wushuang saw Elder Wang and Pang Lei walking into the reception hall together, chatting and laughing. Zhao Wushuang promptly rose to his feet, clasped his hands in a respectful bow, and greeted them. Greetings, Mayor Pang. Greetings, Elder Wang. Pang Lei and Elder Wang smiled warmly at Zhao Wushuang and gestured for him to sit down. After Zhao Wushuang took his seat, Pang Lei spoke with a smile. You've done remarkably well this time. 4 battles, 4 victories. You've wiped out over 1 million demonic troops, and even that Yuan Badian met his end at your hands. You've truly lifted a massive burden from the entire Jiangdu City district. It's simply my duty, sir. Moreover, demons invading our Chinese territory and slaughtering our people, exterminating them, is the responsibility of every commoner. Zhao Wushuang hastily bowed in response. It's just that you've been lucky. With your reckless ways, you'll end up dying at the hands of those demons sooner or later.
At that moment, Elder Wang snorted coldly from the side.
Yet, when mentioning Zhao Wushuang's battle record, his eyes brimmed with pride. He couldn't help but feel proud. Zhao Wushuang was a soldier under his command, a peerless prodigy he had personally nurtured and promoted all the way to this point.
With such remarkable achievements and accomplishments now, how could he not be pleased and proud?
What angered him, however, were Zhao Wushuang's reckless and dangerous actions. Therefore, he absolutely could not praise him now. Praising Zhao Wushuang would only inflate his ego, potentially leading him to repeat such reckless actions in the future.
Young people have their ways. Besides, Zhao Wushuang is perfectly fine, isn't he?
Pang Lei, standing nearby, burst into laughter. He stepped forward to defend Zhao Wushuang. Besides, I believe Zhao Wushuang has his own reasons.
He must have been confident in his approach. And let's be honest, weren't we all like that in our youth?
Look at the smug look on your face, I almost don't want to burst your bubble.
You just keep defending him. Elder Wang shot Pang Lei a withering glance, inwardly fuming at his undermining, though he held his tongue.
After all, a gentle nudge was sufficient. As for Zhao Wushuang's actions, that was his own business, something beyond his purview.
Mayor, what urgent matter has brought me here today?
Zhao Wushuang inquired from the side. He was eager to hear how his position might change after the merits of this battle. We should have summoned you long ago, but since you were in seclusion, we didn't wish to disturb you.
Pang Lei chuckled.
Given your recent performance and achievements, the higher-ups hold you in high regard. They've specially granted you the privilege to select any martial art from the National Treasury, along with one type of 9th grade material of your choice.
The National Treasury? At these words, Zhao Wushuang's expression instantly lit up with excitement. Mayor Pang, are you referring to the treasury that collects martial arts techniques from across the land and houses all manner of materials? How could Zhao Wushuang not be thrilled? That was the National Treasury. All martial arts under heaven resided within it. He could freely choose any martial art he desired. Once he found the right one, combined with the vast energy points at his disposal, his cultivation and strength would undoubtedly undergo another earth-shattering transformation. Look how excited you are. Yes, it is indeed the treasury.
Pang Lei nodded with a smile before continuing, but that's not the most important part. The most crucial thing is your position transfer.
Could there be an even bigger surprise? Chapter 202, 3rd Rank General, Commander of Anon.
Zhao Wushuang raised an eyebrow, looking at Pang Lei with surprise.
He knew his position might undergo a major reassignment, but judging by Pang Lei's demeanor, this transfer seemed far more significant than he'd anticipated.
Of course.
How else could we possibly repay your immense contributions?
And most importantly, your innate talent and natural gifts played a crucial role in this.
Pang Lei nodded as if it were only natural. He smiled and continued, starting today, you are the Inspector General of the Jiangnan Circuit. You will oversee all demon-infested areas across the 4 provinces of Jiangnan, tasked with eradicating and eliminating the demons that plague the human race. As he spoke, Pang Lei retrieved a token from his storage ring and handed it to Zhao Wushuang. The front bore a large engraved character 3, while the reverse featured 2 vividly rendered golden dragons coiling around the characters in Am. Beyond your role as inspector, from this moment onward, Zhao Wushuang, you are formally authorized with the rank of 3rd grade General of Anon. This is a tremendous honor in Huaxia.
Few at your age attain such an official position. I hope you will not betray the trust placed in you by the higher-ups. With this identity token, you gain access to virtually all major secret realms across the land save for a few forbidden zones and enjoy a 20% discount on any item purchased in major marketplaces. Let me tell you, the symbolic significance and status of this 3rd rank General of Anon surpass even your official position as Inspector General of the Jiangnan Circuit. Pang Lei gazed at Zhao Wushuang, his eyes brimming with emotion and profound reflection. With this cascade of titles and rewards, who wouldn't be overwhelmed? Moreover, with this string of titles, Zhao Wushuang had truly hit the jackpot this time. In terms of true status and standing, even he now paled in comparison to the Zhao Wushuang before him. Especially the 3rd rank General of Anon, it seemed his own title was still merely a lower grade noble rank. Yet Pang Lei felt no envy toward Zhao Wushuang's subsequent rise. He understood clearly that Zhao Wushuang had earned every bit of it through bloody, brutal combat. Beyond that, there was Zhao Wushuang's extraordinary talent and limitless future potential. All 3 were indispensable. Had he possessed Zhao Wushuang's potential and talent, he would never have been confined to a mere city like Jiangdu. Given his experience and abilities, possessing Zhao Wushuang's potential and talent could have easily propelled him to become the chief inspector of the entire Jiangnan circuit, wielding the power of life and death over the 4 provinces of Jiangnan. Listening to Pang Lei's words, Zhao Wushuang felt both deeply moved and slightly surprised. The rewards bestowed upon him were far greater than he had ever imagined. Setting aside the position of Inspector General for the entire Jiangnan circuit, the rank of General of Anon alone, a 3rd grade official, represented a pinnacle most 9th grade powerhouses could never hope to reach in their lifetimes. Consider this, Pang Lei, the mayor who had guarded Jiangdu City for years, diligently serving and sacrificing for the entire nation, currently held only a 3rd rank noble title. Compared to Zhao Wushuang's 3rd rank General of Anon, he was still 1 rank below. As for the inspectorate of the Jiangnan Circuit, its authority and stature were immense, extending over the entire Jiangnan region encompassing 4 provinces. According to Zhao Wushuang's understanding, there were 7 provincial inspectors across the entire Jiangnan Circuit, each possessing cultivation at least at the peak of the 9th tier. Each inspector commanded 3,000 elite human mecha awakened warriors, all at least 5th tier cultivation, tasked with assisting the inspector in investigations and slaying demons. Above the circuit inspector stood the Grand Circuit Inspector of the Jiangnan Circuit, a position typically held by individuals of high status and immense cultivation strength. The current Jiangnan Circuit Chief Inspector held a rank of 2nd grade, along with the title of Marquis. His cultivation was even more formidable, rumored to surpass the Transcendent Realm and not just any ordinary Transcendent-level powerhouse. Zhao Wushuang found this Transcendent Realm deeply intriguing. He had only heard that the realm beyond the 9th tier was extraordinary, but he knew nothing of the specific tiers within that extraordinary realm. However, this was not something he needed to ponder at present. His own cultivation had only reached the mid-tier 7th rank. Only after breaking through to the peak of the 9th tier would he have the qualifications to learn about the further divisions within the Transcendent Realm. As for specifically inquiring about it now, that seemed a bit too ambitious. Zhao Wushuang promptly took the token, swiftly stowing it into his storage ring. He then bowed to Pang Lei, saying, "Thank you for your trouble, Mayor Pang." Pang Lei shook his head and smiled. "It was nothing. I merely relayed a message and delivered an item. Besides, you needn't bow to me like this now. In terms of position and status, you are above me." Hearing this, Zhao Wushuang chuckled. "Not at all, not at all. I know my place. This is merely recognition from above. But in terms of strength and experience, I'm nowhere near Mayor Pang's level. Don't get impatient." That was Zhao Wushuang's life creed. Though his current position and rank might slightly surpass Pang Lei's, in this world, strength was the ultimate measure. He was only at the mid-tier 7th rank, capable of bursting to peak 8th rank strength at full power, yet he was still far from matching the season peak 9th rank powerhouse before him, Pang Lei, Mayor Pang. One must remember that on the Wind and Cloud rankings, Mayor Pang Lei held the 18th position, ranking as the 18th strongest individual below the Transcendent Realm. If he dared show disrespect to such a formidable figure and the man harbored a grudge, Zhao Wushuang might not even know how he met his end. Hearing Zhao Wushuang's words, Pang Lei chuckled. He waved his hand dismissively. "General Zhao, you flatter me. But I'd no further business here. If you have urgent matters to attend to, please go ahead." Zhao Wushuang nodded, then turned his gaze to Elder Wang, who sat nearby with eyes closed in meditation. Feeling Zhao Wushuang's gaze, Elder Wang merely shook his head lightly. "I have no specific instructions for you either. However, I suggest that before you go to the National Treasury to select supplies and martial arts manuals, you first visit our Lihua sect headquarters. There, through professional training and by selecting items based on the sect's existing cultivation techniques, you will be able to obtain the items you desire most and that offer the best value for your efforts." "Understood, Elder Wang." Zhao Wushuang nodded, took his leave from Pang Lei and Elder Wang, and promptly rose to depart the prefectural governor's residence. After leaving the governor's residence, Zhao Wushuang gave Gao Kuai and Lu Yizai some final instructions before setting off alone toward the Lihua sect headquarters. Chapter 203, Lihua sect headquarters. Lightning flashed in the sky above. The twin wings of wind and thunder flapped behind Zhao Wushuang, transforming him into a streak of lightning as he swiftly soared toward the northwest. The Lihua sect's headquarters lay within a scorching desert in the northwest. The further northwest he flew, the hotter the skies grew, while cities and towns below grew increasingly sparse. The sun blazed fiercely. After days of relentless travel, Zhao Wushuang had traversed millions of kilometers. Without pause, he reached the entrance to a vast desert. Below, the desert stretched out in a sea of golden sand. This place was utterly desolate, with endless sand dunes stretching tens of thousands of miles in every direction. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. "We're almost there." Surveying the desert, Zhao Wushuang glanced once more at the geographical coordinates displayed on his tactical watch. According to the coordinates, once he entered the desert, he only needed to fly about 100,000 kilometers to the left front to reach the headquarters of the Lihua sect. Zhao Wushuang accelerated his flight. Finally, after 3 days of relentless flight, as the surrounding climate grew increasingly scorching, a blazing volcano came into view. Flame Mountain. Seeing this towering, flame-covered mountain range, Zhao Wushuang's eyes lit up. After traversing over 1,000,000 kilometers, he had finally reached his destination. Deep within this fiery mountain, stretching tens of thousands of kilometers in all directions, lay the headquarters of the Lihua sect. Whoosh! Zhao Wushuang accelerated, his body transforming into a streak of light as he plunged swiftly from the sky, diving deep into the heart of the blazing mountain range. About 10 minutes later, Zhao Wushuang landed steadily at the main gate of the Lihua sect headquarters. Zhao Wushuang. The moment he touched down, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed from above. Zhao Wushuang looked up to see a streak of light shooting out at breakneck speed from within the Lihua sect headquarters. "Haha, Zhao Wushuang. Long time no see." The streak of light swiftly materialized at the entrance of the Lihua sect headquarters.
The figure emerging was someone Zhao Wushuang recognized well, Third Elder Lu Zihong, who had represented the Lihua sect at Shenlong Mountain. "Greetings, Third Elder." Zhao Wushuang promptly bowed respectfully with clasped hands. Seeing Zhao Wushuang return to the Lihua sect headquarters, Lu Zihong nodded with satisfaction. He appraised the cultivation level radiating from Zhao Wushuang's body, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Not bad, not bad. After 8 or 9 years apart, you've already reached the mid-tier 7th rank. Your cultivation progress has been remarkably swift." "Pure luck, pure luck." Zhao Wushuang replied with a laugh. "It's mostly due to some fortuitous encounters and the solid foundation I built in the Divine Dragon Detective Agency. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to slaughter so many during the demonic invasion and repeatedly break through my cultivation levels by mastering the way of slaughter." Since others had mistakenly assumed he followed the path of slaughter, he might as well exploit this misunderstanding to conceal the existence of his system indefinitely. After all, the way of slaughter was perversely powerful. With sufficient bloodshed and carnage, coupled with his god-defying comprehension, cultivation breakthroughs were as easy as eating and drinking. "You're not just lucky, kid." Lu Zihong roared with laughter, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he looked at Zhao Wushuang. "But don't get cocky. I made a bet with that kid Zhang Feiyang, a 100-year wager that you'll break through to the transcendent realm. If you truly achieve it, my winnings will be astronomical." He added, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself, though. If you can reach the transcendent realm before you turn 200, you'll be the youngest transcendent level powerhouse in the entire Lihua sect." "Ha, I'll definitely work hard, young man. I won't disappoint your high expectations, Third Elder." Zhao Wushuang laughed heartily. He possessed ample confidence in achieving the transcendent realm within a century. With the system's existence, as long as he hunted down vast numbers of demons and monsters, gaining an endless supply of energy, he could break through his cultivation at any time, ignoring the existence of bottlenecks. "Alright then, it's good to see you're confident." Lu Zihong nodded with satisfaction. Leading Zhao Wushuang toward the Lihua sect headquarters, he explained as they walked, "This is your first time here. I'll show you around so you can familiarize yourself with the place. Once you've gotten your bearings, I'll take you to claim your initiation reward." "Thank you for your kindness, Third Elder." Zhao Wushuang chimed in with a smile. Lu Zihong shook his head, a broad smile lighting up his face as he led Zhao Wushuang on a leisurely stroll through the Lihua sect. He explained the various facilities within the headquarters and pointed out important matters to keep in mind. After a leisurely tour through the core area of the Lihua sect, even though the two moved at a brisk pace, 2 hours had already passed. After walking through the core area and explaining all the major facilities and secret realms, Lu Zihong led Zhao Wushuang to the Lihua sect's resource management department. "Zhao Wushuang, within our Lihua sect's resource management department lie countless precious celestial treasures and earthen gems, along with materials for breakthrough cultivation and mecha enhancement. It's fair to say our collection far surpasses that of many external trading houses." Upon entering the department, Lu Zihong spoke with a broad smile. Typically, newcomers to the Lihua sect receive only limited resources, with items rarely exceeding 6th or 7th tier. But given your exceptional talent, your top ranking on the Hidden Dragon list 2 sessions ago, and your heroic battlefield performance, our sect master has made an exception. You may claim 3 items all above 9th tier but below extraordinary grade. 3 items above 9th tier? Zhao Wushuang's pupils widened at the words, a flash of delight lighting up his eyes. "That's right. You're the only one getting this treatment. But then again, you're now holding the position of General of Annam at the 3rd rank, aren't you?" Lu Zihong chuckled. "Plus, as the Inspector General of the 4 provinces of Jiangnan, your cultivation and strength can't be too low, otherwise, you'd bring shame upon our Lihua sect. That's why the sect master made this special exception. I'm deeply honored and grateful for the sect's kindness." Zhao Wushuang hurriedly replied. "What's there to be ashamed of? Just remember the cultivation our sect has provided you. When you grow strong and reap these benefits, remember our Lihua sect. Never become one of those ungrateful, treacherous dogs." Lu Zihong waved his hand, looking at Zhao Wushuang with earnestness in his voice. "Of course not. I'll always remember the cultivation Lihua sect has given me. When it comes to matters like my position in the future, I'll definitely prioritize Lihua sect over any other sect." Zhao Wushuang patted his chest emphatically, making his pledge. "Ha ha ha, that's settled. Your word is enough." Lu Zihong roared with laughter, swiping a token nearby before slapping Zhao Wushuang on the shoulder. "Alright, I've cleared your access. Now hurry up and pick out your reward." Chapter 204, Selection. Core area of the Lihua sect, Resource Management Vault. The entire Resource Management Vault covered an enormous area, spanning over 40 floors. Each level represented different access permissions and the rarity of the items stored and managed there. The higher the level, the more advanced the stored items, the greater the access required, and the stricter the management. Zhao Wushuang swiped his card to enter, guided by the elevator all the way to the 39th floor. Here lay the location of his objective. Above this level, the storage primarily held extremely precious celestial treasures and earthen treasures, as well as cultivation techniques or materials of transcendent grade or higher. He swiftly reached the 39th floor.
Zhao Wushuang pushed open the door and stepped inside, where a vast warehouse instantly filled his vision. Within this warehouse, rows of storage lockers stood neatly arranged, each sealed with a glass door that could only be unlocked with a token. Attempting to force entry without transcendent-level strength was utterly futile. Moreover, these rows of cabinets were divided into distinct sections based on the attributes and functions of the items stored within. Given my current mecha type and elemental abilities, the best materials would be 9th tier items with lightning or fire attributes. Of course, blood attribute materials would be even better. Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself. Guided by the designated zones, he easily located items and quickly selected several promising targets. Too many, far too many. As expected of the core area of the Lihua sect, there are simply too many 9th tier attribute materials here. It's like they have everything imaginable. Faced with the multitude of items, Zhao Wushuang was overwhelmed, momentarily unable to decide. Which one should I choose? Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself. Blood attribute, thunder attribute, fire attribute, one of each. But I'll focus on blood attribute, since it suits my current mecha type best. After a moment's consideration, he quickly made his decision, swiftly selecting 3 9th tier items from the rows of display cases. Among them, the blood attribute 9th tier material was a blood red bead, the blood slaughter bead. This blood slaughter pearl was at the peak of 9th tier, radiating an intensely potent aura of blood slaughter throughout its entire body. It was precisely because Zhao Wushuang possessed such cultivation that he dared to casually select it. For ordinary individuals, even some 9th tier powerhouses with weaker resolve, confronting a blood slaughter bead of this caliber would likely cause their minds to be disturbed, severely damaging their spiritual essence. According to the item description, this blood demon orb was obtained by slaying a 9th tier peak blood demon on the verge of transcending into the extraordinary realm. It could be said that this blood demon orb essentially contained all the essence from the corpse of that peak 9th tier blood demon. In terms of overall value, this blood demon orb was undoubtedly the most precious of the 3 items Zhao Wushuang had selected. Of course, the resource repository contained even more valuable 9th tier peak level items than the blood demon orb. However, their attributes were incompatible with Zhao Wushuang, so he naturally wouldn't make a blind choice. As for the 9th tier lightning attribute material, it was an exceptionally thick scale. This single scale measured several meters in length, and when fully spread out, it covered an area larger than 2 or 3 ordinary beds. According to the description, this massive scale had fallen from a thunder dragon. Due to the passage of time and the dissipation of its aura, it had now dropped to a high-grade 9th tier level. But that didn't matter. What Zhao Wushuang valued was the scale's dense material. Once fused into his mecha, his defensive attributes would undoubtedly surge dramatically. Moreover, it contained immensely potent thunder energy. When combined with the Earth Spirit Orb, the dual dragon fusion would unleash even more formidable shockwaves, automatically shielding him and deflecting most of his enemy's strongest attacks. For the final fire attribute material, Zhao Wushuang selected the Demon Beast Crystal Core of a 9th tier peak level fire attribute Flying Demon Beast. This Demon Beast Crystal Core contained immensely potent fire energy. Moreover, the phantom of the Flying Demon Beast within the Crystal Core was vividly lifelike, clearly indicating it had been hunted down very recently. Fusing it would significantly enhance his fire attribute attacks, while also boosting his speed and flight capabilities. These 3 items were all chosen by Zhao Wushuang after careful consideration. He swiftly retrieved the 3 9th tier items and stowed them into his storage ring. Zhao Wushuang cast one last reluctant glance at the dazzling array of resources in the repository before shaking his head regretfully and stepping into the elevator. He sighed inwardly. What a pity, so many treasures. If only these treasures were his. But that was merely wishful thinking. For these treasures, let alone him, even the sect master of the Lihua sect, or even the strongest elder ancestor of the Lihua sect, could never claim them all for themselves. After all, through thousands upon thousands of years of development, the entire Lihua sect had long ceased to belong solely to its sect master or its venerable ancestors. The relationships within were complex, with numerous senior elders holding equally vital positions and status. With technological advancement, the sect had even adopted a shareholding system. Therefore, even the sect master or the most powerful elder of the Lihua sect could only exercise authority. They held no claim to the entire sect. With a sigh of regret, Zhao Wushuang stepped out of the elevator. Third elder Lu Zihong was waiting outside. Spotting Zhao Wushuang emerge, he hurried forward with a broad smile. Well, did you get dazzled by all that, kid? Keep training hard. Once you break through to the supernatural realm and attain a certain status, you'll get your share of what's inside. You should aim to break through to the transcendent realm sooner too, elder. Then I can tag along and get some of that glory by association. Zhao Wushuang replied with a smile of his own. Hearing Zhao Wushuang's words, Lu Zihong burst into laughter, shaking his head wistfully. Me? I'm too old. My natural talent and comprehension are limited. I've struggled at the peak of the 9th tier for centuries without finding a single breakthrough opportunity. Having spent centuries without finding a breakthrough, Lu Zihong had long since adopted a laid-back attitude toward the remainder of his lifespan. Without the burning desire to reach the transcendent realm, his pressure plummeted and his entire mindset settled into calmness.
He even sensed that without this pressure and restlessness, he might live 100 or 80 years longer than he had previously estimated. What about the centuries that have passed? Couldn't a sudden epiphany in the future lead to a breakthrough into the extraordinary realm? Zhao Wushuang chuckled. Ha, you always pick the most optimistic scenarios. Lu Zihang shook his head, chuckled heartily, and said nothing more, simply continuing forward. Chapter 205, Cultivation Techniques. Zhao Wushuang hurried to catch up. Lu Zihang slowed his pace, leading Zhao Wushuang as they strolled through the Lihua sect. Along the way, he explained, I see you've cultivated many martial arts techniques to perfection, even reaching extraordinary levels. Take advantage of this visit to the Lihua sect to carefully select some new techniques. Once you're out in the world, there are some top-secret, incredibly powerful techniques that simply can't be purchased on the official website. That's exactly what I had in mind. Zhao Wushuang nodded eagerly, trailing behind Lu Zihang as he inquired, most of my cultivation techniques are already at the perfected or transcendent level. Further advancement is extremely difficult. That's precisely why I want to seek out other techniques with similar attributes and immense power. As the saying goes, gather the strengths of 100 schools. By absorbing the strengths of each technique, I might just be able to use this experience to break through the limitations of my original cultivation methods. So, does the third elder have any recommendations? Gathering the strengths of all schools, that was Zhao Wushuang's goal. With the system at his disposal, as long as he possessed sufficient energy points, he could swiftly elevate any cultivation technique to the transcendent level. Then, by absorbing the strengths and insights from these cultivation techniques and fusing them together using energy points. In this way, his cultivation techniques would undoubtedly undergo innovation and transformation, evolving into even more powerful methods with higher level caps. The Blood River Divine Blade was a prime example. Originally derived from the Blood River Sword technique, it underwent a transformation after integrating the Dragon Roaming Sword technique. Through the system's enhancement and the filling of gaps in the original Blood River Sword technique, it evolved into the current Blood River Divine Blade. Having tasted this success, Zhao Wushuang intended to continue this approach, cultivating other similar cultivation techniques and then fusing and innovating them. Take his own Lightning Phantom Step, with sufficient energy points, he could fuse it with the Gale Step, elevating it to the extraordinary tier. Or, by cultivating several more speed-based techniques, he could fuse them all together. The advanced Thunderbolt Phantom Step, elevated to the transcendent level, would be faster and of higher quality. Hearing Zhao Wushuang's words, Lu Zihang nodded thoughtfully. You're quite right. As the saying goes, the sea accommodates 100 rivers. Greatness lies in capacity. It's not just you pursuing this path now. Many extraordinary level powerhouses follow this same approach, cultivating multiple techniques, synthesizing their strengths, discarding the dross, and extracting the essence. They continuously enhance their combat prowess and refine their techniques. Otherwise, how could there be such stark differences in strength among those with identical cultivation levels on the Wind and Cloud rankings? After pondering carefully, Lu Zihang addressed Zhao Wushuang, you should have accumulated substantial points by now. Follow me to the Cultivation Techniques Hall. Exchange your points for several suitable cultivation methods to begin practicing. Later, when you access the National Treasury, these foundational techniques will serve as a solid groundwork, making your future choices easier. Thank you for your trouble, Third Elder. Zhao Wushuang nodded with a smile. Though this trip to the Lihua sect had taken nearly a month, it had ultimately been worthwhile. Not only had he obtained 3 9th-grade treasures, but he had also gained invaluable experience. Once he entered seclusion for cultivation, his strength would undoubtedly surge dramatically upon re-emerging. He followed Lu Zihang toward the artifact hall. Midway, Zhao Wushuang suddenly inquired, by the way, it took me nearly a month just to reach the core area of the Lihua sect. I might not be able to stay here too long. After all, I'm the inspector of the Jiangnan circuit now, and I haven't even taken up my post yet. I'll probably need to hurry. This was a concern weighing on his mind. Elder Wang had informed him that after arriving at the Lihua sect, besides receiving necessary rewards, he would undergo specialized training. Only then would he be permitted to leave the mountain. And time seemed rather tight for him now. Hearing Zhao Wushuang's words, Lu Zihang smiled and waved dismissively. Don't worry about that. I'll make arrangements. Someone will take over your duties specifically. When you leave the Lihua sect, just find him to hand over the responsibilities. His disciples were scattered across the land, the highest ranking among them having become a commander in the border armies, holding the rank of 1st grade. Moreover, the Lihua sect boasts several extraordinary elders. Such a minor matter was something even he could handle with complete ease. Moreover, the authorities wouldn't raise any objections after all, efficiency was their priority. Whether it was Zhao Wushuang or anyone else filling this position, as long as no major errors occurred during the term, it would suffice. Very well, agreed. After hearing Lu Zihang's words, Zhao Wushuang pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Having someone else handle the duties was certainly preferable. This way, he could focus entirely on his training at the Lihua sect. Once he emerged from seclusion, having grown stronger and more formidable, he could fully unleash his abilities at his post, achieving remarkable feats and slaying even more demons. The cultivation techniques hall is ahead. Go inside and select carefully. Once you've made your choice, I'll grant you another month for secluded cultivation. After that month concludes, your specialized training will commence. Its duration could range from 1 to 10 years. It all depends on your performance. Only after completing this specialized training will you truly become a core member of our Lihua sect. That's when you'll gain greater room for advancement and even stronger combat prowess. After walking a short distance, Lu Zihang halted, pointing toward a resplendent golden building as he addressed Zhao Wushuang. Yes, Third Elder. Zhao Wushuang nodded and strode inside. Thunderclap smashing blade. Flowing cloud body technique. Blood soul art. In a secluded chamber, Zhao Wushuang sat cross-legged upon a cushion, carefully examining the 3 martial arts manuals he had exchanged for. 3 hours had now passed. After 3 hours of careful selection and exchange, Zhao Wushuang had finally settled on these 3 manuals. With all his cultivation manuals selected, Zhao Wushuang impatiently had Lu Zihang find him lodgings, intending to enter seclusion for intensive training. With 1 month remaining, I'll see just how far I can push these 3 manuals to their limits with my innate talent and potential. Gazing at the 3 manuals in his hands, Zhao Wushuang murmured to himself before abruptly rising from his meditation cushion with a thud. The purple thunder-piercing wind blade slid from its scabbard in his grasp. Whoosh! 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 A swarm of blade shadows filled the air, darting through the chamber as Zhao Wushuang recalled the incantations and execution techniques of the thunder-shattering blade in his mind. He trained the thunder-shattering blade with rapid intensity. With the essence of thunder blades within him, Zhao Wushuang possessed profound mastery and experience in sword techniques. He easily grasped the Thunder Destruction Blade's fundamentals, advancing to the entry-level realm within just 2 or 3 hours. Chapter 206, Training. In the days that followed, Zhao Wushuang remained in the secret chamber, training diligently every single day. Even without the boost of energy points, his enhanced comprehension from the Sitting Forgetfulness Sutra, combined with his innate talent, allowed him to progress at an astonishing pace. Particularly in his sword techniques, bolstered by the Thunder Blade intent and wielding the Blood River Divine Sword, an extraordinary great weapon, his mastery of the Thunder Destruction Blade advanced at an astonishing pace, encountering no bottlenecks whatsoever. As Zhao Wushuang's mentor, Third Elder Lu Zihang visited him several times during this period. Witnessing Zhao Wushuang's astonishing progress, he couldn't help but feel profoundly moved. This was the extraordinary brilliance of a peerless prodigy. Moreover, Lu Zihang understood clearly that Zhao Wushuang excelled most in the way of slaughter. It was often through the act of killing that he could elevate his cultivation techniques most rapidly. This current seclusion was merely a temporary weakness for Zhao Wushuang. If he were to step onto the battlefield, fueled by countless kills, his already rapid progress would become truly terrifying. Days passed one after another. Zhao Wushuang soon concluded his brief month-long seclusion and entered a new phase of training. The instructor assigned to guide Zhao Wushuang's training was a powerhouse at the transcendent realm level. The mecha he had awakened and his elemental abilities were centered around lightning. It was precisely for this reason that the Lihua sect had dispatched him specifically to oversee Zhao Wushuang's training. Time flew by. The weather gradually turned cooler as autumn gave way to winter. The leaves covering the mountains gradually turned from withered yellow to falling in droves. Yet even as winter arrived, the core area of the Lihua sect remained stiflingly hot. The faint cool breeze brought only a slight respite, and compared to the outside world, the temperature within the sect had barely dropped. This phenomenon extended beyond the sect itself to the surrounding areas as well. As for the 4 provinces of Jiangnan, according to letters from Jianghua Wang and Elder Wang, heavy snow had already fallen there, while here, the sun still shone brightly. The training regimen specifically designed for transcendent-level powerhouses was exceptionally grueling. Even Zhao Wushuang was beginning to feel the strain. Yet within this grueling regimen, his latent potential was once again ignited, steadily amplifying his strength. In just 2 or 3 short months, his cultivation, previously at the mid-tier 7th rank, had surged through successive breakthroughs, propelling him directly to the peak of the 7th rank. He now stood but a single step away from attaining the 8th rank. Very good. While your cultivation advances faster through combat, the training regimen I designed for you lays an exceptionally solid foundation. You've now reached the peak of the 7th tier. Your next goal is the 8th tier. But you must solidify your physical foundation. So from now on, set aside 2 to 3 hours every night solely for tempering your body. Here is the prescription I've prepared for you. Take it to the sect to collect your medicines. All medications during your training period are complimentary, don't be stingy. The extraordinary level cultivator training Zhao Wushuang was named Gutong Tian. His skin was deeply tanned, and his physique was incredibly robust. From a distance, with all traces of his cultivation aura concealed, one might easily mistake him for a blacksmith at work. Pulling a prescription from his storage ring, Gutong Tian specifically instructed Zhao Wushuang, grind all the herbs into powder, add them to boiling water, and remember to use a large pot to keep the water bubbling constantly. Soak in it for 2 to 3 hours every night to allow your body to fully absorb the nutrients. Yes, Senior Gu. Zhao Wushuang bowed respectfully. Though these days of special training were grueling, leaving him utterly exhausted each day, the gains were immense.
Setting aside the fact that his cultivation had broken through 2 realms, the improvements in other areas alone would save him at least hundreds of millions of energy points in the future.
Following Gu Tongtian's instructions, Zhao Wushuang procured the herbs listed on the prescription after finishing his daily cultivation. These herbs were all costly items. Though Zhao Wushuang possessed ample funds, the sect provided them free of charge. There was no reason not to stock up generously.
Using these herbs, Zhao Wushuang bathed in them for at least 2 to 3 hours every night. Submerged in a large cauldron of boiling water, Zhao Wushuang endured the searing steam that stung his skin. The potent medicinal properties surged through his pores, flooding his meridians and rapidly nourishing his physical form. As the potency rapidly absorbed, Zhao Wushuang circulated the thunder-forging body technique's core mantra within his body. Terrifying lightning crackled around the medicinal vapors, making the already boiling water even hotter. As the thunder-forging body technique worked, the initial pain intensified into an excruciating agony, causing cold sweat to pour from Zhao Wushuang's body.
Most people would not be able to endure this. But Zhao Wushuang possessed an iron will.
He found both agony and pleasure in the ordeal, bathing in this special medicine daily. His physical body grew increasingly formidable.
Time flew by. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months.
Before long, 2 years had passed during his training.
2 years later,
Zhao Wushuang wielded his purple thunder wind-splitting blade, his form darting through the mountains and forests like a phantom.
Surges of fierce blade energy rippled through the air. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions echoed through the air.
Amidst the relentless piercing of blade energy, trees toppled rapidly throughout the forest, and massive boulders crumbled into dust.
Excellent! Excellent!
A round of applause erupted.
Gu Tongtian waved his hand, and the mountain forest, which had been reduced to ruins, instantly dispersed.
Zhao Wushuang appeared on a wide, open plain. That mountain forest had been the location of his barrier. Within this barrier, relying on his formidable spirit power, Gu Tongtian could conjure any object at will. The mountain forest he had just conjured was no exception. Every tree and boulder possessed a hardness that rivaled the defensive capabilities of an 8th-tier peak-level advanced cultivator.
Within mere breaths, Zhao Wushuang reduced every tree and boulder in that forest to dust.
This demonstrated the devastating destructive power of his sword technique, revealing that his strength had long surpassed that of an ordinary peak 9th-tier powerhouse. Had Zhao Wushuang not spent these past 2 years without combat records, his relentless killing prowess and ever-evolving tactics might well have earned him a shot at a ranking on the wind and cloud list.
Mission accomplished.
Zhao Wushuang smiled as his profound cultivation radiated outward. After 2 years of intensive training, his cultivation had reached the mid-tier of the 8th rank.
Alright, you've passed my test.
Their training with me is now officially complete.
Gu Santong waved his hand with a smile.
His expression instantly turned serious as he added, but this doesn't mean you can truly leave my Lihua sect. Passing my test is one thing, but you still must overcome a barrier set by the sect itself to gain final recognition.
Chapter 207, Matters here are settled. I understand perfectly well.
Zhao Wushuang nodded. He had long heard Lu Zihong mention this so-called barrier trial. Over a year ago, he had ventured there several times, hunting demons and monsters to accumulate energy points.
No time to waste, shall we depart now? Gu Tongtian smiled at Zhao Wushuang. After 2 years of training, though he took immense satisfaction in witnessing Zhao Wushuang's rapid progress each day, the routine had grown rather monotonous.
Now that Zhao Wushuang had finally completed his training and met his assessment expectations, Gu Tongtian was naturally eager to lead him through the barrier. This way, Zhao Wushuang could truly descend the mountain, applying all the power Gu Tongtian had imparted over these 2 years to combat demons and monsters. For himself, this would finally mean a well-deserved period of rest before ascending to the ancient demon battlefield. There, he would seek new opportunities to break through to an even higher realm.
Zhao
Wushuang nodded and departed alongside Gu Tongtian.
Whoosh!
A phantom burst forth, lightning crackling as Zhao Wushuang shot through the air, swiftly entering a sealed barrier. Within this barrier, the air thickened with the pungent stench of blood and decay. Breathing in the atmosphere, Zhao Wushuang felt his spirit surge instantly.
Such a familiar aura. Wasn't this the battlefield he'd longed for? Roar!
The moment Zhao Wushuang appeared, countless demons and monsters instantly pounced toward him. These demons were all at least 5th tier in power. Zhao Wushuang swung his purple lightning wind-splitting blade, darting through the air like lightning.
Thud! Thud! Thud!
In the blink of an eye, in the span of a single breath, the vast number of 5th-tier demons fell one after another beneath Zhao Wushuang's blade. Simultaneously, substantial amounts of energy points continuously flowed into Zhao Wushuang's attribute panel. Having swiftly dealt with this large group of 5th-tier demons guarding the entrance, Zhao Wushuang strode forward at a brisk pace.
Based on past experience,
after eliminating this horde of 5th-tier demons, one only needed to traverse the path where demons swirled ahead to reach the true trial. Within that true trial and gate lay a 9th-tier peak-level giant serpent demon.
Its power was formidable, possessing even a trace of dragon bloodline.
A year prior, Zhao Wushuang had attempted to breach it multiple times, slaughtering countless demons to reach the giant serpent's lair. Alas, he had never been a match for that colossal serpent. 10 kills per step, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Zhao Wushuang slaughtered with frenzied ferocity. As his energy points steadily climbed, half an hour later, he arrived at the giant serpent's lair, his path a trail of corpses and blood. You again. Upon an altar, the serpent hundreds of zhang in length shifted into human form. Clad in a jet-black four-clawed python robe, it regarded Zhao Wushuang with a look bordering on exasperation. This Zhao Wushuang had already visited 5 or 6 times. While not particularly formidable in other aspects, he was far from being a match for the serpent. The only issue was his blinding speed, which made him a persistent nuisance. What infuriated him most was that every time this Zhao Wushuang couldn't defeat him, he'd slip away like an eel, slippery as anything. Yes, I'm back again. Zhao Wushuang stood calmly in place, his gaze fixed on the giant serpent demon king. He spoke indifferently, but this is my final visit. Because this time is different from before. I am descending the mountain, and you are the stepping stone I must shatter on my way down. Ha ha ha. You think you can do that? The serpent demon king roared with laughter, as if hearing the most ridiculous joke. A spear materialized in his hand, its tip bursting with frost that instantly plunged the surrounding temperature. Fixing Zhao Wushuang with a gaze that flickered with savage intent, the demon king of the giant serpent snarled, "You won't kill me now, nor the next time, nor the time after that." As the words fell, the demon king of the giant serpent roared loudly, swinging his spear. Shards of ice flew through the sky like darts, while thick frost rapidly spread across the ground toward Zhao Wushuang. Boom! Simultaneously, a fierce wind erupted. In an instant, sand and stones flew across the ground as a howling cold wind swept in, carrying a blizzard of snow. Everything in the path of the gale froze solid into ice. Zhao Wushuang watched this scene unfold with a calm gaze. Boom! Terrifying thunder and flames erupted from his body. Centered on him, an extremely terrifying heat swept outward in all directions. The surrounding frost rapidly melted. Whoosh! 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 Zhao Wushuang's figure flickered as multiple afterimages rapidly blossomed. Wielding the purple thunder wind-splitting blade, he unleashed a torrent of blade intent that descended like a storm, shattering the void as he charged fiercely toward the serpent demon king. Clang! 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 Countless blade intents struck the serpent demon king's body, erupting in a cacophony of explosive friction. As a peak 9th tier being, the serpent demon king had long cultivated a protective demonic aura. Under Zhao Wushuang's relentless blade strikes, cracks began to spread across the demonic aura shielding the serpent demon king. Sensing this, the serpent demon king's expression instantly changed. How is this possible? We've only been apart for a mere year. How could your strength have grown so formidable? The serpent demon king could scarcely believe it. He never imagined his pride and joy, his protective demonic aura, could be shattered so swiftly by Zhao Wushuang. He never imagined that in just 1 year, Zhao Wushuang's power could reach such terrifying heights. Impossible. I'll kill you. A surge of murderous intent erupted from his core. Feeling the threat and terror emanating from Zhao Wushuang, the Python Demon King hesitated not a moment. He immediately ignited the very source of his demonic energy. He must kill Zhao Wushuang. He absolutely could not tolerate Zhao Wushuang continuing to grow stronger. For if Zhao Wushuang escaped this time, the next time he returned would surely be the Demon King's final hour. Moreover, given the talent and potential Zhao Wushuang had already displayed, he would inevitably become a grave threat to all demons and monsters. Even if he died today, he would slay Zhao Wushuang. In doing so, the human race would be deprived of a future extraordinary level powerhouse. In an instant, countless spear shadows enveloped Zhao Wushuang. Zhao Wushuang flickered swiftly. His purple thunder wind-splitting blade whirled with blinding speed, unleashing a torrent of blade shadows. Zhao Wushuang's strikes were so swift that observers could scarcely discern the blade's trajectory. Boom! 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 Wave after wave of explosions erupted. Amidst the deafening explosions, Zhao Wushuang's speed surged. With a flick of his purple lightning wind-splitting blade, scalding blood spattered through the air. Put! In a flash, the purple lightning wind-splitting blade pierced through the Serpent Demon King's skull. The Serpent Demon King's expression went blank. His spear fell from his grasp as his body collapsed straight onto the ground, transforming into a colossal serpent hundreds of feet long. It crashed into the earth, leaving a massive, deep crater. Our business here is done. Let's descend the mountain. Zhao Wushuang shook the blood from his blade, sheathed it, and vanished in a flash within the barrier. End of Volume 1.